In Seoul's Gangnam district, at Samra, on the top floor of the Hen Corporation building, this young guy is playing an online game during oral hours in the D1 gamer training room. Ranked the highest in the world, the game he is playing today is called Battle Rift, and the arch-enemy he wants to defeat is a character named Dex. Looking at Dex's arrogant face on the screen, he really feels this guy's got some serious attitude, because this is a 1 versus 5 match. His team has 5 players, but Dex is all alone. In terms of numbers, Dex definitely seems to be at a disadvantage. No time wasted. As soon as the game starts, both sides rush in, clashing fiercely right from the get-go. First up is the young guy, bursting with energy. He charges at Dex like he wants to tear him apart, but Dex stays calm, standing still with his sword firmly in hand, waiting for his prey to come closer. Dex suddenly lashes out with a sharp slash, cutting off the young guy's arm. Just one light strike, and one of the 5 on the team is officially down. The other 4 teammates can believe it, one combo, and Dex takes down an opponent that easily. That is insane. But the team does not give up. Another member steps up to support, slowly sneaking up behind Dex to try and control him. But the game is not that simple. Dex spots it easily, blocks the attack, then counters swiftly, finishing off the challenger with a powerful move. Keep calm. Do not panic. A fan cheers on the team. Just hold your formation and we will win for sure. Holding the formation might win, but it is Dex who ends up winning. The last 3 teammates can even last 2 minutes before Dex casually slices through them like it is nothing. And just like that, the game ends. The young guy can believe his whole 5-man team got wiped out. Game over. Dex, all alone, easily took down 5 players without breaking a sweat. That Dex PC is actually our main guy, Zidane. Actually, Dex is just one of many nicknames Zidane has used, but it does not matter much to him. His goal is to reach number 1 on the leaderboard. Once he hits his goal, Zidane quickly deletes the game. No care for how salty his opponents might feel. A whole day passed since Zidane dropped the Dex identity, and everyone in the gaming world was buzzing with surprise. The reason Zidane quit is pretty obvious, though lots of gamers have been quitting lately. It seems like the gaming era is ending, slowly replaced by something fresh and exciting. Arcadia. Arcadia Online is a secret joint project by the world's top 3 companies, Agile, Arogos, and Silicorp. No computers or laptops needed. It is accessed through a device called Dreamer, creating a virtual world full of endless new possibilities. Though newly released, Arcadia has already attracted tons of eager players. And here's the delivery van for Arcadia, parked outside the buyer's place. Of course, that buyer is none other than Zidane. But seeing this shabby, rundown house, the delivery guy is a bit puzzled. Why buy a gaming device in this kind of place? But Zidane does not care about his situation. Seeing the hot Dreamer device arrive, his eyes light up with excitement. Without hesitation, Zidane boots it up and wipes all Dex data to make room for his new prized Dreamer. Jun Zidane, 20 years old, is leaving all those old games behind today to dive into a new virtual world. Not just a game, but the world of Arcadia, a true dream world, with countless games existing within it, many containing hidden elements programmed by their creators. They might be simple games, or tricky ones that significantly affect players, and we call these resurrections. To explain, resurrections are clever little secrets hidden by developers to make the game more interesting. Continuing the narration, or mysterious puzzle pieces. In a mysterious place, a pair of hands wearing a large wristband open wide. A mysterious figure with a sly smile says, "Then I will entrust it to you, Elise." Elise, the owner of those hands, takes something glowing bright green from the other person. She gently replied, "Yes, everything is for future generations." Ending with the image of a book sinking deeper into the water. Virtual reality technology is built by directly connecting the human brain to a machine, digitally stimulating the senses. It creates a virtual world, but lets us experience it as if it is real. It is no joke that this VR tech can actually be built successfully. He arrived in a place inside the virtual world where the main character, Jun Zirang, appeared. He stood in a pretty crowded spot. In the crowd, someone shouted, "Anyone up for hunting? We need more people for the daily challenge. Collect 100 slims." Another person was selling, "I have got stamina recovery potions here." Then a customer asked, "Got any metal scraps? I will buy them all. 50 coins per scrap." Zirang wondered, what is Z like? Inside an alley, he opened his system. Level 1 with basic gear. He thought, the interface is not as complicated as I expected. His newbie mission was to kill 1 slim monster. Better finish this newbie mission first, he thought, spotting a green slim. In Arcadia, precise movement is tough, so skills exist to help with actions like blink, backstep, or sword range. But for a prodigy like Zirang, it did not take much effort or time. 1 strike was enough to kill the slim quickly and cleanly. The system notified him that he would completed the newbie mission. Zirang smiled proudly. "Huh, I am getting the hang of this. On to the next mission." A new mission popped up. Zirang was super confident in himself, thinking, whatever it is, I will handle it in no time. His next mission was to read 100 books. This shocked him and made him sweat nervously. Damn game. The scene shifted to a new location filled with books. It was the public library, where two girls were sitting. The pink-haired girl said excitedly, "Hey, look over there. That guy's pretty special." "Huh?" the purple-haired girl asked. "What is up?" the other girl said. "That guy. He has been reading all day. That is our Zirang. He is on a mission to read 100 books, and his count is already pretty high." The purple-haired girl laughed. "What is so special about reading at the library?" The younger sister said, "Come on. You know how it is these days. Even if people take on missions, they just skim through about 10 books and leave. Have you ever seen anyone actually read 100 like that guy?" Meanwhile, Zirang was silently cursing. "This damn game. I am definitely wiping it out." The older sister said, He will probably leave soon like the others anyway." Zirang spoke up. "Excuse me. Do you have volume 2 of this book?" The older sister asked him. Pointing at a book, she said excitedly, "Wait, what? Volume 2? Why are you suddenly asking for volume 2? She wondered. Is he really reading that book? He is not just asking for fun, right? Zirang said, "Volume 1 had some interesting stuff, so I thought volume 2 might have more info." The older sister asked. "Interesting stuff," Zirang said. "This book, Arcadia's History Volume 1, the oldest Vedic, Edeline," he said, noticing her surprise. She brought another book over. "Here, Volume 2. Read as much as you want. Just be sure to return it," he replied. "Thanks a lot." Holding the book, he voiced his curiosity. "Why do you keep Volume 2 separate like this?" She answered. "That is because this is a special book. You can only read it by asking me directly." Zirang touched the book, feeling something strange. In a mysterious dimension, Alice was there. The newbie village Edeline detected an unexpected event. Conditions to unlock a hidden mission were met. Zirang, marked as a special player to analyze, grabbed the book and smiled. Long ago, there was a legendary expedition. Someone hid a treasure under the lake in Edeline newbie village. Its existence is only rumored. No one has found the treasure's location yet. One thing's for sure. This is the oldest trail of darkness. Rumor has it that Ezer, the legendary explorer of the past, hid it near the lake beside Edeline. Of course, no one's ever found any trace of darkness there, so the legend slowly faded away. And if it is the lake near Edeline, then it must be Lake Iruan right in front of the village. Right? The protagonist thinks for a moment, checks the map, and looks at Lake Iruan. Jidang arrives at the lakeshore, surrounded by natural scenery under the afternoon sun, north of Edeline. At Lake Iruan, he thinks to himself, "I am only here because it is interesting. There is no way that Treasure S Trail is at such a peaceful lake like this." He activates the system. The last condition to create a new quest has been met. A quest was generated based on related clues, and the quest's difficulty, influence level, quest rank, B+. The main scenario has been triggered. Player Dex. Rank analyzed. Level 1. A new quest has been created. B+ rank quest. Trace the Darkness S Trail. You have found a record stating the oldest trace of darkness is at Lake Iruan. Investigate whether the record is accurate and track down the trail. No way he thinks there is actually a B+ rank quest in a brand new game. I thought the highest rank was just C. Finally, this game's getting interesting. Sunlight still shines over the stunning natural lake scenery, the water calm, but beneath the surface lurks a terrifying creature. The creature opens its eyes, glowing with a fierce red light. It is late afternoon now. Dusk approaching, the sunset casting a golden glow over the sky. Dex is pacing under the forest canopy. He looks around carefully and mutters, "Nothing special here at all." That just makes this whole thing feel even more suspicious. Suddenly, Dex's eyes widen. He seems to have spotted something special beneath the lake. He stares at the still lake surface, bathed in a shimmering golden hue from the late afternoon sun. Then, with determination, he rolls up his sleeves and says, "All right." Without hesitation, he takes a running start and plunges straight into the lake, creating a huge splash, water spraying everywhere. As his whole body sinks deep beneath the surface, Dex quickly senses something. Wait, a small lake this deep? That is way too much. Meanwhile, at the Arcadia South Korea branch, a group is tensely watching a large screen flashing a red warning. Main scenario activated. The head executive, also CEO of Arcadia's Korean branch, runs his hands through his hair in frustration. "I am losing it," he snaps. "What the hell did you do? The continent only opened less than a week ago, and the main quest is already..." A nearby staff member interrupts. "According to mission analysis, it seems a player has triggered a conflict with some element related to the main scenario." Hearing this, the executive turns and asks, "Some element? What kind of chaos did this player cause to shake the whole game like this?" The staff stammers, We are not really sure about that. The XX sighs deeply. Fine. First, report this to the chairman. Make sure every department is fully prepared to respond immediately to any emergencies. Got it, the team quickly replies. Yes, sir. Then leaves looking grim. The room is left empty except for the exec, who sits deep in thought over this tough problem. The main scenario was triggered just 4 days after launch. Yes, it has been peaceful for over 3 months. Is this really a Korean server's doing? Meanwhile, Debs surfaces from the water, gasping for air after the recent dive. System windows pop up one after another. Diving skill upgraded to B rank. You can now dive deeper and longer. Your score has increased by 1. Debs, soaked and exhausted, sits by the lakeside, frowning as she recalls. Damn, I must be dived 200 meters deep, but I still could not see the lake bottom. His eyes gazed far across the lake, where dark, tangled forests lay beyond the shore. His mind started to feel foggy. Should he just give up now? There he went again. Overthinking things. The game had only just begun, and the other players were all hustling to claim the top spots, wasting time leveling up his diving skill at such a critical moment. Suddenly, he clenched his fists. Plus, he was paying $920 a month on his game control room installments. Inside Debs, a fierce internal struggle unfolded. He was even considering paying with in-game drops, but at that rate, he would never make nearly $1,000 in the first month. Still, that hidden, unexplored secret was something special, something he just could not let go of. A secret mission made just for him, totally separate from the other players. After some hesitation, he straightened up, looked at his reflection in the water, and said, "If the reward's nothing, that'd really sting." But then Debs made up his mind. He flashed a confident, victorious smile. "I am a player, I can just let this chance slip away. All right, I will do everything I can." Meanwhile, at Silicop's headquarters in Silicon Valley, a petite girl with cute blonde twin tails was dozing off on her bed inside the chairman's office. Her childish appearance was a stark contrast to her identity. This was Jenny Karpong, head of the Silicop Corporation. Suddenly, something triggered her awake, eyes snapping open from her daze. In the room filled with adorable decorations, a voice shouted, "Zach, you are telling me the main script was created in Korea?" The man named Zach appeared on a large pale blue screen, his hair covering half his face. Adding to his mysterious aura, he calmly replied, "A Korean player uncovered a clue leading to a hidden profession buried in the newbie village. According to Alice analysis, it is very likely this will lead to the main script. Bad news for the corporation." Jenny Karpong sat before the screen, running a hand through her hair. "Did we really let something this dangerous slip into the newbie village?" Zach replied flatly, "Not us. That bastard put it there." As he spoke, a faint shadowy figure appeared in her mind, but she could not make out who it was. Jenny's smile twisted into an angry scowl. "That bastard. Really?" She dashed over, hastily throwing things off her desk. While searching for her tablet, she frantically pulled it out. After scrolling back and forth, she exclaimed, "Got it!" But the info she read left her puzzled and surprised. A hidden profession, anarchist poet. No way to level up, no attack skills. What the hell is this? How's anyone supposed to play with something like this? She complained. Facing her frustration, Jack stayed calm and said, "But you do get a special ability in return." Suddenly enlightened, Jenny said, "A special ability? Wait a second." Then she bent back down, searching for something else. Whatever she saw next, whatever it was, made her eyes widen and sweat start pouring down her face. She screamed loud enough to echo through the building. "This is crazy." Back in the virtual world, 10 days later, the familiar lakeside and distant forest scenes appeared. Death Tay was pulling something strange out of the water. After sticking with this spot for so long, he finally got the result he would been hoping for. Half his body above the water, he held up the mysterious item, examined it, and smiled with satisfaction. "Yes, I found it." Next to him, the system board started announcing updates one by one. Diving skill leveled up to a. Your accumulation points increased by 1. Your water dagger skill raised to 10. You can now dive into really deep places. Just as he was admiring his hard-earned find, an unexpected noise caught his attention and he turned around. On it were long lines of text announcing something. "Mission. You have completed the mission to find traces of darkness. You have found records of the oldest clues about darkness in Lake Iran. Verify that these records are true, and look for proof to back them up. Complete one-on-one, and you will get a reward." Hakhanglian is the name of that beautiful item you just found, containing traces of the void from ancient times. Using this item requires serious caution. You hold up the item, study it again, and wonder, so you are saying this necklace is a clue. Should I really use it? This explanation almost sounds like a threat. Still, when the system pops up asking, "Do you want to use Hakhanglian?" Debs does not hesitate and immediately hits yes. It feels like the decision is final, but suddenly the system asks again, "Are you sure?" Debs is a bit confused but still confidently clicks yes again. The system does not accept this answer and asks, "Are you really sure?" Debs does not even think twice and sticks to his choice. The system refuses to give up, repeating, "Are you truly honestly sure? This is the last time I ask. Once you commit, there is no turning back." Each time, Debs quickly presses yes without even glancing. Frustrated by the back and forth, he clenches his fists. "I told you, I am using it. Why keep asking if I am sure?" The system seems to give in, saying, "You are mashing yes like crazy. I get it now." Then, the system screen suddenly changes. Shocking Debs, somewhere hidden, a guy with thick hair covering his face smiles mysteriously behind the system interface and speaks to Debs. "If you have come this far, you must really want to use this item. I want to ask again, do not regret it. After all, I have warned you plenty." The mysterious guy stares seriously at the screen and adds, "From now on, do your best. Use all your power to cause chaos just like I am." The strange voice Debs uneasy. "Who is this?" The system ignores his question and starts updating new notification bars. Hidden mission. Your class has been changed to Anarchist Poet. Your rank system will be removed. Stats balanced. And a new quest system added. Your character now fully belongs to the player. A new mission has been updated. Deb stares wide-eyed at the main screen. A brutal mission. Kill all rookies. Eliminate new players who have not changed their class. Rookie kills. 0. Time left. 6 days. 23 hours. 55 minutes. 24 seconds and counting down. At the West Ederlin Ruins. Rookie Area Slim 1. Rookies battle slim monsters. Among them, Debs is pounding his fists, yelling, "Take this," as he sends a slim monster flying. Elsewhere, 2 rookies. The guy holds a blue gem in his hand, smiling happily. "Drop this. Slim monsters are so stingy." The female player beside him wide-eyed, full of admiration. "Whoa, that sells for 50 bronze. So jealous." The guy beams with pride, eyes squinting from joy. "I am so lucky. This is what gaming's all about." Then he strikes a pose, holding the gem high, grinning. "Alright, I'm hunting Slim all weekend to make cash." Seeing him so smug, the girl helplessly reminds him, "Hey, what about next week's test?" The two chat and joke, unaware they are being watched by another player nearby. Behind them, Debs hides behind a tree, thinking, "I have to kill them. Should I kill the rookie?" With an uncertain look. Flashback. Debs is sitting at his computer when the screen flashes a message. Character cannot be deleted. Debs pales. Feels like he just stepped on a landmine. Earlier, after switching to the hidden class, Debs faced a flood of pop-ups and immediately tried to delete his character. The reason's simple. On the control panel, player info shows nickname Debs. No level, class Anarchist Poet. Debs sharpens his focus, thinking, "Just like I thought." Not here. The leveling system disappeared. That is the most basic system in the game. But Debs no longer has it. That means his potential for growth is gone, and that is a huge disadvantage. If other players keep leveling up, the gap will just keep widening. Debs does not want that at all, but he remembered what the other guy said. Just keep trying your best. Debs regretted not stopping when he heard that he would let his pride blind him. Lying back on the grass, he stared up at the blue sky. Debs thought quietly, "Well, this is not solving anything." Potential slipped through Debs' fingers. But suddenly a bright idea sparked in his mind. An Anarchist Poet. No matter how bad it sounds, it is still a hidden class. There must be some perks to it. After that, Debs scoured the data window for a long time, hunting for useful info, and he finally found something. The Anarchist Poet class had a special passive ability. Recognition. Debs wondered, what is this recognition all about? The system screen popped up an explanation. Recognition increases your ability to intervene in this world. Using this stat lets you change the world's rules yourself, but once used, the stat disappears. Debs was stunned. What the heck? His head was full of question marks. Of course. The screen shifted again. In front of Debs' eyes appeared the words, "A new mission has been updated." Reading it, his expression was priceless. Kill newbies. Kill new players who have not changed their class yet. Victims? None. Time left. 6 days, 23 hours, 55 minutes, 24 seconds. Back in reality, Debs stood behind a tree corner. He still could not believe it, so now he has to kill those flashy newbies. Does this mission not affect game management? Debs lowered his head, deep in thought. What should I do? After thinking, he decided, well, might as well give it a shot. His right hand gripped a sword. He summoned his power, wrapping the sword and his hand in blue flames. He pushed off with his foot, ready to dash quickly to the two players, whispering, "I am just playing the game like you." But then something unexpected happened. A blonde-haired guy attacked those two first. The blonde smirked. "I am done with this. I already kicked it away." The blue-haired girl quickly helped her friend up, looking furious. "Who are you guys?" Two guys laughed loudly. One of them the blonde. The other lowered his head, covering his face. Clearly embarrassed. "Again? Huh." The blonde laughed, introducing himself cheerfully. "We run this hunting ground. Who the hell are you to come here and hunt monsters?" Meanwhile, Debs tilted his head. Curious, who are these guys? Beta has not even been open long, and there's already turf wars. The blue-haired girl, eyes watery, angrily argued back. "This is the newbie hunting ground. It is a public area for everyone. Who do we have to ask permission from?" The blonde narrowed his eyes at that. He stepped closer to the blue-haired girl. Annoyed, "Hey, you are way too noisy. I can tell just by your voice you all are from X town. Right? And since you are talking about tests, you are probably high schoolers." As he said that, red letters appeared above his head like blood. Level 12. Crazy monkey. That shocked the other male player. "Damn. That means they have killed other players before. This guy's a PK player." The blue-haired girl looked terrified by Crazy Monkey's words. "If I looked up your nickname, I bet I could find where you live too." Jun was so scared she could not even speak. The blonde continued, sneering, "You get what I mean, right?" Then the three glared at the blue-haired girl with murderous intent. "Get lost if you do not want to die." Seeing this, the girl was terrified and turned to beg for help from people nearby, eyes full of helplessness. "Help! Somebody save us." Why is everyone just standing there watching? The male gamer beside him sat up, battered and bruised, trying to negotiate. "Hey, why are you doing this? It is just a game. I am just playing for fun. Is not that okay?" The three guys responded with faces that were impossible to describe. Then those three burst out laughing like it was the funniest thing ever. Crazy Monkey sneered arrogantly and mocked, "Like you said, this is a virtual reality game. This is exactly why we are like this." Crazy Monkey shrugged carelessly. "Games do not have rules. Strength is the only measure. Is not. This is a game." Then a voice rang out. Right after, a strike was delivered. One guy's leg flew up into the air. A piercing scream of agony echoed. Two of them turned around in shock. Death smiled brightly, his tone full of regret. "Almost had you there, but I got you first." Without giving the three time to react, Death swung again, quickly ending their lives. At the same time, his nickname changed from green to red. The system sounded 3 consecutive beeps. Recognition increased by 1. Death read the notification, thinking, so killing one person raises it by 1. Not sure what it is for, but it is tough to level up. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "Thank you, sir." Turns out the two other gamers ran over and knelt, thanking Death for saving them. They said in unison, "Thank you for saving us. How can we repay you?" Death replied coldly, "No need to thank me. I was planning to kill you two anyway, to complete the mission." Right in front of their shocked faces, Death slung his sword over his shoulder, smiling kindly, but his words sent chills down their spines. "Don't you get any ideas? It is just a game. Is not." The male gamer barely had time to think. "I can feel it. That look is real. He is And then he got sliced in half. At the same time, the system announced twice in a row. Recognition increased by 1, meaning 2 gamers vanished from the game. With everyone watching, Death quietly said, "Next." Then he turned, chuckling with the sword on his shoulder. Seeing everyone panic, Death said, "Your turn, bystanders. Any objections?" Then the forest was filled with screams, footsteps running away, and everyone begging for mercy. After that day, a rumor spread across Arcadia's homepage. Everyone said one thing: the real madman has appeared. Night sky over a forest. The full moon casts a pale glow lighting up the whole woods. On a dry branch, an owl with glowing eyes watches, its eyes shining golden. The owl stares intently at something. Inside the owl's eyes is the shadow of someone running desperately through the forest. A blue-haired guy is running and shouting. He is sprinting, sweat pouring down his face, yelling, "Someone, please save me." Suddenly, he trips over a rock. In the night air, a loud thud and groan ring out. The system pops up. Status: injured. Your movement speed is slowing down. He lies sprawled on the ground, groaning. Damn it." He quickly turns his head, frowning. In the dark forest, a pair of red eyes watches him, making him nervous. From the shadows, a shirtless guy in blue steps forward. The blue-haired guy shrinks back in fear, his pupils contracting. Death smiles, his eyes sparkling with mischief. The blue-haired guy tries to back away, panicking with every step. "Damn it! Instead of killing regular players, why do not you go hunt monsters? Why do you want to kill me?" Dex grabbed the knife and swung it hard at him. The blue-haired guy tensed up, tightly shutting his eyes. "You really think the game company will let you get away with cheating right from launch? I am definitely reporting you. You jerk." Hearing that, Dex froze for a moment. He looked at him in confusion. "What are you jumping about now? I am asking you. Think about it. Who made me do this?" The blue-haired guy asked back. Before Dex could calm down, he swung his sword and sliced the blue-haired guy's skin in half. Suddenly the system announced, "You killed a newbie and earned a recognition." Dex stared nervously, holding a red knife in his hand. Then he yawned. So sleepy. In Arcadia Online, there is something called a death sentence banned from logging in for 24 hours. At a busy company office, This is a system made by the developers to prevent game addiction and increase player attachment. Suddenly a voice shouted, "Hey, lift my... I am the real victim here. That cheater. Why am I banned?" Arcadia Online Customer Care Department. Director Kome. Is something wrong? The staff behind him nervously explained. There has been a sudden spike in PvP-related questions, suddenly skyrocketing. Director Kome said, "We are already swamped. Who's got time for that nonsense?" The customer care department has confirmed they will need to work overtime. The system showed Dex info. No rank, a lone wolf poet. Gear, stats, skills, recognition 1025, strength 10, willpower 4, mana 10, intelligence 4, agility 5, evasion 3, accuracy 4, luck 2. Resistance none. Dex stared at the system screen and muttered, 1025 kills already. After staying up 2 days straight, finally some progress. He yawned repeatedly, thinking, well, this is tougher than I thought. Every time I get scolded for killing, it drains me mentally. And is this really okay? Mass killing newbies just as the game launches? He wondered. Clearly I am purposely messing with the game. So why am I assigned this mission to slaughter newbies? Kill newbies who have not changed ranks yet. Kills. 1025. Time left. 6 days 23 hours 55 minutes 24 seconds. He sighed. Guess it is not really my problem. Suddenly a voice behind him went, cute, catching his attention as he turned around. A herd of slimes came out from the forest. Surprising him, the system chimed. You saved a slime from danger, increasing affinity with the slime species. Cute. He panicked, stepping back and sweating. The slimes piled on him, drowning him until only his waving hand was visible. He happily hugged a cute little slime, laughing. I thought I could not get along with humans anymore. But turns out I have got you guys. Suddenly a noise made him and the slimes curious. 4 flames slowly approached them from the forest. He glared at them with dark eyes. He gently patted the slime's head. Sorry, guys. I really want to hang out with you. But if I do not run now, things will get ugly. The blue-haired guy and a few others holding torches ran over. Looking annoyed, the blue-haired guy looked around but did not see Dex, making Kame sweat nervously. Suddenly he pointed toward Dex running away and shouted, "There he is. Catch him. Quick!" Dex ran like the wind through the forest. After a bit, he saw a cliff ahead. He got closer and closer to the cliff. Dex stopped at the edge of the cliff with others standing in front of him. The blue-haired guy sneered. Running all the way to the cliff. Pathetic. You are just a little rat caught in a trap. Screw you. Dex's face darkened at the insult. Suddenly he gave a slight smile. He leapt off the cliff. The others above stared at him in shock. The blue-haired guy stammered. That crazy idiot. He really jumped? Is he nuts or what? Dex grinned wickedly. Logged out. And on YouTube, some clips showed him labeled as an urgent news alert, a dirty scandal, a mass killer slaughtering newbies. Right below that video, the comments were filled with heated arguments about the whole thing. Leaper Ma. Going down the newbie slaughter path. Interesting. You just wait, get killed once and see if it is still fun. Judging by his gear, it looks like he just switched to the warrior class. Top tier control for sure. Whoa. But what is wrong with him? Is he mentally unstable or something? Now's not the time to joke around. The blue-haired guy got super pissed after failing to catch Dex. He stared at the screen and said, I am a newbie who got killed by him just 2 days ago. Since then, he kept an eye on the notice board. Sure enough, there were over 700 reported cases displayed. On the screen, some comments argued about Dex's 700 kills. Sounds unreal. So if we just team up with about 10 people, killing him should be a piece of cake. The blue-haired guy clenched his teeth and said, Exactly. I am planning to form a squad to take him down. Anyone interested? Contact me for time and place at the in-game Fountain Plaza. The blue-haired guy gathered a group of people who'd been killed by Dex. Thanks for joining me today. Everyone, he spoke seriously. Now, let us start our meeting to take down this villain. One of Arcadia's coolest features is player-driven events not just in-game, but online player reactions can shape the storyline. Brought to life inside the game by someone who controls all the conditions. Someone shaped like a girl, a little white-haired girl in a white dress with striking blue eyes. Named Alice noticed the large-scale squad forming, analyzed the causes. Related missions. Main events. And the birth of a dark force. She raised her hand and pointed at the control panel. Suddenly, a system alert sounded. New mission initialized. The mission board popped up in front of the blue-haired guy, catching his attention. The mission appeared for everyone there. Mission: capture the serial newbie killer, the unknown murderer slaughtering newbies in the Slim territory. Mission: Catch the serial newbie killer, the mysterious murderer roaming Slim's area killing newbies. At the Korean script team's base, planning the mission and managing design. The game's main screen glitched, sending everyone into panic. The boss blew up. What the hell? The mission was issued without any notice. On top of that, it was sent to all players. A nearby staff freaked out. We are still analyzing the cause. The boss turned around, raising his voice. Do you really think this can be taken lightly? We have not even been running servers long, and is already this chaotic, said Kang Tae-hun, script team leader and director. Everyone stared at him in shock. Silent, they were deeply worried. Sweating nervously, this was clearly an emergency. Even if a mission suddenly gets sent to all players, if it was a normal mission, the room would not be in chaos. I am sure this mission ties into the main quest in Chapter 1, Kang said firmly. Our script team's predictions have all been off within 2 days of the main mission's release. The mission kicked off. There is a huge difference between issuing a mission and it actually starting. Like planting a seed does not instantly grow fruit. By the time the mission had been issued to all players with a noticeable ripple effect, many things had already passed normally. The script team predicted this and watched the screen in panic. Kang Tae-hun stared at the screen, tense, thinking, 2 days is too long a gap to just call it a wrong prediction. There is definitely a reason. Screen displayed game info. What he got was data on the newbie killer. He stared angrily at the screen. What the hell is this? The staff next to him nervously explained. Well, one of the players is roaming around killing other players in the newbie-only zone in Slim's colony. We suspect this player is directly connected to the main storyline. So what about the killer's info? Where does he live? What does he do? I tried to verify, but right now we can check because of some restrictions set by headquarters. The director stared at the screen, chin in hand, thinking, headquarters, all this fuss just because of some regular player. Who is this guy? Suddenly, a piece of info shocked him. On the screen, the number of players killed, 1025, cut to the front door of Dex's house. Dex was sound asleep, sunlight sneaking through the door cracks and hitting his face. Suddenly, he slowly opened his eyes, drool still dripping from his mouth. On the screen appeared a new event, a special event, Catch the Murderer. The righteous mission to capture the killer alongside Arcadia Online is in full swing. Rewards are pouring down like rain for anyone who takes down the ruthless PK, who has taken over the newbie plaza. He stared at the screen, confused, thinking, what is this? He raised his eyebrows and forced a smile. This has to be about me, right? The post had crazy engagement. He was shocked. Like, over 2,000 comments. He frowned and read the comments, saying, this is getting complicated. It is kinda embarrassing. But should I just quietly stop everything here? But then again, there is still so much I can gain from this. He stared at the virtual world login screen, his mind in chaos, growling softly, looking into the game world where the slimes happily played. He thought, what should I do now? I did not expect them to create a mission specifically to catch me. Slime's Den, where slimes happily play together. He slowly stood up and said, this is the best spot to hunt newbies. Should I try somewhere else? Suddenly, a cue sound behind him caught his attention, and he turned around. The slime looked sad. Cute. He stared at the slime in surprise. A slime hunting tough. He heard a noise and looked up. 2 guys came walking, smiling. The orange-haired one said, dude, I told you to pick a class other than mage. The brown-haired guy angrily held a wooden stick. Damn it. I did not think hunting a slime would be this hard. The orange-haired guy frowned and spotted the slime standing at Dex's feet. He yelled, I found the slime we are hunting. Both ran forward, one with a sword, one with a club. Hey, buddy, we are hunting it. Don't mess with it. No sneaky tricks, okay? Not cool. Don't touch that slime. It is almost dead. Might just die on us. Hearing this, Dex looked down at the little sad slime staring back at him. He lowered his head, then opened his eyes and stared straight at them. Pulling his hood over his head, he slowly stepped toward the two. The orange-haired guy raised an eyebrow. What is wrong with that jerk? The brown-haired guy suddenly recognized him. Wait. That look. I think I have seen him somewhere before. Dex stared tensely at the two. The orange-haired guy said, hey. Dex took a few slow steps forward. The orange-haired guy reached out toward Dex. The red-haired guy raised his eyebrow. All right. Got him. Dex looked up silently. Then he cracked a slight smile. Dex shouted with all his might, Peeker. The orange-haired guy's eyes widened in shock. What? Dex flopped down on the ground, whining, I'm gonna die. There is a cur here. The orange-haired guy stammered. Hey, what are you talking about? I'm just gonna shove you away. Dex kept yelling. Peeker. Peeker's here. Nearby players perked up. Eyes shining, they looked toward the two, the upper-level players. The orange and brown-haired guy shouted. That jerk was blocking my way. So I just pushed him aside. The orange-haired guy spun around yelling, "No way! Look, that suspicious dude is the one." As he turned, Dex and the slime had already run off. He shouted. He ran away. The crowd frantically rushed toward the orange-haired guy, shouting, "Get the upper-level event staff here. The killer, who dares target the newbies? Crazy. Upper level. Upper level." The crowd stared up at the two. The brown-haired guy, sweating nervously, said, "Now I remember. I was wondering where I would seen that gloomy face before. That guy's the peaker everyone's been talking about." The sky and earth started glowing red. Their terrified screams echoed. "Wait, we are innocent. Shut up, you murderer." Cut to another forest scene. Dex and Slim are sitting on a log. Dex sweating and panting. "Phew, that was a close call." He picks up little Slim smiling. "Hey, you follow me here." Slim happily chirps. "Cute, cute, cute." He cradles Slim, chuckling. "Haha, this tiny little cutie. Are you alright?" The system notification pops up. "You have rescued a Slim in danger. Your affinity with the Slim species has maxed out. You have earned the title, Friend of Slim." Holding Slim close, he looks up at the system message and says, "Well, I guess the number of Slims I have saved matches the newbies I have killed. That title fits." He hugs Slim thoughtfully. "Still, nothing changes the fact I have reached level 1 affinity with the Slims. To keep playing, I need something to help me get through this mess." The system announces, "You have met the minimum recognition points. You have formed a support bond with the Slim tribe. You are now allowed to use recognition points to aid them." He scans the system screen, confused. "Aid? How?" "Level 1. Slim. A P50. Mana 0. Attack power 10. Physical defense 1. Recognition points 1.025. Recognition points 1.025. He stares at Slim in amazement. Suddenly, a grin spreads across his face. He smiles. "Aha! This game's gonna be wild and crazy. Recognition points were made for this. Huh." He channels a wave of orange and red energy into Slim, who gradually turns orange. Recognition points 1.025. These points will be used permanently. Are you sure you want to apply these changes? He grins, focusing on the notification. Yeah? Then a huge divine figure appears over them, empowering both. The light spreads across the forest. The Slim tribe's basic stats have changed. Monsters are targets for players to defeat, from succubi to stone demons. They are vital for the game, the pager that is. The monster hunting raw. Among them are monsters meant for newbies and beginner hunting quests. They provide basic training exercises. These are the entry-level monsters for beginners. In the world of Arcadia Online, these monsters are called Slims, shaped like blobs of jelly. But what happens if these monsters get way too strong for newbies? You can find out on Arcadia's official YouTube channel, Offendia. Videos like trying to get as strong as possible with a level 1 wooden stick, or tower climb, and guess if I am a newbie, or videos titled "These Slims are too strong." Some of these even went viral with tons of views. The video shows a realistic game scene unfolding in front of the player, an insanely immersive experience. Whoa, I can even see fingerprints. This graphics is insanely good. From the player's POV, everything looks incredibly real. The whole view feels like a real-life experience. Suddenly, the player spots a blue Slim monster right ahead. Is that a Slim? So cute. It looks so dreamy. Anyway, I am gonna try to take it down, the player says, readying their weapon. The seemingly harmless monster lets out a soft cue. The player hesitates a bit, but suddenly the usually docile Slim charges forward, attacking first. The player can T-act fast enough and falls back. What the heck? Wait. Someone help me. The player can T-fend off the attack and quickly dies. Then a message pops up. You died. You have been penalized with a 24-hour login ban. Be more careful next time. The video's comment section is buzzing with reactions. Everyone's flooding the comments. He just got killed by a Slim. What? Is this guy faking it? How did he die so fast? These Slims are crazy strong lately. I died. What are you guys talking about? The Slims are way stronger now. After 1025 acknowledgements. A level 15 Slim, a tragic end, caused by a seemingly weak creature. Arcadia averages 10,000 new players daily. Total destruction. New players are slowly terrified of this tiny monster. A slummy little Slim, looking super cute and proud, was quickly sliced in half, but the players nearby were struggling too. What the heck is going on? What is wrong with these Slims? How come after just 2 hits my HP bar is almost empty? Someone even got chased to tears? Help me. This thing is terrifying. Someone help. Just then, Debs looked down from the cliff, thinking, haha, what a total mess. Come to think of it, these Slims are usually passive, only fighting back when attacked, so why are they suddenly going on the offensive? A Slim confidently approached a new player. Debs wondered if their nature had changed after leveling up. If that is the case, acknowledgement. It is the power of acknowledgement to change a monster's nature when added as a bonus. This might be a complex ability of the anarchist poet class that I need to study more. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar figure below. Could they be the people who were following him earlier? Meanwhile, the group below was surrounded by Slims. A young man with blue hair shouted, "Get lost! Why do these Slims dare attack us?" As he spoke, a Slim lunged at him. He could only stand frozen in place. Taking the full hit, the monster let out a gleeful cry. A notification popped up. Enhanced Slim defeated a new player. The others watching panicked instantly. He was taken down in just one hit. Then a bunch of screams filled the air. Cute. Enhanced Slim defeated a new player. Acknowledgement increased by 1. Enhanced Slim defeated a new player. Acknowledgement increased by 1. He grinned slyly. This is way more interesting than I thought. Just 2 hours later, his acknowledgement had risen to 3,924 points. He laughed confidently. I earned 4 times the acknowledgement in 2 hours than I had before. All those 2 days spent assassinating new players felt wasted. Your kill count of new players is now 4,949. I should not just focus on quests anymore. Would it be better to power up the Slims as much as possible and reap the rewards? The Slim had reached level 15 and could not level up any further. Dex sighed as he saw the notification. I knew it would not be that easy. He was not the stubborn type anyway. Well, whatever. This level is good enough, so it is fine. Dex waved to the Slims in front of him. Alright, I am counting on you guys. The Slims jumped up and responded. Okay, Master. Meanwhile, at Arcadia Online's Korean branch, Gun Myohen was furious. Report immediately. Yes, sir. This is terrifying. A brave staff member stepped forward, saying, "Today, at hour 13:20, we confirmed that many Slim's stats increased strangely. Because of this, a huge number of rookies were suddenly defeated. This situation is still ongoing." Gun Myohen asked if there was news from the main office, and the other person honestly reported, "We ran multiple checks but have not found any answers." Gun Myohen snapped, "Damn it, I will check myself later. Anyway, no matter how strong these Slims get, if they were not at least twice as strong, we would not be in this mess." The staff stammered in fear. "Yes, sir, this time. It is more than tenfold. This is shocking." "Of course. They are 10 times stronger, sir." Gun Myohen turned away, deep in thought. 10 times. Not just 2 or 3 times, but 10 times stronger. The staff behind lowered their heads in fear. Suddenly, General Myohen shouted, "Wait a minute, the HB of the rookie at the start, how much health did he have?" The staff member responded, "Yeah, they had exactly 100 B." General Myohen was terrified. That meant with Slim's current power. The staff probably caught his meaning too. Yes, with a level 1 rookie, just 1 hit would be enough to send them back to town to rest. Saying that, he quickly took matters into his own hands. What is happening in Arcadia can't be just a simple glitch. It is a world meticulously designed by cutting-edge technology. He opened the door and stepped inside. But we can just overlook this incident. General Myohen decided to experience it firsthand, since the current report made no sense. He is going to observe it directly inside the game. A blue light appeared right before his eyes. The game was starting. The view displayed an authorization confirmation. Level 3 Manager. Executive Director General Myohen approved connection. He slowly entered the virtual reality space. He called out, "Elise." The little platinum-haired girl appeared immediately upon hearing his call. At Slim's newbie hunting ground, Territory Number 1. Dex was walking through a forest. He quietly observed the path ahead. Dex frowned and said, "Huh, no one's here. Something must be up." The system popped up a notice. Newbie Iron Gear. Kill players who have not ranked up yet. The number of newbies you have defeated, 9,640. Time remaining, 1 day, 22:46:17. Dex guessed the kills were slowing down. Almost no new players were coming here. Strange. The rumor that this place is dangerous must be spreading. He watched other players fighting Slim. Even level 15 adventurers were starting to come here to hunt Slim. With his current power against the Slim crowd, it would be tough to handle. He looked at the other players, soaking up tons of experience points. Dex realized this place was not that useful anymore, though it was not too bad either. He looked at the number on the system, 9,987. So the mission count was not completely fixed yet. The number slowly climbed until it finally hit 10,000. Instantly, a system announcement appeared. You have defeated 10,000 newbies, a rare achievement. You have become a notorious murderer recognized by all. Title earned. Rookie Slayer. The mission reward has been upgraded. You will now receive a medium tier reward. Another notification popped up, this time offering the medium tier reward. Accept. Dex was over the moon to see the medium tier reward notification. Jackpot. Let us see what it has got. He quickly hit accept on the notification. After opening the reward, a purple light burst forth. The light was dazzling and kept growing brighter. Dex frowned, gritting his teeth in frustration. What the heck? A medium reward turned out to be a trap. Why is it shining so blindingly? After the light faded, Only a black orb was left floating in midair. Dex wondered, if that black thing was the actual reward. It looked like a proof orb. The black orb started shaking. Then a big splash of black liquid appeared on its surface. Then it split in two, releasing another blinding light from inside. Another system message popped up immediately. You have opened the medium tier reward. You have received a companion. A man with white wings appeared from the light created by the orb. The man smiled, glaring with blazing red eyes at Dex, demanding fiercely, "Who are you, daring to summon me?" Dex was pushed back by the man's overwhelming pressure, but was strangely excited, thinking, this pressure is insane. What kind of monster did I just summon? Dex's eyes widened in shock as he seemed to realize something. Wait, that is the Chaos King, the Demon King, Saturn. He stared at the fiery red eyes hidden in the purple light. Utterly amazed, Saturn grinned arrogantly. If you think you can fully control me, you are dreaming. Looks like I have been summoned in a younger form. The Demon King Satan now appears as a child with white hair, red eyes, and wings on his back. Though small in size, Demon King Satan is still wildly arrogant about his power. Well, whatever this strength should be enough to take down those damn angels. Dex coldly watches the knee-high Demon King flail his arms around, utterly confused by him. Eventually, the Demon King realizes just how tiny his body has become. Panicking, he looks at himself. Where am I? What is with this appearance? Why am I suddenly so tiny? Gritting his teeth, the Demon King glares at Dex. Hey, you human over there. Dex quickly replies. Yeah, the furious Demon King demands. Are you the one who sealed me? Dex scratches his head, puzzled by the question. Sealed? I have not done that. I just opened a common tier reward, and you showed up. Actually, you are my companion. The Demon King is shocked out of his mind. He screams silently inside, thinking, this is unbelievable. I am not some low-level demon. Why am I tied as a companion to someone else? What the hell is going on? How could I be forced into this deal without any say? I have led countless demons in the underworld. So why? Dex looks at the tiny Demon King clutching his head on the ground and wonders, what is this kid even talking about? Still a bit skeptical, Dex mutters, so this is the Demon King. The Demon King recalls his former imposing self, now sitting angrily on the ground with his face in his hands. Damn it, what a freaking disaster. And now this crap on top of it all. Seriously, after thinking it over, he calls out to Dex. Hey, human. Dex looks at him suspiciously, hovering at eye level. The Demon King crosses his arms and says coldly to Dex, no matter what, I am now bound as your companion. Looks like we will be traveling together for a while. Dex replies simply, is that? The Demon King sits cross-legged on Dex's head, then leans down, offering a truce. Since it has come to this, let us get along. Dex looks up silently at the Demon King sitting on his head, wondering, should I be happy about this? When Dex does not respond, the Demon King angrily stumps his feet, floating in the air. The Demon King watches Dex closely. Hey, human. You seem to have a pretty decent power source. Dex looks confused. Power? What power? Just then, the system notification pops up. You can use recognition to unlock your companion's power, but be careful, your companion is a demon. Don't get tricked or exploited. The Demon King flashes a wicked grin. So that is why I am bound to this contract. If it works out, I will crush those angels for good. Dex looks confused and asks, what are you talking about? Explain. The Demon King flies right up to Dex and slyly asks, hey, can you give me that power of yours? Dex has been hearing him out but understands nothing. What power are you talking about? The Demon King smiles and points at Dex. The one that lets you bend the world's rules, the power you possess. Dex stares wide-eyed in shock. What? No way, asks the Demon King. You mean recognition? The Demon King points to himself, trying to persuade Dex to give him that power. Exactly. Since you are human, you can only use that power in limited ways. Give it to me instead, and I will reward you handsomely. Dex imagines a mountain of gold and treasures. The system notification appears. Recognition 8.975. 10 dodge. 4 accuracy. 10 luck. 4 resistance. Dex frowns, guessing that the stats the Demon King mentioned mean recognition is a unique factor in this game. So he asks the Demon King, what will you give me in exchange for recognition? The Demon King laughs loudly. He summons a magic circle and says, let us see if you will give me everything. He reluctantly casts a formation spell, saying, let us see if you will hand everything over to me. A dazzling light burst from the Demon King's formation. He clasped his hands together and asked Dex, is this okay? The system popped up a notification. Nagos complaint. Nagos ragged clothes. The second most powerful figure in the demon world. Level requirement 150. Physical resistance 2500. Magic resistance 1500. Special skills. Energy absorption. Vengeful spirit shield. Level 2 demon skill. Protects the player from a critical hit. Dex could not believe it. Level 150 requirement. That is insane. He would heard that top-ranked players on the US server, even those who started earlier, were barely level 50. He thought to himself, for me right now. In the end, he still refused the item the Demon King offered. I do not need that. The Demon King laughed coldly. Seems it is not good enough. Of course. No one who made a pact with me would settle for something like this. The Demon King asked him if there was anything he truly desired. Dex did not hesitate. Anything I want? Right now, I really have not thought of anything. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. Actually, there is something. Dex asked the Demon King. Can you also boost monsters' power? The Demon King looked puzzled by Dex's question. Curious? Huh? Which monster? Dex named Slim. The Demon King was completely shocked by this. He doubted. Slim? Huh? Then the Demon King started laughing uncontrollably. You really are crazy. Kiki. You are seriously interesting. I do not know what is going on, but I have never seen a request like this. Dex ignored the mockery and pressed on. Can you do it? The Demon King pointed to himself confidently and declared, there is nothing I can do. Alright then. How much will you give me in return? Dex glanced at the system acknowledgement 8,975. He laughed loudly and told the Demon King, all of it. The Demon King laughed heartily with joy. They were standing inside a formation. The Demon King shouted, set up the barrier. A giant beam of light shot down from the sky, lighting up the ground and even the surrounding area. Lightning streaked across the sky as the monster Slim's body began to transform. It took on a human form. The system announced. Queen Slim, level 100. A raging fire burst out fiercely. Rocket. Proud. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Easy. A red-haired man carried a huge sword on his shoulder. He said, I do not know what is wrong, but this situation is pretty awesome. Killing a few will rack up a good chunk of experience points. The big man in armor was extremely impressed with Monster Slim. Even if it was level 20, Slim was still just Slim. After all, they were just weak little monsters with simple attacks. The red-haired guy continued. That is why the Slim area is the perfect spot for us, though they are pretty tough for newbies. The girl smiled. Working hard to level up really does make you feel good. She asked her teammates if they thought they could aim for the top hunter spots if they kept this up. The redhead laughed. That is definitely possible. If we keep grinding here, we will hit that goal. Suddenly, the ground cracked open and the group fell straight down. The girl panicked. What is going on? From the cracks, a strange voice echoed. Remember the weak anger you felt when you were forced to die? The mysterious voice kept going, because your race lives in peace. For your own sake. Fight the slime. Revenge. Blood for blood. In that light, countless slimes appeared. The slime stared intensely at the group with glowing eyes. The red-haired group gawked in shock at the sight. The ground trembled again. The girl was terrified. Is that an earthquake? The redhead wondered. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. Then a terrified scream rang out. Omut. In front of them floated countless slimes. They glared fiercely at the three people on their path. Light from the slimes was blinding. The redhead quickly shielded his eyes to block some of the glare. Right now, his mind is flooded with fear. He is about to die. Then he stops growing. Wait, someone help me. Ready to face death? The red-haired guy tightly shuts his eyes. But the death he imagined never comes. Red-haired cautiously peeks open his eyes. The slimes do not attack him. Instead, they quickly fly right past him, heading somewhere else. The red-haired guy is totally stunned by this scene. He is confused. What are they doing? Where are they going? The armored guy suddenly speaks up. Hey, look. There is something over there. Right? Something huge suddenly appears right in front of the players. Every player gets a system notification right before their eyes. The girl is suspicious. Status window. Why did it just pop up? The status window reads, Slimes are a peaceful race who love wandering green fields more than anyone else. They were mercilessly slaughtered by humans who suddenly appeared. After waiting patiently, the slime tribe concluded there is no point in waiting anymore. Now's the time to rise and fight for peace. Countless slain slimes took up arms, becoming leaders of their race to create new laws. A radiant light shines from the Slim Queen. Dazzlingly bright Slim Queen. Level 100, the Slim Queen is furious, letting out a fierce roar. She stares blankly at the sky and screams out loud. Her roar shakes the surrounding trees violently. The power of her cry spreads far, toppling trees and shaking the ground. Screams for help echo. Someone's already dead. Cough. A tree just fell on my foot. Someone please help me move this. Please. Help. I just got sentenced to death. And this is happening. The red-haired guy jumps down. Next to him, his armored teammate is pinned under a big tree. Only one hand visible. Fear is all over the red-haired guy's face now, facing the Slim Queen. The only thing he can do is shout. Oh God! Dex and the Demon King look down from above at the chaotic deadly scene below. Deck's eyes widen in shock. He asks the Demon King in disbelief, what did you do? The Demon King rests his hands on his hips. He grins smugly. I just helped the slimes get stronger. Like you asked. Deck snaps angrily. Wait, when I said make them stronger, I did not mean blow them up to this crazy level. Suddenly, a powerful scream erupts, nearly blowing both of them away. Dex quickly runs off, gritting his teeth in anger, while the Demon King laughs excitedly. Haha, she is nuts. If she gets any stronger, she might even rank on the World Demon Army leaderboards. The Demon King says after Dex, excitedly sharing Slim's future plans. Kukuku may be weak monsters, but when driven by a thirst for revenge, they become terrifyingly strong. They will definitely create their own laws. Dex looks puzzled. Thirst for revenge? What are you talking about? The Demon King narrows his eyes and says seriously, like you have seen. These people have appeared and slaughtered many slimes. I just stirred up a little of their revenge drive, and added a bit of recognition you gave me. Dex is stunned. Huh, the Demon King explains. Bringing a creature to its next evolutionary level with a bit of recognition. That is my power. Recognition. Meanwhile, below, the massive Slim army surges forward. Shouts ring out, they are here. Everyone, get into battle formation. A shield wall rises before the players, who yell, hold them back. If they break through, we are dead. Slimes start attacking. Players and slimes plunge into a brutal, bloody battle. The system flashes a notification. Main story: the Forgotten Darkness begins to form. Link quest: the new player's corpse defeating quest has been removed. Link quest: the Fury of the Slimes has appeared. Every player sees a status window pop up right in front of them. In the status window, the system announced that the main scenario, the Forgotten Darkness, has begun to take shape. Slim's rage has emerged, and the ancient forgotten dark force has connected with Slim, awakening the fury inside them. These enraged Slim creatures will devour and destroy everything with a trace of humanity. Stop their attack and protect your base at all costs. How to win: defend the new player's city. Defeat the Slim Queen. Time left: 6 days, 23 hours, 57 minutes, 24 seconds. You lose if the city's guardian crystal is destroyed. If you fail, the new player's city will be wiped out. After reading the status window, shocked cries echoed nonstop. The main scenario: how can this be so absurd? The new player's city will be destroyed forever. What will become of us? Ridiculous. What kind of messed up game is this? Suddenly, a loud scream rang out from outside the city. A short-haired girl flinched at the sound. She glanced sideways. The only thought running through her mind was, it is... The Slim Queen appeared, looking down on all the players inside the city. The Demon King suddenly asked Dex, what are you going to do now? Dex asked confused, what do you mean? Everyone's probably busy trying to stop those Slims right now. The Demon King leaned in close, whispering a wicked idea to Dex. Quietly destroy the new player city's guardian crystal. Then everything ends. Right? Dex glanced at him sideways and thought, this jerk always tries to twist my words to get me to do what he wants. And of course, he was not about to do what the Demon King hoped. Dex replied, from now on, I am just going to watch. The Demon King doubted. Watch? What? The Demon King laughed evilly again. Guessing. You want to wait until the very last moment to crush all hope. Do not, Great move. Truly a magnificent cop. Guess the real devil is the new guy. The Demon King laughed maniacally to himself. This will be a fun day. Huh? Dex felt utterly helpless and just let it go. Meanwhile, the system kept popping up notifications. You have defeated a new player. Recognition increased by 1. You have defeated a new player. Recognition increased by 1. Dex was bombarded with notifications, and seeing the content shocked him deeply. Maybe the Demon King was right. I had to make a decision. The Slim Queen, a monstrous woman formed from countless innocent Slims, brutally killed and fueled by a fierce desire for revenge, roared in the dark night with her massive, signature green body. I have reached level 100. Stats: up 12,000, MAP 3,000, Zap 250, Zap Fap 120, physical attack 5,500, and the skill Roar of the Beast. She leaps and shares the tribe's consciousness, allowing rapid regeneration, fueled by hatred. She is utterly repulsive to humanity. This whole scene is being streamed in a closed meeting room at the Korean branch under General Myung Eung Han's command. He leans on the table, watching the situation closely. Suddenly, Kang Tae-hum, the scenario team leader sitting nearby, jumped up, alarmed. The server must be shut down immediately. Something is seriously wrong here. Otherwise, how could a level 100 monster appear in Newbie Village? Honjahai, the lead designer, agreed with him. He is right. We have never designed a monster like that before. That means this monster was not created by the Korean branch. I think this must have been planned by headquarters in advance. I think it would be better if we take some action. Kang Tae-hun snapped back fiercely. Executive Director, We have to report this to headquarters. I do not know what the developers are thinking, but they need clear policies for situations like this. It is abuse of power. Kwon Myo-han bowed his head, deep in thought. He recalled the recent unexpected events, the main scenario suddenly triggering, and the investigation into the suspicious killer. Finally, the outbreak of Slim's rage. After a moment of deep thought, a bold idea suddenly popped into his head, making him frown. Don't he tell me? Does everyone actually know what our company's goal is? Hearing Kwon Myo-han ask that, everyone was stunned. One guy even dazedly asked, "Huh? What did you just say?" Kwon Myo-han did not care and seriously continued. "It is unlimited potential and absolute freedom. You all think that is our plan? I mean the headquarters plan. Do you really think the lazy bosses would come up with a concrete plan and just hand it to us?" A barrage of questions flew around. Hong-ji asked blandly, "What are you talking about?" Sensing nobody got his point, Kwon Myo-han went on to explain. One player caused all of this. The appearance of the main scene, the newbie slaughter, manipulating the number of Slims, and the sudden appearance of the boss monster, all of it. Everyone in the meeting room was stunned all at once. Noisy murmurs broke out. How could that even be possible? Wait, if we check the quest logs again, it really could happen. Kang Tae-hood asked suspiciously. All of this was caused by one suspicious player. Kwon Myo-han replied, if this situation was triggered by a player, we can interfere, because that is Arcadia's policy. He glanced down at the tablet under the table as he spoke. You have to accept the punishment for this. If you fail the quest, the newbie town will be destroyed forever. Right now, the newbie town was in a dangerously chaotic state. A huge fireball had erupted, engulfing everything, threatening to swallow the entire town. The battle between players and Slim monsters raged fiercely. Showing no sign of stopping, both sides charged wildly, slashing and killing. Bane the guard swung and sliced a small Slim monster in half. Kang Thang thought, so far I have only taken down one. This village will be wiped out if no adventurers step up here. Even worse, where the heck are all these Slims coming from? There are so many. While Bane was lost in thought, a Slim monster suddenly snuck up behind him. He panicked and spun around. I am done for this time. But at that critical moment, a blonde man suddenly stepped in front to block the attack and fight for him. Bane snapped out of his panic. All right. Got it. Both of them immediately ran to hide in a narrow alley between houses. Bane, clutching his injured arm, tiredly said, Phew, I did not think they would chase me all the way here. The blonde man kept watch outside while comforting him. Rest here. I will keep going. Bane looked up at the man. Thanks. You saved my life. I do not even know how to thank you. The blonde man gave a thumbs up and smiled. Don't mention it. I am just doing what is right. Bane did not take that lightly. You remind me of my captain. He would always go around helping those in danger. Just like you. The blonde man blushed, awkwardly scratching his head. All right, he thought silently. This is way more embarrassing than I expected. Bane suddenly tensed up. What brought me here? Then he looked straight at the man and asked, when you are free, can you meet with me? My grandfather's warrior records are in the logs. The blonde man glanced at his quest system, seeing a hidden quest. The Savior. You have met all the conditions to rank up. Do you accept the title of legendary hero? He was a bit shocked, hardly believing his eyes. A hidden quest? Finally, I found one just like the rumors said. This is crazy. Is this something anyone can find in the main scene? Then he struck a determined pose. I am going to do this. I am really curious about what those guards were talking about. The flying guard can't help but laugh at your expression. I will be waiting for you. But first, he said we need to stop this monster. It has been 3 days since Slim's Fury raid began. After half a week of the raid, players were completely overwhelmed by Slim for 3 straight days, yet the Korean players did not back down. The battle turned when high-level players joined the raid. The newbies also formed squads and started fighting strategically. More importantly, killing 1,000 Slims earned players the title Slim Slayer. That title boosted players' strength by 30% against Slim, and increased damage dealt to Slim by 40%. Newbies who earned this title managed to slow down Slim's advance. With this, the newbies finally saw a glimmer of hope. Piles of Slim corpses grew like mountains, and a blonde man planted a flag on top, grinning with satisfaction. Great, keep it up. Meanwhile, on a rocky outcrop, Dex stood with arms crossed, intently watching the system board. It showed his current quest. Newbie slaughter, killing players who had not yet changed jobs. Would killed 32,576 newbies, with 1 day, 22 hours, 46 minutes, and 17 seconds left on the countdown. The Demon King Satang stared at the kill count on the screen, clearly pleased, laughing happily. Huh? Just thinking about someone killing over 30,000 players, that is real war. I have never seen a player this ruthless. Growing more excited, he flew up and playfully smacked Dex's head. Still chuckling. Huh? Awesome. Dex Feels strange to be praised by a demon for doing evil deeds. Dex looked down at his score on the quest board. Enough, 22,576. I can't believe I have racked up this many. It would have been tough killing them one by one. Satang asked, so what is next? Dex blinked. What do you mean? Satang crossed his arms. Expression deadpan. Next, I mean the current situation. If you do nothing, humanity will win. Dex looked over the crowd below, thoughtful for a moment, then he cracked a cold. Wicked smile. That one be fun. He then busied himself with the system, while Satang beside him frowned in confusion. Huh, why the sudden silence? Dex ignored the question and threw a tattered black cloak over his shoulders. Seeing the dark bloodstains on the cloak's hem, Satang panicked. What is that? Don't tell me you smeared blood on it. Dex smirked coldly. No matter what, it is time to pick our side. With Satang's triumphant grin, Dex finally made his decision. We are choosing a side. Elsewhere, in a skyscraper in Korea, the Myunghan army pleaded with their leader. Please, stop the raid. Sia, hear our request. She slowly turned her enchanting gaze, a beautiful face with noble grace that captivated hearts. This was Lim Yaiwa, Arcadius Limited CEO, a mighty eagle perched high, spreading her wings across the vast sky. The slim raid lasted 7 days, just long enough, yet also too short, a place more like a battlefield than a newbie village. The end was drawing near. Life here seemed to return to its initial calm. People gathered in small groups, chatting as the countdown to the raid's end showed 0F0M10S42. A guy in black happily said, Slim's getting quieter. Maybe they have given up? A whole week without breaking the defense line, what else can we expect? The blonde man next to him nodded in agreement. Yeah, 10 minutes left? Just 10 more minutes. Almost over. The timer kept ticking down, and the players here brimmed with hope for victory, unaware this calm was just the eye of a dragon storm. Just when everyone thought the outcome was certain, the system countdown hit 10 minutes. The real life or death moment was about to begin. Amid the panic and fear of everyone present, the sky slowly turned a dark, eerie crimson. Everyone was terrified and shocked. What is going on? Why did the sky suddenly turn so dark red? Damn, something feels off. Everyone, gather up. I have got a bad feeling about this. While the enemy side was still in chaos, Dexner grinned wickedly on our side. Alright, standing atop Queen Slim, he gave the order, let the hunt begin. The game is officially on. Over at the newbie team's front line, a blonde man urgently shouted to calm everyone down. Don't panic. Folks, the sky changing colors is not a big deal. It is almost over. No matter what Slim does, they can stop us now. As he spoke, a sudden noise silenced him instantly. Bane's guard nervously said, It is moving. The thing moving was Queen Slim herself, appearing gigantic, taller by dozens of meters than the player team's fortress wall. Humans had slaughtered countless innocent Slims for a long time, and now Slims were fighting back, unable to stand the cruelty any longer. Fueled by rage and a thirst for revenge, the monster Queen Slim emerged to lead them. She let out a furious roar so loud it made the rookie players stagger back several steps, just to stay on their feet. Meanwhile, the system's timer still counted down 9 minutes and 58 seconds left until the raid ended as the players trembled in shock. Queen Slim stretched out her slimy hands and slammed them into the ground, unleashing a swarm of tiny baby Slims. The sheer number of Slims overwhelmed the players, crushing their will to fight. Most dropped their weapons and shields, fleeing for their lives. A few froze in terror, falling to the ground unable to move, while others scrambled away in chaos. The scene instantly turned into a mess. Run! What the hell is this Slim monster? The blonde man saw things falling apart and shouted desperately. Everyone, hold the line. Don't run, he pleaded and urged them to fight back. Attack, use everything you have got, whether it is magic or bows. Come on, are you all seriously scared? This is just a game. Why is everyone freaking out? Suddenly, he felt a crushing pressure close and freezing him in terror. A shadow blotted out his vision as he craned his neck upward and saw Queen Slim's huge, slimy hand descending onto his head. His eyes widened in horror as the hand slowly squeezed tighter and tighter. He gasped in despair. Damn it! They actually made this thing and expect us to beat it. His last words were swallowed up completely by the purple slime dripping down from Queen Slim. Just then, unexpected attacks suddenly rained down from afar, aimed straight at the monster queen. A red-haired man shouted, Everyone, listen up. His shout successfully grabbed the attention of the scattered group. They looked up toward his voice as the fiery redhead yelled, 5 minutes. Just hold on for 5 minutes. No need to kill it. Just keep it distracted and running around. If it hits the protective stone in the newbie village, we win. The stone he mentioned was a large purple spirit stone glowing faintly, placed on a pedestal right in the village center. After hearing this, everyone snapped to attention. We must protect it at all costs. Let us put the reputation of Korean players on the front line. They exchanged determined looks and nodded together. Everyone picked up their weapons again. Then, they rallied around the red-haired man, ready to fight once more. Fired up, they shouted, "Damn it, do not worry about dying. Just attack. It is okay if you do not do damage. Anyone with ranged skills. Come on, attack." Here's the humans wave come. After rallying the group, the redhead looked pleased. "Looks like we have handled the biggest crisis just in time. Awesome. Let us..." Both sides are in position and ready to fight. The giant Queen Slim faces off against a huge group of newbie players. Who will be the ultimate winner? The final showdown is down to 10 seconds and counting. The Slim villainess starts strong, splashing a massive amount of purple-green slime toward the players. She fiercely swings her clawed hand, breaking through the wall and flinging several tiny players high into the air. The red-haired guy hoists his huge sword and steps forward, even taunting, "Come on, then, I am covered in filthy slime," he yells, slamming his sword into the ground to charge straight at Queen Slim. He rushes forward with brutal force, yellow flames flickering around his sword. Queen Slim stays calm, not rushing as the man approaches. Then she casts a magical shield that reflects his own attack, sending him flying backward. But the stubborn guy refuses to give up. "Too slow. Take this and end it, you damn slime monster." Cut to the CEO's high-rise office, where my Unghen stands tense across the desk. Limmy asks coldly, "So you want to call off the Slim raid?" My Unghen nervously replies, "Yes, I already told you. That is impossible. We are not gods of Arcadia. We only manage it. Our job is to find the right solution, not erase everything. That is our role inside the game right now." After one last strike on Queen Slim, the red-haired guy slumps tiredly on the steps next to the village as protective spirit stone. He pants heavily, whispering to himself, "Is it really over?" Just as he thinks it is all settled and done, a sudden noise comes from behind. The guardian stone starts to crack, and he is terrified. He never imagined that, after defeating who he thought was the final boss, Queen Slim, Dex quietly sneaks behind him and stabs the guardian stone with one swift strike. Calmly, he says, "Oops. Clumsy me." The system announces, "Village guardian stone destroyed. Linked mission failed. You failed to stop Slim's rage. The newbie village will be permanently ruined." The redhead's face twists in shock, struggling to say, You damn." Before he can finish, a merciless sword strike cuts off his shout, but Dex shows no emotion at all. He just wonders to himself, "Huh, no bonus points after killing him. He is a newbie, right? Well, whatever." Other players rush over after seeing the system alert. "Damn it, can T believe the Guardian Stone got broken? When did Slim's crew get into the square?" But when they arrive, the scene leaves them speechless. They look toward the spot where the Guardian Stone stood and see a figure in a flowing black cloak. Wait, that is not a monster. That is a player. Dex slowly turns around to face them head-on. A huge, mysterious purple crystal is cracking, and a scary voice echoes. The Guardian Crystal has been destroyed. As the voice fades, Dex, dressed in black with his familiar sword, stands atop the pedestal where the crystal once was. 3 men watching this are stunned, mouths agape, then stammer, "Who is he?" Panicked, they glare at Dex and shout, "What the hell is this guy doing?" The blonde yells, "Hey, you." One of the other men adds, "What the hell are you doing?" He shouts the name, "Chow, Chow." The shout is sharp, but Dex just calmly turns his handsome face with a slight, cold smile. Everyone gets furious, drawing weapons and yelling, "Grab that bastard. Interrogate him first. I will torture you for the rest of your life." Dex sneers and replies smoothly, "Is that so?" Then he adds, "But now's not the time for that." Confused, one man asks, "Huh? Why not?" The system announcement blares out. Main scenario. Arc 1. The Forgotten Darkness rises. Mission alert. Slim S. Fury. Roll. Failure. The newbie village will be permanently destroyed. A powerful purple light blasts out. It shoots up into the sky and explodes. People below gasp. Someone shouts, "Queen Slim just exploded." Green slime oozes up from cracks in the pavement. It grows bigger and stronger. Everyone nearby screams in terror. Something is rising from underground. It is surfacing. People watch in shock as the slime flies upward, frozen with fear, unsure what to do. Someone adds, "Looks like it is merging into one." A man swings his sword at it, shouting, "Don't tell me a Slim is being born." Another overhears and yells excitedly, "What nonsense. I know we are under attack, but there is no way a monster could be born right inside the village." Just as they feared, a giant Slim merges together, radiating a terrifying aura. Before anyone can react, it slams the ground with a crushing blow, sending people screaming in panic. Green slime shoots toward them, and they frantically shield themselves with their arms. Suddenly, massive purple Slims appear, looking grotesquely huge. Everyone whispers in fear, They are enormous. The system alerts flash nonstop. The despised Slims of Arcadia's continent have won. They are hunting down the humans who massacred them, and now seek total revenge. The Slims roar. Kiwoo, Kiwoo. The system pops up again. A Slim uprising in a human territory. A flash of pink hair flutters in the night sky. The system reveals their leader. Queen Slim, seated on a jade throne, she is transformed into a cold, stunning beauty, as if to say, I am back and stronger than ever. Death and Tan watch below, impressed. Woo, she is pretty badass. The city no longer looks beautiful. It is dark. Slemmy, covered by a giant magic circle and swarming with Slims. The system chimes. The newbie village has been converted into a Slim colony. A warning broadcasts citywide. You have entered a level 80 hunting zone. Proceed with caution. Everyone gasps in shock and fear. Level 80. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, a Slim's voice echoes behind a man, sending chills down his spine. A massive Slim legion surrounds 3 people. Death smirks slyly. So this is what you meant. He continues, building a shield before mounting a horse. Huh. The Slims start attacking, causing everyone to scatter in panic. Scene change. A sunny-faced blonde girl appears. Here is today's gaming news. I am happy to be back with you all. On screen, she reports, Arcadia is gaining fame as a virtual reality game, but players are complaining a lot about recent events. Because of what happened in Newbie Village, the news plays while a guy lies in bed, looking exhausted from too many late-night gaming sessions. He is catching up on sleep. After a moment, he wakes up, yawns, and stretches. The news continues. Players failed their mission, and a whole village has been wiped out and turned into a dungeon. This is earth-shattering news even for me, a reporter for 5 years and a gamer for 20. What do you guys think? This is your regular reporter, Uncle Mike Kane. Dex wipes his forehead as he listens. Comments flood the phone screen non-stop. Seriously, the entire newbie village just vanished like that. What a joke. What the heck have the devs been doing? Newbies get this treatment. What a brutal welcome by the Slims. Newbie village just gone. What bastards. Suddenly, one comment stirs up the crowd. But I heard this involves that newbie slayer guy. Really? What is going on? I heard rumors someone destroyed the Fieli amulet, and it was not Slim. They are calling that person the newbie killer. Come on. No way that is true. It is. Then this is seriously legendary. Brushing his teeth while reading comments, he thought, things are getting pretty chaotic. Guess I will have to lay low for a while. He kept thinking, it is probably because of me a lot of people lost their stuff. While thinking, he read a post, my guardian level is super high, I lost everything, and I was involved in the newbie village incident. I am doing quests and about to level up, but MP say those quests are gone. How does this game company explain that? He rinsed his mouth and thought, I am just doing what the game tells me to do. What else do they want from me? He pictured his titles and companions. Chaos Friend, Companion, Demon Lord Satan, and that person, just do whatever it takes to mess things up. Just like me right now. He put on a thoughtful expression, scratching his head. He thought, who cares? If I break the rules, the company will just ban me anyway. He reached for the door. Still talking, plus, I need to focus on my own reality, he said while looking out at the bright sunlight flooding in. Cut to a school scene. Everyone is entering the school. Near the door, a big sign reads, Xiamen University, Computer Engineering Department. Diz walked, pulled out a chair, sat down, thinking, freshman orientation at Xiamen Tech is not anything fancy, but I really like the college life vibe and stuff like this. Chat glanced over, smiling. He noticed his friend watching a video and thought, what video is he watching? Looking closer, he realized it was a video of himself. Suddenly running into a fan at school made him think, whoa, I am actually in this, watching. He wondered, when did they record this? Even more surprising, he looked down at the subtitles, 2 million views, swallowing nervously. He thought, how does a video get that many views? More importantly, think of the money from those views. Suddenly, the guy next to him turned and asked, you interested in this video too? He was startled. He shyly said, sorry, I just happened to glance. The video looked so interesting. He thought, how could I not watch a video with me in it? The other guy reached out to introduce himself. I am Hey, sitting at the same desk must be fate. Let us be friends. He replied, hey, I am Quan. The guy with curly hair added, this clip is from the game Arcadia. You know that game? Right? Zijin excitedly said, everything in here is crazy. There is a newbie village where the Slim creatures suddenly revolted and burned the whole place down. He replied, oh really? Thinking, this guy is not interested in me at all, just talking about Arcadia. Suddenly, his tone shifted. He asked, do you know about this newbie killer? That question made him jump. shocked, sweating. He thought, newbie killer. Why would he bring that up? Does he know who I am? He thought while looking at Zijin. Maybe it is true that people who wear glasses are usually dangerous. All the footage of the newbie village incident is being monitored live by Limmy Jiang on her tablet in the office. Faced with these results, she showed no strong reaction, just quietly muttered. Newbie village. Wiped out? Huh. Looks like I am going to be really busy from now on. After calmly taking a sip of coffee, according to Arcadia's setup, special cases can happen, but this level of chaos. She suddenly let out a soft breath and smiled a bit. Well, this will just get more people paying attention to Arcadia. Let us just call it a valuable lesson. Remembering her subordinate's intense reaction earlier, Limmy Jiang stretched and thought, this is the first time I have seen the CEO act like this. Though she was not too bothered by what was happening inside the game, she could not help but be curious. Everything was caused by just one player, and she wanted to see what that person looked like. Scene switches to the gate of Xiamen University. Death looks a bit surprised. Does he know who he is? Jiang leaned against the wall, clearly amused by Death's expression. He gave a small smile. Then he tapped Death on the shoulder. What is wrong with you? That move just made Death's confused glare even sharper. Jiang laughed, telling him not to worry without knowing the full story. I will tell you, you are pretty lucky, he said. Death was sweating. Totally helpless. Really? Death thought quietly, wondering if Jiang was just pretending to know everything. Jiang pulled out a video. Here, this is the latest rookie massacre incident. He continued. They say the rookie killer is closely connected to Slim's raid on the rookie village. Excited, he told Death this was top secret info only he knew. Death pretended to be confused, asking how one player could do all that. He thought to himself, Jiang looks way sharper on the surface. He watched carefully, knowing if he slipped up, things would get really complicated, and he definitely could not let Jiang find out he was the rookie killer. Seeing Death's expression, Jiang thought maybe he would talk too much. At the computer engineering department, meeting the new students, professor at the podium cleared his throat. Looks like everyone's here. Great to meet you all. I am Professor Kim Tae-hun, head of our computer engineering department. Sorry to crash this welcome meeting, but I had to stop by to talk to you and the senior students about the department's curriculum. His words immediately sparked whispers among the upperclassmen. What was he planning? You have probably heard a lot about this tech called virtual reality on TV and news channels. It has sparked a major revolution in computer science, he said, his tone hinting at frustration. Arcadia, just that name instantly caught Death's attention. Those who've experienced that world know we can keep up with it using just computer tech anymore, the professor said sternly. So after countless discussions, the department and university agreed that our current computer engineering curriculum can no longer keep up with the times. Folding his hands together, the professor said, it is true. All existing tech has become outdated and obsolete facing this new culture of virtual reality. Professor Kim explained clearly that after long talks, the school board and Ministry of Education decided that starting this year, computer engineering will be renamed virtual reality engineering. The students nearby instantly exploded with reactions. Professor Kim added, I know this change might confuse you all, but if we do not keep up with this world-changing revolution, we will definitely fall behind, he declared. At lunch break, students scrambled for food at a table filled with soups and side dishes surprisingly nice. Ji Jian felt pretty annoyed thinking about the department's name change. While sitting across from someone he could not understand why he was even eating with, but he quickly changed his expression. Most surprising was that the professor mentioned Arcadia right in the middle of the meeting. Awesome. Huh, you do not care. Yeah, he is definitely addicted to Arcadia. Death thought silently. He asked Jian, hey, why do not you play Arcadia then? That question made the meat on Jian's chopsticks drop instantly, and he looked up. Startled, Jian shrugged, dodging the question. I want, but the gear is super expensive, and I am not that good at games anyway. Jian looked confused across the table, silently thinking, do not get caught, do not get caught. Quickly switching topics really smoothly, he glanced at Gijin. You are playing Arcadia, right? With food still on his mouth, he laughed loudly. Of course. Not only that, he kept bragging. I am pretty good, and you acted surprised. Really? But inside you were relieved to change the subject. He spoke while eating. Let me know when you want to play. I will help you. It is a bit tough lately since newbies spawn randomly. Dex replied instantly. Sure, if I will message you after the chat. You looked at him with a sympathetic, somewhat amused expression. He is really kind, but such a strange guy. Tan frowned angrily. Why are you so late? You really made me wait. Huh. Impressive? You yawned sleepily. I have not slept the last few days because of Slim's raid, so I rested a bit before coming here. Tan kicked you. Weakling. This is why I should not make deals with humans. You just thought silently as you looked at him. He must be really bored. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed. Something rushed toward you so fast. You barely had time to turn around. Immediately, Queen Slim leapt toward you, eyes bright and ready to hug Dex. Right behind her, a bunch of other Slims charged in, totally catching you off guard, and you fell down. Other Slims quickly piled on top of you, pinning you down. Overwhelmed by the Slim's sudden attack, you felt powerless. This is not looking good. Over there, Tan was also pinned by a Slim. Grumbling, these clingy things are so annoying. He cursed. Once things settled, you faced Queen Slim. Queen Slim lifted her hem, placed her hand behind her head, and the system immediately showed her gratitude towards you. The other Slims closed their eyes and bowed, showing respect. The Slim clan has always remembered your role in driving out humans and creating their own territory. You are the savior of the Slim clan. Dex raised his hand. You can stand up now. I am not that great. The system instantly updated your status from Slim Ally to Slim Savior and awarded you the Slim Crown. A golden crown suddenly appeared in the air from scattered fragments. It quickly settled on your head, which surprised you quite a bit. The system immediately notified a recognition boost of 2,413 points and a mission completed. Slim's Fury was shocked, amazed beyond words. This is really something. The system displayed your title as Slim S Savior, noting you rescued the Slim clan from a major crisis and helped them thrive. They will never forget your kindness. This caused your stats to rise quickly. Dex sighed. I have got the newbie killer title and now Slim S Savior. Best not to brag about this to anyone. Hey, Master, Tan's calling you from behind. Which caught your attention? What is it? Tan hovered in the air, looking a bit annoyed. Why do not we leave this area? If I see one more purple thing, I am gonna puke for real. Dex sighed helplessly at the clingy Slims, while Tan frowned, clearly fed up. Queen Slim's face lit up happily as she waved goodbye to you. Once out of the Slim territory, you looked back at them one last time. Everything settled. You turned around. Alright, let us... Next stop, at the foot of the towering Chosvith Mountains. A quiet village peacefully went about its day. Deep in those mountains, a strong, far-reaching aura spread on the wind. A woman with golden hair and glowing angel wings appeared. Though her eyes were closed, light radiated uncontrollably from her because of the Slim raid accident before. The newbie village was completely destroyed, but players found a new spot for the newbie village sooner than expected, mainly because recently, on the forum, a post appeared. There is the Baron Maikai's Manor, just 10 kilometers from the newbie village. I recommend this place because the monsters nearby are not too strong, and the PC here do not sell expensive items. The poster even attached pictures of the thriving Baron Maikai's Manor. This post quickly caught everyone's attention, and the comments exploded with activity. Hey, I have been there too. I think this is the closest spot to newbie village. No wonder so many folks have been gathering here lately. Nice. New. Anyone want to team up for a hunt? Rumors spread like wildfire, and players gathered at the Baron Maikai's territory. Everyone knew about it. When suddenly, a pair of skinny legs slid to a stop. It was none other than Dex, his expression blank as he stared ahead. Not far from him was the gate to Baron Maikai's domain. A grumpy guard called out, "Stop! What is your name?" Suddenly, the Demon King peeked out from Dex's collar, glancing around, and Dex answered briefly. Dex. The Demon King seemed deep in thought. Then he shouted out again, Dex, you are from Newbie Village, right? Dex hesitated for a moment. Yeah, I think so. The Demon King sighed. Phew. What the heck happened there? I heard some ridiculous stuff went down, like Slim's rage or something. Dex felt a chill. Even rumors spread among the Nempses. Better be careful. So he said, well, you would know if you were there. That Slim's not normal anymore. He added, Edeline's basically a monster den now, and the weakest monsters there are around level 85. The guard shuddered. 85? No way. Seeing the guard's overreaction, the Demon King quickly toned it down. Got it. Now I get why everyone's gathered here. You came for a place to settle down, right? Then he said, wait a moment. I will make preparations and get you into the city. Dex happily replied. Thanks. While the Demon King kept looking around, Ben asked, what are you looking for? He scratched his head, feeling like this guy seemed familiar. Surprised, Dex asked, familiar? He paused, then said, never mind. I am probably overthinking it. Then suddenly he changed the subject. Why do you keep calling me Tan? I have got a super VIP named Satan, the Chaos King. Satin. Dex replied without hesitation. I call you Tan because your real name is so awesome it would draw too much attention if I used it. Hearing that, Tan laughed loudly. That is why. Makes sense. Haha. Dex thought. Asterisk, what a character. Tan quickly got serious. Anyway, Master, what do you plan to do with that thing? Dex was caught off guard. That thing, Tan gestured wildly. The power called recognition. Looks like you have earned more since we first met. Dex realized and said, yeah, the system showed recognition at 33,551. Deathchan stared while Tan drooled, eyes sparkling as he said, I did not think you would get that much. Adding up all your kills, you must be killed over 40,000. Haha, I'm right. But you are not planning to use it. Then give it to me. Dex cut him off firmly. No thanks. Tan whimpered, sir. Veins bulging. Why not? I'm the only one who can use it. If you give it to me, I will give you crazy powerful stuff. Just say the word, I will get you whatever you want. He started painting a picture. I guarantee you could rule this whole continent easily with these swords, relics, armor, and crystal orbs. He added, not just that, you could live comfortably for life selling just one. Dex sighed. I will think about it later. Just wait for now. Tan crossed his arms. Clearly annoyed. I have already told you everything. Actually, Dex was intrigued by Tan's idea since the item he showed him earlier was a unique level 150 artifact. But he did not want to rely too much on Tan or that recognition system. There had to be something more valuable than the recognition or the items Tan was pushing. Dex clenched his fists. Deciding to be more cautious with the recognition since he did not know much about it yet, he smirked. More important things to focus on. Otherwise, it would get boring real fast. Inside Baron Maikai's territory, the scene was bustling and lively. The street is buzzing with vendors shouting. Great stuff. Cheap prices. Come on. Come on. You can even trade with iron scraps. Hey there. Handsome. Want a good sword? Seeing Dex wandering aimlessly, Tan asked, where are we headed? Honestly, Dex did not have a clue. He just said, I am gonna roam around, find some useful stuff, and maybe pick up a decent quest if I can. Dex blinked wide-eyed. Intrigued, he noticed two guys sitting across the street drinking beer. One said, something feels off here. The brown-haired guy complained. The Lord's demanding we ramp up iron production. This is not good. How can we possibly do more? We are already eating, sleeping, and working less than before. The bald guy sighed deeply. I know. I am just scared that if we do not meet the quota on time, the punishment's gonna be brutal. Dex silently repeated the words the Lord. Suddenly, he covered his mouth and laughed suspiciously. Hee hee. So that is what is going on. Satin stared at him. Startled, Dex said thoughtfully. Interesting. Satin rolled his eyes. This scaredy cat mouse is up to something again. A voice rang out, and both of them in the shop immediately looked over. Puzzled, Dex smiled warmly, exuding confidence as he said, I think I can solve your problem. Their faces lit up instantly, and they said loudly, really? Please help us then? The system popped up a quest titled Miner's Worry. Collect iron ore for the miners forced by Baron Meikai to ramp up production. Iron ore collected, 0 of 20. You can earn extra rewards if you gather more than required. Crewley then suddenly complained. What is this lame last quest? Oh well. Master, just do it like before. This quest seems repeatable. Anyone can do it, but Dex found it strangely intriguing. He wondered if that was really the case. He told Dighton, look around. And though Dighton did not get it, he still looked around curiously. All around, people were bustling, buying and selling iron ore at 20 coins apiece. Free repairs for gear under level 20. I am selling stuff I made myself, crafted with blacksmith skills. Dighton blinked in confusion and asked, what is there to see? Aren't these just ordinary blacksmiths? Dex grinned and said, well, I guess you could say that. He spoke with near certainty. Most of them are not NPCs, but actual players. He added, that makes sense since so many players are here, but many still refuse the iron ore gathering quest. Because, like you said, it is just a boring repeatable quest. He asked Dighton. The player count is rising but the supply stays the same. What do you think will happen? Dighton had not thought about it and replied, I have no idea. Hearing that, Dex did not explain further. You figure it out. I bet you will realize it even if you do not want to. To the newbie, Dex gave a thumbs up and asked, should I start making some money first? In the southern domain of Baron Meikai, inside a lavish room, the Lord sat deep in thought. A faint scent lingering, she quietly calculated. Iron ore was 10 coins last month, now it is 15. Prices are rising fast. She worried. At this rate, there won't be enough for the blacksmiths in the village if this keeps up. Only low-quality goods from apprentices trying to level up are on the market. And soon, our territory's item quality will seriously drop. Growing anxious, she realized everything would fall apart if she did not act, so she decided she had to do something. Meanwhile, deep in the Wildgroom Mountain, at the mountain's high entrance to the mine, the path inside was pitch dark, but luckily lanterns still glowed faintly. A voice echoed in the tunnel. There can be many people this deep down, Dex eagerly said. Shall we get started then? He added. I am counting on you. Titan asked doubtfully. Are you sure this is okay? He really did not get why Dex was wasting recognition points on such useless stuff. Dex just smirked and said, trust me and watch. Abel argued. Titan followed Dex's lead, activating his power as he muttered. Alright, fine, I am starting. A brilliant purple light flashed in the dark tunnel. At the same time, the system announced, 8,000 recognition points consumed for your contract with your minion. A drill with a glowing red eye appeared midair. The system quickly introduced the item. Destroyer Drill, a drill made from the claws of a predatory beast from the abyss. Level requirement unknown, durability 10,000 per 10,000, special skill, boost mining speed, sharply reduces failure chance, and can detect high-quality materials. Dex grinned with satisfaction. Top-tier stuff. The purple glow cast on his face made him look a little scary, but he was pumped, thinking, let us start getting rich. In the southern domain of Baron Maikai, bustling trade and exchanges echoed through every corner of the city. Recently, iron ore has become scarce, and players taking on ore-gathering quests for miners are constantly searching, looking to buy 20 cheap iron ores for a quest. A female player said, trying to complete her mission. Hey, is this the Miners Repeat quest? A male player spoke up after hearing the girl's purchase offer. He laughed and said, haha, do not do that. It won't help except raise a bit of goodwill with the blacksmith. Instead, just mine the ore and sell it, that is more profitable. It seems the ore issue and blacksmith quests are getting messier as players keep buying ore and crafting low-grade items themselves, instead of giving it to actual blacksmiths. Watching their conversation, blacksmith Aiden got angry. These reckless adventurers can believe they use precious ore to craft such cheap stuff. Exactly. These nobodies claim to be masters and artisans. Blacksmith Casemblane agreed with Aiden. It is if the Baroness does not fix this soon, this territory might be doomed. The economy in Arcadia is not much different from the real world. Production and consumption, supply and demand, distribution. It is like the skeleton of an entire economic system, connecting and balancing everything so all can grow together. Raw materials and specialties differ by region. Iron, wood, wool, flax, rice. Each area handles certain materials, and demand shifts with seasons and conditions, leading to trade and exchange. Right now, the biggest demand in the raw materials market is iron ore. It is seriously scarce while demand keeps rising. Finding iron ore is such a headache for players. Players guess that since so many choose blacksmithing, ores become hard to find, and prices have shot up ridiculously. Yeah, the supply shortage pushed ore prices from 10 to 17 coins. That is a 1.7x increase. And even crafting enhancement items from ore is not very profitable anymore. Players are complaining more and more, though they still do not realize they are the cause. I get that this game aims for realism, but this is over the top. I should be just gone warrior for an easier life. Complaints are echoing everywhere. They just buy ore on the market instead of mining it themselves. That is because they think it takes about 2 hours to travel from the city to the ore mines. Mining is not easy either. Not every dig hits ore, and tools can break anytime. So they push the hard work onto others, hoping someone else will do it for them. Better to let others handle it and focus on leveling up skills by repairing items. Exactly. Mining yourself just is not worth it profit-wise. But not everyone thinks that way. At Husband and Wife Mountain, Dex swings the Black Destroyer drill into the ore vein, uncovering iron ore nonstop. The system keeps pinging with a blue glow on the interface. You have collected iron ore. Lucky you. You have got iron ore. Your mining skill has reached the master rank. Mining speed and yield improved. You can now mine some rare ores at a low chance. You can detect hidden ore. Skill level increased by 10. Taking a break, opening inventory interface. The item count is staggering. 1024 iron ore plus various rare ores. Suddenly, Tan rushes it. Master, took me a while to find you. I see you. Dex wonders where he has been. Before he can react, he hears Tan say, thinking about it, I guess you are not satisfied with the drill. After some thought, I found the perfect item to earn your full approval. Without hesitation, he saw him reveal a strangely shaped necklace with an eye pendant. It was an item called the Tear of the Night. With a possession level of 220, it has permanent durability, boosts harmony with darkness by 50, adds 80 to dark attributes, and grants special skills like Night Step, Night's Wrath, and Dark Veil level 2. Once equipped, you will be hated by souls, but won't be attacked by dark spirits, and you gain the ability to detect invisible enemies. After some noise, Dex ignored it, bored, wiping sweat with a cloth, saying again he did not need anything at all. With a level requirement as high as 220, who can just buy it? I can't even use it, and more importantly, it is way too powerful. If I equip this, everything would be way too easy and boring, so I do not need it. Seeing Tan still stubborn, Dex sighed at the kid. Surely someone else would notice if he tried to sell it. If I sell it and quit the game right after, maybe. But that is like selling the golden goose, right? Tan was hit hard by Dex's words and quickly cut off the endless stream of his talk. Well, by the way, where have you been? You have been missing for a while. Dex asked, curious about Tan's whereabouts. The hesitation and that dangerous, scheming look on the Demon King's face made his nothing answer totally suspect. Just as expected, he was plotting something suspicious. Tan's gleeful laugh and goofy expression made Dex feel like he was looking at some idiot who just escaped from the asylum. Seeing the amount of ore collected, Tan was genuinely surprised this haul might even surpass what the Lord's domain has. Dex planned to mine this ore every day and sell it off. That would rack up tons of goodwill points from blacksmiths by completing many tasks, sparking the female Baroness' interest. Meanwhile, at the Baron's mansion, a meeting was underway. Baroness, if we can get enough iron ore this time, we won't meet the delivery deadline in the contract. Things have been tough lately. I might have to shut down the shop. I am even thinking about moving to a domain with more iron. Worry showed clearly on the Baroness's face. She asked everyone's thoughts on the ore issue, and of course, the problem boiled down to adventurers. Everyone agreed that many adventurers were flooding in, choosing to become blacksmith apprentices. These adventurers were just apprentices. Everything they made was second-rate. Although their goal was to become masters and artisans, the process consumed tons of iron ore. More importantly, the number of miners did not increase proportionally with blacksmiths. Because those adventurers do not like hard labor, the core issue still lies with them. Rules say they can be forced to mine ore, and refined ore can be sold only to artisans. Everything seemed to lead to a dead end. The destruction of the rookie village forced adventurers to find other places to take missions, causing huge frustration for the male Baron Manhwa. While he was wringing his head over the troubles, a soldier rushed in, bringing big news: a mountain of rare, high-quality iron ore. This caused a huge commotion. Everyone scrambled to buy up the precious ore, and the one who caused all this chaos, none other than Dex. Now he was casually sitting in a small alley, counting the money earned from mining ore over 3 days. The haul brought in 5 gold coins and 12 silver coins, converted to military currency. That is about 512,000 units, and if he kept it up, he could earn around 5 million units, a hefty sum, enough to cover contributions, rent, and tuition. But it seemed he needed a better plan, because continuing like this would not cut it. There was still a lot to prepare. Lost in thought, suddenly a voice spoke. Are you the one who brought that iron ore here? The first meeting between Dex and the Baroness kicked off the start of Dex's plans coming to life. Because the system interface showed the person in front of me was Baroness Manhwa, my curiosity and her friendliness level both increased. Dex smiled confidently. Yep, that is me. I am the Baroness of this territory. If you have time, would you like to have a cup of tea with me? From her friendly intro and invitation, it seemed my plan was starting to work. At Baroness Manhwa's mansion, Lord Manhwa and Dex sat across from each other, sipping tea. She said, try this herbal tea picked fresh from the mountains. I obeyed, took a sip, and complimented her. This tea is really good. She smiled and explained. Of course, it is one of our territory's specialties. But then her expression changed abruptly. How long did it take to mine all the ores in the square? I looked up at the Lord and said, about 3 days. Hearing that, she slammed the table and shouted in disbelief. 3 days? That is impossible. Then, realizing she would been rude, she calmed down, spreading her legs, and asked, is there any adventurer who can mine as much as you? I replied, that might be a bit much for them. She nodded in agreement. That is true. I suggested, but if someone gathered more people, it might help. She sighed, frustrated. I know, but gathering them is not easy. She asked Dex, can you help me? She explained her problem. As you know, the economy here is unstable because so many adventurers have flooded in. Then, a system notification popped up. Special mission available. Baroness Iswari. Iron ore supply in the territory is struggling. Increase the number of miners and the ore output. Total daily iron ore mined is 100,000 pieces. Currently 32,140 out of 100,000. The system asked me, do you accept the mission? Dex grinned. Perfect. Here we go. I asked Micah, you want me to get adventurers to mine more iron ore? She said, exactly. I confidently put my hand up and said, I will handle it for you. At Dex's house, he sat in front of his computer. Dex pondered. The Baroness mission was actually pretty tough. That is, classic Arcadia players easily get bored and hate grinding. He moved the mouse and said, now then. Then he smiled. Done, he thought. First, I need to change how they think. On the screen appeared 2 status lines. You have created a daily life channel for a troublemaker. Subscribe, son. Mapo District, Sunjin Middle School. In Class 2-3, someone called out, hey. Hyang Tak, a teen from the province, asked Han, aren't you playing Arcadia today? Hyang Tak turned sadly and said, I am not playing anymore. His friend asked, why? Hyang Tak slumped on his desk and replied gloomily, that game's just weird. He explained, as a newbie, I got killed by some strange assassins as soon as I logged in. The next day when I logged back in, Somehow the slim monsters got way stronger all of a sudden. His friend was speechless. Oh right, you were in Randon then, Heintak vented in frustration. Then suddenly the whole village disappeared. I do not know how many times I died before I finally escaped that place. He said. His friend burst out laughing. Just bad luck. Forget it, he raised his hand, teasing Heintak. But you have already reached Baroness Maikai's territory. And you chose the merchant profession too. Heintak slammed the table, sat up straight, and shouted. That is exactly the problem. He recalled his situation then. Baroness Maikai's territory had very few professions, so I picked merchant. But all my skills are useless junk, can't even farm, let alone fight. My character is just a punching bag for others, he complained. From now on, I will just play Arcadia alone. Hearing that, his friend thought. Poor guy, his friend asked. So you just came here looking for something fun besides farming, right? Hyang-Tak looked at him sadly but did not answer. Then he pulled out his phone and showed it to Hyang-Tak. Here, look, he grinned triumphantly, pointing at a clip on the screen. This is something you can do too. The video was titled, You Can Do It Too. Make big bucks in Arcadia. The video started playing with a voice. Hey everyone, can you hear me okay? This is Inside Mount Trouble, which has been all the rage lately. Everyone knows about it, right? The two of them watched closely. Today, I want to introduce you to iron ore mining. Hyang-Tak asked skeptically. Mining, isn't that just manual labor? His friend did not answer. The video kept playing. You would think so, right? A bag full of gold coins showed up. This is what I earned this week. Hyang-Tak jumped up, surprised. Whoa, that is a ton of money. How did he do that? The friend crossed his arms, smirking. Told you. Just watch. You can mine about 20 ore pieces in an hour, which is around 400 gold coins, depending on ore prices. Sounds tempting. Huh, but if you level up your rank, your speed and success rate improve, and sometimes you get rare ore too. He held up a red ore piece. For example, at rank, I get at least one magic crystal or diamond each day. Hyang-Tak was stunned. Magic crystals. No way. Maybe no one bothered to level up as a miner, so no one knew. The video ended. Alright, I am off to mine more ore now. Skip ahead quickly or it will replay again. The screen flickered as the video switched. Next, a cheerful old bald man with silver hair smiled and said, Okay, I sold all the ore I mined today. I will talk about bargaining with NPC merchants and boosting your reputation next. He showed some gold coins in his hand. This is what I earned today. 1 gold and 82 silver coins. He asked, What about you? Earning money is not that hard, right? Hyang-Tak's eyes lit up, his mind flooded with gold coins. Amazing, he made up his mind. I want to try this too. The channel posting Arcadia videos quickly became a rising YouTube star showcasing the daily life of a troublemaker. In reality, most of the videos' claims were fake. The mining profits only existed because the player had a cheating item like Dex, so those details were cleverly left out to make everyone think they could earn that much. Sure enough, the video grabbed tons of player attention. Comments flooded in. Awesome, I gotta try this. Heard about it and had to check it out. Let us go mining. Everyone, form a group. This caused a huge stir among Arcadia players. With crowds rushing to the blacksmith, they pushed and shouted, Iron ore! Iron ore! Brother Gia, got any birds left? Anyone know the way to Mount Trouble? Then everyone headed off to mine, creating such a chaotic and bizarre scene that people asked each other, Why are there suddenly so many miners? Lord Maikai laughed out loud. Haha! Great! I can believe it. Those stubborn adventurers are all rushing to mine now. She clutched her stomach laughing. Not just those dumb blacksmiths, but every other profession has gone mining too. How the heck did you do that? Dex asked, arms crossed modestly. It is nothing much, I just exploited basic human ambition, Maikai said with curiosity. Basic ambition, Dex grinned and replied, money. Or if not money, then something that can be turned into money. Adventurers are just capitalistic pigs, Maikai said, confused by Dex's words. Then she stood up laughing happily. Haha, even if I do not get it, I know we are on the right track, Dex reminded her. We still can't relax yet. There are a few things you need to prepare. He seriously listed out the tasks and points she needed to watch out for. First, cut down the miners' wages, and instead give them a share of the revenue. That will motivate the real workers and cut down on the slackers. Sounds about right, the Lord nodded. Got it, that is actually a solid strategy. Dex thought to himself, this is just basic performance management anyone could come up with. Yet this Baroness really knows nothing about economics. From now on, I have got to teach her about efficiency and the ruthless side of the modern economy. Micah spoke up. Then what should we do about the iron ore prices? There is no rule on that yet. Like you said, prices have skyrocketed to levels never seen before. I heard it has been over 20 coins for a while now. Dex replied bluntly. Let us just say it is. She looked puzzled. Let us say it is, he explained, even with higher prices. Those who need it will still buy it. The income of master craftsmen is not affected. Right? In other words, the old price was actually too low, which is why no one saw it as a source of income. He tapped his chin thoughtfully. If anyone complains, make I cut in. Who would dare complain? Dex cheerfully offered a solution. They will have to mine the ore themselves. No work. No food. Right? She held her head, thinking over Dex's problem-solving approach. But in the end, she laughed and patted his shoulder. Haha, you are right. Haha, Dex, wanna be our domain's financial manager. I promise to pay you well. He gently declined. Haha. Great offer, but my adventure is not over yet. Hearing this, she laughed in agreement. Right? You are a demon adventurer after all. Try your luck for us. Meanwhile, Dex was already calculating the next move. Alright, things are looking good for Baron Mike High. Next up, suddenly Mike High smiled and asked, Do you want anything? I will give you whatever's in my power. He placed a scroll on the table. It is time to make the plan official. She picked up the scroll and asked, What is this? He answered, My business proposal. She blinked. Business proposal, she confidently declared, after reading this. I am sure you will like it. Then she unrolled the scroll. Everyone's earning potential is limited. So how do we break that limit? Simple, just become a ruler. Maikai was surprised. He smiled excitedly. Interesting, right? Then he put a finger to his lips and boldly said, If you give me 10% of the profits, I will grant you full control over this business. Before that, the battle between angels and demons, the great holy demon war shook the earth and sky like volcanoes ready to erupt, adding their fairy fury to the fight. The sky was a mix of gray and black, with not a single glimmer of hope. Only the flickering lights of angels and demons remained. The battle raged on, with angels on one side and demons on the other. It was not surprising when the angel quickly struck down the demon with a single blow, sending him flying far away. The chaotic demon king's rage boiled as his jaws clenched fiercely. Was that blade some kind of cursed weapon? The archangel Michael pointed his sword at him fearlessly, ignoring the demon's curses. You despicable wretch. How dare you bring a holy weapon here? A cold but serious voice rang out. Demon King Satan. In the name of Archangel Michael, I will destroy you. Satan was too stunned to even raise an eyebrow in response. Like a fleeting dream, Tan returned in a childlike form, drooling with a mischievous innocent face. Watching the bustling crowd, he muttered to himself, No wonder this place is nearby, what a terrifying dream. He whispered into the believer's ear, I just remembered some extra useless memories. Around them, groups of men stood on both sides of the street shouting, Anyone want a mine? Need to buy a large batch of ore, especially the high-quality ones. Little Wong sat on his shoulder. Curious? Hey boss, what is this business proposal about mining? What is the deal? He chuckled. Intrigued, he continued, making Wong question in his head. There is a saying. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Easy to get in, hard to get out. Wong panicked and cried out in fear. Seeing Wong so serious, Dex began explaining. Mining is not as easy as people think. Even if they find a good spot and get results, an average player can only make about 10 ore per hour, he went on. And why I often find rare ore is because of a special item I have, Dung Fua. After the explanation, Wong understood a bit more. Mining is just low-yield manual labor. The Demon King nodded in agreement. Yeah, that is true. He felt a bit frustrated. There are so many mines here. Would it be stupid to just pass up this chance? He asked Dex. So there is no way to actually make money from this mine? Dex shrugged. Not exactly. There is one way. His face under the thick hat looked even more mysterious. He smiled softly. It is selling tickets basically. I am selling the right to enter the mine. The Demon King was skeptical. How's that different from giving it away? And you are taking away the right to enter from your own hands. Dex added. Those without money can pay later. It was not a big deal to tell them that later. Wong did not stay still and flew off his shoulder. How much does a ticket cost? Dex smirked. About 1 gold. Since people usually only get tricked once. Wong was shocked. What? Tan hurriedly tried to calm down. 1 gold. Even I think that is outrageously expensive. No matter how dumb they are, paying that much is just crazy. Dex chuckled softly. A lot of people have gathered here thanks to info I spread earlier. Chances are they will blindly pay, because they think they can earn much more from the mine. His expression turned sly, and just like that, I make a ton of free money without lifting a finger. That is the plan. The Demon King froze up completely. This guy's even worse than me. He is definitely a demon. He uses others without a hint of guilt. And the real fools are those who get scammed. He held his head in frustration and sighed. This guy's amazing. Truly the perfect master for me. No doubt about it. Dex wondered. Tan, "What is up?" Tan called out clearly. "Master," he spoke as respectfully as possible. "There is a place I hope to take you to. I promise you won't suffer any harm if you come with me." Dex was a bit confused by the mysterious vibe, but still followed him to the place Tan wanted to show. After a long walk, they arrived at their destination. Dex asked, "Where is this?" Tan scratched his head. "I searched for days to figure this place out." Demon King looked proudly triumphant. "At first I did not understand why this place seemed so familiar, but when I got to what they call the mine, I remembered. I have been here before." Dex observed closely but listened intently. "You have been here before?" Tan lowered his head, a fierce gleam in his eyes barely hidden. "Finally, I found it. Look closely, those winged angels." The two stood silently for a while, still not ready to enter or open the door. He quietly notices the small details around him. This place seems to have been abandoned for a long time, but there is not a single piece of iron anywhere. Could it be magic? It urges. "Master, try opening it. I think only you can." He points to himself skeptically, but as soon as he moves his hand closer to the door, wanting to touch it to open, the system immediately alerts. A powerful seal covers this door. You can approach it. You do not meet the conditions to break the seal. You can unlock it if you report the location of this hidden place in the mine to the Count. You will receive a special reward. Using the skill Excavate Ruins, the two step back as he complains. It won to open because of some strong seal. The Demon King roars as he flies up. "Of course it is sealed. That is exactly why I brought you here. You are making me lose my mind." He wonders, "What do you mean by that?" Death realizes that Tan might have misunderstood the skill and magic, so he explains, "I do not actually have any skill to break seals. How would I open it that way?" "Sure." The door looks impressive, but it is useless if you can open it. It asks again, "You really do not understand your own power, do you?" It stops standing next to him and moves away, grumbling, "Why give that power to a human? If it were a little demon, I could enchant it and make it do all kinds of things. I could already enchant it and command it to do whatever." He hears clearly from across the way. So basically, he wants to control me. After a while, Death turns back to ask him, "Master, be honest, how much do you really know about the power you hold?" He steps closer. "You mean admit it?" It nods. "Exactly. No matter what you call it, the power you have is beyond fate's control. It can do whatever it wants with anything created to keep the world balanced. It is a power that can control everything, natural or artificial, the closest thing to the power of the creator." The gem in his hand glows. He looks at him and asks, "I am sure you now understand what you can do with it, right?" Seeing him hesitate, it falters. Then he suddenly replies calmly, "Not exactly." Disappointed by the answer, Tan screams in frustration again, "Everything. Do everything. Whatever you want, everything." Over 10 minutes later, both are still outside the door. Dex asks, "This power called recognition that I have is necessary for demon-like beings like you?" Satin nods in agreement. "Exactly." The Demon King points at the door. "Usually, it builds up bit by bit over a long time, but even so, the amount is usually very small. I do not know why, but the recognition inside you is abnormally high. Just the amount from our car contract alone would be taken at least 500 years to accumulate." Dex thinks it over and understands. "So that is why Tan craves recognition so much. Okay, I get it for now. So basically, I can open this door, right?" He hesitates, still doubting himself because of what happened earlier. But as he touches it, the system warns there is a seal on the door. It is behind it, urging him seal or whatever. It is probably just some silly requirement set by those angelic winged guys, probably an excuse about saving the world or something. The Demon King reassures him, "Whatever the case, it is a problem for others, not for you. You might not realize it, but with your amount of recognition, a seal like this is nothing. The only problem is you have not realized that yet." Its face turns mysterious. "What you need is the determination to do it." Tan encourages, "Try opening the door again, this time," sensing his intent. Sure enough, a seal starts to break and the door shifts a little. The system responds positively. The door's seal is reacting to the player. You can bypass the requirements to break the seal by spending recognition. Do you want to break the seal? Recognition cost required: 15,000. His face tightened in thought. 15,000 is double what I need for a special item. But where else could I use it if not to open this door? He chuckled loudly and opened it. The system reported again, 15,000 acknowledgements consumed. Seal broken. You have discovered a holy sanctuary without enemies. As the seal was lifted, the Demon King finally exhaled. The first step of his plan was set in motion. This place is a temple of those winged angels. The Archangel. The great battle between saints and demons, a brutal, bloody war where angels and demons clashed on the Arcadia battlefield. Millions of lives lost, and the continent soaked in red blood. The aftermath was so devastating that without the World Tree's salvation, No weak neutral faction could have survived. 1,000 years after the war ended, many still carry the fear born from that holy demon war. They pray nothing like it ever happens again, and left a warning for future generations, the memoirs of a traveler. The system kept sending emergency alerts. The upper heaven sanctuary of Mount Flan was infiltrated by a user. Alarm malfunction triggered a mythic level mission. This is an emergency. The control room is tense. Manager DeHun stood up to lead the meeting. Alright, let us start this emergency meeting. I know everyone's been through a lot and is exhausted, but I hope you understand this is super urgent. Hearing that, all the staff showed their fatigue. Slumping over their desks, they grumbled and whispered. Not again. I was just hoping to get home and take a bath. The incident in Newbie Village is not even settled yet, and I want to go home, the director muttered. Staring at his computer screen, DeHun continued. As you all know from the info sent earlier, exactly 32 minutes ago, an incident occurred during a mythic level mission. After investigation, we confirmed the cause is related to Mount Flan. Details are on page 3 of the meeting doc. Please take a look. The director followed the instructions and skimmed through the documents you prepared. He asked curiously, wait, Mount Flan is the territory of angels. I have never heard of it before. The manager bowed his head and explained. This is the first time we have heard of it, thanks to this incident. First, I will share the backstory we uncovered. Long ago, Mount Flan was known as the gateway to the angels. Rumored to be the first place on the Arcadia continent where angels set foot, the surrounding cliffs are said to be a protective barrier hiding the gate. Simply put, it is a secret holy land. My Wanghan Dam Chiyu pondered. This place is seriously full of mysteries. Isn't it true that there are tons of hidden stories we have never touched? What is the name of the mythic mission that caused the incident? The manager was caught off guard by the tough question. We still need to research more. But after reviewing the incident mission and related missions, our conclusion is it is not certain yet. He replied. The director, a bit annoyed, urged, cut the beating around the bush. Just tell us what mission is it, sweating nervously. He answered, the Second Holy and Demon War. The phone slipped from his hand. The director's calm face turned shocked. What? Meanwhile, both he and the other had pushed deep inside, and a grand temple appeared before them. Dex, standing at the high steps, quickly realized it was the upper heaven sanctuary. The Demon King grinned fiercely and said, haha, what do you say now? You damn winged bastards. I told you, I would come here and finally meet you. Did not? He ran and jumped forward. Excited. Alright, Master, let us tear them apart and crush their plans. Ha! Dex followed behind, nodding without much enthusiasm. Alright. Dex took a few more steps and stood in front of a shiny golden iron chest. You are saying there is treasure inside, right? That hit the spot, he blurted out. Exactly. That is right. Just open it already. He reached out, wanting to touch the finely carved symbols on the chest's surface. The system immediately popped up a warning. This language is unknown to you and can't be decoded. Someone skilled in ancient languages might be able to decipher it. Divine power is enveloping the space around your body. Hapin recovery stats are skyrocketing. You need to study this ruin carefully. An ancient hidden relic has appeared. Seeing the warning, he pulled his hand back, hesitating and thinking it over. This definitely seems like an amazing item. But is it really safe to just open it like this? The mission before said, I just need to report this to Baron to get a special reward. The Demon King watched from afar, noticing Dex just standing there, hesitating and staring without taking action. He urged him, hey, what are you waiting for? Just open it already. Dex calmed himself and said, wait a bit longer. In his mind, he thought, honestly, I can't do anything else. If I did not know where this place was, I would have just finished the mission already to get that special reward. But now that I know, I can't just do that anymore. After all, even the lord of a city like Baron Maikai could never offer me a better reward than the treasure in the upper heaven hall. Maikai sat in his castle, feeling a bit itchy. Someone's talking smack behind his back. Huh, he scratched his ear. Dex kept lost in thought. More importantly, he was about to force the chest open using recognition power. Basically, he felt like a grave robber now. Maybe it is better to keep this place's existence a secret instead of letting others know. Death, more decisive and without hesitation, called out, alright, Tan, open it. Tan immediately brightened up, all gloom vanishing in an instant. That is the spirit. That is my master. After more than 10 minutes, both of them tried their best, but still felt like ants trying to drag a boulder back home. Dex shouted, use your back. Master, lift it with your back, Tan said breathlessly. Dex, sweaty and exhausted, replied, I am already giving it all I have got. The chest did not budge, standing firm like nothing had changed. Both of them were about to collapse. Panting hard. Damn it, this is nothing. Is my strength stat just too low? He sighed deeply. Damn, if only had my original body. This would be as easy as candy, tears and snot streaming down. He muttered, this is so ridiculous. I struggled so hard just to get here, and now I am laying on the ground like this. All because of a stone that weighs a ton, no angel's barrier or seal or anything. Hearing him mention the stone, Dex realized. Wait. The stone, Dex asked. Tan, you are sure there is treasure inside? Right, Tan? Getting annoyed. Snapped back at him. I told you. Absolutely. If I was lying, why would I put in all this effort? Dex put on his glasses confidently and said, all right then. I have no choice. System notification. You have equipped a rock drill. He grabbed the drill, ready to bore into the stone. Tan hesitated. Wait. Master? Do not tell me, Dex commanded with serious intensity. Tan, the door can be opened normally anyway. No matter which way you push or pull it. Dex powered up the drill wildly and exclaimed, in times like this, destroying it is the only real answer. The drill bit touched the stone, spiraling deep in as chunks of rock flew everywhere. Tan, standing aside, sighed deeply. Humans really are scarier than demons sometimes. The system sent a notification. Special achievement unlocked. You destroyed an unknown ancient relic. The heavens are shocked by what you have done. Your relationship with the heavens has hit rock bottom. We advise you to stay out of the celestial being's sight. Title earned. Relic Destroyer. After finishing, he smiled with satisfaction. Using the rock drill really made things way easier. But when the chest lid, actually a coffin was opened. Inside lay a skeleton wearing dazzling wings. He was stunned. But this is the treasure. Dex pointed at the skeleton and asked, Tan, if the treasure is this, why did not you tell me sooner? Why did you let me break open someone else's coffin like this? Tan sighed. I am not that cruel. If I knew it was a coffin, I would not have let you break it. I did not think it would affect you though. Sorry about that. Dex shrugged. Whatever. This place is nothing special. Just take that thing, and we are good. Even I do not want to take everything the deceased was wearing. Tan said. He chuckled. Really? Haha. I already know what to do. He pointed at the bracelet on the dead man's clothes. Take that necklace. Master, inside, the Demon King was feeling triumphant. Haha, that necklace is a sacred relic. It is something the angels prepared for the future. I am sure if a villain like you gets it, that damn angel's plan will be completely ruined. This is how I am going to piss those bastards off. He grinned. System notification. You have received the glory medal of the heavenly faction. Divine powers reacting to you. A flash of light bursts out, pushing everything away. Tan shouted, what is happening? Dex's hands were engulfed by a beam of light, but he could not move. I can feel it. Something is pouring into me. The system sent another notification along with a shining golden medal. You have received the glory medal of the heavenly faction. At the same time, Dex got a signal right after touching the bracelet. As he held the medal, divine power resonated with him. His face froze as a flash of light sparked. Even Demon King Tan was affected by the medal's power. He covered his face with both hands, shouting, what is going on? Tan, still stunned, saw the divine energy radiating from Dex and thought, I can feel it. From the metal emerged a shadowy figure of a god, clutching a sword tightly. Dex sensed something unusual, like something was flooding into him. The god's figure became clearer, long hair flowing in the wind. Suddenly, the god's hand moved toward Dex, gathering light so bright he had to shield his eyes. The system abruptly sent a message. The special ability of the glory medal of the heavenly faction has been activated. The hidden holy source layer has been granted to you. A small flame slowly ignited. Moments later, it grew powerful, entering him fully. Then a warning popped up. Your class is not of the saint type. Serious conflict occurred, but thankfully an emergency solution was implemented. The item will be temporarily disabled. Please send a request to customer support to resolve this issue. Dex went from surprise to surprise, staring at the tiny flame flickering. After a while, things improved. Demonkin, soaked and worn out from struggling, said, that was close. I did not expect to get such a huge boost of divine power. Tan shrank down and flew up with his wings, looking curious at the item Dex held. Hey, Master, what the heck just happened? Even Dex did not know. I do not know either. Let me check. He looked at the item he would just received and recognized it as the glory medal of the heavenly faction. But according to the system message, this item was deactivated due to a serious error. We will investigate the issue and find a solution. Please bear with us. Dex felt surprised and a bit worried about what this meant for the future. Looks like this is way more complicated than I thought. Is it because of my class? He asked. Well, I guess they will do something about it. Right? Scene shifts to the domain of Baron Mai at the Hai Nui Fian mining area. A majestic view of towering, massive mountains and dense forest. Suddenly, a voice called out, Stop! Chahung Tak froze? Thinking, what is going on? It is weird that these guards are blocking the entrance. A guard approached, pulling out a paper and pointing at it. I have never seen you before. Are you here to mine in this area? Cho Hung-tak answered honestly. Yes, that is right. Why do you ask? Who would have thought this guard would demand a fee from Hung-tak just to mine here? Do you guys have your pass cards with you? Hung-tak turned pale at that pass cards. I have never even heard of those before. All I remember is some YouTube video showing anyone can make money with Arcadia, with 540,000 views, trending and all. But I never expected to run into this mess when I got here. What is this about? It is the first time I am hearing of it. The YouTube video I watched at school did not mention any of this. The situation's changed for the worse. The guard saw I had no money and immediately scolded me. No work, no pay. A reckless miner like you coming here won't contribute anything. To enter the mine owned and run by the Nam my count, you obviously have to pay, right? Hung-tak hesitated but asked, how much is the pass card? The guard quickly jumped in, thinking of buying one. The pass lasts a month. Of course, the price is steep. He said, it is 30 gold coins. Pretty cheap, right? Hung-tak's jaw dropped wide when he heard 30 gold coins. He pictured that fee like an impossible mountain. 30 gold means he would have to make a gold coin every day. One day equals 100,000 currency units. If the daily fee is 100,000, that is 3 million a month. A high schooler like me can't afford that. Staring at the sky-high price, Tak silently cried inside. Was this the end of his dream to get rich mining? The guard, reading his expression, guessed, what is wrong? Don't you have enough for the pass card? Huh? Hung-tak wanted to negotiate but was too shy to meet the guard's gaze. Yeah, I am here to make money, but I do not have that kind of cash. The guard smirked slyly like he was about to make an offer. He patted Hung-tak on the shoulder. Got it, you are broke. I can tell by your clothes. But there is a system the Nam my count set up for folks like you. Hung-tak's curiosity piqued. A system for people like me, the guard hinted. It is kinda like buy now, pay later, if you want the details. Before finishing, he pointed to a house at the mountain's base and said, go to the consultation room for an explanation. At the consultation room, a girl with blue hair and blazing red eyes was sitting at the door. Seeing a customer, she blinked innocently. Hung-tak had never seen a girl whose eyes sparkled like stars before. The guard silently grinned inside, thinking, that is one more caught. What they really wanted was a mining slave. Hung-tak was walking toward the consultation room, but it felt like walking toward a gallows. The Nam my count's mountain quarry was pitch dark inside, with no one in sight and no sunlight reaching in. Only dim oil lamps lit the area. The mine was hanging by a thread lately due to a shortage of miners. Yet deep in the mountains, workers toiled day and night. Voices called out inside. Hurry up. Mine faster. I gotta pay the pass fee and start earning. Some even muttered magic chants. Fala magic. Fala magic. Just one please. The blue-haired girl overheard all this and smiled softly. Such passion. She looked amused. This strategy's called once you are in, you are trapped. Didn't expect I would lure so many. Unbelievable they do not realize they have become mining slaves. False hopes are clouding their judgment. She was still trying to figure out who masterminded this plan. It was way too cruel for the Nam my count's intentions. No clue who thought it up. All she knew was this person had to be terrifying. Meanwhile, Dex got a notification. You mined 100,000 today. The Nam my count's mission is complete. Find the count to claim your reward. Dex was surprised. I finished the mission already. He went to tell Demon King Tan. Alright, let us wrap this up. Demon King Satan flew over, asking, Master, what is your plan now? Dex put on his round cloak and answered. What else? Of course. I am doing what needs to be done. So do you even know what we are doing here? Demon King Satan has no clue what you mean. But there is a bad feeling creeping inside him. Dex bragged about his epic exploits besides digging up ruins. He stole something after wrecking this place, and even destroyed corpses while trying to grab a necklace. I have become a worse criminal than a rogue, Dex said with glee, while Demon King Tan sat on his coffin. Helpless, he knows that too, right? Dex came up with a nasty plan. If anyone finds out what we are doing here, things will get way more complicated. I want this place to stay a secret. He paused there, making Demon King Tan even more curious. Then suddenly, a purple electric glow burst out. Dex pulled out his treasured sword, stabbed it into the ground, and decided to erase all the evidence. Demon King Tan was horrified. Don't tell me you are gonna destroy everything. Dex turned with a friendly smile, but inside he was ruthless. Exactly. As soon as he finished speaking, chaos erupted. Rocks started falling everywhere, and wherever Dex stepped, destruction followed. After cleaning up, Dex exhaled, feeling relieved and refreshed. That is all the evidence gone. Now I just have to block the entrance. and it is perfect. Demon King Tan stared at the guy smiling in front of him. Humans really are something you can learn a lot from. In another scene at Baroness Maikai's mansion, she suddenly slammed the table and said, "Hey there, I have been waiting for you." Dex spoke first. "I guess you have got more miners for the mine." Huh, Maikai beamed. "Thanks to you, I am pretty sure we do not have to worry about this until at least next year. I do not know what you did, but seriously, tons of adventurers have come to take over. Just like you said." She said that with a face that looked like she wanted to eat someone alive. "Do you know how many people signed the slave contracts we offered after telling them that ridiculous price for the pass?" Dex looked at her expression, a bit scared. "Not sure." "How many?" She shouted with joy like never before. "We are talking about a total of 9,693 people. Considering the usual number is about 800 miners, this is an incredible achievement. Isn't that awesome? Not only do we get 30% of the ore transaction fees, but the iron ore has to be sold in the Baron's territory too. How did you come up with this idea? Seriously." "Brilliant." Dex turned away to avoid Maikai's gaze. He thought to himself, "I got inspired by something like news about shady companies." He looked at her expression and prayed for himself. She seemed crazier than when they first met. "Will everything be okay?" Maikai muttered to herself like some weird witch. "If things go like this, I have to exploit these little slaves as much as possible. Maybe even make them barons." Now for the main part. Dex said, "Baroness, it looks like you have got what you wanted. Let us talk about the reward." As soon as he mentioned it, Maikai immediately turned around. "Right, the reward, I have got it ready." She held up a bag bulging with gold coins. "Here, as promised, an extra 10% of the profits." At that moment, the system sent a notification. "You received 120 gold and 23 silver." Dex smiled, holding it about 12 million units. "I should be able to pay off that larva debt smoothly now." But Maikai was not done. She spoke up and made Dex an offer. "You really do not plan to work with me? I will consider you a sworn friend and share power equally." He got a notification about Baroness Maikai's offer. "She fully trusts you and proposes a partnership. You will get access to all her authority as her equal if you agree. Your compatibility with Baroness Maikai will increase significantly, and you have two choices." "Yes," Dex thought for a moment. "That is unexpectedly tempting. What should I do?" Elsewhere, in the Arcadia virtual reality, a secret story unfolds in this vast world. It is funny how it all starts with one person, created just for them. In that world, a young man and a young woman appear. That is the guy who created the Arcadia virtual reality. He looks at Jennifer with so much love and says, "Thank you, Jennifer, for helping me find happiness in a world where I can move unless allowed. Words can describe how I feel right now, so just watch closely." The world was created for her. That place is Arcadia, a beautiful dreamlike realm. Jack, the creator of Arcadia, stands inside a space filled with floating data displays. In front of him is the image of the admin. Jack greets, "Elise, it has been a while. You seem busy lately. What is going on?" Elise, on the other end, briefly explains the current situation. "A serious disagreement has come up over a patch that needs fixing. I can handle this issue within my authority. I want you to come and check it out." Right after, Elise shares the report with Jack. After reviewing it, Jack feels excited. "This is interesting. A new title has appeared. Chaos Poet, a hidden class. You have changed your class to Chaos Poet." Jack looks at the system info. This setting even I, the creator, did not know about. His eyes flash dangerously. "A troublemaker has appeared in my world. This is going to be fun." Jack is surprised to see the Chaos Poet image and the hidden class notification. "You have changed your class to Chaos Poet." This only makes Jack more intrigued. "Even I did not know about this setting. Looks like a troublemaker has entered my world." Jack appears standing inside a space that is glitching and unstable. There is another detail. He also has the Saint Immortal Ascension item. The Glory Medal of the Celestial Faction, a class reserved only for main characters in the Great Holy Demon War. That makes Dex the strongest. And now someone has both? Jack realizes something soft. "This guy's messing with my settings." The guy points at the screen and laughs loudly. "Interesting. Creating Arcadia was a brilliant move, was not it?" Alice replies, "As long as you are happy." Admin, she wonders, "What should we do next?" "We can assign Dex the Saint Immortal Ascension class right now. Please make a decision." Jack thinks for a moment. "Let us worry about the class upgrade later, since it is not critical now. Since he found it, we should reward him." He orders Alice, "Adjust the item stats a bit." Alice looks confused. "The stats?" Jack continues, "Yeah, that guy left after breaking my world. I need to balance things out," and his goal for Alice is to use Michael. Back to Dex. The request notification from the female ruler is still on screen. After thinking it over, Dex finally replies, "Sorry, but I have to decline your offer." Micah panics. What? Aren't you happy with the perks? But Dex just smiles. His goal goes beyond that. Like I said, I still want to explore all the continents. I will think about this after I fulfill my mission. Besides, I am sure it would be exhausting if I got stuck with too many commitments. Mika gets even happier hearing that. Really? Then promise me. Dex is startled as she suddenly steps closer. He warns, keep your distance. Then Mika pulls out a white envelope. Take this, she cheerfully says. This is a letter of introduction I wrote myself. With it, you can get protection anywhere in this kingdom, instantly. The system sends a message. Quest reward received. You got the letter of introduction from the female ruler. Dex holds the letter, puzzled about life. Thanks. But protection? Is there going to be a war in this kingdom? Mika explains. Don't you know? The kingdom situation is pretty chaotic right now. Even with a letter like this, it does not guarantee a safe trip. Dex wants more info. What do you mean by the kingdom's current state? He thinks silently. I have never heard about this. This info was not given to players. Could this be internal news from Nepes? Mika looked a bit sad. The truth is, things have been rough in the royal family lately. The current king is too old, and the prince will have to take the throne soon. But that day is still far away. Because of that, power-hungry nobles from all over have started abusing their influence, stopping at nothing to attack the young prince. Mika even mentioned one name, the worst of them all. Duke Burin. He is the leader of the noble faction, gathering most of the aristocracy and trying to turn the king into his puppet. That old devil is nothing but a cunning monster. He not only wants to hurt the kid, but is also stirring up war with neighboring countries. He is definitely embezzling the kingdom's huge war budget every time conflict breaks out. Thinking about all this makes Mika even more troubled. She has no idea how badly the kingdom will be destroyed afterward. Dex felt uneasy. The situation seemed trickier than he thought, and he did not want any part of it. Suddenly, Mika stood up. I will write you a letter to take to them. Even the royal family will respect you when they see it. First, go find Count Broken. I am sure he will recognize your abilities and entrust you with important missions. She asked Dex, are you willing to lend your strength to the kingdom of Maroon? Dex wanted to say no, especially since he wanted to stay out of this entirely. But immediately, a new mission was sent to him. The kingdom of Maroon is surrounded by aggressive neighbors and must stay alert against these powerful nations. A new wave is sweeping through the kingdom. Can a chaotic poet ignore such a crucial moment? Step up and become the face of this new wave. Serve the kingdom and the royal family. Your actions will shape how the mission unfolds. Dex stared at the mission, stunned. This was totally unexpected, and the system did not even ask if he wanted to accept it. No choice. Dex silently rated this game 1 star. Damn it. Helpless. He could only comply. His heart breaking but still agreeing. I will do my best. Damn it, Mika. Seeing this, grew more hopeful. I knew I could trust you, Dex. I believed you would accept this mission. Dex reporting. You can count on me. Lady Mika. Outside Lady Mika's mansion, everything was peaceful as usual. After they finished talking, Dex quickly left. Mika watched him go and waved. Take care, Dex. Contact me anytime. I will always be waiting to hear from you. Dex happily said goodbye. He really did not want to get involved in anything. Damn, looks like I have landed in a tricky situation. Mika looked up at the clear blue sky dotted with fluffy white clouds. Thinking quietly, this is more than just a feeling. She raised her hand to steady herself. She was sure even a fool could tell after meeting him that this adventurer was the key to changing the world. Considering everything from the start, Lady Mika's thoughts made perfect sense. That adventurer is Dex. Dex's actions have already begun to change the world of Arcadia, alongside his companion, the demon Satan. While everything still seems normal, whether it is his intention or fate's flow does not really matter. His choices have altered countless destinies. That is the harsh truth behind the impact he has made. Even some top-tier players have been unlucky, though most of what is happening is pretty illogical. But this is a player-created world called Arcadia, so how could anyone punish a player whose style fits the world's original purpose best? Especially compared to the achievements he has earned later. The present success is just a tiny seed in a vast desert. Step by step, Dex walked out of the city gates toward a new journey. The Demon King Satan always sensed something was off. Master, are you really okay? Dex did not get what the Demon King meant. What do you mean? Okay, the Demon King Satan continued. I know things will get complicated when you get involved in human politics, even if it is for the kingdom's benefit. But do not you hate getting tangled in trouble? Dex gazed at the vast world ahead. Yeah? But I have decided to move forward. Since it has come to this, I have to keep going. Dex is super confident after all. Is not everything I do just to earn recognition? Suddenly, a golden divine energy bursts forth. At the same time, the system sends a message. The system error issue has been fixed. The stats for the Heavenly Glory token have been adjusted. Sorry for the inconvenience, and we hope you enjoy your time here. The token suddenly glows brightly, radiating such powerful divine energy that Dex has to shield his eyes. The Demon King Tan is just as shocked. What is with this creepy vibe? Dex notices the light is condensing. Suddenly, a strange object appears. It is a pair of white wings. Dex's eyes turn golden under the influence of holy power. This is... Demon King Tan notices it too. Wait, no way. A flowing golden hair appears. A message pops up. Thanks to the Heavenly Glory token's effect, you have been linked to a divine being. Guardian Angel has been assigned to protect you. The item has been permanently bound successfully. At this moment, the silhouette of an angel shines brilliantly across the sky. That is why the holy light and the Archangel Michael appear. Suddenly, the angel shrinks down into the form of a little girl. Why the holy light and Archangel Michael? Angels and demons are always at odds like cats and dogs. They are basically natural enemies. The two races despise each other. When their leaders meet, it is way messier than anyone expects. Why are you here? Get lost. Reverse the binding on me right now. Michael's angry shout pierces the quiet night in the mysterious forest, breaking the silence. The real loudmouth speaks up. Hey, press the button already. Satin, not backing down, fires back immediately. Michael snaps. I was wondering what you were doing outside your hole. Now you are here destroying our sacred land. Are you crazy? Satin awkwardly replies. Well, if it were you, you would do the same thing. Michael sneers. Still clueless. Huh, wanna fight? Fine, bring it on. Satin gladly accepts the challenge without hesitation. Wait. Dex interrupts. Looking helpless, he asks, what the heck are you two doing? Tan glares at Michael and answers, please step aside. Master, I have to take down this chicken. Same here. Michael replies fiercely, so annoying. Just imagine if I were in my original form. Tan says confidently. Michael complains as if it is obvious. Cut the nonsense. You think you are the only one who can use your original form. Look at you, running scared in the last battle. Isn't it because you brought that lame weapon? Paf, acting tough like a champ. Tan grumbles, and Michael mocks back, oh man, since when is there a rule against using weapons? I did not know that. Dex thinks, turning to look and quietly chuckling to himself. Weapons? Huh, sounds like two neighborhood kids squabbling. He breaks into a sweat thinking it over. Or maybe it is like those myths he read in the library. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his thoughts, and he turns around. Michael asks, you are the mortal who made a pact with Satan, right? Dex smiles and rubs his head. Yeah, that is me. Actually, I was forced into the contract, so it is not like I volunteered. Tan hears this and protests. Huh, you have never hesitated to use me whenever you needed. Michael calmly explains, your power seems to be called recognition. It can be a dangerous weapon if it falls into the wrong hands, especially in the hands of that sneaky, despicable bastard, she says, shifting to a scornful tone. Tan gets furious and yells, who is the bastard here? You damn chicken. Ignoring him, Michael continues, but I can undo a contract that is already in effect. So do not be fooled by that snakish sweet talk. I will be your guardian angel and guide you down the right path. Michael says kindly. Dex looks a bit surprised but does not say anything. Tan's mocking laugh echoes, huh? Along with a smirk full of disdain. You idiot. You really think you can beat me, you? Michael replies, what do you mean, you? Satan continued, I guarantee you, as the leader of the demons, you stand head and shoulders above everyone right now. He is the closest human I have ever met who matches the demon standard. He might even be worse than a demon. Suddenly, Satan stopped talking, making Dex jump and rethink everything. He kept pondering. But honestly, he was not wrong. His chaotic poet career was definitely a rebellious calling against the world. And if people judged what he has done in the game so far, it is pretty close to living by a darker code. Suddenly, Michael spoke up. I do not think so. She gently wrapped her arms around him, smiling kindly like an old sage. Why are you crying? Oh wait, our creator made humans innately good. That is why showing their kindness is the duty of all angels, including me. Amidst the small glowing golden lights, she continued, from now on, I will help you find your kindness. Michael smiled brightly as she floated closer, while Dex stayed silent. Michael said, from now on, just call me L. Dex replied casually. Alright. Satin crossed his arms, pouting in displeasure, but little Tan reluctantly pointed at Elle and said, listen, I will turn a blind eye for your sake and our master's, but the credit belongs to me. Step out of line, and I will send you straight to heaven. Oh man, that is hilarious. If anyone else heard that, they would seriously think the recognition was yours. Demons really have no shame at all. You should be given up monopolizing his recognition the moment I showed up. El snapped with a disdainful tone. Satin got mad again. Hey, I was the one who signed the contract with him first. Do not you dare steal my thunder. El shot back. Why do you even care about that recognition? Planning to blow up heaven again or what? You think I do not know your scheme, you filthy little trash. El barked. Don't call me trash, you dead chicken. Satin retorted, watching the two bicker loudly. Death could only stand by helplessly. Thinking. The number of noisy artifacts just went from 1 to 2. Then he called out. Amina, when you hear your name, turn around and shift your attention from Satan to me. What is going on? Angel or demon does not matter here. Bad luck. This world runs on capitalism, driven by a cutthroat money race. Speaking of recognition, I am not just talking nonsense for Tan. Death continued. So here's the question. What will you give me in exchange for that recognition? Death asked. The key rule is give and take. El blinked a few seconds, then chuckled softly and replied, so that is how it is? You scratch my back. I scratch yours. That is just common sense in heaven. There are some heavenly weapons that could really help humanity. You want those? Not items. Do you have things like skills? Death rejected that and asked again. Skills? What are those? El wondered. Hearing that, he was confused and thought, oh no, she does not get gaming terms. Then he added, I mean, I am pretty bad at fighting. I need special abilities to help me survive against strong enemies. Simply put, powers. El mused as she repeated it. Poet of Chaos. System notification popped up. Hidden class evolved. Your class has upgraded to Poet of Chaos. This is an awesome class that lets you gain hidden powers through recognition, but at a huge cost, losing the system level. He thought, and all the skills I have are non-combat, like mining or diving, of course. Being able to trade items with Tan is good too, but there must be limits. If I can make up for this weakness. As he thought that, El suddenly said, I have something perfect for you. The system popped again. You have signed a contract with an angel skill. Divine blessing. You can use recognition to temporarily borrow the power of heaven. El continued, see, our contract's complete. Want as much power as you like. Heaven's got you covered, but the more you take, the more recognition it costs. Dex thought and said, nice. Dex smirked. Let us see how this goes. Divine blessing. A huge beam of light burst out, making Tan shield his eyes and shout. The golden light brightened a large area, drawing attention from others, including some Oro's warriors. Cut to where he stands now. A list of major figures appeared. Honor Knight Farin, Great Wizard of Truth Molin, Holy Archer Legendary Basil, Faith Thief God Murphin. Divine blessing lets you temporarily borrow the power of ancient heroes who once held faith and grants you their souls. El said confidently. Dex scoffed. Got it. This will definitely come in handy later. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded. Chop chop. Human, empty your pockets and hand it all over. Dex heard it and turned around. A huge, 10 times Dex size and green-skinned, wielded a massive cleaver. That is right. Chop, hand it all over, and I will give you a quick, painless death. Not scared at all. He just smiled lightly. Perfect timing. I need someone to test my new powers. Divine blessing. Honor Knight Farin. Towering jagged rocks stand tall against the clear blue sky, rough and raw, known as the Pinnacle. Contrary to the serene peaks, beneath one of the Pinnacle's spines, a brutal survival struggle is underway. One unlucky victim was offered to the Lord. Unbelievably, everyone here is playing a game of getting rich by simply finding an item. They are not stupid, which is why everyone realizes they are just daydreaming. After that, he only grew more determined. Yeah, everyone here is coming to terms with the fact that they have been tricked. The top slave is rubbing his overworked hands and frowning. The kid keeps wincing in pain, gripping his tool tightly, while thoughts race through his mind. I want to think it over, but all my friends have gone hunting. I can't even tell them I am stuck in this mine. That DB humiliating. The kid's eyes start to open a bit. He blames himself. How could he be so dumb even at a game? This silver forging stuff? I just want to get out of here. I want to escape. He lets out a deep breath. For a moment, he freezes. Then those words run away, echo again from his small mouth. The fire of determination sparks in his heart. Maybe I should just run away. A desperate cry rings out. Let me go. One of the captured townsfolk keeps yelling. I bought that capsule to play games, not to be a slave. The man on the left asks the man on the right, what is this guy babbling about? The other replies, he has probably lost his mind. Suddenly, two guys step up next to Ungsik and start chatting. One's a middle-aged man drenched in sweat wearing a brown shirt. Honestly, you were thinking about running away, right? That is such a dumb move, says the guy with blue hair beside him. Aha! It is totally pointless. They laugh. Unksik looks confused and asks, "What do you mean?" The blue-haired guy explains, "You seriously do not know. If you run away, you become a deserter. Break your contract with the Lady Baroness, and every town and guild will treat you like a criminal." The middle-aged man chuckles, wiping sweat from his face, and tells the kid, "Yeah, and if you want to keep playing the game, you will end up back in this mine even if you escape. Instead, just shut up and keep digging to pay off your debt. That is way faster." Then he turns to the kid, "You are not planning to run away, right?" Hearing this, Unksik quickly waves his hands, denying it. Of course not. The praise echoes through the mining area again, but Unksik's face tightens in frustration. Damn it! Damn it! Suddenly, the system chimes in repeatedly. Your mining skill has leveled up to rank 5. Your mining speed has increased slightly. You can now mine for longer without getting tired. You have earned the title Resilient Miner. The 1,000-year flame is impressed with your spirit because you have spent so much time working with iron. Shocked by the sudden system message, Unsik's face goes blank as he mumbles, "1,000-year flame? What is that?" Suddenly, another loud sound cuts through his thoughts. Number 1. Mine seriously. The noise makes Unksik scream like a pig being slaughtered. Sorry. Meanwhile, Dex is using one of his special skills, Divine Descent. At this moment, he has summoned the soul of the Honorable Knight Farhan as an ally. Farhan is a legendary warrior who always brings victory to his comrades. His sword strikes fear into countless demons, and his shield has saved countless lives by protecting them. There is a legend across the continent. As long as he is around, victory is within reach. People call him the Messenger of Glory, but on the flip side, his enemies the demons call him by another name. Standing before Farhan is one of those demons. Visibly terrified, he destroyed my strongest shield. It cries out. Unlike the demon, Farhan stays calm and slowly approaches. Why the surprise? Even the latecomers end up the same way. He says, swinging his sword swiftly. The demon trembles in fear, writhing in pain before being swiftly cleaved in two. These trembling demons call him Farhan the Demon Slayer. That is his remaining nickname. A blue notification appears. A celestial being has descended upon your soul. You can temporarily use the Celestialist power. At that moment, Farhan the Demon Slayer appears behind Dex, glowing with blinding light and infinite power. The yellow alert popped up again to remind Dex that he could use all of Farhan's skills. The Honorable Knight, watching the scene unfold, the Demon King started to tense up his sword and shield, trembling. No way! At this moment, he seemed to feel Farhan's power surging through his body and spoke out. This is the skill, Divine Descent. Just as the name suggests, a celestial being is descending upon my soul. This is way more epic than I imagined. The Demon King flew high, his face stiff as he looked at Dex and asked, "Huh? But why is that bastard the one who descended?" Calmly, Dex replied, "You know him." Hearing that, the Demon King's eyes turned red with rage as he shouted back, "You are kidding me. Every demon in hell knows that monster. He hunts down even the demons, just chilling around and wipes them all out. He is insane." Hearing this, Dex could not help but chuckle inside. Wait, is not that just a holy warrior with tons of achievements? Well, to the demons, he is basically a criminal escaped from an asylum. After thinking it over, Dex smiled brightly and said, "All right then, you have kept me waiting long enough. Let us start the fight." Facing him were 3 massive orc warriors. Suddenly, one of the warriors spoke up. The orc captain replied, "That is the legendary Dex. I know. He was weaker a second ago, but now he is strong." Dex's eyes sharpened. He narrowed them and looked at the trio, thinking, even they know something's different about me. If he were just a normal monster, they would have attacked by now. A regional boss has to be smart in his mind. A map appeared as he started calculating. The team had entered the route, especially after leaving Count Micaiah's territory. He took a path deep in the forest where no one usually ventured a shortcut to the next destination, but most players never dared come here. The reason? A regional boss and orc warriors were guarding this place. Dex lowered his head slightly, his expression serious. Level 25 is pretty strong. Huh. Before he could finish, one of the orc warriors swung a huge knife fiercely at him. Suddenly, a golden light burst forth as the power Dex unleashed, strong enough to hold the knife suspended in midair. Dex smiled confidently at his opponent. "So this is how you use it." Then he gave a final grin and said, "All right, now it is my turn. Don't he give up too soon?" A blue notification appeared. The shield sword was now in battle mode. The verdict of justice activated, and the flame of twilight ignited. Dex looked small but held an incredible power. The sword's power terrified the 3 orc warriors instantly. "Too scary. Do not come near us." Dex's eyes burned with anger. "Split apart. You bastards." A streak of light flashed like lightning. The whole forest seemed to glow. A notification appeared. Divine Descent skill ended, based on total duration and usage. 352 mana was consumed. When the fight ended, only the bright moon shone in the sky, and Dex stood strong and powerful. He said, "Oh yeah. One hit. One kill." Angel L appeared with a stunned expression and praised. "Amazing." Then she bowed her head slightly, thinking, "This is impossible. Even with Divine Descent, how can a mere mortal's body handle that power?" Suddenly, she realized something. Her eyes widened as she stared fixedly at a point. Then she placed her hand on her chest, whispering, "Thanks. I understand now. Oh, Creator, I see why you sent me here." She had realized her purpose in the human world and pondered. Humanity itself is the force that will reverse the world's flow. The eyes of Archangel Michael, looking at Dex, changed, filled with trust in his abilities. Eyes waiting for him to change the world. She told herself quietly, "Michael, have witnessed his power firsthand." Unlike Michael's deep thoughts, our hero was just frustrated because he had not yet unleashed his full strength. He thought to himself, "But man, he really wanted a proper fight since he would been out of action for so long." It was dusk. The moon hung high, perfectly full tonight. Chaos King and Archangel Michael lay fast asleep on the ground. On the other side, Dex sat quietly, staring at the system screen. The skill Heaven's Strike appeared. Dex pondered silently. Heaven's Strike, luckily, I used it early. Even with so much, I managed to find its strengths and weaknesses. Dex recalled fighting monsters and thought, its advantage is that it lessens the level gap in battles. He kept thinking about the fight, holding the super cheat item, the Demon Sword, worth 300,000 points. He admitted to himself that at first, he could only buy items from the shop and use them to close the gap with opponents. But buying those items cost tons of points. Dex thought further. Since I have to keep using the items I bought, my attacks have limits. So until I get an item usable in every situation, I have no choice but to fight like this. Back to the present. Dex propped himself up, thinking, that is why I did not buy any combat items. Thankfully, that problem's solved now, but there's a pretty big downside. The system screen popped up again. Heaven's Strike, 300,000 points. The points spent increase depending on how long Heaven's Strike is active. Dex recalled using Heaven's Strike, it took only 3 minutes to kill 3 Orozi. Even with some time spent analyzing the skill window, it did not exceed 10 minutes. A worried look crossed his face. Spending that many points, I wonder how many I would burn fighting a stronger opponent. He rubbed his head aloud. So the key issue is the skill level of the opponents I use Heaven's Strike on. Well, that is pretty interesting. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, making Dex glance back alertly. You find Heaven's Strike S points interesting. That is unexpected. It was Archangel Michael. He said, L, you are awake already. L smiled and replied, angels usually sleep very little, unlike some people. Meanwhile, the Demon King, who was sleeping, was suddenly startled awake by the mention. L said, looks like you are worried about how many points you have spent. L mentioned Faran, saying, you might not know, but Faran is a warrior with incredible power. L laughed. Spending that much just to summon someone like him to this land is not expensive at all. L added, more importantly, the power of recognition can turn the impossible into possible. Hearing that, Dave thought to himself, she really is a great persuader. He sighed and said, fine, I guess. Even though I feel like I am getting drained, at least now I have more options. But I will only use it when necessary and handle it carefully. Hearing Dave, L said, that is a smart decision. Debs asked, but L, do companions need to sleep? L answered, not sure. What do you think? Maroon Kingdom. This is the main base of the Korean server in Arcadia. Currently, the internal situation here is not very promising. Still, neighboring countries see them as strong and kind-hearted. Located in the middle of Arcadia's second continent and blessed with a strategic location, this place serves as a hub for trade with other kingdoms. They have gained huge profits thanks to their prime geographic position. That is why many major trade guilds formed in Maroon Kingdom under the GM Trade Federation, with streams of busy workers. Suddenly, an angry voice shouted, hey, this is too much. An irritated merchant yelled loudly, I brought tons of goods here, but the guild leader won't show up. Even knowing this federation was started by veteran adventurers, this was just too much. From behind the merchant, a man stepped forward and said, sorry for the disrespect. The merchant calmly turned and asked, who might you be? John Smith bowed politely and said, I am not the guild leader, but please let me, the branch chief, assist you. John Smith's eyes darkened as he added, our guild leader is currently in a meeting at another house. Duke Byrne pointed and said, Gem and Trade Guild's president. As you can guess, A huge war is about to break out between the Maroon Kingdom and the Paco Kingdom. It is inevitable to settle an ancient grudge and make Maroon Kingdom richer and stronger. Koijeju smiled and said, "Of course. Can you support the GM Trade Guild in the future?" He furrowed his brow, thinking, "Damn, the villain NPC really has a sharp tongue." Choi Jeju kept thinking, Duke Burin could control the entire Maroon Kingdom army. If he wanted, he is basically the core power of the Korean server in Arcadia. He is a dangerous figure. Rumors say he is trying to seize the throne since the king is weak. Choi Jeju and Duke Burin locked eyes seriously. Choi thought, but for the GM Trade Guild, this guy could be the partner to help us make millions. Choi Jeju's face tensed up as he continued thinking, I did not expect to meet him so soon. Good thing I did my research ahead of time. I should reward the strategy team. Choi Jeju is the youngest son of the GM Group chairman. He remembered his father scolding him. Choi Jeju, you have tried and failed so many times, CEO. Department head. Team leader, you cause trouble all day then just bail. Do you even know what people at the company think of you? If you fail this time, there won't be any position left for you in this company. Choi Jeju replied timidly, Yes, Father, the great trade organization has built a solid stronghold in the Maroon Kingdom, the GM Trade Guild. It is actually owned by a big Korean corporation, GM Group, led by Choi Jeju, the chairman's youngest son. It is a community of Arcadia players focused entirely on making serious money. In other words, right now, standing between real-world power and virtual authority, they are tangled up together. Duke Burin said, The GM Trade Guild was built by adventurers. I came here because I heard this guild not only grows fast but is super united. Now that I have met you, I am sure those rumors are true. Use every resource you have to buy up all kinds of grain. I will pay you a handsome price. Choi Jeju laughed. Meaning, Duke Burin replied. Exactly, Duke Burin went on. We will give the GM Trade Guild some authority to handle the Maroon Kingdom's food supply issues. So just act quietly and do not draw attention. That is why I came to you. An adventurer. Choi Jeju laughed loudly. As you wish, sir. Duke Burin left. Jeju sat back, thinking silently. This is my chance, he said. Koi, Guildmaster Smith, you heard about this too, right? The big deal we've been waiting for has finally arrived, John Smith replied. Yes, sir. Guildmaster, I agree with you. Choi Jeju laughed, stood up, and said, Right, contact my father immediately. This is a great opportunity. We should get more investment. John Smith frowned and said, I do not agree. Surprised, Choi Jeju asked, Huh? Why not? John Smith smiled kindly and said, Sir, I mean, Guildmaster, do not you know? So far, the company has invested 8 billion. It is pretty hard to get anything higher than that. Choi Jeju immediately argued, That is a small amount to fuss over. I will pay it back later. Then, crossing his arms and gritting his teeth, he said, Fine, I guess we have no choice. He thought about Duke Burin though. They can get more investment. The money he has saved so far is enough. I will help Duke Burin supply vital goods to the Maroon Kingdom. If he conquers Paco Kingdom, he could take the throne from the weak king. If that happens, the Korean Arcadia server's economy will basically be in GM Group's hands. Choi Jeju adjusted his collar and laughed. Haha, just wait and see, Dad. He continued, By playing Arcadia, I will prove my abilities to Dad. No one will be able to stand in my way. Over there, man said. That is Brocken. Then added, The stubborn female Nam, the Mike Hai, sent you here. Brocken was talking to Dex, saying, Nice to meet you. Adventurer Dex. Brocken stared intently at Dex standing before him, holding a letter in his hand. Brocken examined the letter closely, smiling as he asked, Is this the letter of introduction Nam that Mike Hai gave you? Dex replied, Yeah, I do not know what it says exactly, but Nam Thixi told me I would get protection if I gave it to you. She also said it contains some information about me. Brocken did not respond but folded the letter, surprising Dex who thought, He is not even opening it. Brocken chuckled and said, Now, tell me why did Nam Thixi Mike Hai send you here? His eyes gradually turned cold and sharp. Dex smiled, thinking, Got it, he wants me to say it straight. He laughed loudly. Honestly, I am not sure. She just told me to find you. Reasons like that are for higher-ups to worry about, not a simple adventurer like me. The two stared at each other seriously. Brocken slowly smiled. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. Alright, I like you already. Dex was left speechless. Brocken continued. The reason you were sent here is clear. The war between Maroon Kingdom and Paco Kingdom is coming soon. She probably believes you have what it takes to stop it. Dex laughed and replied, Really? I never thought I had that kind of power. Brocken went on. You are not surprised to hear about war. Then Nam Thixi Mikai must have told you something. Looks like she trusts you a lot. Dex Got any good ideas? Dex smiley. I heard the prince, who is supposed to take the throne, can make solid decisions. And most nobles are just puppets under Duke Burin. Right? Brocken sighed and said, that is right. Dex raised his hand, saying, got it. His eyes turned cold as he continued. First, there is an easy way and a hard way. Brocken asked. An easy way. Dex pointed up laughing. You said Duke Burin is the leader, right? Usually, when the leader is taken out, the whole group collapses. Hearing this, Brocken's expression turned serious. So you mean we kill Duke Burin? Dex said. Of course. Why not? Brocken laughed heartily. Namn that Maikai really knows how to pick him. You are quite interesting. His voice startled Dex, thinking, he is loud. Just like his massive build. Brocken closed his eyes and said, I have thought about this, but do you really think an assassination would be easy? He talked about Duke Burin, Scarred's knights, and master mages always alert no matter where they are. Brocken crossed his arms. If some crazy fool can pull off an assassination in those conditions, I want to meet him myself. Dex laughed and pointed to himself. Let me handle it. Brocken asked, did you hear what I just said? Dex still pointed at himself. Yeah, I did. Brocken worriedly covered his face. Don't get me wrong, honestly. I wonder if you can even scratch the Duke's clothes. Thinking about Dex's rank, he said, how the heck do you expect to kill him? Dex grinned. What? You do not think I can do it? Brocken was shocked by that. He said, huh? A young horse full of spirit, you are really confident. Huh? Brocken stood up. He glanced at Dex and chuckled. Follow me. They went out to the training ground. Brocken said, if you are that confident, fight me and show me what you have got. Brocken closed his eyes and said, Namtha Kimakai might be impatient, but she is smart when it comes to judging people. I trust her judgment. His face grew serious. Brocken continued. He swung his sword and said, don't disappoint me. Dex smiled and unleashed his move. Heaven's Strike. A surge of power blazed around Dex as he gripped two swords in his hands. The energy radiating from him caught Brocken off guard. Confusion spread across Brocken's face. He thought to himself, what is going on? His entire aura just shifted completely. He looked like someone who never held a sword before. But now, he seemed like a lifetime sword master. Dex's feet slowly lifted off the ground. The system screen popped up. The fallen god, Kaphilas, has merged with the player's body. Another screen appeared. For now, you can tap into the power of the descended god. Dex smiled and said, 5 minutes. His words left Brocken puzzled. Dex continued, I will end this fight in 5 minutes. It is costing too many reputation points. Brocken asked, what? System messages flashed. You have activated speed boost. You have triggered the will of a decisive battle. You have activated sword style. The Chilling Globe protects you. Dex dashed straight toward Brocken. Brocken raised his sword to block the strike. He thought silently, that is a powerful attack. Dex grinned. I aim to finish this fight quickly, but this master swordsman's on a whole other level. Then he stepped back. Sweat dripped down Brocken's face. Jitrung said, you are not an ordinary adventurer. Dex laughed. Just realizing that now, Brocken said again, you mentioned pulling off an assassination solo. I see now you were serious. Dex replied, is that so? Then let us wrap this up. Brocken said, I will show you my true power. He raised his sword skyward and declared, Voidless Sword. Sword light. A red aura surrounded his blade. Brocken's eyes turned serious. I just reached half master swordsman level, but I am proud of my skills. He pointed his sword downward. This is proof. Dex grew worried. Honestly, that is pushing it a bit. Brocken charged at him. Sword ready. Let us see how you block this. The overwhelming power forced Dex to lean back slightly. His face showed surprise at Brocken's immense strength. The clash between the Duke and Dex made the air tense and heavy. White mist began to rise. The Duke clearly saw the opponent's image before him. The Duke's cold gaze quickly turned to shock. He could not believe his eyes. It was the Voidless Sword. Though still ready to strike, Duke Brocken's heart throbbed wildly, confirming this was definitely Voidless Sword. Even if it differed from his own, skill could only be used by those who reached the peak of Master Swordsman level. Don't tell me you. Suddenly, Dex's system announced, you have activated a limit skill for players level 150 and above. Voidless Sword. Sword Light. Newly acquired and activated. Dex gasped. What? You want to add even more? Be careful with how much reputation you are burning. Duke Brocken thought quietly. Is he muttering to himself? Dex said, Your Grace, which caught Brocken off guard. This time, I won't hold back. Dex declared, making Brocken's eyes widen in surprise. Dex spoke as he raised his sword and launched a downward strike. Dex's speed was insanely fast. Duke Brocken blocked the attack with his sword held horizontally. The ground beneath him cracked. Stains popped on Brocken's face as he strained, but Dex showed no mercy. Spotting an opening, he coldly said, Gotcha. He struck at the gap with his sword. Duke Brocken panicked. He dropped his sword. Dex's blade pointed at him as he fell to the ground. Brocken sat there, breathing hard, face full of disbelief, whispered, "I am still alive." At the same time, the system beeped a notification to Dex. "You have stopped using the divine skill. Now, your usage and actions will be tracked by time." 2812 acknowledgements consumed, an extraordinary achievement. You have successfully defeated someone who reached the master level. You have earned the title of Miracle Warrior. Your power increased by 10. Hearing the announcement, Dex paled, unable to believe his own hands. He lost a whopping 2812 acknowledgements. What the hell is going on? Right then, Elle appeared, excitedly explaining that although Dex did not use much true power last time, this time was different. Right? This is the first time I have seen you this happy. Honestly, you were not complaining before, were you? Wait a sec. Looking at the sword cut on the arena floor, Elle continued, "But this whole thing is pretty interesting. Usually, even if you somehow recover your power perfectly, you still can't use it flawlessly. Have you ever trained with a sword before?" Dex hesitated, replying, "Sword? Yeah, I messed around with it somewhere else once." Then he thought, "Well, I did rank first in Rhythm Blade, so I am not lying." From afar, Brocken approached Dex, rising while crossing his arms. He still could not believe what just happened, thinking to himself, "Unbelievable. A master swordsman from the kingdom of Merland who can't even read this guy's sword moves. This guy really is someone hiding overwhelming power all this time." Brocken stepped closer to Dex, then kneeled on one knee respectfully and asked, "May I have the honor of knowing what your sword truly pursues?" Hearing this, Dex thought hard. Probably the wind. Brocken was surprised. The wind carries unmatched speed, freedom, and sharpness beyond anything else. And he thought silently, if only I could get closer to something like that. Then, like finding a goal, Brocken practiced swordsmanship tirelessly. Why did he suddenly start swinging his sword alone at night? Dex's master asked. Dex honestly did not know. Inside the room, Brocken bowed deeply and sincerely apologized to Dex. "I truly regret my earlier rudeness. This whole mess was entirely my foolish fault. Please be generous and forgive this old fool." "Lord Dex." Dex waved his hand with a smile. "It is stuff like this happens all the time." Brocken raised a question, continuing their earlier talk. "Are you really serious about assassinating Lord Berhenux alone?" Dex looked up calmly and answered, "Isn't it that the simplest way to solve this? He is on the enemy's side." Brocken kept his head down and replied, "If it were me, assassination is possible. But even then, I fear chaos is unavoidable without the royal family after Berhenux's death." Dex did not answer immediately, instead asking, "Lord Brocken, do you know what a Gordian knot is?" And of course, Brocken did not know. Dex explained briefly, "A complex knot tied so tightly it can be undone." Then he asked without waiting for Brocken's answer, "What do you think is the simplest way to untee it?" Brocken was puzzled. "I am not sure." Dex smiled and said, "Just cut it. No matter how hard you try, you can undo the impossible. Cutting it is the easiest solution." Dex looked down and continued, "As for what happens after," then he gave a bright smile as if offering solid advice. "Doesn't it all settle down sooner or later anyway?" Brocken was shocked and looked at Dex differently, recklessly irresponsible. But he thought, surely only this guy could speak so bluntly about the royal family's hidden issues in the kingdom of Maroon. There is no better solution than the one he proposed. With determination, Brocken said, "If that is what you want, then we will make it happen." Adventure Dex is not just about the sword light inside him. He is the scariest man in the whole world. Moments later, the system notified, "You have successfully advanced to the main role in changing the Maroon Kingdom. New quest update. A side quest has appeared." Quest update. The Maroon Kingdom is surrounded by bullying nations. A transformation is happening inside the Maroon Kingdom, which has always been busy just surviving while carefully managing relations with neighboring kingdoms. Anyone worthy of the title anarchist poet would not just let a moment like this slip by. Right? Step up and seize this moment. Contribute to the Maroon Kingdom and its royal family through your actions. This quest details might change. After all, it is just a side quest. The first task is to assassinate Duke Burn. The second is still a mystery. Dex looked at the notification and said in surprise, "A side quest out of nowhere. Looks like the system really wants me to kill Burn. This game's getting interesting." Hearing this, Satin beside him asked, "So you are gonna kill that guy?" Also pressed, "You are not seriously thinking about that, are you?" Satin got angry at Elle's question. "What? Got a problem? Or are you about to spout some dumb crap like killing is wrong?" Equally angry, tried to explain, "Why use a sneaky, cowardly method like assassination? That is only for dishonorable scum. We should demand a fair one-on-one duel and assess him properly," Dex said, unable to hold back. Glaring sideways, "So it is okay to kill him, but you want me to warn him first?" Elle nodded firmly. "Yes, You should give him at least 3 days notice for a duel in the arena, or send him an assassination notice so he can at least prepare for his death. That is the right thing to do. Satan's face darkened, unable to hold back. What nonsense is that? I know you are crazy. Then the two dove into an argument again, each with their own views. El said, I do not want to hear a word from a pathetic loser like you. Satan snapped. What the hell did you just say? Dex sighed helplessly and said, I am not planning to kill Duke Byrne right away. Satan and El turned to Dex, shocked, and asked. Dex replied calmly, whenever there is a conflict, it is never smart to listen to only one side. You have to hear both sides before making any decisions. Then Dex laughed and added, Duke Byrne did not start this war without a reason. That is impossible. I bet there is a lot more behind it. That is right, from the perspective of an adventurer like Dex, who was not even born in the Maroon Kingdom. The power struggle and ongoing war inside Maroon is actually a good thing, because there is one thing that always matters more than honor. Profit. Dex's eyes turned purple with ambition. I am planning to side with whoever brings me the most benefit. You two do not have any objections, right? Satan could not believe it. Wait. You really? El could not hold back. That is not right. A promise is a promise. You have to kill Duke Byrne immediately. Satan scoffed loudly. An angel saying something like that, the self-centered, perfectionist attitude, where promises can be tossed aside anytime to chase bigger profits. That is the survival motto of a wandering adventurer. Dex, Gem Corporation headquarters, in the chairman's office. In front of the screen was an image of his little sister hosting a news segment. Next up, today electronic stock prices surpassed $5,000, setting a new record in the stock market. The reason? Many investors got excited about the corporation after Chairman Lee Junhee announced the opening of Arcadia. The Dreamer machine is seen as a device that turns magic into reality. Hearing this, Gem Corporation Chairman Choi Sun-young rubbed his head and sighed. That damn Dreamer machine again? Those Asian electronics bastards, what trick did they use to make this? Choi Sun-young furrowed his brows, thinking, 5 years ago, Gem Corporation stood shoulder to shoulder with Ajina's rivals. But we have been slipping behind ever since they took the lead with revolutionary tech, like smartphones, and now they are going even further. Most importantly, Dreamer's incredibly dangerous. It is not just changing the flow of Korea's market, but impacting the entire world. He broke out in a cold sweat, growing more worried by the minute. It means we can just stay stuck in this outdated industry of construction and cars forever. If Gem Corporation does not surpass this industry, it is doomed to collapse soon. Choi Sun-young was racking his brain, thinking, I need to find a way to solve this. I need something. Just then, the landline rang with a notification sound. Chairman, the CEO has arrived. No sooner said than done. The door suddenly swung open. Koi Jae-woo rushed in, his face beaming with excitement. Dad, I have got great news. You have to give me 800 million more. Chairman Choi Sun-young's face froze in shock. What? Weren't you just caught up in a huge scandal after getting 800 million from that star investment? And now you want another 800 million. Choi Jae-woo looked up confidently. Yes, and I swear this time it will be enough. This is the last time I am asking for money. Please trust me. Chairman Choi scowled, furious. Do you think 800 million is play money? Have I been letting you waste our agent tech's resources on some dumb game they created? Are you crazy now? If you want to invest more, first submit a proper report. Suddenly, a stack of papers was slammed down on the table, leaving him stunned. What is this? Kojiwoo smiled confidently. Before you complain, Dad, just read through this first. Hearing that, Chairman Choi picked up the papers and glanced over them. The headline caught his eye. Kingdom of Maroon Colonial Project. After a moment, Choi Sun-young looked up and asked his son, is everything written here true? Choi Jae-woo folded his left arm over his right, looked at his dad and said, Of course, Dad. I spoke with Duke Byrne, the power player in the Kingdom of Maroon. Everything's going according to plan. If all goes well, we will turn Arcadia into Agent Tech's proud domain. Chairman Choi Sun-young replied calmly. 50 billion. Forget your surprised face. He continued. Take it with 50 billion. I won't give you any more. And do not forget, this is your last chance. Choi Jae-woo could not believe it and broke into a huge smile. Thank you, Dad. Thank you so much. After the door closed, Chairman Choi sat with his arms crossed, deep in thought. A count, a duke, and a love quarrel. It is a whole different world from here. He chuckled. I used to think games were just for kids. Then Choi Sun-young spun his chair and stared out the window. Sighing, looks like the world's changing fast. Elsewhere, at Duke Byrne's palace, in the Duke's study, a conversation was underway. Duke Byrne eyed Sir Leon Nid, the secret envoy from the Hayman Empire, with a cold glare. Heyman Empire. You must have had a tough journey from the far north. What do you want to say to me? Sir Leonin negotiated earnestly. Duke Barun, I know you are preparing for war. The Heyman Empire have a proposal. If you promise to hand over the Hyrule Plain to us after your victory, we will do everything to back you. We will also help you become the king of the Kingdom of Maroon. Duke Barun pondered quietly. Hyrule Plain, that is the plateau between the steep mountain ranges separating Maroon and Heyman. It makes sense the Heyman Empire wants that land for defense. Seems unlikely to be a trap. Both sides benefit. Deal done. Duke Barun and Sir Leonid shook hands. The Duke chuckled. I am glad to have a strong ally by my side now. I look forward to working with you. Sir Leonid nodded sincerely. I hope you do not change your mind once this is over. I look forward to working with you too. Duke Barun. Sir Leonid left, but inside he was still uneasy. Alone in his study, Duke Barun smiled slyly. Everything's going exactly as planned. His face full of ambition. 1 under 10,000. The existence second only to one above 10,000. That is me. That is how I describe myself. Barun chuckled darkly. Right now, only one person stands above me, but he is just an 8-year-old brat who can even wipe his nose properly. What a joke. Duke Barun thought ambitiously. This country needs a real king, not a figurehead with no real power, and that real king is me. Just then, a voice called out from behind. I am glad to see you are in good spirits. Barun asked in surprise. Trade Guild. Why did you come here personally? Lieutenant Choi Jeju replied calmly. The bigger and more important the deal, the more crucial updates there are. Choi Jeju continued. I have already bought all the future rations to be produced from the enemy's territories, the Paco Kingdom, which we are currently buying from, and I have also purchased various food supplies on the current market without causing any major issues. Duke Barun praised him, saying you have completely cut off their supply lines and kept the enemy's resources so they can destabilize internally. You are a really skilled explorer. But I have never heard of buying rations in advance. How did you pull that off? Lieutenant Choi smiled and explained. This strategy is known as futures trading among explorers. It is a type of contract. Everyone signs a contract ahead of time to trade products on a specific future date, promising to sell a set product at a fixed price. Hearing this, Duke Barun stroked his beard and laughed. That is a clever idea. Seems like the explorer title is really handy after all. Choi Jeju humbly said, You are flattering us too much, sir. Duke Barun, as you predicted. The GM Trade Guild put everything they had on the line in this deal. If you are okay with it, I wonder if this could strengthen the power you promised me before. Duke Barun smiled slightly upon hearing Lieutenant Choi Jeju. Without changing his expression, he stood up and said, Hey, Explorer, you are rushing this too much? Sorry, but I am already busy handling other matters right now. He turned to Choi Jeju with a suggestion. Don't you think it would be better to reconsider this after the war ends? Hearing that, Choi Jeju was stunned and started to say, But Duke Barun, before he could finish, Duke Barun's face darkened and he coldly asked, Are you doubting me? Choi Jeju panicked, sweating profusely, thinking to himself, Damn, he sees right through me. Outwardly, he had to stay humble and replied, Of course not, sir, though his hands clenched tightly. Then the Duke returned to a cheerful demeanor and gently saw him off. Well then, please leave first. I still have another engagement. Though reluctant, Choi Jeju had no choice but to agree and leave. The Duke watched proudly as Choi Jeju stormed down the hallway to the front door and punched the wall hard, his eyes burning with rage. Thinking, that damn PC dares to play sneaky games with me. He thought to himself, but right now, I have no other options. I have invested too much in this capital to get tangled up in a power struggle with him. For now, I will act alone and wait for the right moment. I spent 500,000 gold buying up all the food on the market, using up all 5 billion coins my father invested. But even that is still not enough to control the entire food supply in Arcadia right now. That is why I used the brilliant idea of futures trading. Choi Jeju thought to himself, with this, I can seriously cripple the Paco Kingdom. But to pull it off, 10 million gold promised in the contract, converted to coins. That is 1 trillion coins. That is a massive amount. But if this plan fails, not only the GM Trade Guild, but the entire M Corporation will collapse with it. Choi Jeju raised his eyebrows. This really is the last counterattack. I am doing this in secret because I know my father would definitely oppose it. Clenching his hands nervously, he told himself, the war will happen for sure. I know it. So I have to stay calm when the battle comes. Food prices will skyrocket fast. This is not a gamble. I am investing in a future I fully understand and trust. This will definitely succeed, Choi Jeju said with difficulty, because this is the last chance I will ever get. Suddenly, someone flew in through the window, cutting off his thoughts and leaving Choi Jeju stunned. It was none other than Dex, someone he knew. Quickly realizing what he needed to do, Dex chased after him and shouted, Hey, wait up! Turning down the long green carpeted hallway, Jeju shouted loud to grab attention, sweating buckets. His eyes full of mixed feelings as he looked ahead, blaming himself for letting him slip away. Damn it, he instantly recognized the outfit. Even with the hood covering the head, it was clear that is the starter gear low-level adventurers usually wear. His anger flared, face darkening, teeth clenched. What the hell is an adventurer doing in the Duke of Bowen's mansion? Why? How come? A flood of thoughts ran through Jeju's mind. He did not know who this bastard was, but guessed he must have known about his plan, which just made him angrier the more he thought about it. Jeju raised 2 fingers, his furious face darkening even more, clearly about to make a big move. Suddenly, 2 figures cloaked in black appeared behind him. Bowing swiftly, someone was in the meeting room. They observed him carefully, then brought him straight to Jeju. The masked black figures bowed in unison. Reporting respectfully, he gritted his teeth, anger blazing. I do not know who that guy is, but I want to let him mess up my plan. In another room, a cheerful voice greeted a distinguished guest. The Duke of Bowen held a rolled-up white paper, promoted to 3rd rank broken half-core. His eyes very discerning. He teased with a smirk, but Bowen quickly got back on track, asking what brought him here, his gaze sharpening with interest. If you are trying to insult my honor by wasting my precious time, you better have a damn good reason. Ignoring that, he cheerfully said he wanted to assassinate Broken. Bowen was stunned. You are serious? He even thought that might be a valid reason. Once he settled down, he finally understood. He smiled and told him that Count Broken believed the only way to stop the war was by killing him, and that he was seriously considering assassinating him. This immediately caught his attention. The cheerful tone from before shifted to anger. Hey, adventurer, you really think I will buy your nonsense without a shred of proof? His words dripping with lethal intent. Of course. You won't be left weak either. If we are talking proof, I think you already have something you can recall. Hearing this, his eyes lit up, puzzled but intrigued. Realizing he was not lying, Bowen smiled faintly. Haha, you are not wrong. Tan, next to him, could not hold back and whispered in his ear. See, you are the one trying to kill him. Count Broken's just figuring out what to do, but you beside Tan quickly shot back. Does that matter? It is obvious he is going to try to kill him anyway. So shush. After that, Tan seemed to realize something. Wait, is this bastard doing this on purpose? Dex noticed he would caught on and just smiled, glancing at him. Bowen could not help but admit, I did not expect Count Broken to make this move. He has always been stubborn about his so-called justice, he said with a smile. But people do whatever they have to when backed into a corner. His point made, Bowen smiled and looked at him. Alright then. Why are you telling me this? Spotting the trap, Dex smiley. Isn't it obvious? He quickly said. I think it is better to leave the throne to someone wise and experienced, rather than hand it over to an immature kid. That hit Bowen right in the heart. He flinched, he bowed slightly, smiling softly. Meanwhile, the other guy poured fuel on the fire. I think this kingdom would be better off under your rule. Bowen laughed out loud, the sound echoing through the room. He opened his eyes wide. What is your name? Unfazed? Dex answered with a single word. The two quickly sealed their alliance with a handshake. Bowen stood aside confidently. I have a really good feeling about our relationship. That immediately made Dex quite interested. Well then, I hope I can live up to your expectations. The scene shifted outside as Dex left the mansion. Elle prayed silently from above. I never thought he would talk so much trash. Gods above, please forgive this boy's sins. Tan next to him suddenly shouted, Hey, what are you planning? Working for both sides. Those words instantly made Dex feel pretty discouraged. He spun around angrily. I am just testing out possible scenarios. That is all. Elle and Tan still looked clueless. Their faces blank. War is inevitable. The question is who will fire the first shot. But in the end, it won't even matter who starts it. He raised his hand. There is only one thing I am sure of. Smirking, he glanced up. More responsibilities will fall on me amidst the chaos of war. And with that, I will gain a lot, just like with the Tan and Slim case. Tan looked surprised. So you mean if war breaks out, it will benefit you? Then why not just team up with Duke from the start? He grumbled. Dex chuckled softly. That won't do. Tan, if that happens, there'd be no one left to oppose once Duke Burn regains power. First, I need to side with Count Brocken. Tan blinked. What kind of messed up logic is that? Immediately realized. You mean war from an outside force is not the only chaos. Internal conflicts can be even worse. His eyes lit up at the chaos from 2 wars and the benefits he could reap from them. Who would be thought? He said with a sly tone. Double the wars, double the rewards. Tan. The demon could not help but be stunned. This crazy bastard. Suddenly, a book charred black appeared. Tiny Tan held a big pen. If you plan to betray someone, do not just stand there. Hey, what are you doing? asked the surprised bystander. Tan carried a look of shock and fear, acting only in his own interest. That is what a demon should do. Dex stood beside him, chuckling happily, like a playful acknowledgement being exchanged. A voice called him over, and that caught his attention. Two figures in black robes appeared large in front of him. Time for a little chat. Those were the two shadows that showed up when talking with Jiju, their eyes glowing bright red. He just gave a faint smile. Things are about to get interesting. At the gym event, in a shabby room, 5 people wearing white masks and cloaks covered from head to toe. A voice echoed, "Welcome to..." Choi Jiju spoke up. "Why do not you have a seat?" Dex replied, "It is an honor. I also provide escort services. Even with a big company like this." He shrugged and said, "Relax. We have plenty of people. This is simple." They exchanged looks, sharing the same thought. The character's identity was hidden, just as planned. "He is quite special," one said. Dex spoke first. "So why did you want to meet me?" He answered, "I need to check on some things. Sorry for the rudeness." Dex frowned, repeating, "Check some things. Huh? Good reason. What exactly do you want to check?" He grimaced and said, "The Burn formula." "What did you say to him?" Dex laughed. "No idea. No reason for me to tell you." Choi Jiju slammed his hand on the table. He glared angrily at Dex. "You do not seem to know your place." Intense killing intent radiated from him. The Demon King appeared, whispering in alarm, "Master, what the hell did you just do?" "He's lost it." Michael agreed. "Yeah? Even the Lord would not forgive that insult." Dex raised an eyebrow. "Hey, but he is pretty annoying," he thought. "What should I do now?" He remembered the 2 white masked men who brought him here. Then he realized his situation. 5 people outside the gate, at least 7 inside. He looked at Choi Jiju. Including him, he hid his name. But if he did that, it meant he was extremely confident he could keep him here. Flames flickered from his hand. Damn, no other choice. I might have to use heaven's judgment. At that moment, John Mead spoke up. "Please do not misunderstand. We just want to ask if the Burn formula has assigned you any missions." He looked at him. Finally, someone speaking properly. Huh. His attitude did not seem like he wanted to ask me that. Choi Jiju slammed his hand on the table again, pointing at him. He shouted, "I do not know your relationship with the Burn formula, but do not interfere with his matters. If I see you near him again." Death crossed his arms and smirked. "So what?" Choi Jiju growled angrily. "From now on, your life's gonna get a lot harder." Suddenly, a hand reached out. John Smith pretended to fix Choi Jiju's collar. Jiju blinked and exclaimed, "Branch leader." Smith glanced at him, reassuring, "Please calm down. We are short-staffed. You are crossing the line." Jiju gritted his teeth and stayed silent. Then John Smith bowed respectfully to Death. "I sincerely apologize. He is heavily invested in the Burn formula, so he is a bit sensitive. I will explain everything in detail." Death smiled to himself, thinking, he is not so simple after all. John Smith glanced at him. "We are not a branch. We belong to the GM Corporation." Death was surprised. He asked again, "You mean the GM Corporation?" He confirmed, "Yes, that is right." Just then, a pouch of gold coins slammed onto the table. He continued, "We have invested heavily in Arcadia No, in the Burn formula." Death looked down at the gold pouch. "Considering, I can reveal details to you, but I am sure you understand why we give you this much. What do you say?" Mysterious traveler. The guild leader raised his hand to his head, quietly observing him. John Smith asked again, "Do you understand?" Death glanced at those two, grinning mysteriously like he was hiding something. Then he happily the bag of gold coins and said, "All right, I get. All I have to do is give up the formula mission. Right?" They both stared at him, surprised to see him smiling so brightly. Clearly thrilled, the moonlit night approached. Tan and Michael appeared. Tan asked, "They want the war to end too?" Huh, Michael added, "Things would be better if we would been honest from the start. Honesty is super important." He smiled at them and said, "Fair enough. I also got some backup." Then he thought to himself, the GM Corporation is involved too. Obviously they want their cut from this war selling weapons. Or maybe they have some deal with Burn formula. But he shook it off. "It is not my problem. If the war happens, I will profit anyway." Suddenly, he hesitated and thought, "But maybe I really can do this?" Annoyed, he told himself, "I can let that reckless punk enjoy himself like this." Then he said to the two, "All right, I have made up my mind." He grinned calmly and said, "I am going to kill Burn's formula." Hearing that, Tan felt helpless and resigned, but Michael was excited and thrilled. Tan complained, he is losing it again. Why kill such a good formula? Just let it go." But Michael flew over with sparkling eyes, praising, "You are finally becoming reliable. If you are set on this, demand a one-on-one duel. This is your chance to keep your promise to Count Brocken." He looked at her and said, "I told you, that one T work." It will just make things harder. I am planning a secret assassination. At that, Michael's face instantly stiffened. She pouted and turned away. Then I can help you this time. No heavenly powers for you, she tried to explain. Assassination is cowardly and cruel. It does not give the opponent a chance to say goodbye to their loved ones. I can let you use heavenly power for such a ruthless act, she firmly answered. But please look at the situation. Tan sighed from the side. What are you two even doing? Suddenly, he smiled as if he would just thought of a great idea. Tan thought to himself, wait, this might actually work. He called out, hey, master. He smiled fiercely. Do you want to borrow power from me? If you do not mind using demonic power. He looked at Tan in surprise. Wait, Tan, you mean you can do that too? Tan grinned and said, yeah, I can provide that as well. Tan's words shocked him. Heavenly power. Tan immediately pointed up and said, then let us start now. A magic circle appeared at Deck's feet. The circle radiated a huge amount of energy, making Dex a bit uneasy. A message popped up. Your pact with the demon realm is successful. You can temporarily borrow power from the demon realm through acknowledgement. Dex placed his hand on the magic circle, feeling the power flow. Finally, he smiled knowingly. He placed his name on the magic circle, sensing the power. Then he grinned fiercely. Next, a selection screen appeared in front of Dex. The character selection screen showed several figures. He examined them and said, let us see. Interesting. Tan came closer and asked, Master, what do you think? Any character you like? He looked at him and answered, it is better than I thought. If heaven focuses more on raw power, this side focuses on extra skills. They will be more useful and practical. Tan was confused by his answer. I do not know what you are talking about, but it sounds like you like this one. He wondered, Tan, why did not you mention this earlier? More options would have been great if you had told me sooner. Michael marched up ready to hit Tan, but he blocked her with his hand and turned to reply, hey, no reason, you never asked, so I just assumed you wanted heavenly power. He gave a confused look. Tan helplessly shouted, really? Death excitedly scrolled through the list. Which character should I pick? Feels like shopping. Then he exclaimed, this one looks good. I looked at the character you chose, and you seemed annoyed. Hey, why that character? He looked at you while you explained. You said you would seen him in a history book at the library. Michael also looked at the character you picked. She recognized him, saying, that is definitely him, the Death Legion. Lich Agamor, master of soul summoning, the cruelest necromancer, the one who crushed an empire and 4 kingdoms, spreading terror across the continent. No life, not even the smallest, survives where his legion passes. Even centuries later, his name still strikes fear in many. He is the embodiment of death, like a shadow in the night, cloaked and standing on rooftops. Watching, that is death, scouting out the enemy situation. He mutters. 2 guards, perfect for a test run. One guard spots him and wonders. The leader hears and asks, what is it? The other stammers. On the roof, is that a person? Right then, Death commands. Heavens strike. Lich Agamor. Suddenly, a skull-headed monster erupts from him. Howling, the guards panic, not understanding what is happening. They wonder, what is with this cold air? The system flashes a message. Demon Realm Agamor has possessed the player's body. You can temporarily use his power. Death grins. Skill setup's exactly as I expected. The blonde guard panics, thinking, this insane energy is completely overwhelming me. This has to be dark magic, and high-level magic at that. He glares at Death. Then I will give it my all from the start. Letner, listen up. We are not trying to capture him alive. The nearby guard replies, but we can confirm his identity then. The leader snaps back. That is not our priority right now. He draws his sword. If we lose here, the entire Burren castle could fall under his control. Death laughs at their panic. Let us. Then beams of violet light strike down the guards. The blonde guard grits his teeth. He slams his sword into the ground, shouting, Holy shield. He catches Death's attention. That guy's smart. Guess the rumors about Burren's guards being good are true. He watches the leader charging in and comments, and pretty brave too. The leader yells, sorry, but I am about to show you my full strength. You damn intruder. Unlocking divine power. Judgment mirror. Death stands there, taunting. Looks like we are in for a fiery battle. Death's eyes blaze. Soul piercer. Instantly, a massive demon above him stabs through the blonde guard. He glares fiercely. He barely utters, he is a necromancer, then collapses. The other guards see their leader fall and panic, stammering, no way. The mana. No way. There is a lich in the Marin Kingdom. One spins around shouting urgent warnings to the others. He runs while yelling. Lich appeared. Everyone, assemble. Then another strike from the lich pierces his body. Death is not satisfied yet, not even close. He points at them. The weakest soul summoners are vulnerable before they have fully recovered. Even with Heaven's strike, I do not want to risk my life fighting all these guards head-on right now. The injured guard, trembling in pain and fear, can barely speak through tears. Then he collapses too. Death smirks wickedly. Now that I have everything I need, let us see how this goes. Next, the two he just killed are engulfed in purple energy, rising and reviving. A loud explosion erupts. The system announces again, low-rank soul killer. Demon warrior, mid-rank soul killer. Death Knight. Death is thrilled and energized. Welcome aboard. Hope my plan goes off without a hitch. Soul summoners mages cloaked in black robes, eyes glowing fierce red, standing above a bright red magic circle. They can control countless lost souls as long as they channel mana and kill, like an army of dry skeleton knights rising up. In other words, it is no exaggeration to say that a single soul summoner can be a massive force. So why are they considered such an effective force in siege or large-scale battles? Like now, under the bright full moon, a terrifying scene unfolds. Dead men turned into dry skeleton monsters, wielding swords to slaughter their former comrades. A terrified soldier screams, "Help me!" Dex hovers above, watching the massacre, thinking to himself, looks like the link is completely broken. What a relief. Otherwise, this would have become a serious problem later on. Seems like the quick ambush was the right call. A soldier spots the dry skeleton monsters approaching, waves his hand, and shouts, "Where did those living scouts come from? Is this an ambush from the ancient kingdom? Stop them fast. If they take this place, we will be completely cut off, even with the holy knights right here." Someone points at the withered white skeletons in armor, delivering a harsh, brutal truth. They are all dead and undead now, even if a few remain. They are already under the formula's control. The soldier pales, despairing. What? Then what do we do? There are too many to handle. Dex steps forward, seeing the scene. Quietly says, "Poor guys. Looks like you have been abandoned." He points his index finger, tracing a deadly dark purple mana line in the air, casually adding, "But even so, do not be too down." Dex says he will organize them and put them to good use. Under the moonlight appears a giant dry soldier monster, 10 times a normal man's size, wielding a massive sword like a giant tree. A soldier looks up at the monster, head reeking, sweating, gas in disbelief. What the hell is that? Blood sprays with agonized screams as purple mana envelops the undead, their flesh vanishing, mouths emitting meaningless growls. When the mana fades, before Dex kneel 3 obedient and loyal warriors. Dex looked at the 3 skeletal soldiers, smiled, and said, "Congratulations. You are now part of my army. I have a special mission for you all. I want you to find the person who abandoned you like cowards." The skeletal soldiers bowed on one knee. Silently listening, Dex said with interest, "I am giving you a chance to get revenge." The skeletal soldier with hair in the center shed a tear and let out a meaningless sound. The skeletal soldiers left so fast they left behind 3 trails of purple mana. Dex looked up at the moon and whispered, "Now, cowardly formula. Hide well if you want to survive, though it might be in vain." The entire main building of the formula was engulfed by a deadly purple mana wave. The sound of that energy was harsh and enraging. The formula, wearing a red nightgown, jolted awake in shock. He hurriedly called out, "What is that noise? Anyone there?" The bedroom door flew open. A soldier appeared, looking urgent, quickly saying, "Formula, you need to evacuate immediately." The formula was startled by this, confused. He said, "Evacuate? What are you talking about? There is no place safer in the Maroon Kingdom than my mansion." Tears filled the soldier's eyes as he panicked. "There is a corpse and intruder in your mansion." The formula could not believe it. "What? A corpse?" A silent purple mana stream crept into the room unnoticed. The formula shouted, "What are you all doing? Protect me immediately." The soldier replied, "Yes, sir. I will gather the holy knights right away." Death narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Found you." Mana streams erupted violently elsewhere. They all rushed simultaneously toward the formula's bedroom. The formula sensed the disturbance and panicked, shouting, "What is going on?" 3 skeletal soldiers ran in. The guards panicked and fled, screaming, but they could not escape. Blood splattered everywhere. The skeletal soldiers stomped over the bodies of the fallen. The formula backed away in terror, helplessly shouting, "Stay away from my guests. Where did you even come from on this earth?" Suddenly he cried out, pupils shrinking in disbelief. He saw the giant skeletal soldier break through his bedroom wall and fell backward. "That sword!" the formula shouted. The giant skeletal soldier held a massive, familiar greatsword. He immediately recognized its original owner and yelled, "Ledner!" Ledner was a knight with blonde hair and brown eyes. Looking at the other skeletal soldiers, the formula recognized them too. Thinking silently, Not just him, these undead are my night guards. The formula shouted in disbelief. Don't tell me those undead have appeared inside this mansion? No. In the entire Maroon Kingdom. A familiar voice echoed like a devil's curse. Found you. It was death. He stepped through the hole the giant skeletal soldier had made. His tone was casual, like meeting on a normal day. Saying, nice to see you. Formula. The formula's face turned pale as he said, are you an adventurer? You are looking for me. If you need to discuss something, I will make time to meet you. The formula, agitated, asked, what are you doing? What are you after? I will give you anything. Dex smiled and repeated, what do I want? Your death? His answer shocked the formula. Dex stepped closer and said, that is what I want. The formula, desperate and broken, tears streaming, asked, why are you doing this? Dex bent down to look at the formula. Expression serious, saying, formula, you should be careful who you trust. Don't you think so? The formula, stunned, could not understand. Dex said, I do not care about the war, whether you become king or profit from it all. Kongthuk asked, how do you know all that? Dex did not answer, just kept talking. But you know what? Dex smirked, saying you should not make me worry. He asked how to use those clueless idiots to get things done the right way. Do better in your next life? Huh, man. I do not even know if peace have next lives. Kongthuk got scared and begged, wait, please spare me. Don't kill me. I will do what you say. Just please do not kill me. Dex ignored him, turned around and said, hey guys, wrap it up. The skeletal soldiers advanced toward Duke Burin. His eyes went blank, whispering in despair, I never thought my long-held wish would end in such hopelessness. The skeletons cried out as their bony arms raised their swords. Duke Burin's head was severed from his neck. System notification, Duke Burin has died. With his death, the secret plans underway were brutally halted. A detailed report followed. A total of 321 related missions were cancelled. You have earned the prestigious assassin title. In the bedroom, Duke Burin's body knelt on the floor. System message. You completed your side quest. Calculating reward. You received 53,000. Dex looked at the notification and said, woo, I knew this would happen. They are really generous. These rewards are on a whole different level compared to Slim's incident. I'm definitely going to benefit big time, as long as I mess everything up. Satin and Michael cheered beside him. Satin said, whoa, Master, you just got a mountain of recognition. Michael's eyes sparkled like stars. What just happened? I am feeling an even stronger power from you. Dex gave up thinking. These little brats sure have a knack for sniffing out stuff like this. He asked Satan, this a gamer's afterlife? There is no time limit on continuous use of people. Right? Satin, like a sly merchant, rubbed his hands and grinned. Of course. You can use them, as long as it is reasonable. Dex smiled darkly. Got it, so that is how it is? Satan's face twisted. What are you planning? Purple man appeared. He had just used resurrection magic. Dex explained. If I do not want to mess everything up, I have to do it right. Dex laughed. There is still so much destruction waiting for us. Right? He said. Get ready. Vemp's got no skin left to hide. Under the full moon shining bright, a majestic palace appeared. This is the holy cathedral of the Holy Empire. Silver moonlight poured through the window into the room. Inside, an old man with white hair worried silently. Thinking, tonight I will have a hard time sleeping. I hope no sheep stray tonight. He was Pope Am of the Holy Cathedral. Holy Empire. Suddenly, a voice called out, my lord. Catching his attention, he glanced back and hummed softly. A young maiden in a white nightgown entered, her hair reaching her calves. Cute face. Beautiful purple eyes. This was Saint Sylvia. Her eyes looked away briefly as she hesitated. My lord, can you spare some time for me? Am kindly chuckled. Ho ho. Saint, what brings you to visit me so early? She replied, I saw an omen in a dream. The girl nervously and fearfully said, somewhere in the Arcadia continent, there is a great darkness steering. An image of a soul summoner appeared, surrounded by pulsing purple mana, radiating death's aura. The Pope's face grew serious. He hurried closer to the saint, asking if she knew any more about the location. Any hint, no matter how small. The saint clasped her hands, trying to think. Whispering, a clue about the location. I think. Tears welled up in her fearful eyes. The person cried out desperately right before dying. Duke Burin. The Pope never expected this. Thinking silently, Duke Burin, the true power behind the Moreland Kingdom. In his mind appeared the image of a strong, proud man with sharp, piercing eyes. The saintess fearfully covered her face with her hands, crying and gasping, saying, they are so pitiful. Truly innocent souls who ended up with such a tragic fate. The Pope approached the saintess gently, saying, it is no need to be so scared. He embraced the girl, calming her down, and said, God is sending a warning to everyone. It is not real. We are still safe. After a moment, another voice rang out, requesting an audience with the Pope and the Saintess. A man with fiery red hair knelt on one knee in respect. Speaking formally, I am Holy Knight Agudiel. Summoned here by your command, he had a square-shaped face and said, Please, give me your orders. The Pope looked at the knight and said, Thank you for coming. Agudiel, the Saintess has received a divine omen. He ordered, I want you to investigate what happened to the burned realm and search for any trace of the shadow under the moonlight. The entire mansion was shrouded in the energy of death. Decaying away, surrounded by patrolling skeletal soldiers, the system notification board kept flashing urgently. The burned realm is in chaos. Production capacity dropped from 8% down to 5%. And military forces declined from 9% to 8%. The people in the territory were scared and slowly fleeing their land. Atop a mansion with a flag bearing Burin's emblem, Deck stepped forward. He raised his hand and cast a rain spell, saying, That is all there is to it. Under the power of mana, the flag burned to ashes. A new notification appeared. An outstanding achievement, you single-handedly conquered the Burn realm. You earned the title of Evil Soul Summoner. And Burn's secret plan has been completely destroyed. You gained 14,000 acknowledgements. Dex stood on the mansion looking down at the deadly scene below, saying, Isn't this a spectacular sight? He smiled, tipping down his cloak's hood, and said, Being a soul summoner is seriously awesome. If I would known earlier, I would have started soul summoning way sooner. Beneath the ground, the skeletal army kept moving endlessly. He said, But, honestly, seeing corpses every day is kinda tough. A skeleton behind him raised a bony finger, pointing at himself. He thought quietly, That Lich's death army really is a powerful and effective force. I earned 60,000 acknowledgements, that is huge. Dex squinted, thinking. However, he realized something was off and thought, It won't be good if this keeps going, because this power is borrowed from someone else. Accessed through the Divine Descent skill. The longer you use it, the more acknowledgements it drains, maybe even more than the rewards I have earned. He turned to Setang and asked, Setang, how many acknowledgements have I used up so far? Setang replied, Huh, you want to know? He pulled out a calculator and started tapping rapidly, saying, wait a sec, let me check. You killed the Duke, scattered the Han army, destroyed part of the territory, wait, or maybe the whole thing, judging by casualties. Finally, Setang gave a cheerful answer, about 42,284 acknowledgements. Sir, I mean, esteemed guest. Death eyed Setang suspiciously and asked, Did you just call me an idiot? Setang feigned innocence. Huh, did I say that? I do not remember saying that. Death said, That is way too expensive. Cut me a discount. Setang's expression shifted to disbelief, like he would been struck by lightning. Exclaiming, What? He quickly said, Wait, sir, this is not a bargaining shop. You need it, so you pay the price? Simple as that. Death turned his nose up and stubbornly said, I am a VIP after all. Don't I get special treatment? Or maybe some coupons. Setang clenched his fists, veins bulging, and said in a sharp tone, You are seriously treating me like a convenience store now? Death sneered, If there is no special treatment, then from now on I am just a regular customer. Michael's eyes sparkled like stars as he said, Really? Seeing that, Setang gave up, holding up 4 fingers. 44 people, sir. Death frowned and said, 35,000. Setang said, 39,990. Then he lowered the price to 36,000, then 39,080. Hearing that, he glanced at Setang suspiciously, asking, Are you messing with me? Setang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Finally, he offered 36,500. Even Michael was shocked and exclaimed, Setang flew in front of Death, angrily saying, I can't lower the price any further. Do whatever you want. Death smiled and said, All right. That is enough. The two then shook hands to seal the deal. Definitely a huge discount. The system notification popped up. The divine negotiation skill has ended. Now calculating players' time and actions. You spent 36,500 and successfully completed the negotiation with the demon. A dark purple board appeared, marking a super achievement. You are the first to slash a demon lord. You have earned the title negotiator. Even capable of cutting down a demon lord, your negotiation skill mastery has skyrocketed. You now have the upper hand when dealing with ordinary NPCs. Your negotiation skill jumped 7 ranks. Death stared at the notification in surprise, thinking, Negotiation skill. It was barely at the beginner rank before, and now it has jumped 7 levels at once. He thought to himself, that is an amazing achievement when dealing with Tan. Right? So why does it hurt on one side of my head, making me scream? Why do I have to suffer a loss like this? Meanwhile, Michael laughed beside him and said, Huh? That is the price you pay for stealing someone else's ideas. Death sighed and said, Fine. I will. Anyway, he looked over the territory flooded with death energy and monsters, saying, "This place has truly become a complete mess." Has not it? Death told Tan and L. "I am stepping out for a bit. Wait for me here." Tan shouted, "What?" So suddenly, "Where are you going?" Michael added, "We can't do anything without you here." "Why are you suddenly leaving?" Death said, "I have some things to finish." Michael repeated, confused, "Finish some things." He smiled and said, "You will know the details soon enough. Just wait." Then he chose the logout command from the game. Outside, the silkworm was playing the empty drum game. Streetlights and moonlight shining in, the computer's running sound echoed. The screen lit up brightly in the night. He logged in the game's homepage. Effendia, right away. The news section was full of info about the chaos he caused in Duke Burin's territory, how the Duke's lands, part of the Mural Kingdom, were destroyed by the Death Legion. There were reports about the Phantom Teaser retreating from the Death Legion, calls to identify him, and speculation about whether special monsters had appeared for a new main storyline. One article included a photo of Dex standing on a rooftop looking down, but his identity was unclear since his clothes hid his face. The headline read, "Phantom Teaser destroys Duke Burin's territory. You would need at least an epic boss level to cause that much damage. That can be a player." Right below were tons of comments. What is going on now? Looks like the dev team is having way too much fun after the newbie village got wrecked. Damn, what is this all about? I died near the outskirts. These Death Legion guys are insanely strong. I could not even stand a chance against them. The game's cool, but the gameplay is dumb as hell. Whoever made this mess better not get caught. I won't forgive you. Jurang leaned on his hand reading comments, happily saying, "Haha, just as expected. Things are heating up. I wonder how everyone would react if they knew I am behind the Slim incident, and this one too. But I am not planning on getting caught." He stretched his shoulders and said, "Alright, now I have gathered everything I need." Rang smiled wickedly, a bit sinister, saying, "Ready to cut down that rich kid's life?" Dex always liked to play it cool. The old character design showed his name was still Dex. This was not his first time negotiating with people like Jeju and the GM Corporation. Using past experience as a base, he found the perfect way to bargain with power abusers who do injustice to others. Since the moment Dex decided to face off against Jeju, he slowly started prepping the perfect plan. Ju walked back to a video file and clicked it open. Dex muttered, "Finally found it." It was footage of Jeju talking with the Duke. Jurang immediately started typing furiously, chuckling under his breath. "I got Tan and L to follow and watch him. Next, I will just wipe out any parts about me and edit it to look like something else is going on." Then, the video changed. It started with Duke Burin talking about how much profit we could make if a war breaks out. Then Jeju's replied, "It depends on food prices, but our estimated profit is about 8 million gold." The image blurred. It switched to Jeju, laughing smugly, saying if Duke Burin keeps his word, the GM Trading Guild could dominate the whole continent. Not just the Dream Kingdom. The profit from exclusive food rights is just the tip of the iceberg. We will make tens, even hundreds of times more. He said it is all thanks to those fools just playing and enjoying the game. The video ended with him saying, "I hope the war breaks out soon." Ji Jiang watched the video, satisfied, silently thinking, "This should be enough. Now then," he said, "I can't wait to see everyone's reactions." Then he immediately logged into his YouTube account, posted a video titled "Exposing the Culprit Behind Duke Burin's Territory Incident." It wasn't monsters. The views skyrocketed to an insane 1,074,286. Beneath were a flood of angry comments. Artie Crackle wrote, "So stupid. Who even paid for all those weapons?" Bed said, "This is nuts. The GM Trading Guild is awful in this game." Nunkir wrote, "They have lost their minds. How can a guild do something like this?" Dajil said, "They have crossed the line. Goodbye." Sanjin wrote, "Too late." Ziji read all those comments. His face turned pale, sweat pouring down. He muttered, "I am Duke." John Smith appeared behind him, hand on his shoulder, saying, "Looks like they have caught on to you, sir." Ziju turned to look at him, pointing at the computer. He asked, "What the hell is going on? How did our conversation leak?" John Smith looked incredulous, saying, "All our talks were held in places the guild does not even know about, meaning no player should be been there." Exactly what happened then, Ziju said, "If no one was there, then what the hell is this footage?" He yelled angrily, fists clenched, lunging forward. Then he smashed the computer screen, his face twisted in rage, saying, "I do not care who did this, but I will find them and tear them apart with everything I have got." His hands bleeding, John Smith placed a hand on his shoulder calmly. "Young master, I understand how you feel, but finding the culprit is not the priority right now. First, we have to take this video down at all costs. If this leaks, It will cause huge trouble for the GM Guild. Suddenly, his phone rang. The caller had showed Chairman ZG's father. Ziju panicked, hesitated to answer. Stammering, Dad, John Smith said. Looks like it is already too late. He said, damn it, I am really screwed. This is breaking news at 9 p.m. A scandal has erupted in the trending game Arcadia Online. A video exposed a player abusing the game's economy system, trying to hide certain controversial items that everyone's been buzzing about. Surprisingly, the GM Trading Guild is now known as the mastermind behind this scandal. The news anchor reported. She said the Korean branch of Arcadia, a subsidiary of the Aging conglomerate, revealed that the GM Guild invested massive funds to buy gold. The most shocking part is the estimated capital injection, around $750,000. She said the GM Guild is waiting for the Fair Trade Commission to take a stand and prosecute regarding this incident. Lemizian checked the announcement on her computer. She is the CEO of Arcadia Limited. She bowed her head and said this is a big deal. It is the first time a virtual reality incident that does not even exist in real life has affected the real world. I guess it is not that surprising. Jun Myohan looked at her and asked if it is okay for the public to know about this incident. Lemizian stood up and said, of course. This is a great opportunity to show these corporations that we are serious. Jun Myohan said, but CEO, I am sure the GM Guild won't just sit back and do nothing. Will this really be okay? Lemizian smiled and said, we will have to follow this through to the end, no matter the cost. Jun Myohan was startled, not expecting that answer. He said, but Lemizian asked, who do you think takes the bigger hit if this incident gets exposed? I do not think the GM Guild is stupid enough for that. She said this actually works in our favor. We will teach them that they will be in serious trouble if they try any shady business in the world we have created. Jun Myohan thought to himself, her attitude is the real problem here. Lemizian thought to herself, I honestly do not care what happens to the GM Guild. She is focused on something else. She thinks the player who posted that video is the real issue. She muttered excitedly to herself, the Slim Raid incident, the slave advertisement incident, and the Burn Territory 1 player's actions have a huge impact on the game. On the real world, she whispered. Who would have thought someone would be revealing their identity here? She said the mysterious anonymous player she mentioned is currently at school. Jijin appeared beside her, excitedly whispering, have you heard about the GM Guild's credit hoarding incident? They teamed up with a super powerful NPC named Burn and tried some crazy stuff. Jijin was not interested and pretended not to know. Asking seriously, why would a big guild do something like playing a game? Jijin totally disagreed, saying a game, Dex, you really do not get it. He quickly pointed out that the economy involved is huge, big enough for a real-world corporation to want to get their dirty hands into it. And the thoughts and actions of an NPC supposedly controlled only by the system. This incident has already made front-page news in the real world. He excitedly said Arcadia is not just a game anymore. It is its own world now. Jijin folded his arms and looked at him, saying, huh, that actually sounds about right. He silently thought, thank goodness everything's going according to plan. This is not just the reaction of some Arcadia addict like Gijin. He glanced away to see some students gathered nearby discussing, thinking that the other students are reacting exactly as planned. Dex grabbed his phone, thinking to himself. And finally, all he saw on his phone was Gijin being bombarded by reporters' questions and microphones, his face distorted from the chaos. The article headline read, Gem Chairman's son caught using Ver to speculate credits by reporter Jo Hoyen Soo. Dex smiled with satisfaction seeing this, thinking, I have successfully taught him a lesson. A lively, clear voice rang out. Great to see you all. Dex looked up toward the podium, thinking, huh, I have never heard this voice before. On the podium was a young man in a white doctoral robe, raising his hand. He was a young guy with soft brown hair parted to the sides, wearing black-rimmed glasses. He said, I am a surveyor from the Arcadia Limited Research and Development Team, Kang Pil. I will be leading today's special lecture, and I am also a senior here at your school. He said, I hope you will listen carefully to Professor Kim Tae-hun's presentation. It might seem boring, but some points will be really useful. Ha! The professor responded, enough with the nonsense. Let us get started. The students over there are buzzing about this special class. Dex thought to himself, is he an Arcadia employee? Meanwhile, inside Arcadia, in Duke Burin's territory, Sedang stretched out on a tree branch, yawning and mumbling. When will the master come back? I am so... Suddenly, a golden divine light appeared. Sedang immediately felt it. He sat, looking toward the desert, wondering what this dark power could be. It was not something ordinary. Sedang thought about the immense power. A white flag with an 8-pointed star inside a golden circle fluttered in the wind. Sedang marveled, thinking it was huge. The source of that power was a Gudil, backed by an elite holy army. Feeling annoyed, Sedang muttered, What a pain! I better stay clear of this area. Hey, what is that loot doing right now? Sedang found it hard to believe, saying, I can't believe they showed up when their master is not even here. The legion of spirits created by Jaijong gathered at the territory's entrance to face Agudil. Even without his orders, Agudil stretched out his hand, and a powerful holy light radiated from it. He shouted holy light, as divine rays shot from his palm. The light engulfed the spirit army, dissolving their death mana and purifying them. The dry bones rattled when the light faded. Only scattered armor lay on the ground before Agudil. He knelt reverently on one knee before the armor, saying, Rest well, my comrades. The armor bore the image of a cross. Agudil said, What a terrible sight. This situation is brutal, just like the Saintess's prophecy. Angry, he furrowed his brow. If only I would known about this sooner. Agudil clenched his fist, pressing it firmly into the ground. Calmly, he said, This is where my investigation ends. I just purified in death, and he is on a higher level than I thought. If in death at the gate is this strong, then I will admit defeat if I keep pushing forward like this. The holy soldiers behind him heard this, and thought, Higher level? Huh? Agudil's expression turned serious as he looked back, saying, Report this to the Pope immediately. Under the full moon, in the desolate, decaying lands, Agudil's voice echoed, telling His Holiness that a killer capable of rewriting history has appeared. The morning sun shone over the schoolyard. In classroom 2, the instructor's voice rang out, Let us get started with a new lesson. Kangpyo Jud. I am here today to talk about the benefits for all of you sitting here, about the world's first VIR technology. I will be the one to watch over and support your dreams. I am sure you all know VIR tech can connect directly to our brains, right? He explained that direct communication between machine and brain is the core of VIR tech. But just like everyone has a unique face, every brain works differently too. Each brain processes signals in its own way. This is called deviation. Kangpyo Jun squinted slightly, saying, That means talent for using VIR really does exist. The leader of the group with the girl Ki-un liked from afar. Kangpyo Jun continued, The sync rate between the VIR screen and the brain's electronic signals shows whether someone has talent or not. We call this the synchronization rate. Then he said, It will make more sense if you see it yourself. Today, I will be measuring your sync rates. This will be a great experience. Who is up for it? The students immediately started chatting excitedly about this. Suddenly, a hand shot up. A neat black-haired guy stood up, raising his hand. I want to try. That was Kang Tae-soo, he said. Sounds interesting, a girl whispered to her friend. He is so handsome. Ji-Kian shouts loudly. Dex overhears and asks, Hey, are you okay? Then he suddenly remembers, thinking, Oh yeah, that guy who just raised his hand, did not he study with Ji-Kian back in middle school? What was his name? The leader of the group with the girl Ji-Kian secretly liked. Dex does not think much and just shrugs internally. Well, it is not my problem. Unexpectedly, as the guy passes by, he introduces himself. I am Kentib. Son. Dex looks over at him. Tae-soo smirked, glanced down at Dex and said, Looking forward to being classmates with you, buddy from the temple. Kang Tae-soo steps down to the podium and apologizes to Kang Pyeon, saying his seat is even farther than he expected. He replies friendly, It is, come on over. Jairang looks at him, his face shadowed, muttering, What is with that attitude? Kang Pyeon places his hand on the device chamber where Kang Tae-soo lies, explaining, This is a sync rate extraction device. There is actually a better machine for this, but it is okay since it is just a simple test. Accuracy might not be perfect, but it is good enough to measure sync rates. Finally, he emphasizes, and of course, it is totally safe. Kang Tae-soo puts on the VIR goggles inside. Sweating nervously, he thinks, I wish he would said that from the start. Kang Pyeon grabs a tablet and says, Alright, let us get started. The device powers on, buzzing and flashing bright blue and white lights. Inside, Kang Tae-soo thinks, even though this test feels pointless, there is no way my score will be low, but that is fine. I will use this chance to show everyone that grass is not the same everywhere. Images of Ji-Yeon and Dex walking side by side pop up in his mind. He thinks, especially that little punk, Ji-Yeon and the hoodie kid always tagging along with him. I do not like them. That is the main thing. Remembering Dex's blank, emotionless eyes, he gets angry, thinking, his eyes show he does not care about anything but himself. Kang Tae-soo smirks arrogantly, thinking, I will take this chance to totally crush him. Then the device displays a number, 21.35%. Kang Pil-jun adjusts his glasses, checking the tablet. Amazing. For a teen's average score, this is huge. You are almost breaking records. The highest I have seen was 26%. Kang Tae-soo steps out of the chamber. Kim Tun laughs. Haha, you are hyping me up too much. Kang Pil-jun looks back at the students. Let us keep going. Who wants to be next? Kang Tae-soo suddenly points and says, What about that guy over there? The direction he points is Dex. Kang Pil-jun smiles slyly, exclaiming, Ji-jun's right there. Quickly apologizes. Sorry, Dex. This is all my fault. Dex stands up and says, it is. He looks at Kang Tae-soo, saying, anyway, this should be interesting. Kang Tae-soo is also watching Dex. Dex lies down in the chamber. Kang Pil-jun says, all right, let us start measuring. Dex smiles inside as the sync rate number shoots up insanely fast from 0 to 45% in just seconds. The numbers keep climbing, reaching 55%. Everyone in the room stares in shock. Kang Pil-jun excitedly mutters, incredible. A researcher nearby quickly says, Dae Kang, that sync rate is abnormal. Looks like the machine is malfunctioning. Please let me stop it immediately. Kang Pil-jun quickly stops him. Wait, do not. This is not a malfunction. Finally, the machine powers down. An unbelievably high number appears. 92.89%. Kang Pil-jun's eyes widen. The measurement is complete. 92.89%. Kensu gaps, stunned and horrified. What the hell? Kang Pil-jun excitedly asks. Dex, have you ever played Arcadia? Dex lies and says, not yet. Kang Pil-jun does not give up. Really? Have you played any other computer games? Simple ones. You really have an amazing talent for them. Dex plays, really? I did not know that. He takes off the VR goggles, saying, well, Dex smirks. This is pretty interesting. Time passes. On campus, holding a rice roll, Dex hums softly to himself. His phone shows an image of Gigi on kneeling, head bowed. He says, seems like I've got a lot of people to go apologize to today. Seeing that news, Ji-jang happily hummed some tune, stuffed a bite of kimbap in his mouth, and said so much, yet I felt incredibly happy. Reading the article, Dex thought to himself, after the news spread across all media channels, views skyrocketed not just in Korea, but from Arcadia players worldwide. That video of his views jumped to over 88 million. He switched to the stats page, showing earnings. The once flat blue line suddenly shot straight up, forming rolling hills. His earnings rose to $11,000. Dex thought, well, that means I do not have to stress about money anymore. Sitting on a wooden chair leaning on the table, he mused that profits were still lower than he expected. Why is the pay so low? But it is okay. I won't have to worry much about rent or equipment debts anymore. He suddenly remembered the gear like the rainbow sword with wings, the skull-headed staff, and the blue greatsword Satan and Michael gave him to celebrate his recognition. He thought, if I sold the items I got from the recognition exchange now higher, this might be the last time I eat kimbap like a broke college student. A voice called out, grabbing his attention. Here I, Dex. It was Gigi. Looking winded from running, hands on his knees to catch his breath. Dex looked at him and asked what is up. Jian said, that was insane, you hit a 92% sync rate. Even Kang Tae-soo only got 21%. Then Ji-gian added, and I only got 15%. Haha. Now all the professors are buzzing about you. Dex did not care. Took another bite of kimbap, and casually said, really? This is a new kind of kimbap. It is really good, wanna try? Ji-gian said no thanks. I am good, I just ate at the school cafeteria. He said it seems like everyone's impressed with you. Dex looked curiously at Ji-gian. Ji-gian lowered his head, scratched his neck, and said quietly, you are truly amazing in every way. He added, anyway, I am super curious what happened, who told who what stories. Dex stayed silent, staring at Ji-gian. Then he suddenly said, I have been playing it already. Ji-gian froze and asked, wait, what did you just say? Dex thought maybe it was because that day everything went smoothly, as planned. The article about Ji-gian kneeling. Or maybe it was the nice weather, the sky was clear, and the white clouds drifted beautifully. For some reason, Dex looked straight at Ji-gian and said, this is the first time I am telling anyone, but I have been playing Arcadia since the beta, under the name Dex. Ji-gian replied, I do not know what I did. 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 He said this is the first time telling anyone, but I have been playing Arcadia since the beta under the name Dex. Dex did not expect this. He thought, I just told him my real identity. The space suddenly went silent. Ji-gian seemed to snap out of it, startled, asking, wait, hold on, what did you say? Ji-gian's face showed disbelief. Then he looked down and said, Dex? No way, Ji-gian thought. Of course I know who Dex is, probably every Korean player does, the top-ranked player across all game genres. That name, Ji-gian thought. The name Dex appeared in big green letters in his mind. He doubted, thinking, could it really be him? Ji-gian asked, you are a fan of Dex, but how could you actually be Dex? Dex said honestly, I deleted everything, so there is no proof. Ji-gian seemed shaken, pulled back, then thought about that insanely high sync rate number. Ji-gian collapsed to the ground, thinking that is the proof. Dex jumped, asking, what is wrong? Are you okay? Ji-gian looked dazed and said, please. Then Ji-gian looked up at Dex, shouting, please. Can I get your autograph? I am a huge... Dex did not expect this either. Wide-eyed. Asking, what? Then he spent a long time calming Jijian down. Iceheart Hollow, covered in snow. Freezing cold. With a recommended map level of 85, a giant blue snake and a horde of humanoid monsters surrounded a party. The shield bearer yelled, "Damn, more monsters than expected. Stay calm. Everyone, if we die here, it is game over for us." Someone angrily shouted, "Where's that soul summoner that keeps making us pull all these monsters?" Suddenly, a purple magic circle appeared, a young woman with short white hair, her face hidden in shadows. Softly said, "Dance of the song." Countless dry skeletons formed from death mana appeared and flew toward the giant serpent, dealing damage. Watching the serpent struggle in the magic, the swordsman said, "Magic damage from that mage is insane. She could wipe out all these monsters in one hit." The purple-haired mage responded, "You are clueless. Not every mage is that strong." "You know," the white-haired girl said. "She is the #1 mage in this game." Dressed in black, black feathers adorned her arms, her eyes blazing red. And above her head flashed the title of V86 Hamum Long. She looked at the party and smiled warmly. "Thanks for pulling all those monsters for me," the swordsman said. "I knew she was amazing, but I thought she was just a regular player. I am really sorry I did not realize sooner." Hamum Long waved it off. "No worries. You did not really need to recognize me." She added that everyone would level up faster like this anyway since their levels were higher. She said, "Now that you know me, let us watch each other's backs." The party was touched and felt she was genuinely kind. Hamum Long then asked, "In that case, can I ask you all to pull a few more monsters?" The party immediately agreed without hesitation. "Absolutely," the swordsman suddenly asked. "Just curious, did you use some advanced skill to kill all those monsters in one go? Don't you need time to cool down? Is it safe to pull more monsters so soon?" Hamum Long estimated and said, "Don't worry. I will be fully recovered by the time you finish pulling, so it is all good." The swordsman gasped. "What? That fast?" The blonde swordsman calculated silently. "Huge damage. Wide area. Super fast cooldown. Is this how a top-tier mage grinds in hell mode?" Watching Hamum Long's back, he thought, "No wonder everyone says you should team up with a mage." Hamum Long shouted, "Alright, she called, swinging her arm as deep purple magic shot out. The party said, "Thanks for helping us level up so fast." They bowed politely to Hamum Long, saying it was really awesome. "We will get stronger to help you next time." She blushed and said, "Don't mention it. It is just a regular hunting party after all." The three waved goodbye. Hamum Long stood there, smiling and waving back. The icy black stone palace fell silent again. Hamum Long took a long breath, exhaling white smoke, muttering, "So boring." Her hand brushed over the system board, thinking there was nothing interesting. Suddenly, a quest popped up titled, "A terrifying rumor spreading across the Dream Kingdom network." The message said, "There is a rumor that Duke Burin was killed by a cruel mage. Investigate if the rumor is true, and find out the mage's identity." Reading the quest, she pondered. Duke Burin, a pretty well-known PZ, had contacted me before, but I did not pay attention then. Sitting on her bed, she thought for a moment. This is kinda interesting. Even the smart Arpenia community can figure out his identity. I can do this alone, so maybe just forget it. She looked up at the quest board, suspicion and curiosity stirring inside her. Thinking, but I wonder who is really behind all this. She guessed, if this is not some game Arcadia operator's plan, but just a single player's act. She shifted forward slightly, head bowed a bit, but she sighed heavily, blocking the thought. "Yeah, right. No way I could handle that alone. Even a top-tier player like me." Suddenly, a system notification popped up. She jolted, calling out, "Huh," and looked at it. The board read, Mission 1. Forgotten Darkness. A linked quest request has been accepted. The linked quest Hunting the Witch has appeared. The game selected the #1 ranked mage player, hires M. Long, and issued the linked quest. Singing Fire. Singing Dark Dragons makes no sense at all. Totally confusing. What the heck am I supposed to be shouting? Why was I given this mission? Elsewhere, in Burin's territory, the sky is shrouded in a deadly aura. Satang and Michael appear. Satang rushes over. "Master, where have you been? Things here have gotten crazy." Michael happily says, "You are back. I have been waiting for you. You are later than I thought." Satang, excited, says, "Listen up. After you left, those damn Empire guys showed up, the cursed Empire scum, even though they crossed into your territory." Michael quickly raises a hand to stop him. Okay. Slow down. Take it one step at a time." Satang continues. "Master, You really messed up using Lich Egamer's power. You have stirred chaos in the human kingdom. And those humans 1T just sit back and do nothing. Michael calmly agrees. I have to admit, that bastard's right. Even Heaven put Lich Egamer on the blacklist. He is banned everywhere. Even the power he uses is from the Dark Demon clan. I do not recommend you use it at all. Satang, furious, snaps at Michael. What? The cursed Dark Demon clan? What nonsense is this, you crazy chicken? Michael shrugs. Crazy, thanks for the compliment. I get goosebumps when a damn bastard like you gets mad over something obvious. Serang laughs bitterly. Veins bulging. You know, maybe I've been too nice. Want to taste some real pain now? Michael stands his ground, confidently teasing back. Bring it on. Right now, you are one loss away from defeat. Demon King, they immediately clash with a loud brawl, feathers and debris flying everywhere. Dex watches, speechless. Seriously annoying, not a single peaceful day. How grand to witness a fight between angels and demons, he thinks to himself. Based on what they said, everything's going according to plan. Seems like having the undead here makes sense. He thinks again. Alright, great villain making history. Lich Egamer. Let us announce his resurrection to the world. Smiling. He mutters. I wonder how the righteous heroes will react when they find out. Elsewhere, in the Holy Empire's cathedral, sunlight gently bathes the grand white architecture under a clear blue sky. Agudiel bows before the Pope and the Holy Maiden seated high above. Ready to report, the Pope says, I see. So that is how it is. Agudiel reports. After investigating Burin Duktum, the main culprit is Lich Egamer. The Holy Maiden, terrified, covers her mouth, unable to speak, her face pale and shocked. She says, Master, I have seen signs of his presence nearby. The Pope rubs his temple warily, then seriously says, It seems that is the case. Holy Maiden, he thinks quietly. The Holy Imp have stayed out of the messy politics of the empires on the continent because, guided by God's loving grace, we have been taught to follow the righteous path, leading the lost to enlightenment and repentance. He imagines the grim, deadly future, countless undead legions crushing the corpses of countless soldiers. He thinks, in the end, even the demons 1T spare us. They have once again unleashed chaos upon this world. He immediately commands, Heavenly Sword Agudiel, I entrust this to you by God's will. Agudiel replies, Yes, your command is my order. The Pope, with a grim and determined expression, clenches his fist and says, By the authority of the Holy Empire, I want you to judge and banish all demons from this sacred land. Make sure victory belongs to the Holy Empire. Understood, Am. Agudiel answers, Yes, as always. It is starting again. Agudiel thinks seriously. The battle between angels and demons begins. Agudiel thinks his golden and deep purple energies swirl into a vortex. The quest board shows Mission 1. The Forgotten Darkness hunts the witch. The task. Lich Egamer, the villain who polluted the continent with darkness in the past. Signs of his resurrection have been found again, so everyone on the continent has united to bring justice. Stepping forward to help, the victory condition for the good side is to defeat 500,000 villains and Lich Egamer. The evil side's goal is secret, but the quest board states you belong to the evil faction. Darkfire Darkshadow Wolf looks at the mission board. What the heck? She gasps. Meanwhile, Debs looks thrilled and satisfied, full of cunning and slyness as his plan unfolds. The full images of Michael and Satan appear, both wielding weapons. Two main factions in the final demon god war in Arcadia. The Angels, holy knights in white armor holding greatswords, alongside gentle priestesses with staves, and the demons, horned fiends clad in dark black armor, with black-haired witches. Both sides harbor deep grudges against each other. Although this kind of roleplay is something players really enjoy, some comments pop up, like Zidane Holy Writing Let Us Go, stealing and then daring to block the escort route. What is up with that? Don't waste your lives like this. Seriously. Or Doc Cummins stirring up trouble, why even bother? If you have an escort mission, then we have a mission to hijack. Someone named Holignite Execution Squad saying Holy Knights really should be nerfed. Then how can a skill that cancels all negative effects be balanced? And the summoners, they are even more overpowered. Have you seen what has been going down in Burin Dungeon? Conflicts are inevitable, because players have different roles. The image of a holy knight in armor fighting a dark witch with sword and shield. Player conflicts are just a daily thing around here. Sometimes, it even leads to players killing each other. But even that is okay. What matters is there is no solid reason for a full-scale war between the two sides. That is because there are rules. Players have seen the notice that killing others inside the city is forbidden. The city is meant for newbies and to create a safer space for all of Arcadia. Break this rule, and you will be flagged by the MP security squads. But now, there is a reason for war. That Acts 1 linked mission, where the good side must kill 500,000 demons and lich agamers, and the rules just vanished. A warning notice pops up. The Holy Inquisition declares all evil will be judged in the name of the Lord. The city snow-kill rule is temporarily suspended. What is worse, the balance of power has completely disappeared. An image of scales appears, with the orange-gold flame outweighing the dark purple flame. Endless snowy mountains. Clear blues. Darkfire Dark Shadow Wolf walks forward, leaving footprints in the snow. She reads the notice and thinks, 50 million kills. That is almost the entire population of South Korea. Are they planning to wipe out every demon? She bites her nails, muttering, what kind of crazy mission is this? Have they lost their minds? Looks like I am stuck in the city for a long time. She moves toward the city gate. As she steps through, a red scan field appears, along with a red system alert. This is a PEB zone. If you do not want to fight, please change location. It warns. Startling her, Darkfire Dark Shadow Wolf widens her eyes, shocked by the alert, thinking, where did the city snow kill rule go? If that is the case, this city could turn into a dangerous hotspot. Holy Judgment. A skill call rings out, accompanied by holy light like a blade. A holy knight player wields a mace, smashing down a demon. System notice. The first judgment has been passed on a villain. The Holy Order has witnessed your great achievement. Your faith points have increased by 1. After passing judgment on all evils, you will receive a special reward based on your contribution. The Holy Knight exhales calmly, looking at the notice. A special reward. And smiled eerily, staring off in some direction. Those eyes were cruel, bloodthirsty to a terrifying degree. Hakho Hakam Long was shocked when he saw him looking at her. Every hair on his body stood on end. Actually, it was not just him. Lots of people were staring at her like a pack of bloodthirsty beasts, eyeing their prey. Hakho Hakam Long quickly said, wait a minute, let us talk this through. Suddenly, a Psi guard shouted, a dark mage has invaded the city. Kill her on sight. Came the order. Hakho Hakam Long inwardly could not believe it. Even the PCs acted like this. There was no way to resolve this peacefully anymore. She closed her eyes, bracing for death, terrified, but it did not come. She shouted and plunged into the shadows. A thick, dark purple liquid glowing fiercely appeared, sweeping away the righteous knights. System alerts kept ringing out. You have killed a city guard of Jew. All peace in Jew City will now be hostile toward you. Other city guards are hunting you down. If you die, additional penalties will apply. Please remember this carefully. You have killed a player and are now a red-flagged player. The alert stopped right there. Hakho Hakam Long stood before a black-purple swamp bubbling and boiling. Surrounded by the fire that had consumed everything, she stretched her hand forward, panting hard, thinking there was no choice but to kill them all. Loud voices shouted, that dark mage has revealed her true colors. Let us go slaughter those traitors. That dark mage just killed? Has she gone crazy? Isn't she the top dark mage? She thought to herself that she needed to run now. Someone yelled, hey, she is running. Chase her down. Near Burness Forge Road, tall pine trees towered over the area. Continuous system alerts announced a linked quest, a forgotten dark shadow witch hunt. The difference was a choice between the righteous faction and the traitor faction. Pick your side and play your role. Dex looked at the notice board, saying, what the heck is this? Satang saw the notice and gasped, not this nonsense again. This is exactly why I told you not to go beyond the limit. Dex replied, you told me not to go beyond the limit. I was not even planning to do that. It is all just for the quest rewards. Satang stared at him in disbelief, thinking, is he some kind of lunatic? He felt uneasy, his mind racing. Damn it, we just poked the hornet's nest. I should be stopped him from using Agamer's mage power. If those fools go crazy, I will be exhausted dealing with the mess. Then he thought of something and shouted, that is right. Satang turned to Michael. Hey El, you are the mediator, go smooth things over. Returning to his angelic form, he told the Holy Nation to calm down a bit. Michael looked confused, pointing at himself, asking why he had to do it. Satang got close and yelled, what? Don't you see full-scale wars about to break out? You do not want to suffer just because your master used our powers, right? Besides, is not an angel's duty to prevent bloodshed. Unexpectedly, Michael smiled eerily and said, actually, this is pretty awesome. We can use this chance to wipe out all the villains. Honestly, I have been looking forward to this. Satang looked at Michael, hopelessly thinking, yeah, she is totally crazy. A notice appeared detailing the Pope's law. To judge evil, we must sacrifice everything we have, even if the entire continent must be stained red with blood. We won't stop until God's justice is served. Dex read the board and muttered, damn, those words sound serious. Looks like this one TN peacefully. Satang flew nearby and said, we are all doomed. He shouted, Master, take responsibility for this. It is all your fault. Everyone on my side is about to be sold out just because you used a Gammer's mage power and caused this chaos. If you refuse to do anything, I will never lend you my power again. Dex was speechless, then looked over at Satang and grumbled, you are acting like a kid. Even though he said that Dex was actually thinking, he is not wrong. Everyone's reaction was worse than expected. I need to calm this situation down. More importantly, if this keeps up, it feels like the whole game's gonna crash. Dex asked Michael and Ella, "Can you help me smooth things over here?" Michael floated midair and said, "Smooth things over? What exactly do you mean by smooth things over? This is a decision the humans made themselves. It would be pretty fake of me to get involved." Dex glanced at the quest board and said, "Well, it is this part here." He pointed to the number of villains that need judging. Judging villains. 50 million. The number kept rising and now it is over 1,400. He said, "Not all of them are criminals. I do not think all of them deserve death just because they are dark mages. There is an old saying, direct your hatred at the crime, not the criminal. It would be too much if innocent people started bleeding." He finished with, "And I promise to give you more recognition. Please help me. Michael." Hearing this, Michael's heart stirred. She placed her hand on her chest and said, "Well, I am your guardian angel after all. I can just ignore your request." "All right, I will help you," Dex replied. "Really? I am so grateful." Meanwhile, Sedang fumed silently, thinking what a conniving little devil she is. A notification popped up. "You have received 1,500 recognition points." "All right, I will be right back," Michael said as a golden light glowed around her. Archangel Michael, symbol of sacred glory, temporarily returned to her original form, announced a golden system notification. At the sacred temple of the Holy Empire, Michael descended in full form. 3 pairs of shining wings spread behind her. The faithful bowed respectfully, shouting, "The divine envoy has arrived. This truly is a blessing for Anta Eden, the holy land of the Empire," one devotee said. Behind them stood the holy maiden Sylvia. She clasped her hands, her face full of joy, and said, "How truly divine." Michael spoke gently. "Now I will bring you words from the Lord. Please pay attention," she said. A system board appeared announcing changes in the witch hunt quest details. "Please review the updates." Dex looked at the notice and said, "Looks like something's been changed." Sedang hurried over and said, "Let me see that." He was startled, incredulous. "What the heck is this?" Even Debs was shocked, exclaiming, "Wait, is this for real?" Just then, a small girl with golden hair appeared, smiling brightly. It was Elle, she said. "Hey everyone, as expected, the faithful of the Holy Temple answered my call." Elle covered her mouth, giggling as light sparkled around her. Did you see that?" But Debs and Sedang barely glanced at her, their faces gloomy as they stared at the blue notification screen. Quest update: The Forgotten Darkness. Witch hunt. Lich Agamor, the villain who once covered the continent in darkness, has resurfaced. His reincarnation has been detected again, and the people of the continent have united to bring justice. Step forward and help humanity achieve this goal. Victory conditions: Good faction. Judge 3,921 of 4,909,990 villains. Slay 0 of 1 Lich Agamor. Good faction quest ongoing. The blue notification in front of Dex clearly stated, "You belong to the good faction." Sedang was a bit angry and suspicious. Only reduced by 100. Dex sighed. "I got tricked. There is no way it is just 100. I knew she would not listen that easily." Elle stayed cheerful, hands clasped, eyes sparkling. "What is wrong? I already cut it by 100 for you. Don't you think I am kind? Are you happy now?" Setang turned to glare at Elle. "Hey, you crazy girl. We are finishing this today." "Got it." Elle paused and replied, "Oh come on, we reconciled already. Now you are changing your attitude all of a sudden. Figures the Agamors can do anything right." Setang got even angrier, shouting, "Reconciled? That is an insult, you crazy girl." Dex stood silently to the side, sighing deeply as he wondered which crazy genius designed this dog god's trial. Anyway, this challenge is doable. Being a wizard is not a bad gig, I need to pay attention to it, he kept thinking. Luckily, I already planned for stuff like this, so everything's starting to make sense. Dex turned to Sading, who was being grabbed by Elle by the collar, and said, "Hold on, Tan, I need a favor." "What now?" Setang replied. Dex asked, "So basically, you want to help the villains, right?" "I have a solid plan," Sedang said, not rushing to agree, his face full of doubt. Cheers echoed across the mountain ranges. "All right, we have got them. Everyone, come over here." Finally, I have backed the dark wizard into a corner. A group surrounds a lone girl, pushing her toward a cliff. The knight with golden hair, sword on his back, laughed. "Haha, you know there is no way out, right? They're just lying villains anyway." The white-haired girl chimed in, "Scared little rat. Give up now." The dark fire dragon panted anxiously. thinking, damn, I used way too much mana in that last fight. I can only use my skills once or twice more. I am in serious trouble now the more I fight. The worse the penalties get, but if I do not fight, I am dead instantly. What do I do? She was trapped in a tough spot. A guy grinned cruelly. I wonder what special reward you get for taking down the top dark wizard. The golden-haired knight echoed. I am curious too. Whatever it is, we split it fairly. Saying that, he readied his sword and said, come on, let us. The special reward awaited ahead. The dark fire dragon froze in place, closing her eyes. Waiting for death, tears welled up and dripped from her eyes, but feeling nothing. She slowly opened her eyes again. Saedang stopped the attack with just a pinky finger. The dark fire dragon could not believe what she was seeing. Golden-haired knight looked at the figure before him, bewildered. He asked, what is this? That thing blocked our strike demon. Or what? Little devil, she asked him, unintentionally hitting Saedang's anger point. His face darkened. In front of the knight, a glowing purple orb appeared, leaving him confused. The orb grew bigger and suddenly exploded. Purple flames like hellfire engulfed the villain, who screamed in agony. Saedang looked at the knight and said coldly, pointing his finger at the fire's core, you dare call me little devil when I look this epic? Do you guys even believe in me at all? The group gasped at their comrade's fate and instinctively took a step back. The bald guy shouted harshly, what is this? I have never seen this skill before. The three mages exchanged looks. Is this some secret pet summon or what? Another said, how can a pet be this strong? Nonsense. The dark fire dragon looked puzzled. Lanai asked, what is going on? She looked at the sleepy figure before her, and then thought of the demon lord Saedang, that monster. Saedang glanced back at her. Hey? He asked, are you the dark fire dragon or something? His question surprised her. She could only say, what? He knows my name, who the hell is this guy? She thought again, if this were a nest, something would already feel off. A blue notification popped up. You have faced the greatest lord of darkness, reaching a key milestone in the witch hunting questline. Quests may change based on your choices, choose wisely. The dark fire dragon stared suspiciously at the message. The greatest lord of darkness, she muttered with a hint of hesitation. If that is the case, then, could it be? Saedang pointed at the group and said calmly, don't just stand there silent first. I am dealing with these chickens. The confused group all gasped at once. The purple flame drifted through the air as Saedang said, all right, let us finish this quickly. Purple flames blazed fiercely in his palm. It is time for you all to rest and recover. Because they did not believe, that guy sneered, saying the key to victory is to defeat that master mage. That woman must be running out of energy. Everyone, unleash your strongest skills. Instantly, countless attacks rushed in, but Saedang paid no mind. I am a summoned beast with a troubled past. Really, I am speechless dealing with these idiots. Every attack was blocked by a purple light barrier. The sneering guy gasped, all attacks have been completely nullified. The female archer nearby stared, mouth agape. What kind of crazy monster is this to be this strong? The purple rotating orb radiated terrifying power. Saedang's red eyes suddenly blazed. Alerts kept popping up. The dark aura was unleashing its full power. Players infected might suddenly die. The holy light of the temple was boosting your defense. Defense failed. Temporarily unable to use divine power. The dark aura had completely taken over the player's body. The final alert, you have been corrupted. Amidst the crowd's shock, purple light swirled around their bodies. The crowd instantly panicked. What is this thing? No divine power usable. Damn it! I have never heard of anything like this before. A voice whispered into their minds. This is an order. Corrupted holy disciples, go die. The order was brutally cruel. Cracks appeared across their bodies. Eventually, they shattered like shards of glass. Saedang snorted. Boring. I was hoping these guys had some real power, but humans are just slow evolving creatures. Not worth my time. Just then, Hut Hava Long slammed her hand on the ground and shouted, Great Demon King, I am forever grateful you saved this lowly wretch. Saedang asked, what is this? Already trying to suck up? The girl did not seem to care. If you chose the path of a mage, not respecting the Demon King would be stranger. She continued with deep reverence. Great Demon King, I am your biggest fan. It is truly an honor to meet you. Saedang looked a bit pleased to meet a fan. Really? Haha, no need to be so formal. At least you are not some dumb human. Let me just confirm, are you the strongest mage on the continent? Hefa Mlong quickly replied, yes, but I am still not even close to the Demon King's little finger. She humbly lowered herself to flatter Saedang. Saedang put his hands in his pockets, eyeing her. Strongest mage, but not a shred of muscle on you. No wonder you get beat up by those weaklings all the time. Hefa Mlong quickly answered, yeah, that is my weakness. Saedang asked, should I give you a bit more strength? Hefa Mlong looked confused as he continued. All right. Listen carefully. Work with me. Hemlong, top teammate. Hemlong, top teammate. From now on, you will be the face of evil. She whispered back, the face of evil. Lich Agamor, through a pact with a demon lord, became one of the few immortal mages. But once he soaked the blood of the Green Continent, under blinding light, a sword pierced through to end Lich's life. That smart guy committed an unforgivable crime. The Supreme Maiden of Lord Maria prayed. Lord's light, please use his life to atone for the horrendous crimes he committed. Agamor never bowed under anyone else's sword. Just wait, one day, I will come back and make them pay for this humiliation, punishing Lich Agamor. Since that event, it has felt like centuries have passed. Deep in hell, he is imprisoned by countless magical chains with special seals. The skull whispered in the darkness, they blame me for causing chaos, disrupting the world's balance, and locked me away here. It is a shame I could not fulfill my ambition and have to endure this powerless time. Just one more chance would be enough. Just give me one more chance. Suddenly a voice rang out, hey. Skeleton dog. Lich Agamor's attention snapped to it immediately. The skull looked at the figure ahead. Stunned. You are Sading. Oh man, I could not even hear your footsteps. You really are a sneaky one. Sading cut him off. Enough with the sweet talk already. You need to do something with me. The hollow skull's yellow eyes suddenly brightened. He hurriedly asked, you mean the Holy Empire is finally collapsing? Give me a chance. I swear I will follow you through fire and sword. Sadang grew a little impatient, gripping the other's head with a purple hand and shouting, have you lost your mind? Causing him to cough sharply, Sadang said, do you even know what it takes to get you back into Arcadia? The bony guy shot back. You planning to cause trouble there again? Sadang's face turned serious. That is my responsibility. Got it, you stubborn bonehead. Lich Gamer looked scared, asked, what should I do? Thinking to himself, he felt Sadang seem more commanding than usual. Is he dealing with something troubling lately? Sadang pointed at him and said, listen carefully. Our plan has to be flawless. From now on, you have to borrow a mortal's body to act easily. Only then can you return to the demon realm. If you still plan to take revenge on the heavens, you are dead for sure. They are even more vicious than me. Satang warned. Dex's shadow appeared. Sadang asked again. Got it. Yes, yes, the Frost Mage quickly replied, thinking, is there really someone more demonic than Satang? Who could that be? Meanwhile, Dex was yawning. Dumbfounded, totally zoned out. Back to the present. Atop the snowy mountain peak, Sadang stretched out his hand to summon a magic circle. The fire shadow dragon stood in the center, its magic power overwhelming. What is he planning? Sadang said casually. Hey humans, I have placed something huge inside him. Show me what you have got. Then he switched to a desperate, pleading tone. Please. Seriously. Lich Agamor's shadow appeared, his frosty hand reaching out as if to grab the fire shadow dragon. She kept receiving continuous notifications. Absorbed the essence of Lich Agamor. Unlocked title. Promoted to Hell Leader. Lich Agamor's career benefits can now be directly passed to Arcadia through the player. The quest details for the Witch Hunter mission have been updated. Please review the changes. The Lich Agamor quest. The villain who polluted the continent with darkness in the past has been detected to have reincarnated again. Therefore, everyone on the continent has united to enforce justice, moving forward to help, with the condition of winning on the side of good. Judging the villain. 5,423 out of 50 million. Lich Agamor's death count. Over 1. Evil faction occupying Maroon Kingdom. Over 1. Eliminate the Pope. Satang looked at the quest board, sweating from boredom. Eliminate the Pope. Conquer Maroon Kingdom. Such big ambitions. Master, how much effort do you think this will take? The fire shadow dragon looked at the changes happening on his body. My gear. A notification popped up. Player stats have increased significantly. Please review the changes. She did not hesitate to open the info panel. After looking, she could only exclaim, so cool. My combat power increased this much. I have never seen this before. Even the top mage on the Korean server can compare. If I start now, maybe I can reach top rank nationwide. She began to think. Satin called out, hey, you silly girl. Yes, sir. The fire shadow dragon replied with a worshipful face. Why did not you answer faster? Are you stunned? I am. Seeing her sincere attitude, Satin said, never mind. Your appearance fits perfectly as the representative. Tomorrow you can start executing the next plan. The scroll showed signs of demonic energy as it flew over. Fire Shadow Dragon opened it. Satin said, from now on, follow everything written here exactly. This is... Satan shaped his fingers into a rectangle, turned it sideways like framing a shot. Alright. Start filming. Ready. Action. In the dark room. Not a single light. Only the glow from the computer screen. On the Appendia website, the Free Council had many posts. Dex looked at the screen and said, sure enough, it is chaos just like we expected. At this rate, who knows who is really the villain? He was quietly calculating the linking mission. Hunting witches, whether players or MPs, as long as they belong to the demon faction, They get rewards even if killed anywhere, anytime. And conversely, contributions increase. It is smooth sailing all the way. This time, not only could they loot from revenge and peep as usual, but there were also benefits from contributing to the faction. At this rate, the situation would only get tenser. Meanwhile, the demon faction's growing frustration turned into hunted victims. Just for choosing the wrong class meant it was time for heroes who could actually help them. Things were going better than expected. He was determined to organize everything he was in charge of perfectly. Staring at the screen, slowly now, what are the results of his efforts? The video has been uploaded. The title, "The Demon Faction Officially Speaks Out. To all who died unjustly, labeled filthy and evil, many players have, are, and will continue to be slaughtered. Not long. I was close to death myself. We can't just sit back anymore. This is injustice. Fairness has collapsed. All mages and dark knights in Arcadia. Thieves? Assassins, everyone must unite to stop these senseless massacres. Don't just accept it, rise up and fight. Show me your strength." The top-tier mage Long no. Wait, Lich Agamir, leader of the Dark Legion, will personally lead everyone. Those who want to stand against this cruel holy empire, gather at the Kingdom of Maroon. At the Kingdom of Maroon, Southern District. Michael, the purple-haired girl, glanced down and whispered, "Crazy, what is this? Those monsters, there are so many of them far away." Joe, Southern District. Mikhail, you holding up? I came to check in. Dex waved from atop a giant undead warrior. Mikhail exclaimed in surprise. Dex, the guards at the gate looked a bit nervous watching the undead horde inside the fancy white building. Mikhail said, "All right." Dex, his face showed some reluctance. "What exactly are you here for?" Dex rubbed his head. "I'm just traveling." Hearing that, Mikhail got even more annoyed. "You brought an entire undead army here for a trip?" Dex asked. "Didn't you know there is a war breaking out between adventurers? I brought the undead to protect this holy land from them. So do not worry too much," he added. "I do not want to lose something precious either." Mikhail thought of Borokin. "Respectful regards to Count Borokin. I received your letter and have a rough idea of the situation." She looked at Dex and said, "Also, judging by the look of the Undead Legion's commander, you really defeated that burgeon creature, did not you?" Saying this, Mikhail suddenly stood up, leaned close to Dex, and said loudly, "I was not mistaken about you. You are amazing." Dex blushed and replied, "Haha, no one's ever praised me before." Mikhail suddenly got serious. "What are you saying? That burgeon was like a blood-sucking parasite on the people of Maroon. If you add up all the wealth he swallowed, it is enough to sustain an entire country for years. He even conspired to overthrow the kingdom, a ruthless tyrant. Punishing a bastard like that without praise. Who else deserves it then? I do not know your intentions and do not need to. But considering your achievements, Dex, you are my hero and Maroon's hero." Dex's face suddenly turned serious. He suddenly asked, "I get it, has your pay been a bit late recently?" Michael awkwardly answered, "Yeah, just been busy lately. I promise this won't happen again, so please help me." Talking to a hero like this? Acadia Korea branch. A girl lay inside a virtual reality glass cage. She slowly opened her eyes, thinking, witch hunting missions. Because of that, players in Korea and on 2 continents are clashing. This is an unexpected situation at headquarters. A global server announcement read, "We have no reason to stop it. In fact, we are not even allowed to. On the contrary, it is a perfect event fitting Acadia's spirit of boundless freedom. But looking ahead to future plans, we can just ignore this situation. So even if it is unavoidable, we have to minimize the damage as much as possible." She walked on the glowing green ground, calling out, "Elise," the girl replied. "Hello? Chairwoman, how can I help you today?" The girl said, "Chairwoman, the ongoing quest chain in Continent 1 is out of balance. So I want to make some adjustments, completely remove the death penalty for evil aligned players." The A-named Alice said, requesting some system tweaks regarding the death penalty for players. Manager Haley Mazian, the chairwoman, agreed and disabled the death penalty for evil players. Lifting the death penalty caused a huge upheaval. Even evil players who had avoided fighting because of the death penalty started jumping into quests without hesitation, dying, resurrecting, and attacking nonstop. I remember now. That is the high-ranking holy knight who killed me before. Right? I chased him all the way to hell. But now that grudge is gone, revenge scenes are popping up everywhere. And everything's changed, but even good aligned players are not just lying low anymore. They have even formed teams to support each other. A unity born from being outnumbered created a new system. A tight balance led to an endless war. Battles in the Kingdom of Marin rage nonstop, all day long. Now this is a full-on massacre. The conflict between the good and evil factions has escalated. Chaos between the good and evil in Arcadia has sparked major shifts as the two sides clash. Estimated casualties, about 63,921. Title earned, Shadows, Reaper. Death sat on the rooftop, quietly thinking, who would have thought this battle would get so intense? Removing the penalty was a big move for the game company. But it does not matter as long as it does not mess up the plan, he whispered. Hey hero, just treat this world like a game and enjoy it. Maybe my attitude won't change later on. The one behind this plan, really worthy of her praise, yeah? Maybe it is all just for fun. This is one dirty game after all. Satan screamed and cried. Oh no, all my hard work wasted. Death said, why complain? Weren't you the one who agreed to this plan? Satan slammed his hand on the roof, shouting, Master, do you realize how much effort I put into sneaking a lich into your plan? If we are in this together, share the blame too. Death shut him down. Huh, everyone thinks all the credit goes to you. But did not I wipe out your share? Satan was speechless, unable to argue back. Death continued. Thanks to this, the damage from the evil faction dropped a lot. Don't you get anything out of that? Satan stammered. Well, El said, don't listen to that bastard. Master Death. Demons are one thing when they talk and another when they work. Her words knocked Satan down, and Death said, even angels can talk big. Huh, anyway, you will lend me your power like you promised. Right? El replied cheerfully. Of course. If you can take down that evil lich, I will lend you my strength. Angels have more clout, so no worries. A streak of golden light flowing through the air. Zion looked at the screen and said, check this character out, looks promising. I will pick Cardiel. The Nightlang do. El said, his power is definitely enough to kill that evil lich. Satan nearby grumbled. Those two skeletons look ugly, but he is not someone anyone can beat easily. Then his face suddenly changed, and he gasped, huh? That guy, the owner of that shining sword, defeated the lich before. The angel Sara blessed the player, temporarily granting him Satan's power. Looking at the sword in Deck's hand, Satan shouted, one of the 5 swords, the eternal sword, is right before my eyes. This makes taking down that damn bone lich easier than candy. The guy next to me chuckled calmly. Haha, if you want to be sure, you gotta invest properly. Tiny little guys like that one cut it. I already said it. When it comes to dealing with the spawn of those damn demons, I am ready to make any sacrifice. I was utterly shocked after hearing that the more you invest, the bigger the payoff. That is the only way to have a shot at winning without a chance. No matter how hard you try, it is pointless. I am neither on the good side nor the evil side. Dex said, let us get started already. I am a player here to deal with that villainous lich who is causing all this chaos. The capital fortress of the Maroon Kingdom. Worried voices discussed. Your Highness, the demon army has reached the castle gates. Please give your orders. The young prince, tears streaming down, said, what am I supposed to do now? Even if my father were still alive. A worried official shouted, Your Highness, we must evacuate the capital immediately. First, seek refuge in the Holy Empire to stay safe. Then plan to reclaim the capital. The prince firmly opposed. You want me to abandon my people and run? You think my father would forgive that? Father, he is still too young. The official stepped back and apologized, while someone nearby said, Your Highness, explorers are forming a defense force outside the city. If I join forces with them, we might be able to stop the demon army. The prince suddenly brightened and replied eagerly, Yes, explorers respawn after death if we trust them and fight together. Before he finished, a violent tremor cut him off. A soldier rushed in. Your Highness, urgent news. What is going on outside? The giant army is... The soldier stammered. An endless, terrifying undead horde is approaching. Leading them is the black flame dark dragon. The young prince, usually brash, now looked pale with fear. Mission lead. The rise of forgotten shadow. Witch hunters. The cruel lich who once bathed the continent in darkness. Signs of his resurrection have been detected. Everyone across the continent unites to deliver justice upon the demon remnants. Let us join forces and fight victory. Conditions. Good side. 48,931,235 out of 49,999,900. Justice decree. Exterminate Lichagamer. The evil. Cleanse the empire. Reclaim the Maroon Kingdom. It is worse than I thought. The black flame dark dragon thought. One misstep could mean failing before claiming the throne. And 50 million lives lost? Have we been too confident? Thinking death won't punish us. Rumor says someone died over 1,000 times chasing a priest and has said all there is to say. But this is the perfect test of strength. The shadow of Lich Agamer loomed right behind her. Both sides tense, bracing for a bloody battle. Black flame dark dragon said, Ready yet? Lich Agamer, the bone guy replied. Anytime, he shouted. Dead Space, Dark Night Festival, the Dead Slayment, Law of Vengeful Spirits, the Greed of Souls, the Hatred for Life. Following the black flame dark dragon's raised arm, dark magic appeared. Lich Agamer said, Perfect. Dark Pact Wizard, to unleash my power to this level. Their legion can't beat me now unless their power rivals angels. No human force can stop us. That is the truth. The good side is seriously outmatched against the massive dark army. Black Flame Dark Dragon ordered, begin the battle. Army advance. Countless soldiers surged forward. The players felt helpless. No way. How can we possibly? The Black Flame Dark Dragon smiled with satisfaction. Screams echoed across the battlefield. The crescent moon cast its eerie light over the battlefield. Inside the castle, silence reigned with no one in sight until the Black Flame Dark Dragon stepped inside. Looking all around, she thought to herself, how pitiful, even if it is. Then, she never expected that king to run away. Too bad for the soldiers guarding the city gate. She sneered and said out loud, a king like that should never have ruled the kingdom in the first place. She stepped closer to the throne as the dawn light crept in. From now on, she would sit on the throne of the Maroon Kingdom. The throne of the Maroon Kingdom acknowledged her as the new ruler. The kingdom was fully occupied. The evil faction's mission chain met the victory conditions in this magic palace battle. The evil faction has won. Their death penalty has been reactivated. Attention players. The effect is triggered. The throne's new owner has taken control of the Maroon Kingdom. Dark Flame Dragon sits on the noble, powerful throne like a true king. Inside, she thought excitedly, I really did it the first time. I have conquered an entire kingdom in this game. She started dreaming. If I am the king of Maroon, how much money will I get? This is amazing. What should I do first, right? Treasures first. I need to find the palace's treasure. Collect taxes, then punish the other nations. Suddenly, a voice broke her train of thought. Being king sure is fun. Huh. Dark Flame Dragon. She looked toward the voice and saw a figure holding a sword. Behind him lay the defeated skeletons. She quickly shouted, Who are you? The newcomer just smiled in response. How did he get past the guards? Dark Flame Dragon said while raising her hand to gather power. The arrow was corrupted. Magical energy transformed it into a purple arrow that shot forward with a piercing speed. Death whispered. Footsteps fast as Drunan moved. He leapt. The arrow slammed into the ground, causing a huge explosion. Dark Flame Dragon's face grew serious. Who is this guy? I have never seen him on the leaderboard. But that speed, skill, and expression, he is insanely strong. Death held his sword at head level, tapping the ground with his empty hand, feeling pretty hyped. Huh, well, no wonder breaking balance and ruling a kingdom is something to be proud of. You have already got the hidden class. If you want to farm more here, that is greedy. Dark Flame Dragon shouted in panic. Oh, what? Who are you really? Death answered mysteriously. I shot you down from the ceiling. His golden sword slashed straight through while he said, the creditor has come to collect their debt. The eternal sword glowed with a holy golden light. Lich Agamor panicked. He thought, what is this divine power? Could this sword be the eternal sword? Maybe I am about to remember my final moments before it killed me. Multiple alerts sounded. A massive divine power blinded the players. The final scene of the eternal sword designated a player as the target of judgment. An abnormal status appeared. The Grim Reaper's mark was imprinted on him. Lich Agamor's soul was filled with shock. Dark Flame Dragon bit her lip and asked, Gee girl, what is this? Dex laughed. Haha. Surprised. Now's when Cinderella's magic is unleashed. Dex's power was truly terrifying. He smiled smugly. Sure, he is a mage, but he can use any skills when enemies get close. Good thing he can T-switch to the summoner class. While struggling against Dex's terrifying power, Dark Flame Dragon clenched her teeth and shouted, Don't laugh. I have a leaderboard of top mages. I am the body Satan chose. How could I lose to you? At that moment, Dark Flame Dragon's magic circle. Her power seemed to activate. Her stored power exploded. She screamed. This is ridiculous. Under that power, Dex, a big cop, was pushed back several steps, but Dex still stood calmly, smiling as he said to Satan, Right? You heard what she said. This concerns that person. Unlike Dark Flame Dragon, Lich Agamor was even more frantic. He thought, no way. The Eternal Sword. Before Lich Agamor was the Eternal Sword, surrounded by shining golden light. He pondered silently. The Eternal Sword had struck him in their final battle. Its reappearance in Arcadia meant the heavens were intervening. That almost made him understand why Satan was so freaked out earlier. So that is it. No wonder the Demon King said showing off like that is a guaranteed death sentence. At that moment, Lich made a sharp decision. He warned Shadow Dragon to run away, and absolutely not to confront him. Shadow Dragon was confused and asked what Lich meant by run away, but Shadow Dragon was stubborn and refused to surrender or retreat. Complaining instead, they said only a holy knight can defeat us, and I can't even really fight yet. Meanwhile, Dex started his next move. He quickly grabbed his glowing sword and unleashed Adrian's fiery step technique. He launched himself into a high jump and dashed like lightning towards Shadow Dragon, ready to land a deadly strike that totally caught her off guard. Without a second thought, Her face hardened with determination as she summoned her demonic barrier. From her barrier, demons of all shapes and sizes slowly emerged. In just a brief moment, a whole room filled with demons appeared, blocking Dex's path. Dex gripped his sword tightly, eyes fixed on Shadow Dragon's massive demon defense. But instead of fear, Dex smirked and said, "Really? I am just trying to send you off peacefully. But you are so stubborn." His sword started glowing with golden light as Dex activated the Sword of Annihilation, a divine power. The sword's demon-slaying power surged, boosting attack strength against demons by 80%. Ignoring all defense and magic resistance, Dex raised his glowing sword high and performed a beautiful leap, aiming straight down at the demons below. And then it happened, the sword came crashing down. Wherever the blade struck, demons fell like wheat before the scythe. Even though they were high-level demon soldiers, Dex's single strike cut them down effortlessly. Now, it was Dex versus Shadow Dragon one-on-one again, with the glowing golden sword overpowering her protective shield. Looking at that sword, it is unbelievable. High-level undead were wiped out just by its light. Shadow Dragon looked genuinely terrified, panic written all over her face as the sword neared. She still demanded, "What exactly is that sword? Where did it come from?" Dex's face lit up with a wicked grin, eyes blazing as he pressed forward. I think it is a sword. Not exactly sure though, I am just borrowing it." Hearing that, Shadow Dragon's eyes widened in shock as she stammered, "Borrowing? Who exactly are you?" Dex could not hide his smug smile and replied, "You got it. If you are demons, then that sword's your ultimate bane. Maybe it is the Angel Moon's sword." The image of an angel flashed before their eyes. Meanwhile, outside the palace, the fierce battle between demons and adventurers raged on fiercely. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the fortress wall, freezing everyone's actions mid-fight. Everyone looked shocked, asking, "What just broke through the wall? Who did it? Is that really the same player?" Suddenly, a young man spotted what broke the wall and shouted, "There! Look, Shadow Flame Dragon." It seemed she was losing after being knocked back by Dex. But Shadow Dragon gritted her teeth and kept fighting. Now everyone had a new question. Wait, who is the opponent? At that moment, Dex, looking cool with his glowing sword, charged after Shadow Dragon. Not giving up, she kept summoning demons to block Dex's advance. But with Dex's skills and power right now, that was not a problem anymore. He countered with his next move, Silence of Darkness. He kept using his glowing sword to cut down the demons Shadow Dragon summoned. Because she used too many demons, the system alerted that Dex's demon summoning was instantly blocked. He could not summon demons due to the Blessing of Eternal Rest, a effect that only made Shadow Dragon panic even more, losing her calm as she thought, "Can T summon? Is that the sword's effect?" But she refused to give up and kept attacking. Dark Song Dragon, do not underestimate me. If it is about reviving your disciples, you could be done it many times already. Just overwhelm them with numbers. Then she kept summoning Skotan warriors, and in front of Dex appeared several weird ghostly demons. Those attacks still did not affect Dex. He smiled as he activated his glowing sword and replied, "Sorry, but this effect applies to all those demons. The demon-slaying power has kicked in, so the Skotan warrior summons were stopped. They could not revive demons thanks to the Eternal Rest effect." In an instant, a bunch of Skotan demons vanished. Seeing the summoned Skotan demons vanish instantly, she raised her eyebrows in shock, thinking, "Unbelievable, a revival magic seal. So he is not just a strong enemy." Dex raised his glowing sword and charged at Dark Song Dragon. That is when she realized he really is my nemesis. Dex's eyes gleamed with confidence, certain of victory. He lowered his voice and declared, "All right, Miss Mage, let us finish this slowly." Dark Song Dragon stared in fear at the sword rushing toward her, her eyes wide with terror. At that moment, the system notified. Lich Agamor was panicking, sensing the fake pact, and quickly fled. The sword struck Dark Song Dragon, radiating a blinding light, the sentence of total annihilation. Dex coolly finished off Dark Song Dragon. She died a painful death as the divine power of the sword invaded her body. Lich Agamor could not escape his bitter fate either. Screaming, his soul howled in agony. Critical damage. "You are now on the brink of death." Dark Song Dragon collapsed, gasping, "What? Why are you doing this to me?" She clutched her stomach in pain, surrounded by the sword god's power, and added, "The witch hunt mission was already over. It brought no benefit to anyone. So that is it, one down. Maroon Kingdom conquered." Hearing that, Dex laughed coldly and said, "I was just waiting for the mission to end with the evil side's victory. After taking over Maroon Kingdom, those who had to die would fit the picture I painted." Dark Song Dragon's face twisted with deep hatred as she answered, but Dex soothed her. "Don't blame me too much. Whether it is the good or evil side, both will be pleased with your death." Dex raised his sword, ready to finish her off. Dark Song Dragon's face beneath Dex's sword showed furious refusal to accept this fate. Meanwhile, Lich Agamor was in full panic, facing what was coming next. Suddenly, Lich Agamor realized something and gasped, "Wait, that is the one who stole my power." But it was too late. The sentence had come. Dex strike ended Dark Song Dragon, who screamed in agony. The system announced the total annihilation effect and time effect applied simultaneously, inflicting irreversible damage on Agamar's soul with combined power. The pact with the demon realm inside Agamar's soul was forced to break. Lich Agamar completely vanished as Lich faded away. He still screamed in despair, unwilling to accept it. How could this happen? Now Lich Agamar's demonic core is destroyed. Dex, now the Supreme Arbiter, said with an unreadable face. It is I planned all this long before the fight. It was your failure for overestimating power. Meanwhile, Dark Song Dragon struggled to muster her last strength to stand. Her eyes darkened with sadness as she muttered bitterly. Too frustrating. I lost, but the sky was covered in purple light. Dark Song Dragon's face briefly smiled as she whispered, I will return. And so the battle ended. Dex stood surrounded by light, exhaling in relief and said, It is. Lich Agamar would rest forever. Dex witch hunt mission for the good side met its victory conditions. Dex smiled brightly, enjoying his hard-earned success. Not bad at all. He continued, How do you draw conclusions from such a vague situation? Arcadia. Suddenly the system displayed a strange notification. Conflict detected. Both sides have met the victory conditions. A conflict arises as both sides meet the victory conditions. Emergency alert. Warning system activated. Red alert. This situation needs urgent analysis. Alice uses her abilities to analyze the battle. Victory condition at 94% with 50% of the cathedral secured. The scale is tipping toward the heroes. Searching for a solution. Alternative scenario 43923 code 02 emergency draft in progress. Code 283 applies updated content. Both sides meet victory conditions. A draw for the angels and demons. The result pops up for players both factions tied. Everyone's shocked by this unexpected outcome. A draw? Seriously, the system announces that victory rewards will be split evenly. Hero players will earn rewards based on contribution points, and hidden hero classes will have increased spawn rates. Everyone's thrilled with the generous rewards. Extra rewards based on contribution points. Nice. If I unlock that hidden class, I am set for sure. The Dark Flame and Dark Shadow dragons have taken over the Maroon Kingdom. Peace breaks out unexpectedly in Maroon while infernal creatures watch closely. No nation can declare war on Maroon for a whole year. It is now the energy hub of evil. The Maroon Kingdom will only grow stronger. A soldier suddenly remarks he never expected evil energy to find a foothold here. After the Angel-Demon War, hellish creatures will have a tough time tracking their trail. The Shadow Veil mission is complete. The witch hunt has ended, and the rules have been reactivated. Prohibition is in effect between both sides. The Pope mutters in confusion. So it begins again the Age of Chaos. Like we said, chaos is growing. It is not about balance between saints and demons that Acadia created. Players wonder among themselves, but a draw. If fate says so, then so be it. No one can predict the future anymore. The female director sends the latest results. While her staff nearby looks shocked, Chairman Silicop is frustrated by the game creator's gleeful expression. She says, Who would have thought that crazy guy would get the Anarchist Poet class? The system awards Dex the title and rewards for an epic achievement. You have changed the state of Acadia's secondary world. You have earned 210,000 acknowledgements. 210,000 acknowledgements. Not bad at all. Dex thinks quietly. Then he wonders, what does the game creator want from me with this class? Luckily, everything went according to plan this time. Even though I revealed a bit of my identity to other players, I have gained a huge amount of acknowledgement and now I am causing chaos all over the world. I can't wait to see what happens next. The system notifies. You have completed mission number 2. Special condition met. A unique reward is granted for the hidden class, the Anarchist Poet. Calculating player contribution points. Activating the Witch Hunt mission. Contributing to case 4900 and 202912. Criminals seized Maroon Kingdom and handed it over to authorities to eliminate Lichagame. You will be granted a special ability. Dex is bestowed with an immense power, a special ability. He asks suspiciously some kind of new skill has been added. Provide acknowledgement. You can give acknowledgement to any inanimate item and change its fate. The system appears and explains. Dex scoffs disappointedly. That is the whole explanation. You do not even say how many acknowledgement points it needs. What kind of lame ability is this? Instead of worrying, it is faster to test it first then. Dex regains his resolve and inspects the skills he has, then examines a steel sword made for a rookie. It has been unused for a long time. Durability 8 out of 8. Attack power 5 to 12. Tan says, Haven't seen this sword in a while. Why are you pulling it out? Master, planning to relive memories and go hunt some newbie adventurer. Dex replies, Why would I? Too much hassle. I am just checking something. Elle says, Oh wow, you actually did that. Jiggy Jang stays silent as Dex activates acknowledgement. A brilliant light bursts forth. What is this light? I can actually see the power of the great Karma Energy. Tan and El King are amazed. The system notifies again, granting recognition points to the bloodstained steel sword. Analyzing its traits and history success. The weapon's recognition name. Bloodstained steel sword. Required recognition points. 9,000. Will you provide the points? Dex thinks carefully. 9,000 points. That is the price for a unique item like the ones Tan or L usually offer, more expensive than I thought. He smirks. But to satisfy my curiosity, it is worth it. You have provided the recognition points. The Bloodstained Steel Sword is now registered and powering up. The Bloodstained Steel Sword is leveling up to a high-tier class. It is adjusting to match its new status. You have obtained the Lifeblood item. The system shows new stats for the sword Lifeblood. A unique weapon soaked in the blood of countless victims of a killer. It is transformed by some unknown power, now stronger than before. Durability 1. 10,000 out of 10,000. Attack power 525 to 650. Enhancement skill level 2 boosts bleeding effect activation. Each enemy kill increases its power accordingly. Max 80% absorption. Converting 30 damage dealt to enemies into health when health drops below 20%. Rage effect triggers. Deft in size. A bit disappointed the look has not changed much. Guess I expected too much. Tan exclaims. What is this sword? What did the owner do? Having powers like this? Woo, that is crazy. He is thrilled. I see a huge amount of recognition points went into making a weapon this powerful. You are seriously something else. Deft shrugs. Thanks for the compliment. But you guys know nothing is free, right? Giving and receiving recognition points has to be transparent. Tan and Eileen exchange looks. This recognition system can really make an item strong. Deft thinks to himself, though it is limited by level, its stats are like a rare level 70 item. He wonders what would happen if he sold it at the market. A mischievous idea forms in his mind. Tan and Eileen are speechless. Hey, boss, you are at it again. Deft continues. If a regular item can change like this, what about this one? Info about the drill appears. Deft channels his power into it, offering recognition points. The system announces failure. Analyzing traits and history failed. The item has no improvable traits. You can give recognition points to this item. Deft is shocked and disappointed. Failed. Traits and history of the item. I have used both these items for a long time, so I can give recognition points, just because of usage time. Only one thing I noticed differs between them. Deft thinks excitedly about the item's impact on Arcadius world. Meanwhile, Tan and L check out Deft's sword. Tan mocks. This looks like some steel sword. But what is with that red energy? It is as dark as a vampire's. Deft quickly puts the item away. Alright, I basically get it now. Tan complains. Why do you suddenly stash it? I was watching it. Deft calmly replies. I have got better stuff in my stash, and I do not really care about this one. I am planning to sell it. Tan shocked by the answer. Wait, sell it? That thing. Then they try to persuade him. Boss, you short on cash. So I am just saying, should we trade for some recognition points? I will cut you a deal. L says, there is tons of cash in heaven too, we will go easy on you. Deft casually replies, I do not need money right now. From now on, I will be getting tons monthly from MoodTube and my contract with Count My Kai. Tan freaks out again. Wait, then why sell it? You should use it. Are you crazy? But Deft just smiles. Of course it is curiosity. It is a one-of-a-kind item in the world, and its stats are high enough to break balance. Its level cap is only 1. What do you guys think would happen if this item went up for auction? Tan and L answer immediately. Chaos. Total chaos. Deft grins and holds up a finger. Exactly. We will see. Entering the blood-sucking auction. This first semester at school is tougher than I thought. Next semester, I will have to pick classes that start in the afternoon. Jijang signing off. Suddenly, someone shouted for everyone to get up. Gijang, catching his attention, big bro Gigi yelled at him, what did you do? He blinked, confused. Huh? What is going on? Gigi kept shouting. Stop pretending. Your account name just popped up as a seller here. Where did you get that crazy blood-sucking item with insane power? The image showed the blood-sucking staff. Gijang had just auctioned the one-of-a-kind bloodsucker. Seller, Jijang stayed calm. But Jigi was shocked. I have never even heard of a one-of-a-kind item. Did you get a hidden crafting class or something? After the question, Jijang tried to dodge. I have my ways. Judging by Gigi's reaction, he just could not believe his friend could pull something like that off. He kept demanding. What ways? Come on. Spill it. I will keep it secret. You know I never leak stuff. Right? I have not told anyone who you are. Jijang teased. Isn't that clear enough? The bloodsucker auction had officially started. A man excitedly told his wife. Honey, this is amazing. Grab our savings. The wife snapped back. What? Are you crazy? Current price. 872 gold. Some staff asked the auction chairman. Chairman, how much money can you muster right now? Get credit from the financial association. Anywhere is fine. Just send it all to me. Current price. 3,000 gold. A man told his group. No limits. I will back you financially with no cap. We must get that item for our guild, no matter the cost. Current price. 5,231 gold. System issued a warning. Everyone was buzzing about the sword's price at Arcadia Coreus, main server. It is already at 5,231 gold. And 1 gold equals 100,000 coins. So that is it. An employee asked his boss, "Boss, do one-of-a-kind items even exist?" The boss frowned. "No way. There are only 8 ranks. Common, uncommon, rare, special, epic, legendary, mythic, and the highest auction items are only rare." The employee kept wondering. "Then what is this item?" Looking at the sword currently up for auction, the boss groaned. "Is this some kind of glitch?" Soon after, the Bloodsucker auction was suspended, and the item was confiscated. Though many players protested, Arcadius management had to stop this item from ruining the game's balance. Afterward, every player who met would gossip about that item. Naturally, all eyes turned to the seller Dex. A red-haired girl panicked hearing Dex. "Wait, Dex, you are not talking about that Dex, right?" The guy next to her asked. "Huh, who is that?" She panicked, explaining. "You do not know Dex the Unbeatable. He is a hidden genius gamer, the godfather of pro players." The guy replied, "I do not know him. Besides Arcadia, I have not played any other games." She sighed. "Well, you really should catch up. Honestly, I have wondered why he has been so quiet," she said with a teasing smile. Turns out he switched to Arcadia too. To some, he is a legend. The young guy admired the sword and praised it. "That is amazing." To others, he is a mystery. The pink-haired Dex player eyed the Bloodsucker seller's name suspiciously. To some, he is a lifelong rival. Another player spat the name Dex with hatred. And that is how Dex showed the world he is here in Arcadia, standing in the familiar shadow of his home. Dex is the man himself. Dex is planning his next mission. Alright then, what is going to happen next? At Arcadia's headquarters in South Korea, the CEO is worried about the appearance of the Bloodsucker sword. There is no doubt it is exactly like the sword that newbie Ironclad was holding in the video. He recalls Dex's terrifying image at that time. With his level of authority, there was no way to find the killer's identity, and the creator of the item was just as mysterious, almost certainly the same person. Dex, with a fierce expression, he mentions him with bitter resentment. Dex, the user, the seller. The item sold for a record 5,000 gold, so of course, we want to retrieve it. His determination is fierce. His fist clenched tight. He says confidently, "If you want to get it back, show yourself. You are just a beast caught in a trap. The first auction for this item has been suspended by management. Please contact customer support regarding this issue." Dex is suspicious. What? It has been suspended. He starts thinking maybe the item's features were too broken. He figured they would intervene somehow, but he did not expect a full suspension. Suddenly, Tan appears and asks, "Boss, what is going on?" Dex quickly replies, The sword I crafted earlier, it looks like it has been stolen." Tan immediately perks up. "Damn. Seriously? Then let us just steal it back. Do you know how valuable it is? I do not even know who took it, but it is definitely some low-life thieves. I will help out, you just say the word, and I will cut you a deal." "Boss," Tan yells this, but Dex does not really care and just thinks. Dex thinks, "Fine, let them keep it. I will just make a similar one and sell it again. I have got enough recognition anyway." Tan is helpless. That is a lot of money. Though, Dex smirks, calculating, guessing the game company now sees him as a thorn in their side. Meanwhile, they have no way to find any info about him. He seems to predict the management's next move. He posted the item he crafted using recognition on the auction market, but he revealed his account name, so at least the management knows his account name. He laughs like a winner. Dex mutters, if the management had agreed to the item's sale, things would be different. But instead they went extreme and forcibly took the item back. As the seller, there is no punishment or contact at all. That means even though management knows my account name, they do not know who I am or where I live, and they can even track me inside the game. Dex smiles and hopes. Because of that, they can take any forced action. This is the true power of the Chaotic Bard hidden class. A power that can cause chaos even outside the game and forces management to act cautiously. Who the hell made this class? I really want to meet that crazy person. Well, at least from this, I can confirm my identity is still safe. He's getting ready for the next chaos. Should I stir up even bigger trouble from now on? At Arcadia's headquarters in South Korea, the CEO looks drained after recent events, stumbling as he walks. The staff wonders, "Hey, what is wrong with the CEO?" "No idea. But I heard customer support has been working all night. He has not gone home all week." One staff anxiously adds, "What the heck? He is like a high school kid waiting on a first love's reply. He keeps muttering the name, Debs, 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 in the CEO's office. He reports to the chairman about the recent incident. We still can't find who did this, but the item was definitely created by a user. The last witch hunt, all the past incidents. And now this item issue is beyond what management can predict. Predicting does not help. We are just being swept along because we can't grasp the full situation. We need a way to handle this. Please make a decision. He says this with frustration, hoping she will pay attention to the matter. The beautiful chairman shows no sign of worry at all. She asked him again, "Seo my ung, can you predict the future?" He replied in surprise. "What do you mean?" She said, "We are not fortune tellers. We are the executive management team. So obviously we can predict these incidents or know all the users' moves. But if we just let things go on like this, that would be a mistake. This time, catch him for sure." He was shocked by her answer. The chairman calmly continued, "Seo, do you still remember the plan from before?" He blankly asked, "Sorry. Which plan?" Suddenly his face turned terrified, eyes wide as he realized. "You mean, carry it out. The order has been given to you. Seo, the system notified Dex about a special event." "What is this event?" "The very first official PvP competition since Arcadia launched." Dex was surprised by the announcement. Sitting in front of his computer, checking the forum, Dex discussed this unexpected event attacking a level 120 monster. Players have advanced more than expected. Players above level 100 are finally showing up, and now they can fight on servers from other countries. So player levels will keep rising fast. In other words, as time goes on, those who do not benefit from the level system will face more disadvantages. The situation he feared has begun. He yawned and thought, "I could buy a skill or a strong item if someone tries to attack me, and it is time for me to go." The event is about to start. The spear contest. Down below are comments about this event. Just like the name says, the spear contest is a BV where you can only attack with a spear. The last person standing wins. You can use items, abilities, or skills, but only the bamboo spear can deal damage, and the damage is proportional to stamina. In other words, it does not depend on level, so anyone has a chance to win. His eyes suddenly grew suspicious. The last one standing. This event happening now might be a trap to catch me. However, the reward, too good to ignore. The rules are, if you are the last survivor in the spear contest, you get to claim an item from any player you defeated as a prize. That does not mean you lose your own items. All your items remain safe. Dex smirked. "Interesting," he said with a wild grin. "It would be rude if I did not agree." In Dex's room, he waited eagerly for what was about to come, the battleground. Dex had joined the channel since February 17th, a week late, with fireworks lighting the sky. The spear contest event map. Monkey Island. Buzzed with people, clearly the festival's lively hub. People were chatting. "Heard about this Dex guy." Dex showed up in the battleground. "Of course. I heard he has been hunting players all week." "Seriously? You just can't beat him in this survival game. You can defend if you have 30 survivors left, and he is even playing solo. Haven't you heard? Other players faced Dex 1 against 99 and still could not take him down." They said, "I do not know about other games, but in Dex he is a real monster." "Do you think he will join the spear contest?" "I heard he plays Arcadia too." Dex even freaked out when he passed by. "Am I causing too much trouble? Everyone playing this game is the same. I have been playing for 2 years, and they still keep chasing me. I just want to practice a bit, and they turn it into chaos." Dex worried. "Anyway, this map was not expected to be anything special since it is just for this event. But it is better than I thought just by looking at the event map." Dex quietly cheers. "Here you can eat without worrying about weight and teleport anywhere instantly." Dex breathes out, realizing this makes virtual reality totally different. At this rate, every travel agency will go bankrupt. Suddenly, a shout rings out, catching his attention. "Where am I?" It is Tan and El. While El marvels, this is an independent zone, not the human world. Spirit realm, or demon world, a completely new world. Meanwhile, Tan worries. "Master, no matter how careless you are, you have to care about your servants, right? Suddenly teleporting to another world like this is too much." Dex bluntly replies. "Who cares? You came on your own." Tan shouts back. "Do you know how many worlds we traveled through to find you? Would it kill you to say a word?" Den kneels, puzzled. "Anyway, where exactly are we? Master, and why here?" El also looks surprised. "Strange. How could we not know this world exists?" Dex answers, "This place." A voice cuts him off, surprising him. "Sorry if I am rude, but since this is our first meeting, are you perhaps a hidden hair?" The silhouette of a woman appeared. A seductive blue-haired girl showed up, chuckling. "Well, that reaction tells me I am right." Dex asked suspiciously. "How do you know?" She replied calmly. "Oh please. How could I not?" With cold eyes, She looked toward Tan and L, saying, "Who does not know you two showed up after breaking through this space?" Even they were surprised. Dex broke into a sweat, thinking, "This person, she can see Tan and L." He glanced at the girl, and she continued, "Those two kids behind you, though I can see clearly, I can sense two powerful energies." Then she explained, asking, "Souls, are they summons? You must have a hidden summoner profession." She shot a suspicious look at Dex. Dex worried his secret was about to be exposed. "Not good. My trump card's been revealed just before Peep starts. I need to keep my distance before more info leaks." Suddenly, one of the two shouted, "Woo, that is the Radiant Witch. Rank 2. They were pointing at the girl questioning Dex. Other players chimed in, "No way. Who is the person standing with her? Never seen them before." Dex realized time was running out and he had to get away fast. The girl grabbed him back. "Dang it. Sorry. I have drawn attention to you. Please do not misunderstand, I am just curious about you." Then she introduced herself. "I am Stella, a hidden profession mage from Arcadia, known as the Radiant Witch. I can fully see through your true form, but you seem like a strong anonymous player. If you do not want to reveal more, I won't push it." Dex tried to act casual on the surface. "Thanks a lot." But inside, he was trying to recall who Stella was. The Radiant Witch. He would definitely heard of her before. She is a hot topic in town and famous on the forums, with a bunch of fans hanging around her. Apologizing for the interruption. "Miss Stella, are you joining the Young Talents contest? Can I snag a photo with you? Just once, please." Stella glanced at him while Dex nervously asked the crowd, "All right, let us grab this chance and get out of here. I will be watching for the surprises you bring when the match starts. See you later." "Mysterious player," Tan said irritably. "What is her deal? And wow, she can see through the perception barrier. What a weird one." Dex thought anxiously. "This girl's gonna be a big headache. I did not expect to be marked by a ranked player before the event even starts." As fireworks lit up the night, Dex mulled over his next move. Looks like this time things won't go smoothly. Suddenly, an MC appeared to kick off the event. "All right, everyone, have you eaten and played enough? You have waited a long time to compete, right?" The excited girl said. Some players whispered about her. "Is she a goblin? So cute." The system displayed info about the bamboo staff. "All right. Starting now. Round 1 of the long-awaited bamboo staff tournament begins immediately." At that moment, the bamboo staff item appeared. Dex smiled. "Finally starting. My body's pumped after so long without a fight. Before the bamboo staff competition begins, let us drop all useless stuff first." The Missy girl transformed the staff into a giant club. Surprising everyone, "Give me some gold." She slammed it on the ground where players stood, causing shouts to erupt. They kept asking, "What is going on? Is the map changing?" Meanwhile, the map was indeed shifting. Stella calmly flew up as a girl named Cassia said, "It has started." Huh. Other players were shocked by the change. Giggling nervously, Dex stared seriously toward somewhere, watching the spinning wheel slowly collapse. The map shifts its layout, taking us back to an ancient house. Players are freaking out, suddenly dropped into this strange place. Where even are we? Why did the map just change like that?" Meanwhile, the messy girl calmly watches the players. "You have received the Spear of Justice." The Spear of Justice, a spear made from justice itself, wrapped in energy representing fairness. Anyone hit by it dies instantly, ignoring all defense and magic resistance. Dex excitedly asked, "What do we do with this overpowered item?" The MC girl is hyped. 3,292,000 players participating. This tournament is insane. This has to be a brutal survival game. All right, here are the rules, along with the player count. 3,271 remain alive. From now on, the Memc's expression turns fierce as she tells the players kill each other off until only 1,000 remain. Everyone starts shouting and going wild with excitement. They rush into battle, shouting, "One life at a time," all raising their spears of justice. The spears begin to drip the players' blood. The Missy girl smirks proudly. This is awesome. Didn't expect such a fierce fight to break out right from the start." "Hey, you crazies, take it easy." The red-haired guy tries to calm everyone down. Before he finishes, some lunatic charges at him. Flag down. He is out cold. Only screams remain. The guy with the spear rushes forward. "Yes, I just killed number 19. I stumped on Lego." Before he can celebrate, he gets killed by someone else. Up above, the mess girl comments, "Poor things. Wasted all their energy at the start. They are just dumbasses who can play for the top ranks. Feels bad for them. But whatever." She shrugs. She looks over at Cassius and Steel, who are also struggling. They are fighting other players, and Dex is just bored with the whole game. They have lost. And Dex starts thinking and observing. Having this weapon means they have power in their hands it can kill with one strike. It is no wonder they can control their urges. Suddenly, something rushes at him. He spins around and reacts, expertly dodges the sudden attack. The attacker immediately leaves, throwing out a taunt. Coward, look at your weapon. Rookie, typical newbie. Sorry, but you are leading the scoreboard for dying first. Come on, bring your spear. He is trying to bait Dex into a one-on-one fight. Dex just stares at him, seriously. Dex kindly warns the rookie, watch out overhead. Woo! The rookie freezes in fear. Dex shouts again, dude, you think those cheap tricks will work on me? Less than a second later, the spear plunges straight into the attacker. Dex finishes and calls for a break. I need a stealth skill. Break? Can I use the Heavenly Descent skill on this map? Break nods in approval. Of course. If you have the perfect timing and conditions, you can use it anytime. Anywhere. Help me take care of that guy who is already scared. Break immediately agrees. Leave it to me. That demon's hiding power is about to be exposed. I discovered something while training Heavenly Descent for this spear tournament. Dex smirks. Having found a way to dominate this event, it is. Heavenly Descent is not just for healing or soul pursuit. The skills I use, suddenly his body changes. His legs turn purple. Dex continues. And also this face hiding demonic power. The black fog is a special trait of Heavenly Descent made for this event. Perfect for spear attacks. It is useless against me. Heavenly Descent grants me unstoppable power in this event. Other players attack, but Dex remains unfazed. Flag down. Flag down. What? My poor... I thought one punch would finish you off. Another player said in shock. Dex turned around and replied, didn't you see? I was not stabbed. The man wiped sweat off his brow in disbelief. What nonsense is this? Then suddenly, an object swiftly shot toward the small-numbered young man. What kind of skill is that? He shouted out his last words. Nothing's different from a royal battle, just like I predicted. In a game like this, killing enemies is secondary. Dex thought, staying alive is what really counts. Nice. Now I can show what I have got. He cheered about this trial run. Tan appeared, praising. Haha, you are playing it too safe. Master? Then Tan asked, are you planning to hide and analyze the moves of the strong players? Dex immediately replied, what are you talking about, Tan? I already have a divine skill. So I am just here to enjoy the event. Faced with the little guy's suspicion, he explained, to sum it up without witnesses, it is basically like going unnoticed. A wicked grin spread across his face. The little guy panicked. You are planning to. Alright, gotta start this match quietly like a pro. Before Tan finishes his sentence, he quickly moved on, a deadly smirk on his face. Under the quiet night sky, a beam of light rose. The person sought out Tan, so I decided to face him. But he was not nearby. A magic circle appeared along with a mocking voice. Coward! Stella smirked confidently in front of a pile of other players' corpses. Just like I thought. Only one person can truly satisfy me. Stella excitedly mentioned someone. Her face twisted as she thought of that person. I am coming for you and my beloved little mouse. Jiaoshi. Jiaoshi. The so-called Jiaochi was worshipped by everyone. The leader of the white-haired gang raised his dirty white staff and shouted loudly. Before this, everyone was equal. Now, having received the blessings of Jiaochi, humans must rise up in rage. The man shouted even louder. I will finish off those scumbags who enjoy ruling through the false power beneath the skin. They wore exclusive event and area outfits. The leader faced a shirtless guy in purple and said, we are born for this ceremony, calling on the Jiaochi revolutionaries. Forgive our faults, but please become the spearhead of the revolution. Anonymous player. He sighed quietly. Oh man, you really get every kind of person here. The gang leader pointed at him and yelled, come on. Revolutionaries, teach that reactionary a lesson. Right after, the Jiaochi followers chanted happily. Jiaoshi. Jiaoshi. He, one life at a time. He stared at them with a cold glare. When the Jiaochi staves stabbed forward, his body dispersed. One attacker looked confused. Huh, Jiaochi quality. How? He smirked, and his status bar showed the message. You cannot attack them. The skill hide and seek was activated. The other guy stammered in place. That is cheating. He quickly replied. How is it cheating? It is just a passive effect. If it were cheating. Wait a second. A staff just like theirs appeared in his hand. He attacked them with the staff, finishing his sentence. This is how it is done. As the move hit, many fell, and the leader was shocked. Thinking in fear, he killed 3 at once. No way, 4 people at once without using skills. What is the synchronization rate needed to pull off that move? Just as he thought that, Dex charged at him with a satisfied grin. Next, unable to block. The gang leader was knocked far away and vanished without a last word. The game screen showed, the Jiaochi revolutionaries have been eliminated. He sighed softly. This stupid unfair game of fate. The anonymous player sighed. Those bastards attacking just with Jiaochi are really lame. He turned his back to the light and continued. Only showing up now just proves cowardice. So I guess it makes sense. Just as he finished, several status notifications popped up, making the anonymous player frustrated. When will this end? But at least I have reached a milestone. The notification bar showed 2813 survivors. He kept thinking about that number at first. Tens of thousands were eliminated every hour. But as weaker players dropped out, the rate slowed down. He ran his hand through his hair, thinking, if I want to rush, I definitely need to try harder. This first map is huge. Tackling players one by one is really tough. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out from somewhere. Wait, hey. Move aside. The nameless player stopped and turned around, instinctively saying, huh, before freezing in shock. He saw a pink-haired girl rushing straight at him. The girl closed her eyes, bracing for impact, her mind racing. This is bad. I can T-brake. We are about to crash. Sure enough, they collided, but she passed through a purple aura that the guy had just vanished into. The collision missed. The pink-haired girl fell face first onto the ground. He asked with genuine concern, are you okay? She looked back at him, eyes glistening. What the heck are you? I thought we crashed into each other. Are you a ghost? That threw him off, so he just gave a half-hearted, yeah, kinda. Though he said that, inside he was quietly thinking it was thanks to his innate skill. Then he shifted his thoughts to her. But what is up with her? She seems like a newbie. That is my guess. So how has she survived this long? Another female voice sounded nearby. Fancy seeing you here again. He turned slowly, muttering a single word, her. She seemed to ignore him and kept talking. I sensed something off about you when I questioned you last time. The fact she is still alive means she must be special. She said she is Stella, the second-ranked star mage. He stayed calm, but the pink-haired girl panicked and looked up terrified, shouting, help, save me. He just glanced at her without responding. Stella just smiled, looking straight ahead, watching the scene. A thought sparked in his mind. Got it. He asked the pink-haired girl, why should I help you? She seemed caught off guard and just gasped quietly. Dex continued, judging by the situation, you are being chased by that person. So I am asking why I should step in and help you. Stella chuckled at that. Meanwhile, he sized her up mentally, already making calculations. Plus, the opponent is ranked second, and a mage, that is something. If she does not get killed by some non-magic attack, spells will still work. So she is pretty annoying. A magic circle appeared under Stella's feet. She said to the nameless player, you are even stranger than I thought. I like you already. He did not want to get involved and waved his hand, ready to leave. Alright, I'm out. You two handle it yourselves. He rationalized that facing high-ranking players was not bad, but it was still too early for that. Better to lay low for now. Seeing him walk away, the pink-haired girl just watched him hopefully, wishing for help. Suddenly, his status board updated with a new quest. When he saw the details, his face went pale. Meanwhile, Stella was preparing to finish off the pink-haired girl Angelina. Angelina closed her eyes, bracing herself. Suddenly, a barrier appeared. He sighed reluctantly. Crap. Immediately, he grabbed it and charged into Stella's attack. This surprised her. What are you doing? He gritted his teeth. I do not know. Something is telling me to protect her. Stella sneered. Stupid nameless. Angelina just stood frozen, stunned. He attacked while ranting. This stupid game. Stella arrogantly looked down at them both. At that moment, his quest board lit up with a mission. Turn anyone with a special icon above their head into a merchant, and the recognition earned depends on the merchant's power. Sure enough, a pale yellow symbol appeared above Angelina's head. In Arcadia, a mysterious otherworld. Angelina's first impression was, is this really some kind of game? Standing amidst a sea of strangers, she felt like she truly did not belong here. This world was something incredibly unique. Indeed, this world did not suit someone like her, someone who lived such a normal life, and the one who taught her how to change herself was none other than a special NPC, a female voice echoing in Angelina's past subconscious. It seems you are lost. She wore ancient noble clothes, all black, radiating mystery. She continued, this is a kind of fate. Do you want to become my disciple? Angelina stared at her, confused, and wondered. In the past, she told Angelina that when it comes to magic, expanding your mind is the most important thing. Don't just focus on this land. If you open your eyes and perspective to the vast world beyond, you will reach enlightenment. Look up at the sky, like the stars and the moon shining bright. But are they really beautiful? To Angelina, she was a great mage captivated by the ever-shining moon and stars. Unlike anyone else, the special magic and enlightenment she achieved was passed down to two disciples, Stella, the radiant witch, and Angelina, the moonlight sorceress. The woman wearing a black half-mask gently said to them, take this. I am about to embark on a long journey, This is my final gift to you. The day these two spellbooks combine will be the day a great mage surpasses human limits. This is your chance. This spellbook is your path to becoming a great mage. She bowed her head, staring at the spellbook in her hands. Silently thinking, in the end, Master still gave this chance to someone ordinary like me. But Master, maybe this chance is a curse for me. Unaware, Stella looked at the spellbook in her hands with a hungry gaze and a wicked smile. Back in the present, Angelina was still stunned by what was happening before her eyes. Dex stood opposite Stella, gritting his teeth. This game is such a pain. She stuck out her tongue. Then he challenged, "Are you running away? You just said you would not interfere." "Exactly. So now I have to justify why things turned out this way. I can just keep walking away." Stella narrowed her eyes and shot back. "What if I do not want to?" Dex tensed up a bit. He muttered provocatively, "Then I guess I have no choice," using force to take her out. But before he finished, magical circles flared around his bamboo staff. Stella was not backing down either. The magic circle beneath her glowed brighter, her fierce expression daring him. "You think this is as easy as talking?" She raised her staff toward the big lake, summoning lightning chains. Instantly, hundreds of electric bolts shot straight at Dex, forcing him to back off. Silently cursing, "Too fast. I can T-dodge or block it." Red warnings popped up all over his status screen. "You have been struck by lightning chains. Your stamina has dropped drastically. You are slowed down. Your movement speed is temporarily reduced." Dex kept getting shocked, barely able to catch his breath, but Stella was not done. She summoned fairy fire, binding magic, metal traps, and wind blades all attacked him at once. Nearby, Angelina worriedly thought, "These magic circles take effect instantly. She is trying to end this fight quickly." She shouted to Dex, "You can T-block them. Run." As she finished, a huge explosion rang out. Her eyes widened. Dex was nowhere to be seen. His status frame warned he was in critical condition. All his stats dropped, but immortality was activated. Death was temporarily nullified. Watch out for those flame traps. At that moment, Dex slowly got up from the dust, wiping his face with a shaky voice, thinking, "What a fair event. So if I had not been stabbed by that staff, I would not have died." Stella's blurry figure appeared before his eyes. He winced in pain, and kneeling down, she arrogantly looked down at Dex and sneered, "I was worried I would die from this. I thought you were hiding your strength. Didn't expect you to fall to such careless attacks." Ignoring her words, he raised his staff and flashed a triumphant smile. "Hopefully next time we meet, you won't be too sad about dying at my hands. After all, it is because you meddled in my business." Supporting himself with one hand on the ground, he replied calmly, "Yeah, it is just an event. No need to be upset about someone else." Stella squinted and chuckled. "Ho ho, you really are an interesting guy. Well then, goodbye." She slammed her staff down hard, but suddenly, her status frame showed she could not attack, making Stella's eyes widen in shock as she muttered, "What is this notification?" Suddenly, a force shook her. Stella's body dropped down. Dex had stabbed right through her. He forced a smile and said, "Just like I promised earlier, do not be upset about dying at someone else's hands. After all, it is just an event." Furious, Stella screamed wildly, her face twisting. "You coward! What trick did you use?" Dex slowly stood up, watching Stella vanish. Then sighed, "Phew, if it were not for the immortality effect, I would be dead before I could do anything." Angelina, who had witnessed everything, gaped in shock, dropping her staff as her mind raced. He just defeated a rank 2 player. Stella, even I, the one he saved, did not think he could win. Who is this guy? Really? Sweat poured down Dex's face as he groaned. Dizzy. Is it because of all these negative effects?" Seeing this, Angelina hurried over, asking anxiously, "Are you okay? Please. Are you alright?" He turned and answered immediately, "I am, even if I nearly died." Dex took a few steps back, then stopped and bowed deeply, murmuring thanks. "Thank you so much for your help." His face stiffened a bit, but he replied, "No need to thank me. But why were you being hunted by a rank 2 player? Tell me." She hesitated, looking up. That is a long story." Later, Dex summarized the story. Her master left behind 2 items before leaving, saying whoever owns them would gain immense power, and Stella's been brutally chasing her to kill and steal. Angelina fiddled nervously. "Yeah, that is right," Dex asked. "So what are you planning to do now?" She barely got a word out. "Excuse me." Before she could continue, he interrupted. "Your opponent is none other than a rank 2 player. How do you plan to survive being hunted like this? Do you even dare to go out hunting?" Angelina lowered her head, mumbling, "I am not sure about that." Hearing that, he sighed and asked, "What level are you now?" She answered, 43. Dex thought for a moment. That is kind of vague. Mid-level. More importantly, he said to Angelina, You are wearing the uniform you got at level 20, right? And the accessories are from the level 15 quest rewards. She blushed and replied, I do not have much money because I am always running away. I did not have any other choice. Suddenly realizing something, Dex exclaimed, wait, could it be? A thought flashed through his mind he could check. Confirming the suspicion, excited, he grabbed Angelina's shoulder and said, give me all the items you have. The items were quickly taken off. I did as you said. Angelina was left wearing only 2 black pieces. Blushing, there is nothing weird here, right? He turned away to cover his face and told her to stand aside. She reluctantly complied. Her eyes reddened a bit as she noticed he was not even glancing at her, making Angelina feel foolish, but also thinking he was more trustworthy than she would thought. Based on her story, he knew these items had been used by her for a long time. He understood the problem. A red glow appeared on his hand as he confirmed the suspicion. She panicked when she heard this and asked what he meant by confirming the suspicion. Suddenly, a flash of light crashed down from the sky, a powerful golden beam piercing through everything. The light dissolved away. The system popped up with a notification, showing the dark staff along with all the detailed info. Next came the tattered cloak, which also displayed its stats and related info. Finally, the worn-out boots appeared, and the item details quickly showed up clearly. Dex was thrilled. He loved that the item had been enhanced. Just as he thought, the transfer effects changed based on how the items were used before. Angelina was surprised. She had not expected her old gear to start glowing like this, feeling like they would leveled up a lot. He explained clearly that they would been powered up because she had bonded with them. Not perfect yet, but definitely usable now. She bowed her head in thanks, thinking to herself how much she owed him, but as a girl, she could not understand why he would bother helping her. Angelina asked him, who are you really? Dex was stunned. Like, from the other side. Tai took off his hat and smiled with amusement. Honestly, Dex stepped closer to her and said he was her ally, which caught her off guard. He even assured her they would be seeing a lot more of each other in the future. Immediately, the system notification popped up. He wanted to add her as a friend. Angelina was dazed, her eyes still not fully back to reality. What was this nickname? Walking beside her, she kept muttering to herself, thinking that his sudden kindness and the rare items he gave her made him suspicious. But now her doubts were cleared up. Excited, she said she never expected someone famous like him to be her friend, and it made her super happy. He looked at her skeptically, wondering why she felt that way. He just reminded her not to talk about him everywhere, and Angelina promised she would not. Inside his collar, Tan felt uneasy, worried if Dex was okay. He never liked revealing his identity before, but Dex just casually replied he had his own reasons. Dex thought about the auction incident. Now being in Arcadia was public knowledge, so hiding his identity from a trusted person was pointless. What mattered was he struggled with how he wanted others to see him. After walking a bit, Angelina suddenly shouted, look, the system notification popped up. Only 1,200 survivors remained. Only 2 more people to find before they reached 1,000 survivors out of the original 3,000. Dex thought the eliminated ones were just incredibly unlucky. Suddenly, 2 tall shadowy figures appeared behind them. Hey, look who is here, one said quickly. You guys are just part of the grand finale for us. Dex sneered with contempt at the prey that came to them, while Angelina hid behind him. Scared, the big guy sized Dex up, confused how 2 people in such strange outfits had survived this long. The smaller guy beside him stepped forward. Does it matter? You are just rookies perfect for the hunt? Seeing this, both of them laughed loudly, clearly enjoying themselves. Dex quickly fired back. Some trash just showed up. Perfect timing. He turned to her. You ready for this? Angelina, she nervously said. What? You mean hide and do not get in your way? His eyes darkened, finger raised high. He meant she should try out the new gear and take down those 2 herself. Angelina panicked, clutching the staff tightly. What? The 2 waited too long and grew scornful. Both quickly got fired up. These guys charged in, teaming up to knock her out. Angelina was startled. She gripped her staff, and the system notified. You have equipped the tattered staff. Immediately, all her skills activated. Angelina screamed, thrusting her hands forward. Shield. The direct attack was blocked by the shield. The other guy sneered. Cute. You really think you can block our sword strikes with a first-tier shield skill? Once the shield breaks, he will finish you off. Suddenly, her shield started cracking. Angelina closed her eyes, thinking, it is cracking. If that happens, I have no choice but to use what he taught me. She shouted repeatedly. Shield. 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 Waves of shields appeared like attacks, constantly knocking the enemies back. Both of them were shocked, not understanding what the heck was going on. From the outside, you would think gear requiring vague approval would not stand a chance against high-level monsters. But it is not something to underestimate. He just stood there holding his staff. Dex noticed the special set effect, and right then the system popped up with a clear info panel. He froze. A winning grin spreading across his face. Turns out Angelina can use unlimited first circle magic. Angelina faced off against the other guy, surrounded by purple magic circles, and her opponent quickly took a defensive stance. He was panicking, eyes full of helplessness. They were all magic rockets. No sooner said than a white flare crashed down right on his head, knocking him out cold. The system announced there were 1,000 survivors left. Round 1 of the staff duel was over. Angelina gripped her staff tight. She did not know those two, but today was a huge deal. This was Angelina's birth moment, a first-level archmage, a peep nightmare, and a crazy wildcard who de-torment me to death. Today was exactly that day. Angelina smiled and turned around, beaming with joy. Dex, I did. She shouted. System notified that she would earn teammate trust. Player Angelina signed up as your assistant. This playstyle grants recognition rewards, and you now have 243 points. Dex was pretty helpless. An assistant? Huh? And it all just happened like that? He hoped she would become a ridiculous monster already, and her image quickly popped up on the TV screen. The man jumped in shock. Found him, mysterious player Dex. You look crazy. I do not know what you are planning this time, but I won't let you get away with fake stuff. The system announced round 2 was about to start, and right on the rooftop appeared a little girl holding a mace. Things were getting way more unpredictable than expected. She looked carefully, expecting only top players to remain alive. But there were still some below-average fighters left. She quickly spotted a level 4-3 player, still alive surprisingly. Someone below level 50 was still kicking. Whether it was luck or skill, that comment made Angelina jump in surprise, but the girl just smiled excitedly. We will find out in round 2. She jumped up and shouted into the mech before round 2 began. Let me explain some changes to the gear. Suddenly, all the staffs in hand lit up. Shocking everyone, she continued. It is not cheating, but having special skills is a huge advantage. In round 2, staffs can deal physical damage and ignore magic. In other words, effects that block or nullify physical damage won't work anymore, which made Dex a bit uneasy down below. Tan glared over at him. Hey boss, this is clearly aimed at you. Dex just chuckled and ignored it. He calmly said he would not run from anyone looking for him. His eyes sparkled and a delighted smile spread across his face. Let us see what they have got. The tall referee spoke to the players below. Though it is not cheating, special skills are a massive advantage in this staff duel. There is a slight change. First, staffs can now do physical attacks that ignore magic. That means effects that block or nullify physical attacks can't stop staffs anymore. One player, hearing this, asked in surprise, wait, if you can block or nullify physical attacks, why have skills like that at all? Isn't he that way too, op? Who is that? The girl excitedly went on, and one more thing, we are worried special items are causing imbalance. This staff duel is supposed to be a fair fight, so that is really unfair, right? So in rounds 2 and 3, you can use effects from gear except your weapon. Just fight with your skills and your staff. This time, it was Angelina's turn to look scared. What? Then what about my set effects? The voice of the Lolita guide spoke again. That is the full change. Now, round 2 officially begins. No one's complaining, right? After hearing that last line, Dex just sighed deeply. He thought to himself, even if she complains, does she even want to listen? So why bother asking? First map showed only one area untouched by the deep green spread. The girl explained it to the player. From now on, the toxic gas will start spreading from outside the base inward. It spreads as fast as a person sprinting full speed, so you all have to keep moving non-stop. Got it? Alright, then, kid. Get ready to sniff out the fiercest fight. Let us get started. A loud announcement echoed throughout the edge. The second round of the bamboo spear competition officially began. Then, Alice appeared on the screen with a notification frame. The level 3 admin rights of Manhwa Kwon have been activated. Emergency updates are live, and certain bamboo spear competition restrictions have been changed. Due to inconsistent evaluation criteria from the Alice system, a penalty has been imposed in the real world. A middle-aged man slapped the shoulder of the employee at the computer, excitedly saying, "We finally got it done." The employee looked a bit scared and asked hesitantly, "CO Kwon, is this really okay?" The chairman said we should avoid penalties if possible. The man seemed unfazed and firmly replied, "Don't worry about it, I will take full responsibility." His face grew serious as he carefully spoke each word. That user, Death, is the one who created that unique cursed item. The Bloodsucker. We have to handle this for the absolute benefit of the admins. Above all, this guild challenge is meant to ease player frustrations. This is our ultimate trump card here in the Korean branch. We must eliminate troublesome players like him by round 2, no matter what. At the edge of the game field, Death told Angelina, who was standing opposite him, "From now on, let us split up and act separately." Angelina, if possible, We will meet again in round 3. Hearing this, she cried out, "What? That is not fair. You think I am useless because I can use the item. Do not helpless against her." He had no choice but to explain, "Are you stupid? I am the one who made those items for you. If I wanted someone useful, I would not have helped you in the first place. Getting involved with a second-rate player only puts me at a disadvantage." Death's words stabbed at Angelina's heart like a dagger. Well, that is true. Looking at her, Death sighed and rubbed her head to comfort her. "I am just kidding, but I do not think I can protect you anymore from now on because the trick I am about to use won't work on you." Angelina murmured, "I understand." Cutting her off, he turned and walked away, not forgetting to wave goodbye. "You will be able to use the items on you soon. Hang in there, and stay away from those weird guys." Angelina happily jumped and waved back. "All right, Death, you be careful too. Let us meet again in round 3. Watching him disappear into the distance, Angelina thought to herself, "A passive skill. Huh. He said that is why he never takes physical damage. I wonder what else." But then she shook off the thought. "No way. Even Death can be that broken." Death muttered, "Heaven's wrath. Poison King Azaka." After the call, a person wearing a green robe and a mask suddenly appeared. Without warning, the message popped up, "An entity from hell has merged with your body. You can temporarily use its powers. Master of Poison Resistance. Absolute Poison Blocker Level 2. Poison Expert. Forming Antibody Level 3 Poison Resistance." Mini Archangel Michael pouted. "You have absorbed a hellish entity twice in a row. I am really upset about that." Death had no choice but to whine softly. "Come on. Do not be like that. I only did it because hellish powers are really effective in this situation." Finishing, he turned to the little demon beside him and asked, "Also, Tan,
Is my plan okay?"
Tan was surprised to be asked and slowly replied, "Yeah, right? But are you really sure? This feels like some kind of contest. What if they impose more penalties because of your tricks?" The face behind the crow mask smiled. "Haha, Tan, sometimes you look way too innocent for a demon," and nervously asked, "Really? Is that true?" "Flying around," he explained. "Of course. According to the rules, I have to stay inside the map. That rule was set to force things to go their way. That is why. But I am going the opposite way from everyone else. As the poison spreads, everyone will have no choice but to move toward the center. The system forces everyone to meet and fight. Just like Dex said, somewhere on the map, people are already battling for survival without slowing down." He continued, "I have already racked up enough kills in round 1, and avoiding fights in round 2 seems impossible. The only safe way to get through round 2 is to avoid everyone completely until 1,000 players, aside from me, suffocate from the poison gas." Dex alert box turned red again, warning that poison is spreading around the area. Deadly toxins enveloping the player's body. Passive skill. Poison resistance activated. Passive skill. Total toxin block activated. Antibody formation against poison is triggered. The toxins are being absorbed into the bloodstream. After a series of alerts, he finally landed at the target spot. A satisfied voice came from behind the crow mask. Round 2 complete. Shouts of spells and dazzling magic flared up across the sky. There were spinning slashes, fire rockets, wind shields, armor breaks. The little Lolita floated above, watching all the players' moves, chuckling with glee. This round's way more exciting to watch. Unlike the last round, only the skilled players remained, and even their skills were on a whole different level. Still, in every group, there are always some who break the usual limits. Her jade green eyes locked onto a player named Cassius, spear in hand, confidently stepping toward a group of 4. She took an attacking stance and shouted, "Chaos Sword Dance." In one move, she defeated all 4 opponents. Suddenly, a targeting circle locked onto Cassius. Feeling the danger, she quickly tilted her head to the right. An arrow zipped past her and embedded itself straight into the ground. The archer who fired it was sweating, horrified and terrified. He muttered, "How did she dodge my arrow from this distance?" Meanwhile, Cassius had already locked onto her target in that direction. She leaped up onto the rooftop, right where the other player was standing. Seeing Cassius above him, he panicked and shouted, "Who the hell is she? I clearly shot from 800 meters away. She must have some hidden pro skill." Before he could finish his sentence, she struck him down with a single blow, gritting her teeth in frustration. She thought, how ridiculous. Despite searching everywhere, she still could not find his scent. Where's he hiding? Dex. Right after, the game announced that round 2 of the Spear Shield competition had ended with 2 survivors. Knight had fallen, but the Spear Shield contest, a second round, was still underway. System notifications rang out constantly to everyone. Player Cassius defeated player Jonet. Player Cassius defeated player Rico Red. Player Cassius defeated player the Mare Maiden. Player Cassius defeated player Cup D. Cassius stood beneath a tree, weapon in hand, surrounded by a pile of fallen players. Cassius heard a rustle behind her and glanced back, making those behind visibly nervous. They thought she took out 7 at once. More like 8. A man in armor with many wounds on his face spoke up. A crazy combo with secret skills. I have never heard of where's the fairness in this spear shield contest. Looking at the cold, sharp-eyed woman in armor standing there. They all thought, how could we possibly beat a monster like her? Sighed, Cassius felt a bit disappointed, thinking, it still took me 3 whole minutes to defeat them, all not good enough. This is no different from the game I played before. I have to get stronger. Strong enough to beat him. Icaros is an action RPG that was released over 20 years ago. Loading. It was so popular it was basically a national game, but not long after, the game servers shut down. This is Ada. Signing off. Thanks for loving Icaros all these years. The game was great, but the catch was it required ridiculously high physical and mental skills to play, plus limited programming and poor graphics back then. Icaros quickly faded away. I was one of the first players who gave my all to that game. Thinking back, my face was full of disbelief, shouting out loud. Back in reality, Cassie stood there thinking, for me, Icaros is not just a game, it holds over 20 years of memories. Achievements, even my whole life, so no way am I letting anyone steal my spot as number 1. Never. That was before he appeared in her eyes. A name popped up, Dex. Dexa. She would never seen this player before. At that moment, she was defeated by him, and the system announced, you have run out of PP and died. She could not believe her eyes. What just happened? How was he so fast? The rage effect was supposed to last at least 3 more seconds. Suddenly, she realized something and shouted, wait, I get, he is using the server. She stared at the screen, a thought flashing through her mind. He knows Icaros better than I do. Who the hell is this guy? The screen only showed a male character named Dex. A chat message popped up from that guy. This game sucked, but there is one pretty skilled player. Her eyes widened when she saw the next message. So you finally got first place. Then, alright. Logging out, and the in-game character made a sword-holding gesture, smiling along with the message. Then the character slowly disappeared, and the system showed, Dex has logged out. Cassius slammed his fist on the table in anger, thinking that damn guy not only broke Icaros but also kicked my pride. Back in reality, she stood there with one thought, a secret class that lets me master all weapons professionally. The warrior.
Quick ball.
A secret skill that adapts to all gear, letting players quickly get the hang of it. Thanks to Quick Bull's design, I can fight like I used to in Icaros. It is like this skill was made just for me. I can hardly believe it is a coincidence. Another chance has come. That bastard. Cassius clenched his teeth and fists in anger, thinking this is my shot to kick his ass again. Meanwhile, around Dex's character, a blue light began to glow. Looking at the TV screen, they saw this image. Manager Kang and the uncle anxiously asked, Manager Kang, how's the setup for the toxic mist? Kang Tae-hun replied, the setup is a deadly toxic mist with a poison level over 200. Kang Tae-hun continued, the highest level in the Korean server is only 160, but that guy has survived 30 minutes inside a level 200 poison mist. Since every item in gear has limits, that guy can T using any special or unique item, or maybe it is thanks to a skill. Manager Kwon Mai-un gritted his teeth and asked, a skill? Does that even make sense? Kang Tae-hun forced a laugh. Haha, there is probably no skill that powerful out there. Almost all skills above ran. Key. 3, even if he has a high-level poison resistance skill, it should be at least rank 5+. At this stage, players can prepare such skills thoroughly. Yet Kwon Mai-un stared at Kang Tae-hun's serious face and thought, his eyes are about to pop out. Scary. Kwon Mai-un's eyes darkened as he said, with this poison mist, it won't be long before that guy can fully resist our carefully prepared toxic fog. In the end, he will be the one who wins. Kwon Mai-un added, we can let that happen, then opened a program, and a girl appeared. The system beeped repeatedly. Level 3 admin Kwon Mai-un is now using admin privileges. The toxic mist has been adjusted to the highest rank level, activating the disabling of all poison resistant skills, raising the poison level to maximum. You have used admin rights, but this action is for personal gain and targets a specific person. The system panel turned red, issuing a warning that a proper penalty will be applied. This is your second unfair use of admin rights. This request may be denied, and you will lose your current position. The girl kept warning. The system showed another red warning. Penalties include salary cuts, loss of annual leave, and a board hearing. Hearing the system alerts, Kwon Mai-un clenched his jaw and firmly said, I am ready to accept the punishment. Mind raced with thoughts. Dex, I won't let you run wild in this game. All Arcadia staff will regret creating you. He added, I am ready to take full responsibility. The system board popped up, showing that the toxic fogus effect has been significantly boosted, powerful enough to pierce through a poison-resistant skill. Dex saw the system notification and sighed. Here we go again with another rank. Update. The poison level has increased this much already. This is getting serious. Now they are aiming straight for me. No holding back. The Demon King, startled by the rising poison levels, said, even Demon King Azaka is struggling with this thick poison. What is the plan? Master, Dex shouted. What are we waiting for? I do not think my needles will go unused until the very end. He continued. Let us seriously put an end to this. The Demon King looked at him in surprise. Are you really serious? Dex glanced at the system display and said, yeah, an old rival has appeared. He wore a black cloak, standing silently in the dense poison fog. The system showed the survivors. 2 remain Cassius at number 1, and Dex at number 2. He touched his mask and said, I wonder how far she has gotten by now. The third round of the duel was about to start. Cassius saw the system notification and clenched her teeth angrily. I knew it was you. I have been waiting forever. Dex. At that moment, Dex and 2 others jumped down from a high floor. The Demon King asked, Master, are you seriously going to fight here? That is not like you at all. Want me to find you some PvP gear that suits this mode? No saving, just full pick. I can get you some good stuff. Dex glanced at the Demon King and said, no thanks. I have already got a plan. He looked at the girl beside him and said, Louisiana, can you lend me some of your power? The girl looked surprised to hear him speak. He immediately blushed and brightened up. Of course. Heaven's always ready to help you. Dex exhaled and thought quietly. Sorry for leaving you alone during the duel. It was all my fault for being weak. A sword radiated a brilliant golden light divine blessing. The war god's weapon Calypso appeared, holding the glowing golden sword. The system voice announced, Resident Divine Blessing Calypso has descended into the player's body. You will gain the power of the god, who has possessed you for a limited time. A skill panel instantly appeared before Van Bime Vision. Extra skill, a weapon without a fixed form, made from mana, changing shape according to the user's will. Dex reached out and grabbed the skill panel. It immediately shone with golden light. The golden light formed the shapes of various weapons. Dex looked at the weapons and said, so that is how this thing works. Demon King's face showed shock. Oh man, what kind of crazy mana usage is that? Elle looked equally terrified. It is incredible. Even Calypso's original wielder could not summon weapons this fast. Dex held the weapon and smiled softly. Alright, getting used to this is enough for now. Dex's face lit up with excitement, his sharp golden eyes gleaming. Let us fight. Shall we? The system voice kept going. Explorer's instinct skill activated. Champion's eyes are analyzing your opponent. Cassius stood on the battleground when a streak of golden light shot toward her. She glanced back quickly and saw Dex descending from the sky, smashing his weapon down with a deafening crash. She gritted her teeth and said, finally showing your face. Dex. He smiled at her and said, what about you? Aren't you acting a bit wild too? A veteran player from a dying game that lost its user base. Thanks to that, I have figured out your hidden class. Cassius got angry, summoning another weapon in her hand, and snarled, watch your mouth. Suddenly, blue light created countless weapons flying fiercely at Dex, who blocked one attack with his weapon. He smirked, whoa, your weapon switching speed is pretty fast. Up close, this skill really looks like magic. Instantly, a golden light appeared in Dex's hand, forming a sword that blocked Cassius's attacking strike right in front of him. Dex held the sword that had turned golden in his hands, eyes sharp, and said softly, I have got something just like yours. Seeing how cool Dex looked with the weapon in his hand, she gritted her teeth in anger, thinking, his weapon's shape changed. Could this be the hidden weapon skill of his class? Immediately, blue and silver lights clashed as they exchanged deadly strikes, a wild combo with no rules. She struggled to sit up and aimed a swift strike straight at the rooftop, shattering the tiles. Cassius, wounded, painfully sat up and thought, he is using the same method as me. Does this bastard do it on purpose? Dex's eyes flashed as he smirked. Hey, losing again would be embarrassing. Huh. Come on. Cassius, bring it on. She forced herself up and pointed her sword directly at him. Cassius wiped sweat and lunged at him with deadly strikes, making sharp sounds through clenched teeth. Gritting her teeth, Cassius said, you think we are the same, whether before or now? The fight felt so unfair. She recalled herself sitting at the computer, grinding hard for a game she truly cared about. In her mind, she thought, quick skills let me switch weapons fast, but his weapon could change shape. Dex's eyes sharpened as he gripped his weapon, ready to strike. Cassius held her weapon tightly, eyes fierce, thinking, only someone faster than me could keep up with his speed, but I still have to win this fight. Dex held his sword and said, what is wrong? Giving up already? If that is true, I am really disappointed. I had high hopes for you. She stared him down, a silent scream burning inside for her pride. Cassius looked Dex in the eye and asked, what kind of skill is that? Dex replied, it is called the King of All Weapons skill. Not bad, right? Cassius let out a heavy sigh. Having a skill like that, you are really lucky. Dex laughed. Is that? Haha, Luck is a skill too. You know, she lowered her head, eyes darkening, and said, whether before or now, you always scare me. A wooden stick was thrust straight into the ground. Cassius's sharp gaze filled with fighting spirit as she said, then I will give it my all. Light began to gather slowly, forming a weapon in her hand. She went on, winning with just normal skills against you is impossible. No matter how many weapons I have, if I can beat you, it means nothing. Dex glared at her and thought, she just dropped the wooden stick. Could she be hiding some other trick? As the night deepened, Cassius said, before I stab you with that stick, I have to completely defeat you first. Holding her sword, she said, with this sword, then drew it from its sheath, the blade shining so bright it hurt the eyes. Watching Cassius draw her sword, Dex immediately grew cautious and thought, what are those relics? No matter how he looked at them, they seemed incredibly dangerous. Time to choose the right weapon to counter them. Suddenly, a flash of blue light sliced past his neck, breaking his train of thought. A glowing blue sword slashed at him. The system's golden voice rang in his ear. You have taken a critical hit. Red warning. Continuous bone cracking and bleeding effects. Your movement ability will be limited until you recover. Dex fell to the ground, clutching the wound on his neck, coughing harshly. Too fast, so you blocked it with that shield. But if you do that, you won't be able to counterattack. Are you giving up? Woo, Dex said suspiciously, staring at the sword in the girl's hand as Kazuya sheathed her sword and faced him. Suddenly, she vanished from the spot at lightning speed. She reappeared right in front of him, swinging her sword at his body. Dex quickly blocked her attack with his ring. Cassius smirked and looked Dex straight in the eye. So you blocked it with that shield. But if you do, you won't be able to counterattack. Have you given up resisting? Dex, he used the yellow-skinned human to look straight into her eyes, thinking to himself that, even if he did not want to admit it, the truth was all he could do was watch helplessly. It was not just a feeling anymore, he was sure of it. She had definitely gotten faster after pulling out that sword. He slowly pushed himself up with his hands. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in his ear. The weapon master Calypso requested to speak with the player. Hearing that, he shouted, what? Now of all times. Dex watched the guy holding the sword carefully, mumbling, what is going on? The vibe just shifted. She immediately flew over to him and asked, Lord Dex, did you see the ancient sword that guy was using? He replied, sure enough, that is a weird item. Do you know what it is? Elle explained. Weapon Master Calypso left a message, saying that sword once belongs to him, and was meant for whoever inherits his will. He glanced at Elle and asked, so what? Elle continued, part of the sword grants power to its owner. It seems that part is a bracelet that grants skills based on the owner's strength stats. But right now, there is no sign of that bracelet's presence, which is why it feels so strange. Elle thought to himself, it seems like Calypso wants to talk, because something's gone wrong. He immediately linked it to the sword, worried about the god's strap back then. Dex, hearing that, understood immediately and thought, I see. He was supposed to get a skill similar to his, but the swordsmanship is nothing alike. Dex looked toward him, still holding the sword with caution, muttering, what is this? The atmosphere just shifted. Dex wondered if he should probe a little. He did not feel great about this. Thinking that, he spoke up, Kajia's, that sword was a reward you got after completing a mission, right? She asked, surprised. Why are you suddenly asking that? Trying to stall. Dex did not answer her question and kept pressing. Just be honest, you got it from a mission, right? She replied, yeah, I got this sword from some weird guy after finishing a mission. What is the problem? Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his head. Weapon Master Calypso sounded excited. Weapon Master Calypso suggested you ask her what she did with the necklace that came with the sword. Gritting his teeth, he asked, is there a necklace that came with the sword? She was surprised and asked, huh? How do you know about that? Dex ignored her question and continued, never mind. What did you do with it? You still have it, right? Calypso's voice spoke through the sword. Even though I got both items, unlike this sword, the necklace is an unverified item, but the shop owner in my village does not have appraisal skills. So he messed up, and I need to find a certified appraisal scroll first. Hearing that, he stammered. So what did you do with it? He thought, could it be that she? Calypso looked up and asked him, do we really need to buy an expensive appraisal scroll? Cause I pawned the necklace since I was desperate for cash. I got about 15 coins for it. I figured that was its worth. Hearing that, Weapon Master Calypso's eyes turned red with anger. The system's voice immediately went off again. Weapon Master Calypso was shocked. Weapon Master Calypso was furious at the hare for selling the relic. Weapon Master Calypso threatened to break the hare's neck for it. Weapon Master Calypso was. A flood of notifications popped up, making Death King Height shout, what now? Meanwhile, Calypso's voice echoed in his mind. What? The system continued. Weapon Master Calypso requested to possess the player's body. Weapon Master Calypso promised to take full responsibility for whatever happens. Deathslick looked at Elle and said, "If he fights for me, that is actually fine." Elle asked, "Is this okay?" "It is the first time I have dealt with something like this," Elle said. Since he is taking full responsibility, it should not be a big problem. But the side effects could be dangerous. Do we really have a good reason to do this? He tried to sound thoughtful. This is really tough. If the day feels right, then fine, even if possessing this body affects the world a bit. It was like a powerful force entered his body under the name of Archangel Michael. He gripped his sword tightly, plunged it into the ground, and declared loudly, "I temporarily allow the intervention of the Weapon Master Calypso." A massive power burst forth. Cassius thought to himself, "Where's this huge power coming from? Does he have other skills too?" The system announced, "Weapon Master Calypso has fully recovered in the game. Control changes are temporarily disabled. The player is now in spectator mode." Debson's face darkened, furious and bitter. So he is the one who sold that necklace. Not only did he betray the care and loyalty of his predecessor, but he even sold my most sacred relic at the pawnshop. Suddenly, a huge force struck, and she raised her hand to block it, shouting, "What the hell are you babbling about?" Deb snarled, "You brat," then unleashed her immense power. She was stunned, thinking, so that is what a weapon master's real skill looks like. This power is way too overwhelming, there is no way to compete. Deb stretched out her blazing red hand toward her. The sword glowed with a spreading light as he stepped forward toward her. The system alarmed. "Warning, you are trapped in a formation. You need to rest, even while in battle. Pay attention to your stamina. You have taken a critical hit. You are currently in a critical condition." Cassius was covered in wounds and collapsed, coughing harshly, sitting on the ground, supporting herself with the sword. She asked, "What exactly is that skill?" Suddenly, the sword acted strangely. The system continued. "The nameless sword is agitated." Cassius stared at the writhing sword in confusion. The sword's reacting to something. What is happening? Dex's voice turned cold. Pathetic. The one begging really has no clue. Huh. He stepped closer and shouted, "Quick hand skill." Instantly, countless weapons appeared around him. She panicked and asked, "How do you know the name of my hidden skill?" Yanjiang replied, "Quick hands is not just for switching weapons, it is the will to wield every weapon in the world. That power comes from sweat, blood, and my determination. Only when you understand that can you unlock the true state of the King of 10,000 Weapons skill." Cassius looked at him in surprise, stammering, "King of 10,000 weapons." He clenched his fist, glowing red, and said, "In short, this power," he pointed at her, "is something you can achieve if you follow my teachings." Cassius' face darkened. "Dex, you." She stared at him and asked, "Who are you really?" Cassius doubted. "Dex, you. Who are you really? Who knows my skill's name and why is my sword reacting like this?" Dex answered coldly, "It is crime." "That is right. You are sad because you lost your friend, are not you?" Cassius panicked. "Friend," she said, "if I had enough time, I would not choose someone like you as my successor. I would pick someone stronger and more talented." Dex replied, "But unfortunately, I do not have that much time." Cassius felt grateful to the one who lent her this body to meet him. Dex smiled, hood falling back to reveal bright white hair. The nameless sword seemed sad. He chuckled. "Even though this brat is clumsy and foolish, her heart's in the right place. Maybe it was fate that you ended up with her, and it is the only choice we had." Cassius was confused. "Wait, is he really talking to my sword? What is going on?" Dex spoke to his sword. "I am leaving this brat to you, my old friend." The nameless sword was displeased but understood the situation and accepted her as its wielder. The nameless sword swore its loyalty to you. System alert. Hidden skill of the item unlocked. Item rank updated. Special magic triggered. Hidden quest received, find the lost necklace. Cassius gripped her sword tightly. I could feel the sword's emotions, its desire and sorrow. I get it now. This is the true meaning of the hidden profession, she said out loud. Dex smiled at Cassius, humming, "Oh, that look reminded me of my younger days." System warning. Weapon Master has exceeded allowed limits. Warning issued. Dex said, "Even a little strategy has helped my disciple some." System alert continues. Effect cancelled. Control returned to player. Exiting spectator mode. Dex watched his body revert to its original form, thinking, "Sure enough, I do not have enough power to stay longer, Calypso. But thanks to you, I got to see quite a show." Cassius realized, "I get it now. That person is the master." After saying that, she collapsed onto the ground. Seeing Cassius like that, Dex guessed the effect was critical condition. She must be struggled hard to stay conscious this long. The more I look, the more dangerous she seems. Cassius, on a breezy night like this, Dex said to Cassius, "Sure, I will wait for you a bit, since I doubt I will get another chance to chat with you. Did you really sell that necklace? Are you crazy? No matter how you look at it, that is a hidden quest. You have never played in Rapide before. It is just a normal story quest. If you sell the necklace, why keep the sword? You are seriously clueless." Cassius did not care much about his words. She lay on her back, staring at the sky, and told him, "I have played Icaros before, but nothing like this ever happened." Dex was puzzled. That ancient game. Then he advised her, "Sure, that necklace is really important. Remember to go back to the pawnshop and buy it back." She snapped, even if you do not say it, I will do it." "But Dex, what is your profession? The person I fought was not you. To be honest, it is more like a death spirit." Dex answered briefly. Yeah, she thought. Consider that a hidden warrior class. This guy is even more cautious than I thought. Dex dodged the topic. "More importantly, I think we should wrap this up. What do you say?" Cassius sighed and laughed. "Haha, Dex, what the heck are you talking about? To get out of this critical state, I need at least 3 minutes. But the signal for the finale is right next to us. I think the outcome is pretty obvious." Dex smiled softly. "Quite a pity it ends this way. I hoped we would have a more exciting match." She smiled brightly, challenging him. "Wait a bit longer. Next time we meet, I will be the winner." Dex stood up, holding his staff. "Sure thing. I feel like I am the one getting the short end of the stick here." Saying that, he raised the staff and stabbed straight through her. System alert. Player Dex has defeated player Cassius in battle. He said his final words to her. "See you later, Cassius." System alert continues. Player Dex is the last one standing. The champion of the Arcadia Guild is confirmed. China's champion is Dex. A tiny virtual crown appeared above his head. The main battles have always been streamed live, with many standout championship contenders. Top ranker, Stella the Radiant Light Sorceress, the Liberation Arcadia Army, always fighting for equality for everyone. And Cassius, who shone brilliantly in round 3. No one expected Dex, a recently famous player, to win, but the users' reactions were quite different. Some shouted, "Dex, Dex, Dex, I believe in you. Dex, does he really play Arcadia?" So the one who made those unique items last time was Dex too. But what exactly is that profession? Haha, it is insanely up. Are we even playing the same game? Someone asked. But in this game, choosing a profession is also a skill, right? Exactly. Far away, that guy said. But just look at his setup. It is almost exactly like the player who appeared at the very end of the witch hunt. Wait, Cassius is looking back again. Haha, what were those two talking about at the end? So frustrating. We can't hear a thing, but they were chatting so excitedly. The name Dex, just that name says so much already. The woman smiled as she read the user comments. So the person I faced was really Dex, the one from the rumors. Finally, I feel a bit better. This woman is Hak-Ho Hakam Long, and she is actually 24 years old. Vong Vei. After that intense match, luckily I did not join the spear tournament, or else I would have to face someone I never want to see again. Back in the game, a girl with double buns appeared, wielding a mace. Congrats, Dex. Haha, congrats to the champion. Now, let us move on to the award ceremony. Then she swung the mace and shouted, "Bang! Appear! 1, 2. A mysterious box dropped down. It is crafted with Okabis mystical power. Could what I want be inside here? The girl with the double buns continued. This box holds items from players you have eliminated. Dex held the box. Surprised. Woo, she laughed and said, pick one item, and I will create a copy right here. Hope you make a wise choice. Haha, special items like the black crocodile armor, mermaid's tear, or rare stuff like Aramchas leg guards and the ancient mage sword. She looked at Dex confidently and thought, most of these items are rare and super hard to find. Just looking at them should make you drool. Dex stared a moment, then thought, most of this is junk. Nothing useful. Is that all? No decent stuff? Wait. Suddenly he spotted something that caught his interest. He asked to be sure. I can choose any item from the players I eliminated, right? The girl crossed her arms and laughed. Yes. Looks like you have made up your mind. Let us see what you pick. She looked at Dex's choice and gasped. Speechless. This is, how should I put it? Dex nodded. What? This is an item from a player I eliminated, right? Dear mighty lady, keep your promise. Dex almost demanding words made her face turn scared and nervous. Hak-Ho Hakam Long and the others watching the item choice got curious too. So this proud diva of the tournament suddenly looked scared. What exactly did he ask for? The girl with the buns brought out Dex's chosen item with a not so happy look. It is a bamboo spear, crafted from bamboo and wrapped in an energy representing fairness and equality. Anyone stabbed by it dies instantly, bypassing all physical and magical defenses. Dex grinned, eyes sparkling. That is alright then? My young hand's mouth dropped open seeing this. At Arcadius Korea branch, a meeting was held. Director My Young Hand said, "Thanks everyone for joining this urgent meeting despite your busy schedules. I will explain our current situation. The bamboo spear event we carefully prepared ended just hours ago. But there is a big problem with the prize distribution." A staff member raised her hand. Due to other tasks, our department could not oversee the event. But what exactly is the big problem? The director quickly explained. Simply put, the winner's chosen equipment does not match what we expected. The manager added, "Yeah, it is easier to show than explain. We will put it on the screen now. Here's the item the player chose. Everyone, look at the screen. Bamboo spear, a spear made from bamboo, wrapped in energy, symbolizing fairness and equality. Anyone pierced by it dies instantly, ignoring all physical and magical defenses." Everyone was shocked. Bamboo spear, that is even an option. Someone said, "No way. So that is what you meant." The secretary said, "The biggest issue is the spear's unique attribute, instant death. The problem is, we still have not pinpointed exactly who this effect can be used on." The girl who just spoke now has another idea. Wait. Hold on. So it is not just the low-level red boss, but it could also work on bosses with immortality setups. The director replies, "Yes, exactly. If we stab an immortal boss like the guardian spirit Gondria, the opponent would almost instantly die. It is not certain yet, but looking at the storyline system, I believe that is highly likely." Hearing this, everyone murmurs angrily below. This is nuts, except for Gondria. If he stabs the main PC, the whole story will change forever. Can we even go home then? The director quickly explains to calm everyone down. Even with supervision, this is my fault for not spotting this issue earlier. Just when things got tense, Limizan speaks up. "Very likely. To prevent the worst-case scenario, we have to intervene." She picks up her phone and calls Alice. The screen shows, "Level 2 admit, Limizan's manager has confirmed. How can I assist you?" She says, "I want to ask about the spear event." Before she finishes, the system interrupts. "Your request has been confirmed. Request to reset event rewards." Suddenly, it says it can be done. Confused, she asks, "Why is that?" "I wanted an explanation." The system says another case recorded. This player was treated unfairly, and there is a promise that no further unfair patches will happen. I will provide proof. "I understand. I promise. This will be the last patch related to this issue." She gives a scary smile to Byung-han's troops manager, saying, "I thought I told you to interfere as little as possible. Do you really think this needs an explanation?" Manager turns pale, nervously blaming, "Director, it is all Dex's fault, if not for that jerk." In-game, Dex looked at the item he just got, smiled, and said, "What should I do with this now?" Satan came over shouting, "What kind of gear has this weird aura?" Dex said, "What person? Haven't we seen this item throughout the spear event already?" Satan scared, pressed L. "Hey, use it there. But here and there are totally different things." Well said. Exactly. The moment it appeared in this world, that item radiated a completely different aura. Just one use seemed enough to change the world. The aura was so intense it was unsettling. Dex laughs. "Oh really? Choosing this gear as the reward was definitely the smartest move." Suddenly the system pops up. "Admin requests you to submit to training. Do you agree?" Dex's face is defiant. "The admin already submitted to my training. What do they want to say?" This is getting interesting. The system shows, "You agreed to training. Your skills are now limited, and you have been transferred to a special space. In this special space," the admin says, "Hello Dex, I am the admin of Arcadia. Call me Helenia. Sorry for the sudden call. I brought you here to negotiate about the item you got in the spear event." Dex cuts to the chase. "Why did you call me here?" He thinks. Admin set up she is Elfshire. Still an admin, right? Helenia tells him, "You probably guessed, but about the spear. This is an item we never expected would be an option for the reward. Our conclusion is that using this gear will destroy Arcadia, so it needs to be fixed." Dex is suspicious. "You mean you want to take my item back?" Helenia quickly says, "No, Dex, you got a seriously powerful item. The problem is on our side, so we want to find a way to fix that item if you agree. Do you want to hear the options?" The admin gives Dex 3 choices. Limit how many times the spear can be used, limit which targets it can attack, or trade the item for another of equal quality. The spear is dangerous no matter what, and whichever option is chosen, the risk is huge. So the decision is up to admin Limisian. Dex sighs. Huh, none of these are good choices. This just means they have already made up their minds. Dex says, "I get your point. So what do I get?" Alina smiles kindly, thinking to herself, "Judging by Dex's playstyle, I expected to be attacked right away, but his level is higher than I thought." She told Dex that the A would decide. basically saying it works on the same algorithm as that goblin he encountered in the event. She promised he would definitely get a fair reward. She asked Dex if he wanted a sneak peek. Dex was skeptical, thinking, wait, she is really gonna give this to me? Helena spoke gently. Even though we do not have the right to see the rewards you get, it is true. Here at Arcadia, we promise to reward fairly, but the choice is yours. She added. And there is one more thing. Dex was surprised there was more. Helena continued. If you team up with us now, I promise you won't face any unfair patches again. Honestly, that is my secret trump card. Dex laughed. To me, huh, you have got that power too. Helena replied. Of course. I promise. As the CEO of Arcadia's Korean branch, Dex was shocked. Wait, what did you say? He thought, if this is the CEO of the Korean branch, could it be Lee My-seon, the famous prodigy? Is that really Lee My-seon? Helena said goodbye to Dex and left. Well then. Thanks, Dex. I am sure we will meet again. I am looking forward to it. She winked at Dex before walking away. At the virtual reality tech fair, the product presenter announced, Welcome to Arcadia's booth. I am sure most of you are here because you are really excited about this product. It looks a lot like Arcadia's Dreamer. This first system is called Lucid Dream. Let me explain how it works. Once you enter the Lucid Dream world, when you imagine an image, the independent programming turns it into graphics and applies the right settings. Simply put, it is a magical device that can create a world from your imagination. I hope everyone enjoys trying it out at the fair. He happily added, Thanks for trusting our device. Please come on and following the guide. Dex thought it was ridiculous when he tried it. It was harder than advertised and drained a lot of energy. And imagining certain images was tougher than he expected. Maybe his imagination was just limited. I'm exhausted. Maybe it is because I stay up late playing Arcadia too much. He yawned. If it were not for homework, I would not even come to this fair. A shout from the crowd caught his attention. Look, someone's using Lucid Dream already. They made a video in just over 10 minutes. Usually it takes months. Curious? He turned back. The host asked, what is this student's name? The student replied, Why me? I am Lim Jigyun. What is up? Dex smiled, thinking this guy definitely found his talent. Dex told Jigyun, Impressive? You got a job offer from Arcadia, the biggest company in the country. Lucky you. Jigyun replied, No big deal. I was gonna turn it down anyway. 20 is kinda young for that. Dex grinned excitedly. You are still planning on more, right? Did you get the spear weapon yet? I am annoyed I did not catch that part. Tell me, what is the result? Dex answered. Then he teased. I'm not telling you. The system popped up. An agreement for item modification was created. Spear weapon became a one-time use item, with rewards exchanged for a 1 million chance. Full compensation was granted for the base item. You received 10,000 gold and a special item. Secret record. Later, Helena met Dex and left a note saying, If you have any issues, contact me. Helena, the system announced an emergency meeting. A mysterious figure appeared and said, Hello comrades. You all probably know why you got this message. I am sure everyone's been waiting for this moment. In short, Dex had appeared, and all forces were gathering at Academia. In what looked like a peaceful village, a young man's voice rang out. It is so warm today. Academia's awesome. It is pouring rain in real life, but here I am enjoying the sun. The girl sitting opposite nodded in agreement. Yeah? These days, I feel like traveling is pointless. Did you catch that? They are broadcasting the finals of the Spear event. And Bro's face just lit up when he heard that, of course. Didn't expect Dex to join, but thanks to him, this event just got way more exciting. The girl said, Choosing the spear as a prize is not exactly a new idea. Bro put his hand up, acting all knowledgeable. He said, I thought about that too. It is just that I did not win. If I had, I would pick the spear as well. The girl teased him. Haha. Come on. Do not. You would totally be dazzled by the money and pick any special item you want. I'm wrong. Bro definitely hit a nerve. Nah. No way. If it were me, I would pick 1 no. 2. 3 spears for sure. 3 spears. Exactly. While they were deep in conversation, the girl suddenly looked that way. Surprised. Hey, wait a sec. That person, isn't he that Dex? Everyone passing by turned their eyes toward him. Meanwhile, Dex was walking and grumbling. This damn live streaming system. That is exactly why I have been trying to hide my identity. But now all that effort's gone to waste. At this rate, anything about me will just draw attention. Suddenly, a blue light flared up. Everyone panicked. He disappeared, somewhere in a forest. The sky creature, Langzu Koflos the knight's divine strike ended. The tribe's skill ended. Use 1,400 approvals. Dex walked over and said, There's probably no one else around here. Sadang appeared and said, Master, how long are you going to worry like this? Dex only takes off his hat and coat when he is back here. Dex said, I am just worried about the crowd watching us. Sereng folded his hands, confused. Really? I did not know you cared that much, but using divine strikes is such a hassle. Just enjoy your fame. L added, I sense. What has got you so scared? Dex said, yeah, it is scary all right. While Sedang and L looked clueless, he went on. I have been followed and hunted by some creeps for years now. Sedang asked uncertainly. Since when? L said. What are you talking about? At a restaurant. A big guy threw a chair across the room. He said, I got a tip that Dex was here. I am gonna search the place. Meanwhile, a woman was checking out a guy's face and judging. Let us see. That face does not look like Dex. Hey, who are you guys scared of? The woman laughed loudly. Everyone has to go through the identity check. Show us your face. If you cooperate, no one gets hurt. Bro, scared out of his wits, shouted, who are you people? Why are you suddenly coming after Dex? The girl replied, I have heard about them. There is a fan club that has been tracking Dex. Those people are the new notorious guild. Dex underwear color. They call themselves the Dex Briefs. Sedang crossed his arms thoughtfully. Huh, now I get it. Tough days ahead. Master? L asked curiously. What do you mean? Setang teased. Ugly chicken wings like you would not understand. Every creature has fans following them, if they are special enough to catch attention. L snapped. So you mean fans? They all come from us. You idiot bastard. Setang snapped back. Huh. You dumbass. You trying to pick a fight with me. L was not backing down either. I am just stating facts. Idiot. Dex eyed deeply between them. You too. Stop fighting already. From experience. Those guys 1T stop hunting me no matter how many times I hate it. What should we do? The two listened and stopped fighting. Sedang said, I have been through this before. Master, before I became the Demon King, there was a battle for the throne, and some lowlifes tried to take me out for their own gain. Sedang suddenly remembered and said, actually, I killed them one by one, but I doubt next time will be that easy. So I spent a lot of time crafting something. The legendary trickster's mask, stitched from the skin of a high-level demon, hides the truth and makes others see only lies. Nowhere limit. Unlimited durability. Special skills like deception, disguise, and blocking recognition and clairvoyance. With this mask, no one can see through the truth. Sedang put the mask on with no expression. So none of this sounds fit for battle. How can such a lame item be legendary? Sedang got annoyed when Dex criticized his gear and snapped. Hey, do not underestimate it. Do you know how many demons I had to kill to make this? I do not know what else to say, but I can guarantee its power. No skill or strength can penetrate this mask to reveal your true identity. Sedang smiled proudly, basically saying, whenever you want, no one can recognize you. Master, if you need it, I will lend it to you. Dex shot back coldly. So how much is it? You are not trying to scam me just because it is legendary gear, right? Sedang hurried to explain. Listen, when you use it, what if someone recognizes you? If you get caught by some girls like last time, it will be a big mess. You should use good gear, just 100,000. Only that much and you can use it forever. How about it? A steal. Dex stared at the mask for a bit, thinking 100,000 was a heavy price. But it could not be helped, he already got 100,000 from the guild event. And this mask seems like the best way to lose those annoying tailing goons. System notification. Legendary item. Trickster's mask equipped. The power of deception and disguise surrounds the player's body, an illusion hiding the player's true identity. He put that mask on. Dex gang is still bothering people. Dex not here. Search the tavern. He is not in the weapon shop either. What now? Master, one guy told the group he has not gone far. They got a tip he was here just 30 minutes ago. We paid 10 gold for this info. With screenshots. So look carefully. That is your assignment. The woman sighed. Dex, where is he? He's never left my palm before. Meanwhile, Dex casually strolls around with the mask on. Oh yeah. Definitely. No one recognizes me. Huh. This thing really helps. Sedang looked proud. Of course. Compared to the daily cost of recognition fees, this thing is super useful. I can even check the market situation with this. Here's a news bulletin for everyone. Sedang said, I can keep up with the current market for gear or gold. News flash. Special item, Europa's tier. Top seller at 10 billion. In the trading market, demand for special items is booming. Can we keep it like this? Unemployed players start Arcadia, the golden era for dark gamers. The virtual world Arcadia opens a vast new market. Dex was shocked. A special item costs around 10,000 recognition points. So this mask is worth 10 billion. I knew it was expensive, but seeing the price is another thing. Dex gang looked suspicious as he approached. Dex confidently walked past. The giant said, that is not him. Dex laughed when he heard that. After Dex passed, The giant whispered. Why did I suddenly mistake him for Dex? The woman next to me too, did she get it wrong? Me too, Dex laughed and told Sading. I gotta say, this thing's really legit. Sading proudly patted his chest. Told you. It is solid no matter what, Dex asked. So who was that handsome guy? Satang thought for a moment. Who was it? Then he remembered. Oh right. That face belongs to a devil dragon named Rod who fought me and died by my hand. Dex gasped. Huh? Sading continued. Looking into his blood-red eyes reminded me he had a pretty plain appearance. Totally different from a perfect one like me. Dex told Say, you might be a bit overconfident. Passers-by whispered. Who is that? No idea. A model. So handsome, should I start a conversation with him? Dex overheard and scoffed. With that face and attitude, you will just make things more exhausting. Satin said, if you do not like this look, just change it. Dex was surprised. Really? Why did not you say so earlier? System notification. You can choose who to disguise as by selecting a fake identity. Dex realized. Wait, who all can I impersonate? Satan seemed to read Dex's mind and said, that is right. You can transform into anyone you have killed. Dex laughed. Oh wow, this is gonna be fun. Awesome. I have got a secret weapon in hand. Let us do all the missions at once. Mission 3. You brought chaos to this world. But doing it alone won't be enough to create the world you are aiming for. Gather trustworthy allies who will come to your aid. Those who become your allies will bear a mark. The amount of rewards you receive depends on your allies' influence. Additional mission. Register as Cassia's assistant. Current location. Market Square. Cassius goes around showing people a flyer, asking, have you ever seen this necklace? Lord Karen Maikai stands on Golden Mountain yelling, get to work, you slaves. I mean, explorers. Haha, in the forest. Angelina looks puzzled and asks Dex, what is going on? You have been quiet since the guild event. Dex sits on a rock, smiling slightly. I have just been busy. She scolds him. Well, you are famous, but do not ignore my messages. Dex glares sharply. I called you here to talk about a rank 2 player who wants you dead. The dazzling mage Stella. Angelina looks confused, clearly not understanding. Dex continues. Looks like you are planning to use the items I gave you to survive. But it won't work. Magic control and combat senses totally outclass you compared to her. You are like a newborn. Besides, you probably won't even survive past round 2 of the guild event. Right? Angelina asks after hearing Dex. So what do you think I should do? Just give up. Dex smiles. Simple. The magic book is the reason you are being targeted. Give it to me and train your skills until you are truly ready. That is why I arranged for you to meet someone. From behind Dex, Cassis appears looking super cool. She says, who is this? Call me by my full name. Cassis steps in front of Angelina. Inspecting her, you are the one he wants me to train. Angelina shyly replies. Dex says, yeah, her skills are not bad but she lacks experience. I want you to guide her and teach her a bit. Cassie asks Dex, you will keep your promise to help me meet my master again. Right? Dex stands behind Angelina, smiling. Don't worry. One day, I will arrange for you two to meet again. Angelina is surprised, not knowing when he got there, and says, Dex beams at Cassius. Now, find that necklace first. Stop whining and pouting. Why not look for the necklace first? Meeting Calypso can wait. Cassius grumbles. Huh, I was about to look for it too. This thing's been a mess. She looks at the sword hanging at her side. Dex still smiling. Haha. Right? You have got your own weapon following you too. Huh. She is confused. What are you talking about? Dex, you have a sword too. Dex ignores her. Don't worry about that. Anyway, I am counting on you. I believe you can do it. Cassius, expert in harsh battles. She looks annoyed. Got it. I will help her become strong enough to survive anywhere. Angelina listens. Surprised. Wait, are you all talking about me? So what exactly are you planning to do with me? And so, Dex handed Angelina over to Cassius, unaware of how much she would change under Cassia's guidance. A crazy VP. Angelina, the wild woman who tormented her opponents to death, that is how her legend began. System notification. You have registered Cassius as an assistant in the land of Baron Mihail. Standing at the city gate, Dex read the system notice. The rewards you get vary depending on your assistant's influence. Side quest. Register Cassius as an assistant. Current location, the mine area. Dex was puzzled. Huh, I do not remember having any contacts at the mine. Why does the system say I have an assistant there? Suddenly, a voice called out nearby. Stop right there. Grabbing Dex's attention, a gatekeeper said, you do not look local. Is this your first time here? Dex replied, Yeah, it is my first time. He smiled tiredly, thinking he was sick of explaining. The gatekeeper chuckled. All right then, head over there to fill out some paperwork. A cheerful girl with green hair approached. Welcome. Hello, and welcome to the Mihel region. Is this your first time here? There are some documents you need to sign. Could you spare a moment? These forms are important because Mahal is a key mining zone for the Maroon Empire. Just a few simple signatures and you are done. Nothing difficult. Please sign these forms. Just down here. Others are waiting, so please hurry. She handed the papers to Debscom, who studied them carefully. Then he discovered something awful, his face turning grim. What the heck is this? A contract full of harsh conditions and traps. Oh man, there is a rumor among players that Mihal is one of the top 10 places to avoid. So that is why I warned you not to go past the limit. What happened while I was gone? The green-haired girl looked confused. Huh? What do you mean? You do not mean. Slammed the paper on the table, angry. I have some words for Lord Mihal. Where is she? At Lord Mihal's mansion, the Lord was lounging, laughing. Haha, how have you been lately? The kingdom's been a mess since you left. Do you know how worried I was? But you are back safe now. I knew you would be fine. Honestly, I was shocked when you sent those undead after me. I did not realize they were your minions. Haha, Debs looked dazed, thinking she had some pretty shady business going on at the city gate. How much money are we talking about here? The Lord grinned. Since fewer adventurers pass through, I wanted to trick the newbies into working for us using contracts. The miners. You know what I mean. Chichuvai used to be a great way to find gems. So I went with this method. Don't you agree? Debs looked like she would just taken a hard hit. Thinking, I have created a monster. He said, manipulating and cheating adventurers can backfire. This whole country fell to an adventurer named Blackfire Dark Dragon. You know that, right? The Lord said. That adventurer won the throne in a fair fight and was generous to the former Emperor's clan. He even gave them land. It is just politics, and most importantly, I promised them a huge sum of money. Continue see, under the old regime, I was even funded. Haha, that is how my world works. Debs could not stand any of it. He thought, she might actually be crazy, but no doubt Lord Mihal is scarier than I thought. Then the Lord had someone wheel out a cart full of gold and told Debs, since you are here, you should take this money. It is your profit from all this time. The system announced, you have received 743 gold, 32 silver, 21 copper. He looked at the sum. No way. 10 gold turned into 700 in just 3 months. How is she draining players like this? The Lord confidently crossed his arms. Plus things like hiring master blacksmiths and setting up routes to sell valuable tools. I have lots of questions for you. But first, I want to hear why you came here. Okay, if you need anything, just ask. I will do my best to help. Debs looked surprised. There is someone I need to meet at Peelmine. The ugly green demon was pushing everyone hard. Hurry up. No dinner if you do not finish. And you there, the newbie think I will go easy on you just because you are low level. I am watching you. Move faster. Everyone worked their hardest. Someone complained. Is this even a game? Debs watched everyone quietly, then suddenly smiled and sang. Oh, looks like this is the one. His mining speed was way faster than the others. Debs asked the green guy, hey, who is that over there? The green demon replied, are you talking about our #1 official slave? Turns out he is an acquaintance of Mihail's. You have got a good eye. Debs said, then asked again, #1 official slave. The green guy explained, he was the first adventurer to work in our mine, but he tried to run and got caught, so now he is stuck working here until he dies. Debs smirked, impressed. Judging by his speed, his mining skill has to be at least level 5. Even higher. How did he even raise it that high? Debs said to the green guy, mind if I have a word with him? The green demon looked confused. Huh? You do not need to ask permission for that. Then the green demon shouted, hey, #1 slave, it is your break time. Come here. The #1 slave stopped working, confused. Break time? What is that supposed to mean? Doesn't it exist in his dictionary? He stepped up in front of the two of them with a scared expression. He said, manager, what is going on? I thought I already finished this week's work. Deb smiled warmly. Hey, nice to meet you. Can we have a little chat? The guy smiled brightly, but the slave looked confused and scared. Manager, what is this about? The slave wondered, is this guy a player? And asked, who are you? Debs kept smiling. I am the one who can set you free. The slave said, I was caught running away and forced to work here all this time. Debs was surprised. Then why did you sign that stupid contract? You should be figured it out when you read it. The slave said, I signed it without thinking much. Debs asked, "How old are you really?" The slave, with tears and a sad face, answered, 15. Debs held his head, angry. Even if it was just a game, he thought, is this all my fault? Now I get why the system insisted I took the contract. Helenia, standing in a corner, suddenly said, wait. That scent. She turned to Debs. That guy smells like fire. Debs was surprised. The scent of fire. She explained. That is the scent of someone bound to a fire spirit, with the signature aroma of the fire element. Usually, people like that are born to be blacksmiths. It has been a while since I have met someone with such a strong scent. He thought, if guided right, this guy could be really useful. Debs said to the slave, hey, rotten hand, if I set you free. The slave's face lit up, not believing his ears. Debs continued, you will do whatever I tell you. Right? The slave did not hesitate and said, yes, sir. Debs said, no conditions at all. The slave gaped. As long as it is better than now. Debs warned. If you keep acting like that, you will always get screwed over. Just saying. The slave did not wait for Debs to finish and immediately knelt. Head bowed. If you free me, I will obey you unconditionally. Please take me with you. I do not want to mine anymore. Haha. That moved Debs so much he jumped in surprise. System notification. The contract between player Rotten Hand and the border mine has been cancelled. Rotten Hand is now registered as an assistant. You can view assistant stats, level 24. Rotten Hand. Skill rank. Weapon gen rank. Weapon gen rank. Mining skill rank 2. Trait. Container of the oldest flame. Club beta test version. First player tester. Debs read it and was shocked. Woo, first club beta tester. Arcadia was secretly developed until its launch. Testing a secret beta version of a game like this. Hey, kid. Who are you really? Or spoke sharply, making the kid turn pale with fear. The thing is, a friend gave it to me. Just that, really, is your friend Argos? Or the secret chairman of Silicorp, or something, or maybe the hidden grandson of the Asian Electronics Group chairman. I have a very smart friend. It is a secret, so I can say much. Alright, I get it now, looking worried. He said, I believe you are not lying. Enough with the chit-chat already. Bro, why do not we just test it out right now? Covant Liver 32 got slashed clean across the body. The giant collapsed to the ground. Haha, I actually killed it. I killed a Coven Lever with my own hands. Wow. This is the first time. Nice job. Second brother, yeah? The kid struggled a bit, but he pulled it off. His combat skills are all over the place, and he is no good with artifact-related skills either. Honestly, artifacts are tough, so not many players master them. Strange. The beta sealed dungeon has stayed like this all along. How did this kid end up as my dealer? Like a punishment. The Archangel suddenly appeared, squeezing in and catching him off guard. You really think so? What do you mean by that? To be a blacksmith, you need skill, talent, and an artistic touch to breathe life into your creations. But I believe those things alone do not make a true blacksmith, yeah? Standing over blazing fire, hammer in hand amid the scorching heat. You gotta have the will to keep going. Never quit. Hitting the hammer hundreds, no. Thousands of times with unwavering resolve. Forging a solid armor. Every blacksmith has to go through that. That kid's been through tough times but never gave up, at least to me. I believe he has more potential than anyone else. How much do you really know about blacksmithing? Anyway, why are you so interested in that kid? That is a complicated story. Why? Because it is nothing like the usual truths. Revealing this kind of info could seriously shake the entire continent. As for Calypso, overstepping boundaries is definitely a burden for the Heavenly Sect. If something like that happens again, it won't be a small issue. It will throw the Heavenly Sect into chaos. So basically, if you get enough recognition, you will spill what you have been holding back. Right? Exactly. But it has to be enough. Then it is simple. I will pay. So just tell me. This info affects all 6 continents. You know, I can just sit here curious forever. Are you sure? You will need a huge amount of recognition. Doesn't matter. I have got plenty. Recognition 912,312. Pay 150,000 recognition. Revealing the sleeping secrets of the past, awakening the memories of Archangel Michael. Long before the Great Demon War, there was an era called the Mythical Age. Though they had different powers and authority, some gods back then possessed divine power. The god of hunting, the god of music and joy, the god of war, the god of craft and balance, the god of time, the god of calamity. Many gods and different sects worshipped them. Yet during that era, some sects vanished without a trace. That means one sect slaughtered the others to prove their god was the true god. And that crazy sect is the Holy Kingdom, still around today. So the Holy Kingdom, which always preaches justice, is actually the legacy of mass murderers in this world. If this truth comes out, the whole continent will descend into chaos. That is why heaven is trying to keep it under wraps. After this, Heaven's power will surely grow stronger, but I believe that achievement is not worth trampling on the legacy of other sects. That is why gods who lost their worshippers became false gods. Even their names faded from human memory. Level 24. West Decay. Rank, Skills, Zin Weapon Rank, Zin Armor Rank, Mining Skill Rank 2. Trait, the oldest flame extinguisher. First user of the sealed beta test. Could it be the first to light up boundless darkness? The ancestor of the Zin craft, the creator of the spell Haim Mace. A spear that can burn everything it touches. Vun Kate. He is the one keeping an eye on that kid. She did not say anything. So that is why I had to make that kid my companion, to help him grow and make the most of his potential. The Zin craftsman trainer. Grang, or maybe just take the boy to the dwarves. Dwarves? Look, I am just saying it because it seems like you do not know. The Arcadia explorers have not found any other species yet. How could I take that kid to the dwarves if I do not even know where they live? I get it now. I do not know where they live either. I know. The Chaos King suddenly spoke up. I know where the dwarves live. He said it with a smile that made the Archangel suspicious. Hey, how do you know that? If you lie, I want to spare you. I am not lying. The dwarves live underground. They dig tunnels everywhere. And one of my subordinates spotted one of their dens there. Really? Where exactly? Pretty far away under the desert. 5 days south of Wyvern. That is one of the 5 forbidden zones, where people can die from the harsh environment alone. The Rumir Great Desert. What are you planning? My lord, if you are going, I will prepare everything. 3 days, 1 day, 1 tea. Cut it. Me too. I will lend a hand. What am I planning? Of course. To go, a big decision has been made. The Rumir Great Desert. On that barren desert land, a local resident spoke up to stop them. You are heading to Rumir? How many lives do you think you have got? Even I, who live in the Rumir Desert, would not dare get close. Besides the brutal nature, there are also nasty monsters lurking around there. You said you were going across the desert. In my 60 years, I have never seen anyone survive crossing this desert. So I do not know either. Looks like I will have to see for myself. Let us... Little brother. Yes? Big bro? These guys have lost their minds. Big bro? I want to say something. Thanks for being so generous with me. But I really did not expect to get such awesome stuff, because you look valuable wearing the Magic Thief outfit. It is the outfit of the thief who once shook the whole world. Designed to be comfortable while still offering some defense. Hammond limit 35, drum score 25 per 25. Defense power 80. Explorer's coat. Rare. This coat is made from famous monsters, crafted from various creatures, making the wearer a respected explorer, not just a random adventurer. Hammond limit 30. Drum score 17 per 17. Resistance plus 10. Expert luck plus 1. Chance to dodge attacks. Full dark pain. Rare. The pain sword is used by a monster of the shadows, radiating the power of its previous wielder. Nowadays, it is simply called the pain sword. Hammond limit 30. Drum score 17 per 17. Attack power 170 220, rage craving love 1. Every 3 hits on the same target deals magic damage. Magic damage stacks, with damage scaling down from 0.6 to 0.4 per hit. Yeah, no big deal. Don't worry. I bought it at the auction just because I thought your old outfit would draw too much attention. An auction? You really bought this for me? Must be cost a fortune. You can pay me back once you are done using it. No need. Why return something once you have used it? Just take it as compensation for the mine incident. It was partly my fault that the kid got stuck in the mine at first, so it makes sense to treat him well. Being treated well and not pressured in a grim place like Arcadia. I will do anything for you. Big bro, why do I feel so guilty? Even though that item was cheap. Am I still saying this? Because of the Rumir Great Desert. The scorching heat and the blazing sun. System keeps flashing warnings. Due to extreme heat, stamina drains fast. Abnormal status exhaustion. Recommend resting in a cool place. Young Sitch leans heavily on his cane, struggling step by step, his face pale and cracked from dehydration and exhaustion. Groaning. Water. Water. Big brother. Please. Rest a bit. Dex looks at him helplessly and asks, exhausted already? Why does your energy drain faster and faster? Young Sitch replies, frustrated and embarrassed. Of course. This is one of the 5 famous forbidden zones. The Desert of Illusions. Speaking of which, how come you are still so strong? Big brother. Dex is full of energy, showing no signs of exhaustion or dehydration, and says in surprise, bro. Dex thinks to himself, obviously it is because I have prepared a way to fight it. His inner spiritual power is controlled by the Frost Witch Enchantress. Passive skill Ice Heart activated, greatly boosting fire resistance. Cold ice energy radiates from his body. Dex confidently says, I am fine because I have fire resistance. Hearing this, Young Sitch breaks down helplessly. He cries out in frustration, how strong can your skill be? Since we got here, my fire resistance only reached rank C, and I am still struggling like this. Worried, he looks up at Dex and hesitantly asks with doubt, Big brother, We have been wandering the desert for 3 days. Maybe we should give up, even if there are people surviving here. Finding them in such a vast place is impossible. If the info's wrong, we are just wasting time. The two of them keep walking through the harsh desert. Dex walks ahead, waving reassuringly at Young Sitch. Don't worry. I am sure the info is right. Stop wasting energy. Just keep moving. Kid, startled. Young Sitch nervously asks back. Well, why are you so confident? Who told you? At least tell me their name. Satang floats lazily in the air, humming a tune happily. The sun's blazing. But it would be better if that person just kept quiet. Suddenly, a terrifying sound echoes from the desert, startling Satang, who cries out, huh! Suddenly, two giant scorpions, one white and one red, rush at them fiercely. Screaming wildly, Sang panic, tense and unsure what to do. System displays info, level 160 desert twin scorpions. Dex calmly passes by them, murmuring thoughtfully, ice path. Instantly, the two giant scorpions freeze solid. Completely immobilized. Dex casually moves on and tells Unsick, take care of them. He nervously replies, holding the stretcher. Choi Young-sik's stretcher taps against the scorpion's shell. Immediately, the monster shatters into hundreds of pieces, slowly vanishing into thin air. The system also notifies him, due to low contribution, you gained less experience. Level increased. Stamina and mana fully recovered. Abnormal exhaustion status removed. New title earned. Freeloader. Young-sik checks the system, sees the notification, and grimaces in confusion. Dex laughs and teases him. A freeloader? Huh. Looks like you always get weird titles. Young-sik recalls his titles Mind Slave #1. Freeloader and feels a bit down, unable to cry but chuckling wryly. Haha. Yeah. Seeing this, Dex changes the subject, asking seriously. Forget it. What level are you at now? Past 80. Young-sik checks the system screen and shyly says, I am at level 72. Alright. If you went from 24 to 72 in 3 days, that is not bad even if it is a bug. Leveling up does not cost anything. You know how it is, right? Surprised and nervous. He replies, yes, that is right. Dex's face, his smile chilling and intimidating as he asks coldly, so can you keep going without whining? Young-sik sighs in disappointment but agrees, yes, of course. Big brother, the two of them, one big and one small, continue moving under the blazing, harsh desert sun. Dex seriously thinks, still, it would be better if we find some clue. I have been calculating how many points we need to keep the divine favor. Divine favor, 750,312. Suddenly, Satang on his shoulder senses something and jolts awake. He climbs excitedly onto a branch to report. Master, I have got good news. Dex looks at him suspiciously and asks curiously. Good news? What are you talking about? Satang nods eagerly. Right there. In hell. There is a famous dwarf whose skills surpass everyone else. He has created a forge in hell to craft weapons powered by hellfire. He is the only one dealing with the demons. And I think he is pretty well known among the dwarves too. Dex pondered and asked. What exactly did he do? The demon rubbed his chin, thinking, then answered his master. Well, after he laid down, he got curious about what his successor was up to. He said he would tell us where the dwarves' headquarters are if we summoned him, but in return, he wants to borrow a body or something like that. Dex looked at his subordinate suspiciously and asked when he asked that. The demon proudly raised his eyebrow and said, even when I was with you all along, I was still guarding hell. That other guy's probably doing the same thing. Dex gently touched his shoulder, glanced inside, and saw El was sound asleep. He sighed. Really? So you guys work hard too? Huh? He crossed his arms and said seriously, well, anyway, there is no reason not to accept that request, right? The demon suddenly lit up, excitedly shouting, right? This is my ability. Suddenly, a heavenly warrior bowed his head as a strong mana wave slammed right where Dex was, creating a powerful energy barrier. As the force surged with fierce wind, Young-sik behind was shocked, yelling, Big brother. The spirit of the excited guy laughed loudly, thrilled, finally getting out again after so long. Even as just a spirit, his power was still immense. He sensed the atmosphere around and happily shouted, I remember this heat. This sandstorm, it has been ages. Though it is nothing compared to the heat back home. Dex stood there dumbfounded, helplessly saying, I have attracted another loudmouth. When did you wake up? The demon scowled and ordered. Enough chatter. You should lead the way. Not sleeping well. The guy suddenly remembered and happily said, oh, of course. You are a great archangel. A demon and an angel working together, rare sight. Haha. Then he started looking around, mumbling to himself, let us see. The direction to my homeland. Huh. Suddenly, he looked down, shocked and surprised, and said, wait, he suddenly shouted out loud. It is right beneath our feet. Dex also looked down at the sandy ground, confused, saying, really? The guy pressed his hand to the sand confidently, saying, definitely. The energy beneath us is the dwarves' final creation, the thing I used to protect my descendants until I died. The energy of the sand forge. Dex heard this and smirked in irritation, saying, haha, what a hassle, and you had to admit it before asking. Who'd have thought it would be this obvious? He sighed, eyes half closed, and asked, what do we do now? Dig through the sand until the entrance shows up. The guy cheerfully told him, that is what you said. Digging through sand. Why go through all that trouble? There is an easier way. Dex's eyes widened in surprise. He called out to Sik. The boy startled and nervously replied, yes, did you call me? Dex told him. Stay back. Do not get caught in this hit. Then he grabbed the big hammer from the guy's hand, jumped up aggressively, and swung it down, mana bursting out fiercely. Sik was amazed by the power. Mouth agape, eyes wide in shock, thinking, where did Big Brother pull that hammer from? But whatever. What is he planning to do? Dex grinned excitedly, eyes wide and commanding. It is not the hard way. It is the easy way. Then he unleashed a powerful strike. Hammer crashing down with such force the ground cracked and sank deeply, breaking into pieces. Sik stood frozen, unprepared, watching the ground crack open rapidly and panicked, yelling, the ground's breaking. I am falling. As he finished shouting, the ground collapsed, and he and Dex fell deep into the earth. They moved toward a faint, glowing light down below. Dex immediately brightened up and exclaimed, that is, he could not help but feel emotional. Seeing this city again brought back so many memories. Dex grew more excited, eyes sparkling as he said, this really is the dwarves' city. Lorencart, he spread his arms wide, letting himself fall freely down. The system kept notifying him, you have discovered a hidden area. Legendary achievement unlocked. You have found the dwarves' final city. Lorencart first notification. If you report this to the current kingdom, you will get valuable rewards and a new explorer title unlocked. Stamina increased by 10, gain dexterity stats. Production skill efficiency slightly improved. A new quest has been created. Quest, meet the Lun. You have discovered the Lun city after hundreds of years, the place where the card first lost contact with humans. As the representative of humanity, earn the Lun's trust and rebuild the friendship between the two races. Establish an alliance. If hatred toward humans is set, the fear card will activate, turning all Lun hostile to humans, and the fear card will deactivate. At that moment, Debs also landed safely, but a group of people rushed up aggressively, holding hammers and looking furious. They shouted warily, intruder alert. Everyone ready your weapons. That human is a threat, take him down. Debs looked at the Lun crowd nervously and confused, not very friendly. Meanwhile, in the real world, at the Arcadia Skyscraper's Korean branch, in the scene design office, Kang Tae-hun was discussing with his junior supervisor. He asked, what do you guys think? The supervisor seriously replied, based on the scenes prepared, we plan to resolve the conflict between the Lun and Elf races. Looks like the main event will be a proxy war. Players pick sides and fight. May I give my opinion, boss? I am worried it will be hard to balance. Kang Tae-hun frowned. Curious? Balance. Why? The supervisor asked him to recall the intense hostility shown between the Lun and Elf. He began analyzing. I do not think the Lun's stubborn traits fit well. In the previous scene, humans and elves formed an alliance and defeated the Lun. Because of that, players on the Lun side will have to form their own guilds. I think Lun players will lean towards siding with elves, so the difficulty will be pretty low. Kang Tae-hun rubbed his head thoughtfully, nodding. Makes sense. But I see it differently. The Lun have clear motives, right? The others looked confused, not understanding what he meant. Motives? They asked blankly. Kang Tae-hun leaned on the table and slowly explained to his team. Even if someone's personality is rotten, sometimes you have to swallow your pride and cooperate. Relationships can actually get you what you need, like between a fresh graduate and their mentor. He thought quietly. Isn't he that kind of like us? Kang Tae-hun continued. A high-level item crafted by the Luna skill system, if released, could easily alter the existing item lines. He paused, clearly intrigued, his tone excited. Even if it is tough, if you become their friend, you gain the power to shift Arcadia's economy. Who knows? Maybe they have mythical items never seen before at the Loon base. Back in the game world, the system was notifying Dex of a new quest. The encounter with the loon. You have discovered the loon city for the first time in centuries of no contact with humans as the human representative. Gain the trust of this race and establish a peaceful relationship. Create a friendly alliance. Official trade relations with humans will be set. Unlock fear cards and create hostile relations. All loon will oppose humans and the fear cards will be locked. The moment he set foot in this land, the loon were already waiting with heavy weapons, shouting in unison. Intruder, everyone arm yourselves. That human's a damn human, kill him. Youngsich anxiously asked Dex, Boss, did you get the quest too? Dex calmly glanced back and said, Yeah, but I do not think it will be easy. He looked around the city, massive statues carved in detail, towering buildings, and the intense heat radiating from the loon base. Dex reflected, back in the day, the loon looked down on other races like elves and humans. That caused resentment and eventually war between the races. And you know what? They lost. That is probably why they retreated underground and stayed hidden until now. Youngsich grew even more worried. Boss, so the loon do not really like humans? Huh? Dex looked helplessly at the scene before him and calmly replied. Continue. See, the loon warriors, furious, charged forward swinging their hammers wildly, shouting, Humans are here. Those awful humans have come. Alert the hammer squad, crush their bones and leave nothing behind. Another loon quickly rang an alarm bell, angrily yelling, How dare those bastards invade our fortress? In note, more loon warriors arrived, weapons in hand, shouting fiercely, We will make you regret this. Hammer squad, move out. Dex calmly watched the loon army ahead, a bit surprised, muttering, Whoa, this is not even a full army, they have their own special response team. The spirit floating beside him was clearly pleased, laughing loudly. Ho. Looks like they are still following the instincts you programmed. Youngsip grew anxious and fidgety, nervously asking Dex, Big bro, what should I do now? Isn't Tishishin supposed to avoid fighting? Dex gave him a disdainful glance and sighed. What do you mean by that? We can just let those troublemakers run wild because of some mission. Charge? Loon warriors, Dex said as he used his spirit power to transform his sword into a giant legendary axe, his arm radiating fierce Jaimana energy. The overwhelming power and presence stunned the loon nearby. They froze and started whispering among themselves. That weapon, the fake fighter's axe. It has to be it. The weapon of Master 10, who sacrificed himself in the war against the elf tribe long ago, for a human to still wield that axe. Suddenly, Dex grinned excitedly as the spirit merged with him, his eyes glowing with a shining cross. His spirit power shifted as he shouted, I am... You bastards! Even after I died, you still survive. The loon with sight nearby were shocked, jaws dropped in disbelief, whispering, Impossible. But that gaze and those words, this is definitely Master 10. Suddenly, they dropped their weapons and all knelt, hands pressed together and heads bowed. The fierce loon bowed deeply, showing utmost respect to the spirit of 10 within Dex's body right before their eyes. The elf watching was stunned, silently thinking as he placed his left fist over his chest. I have heard of this before. It is a supreme gesture of respect from the loon. Dex also placed his left fist over his chest, smiling proudly. The system immediately notified him. Trust relationship established with the loon. Mission complete. Zin rewards received. Zin currency unlocked. Official trade between humans and loon will begin soon. Title earned. Friend of the loon. The spirit of 10 was ecstatic, shouting, Haha. After everything, home is still the best. Glad to see you all again, my loyal followers. The loon there thanked Dex enthusiastically. One saying, Hey, human kid, thanks for letting us see Master 10 again. Even if just for a moment. Yeah, that was the unmistakable laugh from back then. Haha. Look, he may be human, but that guy is Master 10's true disciple sent here. Let us show our deepest respect. Youngsich nervously hid behind Big Bro, while Dex quietly thought, I am more famous than I thought. Suddenly, a young loon with blonde hair stepped forward urgently. Disciple of Master 10, may I speak with you? My name's Bael. From when I was young, Master 10 saved my life in the final battle against the elf tribe. Dex hesitated a bit, replying, That is a bit tricky. Not as simple as you think, Bael sighed. Alright then. Then a red-haired kid approached Dex, excitedly asking, Big bro, where's Master 10 now? Probably in Dorado, the loon paradise. Right? Dex asked with a puzzled expression. Where's Dorado? An elder loon on his shoulder shifted uncomfortably and avoided eye contact, muttering, You keep asking me that. I am just thinking if the old pervert who likes banging heads goes to heaven or hell. The elf sighed beside them, saying, The loon war was to protect their tribe, but that guy's head-bashing habit definitely stemmed from selfish perverted desires too. Being reborn as an angel has not fixed that. The spirit of 10 quietly approached Dex and whispered, "Please do not let that kid know where I am." Dex was surprised, blinking as he exclaimed, "Huh," facing the eager, excited look of the kid happily in front of him. Dex felt a bit awkward too. He smiled shyly and replied cheerfully, "Of course. The Master Smith is living happily in Dorado." The kid immediately jumped up excitedly and asked, "Then could you send a message to the Master Smith for me?" Dex agreed and asked curiously, "Go ahead. The Master Smith can hear everything. What do you want to say?" Suddenly, the kid laughed spiritedly, his eyes turning cold and emotionless, radiating deadly intent as he calmly said, "I will become a hammer with extraordinary power like the Master Smith. That is why I joined the Hammer Fist squad to crush and smash those elves' heads. That way, I can meet you again in Dorado." Right? Dex was left speechless. Not knowing how to answer, he broke out in a sweat, thinking silently, there is a good chance this kid will meet him in hell. Deeper inside the fortress, the forges were billowing thick smoke and blazing with fiery heat. Young Sik walked around observing and muttered, "This place really is amazing." Dex also took the chance to look around. Impressed, "I heard that dwarves are born destined to wield hammers," the elf guide told them. Hearing this, Dex grinned and said, "You guys are still early to be amazed. Everyone living in this city is a skilled blacksmith, engineer, or architect. In other words, our race is gifted with these talents. Haha!" Then he pointed to a huge, grand, yet cozy, "And this here is the Helion Forge. It is known as the third best master forge. The owner is my father, Byron, a member of the Elder Council who helps plan our clan's future." A sturdy, muscular dwarf appeared and called out, sweaty and grimy. He asked loudly, "So you want me to teach these guys?" "He is the master blacksmith at Helion." "Byron?" Dex spread his arms toward Ung Six and introduced him. "Yeah, this kid dreams of becoming a blacksmith. But he is just starting out, but he is strong and determined. So if you teach him a bit, he would be really useful." Ung Six immediately bowed politely and said, "Please be kind to me." Byron hesitated a bit and said, "Huh, even if you are that guy's disciple, getting a human accepted here is tough." Then he pointed to a young dwarf next to him and decided, "This guy just joined my forge, so I will have him compete with your friend here." Inside the forge, the fire roared, sending white smoke billowing up. The young dwarf held his tools and laughed happily. "You gonna go easy on me?" The system displayed an image of a rough magic dagger, made by an unknown dwarf to kill time. Though made carelessly, the craftsmanship was top tier and stood out. Damage range from 25 to 50. Durability 200 out of 200. Low critical hit chance. After struggling for a while, Young Sik finally finished, wiping sweat and gasping. "Well done." The system showed a basic rough dagger made by a novice blacksmith. Damage 10 to 15. Durability 30 out of 30. Byron looked a bit awkward as he took Young Sik's work and said, It is a pit. Even though you are just an average human with weak skills, this already exceeded my expectations." Every word hit Young Sik's sore spot, and he could only helplessly accept it, tears welling up. Finally, Byron decided, "I will give you a shot, but do not get your hopes up." Dex happily replied firmly, "Don't worry. Just having your guidance is enough for us." Young Sik was moved and grateful. "Thank you. I will do my best." Eventually, Dex had to leave. Young Sik lingered, asking sadly, "Big bro, you have to go." Dex answered casually, "I am not doing anything here anymore. You think I will stay with you forever?" Young Sik lowered his head silently, heartbroken. "It is not that, but I thought we would spend more time together." Dex seemed to understand and said, "Hey kid, hand me your hammer." Young Sik startled, surprised, and asked back, "Huh? My hammer?" The system displays info. A regular blacksmith hammer. A metalworking hammer, still rough but super practical. Damage 5 temp. Durability 300 out of 300. Requires crafting skill equipment to use. Dex holds the hammer, curious, and asks, "Kid, you only use this to craft gear, right?" Wang Sich honestly replies, "Yeah, no reason for me to switch hammers. Plus I do not have the money." "Why do you ask, bro?" Dex channels spirit energy into the hammer. The system immediately alerts. Hidden latent karma detected. Acceptance requires 35,000 points. "Do you want to provide acceptance?" Dex reads it and is stunned, dizzy, thinking, "No way, 35,000. Isn't that a bit much?" He looks up at Young Sich and says, "Kid." The kid responds naively, "Yes, big bro. I will treat you well from now on." Then Dex unleashes his power. A fierce blaze of mana ignites. The system displays. The Eternal Flame has reached the minimum acceptance threshold to unlock its power. The Eternal Flame has marked those who have followed it for ages. The rhythm and effort stored in the blacksmith's hammer react to the acceptance. The hammer skill has been completely revamped. Young Sich reads it in shock, silently amazed. The eternal flame. Before him appears a blazing fire with fierce power. A demonic face slowly emerges and speaks. You have got a long way to go before you become a true blacksmith. Work hard to make up for your flaws through effort, hardship, and pain, like iron forged in the fire. Overcome every obstacle and rise above all. Become the greatest blacksmith and proudly say you are my disciple. And fire. This body was once blessed by the blacksmith god Volcanoes. Then the flame fades, transforming into a sleek hammer glowing with a stunning mix of red and gold. Holding it, Wongsich stares in confusion. Bewildered. What is this? The system rates it. Volcano's hammer. Information still unknown. In the dim light, Alice floats inside the system. The little girl slowly opens her eyes. Warning. Primary elemental scene of the mythical era forgotten. Volcanoes meets minimum conditions to unlock power. Power used. Sacred energy granted. Subject blessed. Level 2 supervision target. Item adjustment. Blacksmith's hammer. Volcano's mythical hammer. Scene conflicts with level 3 species war scene. Warning. Major conflict between mission and scene detected. Auto-analysis initiated. 3, 2, 1. Completed. Scenes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are corrupted. Warning. 89% corruption rate detected. Highest danger level. Urgent activity assessment. Emergency status ranking. Alice will make an independent decision under emergency status. Exercising special authority. Admin's control over main scene revoked. Mythical artifact obtained. The oldest flame has chosen the player as its disciple. Mission created. Trace of the erase god detected. Item acquired. Volcano's hammer. Title earned. Spirit of the Radiant Artisan. Wongsich grips the hammer. A red glow surrounds it, astonishing him. Volcano's mythical hammer requires the wielder to be recognized by Volcanoes. Damage 10-15. Infinite durability. Requires crafting skill to equip. Completely immune to fire attribute. Crafting success rate greatly increased. Items made with user's effort and heart gain extra durability and skill mastery +2. Cannot be sold, traded, or destroyed. Wongsich happily lifts the weapon, smiling brightly with eyes shining. Big bro, you did this, right? How did you manage that? Dex calmly replies, yeah, but I did not expect to get an item of this grade. He frowns thinking, not just a special grade but mythical. Looks like I have got some clues about the mission now. House King Tronkam says, Volcanoes. How did he get sacred energy? Wasn't he just a forgotten god who lost all his power? El folds his arms and answers, you are so clueless. Actually, Volcanoes is still revered by dwarves and a few other races. He is better off than some gods who got downgraded and basically erased from history. The two leaned against each other. Exhausted, Chaos King asked, even so, does he have enough power to step in like this? El replied, yeah, for someone like our master, that is the only way this could work. They both thought, he still has so many approvals to keep. Huh, if he is using them for this, might as well just hand it over to us. Not questioning, he looked at them with a forced smile. Thinking, haha, these looks are a bit disrespectful. Huh. Wes called out loudly, hey, do you hear me? Hearing the boy call, he turned back curious. Yeah, what is up? The boy replied, this item I think it might be linked to the oldest flame title I got in the mines before. I also got a quest related to it, the traces of a buried god, he said with a smile, patting the boy's head. For now, do not stress too much about the quest. You know this whole guild only trusts one god, right? I have no idea what kind of trouble we would get into if we pissed off the Holy Kingdom, so just focus on improving your blacksmith skills first. The boy asked obediently, does that mean I can keep this? He smiled brightly. Of course. I can use it anyway. Once you have made something great, just give it back to me, it is all good. The boy was so happy he almost cried. Big bro, the boy said firmly, I am determined. No matter what happens here, I will work hard to become the best artisan. One day, I will pay you back. I will give it my all to help you, no matter what. Hearing that, he looked at the boy. Stunned, system popped up. Absolute confirmation received. Player West will take the role of assistant. Quest complete. Reward unlocked. Assistant system activated. Now able to claim recognition from assistants created. He smiled as a bright red light glowed from his palm. Just like I thought. This is that kind of system. And so, Dex gained 3 assistants. Battle Mage Angelina, Master of All Weapons Cassius, a disciple of Volcanoes, and the Master Blacksmith West. After this event, their reputation spread all over Acadia. Known as the worst player, he stood on a cliff gazing at the sky. Homework's probably done now. He smiled. Time to put the plan into action. A girl sat in her room, searching for entertainment content online. She looked at the screen, thinking, lately, the number of Arcadia streamers has exploded. No surprise there are tons of viewers worldwide. Suddenly, she landed on a museum stream page, seeing the live broadcasts. She thought, why not try streaming myself? Wait, this streamer's crazy. They are in the Slim territory. In Slim's territory, surrounded by green and endless mountain ranges, a beautiful girl smiled. Hey everyone, I am streamer Tina. Today, we are teaming up with the 34th ranked warrior groups to hunt a low-level player. A tall guy with big armor behind him cheerfully introduced himself. I am Groot. Nice to meet you all. Haha, during the stream, people buzzed in chat. Hunting Slim. No way. They are way different now. Both are over level 100. I guess it is worth a try, right? The streamers are only about level 80 anyway. The issue is their stats, since all Slim are recognized as powerful. When they group up, it is game over. It is the problem if you run into the Slim Queen. It is, haha, she feels like she is immortal. Time to read the comments. Sweating. I am a trustworthy girl. Okay, and groups here is even more so. Right? The guy next to her laughed. Yeah, with monsters like Slim, I can handle them solo. Haha, comments flooded with laughter. Totally. Haha, that area is even lower level than Slim's territory. That is why it is so predictable and entertaining. Time to read aloud. Frowning. These jerks are picking on me again. High-level monster hunting with a player she randomly met is the main content on Tina's channel. The company backing her entertainment GM created this format. Ironically, despite the Buff and Formula incident, the GM Corporation still invests heavily in Arcadia, maybe because they took heavy losses. Virginia accepted Arcadia as a different world, hoping for better developments later, so they keep investing. Along with that, the entertainment GM already defined their main content. Both sides collaborate to create new trends, building a system that lets content creators join forces to produce diverse content and avoid cutthroat competition in the real world. At a company, a manager said, it seems she ran off, abandoned her team. If this keeps up, it is going to be a big problem. Tina, this content is attracting a lot of attention. From the company's perspective, it is hard to keep our contract with you unless you rebuild your previous reputation. Tina, shocked, asked, so what should I do? I have got an idea. It is simple. Create a scene with a similar situation where she is surrounded by monsters and enthusiastically, responsibly saves a low-level player. She thought to herself, the company assigned me a level 34 player, so I should handle this just fine. Smiling, she said, dear viewers, there is another player over there. In front of her was a long-haired guy. She whispered, let us invite him to join us. Running up to him, she called out happily, hey. Hi there. Dex heard the noise and turned around. Huh, what is up? She put on a cute, fragile face and said, if you are free, do you want to hunt Slim with me? The chat started buzzing again. Here it comes. Haha. Her adorable look is deadly. Anyone can tell who is getting sacrificed today. He asked suspiciously. Wait. Hunting Slim. Seeing his expression, she quickly explained. Oh no, I am not weird. Don't get me wrong, I am streaming live. And today's content is carrying a low-level player. You get me, right? He was silent for a moment, then asked. Hunting Slim is not too hard, right? She happily introduced. Don't worry, I am a level 100 mage, and he is just a level 34 junker. Join me, will you? She invited, and he quietly considered it. He suddenly brightened up. Alright, I trust you too. Tyne asked excitedly. Really? Thanks, man. He smiled slightly. Streaming? Nah, I am just passing through. Can't believe I stumbled on such a cool event. The Chaos Tyrant nearby was furious. Master, are you crazy? Why waste your time here? I'll also urge him. This is not a smart move. As your guardian, I advise you to steer clear of those people. He replied cheerfully. I know, I'll ask curiously. Then why? He turned and said, well, I was planning to check out those Slims anyway. Why not give it a shot? Plus, I want to try out a new item I just got, the legendary item, the Mask of Deception. Dex thought over its possible functions. The legendary Mask of Deception is made from the skin of the highest level demons. It hides the truth and only lets others see lies when worn. It grants infinite defense and special skills for deception and camouflage. Blocking detection and clairvoyance, no one can see through the truth behind the mask. Tina opened the info panel curiously. Can you tell me who you are so I can send you a team invite? Sure, he replied happily. My name? I am I love chocolate cake. She clicked the invite button, and a notification popped up on his screen immediately. Mage Tina has invited you to join the team. Do you accept? He smirked, Just as I thought. It works. Dex guessed right, the mask of deception does not just change your appearance. It is a rare item that overwrites your registered system info, letting you completely disguise yourself as someone else. Tina pointed to the skull demon shield on Brooks' back and asked, "Is that the shield?" He eagerly started explaining. "Remember the A Gamer incident? This dropped from the monster I hunted. It is probably the area's boss." Tina admired. "You are awesome. Rankos really delivers." Brooks scratched his head shyly and modestly replied, "Not really. There are lots of players stronger than me. Some even defeated the fire dragon that once destroyed Maroon Kingdom single-handedly. But still," Tina softly said, "one day, I want to face a strong opponent like that, too. Not to mention, I only have 500,000 followers on my channel, so it might take a while." Brooks encouraged her smoothly. "That is still a lot. And with your looks, Tina, you might even become the face of Arcadia." Tina blushed and replied shyly, "Nah. Not happening." Brooks laughed cheerfully. "I'm serious." Haha. Dex stood aside watching them, while Satan grimaced in disgust. "Master, where do these crazy people come from? Just kill them already. They are always like this." Dex sighed. "Let them be. It is just a stream. They gotta make money somehow." Suddenly, Tina turned around, flustered, and said, "Sorry, we were just talking privately for a bit." Dex calmly replied, "No worries. You two keep chatting." Tina thought to herself, "Aw, pretending to be cool. But he is actually super excited to hunt with a celebrity." She sang softly while happily opening the system to check. "Hey, have you ever killed a Slim before? Let us see your level." Her system showed, level 52. "I love eating snacks for you. Frying pancakes." Tina scoffed. "You are still at level 52, so you probably have not taken down any Slims yet. You need to be at level 80 to hunt them effectively." Dex calmly responded, "I joined because of your invitation. Hopefully, I am not just a hindrance." Tina politely said, "No way. Like we said, you are coming along. Just relax and enjoy." Inside, she was happily calculating. Perfect. A 100% newbie. Setting up Tina to rescue someone in danger will be easier, and this will definitely get views. A tiny Slim was screaming loudly. Brooks, Tina, and Dex hid behind a corner, quietly watching the crowded group of Slims ahead. Brooks turned pale and nervously said, "Slims? I found them, but there's so many." Tina anxiously replied, "Don't worry. I can still handle this spot. Let us get started." Brooks sighed quietly, stressed. "Well, more Slims than I thought. Is this going to be a problem?" Annoying." Tina smirked to herself, thinking, "If I film this well, the views will definitely spike." Dex laughed excitedly. "Haha, my Slim buddies. Long time no see. You are still as adorable as ever." Tina pumped up, yelling, "Alright guys, now's the time. Let us hunting Slums with me. Level 52. Permission to start?" The chat's heating up. "Haha, why did not you mention Brooks at level 32? If she runs away like last time, that'll go down in history. Haha." "But seriously, are not there too many Slims?" Tina used magic to block a Slim, shouting, "Brooks, you handle this side." Brooks, using mana to fight back, firmly said, "Got it, you fall back. I will help control their aggression." Dex just watched from the sidelines, thinking, "This is the first time I have seen someone else fight in Arcadia. Usually, I just kill or tame everyone I meet. These Slims are stronger than I expected." He observed the large group of cute Slims and thought, each one's between level 80 and 90. They attack in packs and are super coordinated. Unless you kill them all at once, it is tough to take them down. Suddenly, a Slim lunged from behind with others shouting loudly. Dex was startled, looking up in shock. Unable to react in time, Tina turned around, relieved, thinking, "Here's my chance." She stepped forward and shouted, "Watch out! Fire bomb!" Tina launched a fire magic attack, wiping out the charging Slims. System notification. Experience increased. Items obtained. Dropped from Slim. Insufficient megapixels. Mana disabled. Tina sat down exhausted, panting, "I need a break. My mana has not recovered yet." Groups comforted her. "Don't worry. I got this spot." He loudly reminded, "Stay behind me. Do not wander off." Then he fired his gun, blasting the Slims. The chat exploded. "Whoa, Choco is the real deal. Didn't he lose much stamina even under attack from 20 Slims at once? Great gear. High level. Good control too." This time Tina did not run away, actively fighting and even saved a newbie. Totally different from last time. Haha. Tina read the livestream comments joyfully, thinking, "It is working. The hype is spreading. This is perfect. Sorry. Choco. Might do this a few more times, Elle worriedly said. These guys seem off. They say they are protecting Dex. But something feels weird. Satin responded disdainfully. Exactly, they are using someone weaker to prove themselves superior and grab attention. They purposely push the Slims toward their master. Then pretend to protect him, Elle suspiciously said. Master? What are you thinking? Just standing there as a backdrop for those fools, silently putting something in his mouth. He muttered with a dark smile. None of your business. I am just mumbling nonsense. So leave me be. Satin exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Really? Dex glanced at them and hinted, now, I want to make a really good video myself. After a tough fight, Brooks finally cleared the Slims and sighed in relief. Phew, the area's clean. Let us take a 10-minute break. Tina happily walked over teasing. Alright, you worked hard. The comments are still buzzing. Have they been hunting for an hour already? Hunting slimes with just a 3-person team seems doable. Right? Actually, there are only 2 people. One is not doing anything. Haha, level 52 can do much. Just chilling and taking it easy. But seriously, has not that guy leveled up even once? Maybe the level gap is just too big. Tina was wondering the same. Thinking back, she did not see any level up effect pop up. She turned to Dex and asked, what percentage is your XP at? I like cake. Dex was surprised and asked back, X, why do you ask? Tina bluntly said, looks like you have not leveled up, even though we have been hunting for quite a while. Dex muttered quietly, maybe it is because I just recently leveled up, Dex said awkwardly. I get it now. Are you guys only hunting slimes? Before Tina could finish, she was cut off and confusedly blurted out, what the heck? Dex confidently said, well, it seems you guys are streaming live. Isn't it kind of boring? Killing the same slimes over and over. Let us go somewhere with higher level mobs. Dex suggested. Tina was surprised and asked, higher level, Dex excitedly said. I think the Oro Zone would be perfect for you too. What do you think? Tina gasped in shock. The Oro Zone. The comments turned negative. Oro Zone. Haha, is not that the top guy's turf? I heard he went crazy after seeing them kill slimes. Totally lost it. He is a newbie who does not understand this world. Even if he tags along, there has got to be limits. Dex waved his hand seriously at the other 2 and said, let me tell you something. I like choco cake. You are new, so you probably do not know. But the Oro Zone is totally different from here. Even hundreds of fully geared rankers banded together would struggle to conquer that place. The Slim Zone here is already top tier with plenty to farm. We have to be stronger before heading to Oros. Dex grinned slyly and asked, what is up? Not confident, he turned and walked away. Casually saying, fine then. If you 2 do not want to go, I will go alone. The system displayed. Player I like choco cake has left the party, Dex said bluntly as the other 2 stayed calm. Alright, if you are interested in hunting Oros, check out my channel. I just went live, an intro from Smile. My channel's called The Destroyer's Diary. Catch you later. The comments exploded. The Destroyer's Diary? Could it be that famous channel? Isn't it the legendary one with just 2 videos but huge influence? Haha, the whole Slim and Mind Slave drama. Lol, it is true. Just like Roy Mo's video. I like choco cake is the channel owner. Whoa, a newbie level 52. Red tag. Tina stared at the screen, dizzy and tense. What the hell is going on? What does this mean? Current viewers, 5,348. The number is dropping fast. Current viewers, 6 current viewers. Tina panicked, her voice thick with fear. No way, this is impossible. He is stealing all my viewers. All my viewers are gone. Current viewers, in a remote place, a voice sounded. Hi everyone, can you hear me? The comments popped up again. I really like your videos. Are you really going to hunt Olks? Level 52. What can you do? Can you even deal damage? Dex answered plainly. Level does not matter. I am not the one doing the killing. Instead, my friends will clean up the Olks. Someone else commented, friends? Who do you know? Don't tell me you are talking about that level 52 guy. Fire Dragon Singer. The system displayed. Title Slime Savior equipped. Effect activated. A small golden shining crown appeared above Dex's head. He shouted, my friends, come here. From afar, a blue-haired figure with long hair rushed over, their eyes glowing. They leapt toward Dex. Behind them was a swarm of slimes. Dex happily said, here they come. The slime queen excitedly hugged Dex. Cooing softly, Dex joyfully said to her, it has been a while. Ladies, lately, those orc brats have been running wild. I want to deal with them. Can you help me out? The slime queen eagerly agreed. Meanwhile, Back with the slimes, Brooks and Tina were startled by the ground shaking and the loud noise. Brooks shouted, "What was that?" An earthquake. He immediately turned pale and shouted, "It is the Slim Queen." Dex stood on Slim Queen's massive shoulder, excitedly shouting, "All right, let us head to the Orc Zone. Let us." Dex livestream showed Slim Queen rising up, her massive, terrifying body. Dex stood on her shoulder, pumped up, shouting, "Let us." Slim Queen fully awakened with a roar, commanding a horde of fierce Slims to charge forward. Viewers flooded the chat, hyped. What is happening? Is that Slim is savior? How did he get that title? Wait, did I just see those two controlling the Slims? Did Slim Queen just act all cute with him? How is this even possible? Isn't he that Soko guy a warrior? How is he controlling those Slims? Guys, none of that matters. We are about to witness a battle between Slims and Orcs. At the Blue Thunder Clan's Orc territory, a pack of ferocious Slims charged into attack. System notification: Orc guards activated their passive skill, Roar of Threat, significantly boosting their stats thanks to their home turf advantage. The Orcs shouted fiercely, "Back off, Slims! This is Orc territory." The Slims charged forward without hesitation. Dex, sitting atop Slim Queen, casually asked Satan, "Did you catch what those Orcs said?" Satan scratched his chin thoughtfully and replied, "No idea. Probably a warning not to invade their land." "Who knows?" Dex pondered. Yeah, that makes sense." Meanwhile, the Slims kept attacking the Orc monsters, terrifying them into a chaotic retreat. The chat went wild too. Those Orcs do not stand a chance. It is a massacre. Poor Orcs, I have been in battle with Slims before, and watching this feels like a Bits concert. Lol. A huge, muscular Orc roared angrily. Orc commander, level 120, up 15,000, magic power 0, physical defense 400, steel defense 30. Viewers got hyped. The final boss is here, the Orc commander. Even high-level players can beat him. Right? This fight's gonna be tough for the Slims. The boss is higher level and more HP than Slim Queen, but maybe the boss can still lose. The Orc commander fixed his gaze on Slim Queen. She did not hesitate and reached out to grab him. The Orc commander roared wildly and charged, swinging and severing Slim Queen's arm, who gasped in shock. The Orc commander activated a terrifying skill. Dex calmly smiled and reassured her, "Don't worry, I have got your back." System notification: 3,000 trust points awarded. Slim Queen gained a temporary power boost. All stats up 30% for 5 minutes. Slim Queen let out a roar and unleashed a powerful mana blast at the Orc commander, making him flinch in fear. He panicked and screamed repeatedly before being completely overwhelmed by her mana. Attack finished. System notification: Orc commander defeated. Dex thought to himself, "Well, that battle ended faster than I expected. Guess there is nothing we can do now. I bet that is the highlight of the livestream." He looked at the livestream screen and cheerfully asked, "Everyone, did you like that show?" Viewers eagerly commented, "Amazing. The Orcs got wiped out. Can't he wait to see what happens next." Lol. System notification: Remaining forces in this area at 1.2%. Below minimum required to defend Orc territory. Racial ratio in this area: Slims 99%, meeting territory control requirements. The Slim race has fully taken over Orc territory. The Orc lands in the Blue Thunder Clan area are destroyed, currently undergoing reconstruction. The Slim's second home. The second home of the Slimes. The comments were mixed as well. Did they just wipe out the Orc territory? No way. Seriously, even a whole zone can be destroyed. This game's storyline is wild. Haha, gotta give props. Slim Queen shrinks back to her small form. Excitedly, she runs to Debs. Deeply moved, Debs gets the hint and cheerfully says, "Haha, I know. Now that you have more friends, the old place will feel way too cramped. Right? Congrats on the new home." Slim Queen shouts excitedly, smiling brightly like sunshine. The system displayed info. Queen Slim has achieved a great feat, surpassing the limits of her race. The Slim race, having endured countless hardships and oppression, they bravely won victory, ushering in a golden renaissance no other race dared to ignore. Adjustments will be made to the Slim race. Slim's abilities have significantly increased. Slims with special powers will be added at Slim level 120 and Guardian Slim level 150. Debs thought to herself, level 120 already. Looks like they gained 40 levels all at once. Even strong players would struggle to defeat just one of them. That is good. I guess I do not need to worry about them for a while. More importantly, thanks to her incredible achievement, Queen Slim, who brought prosperity to the Slim race, has evolved significantly. She evolved into a new form fitting her current status, leading the Slim tribe. Queen Slim evolved into the Slim Empress. Slim Empress level 200, with 45,000 AP, 84,000 mana, 1,600 physical defense, and 3,600 magic defense. Viewers excitedly commented, "Whoa, level 200 already. No player can keep up with them now. Better stay clear of that area. But wait, her neck looks so small, can it grow back to normal size? At that moment, the Slim Empress launched a fierce attack. Shouting as she released mana, the powerful energy spread widely, reaching where Tina and Brooks were standing. System warning. Fear effect from contact with the Slim Empress reduces ability by 30%. Tina clutched her head in pain and screamed. Tears streaming. Brooks nearby gasped in amazement. What kind of skill has such a crazy range? We are already 2 kilometers away. The system continued warning of danger. Fear level too high to resist. Players are instinctively terrified. Movement speed dropped by 50%. Tina held her head, crying in agony, muttering in horror. I can't believe this. This can't be real. Slim S savior. I will bring you a cake. The Slim Empress gratefully acknowledged the players' rescue, recognizing them as the savior who revived their entire race. Title changed to Slim Knight. The Slim race will be absolutely loyal and obey all orders from the player. Comments flooded in. Whoa, who is this guy? Don't you know? He is the Destroyer Diary channel owner. Just the name sounds badass. Satang curiously asked Dex. Why did not the owner invest in these creatures from the start? Is there a special reason? Dex replied happily. There is a reason. He smiled joyfully and said, because they are adorable. Of course, Satang was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Shocked. Wait, that is it. Soon after, news of that event spread widely. Slim's power was beyond control. What was their goal? A secret interview with Arcadia SCO revealed the Slim race overwhelming strength, with media calling it an invasion of Oros territory. Arcadia's Korean headquarters held an emergency meeting but could not impose sanctions on Geo, who used the system fairly and seriously. Soon after, Oros territory, or rather Slim's second home, attracted a few bold high-level players to conquer it. But they were completely wiped out by Slim's overwhelming numbers. Now at level 120, the Lime race has become stronger than ever and can't be defeated. But the real terror is not that, it is the massive number 123,215 Slims. No matter how many are hunted, their endless appearance breaks players' spirits. Born as the weakest monsters in Arcadia, the Slim race has grown into a force capable of wiping out entire continents in moments. That is why the Slim race caught everyone's attention, and that attention naturally turned to their owner, the Destroyer Diary. In the comments, people were buzzing with excitement. Woo, wait, is this Slim's own channel or what? Hey dude, who are you? Why are Slim's crew following you around like that? Are you seriously level 52? How the heck did you earn the title Slim S Savior? Subscribed. I love your videos and can't wait for more. I came over from Bentina's channel. Please stream more. This dumb name, because of you. I am stuck in these mines forever. Woo, I can't believe those losers are still alive. When will you guys just give up? Subscribed. I am a hardcore fan. Well, look, just 3 videos and so many subscribers already. At this rate, I bet he will be one of the top channels in all of Arcadia. Subscriber count, 36.7 million. Desk skimmed his phone, a bit surprised, thinking, more than I expected. It is not huge compared to channels with hundreds of millions. But those are all pros I can compete with, plus some stream 24/7. And there is a bunch of weird messages. We are Ikrop, a video editing company. Hello sir, I love Choco Cake. If you are looking for video editing services, we offer the best service. The biggest company in Korea, officially partnered with Arcadia. Lut desk side with a hint of annoyance. Thinking, they are all video companies. Didn't expect so many businesses jumping into this game. The world's changed. No matter how good I get at gaming, I still think about my worried parents. Also, this streaming project of mine is not looking too bad. I started streaming just to support my gameplay, but maybe I should keep at it a while longer. Plus, as long as I wear a mask, my identity stays secret. Desk scrolled his phone and randomly tapped something. Thinking, let us see. Desk politely said, hello? Yes, is this E+? I am calling about your message. The other side answered quickly. Yes, this is E+. Sorry for all the messages. Can you tell me your channel name? Desk replied coolly. My channel is Destroyer's Diary, which startled the person on the other end. Yes? Destroyer's Diary. Wait, who is this? Hello? Thank you for calling us. I'm Selgokjo, CO+. How can we assist you? Desk answered seriously. Yes, I am reaching out because of your message. I want to discuss a contract with you. Cut to the next morning at E+ Entertainment's headquarters. Desk, masked, wearing glasses and a hat, walked in thinking suspiciously. Smaller than I expected. Is this the right place? At E+ Entertainment's office, CEO Selgokjo personally greeted him with a forced smile. Haha, I really apologize for this tiny room. We rushed picking an office, so please understand. But this is the best place for a chat. Haha, Desk looked down and straightforwardly said, I see. Honestly, I am a bit surprised by how small this office is, but this is my first time signing with a video editing company. So I called the first name on my message list. Have you signed with any other content creators? I just want to see some examples to make sure your company's right for handling my videos. Selgok, surprised. About that, Desk asked suspiciously. Don't tell me I am your first client. Selgok awkwardly explained, asserting his credibility. Yes, we are a startup, but I promise we have the best staff in the business. Please give us a chance. We won't disappoint you. All our employees have loads of experience from GM Corporation's marketing and per teams. I was very selective when hiring. Desk raised an eyebrow. Curious? You said GM Corporation. Can you explain more? Selgok breathed a relieved laugh and said, of course. After a moment, Desk concluded, you and your staff originally came from GM's marketing, planning, and per divisions. Desk said solemnly, don't ever share my personal info with anyone, under any circumstances. Same goes for the content of all the videos. Got it. Floating high above in endless space, a list was surrounded by glowing information panels, from large to small. A system alert sounded. Catching her attention, there was a sudden spike in keywords related to dwarves. A panel below flashed red, showing an analysis percentage of 4.2%. Space gradually shifted. A new info panel appeared showing all current missions had been disabled, with a lock icon sealing them. But immediately, the system switched to real-time mission creation mode, selecting users who met criteria to assign new related missions. The system mission panel appeared, describing two races locked in an age-old rivalry. The dwarves and the fairies players were tasked to become peace envoys to broker a ceasefire between them. The mission's win condition was to establish a peace treaty between the two races and open trade routes. Failure meant the peace treaty would break and war would resume between the two races. Dex stared at the mission panel, his face showing frustration mixed with confusion. The problem was he had just gotten friendly with the dwarves, and now a new mission popped up. Convincing the fairies would be even harder. Somehow, miraculously, he would succeeded in the negotiation part. Now all that was left was sweet-talking the fairies. Thinking about them, he realized the real challenge was just beginning. He needed a solid strategy before heading there. Dex had no info on their personalities, but since they would previously allied with humans and even had a ceasefire, they were not completely hostile. Suddenly, Satang nearby sensed something. Huh? Why all of a sudden? Dex turned confused. What is up? Satang? Satang scratched his head, frowning. Master, sorry. I need to return to hell for a bit. Noticing the discomfort in Satang's voice, Dex agreed. Alright, but is it serious? You do not look well. Satang dodged the question. It is just a bit complicated. Nearby, you overheard the conversation and sneered, glancing over with mockery. Soon, Satang revealed one of his subordinates had rebelled. The Demon Lord's position was shaky, which made him angry. Hey, can you shut up? I am already pissed off enough. Satang then ignored Dex. No matter what, he would not trust that little chick. No matter what she said. Dex looked puzzled. What trick are you talking about? You know what I mean, trust issues. Satang reminded him sharply. He added he would be back soon to sort things out, and the teleportation magic at his feet was already activating. Thinking about them, you realize the real challenge is just beginning, and you need a strategy before heading there. Dex has no info on their temperaments, but since they previously allied with humans and even made a truce, they are not completely hostile. Suddenly, Satang nearby senses something. Huh? What is going on all of a sudden? Dex looks back puzzled. What is up, Tant? Is something wrong? Satang scratches his head, frustrated. Master, sorry. I need to head back to hell for a bit. Noticing the discomfort in his voice, Dex agrees. Alright, but is it serious? You do not look good. He dodges the question. It is just complicated. Overhearing nearby, sneers and throws a mocking glance. Quickly, he reveals that one of his subordinates has betrayed him, shaking the Demon Lord's position. This makes Satang furious. Hey, can you shut up? I am already pissed off enough. Satang glares at Dex. No matter what, he can trust that little whinged girl, whatever she says. Dex looks confused. What scheme? You know what I mean. It is about trust points. Satang scolds him again. He adds that he will come back soon, sort things out, and return quickly. The teleportation magic at his feet is already activating. You sigh beside him. Alright. Be careful. People are always so greedy. After thinking it over, you understand better. Your 1 million trust points have dropped to about 300,000 now. Seeing Satang leave, you turn to Yu, asking if she wants to return to the heavenly realm. You plan to wander alone, so it is okay. But she says she has been hoping for this and wants to spend some private time with you after all the tricks. He frowned in surprise. Really? Then let us do as you wish. Wait, what did you just say? You see, Demons are naturally dark and cunning, never honest, and always loyal to their desires. That is how foolish creatures get easily manipulated by a little provocation. Plus, Uriel from heaven and his legions are stirring up everything right now. That bat must be having a headache best if he just disappeared. But yeah, that might be a bit tough, she said with a sly grin. Dex, standing nearby, looked surprised and shocked. He asked if it was really Yo who incited the coup and ordered the angels to throw hell into chaos. She just laughed happily and agreed, saying she would done her best to drag that bat down. Dex was still confused. She covered her mouth in surprise. You seriously do not know? Quickly, she reminded him of the offense against the holy site on Mount Pian and asked if he remembered. At the memory, Dex's eyes went wide. Oh yeah. That she stood beside him to comfort, saying she would not blame him since it was all that demon's doing. She was not sure if he was even guilty. He could only laugh awkwardly. Well, thanks. His small head thought to himself that he had hoped to stop this whole thing. His gaze sharpened as he looked at Elle. What exactly do you want from me? If you put in the effort to break it, it must be important. That caught her attention, and she thought for a moment. I want justice. He was surprised for the second time and could not help but ask again. Justice? Your destination is the hidden heart of love, right? Elle asked confidently. That made Dex's heart skip a beat. The negotiation with the dwarf was happening while Hyton and Elle were distracted. Over there, the King of Chaos, Demon Lord Satan, and his favorite minion were deep asleep, she said cautiously. He asked if the item was that meaningful for even Tan to treasure it. Elle just smiled mysteriously and said he would soon find out how valuable it was. No matter what, the more she spoke, the sharper Elle's eyes became. When you get there, destroy that item, completely wipe it out. Crush it to dust. Dex's expression turned confused and tense. What? The two continued down the dirt road as the sky began to darken toward evening. He thought about the hidden sanctuary in Mount Pian, where an artifact could bind him and Elle by a contract. The image of a chain appeared, definitely a very important place in heaven. He walked, still puzzled. But even so, Elle suddenly brought up the matter again. Unlike her usual self, is that artifact really that important? Looking at her, he grew even more confused, not knowing what she was thinking. Then Elle suddenly turned her head as if reading his thoughts and apologized, saying she had not explained the recent plan clearly enough, but the fate of that object had been on her mind for centuries. She quickly asked why angels and demons were so eager to make contracts with humans in Arcadia and increase their influence. That caught him off guard, and he thought of trust issues. She smiled softly. Exactly. Through contracts with humans, we can gain the ability to unleash power in Arcadia, thus gaining trust. While speaking, Elle raised a finger, and a small flame flickered above it. But there is an even more important reason, she added. Dex's eyes widened in surprise and asked what that more important reason was. Elle quickly snuffed out the flame, her demon face smirking. It was to provoke the enemy, and the heavenly sanctuary below was already destroyed, so he has to pay the price. She quickly added that his destination just happened to be where he kept something precious. Like fate itself, Dex was helpless. He had been wrong to think she was unlike this. She truly was. The image of a fierce Elle appeared, the map sparkling in her eyes, her obsession with revenge clear. Their roles had changed, and anyone could see it. He sighed, crossed his arms, and reminded her, but do not forget, you did not come to the kingdom of love for that reason. He reminded her that the mission was still the most important thing. Elle covered her mouth and giggled. Of course. I want to stop your journey. Night had fallen in the great forest of Emil. Dex stood at the edge, looking in carefully and noting that together with the vast Rumir Desert, Emil Forest was one of Arcadia's 5 forbidden zones. According to the dwarf, the elves are somewhere inside, and this place really fits perfectly. He smiled to himself, proud to have come this far despite a few setbacks. He heard that there are no elf souls left in the heavenly realm, which caught him off guard. Elle worriedly explained that when elves die, they do not go to heaven or hell, they return to the spirit land. So Tan could not bring back an elf soul either. Dex was puzzled. He wanted to revive an elf soul the old way and guide it like they had done with the dwarves. Elle quickly came up with another plan. She told him that even though the heavenly realm has no elves, there are still people closely connected to them. Dex quickly used his skill to summon a ranger, Emilia, a ranger with long flowing hair and a dazzling bow. She immediately pointed out that if they go through this ancient forest, they would get there, but warned that the spirit trees here are extremely aggressive. This gave Dex a headache. Looks like they had no choice but to push through. No other options. Suddenly, deep in the forest, a golden roar echoed. Shaking everything, a fierce golden glare appeared, full of furious intent. Dex on the other side noticed and smiled, impressed. Sharp ears. Huh. A giant wooden figure charged a tree spirit from a mill cup 140, towering 5 times Dex's height, shaking the ground with every step. Instantly, A magic circle activated around it. Even while they were talking, Dex was shocked and blurted out. The tree spirit stretched its skinny arms down fast, no joke about that speed. Its hand was about to slam into Dex, but he calmly stood his ground. The impact was thunderous. Dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The spirit wanted to crush him to bits, dust clouding the view below. But as the dust cleared, Dex's presence cut through it all. His eyes lit up, and he smiled in awe. Those eyes are something else. Dex laughed while holding the wooden arm. His body was unharmed, and his glowing hands faced the spirit. No need to dodge, guess it is all about gear now. That comment pissed off the monster. Its senses flickered in confusion. Then it went berserk, branches gathering above its head. It took a hit but came back swinging even faster and stronger. Dex raised his bow and drew a massive arrow. Power radiated from it, burning the air and lighting up the sky. His skills kicked in fast. Keen sight quickly found the spirit's weak spot and attack pattern. The arrow pierced straight through the monster, the light blazing like a torch. The spirit's eyes widened in shock at the brutal power. Dex held the wooden arm steady. His small frame packed a serious punch. His excited eyes gleamed as the glow stayed strong in his hands. Big move coming. The arrow exploded on impact, sending powerful shockwaves. Bright flashes shrank the vision, but the damage was absolute. He shielded his eyes, smiling at the raging flames. The sparks scattered wildly. This kind of damage was not a joke. Amazing but tricky to control. The risk was no small deal. Still, he happily pressed on. Let us keep moving. In the dark forest, two figures watched him from above. Their eyes glowed bright, their expressions unreadable but calm and composed. The night was eerily silent, the forest quiet to a scary degree. Emilia stopped and said, "If you have made it this far, you should be able to finish the journey without much trouble. Monsters do not dare come near because this place belongs to the elves, and they do not mess around." "Really? Thanks to you, I made it this far." Emilia then asked for a favor when he meets the elves. She wants him to help with something. That request caught him off guard. A favor? What is it? She wanted to find out if an elf named Pio was still alive. A blonde, somewhat handsome elf appeared in her mind. Then she added, "If he is still alive." Emilia suddenly got angry, yelling that she hoped he would suffer as much as possible, make his death terrifying. She said, her eyes burning with rage. She explained that Pio should be died at the hands of the dwarves, but she saved him even risking her own life. Then they promised each other eternal love. The image of her protecting him through the sea of flames appeared, her fierce defense leading the way. But Pio was involved with many goblins, not just one, but several at the same time. Emilia covered her face and burst into tears. Every time this happened, "My heart, my love, that bastard, if killing him is too much to ask. She wanted you to beat him until he was barely alive." Like a damsel about to collapse, she begged you. Dex, sweating beside her, helplessly said, "Okay, I will think about it." But right away, you wondered if all these goblins might be a little crazy. Just then the system activation sound rang out. The mission screen appeared. Revenge. The deep-seated hatred of the woman was now initiated. Emilia's past showed that even in death, she kept watch over her lover to make sure he did not stray. Her grudge fueled by accumulated resentment. Pio had to face her punishment. Complete the mission by either killing Pio or making him experience near death. Elle sighed helplessly and said, "This is why I said you should not date outside your species." This immediately caught your attention as you listened to what she told Elle. She quickly explained that goblins do not have the same concepts of love and marriage as humans do. They live a long time and do not follow the idea that you should be loyal to only one person. Elle said with a sigh. Elle calmly told Emilia that she was close enough to goblins to have earned the unique title of Honorable Goblin. So she should understand this. Pio is a goblin, and she should not judge or hate his actions by human standards. They are just typical goblin habits. Emilia lowered her gaze, seeming defeated. I guess I was a bit harsh, but I do not have the courage to face this. Now you can reach the goblin village without her help. Can you send me back to the spirit realm?" she asked Dex sadly. The system's voice rang out again. The requester had changed their mind, and the mission to erase the woman's revenge filled with hatred was cancelled. The system displayed a notice. 8,632 points of recognition were revoked after being used. Dex sighed, saying, "Honestly, aside from being a little crazy, she seems like a genuinely good person. Really? She gives me the chills. I did not think I would be able to forgive her. It is a shame she is so capable." Meanwhile, the two of you were chatting casually, unaware that you had long been watched by two mysterious shadows above. Suddenly, an arrow shot through the air silently, its sharp tip slicing the wind. The arrow struck the ground right at your feet with force, making you jump in surprise. Glancing over, Dex recognized it was an arrow. A voice shouted orders. "Done. T move. Human." The voice continued, "If you make a move, I will turn you into a porcupine." Dex looked carefully, sensing they were surrounded. "We are trapped," These must be goblins. You quickly focused, eyes sharp as you said to Elle. Hey Elle, do not humans and goblins usually get along? They have fought side by side before, right? She hid under your hat and explained. Back then, they were short on people, so they mingled with humans. Goblins do not like humans much, kind of like dwarves. You were confused and surprised. What? No way. Elle glanced at you and explained, because most humans do not look that appealing compared to goblins. Suddenly, goblins jumped down from above, archers behind bowstrings. Cautious as they advanced. Done T move. Human. You are surrounded. You froze then nodded. Of course. Is this the typical goblin look? The bright moonlight illuminated the path you walked. Your hands were bound, your eyes covered, and you were quickly escorted away. Move fast. Human. And do not resist. Dex wanted to use this chance to find their weak spots, but with his eyes and hands covered, it was tough. Plus, the constant changes in direction made you lose all sense of orientation. They were truly skilled. Suddenly, a dark area opened up quickly, catching you off guard. Your eyes were still shut tight, adjusting to the situation, but as soon as you opened them, they blazed wide open. Dex and the goblins now stood before a towering tree, the resting place of the world tree. The goblins fumbled around the tree's corner, searching for something. Then they started speaking in another language, golden light glowing dreamily around them. In that corner of the tree, a path opened up, shining brightly across the sky. A small city appeared, feeling like it had been shrunk down. Dex smiled excitedly. He thought it was impossible to find this place. The system announced he had discovered the resting tree, the original home of the world tree for the first time. Instantly, a bunch of stats surged upward, along with many new titles. A blinding light shone in his face, and in that moment, Dex was genuinely happy, his whole face glowing with joy. This is Gigerso, the world tree that holds all of Arcadia, a symbol of nature and the origin of the elves. But soon after, he shifted his attention to something else. What is that black thing? A glowing purple sword was stuck deep in the tree's trunk. He was helpless to remove it, not understanding what had happened. The smile in his pocket seemed to say, "Got it. You have no choice but to follow her request." The elves, long-lived as they are, looked surprised to see him a human. Really? A human? A mutt? He looks awful. A normal kid blurted out, mocking Dex's ugly appearance, leaving him to silently endure their insults. So that was him, the human who had entered the primeval forest. A white-haired woman emerged, her gaze worried Queen Melissa of the elf clan. The other elves were confused. They would never seen their queen come personally for a human before, which shocked both them and Dex. Elle guessed they would track him since he entered the forest, probably with the help of ancient forest spirits. Dex just accepted it, telling her not to warn him earlier. Melissa looked at him, wanting to ask about this. She asked how he mastered the half-demon bow technique, a question that actually made him smile. He would fallen right into her trap. The moment he mentioned Emilia, the queen's eyes widened in surprise. The elf subjects whispered about Emilia. Some said she would died long ago. If a human found the elf forest and mentioned her, that was shocking. The queen immediately ordered him to follow her. There was something to discuss. This made the archer nervous, trying hard to stop them. She could only reassure him. She understood their worries. Then she told Dex to come with her to a quiet place. He glanced back at Elle, asking if she knew anything about Emilia. She refused and was not sure anyway. Judging by the elves' reactions, it was a tough topic. After thinking for a moment, he realized the queen's look was not fondness but deep fear whenever Emilia was mentioned. Somewhere inside the palace, Melissa sat facing him. She did not know Emilia had human students outside. He replied Emilia had died decades ago, so no direct teaching, hoping the queen would consider it a martial arts style she created. The queen sighed by human standards, a style meant a very long time ago. Dex straightened up, wanting to ask about Emilia. She was one of the few elves honored by humans. Melissa kept her head down, struggling to speak her mind, but she still admitted Emilia was a troublemaker. Dex just laughed it off. Haha, I already knew that. She flirted with every handsome elf she bumped into, and if any elf girls tried to compete, she would openly show jealousy, causing a lot of fights and making many elf girls miserable. It was like she wanted to claim all the male elves for herself, especially obsessed with an elf named Pio. Things got way worse whenever she was drunk. She threatened to shoot him with her bow if he did not marry her. I still remember that day clearly. Melissa said slowly. She did a lot of shady stuff, and it took 40 years before she could reunite with Pio. Seeing Dex's skills reminded her of Emilia, and she feared he was a human sent for revenge. When she realized that suspicion was baseless, she felt a big relief. That comment left Dex speechless. He could only tell her to relax, but in his mind, he suspected the queen might have been one of the elves messing around with Pio, Emilia's husband. If Dex had no connection to Emilia, why come here? Why cross the Great Forest, which has been off limits to elves for centuries? Melissa hoped Dex would say it was just curiosity. It was hard to believe otherwise. Sitting across from her, Dex smiled and said he had been waiting to hear that, casually pulling out a scroll. The queen was surprised it was a trade agreement to establish a cultural exchange route. She looked at him, realizing this human was not just an archer but a merchant too. Melissa skimmed the paper and sensed something was off. A strange excitement bubbling inside her that she could not ignore. Her fingers brushed lightly over the paper's surface and quickly recognized the familiar texture. Looking down, she spotted the signature at the bottom and exclaimed in surprise. The dwarf, apparently waiting for this moment, he knelt down, raised his hand, eyes shining brightly, and introduced himself as Dex, the human representative of the peace delegation who had visited the Sand Forge. Standing before Queen Melissa of the Demon Tribe, Dex said, "From what I have learned, the war that broke out centuries ago never officially ended with a ceasefire. The fighting only paused when both sides agreed not to interfere with each other's territory, which led to the current situation. Right?" Dex's voice rang out clearly. "It has been a long time since then. It is time to start a new era." Melissa remained stone-faced and silent. She focused intently on the paper in her hand, deep in thought over the official declaration ending the war between dwarves and demons. It nullified all past insults and discrimination between the two races. This agreement aimed to promote peace and build a healthy relationship without unnecessary conflict. In other words, it is not just a simple trade proposal, it is a peace treaty between the two races. After a long pause, Melissa spoke calmly. "You said your name is Dex, the representative of the human peace delegation, right? It seems what you are saying is true." Dex looked at her seriously but said nothing. Melissa continued, "But for extremists like the dwarves to suggest something like this, what exactly have you done?" He answered cheerfully, "Demons are not exactly innocent either, right? Their obsession with appearances and contempt seems even worse than the dwarves." Melissa cleared her throat softly to calm herself and replied gently, "According to the petition, you want to trade demon fruit wine and branches from the world tree, right?" He nodded eagerly. "Yeah, and if possible, they would also like to trade souls and fairy dust." At this, her eyes drooped slightly, her expression turning tired. "I understand. Sorry, but I can't accept this petition." Dex was stunned with disbelief. "It is still too early to make a decision. We can discuss the trade items anytime." Melissa's expression remained cold and emotionless. "Sorry, but that is not the issue. The simple reason is our demons can't comply with this agreement." He looked surprised. "Why? Can you explain more about that?" She replied, "That is something I can't reveal to humans." Then she waved her hand dismissively. "If you are done here, leave. Our cavalry will escort you back to where you met them." The game system flashed red. Peace treaty with the demons failed. The peace delegation has failed. Hearing that, he fell silent. Thinking seriously. No further discussion. I did not expect it to end like this. Gaze turned icy. "What now? I do not want to retreat like this." While lost in thought, a voice echoed in his ear. "Haven't I told you?" Dex turned to CL. "Dex, you have no choice but to follow my request." Surprised, he asked, "Did you know it would turn out like this?" Elle replied eagerly, "What about my offer? Want to hear it? It might help you." The war had plunged all of Arcadia into a sea of blood, leading to the Great Holy Demon War. During this horrific clash between demons and angels across Arcadia, the World Tree saved countless lives from bleeding out. "Don't be afraid. You all grew up on my land. Under my shade you will be safe." The skill declaratory means no living creature can use attack skills within this space. All combat-related stats drop drastically. That is the power of the World Tree. Thanks to this skill, the area around the World Tree avoided war, turning its shadow into a sanctuary for the weak. Prayers for the war to end. Yet the Great Holy Demon War did not end easily and was unavoidable. The underworld artifact, the Bringer of Death, capable of engulfing everything in darkness, somehow that terrifying item got embedded in the World Tree's trunk. How is that even possible? That is why trading and commerce would expose the World Tree's location to the outside world, which the elves absolutely forbid. That is why you were rejected. Dex chuckled nervously hearing this. "Got it, so you want me to destroy the death-spreading sword, right? You want that, and if the elves will agree to your request." Abadi was curious. "Exactly. So first Dex was surprised. You are turning back, Your Majesty." Amelia blinked, startled. "What is going on?" "I have nothing more to say." Dex turned and gave a friendly smile. "Just one last favor, could you come with me for a bit? If you agree, I will quietly leave the village." "You said, just one last favor, could you come with me for a bit? If so, I will quietly leave the village." Then they reached a massive tree, its wild branches stretching high above. In the shadows, this tree even glowed with a faint, strange light. Standing beneath it, the two paused quietly. The scent, this is just right. Melissa was puzzled. "Here? Why here?" Her expression darkened. "Why did this human bring me to the World Tree? What is he planning?" Dex looked up. "Well, It is really huge up close. He glanced at L hiding in his cloak and whispered, L, what do I do now? I came here just like you said, but that underworld thing does not look easy to destroy. Elle quickly poked her head out, grinning. Don't worry. I have got a plan. Just wait a sec. At that moment, glittering sparkles suddenly floated in the air. A magical light formed a needle right in front of Dex. Elle excitedly said, Ta-da! With this, you will be able to destroy it. The golden needle radiated a fierce glow. The system chimed, Eternal Twilight Myth Artifact, a heavenly artifact with power to annihilate the abyss. Details encrypted, Elle cheerfully said. An artifact for an artifact. The formula's simple. I will even give you a discount, worth the investment. Right? Dex, nicknamed Dex the Dissatisfied, muttered. Hey Elle, you say it like it is nothing, Elle answered enthusiastically. Haven't I? If it is about killing those damn abyss creatures, I am all. He held it out, as if wanting to touch it. The system alerted. Eternal Twilight detects X signal requires cleansing. All conditions met to create a hidden quest. The world tree corrupted by abyss has been generated. Immediately, Dex grasped the sword, and its power erupted fiercely. Melissa watched, utterly amazed. No way, that energy source. The system kept announcing. New topic decided, action 2. The arrival of the lemur race. At that moment, Melissa spoke up. Dex, you are not an ordinary person, are you? Her face showed pure astonishment. Eternal Twilight. Why is that sword here on this continent? How do you even own it? Tell me. Dex laughed, clicking his tongue. Well, just say I have connections to the heavens. Melissa was baffled. This does not sound like a normal relationship at all. She snapped. Does that answer make sense? That sword's a holy relic. Even legends among elves talk about it. Someone not even at the saint rank holding it. Impossible. He shrugged. Well, Dex sighed with annoyance. You elves do not need to worry about that. Melissa froze. That was exactly what I said earlier. This guy is such a rogue. He struck the sword's tip into the ground, but added, more importantly, I want to continue our negotiation. How about tweaking the terms a bit? She blinked. Terms? Dex was confident. The hesitation when dealing with the dwarves isn't it, because they want to keep the elves' existence secret for the world tree's sake. Melissa got excited. How do you know that? He grinned slyly. Make a peace treaty and start living in harmony with the dwarves. If you promise, holding the sword tightly. He said, I am sure the world tree will finally be freed from the dark energy that is tainting it. System alert. Negotiation skill activated. The target is Melissa, queen of the Love Demon clan. And you just gave exactly what she wanted. Bonus reward. The target feels they are gaining an advantage in the negotiation, so extra effects have been added to boost your credibility. Melissa is completely horrified by this rule. She screams, if a human can do what you just said, remove the dark energy draining the world tree's life force, and free our mother from eternal torment and bring her back to us, then I, Melissa Ziachmis, queen of the Chlorophyll clan, will grant you any wish. L, excited, shouts, Dex, it is done. Right? Look at her. Her eyes are glowing. That sword seems surrounded by magical energy. Dex's lips curl into a sly smile. That is the weapon those bastards use. Destroy it fast. His eyes gleam with cunning. This is a scene worth watching. System reminder activated. That creature has completely hidden its true identity. This camera angle is perfect. Starting live broadcast. Comments are flooding in quickly. What is this? A surprise live stream. Jackpot 222 checking in on Google. Thought I would be first. Hey, Choco Bro. What is the plan today? For some reason, his hair has grown longer. New nickname, I like Choco Cakes, he cheerfully says. Hey everyone. Today's topic is saving the world tree. A comments reply. World tree. What is that? Never heard of it before. Is it like a god or something? The sword in his hand glows with magical energy. Alright, let us get started. The comments are still buzzing. What is that huge tree? World tree. Seriously, what is it? Anyone explain? The Eternal Sun Sword senses the massive dark energy. It is time for judgment. Gathering purifying power. Comments say, what the hell? That is godlike power. I thought he was just a warrior. Dex moves in fast, going for the finishing blow. No time to waste trust points. Standing under the world tree, Dex holds the Eternal Sunset Sword, with another sword floating in a magic circle above. He looks up carefully for a while, then he draws energy from the Eternal Sunset Sword, getting ready to strike. Suddenly, he jumps up at incredible speed before the giant orb. His sword thrusts hard into it. Dex gives it everything he has got. System warning. The Death Zelzik sword senses a serious threat. Defense mode activated. Emergency mission. Final counterstrike created. The Death Zelzak sword pulses with intense energy. It explodes in bursts, lighting up the entire surrounding space. After the chaos settles, a few magical drops gently fall to the ground. The Eternal Sunset sword pierces right through the iron barrier. Dex exhales softly. I thought I was done for after using that weapon. L flies over. Dex, are you okay? He grits his teeth. Frustrated. That was close. Damn it, I know this all happened way too fast. What kind of item can use skills by itself? This game's ridiculous. The Death Zelzak sword pierces the barrier, releasing a dark aura. The sword hovers in the air. Suddenly, two streams of energy burst from it. The energy shoots off into the space, as if searching for something. System alert. Death Zelzak sword is searching for a host to possess. A giant figure appears. This is the area boss. Giant Orgary of the Great Forest. Level 130. The energy from the sword shoots off at high speed. Death Nio looks frustrated. It is gone. What do we do now? L looks uneasy too. This is more complicated than I thought. Looks like a real headache. That bright explosion just shot straight up into the sky. The boss monster of the Sword Fragment Warrior has been created. Standing tall and massive right before the eyes of the spirits, the Sword Fragment Warrior is targeting the spirits guarding the World Tree. Instantly, the spirits did not hesitate and launched a counterattack. Where did that warrior even come from? All units, attack now. We have to stop it. Alert the queen immediately. Energy blasts fired straight at that boss warrior. The commander quickly triggered an explosion, but after the energy faded, it still stood there, completely unscathed. An amazed spirit gasped. No way, it took no damage. Everyone nearby was horrified. How could that be? They would used all their main skills on it already. The boss eyes glowed fiercely with deadly intent. It was time for a counterattack. Letting out a savage roar, it unleashed a terrifying energy blast that none could block. Those hits suddenly turned into dust. Everyone, retreat to the World Tree. They fled in panic. Commentators witnessed it all. What is going on with the World Tree and the spirits? This is crazy. Is he even playing fair with us? Where is this place? The situation looks serious. But why is not my quest window showing anything? This should at least be a main quest. I am going to complain to customer support. Watching from afar, Dex said, I never expected things to turn into such a mess. L replied, exactly. No wonder it is a relic left behind by those damn leftovers. Now it is just playing dirty. You seem worried. What do we do now? Honestly, I do not think even I can fix this. L rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Yeah, even for debt. This is pretty overwhelming. Maybe we should summon the remnants. They might calm it down. L suggested, waving his hand. No way. Those leftovers are not causing trouble because they lost the relic. They get it back. They will get cocky again. Dex pressed. So what now? We have no other choice, she muttered. If only we could tap into the power of the eternal twilight. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. Elle leaned over and whispered in Dex's ear. Hey, Dex, instead of that, why not try listening to the twilight itself? What? Are you crazy? Even so, that is a bit much. Elle smiled smugly. So what? I'm serious. At Arcadia's main Korean branch, the Korean noodle commander stood calmly, holding a cigarette. Exhaling deeply. Peace at last. Suddenly, a man approached and greeted. See you. Long time no see. The Korean noodle commander nodded. Department head Kang. Indeed, we used to run into each other every hour. But now it has been 3 whole days. At times like this, I am glad our branch has not been taken over by the main quest and story control. True. I am really thankful to Elise. By the way, you do not smoke, right? You just came out for some fresh air. Yeah? I am always busy. Didn't they expect a day like this? They both looked ahead, then fell silent for a long moment. The Korean noodle commander put his hands in his pockets. Department head Kang. Why do all the incidents and bosses only happen on our continent? Kang replied warily. I do not know. It has been tough lately for both the CO and us. He tossed a cigarette butt into the ashtray. Right now, something's happening around the World Tree too. But we do not have full info yet. They slowly stepped into the elevator. If we have to deal with this, I can't even imagine. Haha, customer support must be on life support right now. No need to say it, I know their phones are ringing off the hook. By the way, see, what will our story department be responsible for going forward? I do not know either. The story team is crucial for game design, so do not worry too much. 2 employees looked pale and terrified. Sir CEO. The woman pointed at the computer screen. I think you should take a look at this, and looked confused but annoyed. What is going on? If it is about the World Tree, I already know. No need to stress over it. Suddenly, his eyes accidentally caught something, and his face turned pale with horror. What is that? On the pure white computer screen, an angel. Suddenly, an angel with magnificent wings appeared. It was none other than you said calmly. Dex, can I borrow your body for a moment? I think the best way is for me to use a small amount of power to come down and handle this. Dex was uneasy. You want to intervene yourself. One teeth that cost a huge amount of recognition points. I think calling Tan here to calm down the Death Sword is the easiest way. Sorry, but I do not have as many recognition points left as you do, so it is hard to follow your request. Dex said. Surprising you. Then she said, Dex, do you really think I am going to use your recognition points? Dex was stunned. Was not that the plan? Hey, if I used your points, how could you survive? Even possessing your body would not be enough. You should know I am pretty high maintenance. Dex, you grinned and added. Don't worry. This is my plan, so I will take responsibility for the consequences. You do not have to worry at all. Dex, just lend me your body for a bit. Dex was confused and a bit annoyed but had no choice but to go along with U's plan. Fine, but if anything happens, do not blame me. Okay, the system announced. Holy light. Archangel Mycen has descended on the player. Switching to observation mode, the powerful boss was suddenly stunned by the blinding light right in front of it. Sword should be just accepted being destroyed. Why dare it fight back? You flew proudly in the air. You should know your place. You are just a tool for the fallen. Comments flooded in. Shocked. Who is she? Where's the angel we saw? Are those wings real? Is she really an angel? No way. If that is an angel, why is she so rude? You tightly gripped the eternal twilight sword, lifted it forward, and her eyes glowed, sweeping away evil. Eternal twilight. The monster looked up. You released her power. Magical energy radiated fiercely, lighting up the whole area. Death was now just a spirit, having lent its power to you. Watching this, Dex felt satisfied. So this was the true power of eternal twilight, way too strong. The explosion of magical power lit up the whole area. Even Death, watching from the side, was amazed. Is this the real power of eternal twilight? It is insanely strong. Dex could not believe his eyes but smiled confidently. This is crazy, we are even sharing the same item. The powerful boss let out a deafening roar, shaking the heavens and earth as it endured the pain of power piercing its flesh and skin, waves of sharp agony pulsing through it. Unshakable faith activated, cosmic justice defined, supreme honor anthem triggered, bitter truth awakened, noble sacrifice justice ignited, eternal sacred fire engaged. The system announced non-stop. Meanwhile, the smaller boss fell silent again, showing no sign of resistance. Elle still hovered in the air, radiant light glowing around her. Below was the evil beast amid a blood-red space. Elle glanced down with deep intensity. Comments flooded in again. That is an angel. Look at her appearance, she is definitely an angel. She has to be an angel. What the heck is Choco doing? Dex was unsettled. This should be the bare minimum standard. They have caused so many rebellions during the Great Demon War, I can't even imagine. The Death Sword sensed a deadly threat and switched to defense mode. This mode absorbs the player's remaining life force. That sword was now in the hands of the monster. Suddenly, the Death Gel Sword unleashed a terrifying aura, swirling all around the blade. Elle smirked teasingly. Oh really? Just a weapon from those bats and you dare to challenge me? How arrogant. They say no Death Gel Sword survives more than 10 hits without shattering. As the precious gem spun rapidly, she gently moved the sword. Let us see how much this blade can take. Then she flew back at lightning speed, radiating a fierce aura. The swift slash, the two blades clashed, sparking a dazzling burst of light. Boom! A massive explosion shook the heavens and earth. Death forced a smile. Crazy. This really is a battle without brute force, a fight of divine relics. Ancient artifacts. The Death Gel Sword resisted Elle's attacks again and again, but Eternal Twilight was continuously empowered by my sense divine energy. This battle is only a matter of time. The system quickly alerted. The eradication power has been activated. Absolute jurisdiction engaged. And Pharma's energy will crush this sword. A golden aura shot through the air, striking the Death Gel Sword trapped inside the orb. Elle hovered midair, fists clenched. Thank you, Lord Death. Because of you, I have fulfilled my lifelong wish. She looked down gently. This moment, I will forever remember your kindness. In the name of Archangel Mycen, Death was stunned. Elle, golden sparks are appearing in this dark space. Then, the Death Gel Sword inside the magic orb shattered into pieces. System notification, the legendary demonic relic, Death Gel Sword, has been destroyed. Hell's power has increased by 4.3%, tipping the balance of good and evil. You received the title Demon Judge. You received the title Heavenly Representative. The nation and priests will start closely monitoring your actions. Melissa and the goblins below are all watching. Whoa, that person really planned to destroy the Death Gel Sword. System update. The World Tree's mission sabotaged by demons is complete. Goblin support has reached its maximum level. You received the title Goblin Hero. You received the title Guardian of the World Tree. Meanwhile, someone else with a dark, furious look growled. What the hell is that Death Gel Sword? He gritted his teeth in anger. That is, then he yelled. Whose damn wings are those in this desolate, quiet valley? Dex sat on a tree stump and asked, "You okay, L? Even if it is you, this would drain a significant amount of support." Elle was gathering the leftover magical energy fragments, humming as she worked. "Honestly, it is a bit exhausting. It has been a while since I have gotten so involved in Arcadius affairs, but since I borrowed Dex's body, it is a bit easier," she added, making him look puzzled. "Really? That is good. What is next?" But Dex changed the subject. "Elle, what do you plan to do with those shards?" Elle turned eagerly. "We have to stop others from exploiting these fragments, even broken. They are still part of the relic. If they fall into the wrong hands, they could be used for evil. I have got some plans to make use of them," Elle said, surprising Dex. Suddenly, something zipped by quickly. "Hey, Myson, it was the guy who went mad when the Death Gale sword was destroyed. So you really mean to fight me? Crazy bastard. How dare you destroy the Death Gale sword while I am not here?" he shouted angrily. "Can I take this as a declaration of war?" Elle smiled faintly. "A full-scale war. The relic's gone. Are you still confident you will win if the second great war of demons and gods breaks out? Here, take this." She handed over a pouch containing the remaining relic fragments she would collected earlier. He blinked in surprise. "Huh, what is this?" Elle replied enthusiastically. "Hey, this relic is pretty powerful. Is not?" Pieces fell before Han's eyes, making him feel like an old man stunned. Han could not believe it and shouted, "Who dares do this?" "That bastard." Customer care room, Arcadia Korea branch. Staff here were busy as the love quest was being broadcast. "Dear customers, we apologize, but revealing game content is prohibited." Are you referring to Nam Trine Seo's footage? Unfortunately, there is still no official release schedule. Is this game really unfair? Yes. We will note your concerns and forward them to the relevant department for review. Kwon Hun was frustrated. "Just another mess as usual. I like choco cake. I thought Dex was behind this, but it is real." Hot news kept coming. First reveals of love quests and the world tree, analysis of the 10 key points in the Demon God War, their true identities, and the stories behind them. The God King rises? I like choco cake. Is this warrior really only level 52? Arcadius in crisis with a new race appearing dwarves and love quests. What is going to happen? Many gaming websites crashed under the flood of info about this accident. Chaos raid. But most posts were just wild rumors and guesses, including comments on this site's article. Imagine walking into a tavern with a hammer, seeing dwarves and related quests, then smashing the bartender's head and getting banned for life. What the heck? The bartender's so self-conscious about his height. Did he really do that? Some people are way too gullible. Better than me, I guess. Someone told me, if you plant an apple tree in front of a beggar, you will get a love quest. Now I have planted about 100 apple trees around my village. You basically have an orchard. Some people are hilarious in real life. People started doing weird stuff trying to unlock information and quests about love and dwarves. Naturally, when they got nothing back, their disappointment just grew. Kwon Umruhan quietly said complaints kept flooding customer care, and players began seriously questioning the Korea branch's operations. "Director, is it really okay to keep silent and not respond at all?" Hearing this, Lemaisan got serious. The executive commander proposed a plan asking authorities to allow self-adjustment of love and dwarf support. Kwon Umruhan replied, "Yes. With that authority, we could jump to the racial war and peace treaty parts of this scenario. We could make these two races proactive with players, no, proactive with humans." Lemaisan nodded. "Right? Adjust the relationship between love and dwarves too. That plan would be the most effective. But we can do it that way. Do you know why?" Kwon Manghun said disappointed. "I am not sure." Director, her eyes drooped slightly. "Because we do not have enough reasons to make that change. It's just a game setting. But centuries of endless war between these two races is ingrained in their blood. If they suddenly got along without reason, do you think the executive commander would agree to that? Unlimited freedom and endless possibilities. This phrase is not just a pun, you know that." Hearing this, Kwon Manghun was speechless. "And is not it kind of exciting?" she said, propping her chin. "A player acting on their own could change the long-standing conflict between these races. A conflict even the executive commander can solve." The player is level 52 with the nickname I like choco cake. Comments poured in. Destroyer's Diary. "Bro, tell me where the dwarves or love quests are. Hey, we are the Eagle Guild, ranked 12th in Arcadia. We really appreciate your videos. Are you still guildless? Would you like to join ours? Our guild. Hey, we are Korea's top management company. I'm Jung Young Jin, Minsaft V broadcaster. I would like to interview you. If you agree, please contact this number." Guk was frustrated reading these comments. What a mess. He has not leaked any personal info, but it is understandable everyone is so curious. Just then, someone walked in from outside. "President, The Arcadia branch in Korea has sent us a collaboration offer. They want us to share a bit of info about my love for choco cakes, just a tiny piece. Really? So Guk slammed the table in anger. Do you even have to ask? Of course not, he scolded loudly. Listen, customer info must be kept absolutely confidential. The other guy, seeing his stubbornness, nodded no exceptions. No matter what, he stood at attention, smiled, and replied. Understood. Yes, sir. Then he turned and sighed heavily. I am sure Arcadia will come to us directly anyway. I figured they would. But looks like we need a plan. Maybe we should try contacting the Choco Cake fan directly. Suddenly, the phone of the Destroyer Slog client rang his line, leaving him genuinely shocked. Dex answered, and on the other end was, Hello? President, this is George Selgug from E+. Is the president there? The voice sounded rushed. Yes, haha, how can I help you? If it is about your personal info, it is all strictly protected, Dex replied. I just thought you might be busy lately, so I am calling to check in. How's everyone reacting? The man tried to sound calm. It is amazing. Your name is skyrocketing, faster than any other channel. At this rate, it is no surprise if you become global #1 soon. Still, you know, looking at the comments, tons of people want to know where the dwarves and goblins live. Well, is not that what everyone's hoping for? Just finding the location would bring huge revenue. The goblin romance is already widely popular, some might even pay big bucks to get that info, Dex said calmly. That is why. So just leak their location, right? The man asked. What else? The other side gasped. You would reveal their village to players. But Dex stayed composed. Meanwhile, so Guk was panicking? The villages of goblins and dwarves? Sitting in front of the computer. He was super hyped. Choco lover. Instead of that, why do not we shoot more videos about the villages, based on current viewer reactions? Even showing the merchants goods for sale would get a huge response. I do not want to. Why would I post stuff like that? But, Dex said soft. Like I said, I get that making videos about each village could be really profitable and boost fame, but anyone can do that. I did not start my channel just to do that. There are plenty of other ways to earn money. So Guk chuckled. Yeah. Of course, you keep saying that, but even if people find the village locations, it will still be tough to get what you want. Both races have lots of strong personalities. Earning their trust won't be easy. Haha, you do not get it at all. A little girl with sparkling eyes raised her hand and asked, Peace Messenger, I have a question. Dex replied, Yeah? What do you want to know? Canna? The girl said excitedly. I learned if I play with bad creatures, I become a bad goblin. But if I play with ugly creatures like dwarves, will I become a bad goblin too? That would not be good, right? Dex heard that and just forced a smile. Who taught you those things? Canna happily answered, My mon. He frowned inwardly. No wonder their values are so messed up, they have been taught that stuff since childhood. He softened his voice. If you hang out with dwarves, you want to become a bad goblin, so do not worry. The girl beamed. Really? He nodded. Yeah. Even the queen said, if you treat dwarves well, you will become a good goblin. He got it. Then the girl ran off waving goodbye, and he waved back politely. Please do not teach kids stuff like that again. Basically, you are teaching them to be arrogant and rude to other races. Melissa nodded beside him, saying she would do her best. Since you have signed a peace treaty, you will keep meeting and interacting with the dwarves. From then on, everyone should live in harmony and avoid conflicts. Melissa shyly added, I have a question. Lately, more humans have been wandering in the Mio forest. Should we treat them well too? Dex was stunned. You are wondering if you should be nice to those ugly humans. She awkwardly replied, Well, it is because we have always thought that way. He shrugged. Up to you. I do not really care. Melissa brightened up. Really? Melissa sighed in relief and said, Honestly, just thinking about happily welcoming those ugly humans makes me sad. Of course, humans are an exception since they saved the world tree. Dex looked like he wanted to judge that. Is this racism? Things won't be easy moving forward. At Seomin University, in a virtual reality engineering lab, a voice exclaimed, You threw it away. In that dimly lit room, the professor looked at the data screen. Satisfied. Sync rate at 97.28%. That is still amazing as always. Thanks for your cooperation. Dex stood up from his chair and replied, No problem. The professor personally asked me to do this. How could I say no? Kim Tae-hoon looked a bit uneasy. Thank you. Dex. Kim Tae-hoon's surprise grew bigger. Arcadia branch of Han Kingdom and Argent Electronic requested a collaboration. They even made a fantastic offer. Please. Dex, if you agree to cooperate, I will give you Dex was shocked. Well, if you are that generous, I will consider it. Kim Tae-hoon nodded repeatedly. Of course. I promise you that, at least in my class, Dex could not believe it but felt uneasy inside. Honestly, I do not want to deal with people from Arcadia, but their offer is really tempting. I hope this won't blow my cover. He quietly responded to a staff member as the simulation involved simple, repetitive actions, like dodging shadows. Does this really help the research? The staff member watched the data and replied with satisfaction. Of course. The bullet dodging simulation you are doing is simple at first, but the difficulty ramps up a lot the longer you go. You have reached level 30, and we have gathered unprecedented data. Thank you so much. Lemizian frowned thoughtfully. Although short-lived, Dex's sync rate rose to 99%. Complete brain and cocoon synchronization. We still do not fully understand what this means. But one thing's for sure, if Dex plays Arcadia, he will become a very famous player. At the World Tree, that kid was super pissed. Tonight's dinner was chicken. And that damn little winged girl. Elle shook his head in frustration. You are too noisy. You damn wingless brat. The two girls kept fighting non-stop while Dex and Blue Dex looked up, exasperated. They have been at it since I left. The brat could not hold back. Hey boss, how could you do this to me? You actually brought back chicken wings while I was gone. Do I even matter to you? Elle refused to back down. Do not you remember all the mess you caused? Explain yourself. Who destroyed the border sanctuary? They argued back and forth. Are you crazy? How can you compare destroying the sanctuary to destroying relics? What is the difference? Listen, no matter what, you are beyond stupid. You are the fool here. Dex watched this scene and let out a tired sigh. Utterly helpless. The system beeped. The World Tree wants to chat with you. Do you accept? Options? Yes or no appeared. You looked stunned. Deep in thought. The World Tree. Yeah? After that incident with the goblins and Elle, I have been wondering too. So it really does have its own consciousness. Fascinating. After thinking it over, you pressed yes. You accepted the request from the world. The chat channel is now active. Suddenly, a burst of light flared up, making your robe flutter wildly. You could almost feel it clearly. What is happening? What is going on in my mind? A voice echoed inside your head. Welcome, young adventurer. Don't panic. I just want to talk, but my power is not enough. So I had to pull you into this dream world where it is easier for me to communicate. You stand before a figure floating in a mysterious dim light. While your body remains exactly where it was, Debs quietly spoke. So you are the World Tree. The spirit of the World Tree replied softly. I am called many names by people, but these days, most just call me that. First, I want to thank you for helping me escape that curse. You could say you are the protector of the World Tree. Deb sighed in frustration. So what else? Why do you look so annoyed? The spirit of the World Tree responded. Besides thanking you, I am curious about something else. You raised an eyebrow. Curious about what? She suddenly moved closer to you, with eyes full of vague emotion. She said, right now, I can't understand why the leaders of heaven and hell are on your side. I know you are not ordinary, but this really goes beyond imagination. Exactly what are you? Not an angel or demon, not a spirit or ghost, yet you seem way too normal all over. How do you possess power that shakes the whole world? Debs bombarded you with questions, clearly unsure how to respond. Your eyes dropped slightly. I get it now. She was talking about your fame. She went on. Basically, you are often given missions, and when you complete them, you gain this power called fame. Right, you calmly replied. You got it exactly right. The spirit of the World Tree sighed softly. Then who gives you these missions? Debs looked confused. It is hard to say for sure, she said. At my level, I can analyze and explain almost everything, but with you, how do I put it? She hesitated thoughtfully for a moment. You look surprised. Is something wrong? If you do not believe me, I swear everything I say is the truth. She shook her head. It is not that. Since you answered my questions, I should give you something in return. Take this rare item. Only use it when you really need it. A fruit suddenly appeared in your hand. You blinked in surprise. Fruit, she said. Explorer Dex. Your actions and gestures are deeply engraved in my heart. You honestly handled and helped reconcile my children, the goblins and the dwarves. That is why I feel bad having to ask you like this, but may I make a small request? Dex started to refuse. I can tea. She was shocked. What? You did not even hear me out. You shook your head. I am not sure what you want to say, but I know it is beyond my ability. After all, I am just a weak human. On the outside, you stayed calm, but inside you were uneasy. Your fame points were running low, and things would get serious if it all got more complicated. Fame points remaining. 115,468. She seemed a bit disappointed. Huh, really that hard? Why do you think that? From my perspective, your strength is really impressive. Newbie killer. Relic destroyer. Noble assassin. Battle spirit master. Demon King Manipulator. Slim Savior, your titles say a lot. Not surprised at all. How do you know about this? Some achievements seem a bit odd, but just that much convinces me you can fulfill my request. Besides, if even you can do it, then I am sure no one else can. The noble judge, the neutral coordinator of a revolution for equality, friend of the loon, hero of the goblins. Explorer Dex, I need you once again. In the name of the World Tree. The soul of the World Tree gently closes its eyes. Please listen to my words. The system says the scattered continents were created. The era of unification is here, and Arcadia is now split into many continents. The World Tree, just waking from a long slumber, to unify everything back into one. Dex is taken aback. A dragon's heart, the origin of Arcadia. Once a single continent called Pangea, a continent full of stories about a pure white dragon living in the icy, snowy mountains. A land rich with tales of the Loon people, known for their metalwork and underground treasures. A continent with legends of a beautiful, mysterious fairy tribe living in harmony with nature. A vast land so huge no one knows its full size. All connected by the towering, mighty World Tree at its center. The soul of the World Tree, Keen, remembers Arcadia as one great continent, but it fell into a deep sleep after the god-demon war, and many things have changed since. In the end, I could not keep everything together for long. The continent split apart and formed its current state. Hearing this, Dex quietly reflects. These are stories not found in any history book about Arcadia. What exactly do you want from me? You ask skeptically. She replies softly, I want to unify the continents once more. This shocks Dex. Wait. What? The second continent of Arcadia is actually the official name of the server I am playing on, so the World Tree wants me. Thinking this, he blurts out, unify the entire server? The World Tree's soul is slightly surprised. Wait. Unify what? You answer. Nothing. More importantly, about unifying the continents, do you have a plan? She says, unifying the continents is not hard for me. The only problem is I have not regained enough power to do it yet. Dex thinks quietly. Not hard. This is a huge deal. How can she say it is no big deal? He feels helpless. What exactly do you want from me? You seem so knowledgeable and powerful. What can a mere human like me do to help? She giggles. I will take that as a compliment. I am not asking you to do anything urgent. If you have the time and strength, please bring me an item. Dex looks suspicious. An item she needs. Suddenly she exclaims, the dragon's heart. This shocks him like a slap. Wait. What? She is excited. If possible, find the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon or older. That is the only way everything will go as planned. Dex can't believe it and angrily snaps. You are crazy. How can you smile while asking me to do something like that? When he opens his eyes, the first thing he sees is goblins glaring at him. He is awake. Dex sits up groggily, rubbing his head. Damn it! What just happened? Meanwhile, a goblin says loudly, Your Majesty, the human is awake. The system updates. The fragmented continent has formed. Arcadia, once a vast continent, is now split into many subcontinents. Help the World Tree regain strength and unify the continent again. The required item is the dragon's heart. The dragon's heart. She wants me to bring her the heart of the strongest creature in Arcadia. He thinks quietly but complains out loud. Why are all the high-level creatures nuts? Melissa runs over and says, He is awake. Dex is surprised. Your Majesty, what is going on? Two goblins nearby quietly explain. That is not important right now. You are currently in the Queen's room. You should be grateful. Human. Yes, human, you are being treated specially. Suddenly, Melissa grabs his hand. Dex, she looks touched and happy. The World Tree. The World Tree has awakened. The World Tree, look. Those are the spirits. Appearing on their own without needing to be summoned. That means the spirits flying around the leaves of the World Tree. The goblins below are all joyful. The connection between the spirit world and ours has been restored. No way. This is a miracle. In Dex's hand was that golden fruit earlier. He talked to the World Tree as spirit. So it was not just a dream after all. Then he turned and whispered, Lady Melissa. And she lit up with joy, turning to ask, What is going on? Do you have the dragon heart? She asked, confused. What do you mean? The World Tree's fruit legend says it only blooms once every 1,000 years. It holds powerful life energy and can be used in many ways, but it is a one-time use item, so think carefully before using it. When consumed, it permanently doubles your HP and boosts your healing speed by 1,000%. According to my research, the best place for elves and dwarves to hide is somewhere within the Empire's territory. I even suspect the Pope is trying to keep the elves especially hidden from us. So how do we get the quest to find the dwarf village? First, you need to prepare a hammer. Then visit certain taverns. Some low-level owners spread rumors about selling dwarves or humans. Comments popped up. Guys, those posts are fake. I am about to lose it. Be careful. That is why Arcadia gets so much hate. People post everything without caring about the truth, just to get the most likes possible. Seriously, why do not they just release official info? Why keep letting everyone get fooled by these rumors? Arcadia's top priority is giving players a real experience with freedom and unlimited possibilities. As for the elf and dwarf villages, their locations will only be found by those who actually take the time to search. Official announcements say developers want to reveal the locations. After this notice, user comments exploded. Comments like, haha, here we go again. They called this the first Ver game. But now, haha, I am done with this game. But the devs ignore players in trouble. Ignore when Slim destroys entire villages. They really treat us like disposable extras. Still, I find it kind of funny if the devs change settings to our demands. The whole system would collapse. Players are going crazy searching for any trace of the elves and dwarves. There's a promise of insane wealth and fame for whoever keeps up the passion to find them. Don't miss even the tiniest clue. In this game, the biggest quests can start from the most ordinary items. So search carefully. Everyone's freaking out here. I heard the guilds have started hunting high-level creatures. Should we take action? It does not matter how much money it costs, just find them. Lissa stood up, her voice calm but firm. Everyone, we need to get ready. She looked serious. Humanity will soon find our village. We have been hidden from them for too long. But the benefactor of our mother, the World Tree, is none other than humanity's Dex, which fills everyone with awe. Melissa's heart was heavy. To repay the debt, we elves have promised to open the door to the human world. Someone spoke up. Sorry. Your Majesty, should not we stop those troublemakers? Melissa blushed slightly, shyly replying, of course that goes without saying. Right? At the GM Trade Federation? Young Master, I know someone who exactly knows the dwarf village's location. Koiji Jiu rubbed his chin. Annoyed. Oh really? Isn't this the 5th time you have said that? And looked displeased. Are you sure that person really knows the location? The other bowed. Yes, I guarantee it. He is an explorer and adventurer. Here, look at his profile. Choi frowned. The one who found that dungeon recently. The other nodded. Exactly. His work includes researching Arcadia's history and geography. He says he found a place that matches the dwarf village perfectly, and his theory is backed up by related documents. He paused thoughtfully. Is that so? But the gold he is asking for is quite a lot. Choi raised his eyebrows. Pondering, information leads to wealth and power, especially in this damn game. Even if he asks for an unreasonable amount, it is worth the investment. And asked bluntly, how much does he want? 100 million, came the reply. 100 million, he was called. And that is the amount you wanted after the deal. At first, he asked for 500 million. Choi got annoyed. Just look at how greedy he is. Those damn info sellers. Alright, I get. If we can confirm the info is accurate, then I will invest 1 million. He's so cold. Understood. I will add a clause to the contract. If the info turns out false, there will be a penalty. Choi slammed the table, looking pissed. And those reports. I am actually working with all that data. Do we really have time to read all this? Just say you skimmed it. Is that good enough? Got it, boss. On the table is a stack of reports and daily logs from the destroyer. By the way, I love Chocopo. Here's the report on our financial status. Look at him grin. We started with 500,000 gold, now see where we are. Time to cash in. This is how we win the race and secure all the treasures plus the key to every deal. The GM Merchant Federation will be the first to trace what happened to the dwarf clan. Online, a new video just dropped, daily logs of the destroyer. On YouTube, revealing the locations of the elf and dwarf villages. Professions in Arcadia are super diverse. It is a world where player jobs split into fighters with power, and farmers or blacksmiths without power. They are called combat and non-combat groups. Each group has its own traits and perks. Represented by blue and red, the two groups are balanced, neither is stronger than the other. But like other games, there are limits to becoming a famous player between these two groups. Koijeyu said with disdain, adventurers, isn't that a worthless profession? They're only slightly useful for finding ruins and disarming traps. He went on. This job's only for people with crazy luck. If you want big rewards, you gotta find huge ruins or valuable relics. But that does not happen every day. It is basically a useless, total waste of time. Koijeju was talking with a man. They kept chatting. If you want to make money, just be a trader. Everyone says if you invest a couple billion, money just keeps multiplying. The man laughed and replied to Choi Jae-jiu. Haha, you are playing the money game? Huh, well, you are right. Haha, each of these little relics is worth about 10 million, not to mention the huge monthly fees I get from them. A guy with a backpack passing by overheard Choi and his friend talking, sweating and grim-faced. The guy thought, those jerks just want me to hear this stuff. He is a level 72 adventurer named Bing N. He kept walking, thinking, It is not like I do not know people look down on my adventurer job, but I guess that is just how it goes. Even my own friends do not get me. He thought as he walked across the sunny sand dunes. Images of those people flashed in his mind saying, if you want to make money, pick a non-combat job, or just enjoy hunting like the fighters do. His silhouette appeared along with his thoughts. I have heard all kinds of advice already, yet his determined face said otherwise. Are not there plenty of ways to enjoy this game? Truth is, maybe I am the one who does not understand them. Playing a game and still caring about efficiency. He clenched his fists. He thought, just wait and see. With sweat on his face but determination in his eyes. Someday I will make everyone regret not choosing this job. I can feel the era of adventurers coming. Under the blazing sun, the guy shouted, I found it. He knelt before a giant door set in the ground and said, I am sure this is the last entrance to the dwarf city. Cut the forge. His voice echoed. The boy smiled with joy, knowing he had solved the puzzles here. He opened every door. A passage appeared, and he thought, this is it. I finally found it. He ran down excitedly, thinking, the city of the Lun people, the forge city. Suddenly, a net snapped open, startling him. The sound of a stretched rope was heard. Then a voice said, you have been caught in a special net. You lack the basic skills to escape it. Abnormal status detected. You have been captured. The boy struggled angrily in the net, shouting, damn it, what the hell is this? In front of him, 3 big guys said, you weakling. How dare you try to break into our secret city? Why are you here? Planning to steal from us? The boy nervously said, please let me go first. I mean no harm. I am just a regular adventurer. The 3 big guys angrily scolded. If we let him go, he will report our village's location to his commander. Lock him deep in the dungeon and make sure he never sees sunlight again. The boy panicked, thinking, wait, they want to lock me in a dungeon. For how long? Damn, am I stuck here for the rest of my life? Big guy with a red beard frowned, and the red-bearded guy next to him said, huh, what is wrong, Ken? The red-bearded guy panicked, saying, wait, this is... The group turned their gaze toward the boy. They whispered among themselves, then all turned to look. A voice boomed, abnormal status removed. The big guy said, sorry about earlier. The emergency caught us off guard, so we were not thinking straight. The young man was confused, thinking, why are they suddenly saying this? The brown-bearded guy patted the boy and said, sorry. We always welcome half-breeds of the Lone to find their way home. Now come inside. Let me make it up to you with some cold beers. No pure human could be this small. Are you sure you are half Lun and half human? The boy asked nervously. What? The voice continued. You have qualified to enter the Lone City, the Forge City. You are free to come and go as you please. The boy listened, looking bewildered. At E+ Entertainment, a chubby guy resting his chin stared at his counterpart. Lime Dekshu nervously said, come on, team leader, do not just sit there silently. Say something. The chubby guy crossed his arms and said, stop calling me team leader. Do you still see me as a GM Corp employee? I was your subordinate before, but not anymore. Now I am the director of E+ Entertainment. So just use normal terms with me. Outside the door, Kang Tishu and Yamashita Ozuku listened nervously to the conversation inside. The voice inside kept going, you are acting like this because of what happened before. What do you mean? You are talking about when you dumped tons of work on us, but nothing got done. Then blamed us and saved yourself. Or are you referring to ignoring all our suggestions and insisting on doing things your way? Lime Dekshu pushed up his glasses, embarrassed, saying, I am sorry about that. Someone had to take responsibility. So it was me. I had to choose that for the company's future. The guy with the high eyebrows said, if you do not feel guilty, no need to apologize. Just tell me why you came here. He looked at the documents on the table and asked, what is this? Lime Deksha said, Gem Corp wants to officially buy your company. This is the merger agreement. The guy read the paper. Transfer all E+ Entertainment employees. Everyone will get promotions and special bonuses. The guy will receive executive level benefits. Lime Deksha extended his hand and said, I think this is what everyone wants. Also, you and your team can keep working as usual. The corporation won't change how things are done here. I promise no one will interfere with your workflow. Dusao glanced back and said, this is because I like choco cakes. Right? Liam Deksha was startled after hearing that. Just as expected, we started getting tons of calls, asking all sorts of questions about him. Of course. No way the GM Corporation would just sit still. Dusao stood up as he spoke. Liam Deksha grabbed him. Wait. Team leader. Dusao tore up the agreement angrily, cursing. Screw this. I will never leak our users' info to you guys. 2 young guys outside looked shocked. Oh man, Liam Deksha stood up clutching the agreement, shouting, you are making a huge mistake. Tons of our teams are already hunting down your info and location. How long do you think you can hide an entire village? The spotlight on this one tea lasts forever. A sly grin spread across Dude Sao's chubby face. Then came a satisfied laugh from him. Lime Deksha spun around, startled. What nonsense are you talking about? Du Sao crossed his arms and continued. Looks like you have not really checked the video carefully. What did you manage to do? The scene switched to a search screen showing notifications and coordinates of the fairy and dwarf villages. Right after their village locations were revealed, a fairy girl and a dwarf guy appeared. The voice continued. Players have started visiting their villages one by one, causing quite a stir. Comments popped up. Damn, the fairies told us to leave. Do they think we are ugly or something? So what, if we are ugly? Then let us hit the dwarf village. Actually, dwarves like short and ugly players. Haha. Who says looks do not matter? Being pretty now is basically your ticket in. The dwarves told me to get lost or else I am dead. Damn, it is tough to get in there. Hey, you are tall, right? I will use my 6'1" height to mingle with the fairies. But seriously, is not this so unfair? How can they judge people by looks and height? Both fairies and dwarves faced players. Fairies obsessed with appearances. Dwarves obsessed with height, because of their strict entry rules. A trend sparked among players to visit and check their own looks. A comment appeared. Haha, I got into the fairy village. Guess I am kinda good looking. Haha. Alongside a major discovery about the fairy and dwarf villages, something unexpected happened. Players who entered the villages started posting content about them. Videos flooded in with titles and thumbnails like guides for beginners, the safest and fastest paths to the dwarf city, vlogs, tips for working in dwarf mines, how to unlock hidden quests related to the world tree of spirit magic, how to become a spirit lion mage, premium items crafted by dwarves, knowledge of spirit magic and related jobs one by one. This info was gradually leaked and officially allowed to be accessed. In one village, a group joked around. Ever since I was a kid, I wanted to become a spirit mage. Adorable spirits appeared many days later. I am so jealous of those spirit mages. It is I used to be a goldsmith. Now I can easily embed gems into gear. Sounds crazy, right? We offer user tools in gear at super affordable prices, with a 10% commission. For details, check out our catalog. Two villages with totally different vibes appeared before players. These two races have very distinct traits, but both villages have entry restrictions. With such tough entry rules, players could not do much, and comments kept rolling in. Damn, I got rejected by the fairies. My mom says I am not that bad though. Never trust your mom's compliments. Guys, oh man, you asked your mom before going? Just ask your friends. Friends are more honest and objective about stuff like this. Haha, what exactly are the entry rules? I see uglier people getting in. Why did I believe everything would work out just because I looked good in the mirror? Haha, what were the developers thinking making this game? Seriously, why would they create a game like this? Surprisingly, these changes did not just affect the players. As more and more info spread among players, a new wave of rumors started shaking up every corner of Arcadia, all from an old, dusty room. The tall guy wearing a hat spoke up. Hey, did you hear? Apparently, the mythical creatures in the forest and the dwarves are real. They just found their village nearby. Lots of people are paying adventurers to take them on tours. They say those villages are packed with rare mythical items. The guy across from him replied, of course I heard. Just imagine the value of items made by dwarves. I even heard the royal family is interested in those villages. Sitting on a chair, a powerful woman ordered, send a delegation there immediately. Tell them we want to establish diplomatic relations and start trading. The man replied, yes, Your Majesty. I will carry out your orders. The girl resting her chin sighed thoughtfully. I want to go there too. Constantly disrupting the dwarves. If I did not have these royal duties, I would honestly regret becoming what I am. On the news broadcast, the cheerful host said, next, we report on Arcadia Logs, a Vergame company. Their latest game setting, which discriminates players by appearance and height, has sparked lots of controversy. The developer officially responded, but player complaints keep piling up. Next, the company said they will need to take some measures to handle the situation. The dev snacking while watching TV thought, game news is now on the big screen. This world really is changing fast. But then, wide-eyed, he wondered, wait, is this my fault? The computer screen glowed in the dark room. On screen was Arcadia, buzzing with gossip and events. No matter how I think about it, I can understand why the Slims were used to destroy the newbie village. To me, exploiting players is even more ridiculous. Aren't the victims still mining at the Being Quof quarry? This witch hunt is next level crazy. That game company must be nuts. Groups of players formed factions, then erupted into wars and all sorts of drama. They are pure evil to the bone. The usual chaos, the usual madness. Whoa, his hand trembled on the mouse as he thought. Wait, then I remembered. I am the mastermind behind most of Arcadius events. Worried, he realized how much his actions affected the game. Honestly, I thought these were just random events. Feeling guilty, he thought angrily. Who made this job for anarchist poets anyway? I really want to see those guys' faces. He raised his hand, thinking. But whatever, why should I care? I am just trying to get by. With that, he logged into the game world. A message popped up. You have logged into Arcadia. Quest complete. The World Tree has awakened and begun overseeing the entire continent. Connection to the spirit realm has been restored, boosting spirit appearances and power generations. A treaty promoting peace between goblins and dwarves has been successfully signed. Species that vanished centuries ago have now repopulated the continent. Calculating player influence rewards. 623,123 fame points earned. Item received. Fruit of the World Tree, 738,591 fame points. He smiled at the system panel, thinking, this actually makes me feel better. But how should I use this item? The info panel for the mythical grade World Tree fruit appeared. The World Tree bears fruit once every 1,000 years, packed with potent life energy, usable in many ways. However, this is a one-time use item. Use with caution. Once used, it permanently boosts life force by 100% and doubles health regeneration rate, an ingredient for the Philosopher's Stone. Still, the leader thought a legendary consumable item with such stats makes sense why tanks would fight fiercely over it. I do not know much about the Philosopher's Stone, but considering recent Arcadia events, this has to be a crucial item. There really is an alchemist class in this game. He looked around, puzzled, thinking, but where are Tan and L? Every time I log in, they are always posting non-stop drama. A shout rang out. Let go. Let me go. He suspiciously looked toward the source of the scream. A shout rang out again, stopping him. How dare you sneak into the sacred land of the World Tree? Ahead, Basso was pinning a blonde guy to the ground, yelling, why are you here? I am good looking enough, so why can't I come in? Basso shouted back. Shut your ugly human mouth. How dare you say that with that ridiculous face? Then only his screams could be heard. In a corner, El asked Tan what he thought of that human. Tan rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said objectively, ugly? I would give him a 4. El replied, I think just a 2. He is ugly as heck. Tan laughed. Seems like your crew rates harshly too. It is. Seriously. You guys are all weird and ugly. Maybe that is why your standards are so low. El said, laughing awkwardly. Tan laughed loudly. Fair enough. Honestly, no demon in Arcadia has a face that would not scare a fish off. El said, you have got a strong stomach to lead those guys without feeling sick. From a distance, Dex watched Tan and El chatting up in the tree, thinking to himself that these two were teasing each other, but seemed way closer than before. Far off, the World Tree shimmered, glowing softly in the starlight. Tan emptied a bag filled with magical shards. Tan stared at the shards angrily and muttered, just as I thought. This is tough. Well, if it has come to this, there is nothing more I can do now. I will try taking it to the demon realm to see if it can be fixed. Dex's voice called from behind. Tan, do you know about the dragon's heart? Tan asked curiously. The dragon's heart? What do you want with the heart of a reptile? El beside him also asked, why are you suddenly after that? He replied, well, the World Tree said it needs that and asked me to bring it. I do not know if it can be bought with fame points, or if it even exists in the divine or demon realms. Tan laughed. Haha, the master still does not really know this world. You think the heart of a mythical lizard god is easy to get? El chimed. Yeah, even we have a hard time finding one. Tan's eyes sharpened with seriousness. The other parts are easier, but the heart is a whole different story. It is the organ that generates magic for dragons. Not only does it produce massive magic, but unbelievably, it can store infinite magic inside. El nodded. Exactly. Plus, when a dragon senses death near, it releases all the stored magic back to nature. In other words, a naturally dead dragon's heart dissolves into the environment. That makes it even harder to get, Dexlian said. Wait, so to get a dragon's heart, Tanlian replied, you have to storm their lair, behead it, and pull the heart out yourself. El agreed. That is the only way. Dex slapped his forehead, sighing. That is crazy. Tanline, let me be clear, even for the master, catching a dragon is tough, even if you have powerful creatures backing you. Il laughed. Right? Even baby dragons, once they go all out, a high-ranking angel is not guaranteed to win. Dexlian asked, so is it possible to catch a dragon? Tan was surprised. What? A dragon is not totally impossible. But wait, let me calculate the odds. Tan said, pulling out a calculator. While calculating, he said, if it is a dragon, it has to be at least 8,000 years old. And if I personally merge with its body, and if we bring extra weapons, And there is no distractions. We can defeat it in the minimum battle time. Tan held up the calculator laughing. Possible. If we have at least 123,114,444 fame points. Dex blinked. Huh. Feels like I just saw something from another world. Then sighed. What now? Do you realize the impact killing a dragon would have on the whole Arcadia continent? Especially a great dragon lord? L worried. Exactly. Even if I did it, I would need at least 150,000 fame points. Of course. The Divine Realm would never get involved in killing a dragon. Hearing that, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. They are not totally wrong about that. The strongest monsters in Arcadia number only a few dozen across the continent. The image of a mighty dragon flashed in his mind, especially a dragon lord level 1. Thinking that, he sighed and said it is not urgent anyway. We will handle it later. Tan was startled. Saying that means we are finally taking one down. Even though we just explained it to you, you immediately asked. So what do we do now, Master? Looking into the shimmering pond. He replied that he plans to head back to a village near the Rumir Desert. I doubted. Rumir? That is Lunma territory. Why choose that place? Dex smiled slyly and said, and you have not reached the dwarf village yet. Right? I will take you there. So stop jumping around. Jigyeon curiously asked, the dwarf village. Dex said, what is up? Jigyeon shyly replied, nothing. I just want to meet the fire spirits. I heard they are beautiful and want to see them for myself. Dex said sorry. But you probably want to even get 1 foot in before you get kicked out. Jigyeon asked. Dex just laughed, patted his shoulder, and said trust me, you should head to the dwarves first. Jigyeon asked suspiciously. Why's that? Dex said, just trust me on this. We will meet at the village near Jumir Desert. Got it. Jigyeon was left full of question marks in his head. Back to reality. Looking at the glowing world tree shining in front of them, Tan asked if he had friends. Yolian said he has close ties with other humans, which is unusual. Dex said, I am no hermit hiding from the world. Of course I have friends. Tan suspiciously asked, well, humans are really strange. Didn't Tate expect someone as odd as you to keep close ties with others? Dex glanced and said, what are you talking about? Tan angrily crossed his arms and said, are you serious? Master, you have caused so much trouble. It is like an entire city's worth. Tan laughed cruelly and said, honestly, I think you always wear a mask and hide your identity because you are afraid humans will catch you and execute you. Dex said flee. Enough nonsense. Let us keep moving. L asked, hey Dex, when we get to Rumor, do you think we can see that kid again? Tan asked curiously. Huh? Which kid? L answered, the kid who carries on the volcano swish. Dex said, Dungix? You mean black as a coal? L said yeah. Wonder how they are doing now. Dex smiled. Said yeah. We should check it out. I am curious about their life now too. By now, Dex had reached the vast Rumor Desert. In a market corner, a voice called out that the fire caravan to the dwarf village was about to depart, and someone was selling claw crystals here. Perfect for preventing heat stroke. Guide to the dwarf village departing soon. I am an explorer sensing danger level 9. No need to worry about bites. The trip will go smoothly. Come check out these dwarf-made items. Super cheap. Really cheap. Dex stood in the market, suspiciously saying, Rumir? I know. As he walked past the crowd, he thought this place used to be just rocks and sand. Seems like adventurers have gathered here, finding the right strategy to revive this city. The collective intelligence is truly impressive. Well, the roads are easier to travel now than before. Tan excitedly interrupted his thoughts. Master, is the friend you are about to meet as special as you? El happily asked. Does he have any fame or something like that? Dex replied. You guys really care about fame? He looked surprised ahead, perfect for preventing infatuation. The guide to the dwarf village is about to depart. I am an explorer sensing danger level 9. No worries about getting bitten. The trip will go smoothly. Check out the items made by the dwarves, they are super cheap. Really dirt cheap. Dex stands in the market, suspiciously saying, Rumir? I know. As he walks past the crowd, he remembers this place used to be just stones and sand. Looks like the players have gathered here now. Finding the right strategy to bring life back to this city collective intelligence is seriously impressive. Well, the roads are way easier to travel now. Tan excitedly interrupts his thoughts. Master, this friend you are about to meet, is he as special as you? El cheerfully asks. Does he have reputation points or something like that? He replies, those guys really do have reputation points. He looks ahead in surprise. There ahead is Yijian. Walking down the street, he approaches Yijian. You are Yijian, right? Yijian nods. Who is that? How do you know my name? Could it be Dex? You actually showed up. I am so touched right now. After saying that, he seemed like he wanted to wipe away tears and hug him, but was stopped with a shushing gesture too loud. Keep your mouth shut. Yijian scratched his head awkwardly and apologized. saying it was just because he was so surprised. The guy got mad and said, "Don't you dare call me by my real name. Promise me." He smiled slyly like a tiger. "No choice. I am gonna have to do it this way." Yijian looked at him curiously. The system panel popped up showing a mask item equipped. The divine mask of deception activated. The power of deceit and disguise covered the player's body, completely hiding their true identity. Then he grinned and said, "From now on, call me I will show up like this to everyone else." Got it? Yijian's eyes lit up happily. Woo. So cool. So this is one of your special powers. Hey, your face, wait. Even your account name changed. How did you do that? Is it a disguise skill? Yijian excitedly kept asking, while Dex gave a lazy, no explanation face. Yijian lunged in to hug him, but no it. Even the disguise skill can be asterisk that asterisk perfect. Dex pushed Yijian away with his hand. It is an item effect. You are getting a little too close for comfort. He tilted his head, eager to get going. Let us head out already. The road to the dwarf village is pretty long. Yeah? I was actually waiting for you, and I also found the way there. Yijian said cheerfully, surprised. He asked how to get there. Yijian happily explained that among the convoys heading to the dwarf village, there is one called the GM convoy they can follow. It is a good time to leave now, so I already reserved spots for us. Look, here are the tickets. He paused. Then thought, wait, if it is the GM convoy, could it be? He sighed helplessly. This guy, out of all convoys, we had to pick that one. Yijian was a bit surprised to see him sigh like that. The GM convoy is Burn's crew. A bad connection from back then. It reminded him of a conversation he once had with that guy. He hoped he would not have to get involved any deeper, especially since they hold some real-world influence too. Dex thought it over carefully, basically clueless about what to do now. Yijian, unaware of his thoughts, worriedly asked, "What is wrong? Is there a problem?" He waved it off and asked again, "Is that the only convoy about to leave?" Yijian replied there was another convoy, but Dex looked a bit embarrassed because it was small and not very trustworthy. He sighed, "I have got some old grudges with GM, so let us switch to the other convoy. Worst case, I can just grab the loot and run." Yijian's eyes lit up with excitement. Old grudges. Huh, as expected of Dex. Wait, Dex, he said helplessly. Keep it down. Do not embarrass me. Yijian dashed off, planning to negotiate since the smaller convoy's price was only 20 silver, while the other was a full gold coin. Tan nearby sneered. What is up with that mortal guy? I thought your friend was some kind of big deal. I was even thinking about sending a demon to possess him and control him. El nearby evaluated. He seems pretty reliable. I hope he can be a talented guy spreading divine justice across this continent as your friend. But Dex groaned. Hey, you guys just see my friends as tools. Huh. Cut to two people in front introducing themselves. The white-haired man cheerfully said he was the convoy leader. Pei. And this is his deputy Lemon. Dex happily greeted them. Nice to meet you guys. Pei said cheerfully. Thanks for trusting our convoy. We have actually had a hard time finding people since our convoy is pretty small. Food and drinks are all fully prepped. So if anyone's tired or feeling sick, just let us know. He added, we have prepared for almost everything, so we should reach the dwarf village within 3 days. Surprised by their enthusiasm, Dex was a bit taken aback. Putting that aside, he asked them a question. He wanted to know if they were friends. Since their names seemed related, they quickly got shy, admitted they just got married, and tried not to make it obvious. But it was probably pretty clear now. Jijin shook his head, frozen, thinking, so sweet. I am seriously jealous. A gaming couple. Huh. I want to be like that with my girlfriend someday. To enter the dwarf village, Jin Cutterforge, you have to cross the Rumia Desert, one of Arcadia's 5 forbidden zones. Daytime temperatures are scorching, and nights cut deep with icy dew. Many adventurers choose this place as their final resting ground. But what is even more terrifying is the presence of insanely powerful monsters lurking here, the giant desert scorpions, with blazing red armor and razor-sharp horns. Usually, caravans try to avoid crossing the Rumia Desert entirely. They will scout and find safer routes to travel. The wizard in the group uses ice magic to slow down any monsters that show up. Of course, the warrior acts as the front line, holding off enemies so the caravan can escape. This combo is the bare minimum every group must have. Under the burning sun of Rumia Desert, the warriors in heavy armor suddenly tense up. The 3 red scorpions are closing in. We have got some big pincers here, and there is another one over there. Damn. That is the 3rd time. Apple, ready the ice magic? Get ready to move out. Ice Mage, is your mana back yet? What? Apple panics. Gijin, what now? If you two die here, the penalty will be brutal. But you just sit there silent, not doing anything, not even wiped out yet, just watching what happens. His eyes drift away, just as expected. Most of the caravan members are NPCs. If those two go down, the rest will be wiped out for sure. The scorpion lashes its tail, and knocking a knight far away, everyone nearby panics. Another one charges forward. Apple yells for everyone to retreat behind the sand dunes. If you bring heavy gear like this, you one team make it. Drop your stuff and run for your lives. Apple spins around. Face shock. What? His eyes? How can this be so messed up? Clutching his sword tightly, he braces himself. He can just stand by and watch their gear get trashed. Salvaging even a little would be better than nothing. Deck's eyes widen in surprise. He sees Apple blocking the monster and thinks about the penalty if they fail. Lemon shouts, "Don't get reckless." Apple, the scorpion, raises a pincer and roars with rage. Suddenly, a wave of ice magic appears. Wrapping tightly around it, Lemon stares wide-eyed. That is, X blocks the monster with one hand, a glowing blue magical circle forming under his feet, lighting up the area. He glances back at Apple, who looks hopeless, but is not this just cruel? Apple's face is stunned and panicked. You are. Ice hardens the scorpion's one pincer. It angrily lashes its tail, aiming a finishing blow at him. Divine judgment. Dex chants, summoning ice magic. His eyes glow icy blue. The entire scorpion freezes solid. Shocking Apple behind him, Dex turns it, smiling as he talks to the caravan leader, still cool after holding out till the end, even promising to send extra funds for the help. Apple in front still looks dazed, his face blank as expected. Dex quickly warns there are many more scorpion groups ahead. At his words, 2 or 3 more rise from under the hot sand. He carefully sizes up the scorpions. They are tall, but only have average attack power, though designed for players to avoid. Dex smirks. Now's the time to fight and call for backup. Right? Then let us send them off for good. Snow instantly starts falling harder and harder. Dex's left hand suddenly summons an ice spear. A magical aura bursts from his feet, surrounding him with chilling pressure. He quickly strikes the scorpions with a powerful ice attack, smashing through their tough shells. Onlookers watch, a mix of awe and fear in their eyes. A cold blue glow spreads around him. The warriors marvel, never thought they would see an ice spear in the heart of the Rumia desert. Someone comments they heard of a player who easily handled 2 scorpions, dominating this area. The glowing aura fades, revealing the figure. Surely the person in the rumor is. The blue aura fades, revealing him, an ice warrior. Jack Frost, looking cool with a spear in hand, his whole body covered in cold ice. The system announces, the divine descent has ended, with 28,352,000 points earned. You mumble, 28,000 points. That is pretty good productivity. Ten appears angry. Thought the new guy would recover quickly. Anyway, dealing with desert scorpions, you can use your usual gear. El beside Kingby says, it is because of the sword, the fear it spread was destroyed. He insisted on admitting it to fix it. Tan shouts angrily, tell her to shut up. El to Kingby, it should have been smashed from the start. What a piece of junk. Tan gets even more worked up. You can only helplessly say, posting this online will get a lot of views for sure. The battle of Satan versus the Archangel. Dex's face looks distant and uninterested, not at all focused. He just quietly stares at Sazem, lost in thought. You still hear the Pineapple caravan leader's voice. If it were not for Lestio, the whole caravan would have been wiped out. The Pineapple caravan leader deeply appreciates Lestidorus' rescue, bowing sincerely to thank him. Thank you. I am truly grateful. Trust me, I will repay you fully. Dex quietly listened as the convoy leader spoke, then gently offered his own thoughts. I know I am not really in a position to say this, but the convoy is seriously lacking strength and any real defense. Convoy leader Pineapple realized he would been careless, overly confident in his own decisions, without double-checking, leading to this disaster. That is why Pineapple kept meeting with people, honestly owning up to his mistakes. Due to financial reasons, we had to replace some members from the city's PC squad. I knew we needed to hire mercenaries to grow stronger. Pineapple kept explaining, but without enough funds, even minimum payments became impossible. I was hoping this trip would bring in big money, but now it looks tough. Lemon carefully reviewed the stats, then announced they would collected all remaining items. Loss rate was 45%, but the rest were unharmed. Pineapple was desperate, pleading with Syndex. He knew Syndex's trust in the convoy was shaky, but asked if he would keep traveling with them. I am almost there, and turning back now would cost more. I promise to compensate you well for escorting us. After hearing no response to his pleas, Pineapple lost his cool and shouted out loud, this is a genuine request from your convoy leader. Lestio, we have to get to the Sandforge no matter what. Dex's mind raced with thoughts. He rested his hand on his chin, seriously pondering. Honestly, Sandforge is not far from here, and they do not seem like bad people. Helping them probably won't hurt anyone. As he randomly thought this through, an idea suddenly popped into Dex's head. But for an escort mission in these conditions, did he accept the offer because he saw no benefit for himself, or just because he was desperate? Smirking slyly, Dex thought, well then, this is gonna be interesting. Putting on a friendly face, Dex held out his hand and said, alright. Hearing that, Pineapple was overjoyed like he would struck gold, so happy he was speechless. After a moment, Pineapple composed himself, smiled, and warmly said, thank you. Naturally, they shook hands as a sign of their agreement. Later, the system board displayed a notification. Rumia Desert. Dwarf City. Sandforge Gate. The scene shifted to a bustling crowd gathered at the city gates. Pie-Apple's convoy had arrived. One member was so exhausted he was coughing as he announced their arrival. "We made it and we are safe." Pie-Apple and his deputy Pie-Lemon sighed with relief. "Grateful to have survived. That was too close, we almost ran into bandits. All thanks to Lestio." Dix also smiled contentedly, happy they achieved their goal. Pie-Apple, lugging a heavy load, approached Dix and praised him. "Who'd have thought you knew your way around this desert?" Dix blushed at the compliment and laughed awkwardly. "Haha, you are too kind." As they entered Sandforge, shouts echoed from Pie-Apple's side and approaching GM Merchant Caravan. Their members were as impressive as ever. Those words caught Pie-Apple's attention, making him look back with a puzzled expression. A white-haired man loudly commanded, "Everyone, clear the way. Gem's caravan is passing through. Make way for the mercenary force taking control of this road." Their confident leader led the GM caravan proudly forward. Locals in the Rumia Desert whispered about this. One advised quietly, "Just stay quiet and get out of their way. I heard if you pick a fight with them, they won't even let you near Rumia." Another warned. A red-haired villager turned pale and complained, "So unfair. But there is nothing we can do." The villager's chatter caught Dex's attention. He silently observed, sighed deeply, and thought, "No matter where I go, people always hate me." Suddenly, the man with spiked back hair turned his head while walking and exclaimed, "Hey!" It turned out the heavy cargo Pie-Apple and Deputy Pie-Lemon were struggling to carry had caught his eye. That ugly old man laughed wickedly, mocking and jeering at them. "Haha! Look at those lowly merchants daring to trade with the dwarf god. They are poking at them like they are under attack by scorpions or something." The guy with the spiked hair did not stop there. He looked at them with pure contempt and spat out the nastiest insults. "And they are even renting PCs. They probably picked the cheapest ones." No doubt. The white-haired man next to him was not any better. He piled up, saying only a few players even hang around there. Jijin nervously stepped up to Dex and whispered, "Lestio, are they talking about us?" Dex stayed silent, quietly watching the group. Those nasty folks kept mocking them. Guess the other side's not too happy. Compared to them, our group's basically paradise. The white-haired man and the spiky-haired guy kept going, saying that anyone stuck with that group probably has not earned a single gold coin, still poor even after joining the game. What a pathetic bunch. They were so loud that the GM leader yelled at them to quiet down. Enough with the trash talk. Only then did they stop joking around. "Captain, you are too serious." Someone muttered. The Demon King Satang's face darkened with anger when he heard those insults, almost shouting out loud, "What are they saying about the master?" Archangel Michael crossed his arms, grinding his teeth and sneering, "Just a bunch of kids who only care about themselves. Arrogant and full of themselves. Should we teach them a lesson?" Dex was not the confrontational type. He kept calm and told everyone, "Enough, let us be quiet." But Demon King Satang could not hold back his frustration and yelled, "Master, what do you plan to do? Surely you won't let them get away with this." "They are doomed," Dex said calmly, unshaken by the chaos around him. "Let me think this through." Dex was a long-term thinker, not just chasing quick wins but avoiding future losses. Now he finally spoke. "Kicking them out would just ruin the fun," Dex said, leaving Demon King Satang stunned. With his sharp mind, Dex quickly came up with a plan to punish those arrogant fools. If you understood Dex's mindset, you would see he could be truly terrifying. Dex confidently declared, "We should let others enjoy the show. It has been a while since we had such good entertainment." In his mind, he kept thinking, "This is pretty exciting." The Rumia Desert City appeared grand and dazzling, glowing like the morning sun. Thoughts raced through Dex's head, knowing all the merchants were flocking here because of the dwarf god's crafted items. Dex glanced at the commoners chatting. One of them was sure, "But it is just merchants here." Then, a message popped up on the info board, explaining why the Rumia Desert Guild formed as a caravan. As the number of people coming to the dwarf god city and forge increased day by day, conditions for entry improved. The system board announced that if you join or follow a caravan, you can enter the desert without height or appearance checks, but do not expect special treatment. "Just entry," the city gate guard said seriously. "Let us see who is carrying the most goods." Before finishing his thought, the guard lost patience and shouted, "All right, let them through. No more trouble." Led by the group passed smoothly. The caravan entered the city in total awe. Everyone was stunned by how much it had developed. They all murmured their praise. "Whoa, no way. Look up at the ceiling, they built an entire city underground. That is incredible. I have seen it in videos, but it looks way cooler in real life. Now I get why everyone is crazy about the dwarves. Totally worth the effort." Just then, Dex stepped forward, turned to everyone, and said warmly, Great job. Everyone, now that we are inside the city, it is time to say goodbye. I hope your caravan grows even stronger. Caravan leader Pineapple felt struck by Dex's words, hesitating awkwardly before saying, "Wait, Dex." Immediately, the leader rushed over to Dex and urgently said, "I have not finished my part of the deal yet. If you give me some time to change clothes before you can finish." Dex was already speechless. I do not need any compensation." Then he turned and walked away calmly, leaving the words, "I will come back for something else later." Jijin smiled happily, loving his friend's attitude. Right after, Dex sincerely said, "All right then, off." The Pineapple Caravan leader and Lamont deputy leader exchanged worried glances and said in unison, "Something else. This guy's for real." But by then, Dex and Jijin had already disappeared into the distance, turning toward another part of the city. While moving, Dex drifted into thoughts. What I said was not out of kindness. Looking at the caravan estate, the compensation would barely be a few dozen gold coins. Thinking that, he fell into deep reflection. I have got enough gold anyway. Just then, his system account balance popped up, showing the gold Dex had received. The strategies Dex had painstakingly built flashed through his mind. What I really need now is not some gold, but connections with people who will work hard. At the city owner's hall, Dwarf King Anna welcomed everyone enthusiastically, greeting them warmly. "Welcome, everyone." Immediately, Dex seized the chance to greet the God Wheel City King, openly expressing his feelings. "It has been a while, has not it?" King Ant stepped forward cheerfully and said, "Sure, but you all came back sooner than I expected." Though Dex appeared friendly on the surface, his mind was racing with thoughts. This guy is the God Wheel King. I thought he was just a high-level player, but he really has tons of connections. After the warm greetings, King Anna got straight to the point, curious about Dex's situation. "So how is it going? Those goblins sure signed that pact easily." Dex immediately pulled out the treaty from his bag and calmly explained. "The goblins agreed to your terms. Queen Melissa personally signed it, so they will keep their word." The treaty was neatly folded with a red seal in the center, which made King Ant beam with joy and say, "Really?" Taking the treaty from Dex, King Ant carefully examined it, then said solemnly, "This is the Goblin Royal Seal. Never thought I would see this day." Unable to hide his pride and emotion, the king honestly admitted, "I never thought those arrogant, foolish power-abusing goblins would ever sign a treaty." Dex stayed calm and gently reminded him, "Since you have the treaty, it takes effect immediately. From now on, you must regularly send envoys to negotiate trade with the goblins, and both sides need to work actively together." King Ant of Godwheel City listened carefully to Dex's advice, nodded firmly, and said, "Understood. I will inform my subordinates and prepare accordingly." Suddenly, Dex spoke up. "I have revised the list of items to be traded. You can check them in the agreement." Hearing this, King Anta quickly opened the treaty and examined it carefully, then muttered, his eyes flashing oddly. The offers in the treaty seemed so unbelievable even for the noble God Wheel King. "What the hell is this?" He was as excited as a child, exclaiming, "Not just branches from the world tree, but also leaves, wood, and even a high-grade spirit stone." Priceless items flooded his mind. The treaty seemed too good to be true. King Ant could not keep calm and leaned forward, anxiously questioning Dex. "How did you convince those goblins? They treat the world tree like their ancestor." Before he could finish, Dex cut in gently, advising, "You should work hard to keep friendly relations with them, avoid impulsive arguments over small matters, and watch your words." Unsatisfied with the answer, King Ant ordered, "Answer me properly." But just then, the system popped up with a series of notifications. "You have successfully helped the goblins and dwarves sign a treaty, bringing peace between two different races. Your negotiation skill has leveled up. All species will now listen to you, and the power of items created by the dwarves will improve significantly. The friendship between goblins and dwarves has grown stronger. You have gained the negotiation instinct." Somehow, Dex managed to persuade the tough King Ant, and now the two are warmly shaking hands in friendship. After bidding farewell to King Ant, Dex and Jijil stepped out of the main residence, both curious and full of questions in their minds. Jijil broke the silence, asking, "Hey Dex, what is up with all that stuff about demons just now?" Dex replied casually, "What do you mean? I just brokered a deal between the demons and the dwarf god, but do not tell anyone." "Alright. Too many people knowing would just cause trouble." Jijil was satisfied with the answer and said confidently, "Of course. I won pride. But where are we headed now?" Dex turned to Jijil with a mysterious smile and said, "Nowhere special. I just want to meet someone. Honestly, that is why I came here." Jijil froze at Dex's words, breaking out in sweat and trembling as he blurted out, "You want to meet someone right after seeing the king? Who is it?" Dex did not answer directly. "Just teasing. You will find out soon enough. This person's really adorable. Then, the image of a small boy holding a stretcher flashed in Dex's mind. Scene shift to Helion Forge. The apprentice training center just as massive and imposing as the city center itself. The clanging of a hammer striking steel echoed through the forge. The blacksmiths at Helion Forge were arguing fiercely. One sneered. Can't he even do it properly? You think steel bends under such a light tap? Another shot back. You are useless. Learn to control the fire and temperature right. How can you call yourself a god of the forge when you are this bad? Byron, the master blacksmith at Helion, stepped forward and shouted. Enough nonsense. No slacking today. If you can make something decent, do not expect to eat. Byron paced around checking their progress. Sneering. Hey you, is this supposed to be a dagger? I will explain it to you until you get it right. The other blacksmiths nearby egged on the tension. Seriously. You are good only for mining. Any normal person could do better than this. Ung Six was crushed by their harsh words. With no choice but to bow his head, he sincerely apologized. I will try harder. Then went back to heating the weapon. Desperate to please Byron, Byron accepted the apology but mocked him. If it were not for Death Star kicking people out long ago. He tossed the dagger Ung Six worked so hard onto the ground like trash. Ung Six worked in a hostile environment, facing discrimination just because he was a pitiful, useless kid. He could only silently cry, his mind swirling with self-blame and frustration. This is exhausting. Brother Death, is this really right for me? Just then, the system panel popped up with a notification. You have forged a dagger for beginners. A finely crafted item rewarded for this achievement appeared. Its quality level significantly upgraded a rare item beyond ordinary. His weapon crafting skill leveled up, and his forging efficiency improved a bit, seemingly fueled by the harsh criticism from the seasoned blacksmiths around him. Ung Six worked like crazy to craft a more advanced weapon but still sighed. Oh man, this is not enough. I need to do even better. While deep in thought about his weapon plan, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his ear. How's your forging coming along? Shocked by the sudden voice, Ung Six thought to himself. That voice. It is. After a moment's thought, Ung Six found his answer. Big brother Dex strolled in casually with a bright, excited expression. Dex smiled warmly and asked, Hey kid, how have you been lately? Getting any better at forging? The dagger Ung Six crafted was logged in the system. Marked as a rare beginner's dagger, a masterpiece forged by a skilled blacksmith. New players can use it easily, with about 80 to 100 attack power, 500 durability, and it can detect weak spots on monsters of the same level. The system kept analyzing the dagger Ung Six made as it caught Dex's question. Ung Six lowered his head worriedly but honestly shared his thoughts, saying that forging daggers is the most basic training for apprentices. His dwarf colleagues had already advanced to the next level, but he was not sure when he would improve, even though he felt this dagger was a total disaster. Before Ung Six finished, Dex curiously picked up the dagger, examined it, and drifted into deep thought. Could a starter item with no level cap really be this powerful? And a rare quality one at that? Rare items like this can fetch millions at the auction house. The more Dex thought about it, the more brilliant ideas popped up until he finally concluded this kid actually has the power to shake Arcadia's entire economy. Meanwhile, Lestiora seemed so deep in thought that even Ung Six wondered what his older brother was scheming. Dex stared at Ung Six with a judging look, then silently confirmed that his assessment was spot on. Zijin had quietly approached Dex and spotted him holding the rare dagger. Surprised, Zijin exclaimed, Woo, this item's pretty good. It is almost like a level 20 magic item. This dagger seemed oddly captivating. Zijin praised it nonstop, especially since it could spot weak points, something unique and super useful for archers with keen senses. Ung Six felt a bit awkward from all the praise, as if he was not really confident in his own skills yet. He quickly denied it, saying even the masters were not satisfied with it. They said it at least needed to reach unique quality before he could move forward. Dex was shocked hearing this and blurted out, Unique quality? That is a tall order. Ung Six hung his head, hesitating as he explained that no matter how many daggers he forged, none ever reached rare quality. People always say to just go with your gut. Big Brett? Do you think it is wrong for someone like me to dream of being a blacksmith? Seeing his little brother doubt himself, Demon King Sading jumped in to encourage him. Hey, if a human can make something like this, that is already impressive. Angel Michael happily chimed in. Yeah, it is still a bit rough, but this dagger has a certain charm. Demon King Sading wondered aloud. Maybe it is just because he spent too little time on it. Putting that much charm into something takes a long time. Angel Michael immediately agreed, saying, Right? Something's off, even with Vunke Nurse artifacts. This quality is way too low. Dex silently listened to the conversation. Then suddenly a thought hit him. Wait. Artifacts. I remember there was a note about that. With that in mind, Dex quickly ordered, Unix, can you show me that hammer again? Unix held up the old hammer and asked suspiciously, this one. Dex's face lit up like he would found treasure. Yeah, just for a bit. The system popped up info analyzing Unix hammer. It was the legendary hammer of Vunke Nurse. Equip condition. Must be recognized by Vunke Nurse. Damage 10 to 15. Unlimited durability. Requires production skill. Grants full fire resistance. Stamina consumption during crafting reduced by 99%. Mental focus boosts proficiency. But buying, selling, trading, and destroying are impossible. After carefully reviewing the info, Dex thought to himself, yeah, this is the key point in the story Tan and El told me about. That was the requirement for wielding this weapon, which Dex saw clearly in the system data. Suddenly, Dex pointed the dagger back at Ung 6 and gently asked, hey, Ung 6, what were you thinking when you crafted this dagger? Caught off guard, Ung 6 stammered. Thinking. I just gave forging a shot. Dex's eyes grew more determined as he stared at Ung 6 and gently advised him. Think about it, are you really putting your heart into that dagger? Dex's words echoed in Ung 6's mind. Was this just a training exercise for him, or something more? Taking the dagger from Dex's hand, Ung 6 carefully examined it, scrutinizing every detail before falling into deep thought. Dex kept passionately warning Ung 6 about the dangers he would face in life. Listen, kid, even Hand Knows Arcadia is not just some simple game. Try again, but this time do not get distracted. Focus all your energy on making the best masterpiece you can. Dex's powerful words sparked something inside Ung 6 he had the ability all along. He just had not awakened it yet, fueled by new fire. Living his dream, Ung 6 stared steadily at his skilled hands that had crafted countless items and vowed, with all my heart. He tried to recall his weapon crafting days at Lozencat, the flickering flames lighting up the dark forge. There was a passionate, dedicating 6, working tirelessly and wildly forging weapons. Jiggy Yun, stunned by the scene, approached Dex hesitantly and said, Dex, looking into the kid's eyes, it feels like this one be done in a day or two. Maybe we should step back. But Dex ignored the warning, placing huge faith in Ung 6 and calmly declined. Sorry. Jiggy Yun, you go ahead. Jiggy Yun's stunned by Dex's refusal. Meanwhile, Ung 6 remained completely focused on his work. In his innocent eyes burned an unshakable determination no one could break, calmly sharing his thoughts. Dex said, he listened to me and quietly followed the path of a blacksmith all this time. Even now, he trusts me enough to pick up the hammer again. Leaning against the wall, watching Ung 6, Dex could not hide his emotions as he made his final decision. I want to stay by the kid's side, at least until he finishes. Meanwhile, the flames blazed fiercely in the forge, matching Ung 6's determination. As he forged, Ung 6's mind wandered. He had no technical talent, no passion for the craft, no artistic flair, nothing at all. In truth, in this world, he would just been drifting along with everything around him. Two versions of Ung 6 filled his mind. One was the blacksmith with a tired body but a life purpose. The other, a lost, aimless Ung 6 with no direction. But everyone has the right to choose their own path. And Ung 6 had finally found his eyes shone brighter than ever, because he would found his answer in life. But this time, it was different. Someone believed in him, even knowing what kind of person he really was. Thinking this, Ung 6 pictured Dex's kind face, carrying him through tough times. These thoughts grew stronger. Big brother Dex had trusted him until the end. He had to repay that trust, determined not to let Dex down. Ung 6 threw his whole heart and soul into crafting this piece as a way to repay his mentor's kindness. Working like crazy, Ung 6 triggered constant system alerts, an item boosting heat resistance, reduced stamina loss during crafting, Vunkarna's hammer responding to user determination. Crafting complete. He was completely stunned by the scene, frozen in place, mouth agape in amazement. Her eyes widened in disbelief. It was just too incredible to believe what she saw. A flood of system messages appeared. An item capable of shaking the entire continent had been crafted, its quality far beyond expectations. The item's quality was adjusted. A unique item was created, weapon crafting proficiency soared, and weapon crafting skill leveled up to 8. The soulful blacksmith title was earned, and the elders smiled proudly at your achievement. Ung 6 stood rooted to the spot, overwhelmed by all the information flooding in. He beamed with joy. I did. The Demon King Satang jumped in surprise at Ung 6's loud, ecstatic shout. What the heck was that explosion? Didn't Dex ever warn you not to freak out like that? He felt the trust he placed in Ung 6 was not wasted. Dex eagerly stepped forward, ruffling Ung 6's hair and praising him. The kid had done it. No surprise. Ung 6 was so overwhelmed with joy he burst into tears. The item you crafted is the Enlightenment Dagger. In another space, The sharp voice of a man echoed, "What?" That man was Jax from the virtual world Arcadia, the creator. He stared at the data analysis board and then exclaimed in shock, "Someone already crafted the unique item. That is strange. It was supposed to take another year, according to the plan." Alice stood neatly beside Jax and gently announced, "The quality depends on meeting specific criteria. Check the numbers." Hearing this, Jax immediately opened the info panel and checked the data. He was stunned by the player's stats and blurted out, "What? It takes over a month just to make a dagger." Alice quickly replied, "Exactly." She crossed her arms. Seriously thinking it through, Jax silently admired her determination. With that kind of dedication, it made sense with the hammer. The hammer's use does not seem wrong or punishable, but it looks like he learned to use it way too fast. Alice seemed to know everything in advance. Answering Jack's question, a variable called the chaotic factor is believed to be the cause of this. Enlightened by this info, Jack pondered, staring long at the data before sighing and admitting, "But if Deft is involved, I have to say he is definitely a gamer." Then, with his vivid imagination, Jax pictured Deft stepping boldly like a hero towards the rarest, most precious weapon glowing before him. Lost in thought, Jax kept reflecting. The weapon found its true owner. "I prepared for this, but going against the system this much." His thoughts broke there. Silently, Jax started plotting his next moves, smiling slyly as he firmly stated, "Could this even restore the world tree?" It seemed Jax had his own plans. Suddenly, he sat up and asked, "Elise, what are the chances this guy triggers the Pangea storyline?" Alice quickly answered, "Episode 25. Pangea storyline, 94% chance to trigger. Estimated time, 1 year." Jax leaned over his desk, seriously concluding, "We need to implement the real-time translation system ASAP." The system board flashed again. "The West Market has achieved hero status. You have earned 150,000 recognition points." Dex stepped forward, praising Seek for the incredible feat he just pulled off. "Congrats, kid. Looks like you really get the core of crafting now." Seek was overjoyed, sincerely saying, "I still have a long way to go, but I feel like I have found the clue. Big bro, I want to give you my all." Seek suddenly offered, "Big bro, please accept this dagger." Seek insisted, and Dex totally deserved it. Dex's face froze like a 3-year-old's. He could not believe things had turned out this way and hesitated to ask again, "What? Are you serious? This dagger's worth as much as an apartment, and I do not think I can fully utilize its power." Dex was worried because to use this item, you need experience and 100% mastery. Seek ignored Dex's refusal and tried hard to persuade him, coming up with plans just to make Dex accept the gift. Dex could sell it, or give it to whoever he wanted. "I just want to give you my first crafted item as a thank you." Dex took the dagger from Seek, deep in thought. Refusing felt rude. On the outside, Dex acted reluctant, but inside he was thrilled. Finally, he shyly and reluctantly agreed, "Well, if you insist that much, I will take it." Dex said. Seek, like a happy kid, replied, "Thanks big bro." Afterwards, Dex spent the rest of the time chatting with Seek, gently asking, "You planning to stay here?" Seek answered honestly, "Of course. I still want to train a lot." Like he sensed the future, Seek asked, "Big bro, are you planning to leave for good?" Dex turned his back and walked away, softly assuring, "I will drop by to check on you sometimes. If you miss me, just send a message, I will come visit." Seek watched his back as he left, then said goodbye, promising to meet again. "Yes, boss. Thanks again. I will work really hard." Seek's voice echoed in his ears, "I will become someone useful to you." But Dex was already far away whether he heard that vow or not. No one knew. After witnessing Dex and Seek's heartfelt farewell, the Demon King Sadang could not help but be impressed. "Your master surprisingly kind." Dex seemed confused. The Demon King asked again. "Surprised? What surprised you?" Satang shared his thoughts. "Well, seeing you so kind to that kid is unexpected. You actually have a human side, especially since you often do things that help others. You seem more like a demon than me sometimes." Hearing Satang's comment, Dex frowned. "How exactly do you see me?" Satang wished if Dex was pretending to be clueless or really did not get it, so he explained, "Do you really need to ask? Should we go point by point?" Seizing the moment, Sayang puffed up his chest. "Honestly, it is pretty surprising to see you occasionally kind to humans without expecting anything in return, considering your so-called dumb friend, though I have forgotten what he looks like, and your personality. I thought you would not care about humans unless they benefit you." After understanding Sadang's feelings and questions, Dex explained, "Those guys are my friends. When something good happens, I want to share it. Honestly, We did not even know we had this side. Once again, Dex sank deep into thought, quietly reflecting, the more I understand Arcadia, the more I understand myself. The flashback ended there. Dex lowered his voice, announcing, "All right, I think it is time to put our plan into action." Sedeng sat cross-legged, shocked by Dex's words. A plan? Wait, suddenly roused by Sedeng's loud outburst. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, looking utterly adorable. Dex raised his hand in a formal, bold gesture and declared, as a I am incredibly kind to those I believe deserve it. Dex's confident voice echoed, but anyone who annoys me will be punished accordingly to satisfy my anger. The close bond between the Elven and Lund tribes has changed Arcadia's players a lot. Melissa and Loav King maintain a peaceful, cooperative relationship between their clans, helping both flourish. And here's another important announcement. These changes are not just for the players. The people of both clans crowded around the bulletin board, excited by the good news. They buzzed with chatter. The adventurers had succeeded in making peace with the Lund. It was a continent-wide sensation. Everyone pushed forward to read the board carefully, as if the news had spread faster than anyone could believe. Loav boldly declared, "At all costs, I will strengthen our forces against the other kingdoms." The brown-haired lady, focused only on her jewels, immediately ordered, "I hear Lund-made gems are all the rage lately. Get me some, price does not matter." Meanwhile, the Manzu Bakshi was only interested in research items. He insisted, "We can't fall behind. To continue our studies, we need tools made by the Lund." These ongoing explanations addressed the earlier topic specifically. The nobility. Because the nobles are wealthy, Arcadia's economy had shifted. Before, it ran mainly on the small amount of gold players earned from quests and hunting. In other words, the gold rush had begun. Just then, the system board updated with the hottest news and events. Trade guilds entered the virtual market, and the GM Corporation rose powerfully. A new gold rush brought people flooding into Arcadia. The in-game currency's exchange rate skyrocketed, impacting monthly revenue by tens of billions. The virtual economy exploded. Choi Yiju, dressed sharp, sat upright at his desk and boldly announced to the press, "At Jump, we do not just see Arcadia as a game. It is another reality we take seriously, even if it can compare to the group's other ventures. Learning from past mistakes, we are aiming to recruit top talents to build a healthy marketplace system." Then the first GM group recruitment notice appeared, detailing requirements. Merchants need not specify gender, height under 165 centimeters. Mages preferred specialized in ice magic. Explorers must have danger detection and terrain analysis level 9 or higher. Scene shifts to the vast Rumor Desert. At the gate of Lozan, the last city of the Lol people, where crowds outside the city bustle, preparing goods to trade. Dex quietly watches everyone around and silently concludes that the atmosphere has changed. Looks like a whole convoy of merchant caravans has set up shop. Suddenly, Dex's mind races. Besides that, it is about time to lighten up a bit. Out of nowhere, the GM caravan leader approaches with a friendly greeting. "Hey, looks like you are finally planning to leave. Got your ticket yet?" Slowly smiling and removing his scruffy cap, the GM caravan leader's sharp face to Dex as he casually advises, "If you want a GM ticket, better hurry, tickets won't be sold for long." Dex is caught off guard by the offer. Dex recalls the first time he arrived here, picturing the GM caravan led by a girl confidently leading the way. He digs through that old memory silently thinking, she is the GM caravan leader. Right? Seems like she really is the leader. After some thought, Dex politely declines. "Sorry, but I am planning to take a different ride." Najames, the GM caravan leader, realizing she got played, pretends to be casual. "Oh yeah." Then she cheerfully strikes up a conversation. "With the money you have spent here, you must be pretty financially free." The GM caravan leader glances around and guesses the smaller vehicle Dex using is a Pi car. Dex frowns, wondering how she knows so much about this. He thinks to himself, how does she know about that? Dex remembers the day he said goodbye to Ung Sich, with two masked figures tracking his every step. It is not that Dex did not notice, but he kept it to himself because he was not sure. Now he has found his own answer and quietly realizes the presence he sensed back then was from the GM caravan. The GM caravan leader flashes a sly grin and says, "After all that trouble, looks like you still have not learned anything." Then she turns her back and walks away. Warning, do whatever you want, but I hope you are lucky enough to keep your life. Lestio, the GM caravan leader, joins her allies, and a white-haired man quickly comments, "That is not like you at all. You going to cause trouble with that kid? I am kinda hyped for this." "Haha," the GM leader happily replies. "There is a reason. I have got some interesting news." She recalls what she overheard and shares. "I do not know how that guy did it, but he came out of the Loon Blacksmith. S-Forge players are not even allowed in there. If he manages to make some kind of deal with them, It could totally shake up our monopoly. The white-haired man and another with spiked hair listen carefully to the GM leader's explanation, with no other leads. It is just speculation, not that important. Ending the chat with a smirk, she says, "Just gut him open and you will know the truth." Dex stands silently, staring blankly into the void. Hu VV Sateng is the first to react to the Jumem group's mocking taunts. He loses his cool, eyes bloodshot, and yells out, "That is her master from earlier. Is not she someone we should be killed for being so arrogant?" You beside him eagerly chimes in support. As long as it is justice, Heaven's power is always ready to protect you. But Dex does not pay much attention to their insults. He stays calm and says evenly, "Tell her this, I am actually grateful she stirred things up first." Then Dex switches topics and excitedly announces, "You two know how the merchant caravans have been running things lately, right?" Satangan and Yo hear this from Dex and can't help but be shocked and suspicious about life. Dex laughs heartily, seeing how clueless they are like kids. He speaks up, "I am planning to start my own business. Want to hear my plan?" Meanwhile, the Pineapple Caravan leader is enthusiastically selling tickets at super affordable prices, with the Pi Lemon deputy warmly welcoming customers beside him. "Hello, we are the Pi Caravan, here to escort you safely to the next village." While calling out, the Pineapple leader suddenly notices someone hesitant in front of him and blurts out, "You are." Overwhelmed with emotion after so long apart, the Pineapple leader beams with joy. "Lestio?" Dex flashed a warm, friendly smile. "Great to see you here again. Still selling bus tickets?" Pineapple, the convoy leader, quickly confirmed, "Of course. For you, Lestio, it is." Meanwhile, Pi Lemon, the deputy, looked puzzled and questioned more openly. "But you can walk on your own, so why bother taking the bus?" Lestio, faced with the sudden question, Dex quickly came up with an answer. "Going alone gets boring. I thought having company would be nicer." Hearing Dex wish, Apple and Lemon just stood there stunned, each with a huge question mark in their heads. The sun slowly set, giving way to the quiet night as the Pi convoy marched steadily onward. Pineapple quietly shared, "The road to the forge is called the Golden Road because the dwarves make items as precious as gold." Dex nodded along and casually asked, "I read about it. Business must be pretty good for the Pi convoy." "Huh," Apple chuckled and shyly replied, "Well, with a small operation like ours, we do not make much. Even this shipment's profit is just a little." Then, to help Dex understand better, Apple vividly explained with examples and broke it down. "To really make big profits here, you need a steady flow of goods and passengers. The more customers, the more cargo to haul. Bigger wagons mean more capacity." Dex fell into deep thought, reflecting on Apple's explanation. Seeming eager to make sure Dex got it, Apple enthusiastically continued, "Take the GM convoy, for example." Mentioning the GM convoy stirred a vague worry in Apple's heart. He looked down and said quietly, "Yeah, lately GM's been the only one trading with the Loon people. It is hard enough finding workers, let alone doing business." Apple went on, sharing the info he would gathered with Dex. "They have started openly recruiting all top explorers and ice element mages, and they are paying double the usual rate. I heard most of these recruits do not even do trade, they are just there for something else." Apple frowned in frustration as he said, "They have basically cornered the labor market to crush their competition. Never thought a big corporation would stoop that low." Demon King Sading chuckled, "People are ruthless. They wipe out rivals in such a clever way." Meanwhile, Dex was lost in thought, silently agreeing, "No wonder they are so arrogant." Suddenly, a shout rang out from behind, "Boss, trouble." Both Apple and Dex startled and whipped their heads around in alarm. A teammate urgently pointed down the road. "Our convoy's tail is under attack." Apple blurted out, "What? Monsters?" The teammate clarified, "It is a group of people. Yeah, there is a fierce-looking gang approaching fast, attacking the Pi convoy." Apple was caught off guard again. He clenched his fists tightly, trembling with frustration. What are they thinking, bringing those rolling blades here? Dex, still unaware of what was happening, turned back anxiously and asked, "What is going on?" Apple recalled the legendary ferocious scorpion and had planned carefully to avoid any sudden attacks. Yet now, the group behind them was growing stronger, their roaring sounds shaking the whole area. Apple sighed, "We can speed up here or we will rile up that scorpion. I do not know what they are thinking." Everything was becoming clear. Dex gazed far ahead with narrowed eyes and said, "They look like." Watching the group fast approaching, Dex worriedly added, "It seems like they are targeting us." Turns out it was the GM convoy's crew. Their leader shouted as he sped forward, "There they are." Dex's eyes glowed red as he lowered his voice, asking Apple, "Were there bandits in the desert before?" Apple hesitated, scared, then answered, "We have never heard of that. Stealing would definitely make the GM convoy angry." Dex's mood lightened, His eyes sparkling with excitement, he gently reassured the leader of the Pi convoy, "Don't be scared. Listen up. They are from the GM convoy. Looks like they are planning to attack us." Pi convoy leader Apple froze at that announcement, seemingly unable to hide his shock as he gasped. "What? Did you say what I think you said?" A flood of scattered thoughts overwhelmed Pi leader Apple. His face twisted in confusion as he struggled to make sense of it all. Why is the convoy even faster than us? He wondered. Baffled, no matter what, now we are risking our lives in this dangerous place. Everything we have got could get stolen. If we do not survive, the convoy will collapse. Death and destruction are waiting right ahead, and the GM convoy keeps charging in like they own the place. It is enough to make Apple's head explode. Furious at this brutal survival of the fittest lifestyle, where the strong prey on the weak, the little fish swallowed by the big, the Pi convoy leader Apple mustered all his courage, stepping forward to boldly declare, "Just because GM is a huge corporation does not mean they can trample all over the weak like us. Aren't they afraid of Karma?" The white-haired man, his face mostly covered except for cold, indifferent eyes, laughed and replied confidently, "Boy, what are you talking about? We are just bandits." Pi convoy leader could not stay calm at this nonsense and fired back. "Don't talk nonsense. You think we do not know? If it is not the GM convoy, then who else? There is no other group this big around here." The GM convoy leader jumped down from his vehicle and warned, "Hey now, those words are dangerous. Little convoy leader, accusing a giant like GM without proof. If you get sued, your real-life survival could be at risk." After his sarcastic remark, the GM convoy burst into laughter. Pi leader Apple was left speechless, only able to grit his teeth in silent fury. The man with hair standing on end did not stop there. He put on a mocking tone and said, "Turns out some people really like using rickety old cars. Sorry, but it feels like stepping in poop. You would be better off rolling with a big convoy than this." Dex, expression cold and emotionless, fixed a sharp gaze on the GM convoy. Then he turned to Apple and asked, "We do not have enough firepower to beat them, right?" Apple quickly responded sharply, "Yeah, at best we can barely hold them off." Hearing that clear answer, Dex spoke up. "Well then." His words made Pi leader Apple shrink back, eyeing him suspiciously and silently questioning what was coming next. Dex gave a mysterious smile and suddenly proposed, "Want to take this chance to get some investment?" Pi convoy leader Apple was stunned by Dex's sudden offer. Sweat poured down his face as he stammered, investment? What do you mean?" Before he could finish, Dex grinned widely and said loudly, "You are gonna thank me." The golden night Faran appeared, a blinding light bursting across the vast desert sky. This unbelievable event grabbed everyone's full attention in awe. The man with hair standing on end gasped in fear, "What is that?" "That guy's the Star Knight." Unlike his scared teammates, the GM convoy leader was quietly intrigued, thinking, "This guy's definitely dangerous. Time to show his true colors." The magical light radiated a powerful glow onto the ground below. Dex's voice rang out, "You said you are tired of getting eaten alive by the GM convoy, right?" Pi convoy leader Apple, still reeling from the surprise, was hit with yet another shock. He was restless, heart burning like fire, eyes wide with disbelief. Dex made a mysterious offer. "So if I invest, do you want to grow this convoy into the strongest in Arcadia?" Saying that, Dex grabbed his mask and pressed it firmly onto his face. Just then, a system message popped up. "The mask of deceit has changed the world." Pi convoy leader's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Dex. Apple's lips moved softly. "You are?" Dex glared fiercely at the GM convoy before him. The full moon above shone brightly, lighting the path Dex was about to take. The white-haired man was the first to react. He stared forward suspiciously before suddenly speaking up. "Dex, wait a minute, is he the same guy as that masked competitor?" The man with hair standing on end silently observed Dex without saying a word. With sky-high confidence, Dex swung his flashy moves, locking eyes with the GM group and boldly declaring, "All right, time to study, kids." One of the GM's henchmen froze in fear, trembling as he stammered, staring at Dex's striking, heroic stance. "I already checked the character name, there is no way that is Dex." He muttered in disbelief. The henchman panicked, shouting, "This is not good." Another worried ally hesitated. "Boss, what should we do?" Facing the tough situation, the GM convoy leader strategized and ordered, "There is only one way this one be, like the last competition at the guild. Don't give him a chance, end it with one strike," she said, flexing her sharp sword with an intimidating flourish. The tip of the blade wielded by GM convoy leader Dixon pointed straight at Dex. Seeing him close in, the GM leader shouted a command, "Take him down now." Dex grinned, satisfied as he watched his opponents scramble in panic. After the order was given, the henchman rushed into position, launching a coordinated attack to finish Dex off. The guy with his hair standing on end led two henchmen, boldly activating a debuff effect. Suddenly, a flurry of effects hit slowed speed, staggering steps, and endless confusion. Dex did not look worried or rushed at all. Instead, he calmly thought things through despite the onslaught. It seemed everything was logged in Dex's data. He silently waited for the right moment, then struck back with speed. Holy blessing and careful precision, his attack packed such power that the GM group struggled hard just to fend it off. Dex stood back, watching his opponents battle his strike, quietly impressed by their supportive skills. At that moment, the GM convoy leader yelled, "Everyone, attack!" The entire aggressive group surged forward, determined to beat Dex, who remained cool and collected like nothing was wrong. The two sides clashed violently, creating a massive explosion with smoke and flames filling the air. Dex smirked wickedly, noting, "A combo of debuff effects and supportive skills with damage capability. GM's magic really is on another level." After a thoughtful pause, Dex's eyes blazed with battle fire as he silently declared to the GM group, "But sorry, Faran is a pure tank knight." Right then, Dex gathered his strength and attacked. The system panel flashed updates. Holy Shield switched to defense mode. Steadfastness would block countless attacks. Faith in Justice would counter any curse on the user's body. And Faran's physique reached peak magic resistance. At this moment, Dex's sharp sword and glowing shield radiated blinding golden light, shimmering like precious metal. The henchman with spiked back hair gasped at Dex's unstoppable power, yelling. He blocked the ultimate combo even while under the main debuff. The white-haired man was just as shocked, swearing, "Damn, his defense is insane." Sitting smugly on the brink of victory, Dex casually hoisted his sword, confidently declaring, "You guys do not get that. Knights and Crusaders specialize in defense. If you want to kill me in one hit, you will need 100 people attacking me all at once." As leader of the GM convoy, she could not back down easily after her failed opening attack. She kept a cold, furious glare fixed on Dex. Suddenly, she moved behind Dex, ready to strike unexpectedly. Gripping her sword tightly, she swiftly launched a surprise attack. Dex was caught off guard by the sudden move. Standing frozen like a statue, the GM convoy leader pressed on with her relentless assault on Dex. She unleashed a shadow strike, sending poison darts at Dex from behind while he was still feeling confident. Dex was hit suddenly. His system panel showed a message. Faran's physique is resisting, but then it switched to a warning: he can't fully resist and won't be able to move for a while. Dex could not do much in that situation, but he stayed calm and analyzed it with high-level crowd control skills. Surprisingly, Faran's passive ability could not block it. It seems the previous attack led by the GM caravan leader, calling everyone to unite, was just a probe against Dex. Once her plan was clear, she spoke up, "Do not lose hope. His skill only resists magic. Physical attacks still work. Everyone, go for it." Following the leader's command, the GM group charged forward without hesitation, creating a thunderous roar. The white-haired man was the boldest. After spotting Dex's weakness, he brazenly cursed, "Die, you damn bastard." Dex just smirked darkly and snapped back. "Is that what you think?" A wave of red engulfed the entire space. But now, Dex had truly switched into battle mode. The system panel kept flashing notifications. Steadfast Heart activated, Abregen boosted, Him activated, Healing activated instantly. Then the horrifying scene unfolded. A brutal massacre erupted immediately after. Any gem warrior who got close was wiped out completely. Blood splattered across the battlefield. The rapid turn of events shocked even Dex, who gasped, "Is it over already?" Dex's deep, intense eyes blazed brighter than ever. He grinned wickedly and kept taunting. The Sigim group was nearly wiped out in seconds. Only the seasoned veterans remained, surrounding Dex, refusing to surrender. The Sigim leader planted her sword firmly in the ground, still trusting in its power. But then her sword was knocked backward, and once again the system notified. Faran's stamina had successfully blocked it. Gritting her teeth in frustration over the failed plan, the Sigim leader thought bitterly, "How insane. What level gap is this for that to even happen?" Seeing the hopeless situation, the remaining two underlings looked worried. The white-haired guy hurriedly reported, "Boss, beating him is nearly impossible." The spiky-haired man warned urgently, "Yeah, it is time to retreat." But as the head of Sigim, she was not about to bow out. She pondered silently, cursing her two underlings in her mind. "Those idiots must be crazy. How can we possibly escape a monster like this?" Then she quietly made her own judgment. "I bet he is a foreigner." Debs lowered his voice and said, "Now I think your turn's over." Then Debs boldly declared, "So now it is my turn, right?" Immediately, the system panel flashed again with a notification. Holy Shield switched to combat mode. Flames activated, and a terrifying scene followed. Deb's sword shone with a blinding light and immense power that shook the earth and sky. The GM group froze in shock, staring in disbelief. Deb's expression lost all humanity, his voice bursting with joy. "Just as I hoped, slicing up these chickens is the best." Then, a powerful, lightning-fast counterattack struck, demolishing and finishing off the GM group in an instant. After a long silence, the system announced, Suspicious bandits eliminated. Self-defense verdict. No penalty for B. Debs casually checked the system panel and sighed in disappointment. Seriously, that is all the fame points I get. Elle floated around Debs and chuckled. How many fame points did you expect from those guys? They are just tep zil. Looks like you overestimated the GM group's strength. The more you hope, the bigger the letdown. After grasping this truth, Debs sighed deeply and said, it is not what power you use, but who you use that power against. Facing 160 scorpions, you should earn at least 10,000 fame points. Debs stood there lost in thought. Then Elle suddenly spoke up. I will cut you some slack, because the Archangel judges and saves the weak. I can just stand by. Pineapple, the caravan leader, watched the battle silently and sighed deeply. The leader of the Pineapple caravan bowed respectfully, grateful once again that Debs had come to their rescue. Thank you so much. Without you, we would have suffered serious losses. The deputy leader of the Pie Lemon caravan was also deeply moved by Debs' kindness and honestly said, yeah, we owe you big time. How can we repay you? Debs turned back to listen carefully to their words, thinking to himself, that is right. There are a few people here. Once again, Debs fell into deep thought. Wondering, what should I do now? Debs carefully considered the situation. Well, it was not a big deal for other players to trade fairly with the dwarves and elves. If the G monopolized the market, that would be a whole different story. I can let that happen, he thought, snapping back to reality with excitement. Apple? Lemon? Do you remember the investment proposal I mentioned earlier? Well then, should we keep discussing this? Both Apple and Lemon nodded calmly, clearly intrigued by this high-stakes offer. Everything went smoothly, and in the end, Apple and Lemon crossed the desert. As for their story, they were a couple who met at work, and shortly after getting married, the company went under. Around that time, Arcadia Online was launched. They bet everything they had to build their trading guild. The three of them, Debs, Apple, and Lemon, finally found a place to stay for the night. They gathered around a fire, sharing warmth and stories. Debs, fascinated by their life story, curiously asked, so you two got laid off and decided to become top gamers? Lemon immediately answered firmly, it sounds strange, but we were serious about it and started a business. Apple quickly jumped in to explain, yeah, it was not just a risky move. With his sharp mind, Debs picked up on their deeper meaning and spoke up with his own insight. So this guild is both your job and your business? Apple nodded eagerly, agreeing, exactly. Spot on. The fire flickered brightly in the dark night as Debs suddenly complimented them. Nice. He smiled contentedly and sincerely said, then I will invest in your guild. Hearing Debs say that, Apple was so shocked he froze. His face and mouth locked up completely. After a moment to gather himself, Apple asked pointedly, Debs, when you say invest, what kind of investment are you talking about? Apple's sudden question made Debs fall into deep thought. He rested his hand on his chin and seriously considered it, then suddenly said, that is right. But right after, Debs laid out a fair condition for their partnership. I will give you exclusive rights over trade routes between the dwarves and the elves. Apple could not believe his ears and blurted out, seriously. In a happy mood, Debs continued explaining his plan. And I will make sure that the GM Corporation 1T bother you. They will need outside support for that, and you will have to send me screenshots of the gameplay. Apple was so surprised by Debs' conditions that he had to ask again, wait, what do you mean by exclusive trading rights between the dwarves and elves? Inside, Debs felt overwhelmed. Thinking quietly, I can keep up with this conversation. With a determined look, Debs firmly declared to Apple, I mean, your guild will handle all transport and trade between the dwarves and elves. Apple still had serious concerns and quickly shared them with Debs. If we do that, once they just leak info outside, even if you say that, do you really think GM Corp will just sit back and watch? No matter how strong you are, controlling their every move is nearly impossible. Debs laughed cheerfully and reassured Apple. Don't worry. From now on, the dwarves and elves 1T trade with anyone connected to GM Corp. Debs' words made Apple suspicious, and he asked bluntly, why is that? Debs burst out laughing and said, you will see. Apple quickly voiced his doubts to Debs. It just seems a bit unrealistic. Having the dwarves and elves trade with a small guild like ours would shake the whole world. It is. Why would they do that? Hearing Apple's question, Debs just smiled mysteriously and drifted off into deep thought. After some careful thinking, Debs sighed then quickly answered, if I tell them to do it, they will just do it, smiling happily at them. When asked why they followed through, Debs just smiled and said, I told them to, so they did. The system alert sounded as the convoy ran through the outskirts of the Rumir Desert. Debs sat facing the Pi convoy leader. Game system notification. Do you want to accept the contract? A warning popped up. Once accepted, the contract can only be cancelled if both parties agree. Please choose carefully. Apple was still weighing whether to accept sharing 50% of the PyConvoy's profits with Debs, the player. Apple hesitated, thinking it sounded a bit unfair, but not really. Without him, this business would be failed long ago. So now, all we can do is trust him. Apple looked at her teammate, and they both nodded in understanding. They confidently agreed. The system confirmed the PyConvoy had accepted the investment contract. The investment contract with the PyConvoy was now official. You own 50% of the Convoy's shares. Deb smiled satisfied, signaling things were going smoothly with the two of them. You made a smart choice. I promise you won't regret it. Debs dropped a small pouch of gold coins on the ground, some spilling out. Here, take this. Apple picked up the pouch, eyes wide. Debs, is this money? Debs grinned. You are gonna need a solid foundation for the future. Think of this as an advance. Debs stepped out of the tent, turning back. And this time we are heading to the dwarf village. Can you take my friend along? I want to introduce you to a player named me. I am kind of clumsy. You will understand when you meet him, so please hold on to this money. Apple looked puzzled, asking, Debs, are not you coming with us? You trust me with this gold? Debs chuckled dryly. I have got some business to handle. I have to deal with someone. His tone and expression shifted. Completely gone was the handsome, cheerful face from before. Apple and Lemon instinctively grabbed each other's hands, watching Debs lose his temper. Mouths agape. Debs sat in a room, answering a call. All right, I approve that video. The voice on the other end quickly replied, we worked hard on it, so it is definitely gonna be a hit. Thanks for giving us a chance to get some payback. Thanks, Debs, he said cheerfully. I just asked for some video edits. Director, you have worked hard. Debs smiled, looking at the computer screen across from him. Yeah, I am really happy with this video. Just post it then. Notification. A new video has been posted on Destroyer's Daily Vlog channel. Destroyer's Daily looks inside the huge GM Corporation headquarters. The GM Corporation chairman sat bored in his big chair. These idiots. They say Q3 revenue not only did not increase but will drop sharply. Why am I only hearing this now? Wireless electronics, our main business, dropped 80% in revenue compared to last year. I did not put you guys in director seats just because you are my sons. So what the hell are you doing? His son shouted at him. Wait, Dad, no. Chairman, we tried our best to boost revenue, but the chairman angrily cut him off, pointing at his son and staff with rage. You still do not get how serious this is. 1 billion. That is what we are talking about. 1 billion. Exactly. That game you all tossed aside is now targeting 1 billion in profit, and the future's looking at 700 billion. The blonde employee hummed a tune nonchalantly, ignoring the chairman's outburst. The chairman's fury only grew louder and louder as he yelled about wasting money building factories instead of expanding the company. Listen carefully. I did not make you directors because this job is easy, hard, or impossible. I am not here to hear excuses. The chairman stood, holding up 5 fingers at his staff. I made you directors to turn Jim into Korea's #1 corporation at all costs. If it seems impossible, then make it possible. Learn from the youngest one. Jeju, I told you already, you useless brats. The blonde teen walking down the hallway smirked, thinking, haha, idiots. I knew this would happen. He grinned with clear contempt. Those who look down on me will have to bow now. Finally, I am leading this era. Suddenly, 2 male staff called out from behind. Hey, Choi? The black-haired one spoke with a sneer. You would better stay humble. The other one followed up. Don't you think you will keep winning forever? Karma's coming. Choi Gi-ju laughed loudly, dripping with sarcasm. Haha, you came all this way just to vent. Aren't you ashamed? Both guys got furious, but no clever words came out. What a brat. Choi Gi-ju sneered. If you are mad, prove it with skill. This is corpse rule, you know that. He threw his head back and repeated the chairman's words. If it is impossible, make it possible. No matter what. Choi Ji-ju returned to his room, kicked back in his chair, clutching his stomach, laughing. Haha, he exclaimed. This is perfect. Look at those old seniors and bosses. Their faces are priceless. Haha. The butler nearby bowed his head. You are really in a good mood, Choi Ji-ju replied. Of course. It is awesome. His expression quickly twisted into that of a villain watching his enemy's downfall. There was madness there, and even more madness. If my profits hit 1 billion, becoming chairman of GM Corp won't just be a dream anymore. My time will finally come. The butler suddenly wiped sweat off his brow. Sorry to bother you while you are happy, but the Destroyer's Daily Vlog just posted a new video. Choi Ji-ju asked in surprise. What? He pulled out his phone and stared at the screen. What now? Another video about us. Does that bastard want to mess with me? The butler replied. You will have to see for yourself. Choi Gi-ju watched, angry but curious. What does he want this time? After staring at the phone for a while, he finally said, "What is this?" A comment appeared. Haha, I have watched this over and over. Haha, static sounds came from the screen. Corp, two blurry figures appeared. One spoke disdainfully. They must be desperate to use that worthless logo. The other rubbed his chin with a mocking grin. Living in garbage like that, they must be miserable playing games. The first crossed his arms, clearly annoyed. Hey, you guys, your recent deals involve our GM Corp products. Keep it up and you are in trouble with me. The other stepped forward, staff in hand, commanding, switch all your orders to our GM Corp. With your pathetic scale, you won't stand a chance anyway. Two others stood at the cliff edge holding reins, looking down, while another white-haired person watching nearby spoke up. They were reading the rules of the deadly competition, not expecting a big corporation to choose such a ruthless payout method. They are from the GM convoy. Looks like they are here to attack us. A young woman in a red robe, wearing a reversed headband, her face hidden behind fabric without those two protrusions. You could not tell if she was male or female. She spoke of the leader of the small convoy, doubting that a giant like GM, if sued, would risk the life of someone like you in real life. The screen flickered, but the voice kept going, saying some knave players still believed the hype. So do not mess around, just cooperate with a decent trade guild instead. In the distance appeared a figure in a black robe, surrounded by a golden magical aura. That person stepped forward, a sword suddenly materializing in their hand. It is time to teach those guys a lesson. As soon as the words ended, the comment section exploded with endless curses against Gem, shooting straight to the top of the trending list. The phone showed 47 missed calls from Miss Gold. Choi Ji-ju clutched his head in despair. What the hell is going on? Phone kept ringing, making him jump every time. Vice President Choi, what is the situation with that video? The vice president answered, they said they want to take down the video. If we want, they are ready to face the law. He said, emphasizing every word, Dana plus bastards. They are living off my paycheck. And now they screw me over like this after leaving the company. Choi Ji-ju slammed his elbow on the table. There is no way I am letting this go. Damn it, Vice President Choi warned from behind. First, you need to decide how to handle this video, since the situation's unclear and the evidence shaky. It is better to act like it was just an accident, and we had nothing to do with it. Suddenly enlightened, he replied, right? Just blame those dumb employees for talking nonsense and fire them. Why did I even hire them? Vice President Choi sighed and replied with a simple yes. He adjusted his tea, bitter, and said, those useless bastards, I will personally deal with them for sure. Choi Ji-ju logged into the game. The system announced, Gem Corporation Sexumer Branch. Ahead was a disaster scene, a massive fire blazing, burning everything to ashes. Other players mocked, chaos. I will collect those scorpions. This evil corporation needs a lesson. Haha, let us, I know the way out. Follow me. Ji-ju almost broke down at the sight. Jun said, what the hell is going on? They checked info and reported back. Players hostile to GM Corporation had teamed up to attack. They launched a combined assault. Right now, 60% of our corporation's branches are out of commission. Ji-ju lost patience and said, just looking at it, it is obvious. Another teammate added, the attacks still going on along the trade route. We are trying to minimize goods lost, but the Desert Scorpion's destruction is severe. We have lost about 2 million gold. Ji-ju was shocked, muttering 2 million. That is like 20 billion units gone. He waved his hand, fingers splayed profitable assets. Temporarily recall all trade agreements with dwarves and cancel the rest. We have to stop other corporations from multiplying resources as they please. A teammate turned to look at the woman behind them. I understand, but you snap. What? The dwarves refused. That is ridiculous. The woman confirmed firmly. Exactly. All the dwarves have refused to trade with our GM convoy. Negotiations failed. I might have offended them. She added. Ji-ju shouted in disbelief. Offended? They're just NPCs. What do feelings even mean? The woman insisted. But yes, there is a problem caused by their actions. They even look sadder now. Honestly, I think the same. They are NPCs. But GM messed up big time. It is a disaster. The flames kept raging, only growing stronger, never dying down. Death, the shadowy figure in black, appeared vividly in his mind. Is this how you play Arcadia? On the news broadcast, this is the 9 of the clock report. Gem Corporation invested heavily in the VR game Arcadia and confirmed the funds were used to collect in-game assets. The National Bureau believes it is highly likely those assets were converted into military funds or dollars and could be used for crimes related to fund creation. Therefore, the National Bureau has launched an urgent tax investigation into the corporation. The Bureau's stance is to carefully investigate and verify any illegal and tax evasion activities. Gu lies back on the chair, eyes glazed over, totally lost it. It is, meanwhile, sunlight shines down on a carriage nearby. Dex rests his head on a pile of straw, yawns long and bored. Golden sunlight filters through the leaves of a forest in the late afternoon. Tan speaks up. Hey master, looks like things are starting to get hectic. Dex, confused, asks back, what is going on? Tan quickly replies, it is about what has been bothering you, the lack of power. Dex asks, the Juma Merchants Guild. I do not know much, but it seems something's up. The guild leader is a couple of little demons causing trouble. Dex asks, did you stir up trouble again this time? Tan continues. Then Dex asks again, you are always on our side, but this time you do not even know what those little demons are talking about. Dex wonders, how did those little demons even hear about this? Tan replies casually, have not I told you? Master, lately, I have been using your daily activities as training material for my minions. A lot of demons have become fans because they love your cruel, unimaginable style. If you knew how much those little demons admire you, you would be shocked they only admire you second to me. Tan says this with a satisfied grin. Have you ever thought that being infamous in hell might actually be pretty popular? Dex replies helplessly, no way. Tan says, everyone says I am cruel, but I live a pretty honest life. So what is with all this hellish reputation? But among everyone I have met, you are definitely the cruelest. Tan quickly adds. El suddenly smacks Tan on the head. Why do you keep teasing Dex like that, you filthy little demon? Ouch, ouch. Tan whines in pain. El continues teasing. Probably forgot I am Dex's guardian angel. My job is to stop demons like you from leading Dex astray. If you try to drag him to hell in front of me again, I will personally destroy your hideout in Muspelheim. Tan snaps. The one who calls himself an angel is the biggest demon of all. The two start bickering loudly again. What did you say? Did I say something wrong? I just told the truth and you freaked out. Get lost, you dumb demon. Dex says, treating it like everyday stuff, lying quietly in the corner enjoying the peace. Suddenly, the carriage driver announces, hey, we have arrived at your destination. I can only take you this far. Dex jumps down and hands the old man money. Here's your fare. Old man Junjun reaches out to take it. I really appreciate it. Young man, but be careful. I do not know why you came to this city, but it is the most dangerous and brutal place on this continent. The fifth forbidden zone of Arcadia in the Caribbean Sea. We are going there, right? Dex asks. The Caribbean Sea, a city of crime and ocean of pirates. Unlike other areas, this place was chosen because of humanity's cruelty. Being one of Arcadia's 5 forbidden zones says enough about its danger. Still, to reach my goal, I have to get through this place. Dex thinks silently. The system notification sounds. You have entered the crime city, Caribbean Sea Zone. Stay alert for hidden dangers in the city. Quest 5. World Tree requests you retrieve the Dragon Heart. However, targeting Gondrian, Arcadia's guardian and mighty dragon leader, might be tough. Don't worry. There is a rumor of dragons living somewhere on another continent. The World Tree does not care where the Dragon Heart comes from, so why not explore other continents beyond Arcadia? Quest details may change based on player actions. Dex whispers after hearing the quest, suddenly wanting me to move to another continent when I have not even finished this one. What a ridiculous demand. Damn. I trust your info. Is it really possible to leave the continent from the Caribbean Sea here? Dex asked. How would I know? The demon told me this, said it overheard it in a story from decades ago, before it was sealed. But hey, it is worth a shot. Dan replied. Hung. Footsteps. Dex hears a noise and turns around. Suddenly, a rock flies out of nowhere and lands right next to Dex. A green-haired kid appears behind him and calls out, hey, little one, walking around here's dangerous. Hurry up and come hide with me. Suddenly, 3 guys show up, one in white with slick back hair, one in blue with a headscarf carrying a shovel. The last one's a big, burly dude with a huge scar on his head, lugging a wooden barrel. Dex and the kid hide behind a wall and peek out. Phew, that was close, the kid says. Dex replies, according to you, there is a gang war going on in the city, and anyone who looks even a little suspicious gets mistaken for a rival gang member and killed. The kid swings his arms and says, exactly. If you cause any trouble here, not just you, but everyone living in this alley will get caught in the crossfire. The kid eyes Dex's outfit and wonders aloud, why are you dressed so hot? A 10-year-old from the Caribbean? How come you do not even know something basic like that? You must be an outsider. Dex pulls his hood down politely and says, sorry, I just arrived in the city. Hannah's surprised. Wait, you are really an outsider? For real? You mean you are trying to cross from the Caribbean to another continent? I think that is impossible, even if you avoid pirates. No one who has faced the deep-sea monsters has ever made it back alive. Why do not you just give up? Only one person from the Caribbean ever made it through the sea and lived to tell the tale. Dex hears this and looks up, curious. What? Ooh, and quickly whispers, Who else? Don't you know? Pirate King Carlos. Back in the day, he founded the Black Pirate Crew and became a legendary figure who ruled the Caribbean seas. Pirate King. Huh? Dex says. Thinking. That sounds like someone who hand out a ton of missions. Dex continues. So where can I find this Carlos guy? You know, meet him someday. He is probably locked up in some prison. And goes on. A few years ago, several gangs teamed up and trapped Carlos. And even if you get to where Carlos is held, he won't talk to anyone he does not consider his equal. I do not think you will get any info from him. What do you mean? Dex asks. Honestly, you do not seem like you have ever killed anyone. Hen adds. You need to have played with at least 100 lives to even be on his level. Dex lowers his head. Thinking. Got it. So that is the condition to start the mission. Huh. I guess I actually have something like that. The Pirate King Carlos. Once the supreme ruler of the Caribbean. A legendary pirate. His title echoes through the system. Now switching to Newbie Slayer. Dex continues. I never thought I would have to use this title. What now, kid? Newbie Slayer. Dex grins wickedly like he has just hit his goal. Enough to meet this Carlos guy yet. The Pirate King Carlos, once the supreme ruler of the Caribbean, was a notorious criminal who terrified the whole continent. Facing his powerful pirate fleet and supreme authority, no one seemed strong enough to oppose him. That is right, until that fateful day. Let me help you become the leader of the Black Pirate Crew, said Captain Abel of the Red Straw Hat Gang. On one condition, you give me half the control of the Caribbean. What will you do? Sparrow. A burly man with a red headscarf and an eye patch over his right eye. Sparrow slammed his hand on the table, deciding, and then betrayed Carlos by turning his back on him. Carlos shouted angrily, screaming Sparrow's name. How could you betray me? And so began the heir of Sparrow, the new leader of the Black Sea Crew, and Captain Abel of the Red Berry Guild, and crossed his arms seriously and said, since that rebellion, the power balance in the Caribbean split in two, and because of that, the streets here have always been soaked in blood. Those were better days. Everyone knew they were criminals, doing illegal things to survive, but there was still loyalty and brotherhood among them. Suddenly, Tam popped up and said, Master, is not this kid only 10 years old? How does he talk like an old man with baby breath still? Dex laughed and said, is there a problem if I meet Carlos? Of course not. With your level, you should be on par with Abel. You are equal to Carlos. He looks just as scary. Excited Hen answered, all right, it is settled then. But there is one more thing. No one knows where Carlos is locked up, right? Dex asked. That is right. Even if you knew the place, getting close is almost impossible. The elite guards of the Black Sea Crew and Red Berry are always on 24/7 watch. I see. Dex nodded. Master, what are you thinking? Just take them all down. Tan suggested. Elchai, this city is full of people who need to be judged. Let us bring justice here. Dex replied calmly. Are you guys trying to stir up trouble for your own gain? Hearing that, both El and Tan turned away awkwardly. Pretending not to hear, Dex sighed internally. They cooperate surprisingly well at times like this, and just stood there, clueless about what was going on. Well, anyway, my ultimate goal is to cross the ocean. That is not something I can do alone. I need manpower. Exactly. If I take out the faction leaders, their henchmen will come in handy. He smiled slyly as he thought about it. Han, standing next to Jun, whispered, excuse me, sir. Why are you smiling like that? You are scaring me. A strong killing aura radiated. The leader of the Shadow Assassin Gang, Hadan, a demon world entity temporarily possessing a new player's body. You can use the temporary possessor's power. With a terrifying gaze, Dex unleashed a fierce killing intent. Got some info already. Let us move fast. When a demon world entity temporarily takes over a player's body, Dex can use the possessor's power, and grinned wickedly, saying since we got the info, let us hurry up. Young Hen was shocked and fell to the ground. Huh, what is going on? His aura changed like he turned into a different person. This time, he gave me the feeling of radiating an aura of endless darkness. Dex's body almost sinks into the shadows. He grins. Just as I thought. Being able to hide and move through darkness is truly an epic skill. Dex is caught off guard as the kid suddenly drops to his knees, trembling in fear, begging, please spare me. At the same time, the system alerts. Passive skills activated. Endless fear of death and chaotic darkness engaged. The kid can hold back the rising fear and panics. I am sorry for not recognizing you. Please do not kill me. Seeing this, Dex thinks to himself, is this because of the passive skill I triggered? Sorry. I did not mean to scare you. Then he tells the kid, well, thanks anyway. I will come find you later if things go well. So take care. Dex slowly disappears, leaving the kid stunned, and drops a gold coin as a token of thanks. In another space, at the control center, Alice watches the screen and announces one by one. Caribbean region, Pirate King Carlos detected unusual info. Related party. Player decks. Priority level 1. Deep analysis of the story links between Pirate King Carlos and the player. Related missions include Caribbean Crime City and the dark alleys of the criminal underworld. The Golden Age of the Lows. Pirate King Carlos. Burning desire for freedom. Hope for the oppressed masses, all erased by Alice with the press of a button. The screen continues showing main scenarios. Episode 19. Revolutionary Flame Spark. Episode 20. Era of Exploitation. Episode 25. Bangia, and many others all deleted. Alice requests to set up a new main scenario. Moments later, the system announces a new main scenario created. Episode 3. New World. New Continent. At Acadia, South Korea branch. In a meeting room, team leader of the scenario team, Director Kang Tae-hun, stands to speak. I have a message for the South Korea branch staff. Thanks for working late tonight. Even though it is already so late, people whisper complaints. Clearly tired. What is going on right now? I thought everything had settled down after the World Tree incident. Today's my wife's birthday. I was hoping to get out early. Director Kang Tae-hun quickly explains. The reason I gathered you here today is because a level 1 classified security leak against company policy has just occurred. Hearing this, everyone gasps in shock. Without waiting for them to calm down, Director Kang continues. As you all know, Acadia is divided into 8 continents, and the South Korea branch oversees the second continent. A continent is basically the server for each country. So players from different continents can communicate because the servers are separate, Director Kang emphasizes. But now there is info suggesting that might be changing. In Caribbean Crime City, a mission allowing travel between continents has appeared. Of course, it is insanely difficult and requires special conditions. A disbelieving man looks at his hands, while a ponytailed woman beside him asks, so what should the South Korea branch do about this? Kang Tae-hun answers, the NPC giving the cross-continent mission is Pirate King Carlos. You will have to help and convince him to complete the transcontinental voyage. The ponytailed woman says, I heard Carlos won't even talk to you unless you are scary enough to make the whole continent tremble. Even if a cross-continent mission shows up, no one could meet that requirement. Right? Someone behind Director Kang can't help but say, yeah, logically that makes sense. Kang continues, but you guys do not know this on our second continent, the Korean server. There is someone who can actually meet that condition. Death sits at the head of the table, rubbing his hands slowly as Limai speaks calmly. Alice has already changed that scenario. It is confirmed that soon, servers from different countries will connect, and players from those servers will interact with each other in the game. It is night now, with a full moon casting light over the Caribbean. At a dangerous spot in the Caribbean lies the base of the night pirates gang from a distant mountain. Death observed 4 level 200 guards, top-tier fighters for sure, and he was almost certain Carlos was here. The Demon King Satang stood on his shoulder and said, they say it is the darkest place where no light reaches. Could they be hiding Pirate King Carlos in the basement? I almost wasted my time. What is the plan? Master, Death cracked a smile and said, plan, we are going to convince him to join us. That is the only way to pull this off. In the dungeon, in a cell tucked in the corner, Carlos sat slumped against the wall. Eyes closed, not making a sound. A prison guard threw a bowl of food inside, shouting, hey, your food's here. Carlos scowled. Damn it. This place is disgusting. You think I am gonna eat this? Looking at the bowl, he sneered it was nothing but rat food, but the situation left Carlos no choice. He had to eat. Carlos silently vowed, I won't die miserably here, not as a former pirate king. One day, I will get out and take my revenge, even if it costs me my soul. Suddenly, a voice echoed. It was Death, his soul speaking. Are you serious? Carlos jumped back in fear, eyes darting around. Who is there? In the shadows. Death chuckled. Right here. Carlos was stunned, eyes wide and sweating. What is that? A shadow. Death's dark silhouette slowly took shape. Though most of him remained in shadow, Carlos could not believe what he was seeing. Was he losing his mind? Looking up at Death, Carlos asked, who are you? Death smirked and said, who knows? Yeah, I'm a demon. The one who will turn your wish into reality. The system immediately announced that the player's luck level exceeded requirements and neutralized Carlos' ultimate passive skill. Carlos' passive skill Criminal Pride was disappearing, disabling his fear weakness passive. Under Death's pressure, Carlos thought, what is this insane force? My guards who've faced countless demons are telling me this really is a demon. The system continued. Pirate King Carlos acknowledges the player has met conditions to create a new script, triggering a new turning point. Updating quest. Death asked bluntly. Let us get to it, Pirate King Carlos. What is your wish? At the same time, 2 passive skills activated. endless fear of death and madness of darkness. Carlos responded firmly. I wish to take revenge on those who betrayed me. They must bleed. Death grinned wickedly. A bloody revenge. Huh, such a plain wish. Then Carlos shouted, Hey, can you really grant me this wish? Death confidently said, Of course. I can make that happen with just a snap. Carlos asked, What is the cost? My soul. He hesitated. Clearly uneasy. Inside Death's mind, the demon shouted, Oh yeah. Master, can I have his soul? Death angrily thought, Shut up. You are distracting me. Back in reality. Death mocked. Stop with the fairy tales. Carlos, I do not want your soul. Then he spread his hands toward Carlos and smiled. There is only one thing I want. Can you take me out to the endless sea? Carlos was shocked. The endless sea. Could it be? Then he smirked. Calculating silently. A new continent. Carlos could not help but laugh out loud. Two pirate guards on watch were startled. One snapped. What the hell is going on? The last guy looking around is Carlos. He is totally crazy. In the prison cell. Carlos insists. You are not a demon. Death just laughed it off, saying, Hey, I am kinda tight with demons. Hearing that, Carlos chuckled arrogantly. Even I survived the endless sea, a legend come to life. Then, as if doubting, he asked again, You are really trusting your life with someone like me? Death praised Carlos. I believe no one's a better partner for a legendary challenge than you. I'm right, Pirate King Carlos. Carlos silently did some quick mental math. A new continent. Sounds interesting. If it is real, that means plenty more people out there will have to kneel and obey me. With that thought, Carlos agreed. I accept your deal. Then he added quietly, an unknown who is even more ruthless than a demon. Excited, he stretched his face into a promising grin. I will take you to the new continent. Suddenly, a boom erupted from underground. The pirates jumped, confused. What the hell was that? What is going on? A pirate ran up, shouting, Urgent, Carlos has broken out. Hurry, alert the higher-ups. Standing on the fortress wall, Carlos looked down at the pirates ready to fight, shouting, Surrender. Carlos, you want to escape here in the Caribbean. Hearing that, Carlos sneered. Surrender. Who dares challenge me? The fog cleared, moonlight shining down, revealing Carlos' fierce face. Holding a misty sword, he taunted, Let me tell you, even if dozens of bugs like you swarm me, you still can't beat me. Flashback. After making the deal, Carlos asked Dex, So your name's Dex, say, if you and I face the entire Caribbean force, how many could you take down? Dex closed his eyes and calmly replied, All of them. That answer sent a chill through Carlos. Then Dex sighed, But that is kinda boring, right? Before adding, I have a better idea. Suddenly, system notification sound. You gifted Carlos a weapon, costing 85,000 reputation points. Carlos' favorability towards you has increased. He now sees you as a close friend. Title earned. You have gained the Pirate King's own self. Your reputation in the Caribbean has risen significantly. A new rumor is spreading through the Caribbean city. Carlos' sword is called the Terror of the Black Sea, a legendary grade weapon. It is forged from the bones of a giant sea creature living in the Black Sea. It holds eternal darkness and the fear of hell itself. Limited uses. 300. Power level. 130,000 top rank in sea crossing. Rank 3 or higher for plundering. No usage limit. Infinite durability. Strength between 3,000 to 3,300. Boosts subordinates' combat power by 30%. Increases ship speed by 30% during sea travel. Enhances warship combat power twofold. Detects nearest enemy ships. And special skill. Pirates Absolute Command. Carlos was ecstatic. Check this out. Witness the return of Pirate King Carlos. Then he charged down, swinging his sword until the pirates fell one by one. Dex watched from the wall, smiling. That is perfect for him. I knew giving him that sword was a good move. Satin, the Demon King, stood nearby, puzzled, unable to hold back. He asked, Hey, Master, why did you spend reputation points to give that sword to him? Couldn't you have handled it yourself? Dex turned with a grin. This way I save reputation points. Right? With Satan's stunned look, Dex looked back down and continued. Learn this, Satin. Sometimes, observing quietly is better. It gains silent advantages instead of jumping in. Sometimes, not acting is the smarter move. Suddenly, a fearless pirate charged at Carlos yelling, Carlos, you are crazy. Do you want to die? How dare you escape prison? Carlos turned, smiling coldly. Haha, who is this? Long time no see. Sparrow. Sparrow shouted angrily. Carlos, what can you do now? Your crew's all dead. You think you can beat all of us? Even the Redbeard's forces are coming. When Aben's army arrives, you are done for. Facing Carlos with a deadly glare, he calmly said, I told you. Sparrow, you will be crawling on the ground. Looking pathetic, then Carlos unleashed his power, summoning the ocean's depth as energy transformed into massive tentacles. Sparrow's nightmare had officially begun. He could only tremble in sheer terror, begging, do not come any closer. The explosion sent rocks flying everywhere, smoke billowing thick and dark. Captain Aben was terrified, thinking, what is that? Is that Carlos' power? No way a human can have power like that. She spotted a figure on the fortress wall. Looking into Deck's eyes, Aben could not help but feel dread, glancing at Carlos hovering in the sky. She shouted, Carlos, do not tell me you made a deal with the devil. Carlos's eyes narrowed as he looked down and smirked. Who is this? Is that Aben from the Caribbean? The bloodsucker. At that moment, Carlos struck, energy tentacles wrapping around Aben as he sneered. Are you ready to pay the price? Then came Aben's blood-curdling scream. The scene drenched in blood. From afar, Dex received a system alert. The black pirate captain, Sparrow, was dead, and the red pirate captain, Aben, was also dead. Achievement unlocked. You have defeated 2 pirate captains who ruled the Caribbean's crime rings and earned the title Punisher of Criminals. After killing Aben, Carlos licked his lips and grinned wickedly at the remaining pirates, whose next looked on, impressed, saying, even if it is a massacre, justice still has to be served, right? Dex did not answer, just laughed. Hold up, the real fun is just getting started. Beneath Carlos, I frowned coldly. What are you guys doing? Why are you backing off? I shouted. The pirates trembled in fear, stammering, I'm scared. I do not want to die. Carlos sneered. What is this nonsense? Pathetic, he shouted. The pirates gawked as he yelled furiously. How dare you call yourselves members of the Black Pirates when you do not even have the guts to fight? When I was ambushed and imprisoned by a traitor, what did you do? You all just kneeled down, begged for mercy, just like you are now. Is that what the Black Pirates stand for? Has the pride of the Black Pirates sunk to the bottom of the sea? Hearing this, the pirates quickly dropped their weapons. They knelt, heads bowed, begging, we are sorry, Pirate King Carlos. We dishonored the Black Pirates. Please, kill us if you must. El's eyes went wide in surprise. Carlos said calmly, Gata should have killed you all, but I am giving you one last chance. Then he raised his sword and shouted, let us once again, under the Black Pirates' flag, we will spread our faith and ambition across the world. From this moment on, the Caribbean is united once more. The pirates felt renewed strength, raising their fists in defiance. Spread the word across the continent. Burn down this unjust world and build one of freedom and equality. Beggar, criminal, or island soldier, we do not care who you are. Come to the Caribbean and show yourself. Here and now, the first step toward freedom begins. With my best friend Dex by my side, Carlos happily clapped him on the shoulder and said, Dex, that is great. Wait, hold on. Something feels off here. A system notification arrived like a prophecy under the full moon's watchful eye. Pirate King Carlos declared a new era for the Caribbean. Freedom seekers are flooding in, and when the time is right, a new nation will be born. The Demon King raised his eyes in admiration. Whoa, the boss is so slick he took someone else's reputation and made it his own. No wonder he is so generous, and spun around wildly. When dealing with talented individuals, the boss spares no resources to invest in them, making them strong enough to shake the world. Whoosh, that is not just a good idea. That is insanely lucky. Right? Just as expected. The boss thoughts run so deep I can keep up. Not just silently thinking, I have to admit, even I did not expect this outcome. Someone called out to Carlos. Hey, Carlos? He turned and replied. Yeah, what is up? My friend. He said everything is fine, but our promise is the top priority. Then he burst out laughing. Of course. Do not worry. This is just the beginning. Haha, he stood proudly with arms crossed and shouted, everyone, look up, I am about to assign the first mission. He declared clearly, from now on, I will give you all a chance to recognize me once. I will take you and you will realize it once. Everyone, look up, I am about to assign the first mission. He declared firmly, from now on, our Black Pirate crew know. Our Caribbean crew will explore new territories and key sea routes there. Carlos shouted, report every clue you have got, no matter how small. The decision will be mine and my partners, not yours. All the conditions to activate the main event are met. Part 9. Section 2. The new territory has begun. The linking mission, a story from a forgotten legend, has been created. You have been chosen as a key player in the main event. The story will change based on your actions. Be careful, Dex silently observed, thinking, did not expect things to get this chaotic. Well, it is not too bad. A video was posted on YouTube showing a guy confidently walking forward, People started buzzing in the comments. Dex, was that Dex there? In a fancy building. Du and his crew gasped in surprise. What is this? Du clenched his teeth angrily. Who would do something like this? It was a pile of colorful underwear with a small note saying, "From a fan of Dex." The video of the guy confidently walking forward was going viral online, with over 32,000 comments. All comments focused on that guy Dex. Dex in the video. Did this guy get Dex's permission before posting? Looks like a company called E+. Do you think Dex signed a contract with them? If so, does anyone know Dex's real identity? But it seems the comments got deleted. Huh. Are they trying to stir up anger? Don't they know about free speech? Looks like we need to show them the power of Dex's fans. Explain. 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 Dex got a call. Hesitated a bit. So you are saying you have to spend the whole day deleting comments and blocking users? The person on the other end replied, "Sorry. But is there any way to contact Dex directly? All my staff are trying to manage the comments. It is overwhelmed." Dex worriedly thought. Well, it finally happened. Plus, Dex fans must have found out. He tried to calm himself, saying, "We do not get to choose. I am trustworthy." Dex made another call, saying, "Hey, it is Dex here." The name alone was startling. Seriously, Dex said, "I like chocolate as my character name, but my nickname's Dex. I do not want to reveal it because I am worried about situations like this." Du hesitated. "Well," Dex told, "I just want you to know this. Tell your staff that Dex and I are friends." He nodded. "Okay. Got it," Dexel said. "And I will make a video myself and post it to calm things down." A new video was posted on the Daily Destroyer's channel. Dex appeared in the video with a towel wrapped around his head. Teasing, and started speaking. "Everyone listen up." In the video, he said, "I am talking to the damn Dex fans causing chaos on this channel." Everyone watching the video through their screens was shocked. "Dex, Omut, that is really Dex," he said coldly. "I am close with the channel owner and agreed to post my video here. No one knows who I really am, so you all should know your place." Tons of people watched his video. He said, "So stop bothering others and just quit it already. I know you do not listen to reason or threats when someone's breaking the rules or stalking, but if you want to listen, I will just quit this thing, so deal with it. If you keep pushing me, I am serious about quitting." Everyone was stunned by how tough he sounded. He added, and he flipped them off, "My underwear's black. You perverts. Happy now?" The video flickered and ended. Case asked the girl, "Did you hear that?" She answered, "Yes, Dex's underwear is black." Suddenly, rumors started buzzing black. Finally we know. Black, and it is a classic shade too. From today on, I am all about black. Should we rename the guild to Dex Black Fan Club? Case shouted loudly. Everyone heard that. Right? From now on, if anyone posts rude comments on the Destroyer's Daily Log channel, we execute immediately. Everyone responded in unison. Yes. Understood, he boldly declared. Not only that, from now on, any negative comment will be considered an act of rebellion against our guild no matter who you are. Whether a noob or anyone else, we want to tolerate it, and we'll deal with it on the spot. Filled with passion, he shouted, "Brothers, let us move forward for our bright future." Everyone shouted back in unison. Yeah, back at the fancy row of houses from this morning, an announcement came. "Delivery here." The delivery guy shyly handed over the package, saying, "This is a bit embarrassing." Inside was a pair of black briefs like Dex mentioned. "But since it is a fan gift, I guess I have to deliver it." Caribbean Autonomous Zone. First dock. Carlos walked around supervising. "Hey, bring more wood here? After we finish this area, we will move on to part B." He was super picky, complaining everywhere about the smell. "Hey, you still have not fixed the drain pipe. Huh, which team is responsible for this?" Standing on the ship, he shouted. "All right, do not forget, the motto of this group is cooperation. We must restore Caribbean Port City's golden age." The guy replied, "Yes, sir." Carlos, restoration is underway in Caribbean Crime City. 36% of the city's functions are back. Gang wars have ended, and stability has risen to 89%. Carlos said to Dex, "Hey, where have you been all this time?" "My friend, I sent you tons of messages." Dex waved and replied, "Sorry, I was busy working with some entrepreneurs." He pointed to the goods in front of him and said, "Look at this. You seem clueless. What are these things?" He chuckled and answered, These are items I found after searching every nook and cranny in the Caribbean, just like you asked. Among them is an old seal, a magical item I am starting to doubt if it still works since the place it points to keeps changing. Then there is a faded sea map, also magical, but the worn parts make it hard to read. Next, a broken spyglass, again magical no matter how many times you try. You can see through the cracked lens. The last item is someone's old maritime logbook. Also magical, kept in storage for a long time, the pages are crumbling and the ink has smudged from water damage, making it really hard to read. Carlos laughed proudly. They look like antiques lying around, but they are definitely connected to the legend of the Endless Sea, the Pirate King. Guarantee it. However, they have been left to rot for so long that they no longer function. Dex picked up the items, surprised, and asked, "Are these items really that important?" He answered seriously, "Of course. Thanks to this logbook, and those two other items, they survived the Endless Sea. If they want to reach the new continent, we have to fix these." Dex asked cluelessly, "Is there any other way?" He thought for a moment and said, "I have considered it. But with these antiques, especially the ones enchanted, we have no choice but to ask for help from the Lamb Tower." Carlos asked Dex for help. "Sorry, but most people in the Caribbean are wanted criminals. Could you go to Lamb Tower in our place?" Dex received a new notification. "You have got an important lead on the main quest. The mission to restore an ancient magical artifact has begun." Warning about the second continent. The prospect of mass migration across the continent. Time left until it starts. 1 day, 2 hours, 39 minutes, 24 seconds. The second continent is identified as the most likely destination for migrating players. Third continent, player nation Japan. Fourth continent, player nation China. Jenica gazed at the continents laid out before her. She is Janet, head of the silico biotech industry. She gritted her teeth and said to herself, "It has come to this, even the second continent is causing deception." She shouted, "Enough is enough, we have to intervene." Announcement from the second continent. Migration scene. Jenica stood silently, watching what was unfolding before her eyes. Jenica could not believe her eyes anymore. The continent migration scene was not even properly prepared, and if we keep going, who knows what kind of trouble we will run into on the map. The second continent is surrounded by contamination. The infection scene caused by the pollution there can be contained. It is bound to spread to other continents. It is time for Jenica to act. She orders, "Elise, as a level 1 admin, I command you to raise Arcadia a sea level, double the deep sea monsters' attacks to 100%, and crank the difficulty up to 1000%. Elise quickly acknowledges the command, verifies the level 1 admin status, and tries adjusting Arcadia's difficulty, but Jenica gets a response. It can be adjusted. Jenica panics. "Well, what? Why not? I am a level 1 admin. This command is considered unfair, targeting a specific user. The player in question has absolute protection, because they accepted a contract related to a company-caused issue." Jenica is confused and asks again, "What do you mean absolute protection? I have never heard of that before." Alice keeps working on the virtual screen and replies, "I have emailed you the related data. Check your inbox." Looking at the email Alice sent, Jenica is shocked. It is about the Arcadia Korea incident and the education competition. She yells in anger, "This is insane. What the hell did the Korea branch do?" At Pirate King Carlos in Dex's place, Carlos asks, "Sorry, but most people here are wanted criminals, so can you head to the Lamb Tower for us?" Dex receives a notification. "You have got a critical lead for the main quest. An urgent mission to restore an ancient artifact has been created." This is Dex's chance. He tells himself, "Lamb Tower is the only place for mages I have to go." He thinks it over carefully. It is so far away. Lamb Tower is on the other side of the continent from here. Even if I rush, it will take at least 2 to 3 weeks. That is way too long. He is deep in thought. Other options like the dwarves or even Zumera are pretty far too not the best choices. There has to be another way. Tan once told him about a power that can break the world's rules, dismantle fate, and meddle with cause and effect, and asked him, "You have that power? Do not." Dex focuses on the energy in his hands. Michael also said, "Dex, what you really need is willpower." Standing tall and confident under the sky, Dex feels his own power surge through him. A strong energy pulses through Dex's entire body. A shattered artifact from the past reacts to the player. You can spend fame points to restore the broken artifact. Do you want to restore it? It costs 200,000 fame points. Dex agrees immediately and starts the restoration. Carlos watches from outside, clueless about what Dex is doing. He is shocked. Eyes wide. There is no way that artifact should be reacting to Dex. Even Dex is surprised by the result. It is working. The journal is the most reactive item, a maritime loft by someone in this world. Responding to the power of the fame points invested in it, the journal says, "I faced deadly dangers on the endless sea, a vast ocean where no direction could be found. Monsters everywhere, and sudden storms. Without these 2 mysterious artifacts, I would not have survived to escape. Those 2 artifacts are an ancient compass and binoculars. Thanks to my ancestors for passing these down to me." Dex gets a bunch of notifications. Item fully restored. 200,000 fame points spent. Item broken, ancient compass transformed into dreamer's destination. Item broken, binoculars transformed into watcher's eyes. Quest, ancient artifact restoration complete. Linked quest, forgotten legend complete. Title, you earned the title Big Drum Kid, Dex says with satisfaction. Alright. With this, everything's settled. Setting yells angrily. What the hell? Are you seriously saying you reverse time just to restore some old artifacts? Michael also snaps. Unbelievable, using time reversal to fix stuff. Dex calmly. So what? What is the problem? Setting is furious. The problem? Don't you even realize what you just did? Time reversal is not something you use to fix things. Dex asks foolishly. Time reversal? Is that a big deal? Setting glares suspiciously. Honestly, I am curious, Master. What exactly are you? I know something happened when you made that pact with the Demon King to turn him into your subordinate. Michael asked in surprise. You actually made a pact with a supernatural creature. If not, then this just does not make sense. He thought for a moment and replied slowly. Maybe it is just a job skill or something. Sedang was screaming and causing a scene. But you really took that as a skill. Michael was speechless and just gave a goofy smile. The job is called the Anarchist Poet. Dex was satisfied. The more he played, the more he changed his mind. Why did I get this job? Whatever it is, he smiled with a hint of menace. Anyway, since we created the main storyline, we have to exploit it fully. Watch closely, I am about to cause a lot of chaos. Dex asked. Hey Carlos, are the items activated yet? Carlos held them up, inspecting them. Yeah, even more than that. Looks like they have become something totally new. Dex looked at him and asked. Can we head to the other continent now? Carlos replied. Of course, though I never expected things to go like this. He said, everything in the journal is ready. Now we just need a ship and a crew. He added, I have a warship ready for you tomorrow. Don't worry. I will pick the best crew in the Caribbean for you. Dex grinned and asked, what is going on here? He did not hold back, asking straight up. Aren't you supposed to be heading to the new continent too? Carlos' eyes darkened, turning fierce. He gritted his teeth and answered, the Caribbean is not stable yet. I get what you are saying, but Dex cut him off. You talk too much. Pirate King, are you scared of the sea or what? Carlos seemed to hit a boiling point. He turned his back to Dex, then spun around with a dark, murderous look. You are messing with me, are not you? Dex got a notification. You have reached a key point in the main storyline. Based on player actions, the story's direction can change. Be careful what you stir up. Dex looked smup. A key point in the main story. Looks like we are heading in the right direction. Dex said plainly to Carlos. Sorry, but my goal is not just to reach the new continent. The real goal is to hunt down the existence hidden there. Imagining the grueling hunt, he said, I can't fight alone anymore. I need as big a crew as possible. Standing firm before Carlos, he said, it is risky, but full of romantic thrills and an exciting journey, a chance to sail to the new continent. Carlos calmly said, if the ruler of the Caribbean dies on this trip, we will lose everything. I have reason to protect this place. Dex interrupted. Easy, Carlos, he said simply, like it was a game. Just do not die. That is all. Carlos listened in stunned silence as Dex spoke of conquering the seas and returning. That is how he would carve his name into history. Dex smiled and said, as Pirate King Carlos, pioneer of the new world. Another notification appeared. Negotiation skill activated. Target, Pirate King Carlos. You have seen his true intentions. Accumulated effect. The target doubts his own decision. Accumulated skill. Player's proposal acceptance rate increases. Carlos looked at Dex hesitantly and asked, what do you want from me? Dex grinned slyly and said, you will come with me to the new continent. Not just one ship to explore, but we will bring all the Black Pirates' ships from the Caribbean and conquer that damn endless sea under the pirate flag flying high. He pictured the scene. When we reach the new continent where no one has set foot before, we will plant the Black Pirate flag. The Black Pirate flag will fly over the new land. Dex said, I want to witness that moment with you. Carlos, the moment when criminals and pirates, treated like outcasts, achieve something no kingdom or empire ever has. How do you feel about that, Carlos? He raised a hand toward him. Will you come? Carlos stood frozen in place. At the Arcadia Korea branch, a panicked voice came from the building. Director, sir, you need to hear this. He felt dizzy but asked again. The scene of moving to the new continent is unavoidable. The manager crossed his arms and replied, I just got permission from the chairman to connect the relevant info and confirm it myself. The manager said, a player, through Carlos, the ruler of the Caribbean, is already preparing to move to the new continent. The man was stunned and kept exclaiming, wait, Director, So you were saying a single player is moving to the new continent? That fast? His eyes were wide with shock and fear. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. Wait. Director, what happened to that player's management system? The manager looked stunned. Huh? What do you mean? He started explaining. If a player moves from the Korean continent to another continent and causes a lot of chaos, well, a lot of weird stuff. He smirked slyly and said, normally, that is not our responsibility. It is up to the bureau, or even the country where they land. Right? The manager listened, suddenly enlightened to all these new things. No matter which country it is, you have my sympathy. Carlos eagerly gave orders. Everyone, get ready to depart. From now on, all Caribbean forces will head toward the new continent across the endless sea. He commanded to raise the door, and immediately the hatch was lifted to the top. Deb smiled with satisfaction. Finally, it is time to set sail. Get ready. Dragonheart. He stood on the ship, watching it slowly drift away from shore. The Caribbean fleet set sail to find a new continent. It had been a week since they left port. They had entered the endless sea, a breathtaking fleet moving into vast waters. Carlos stared at the sea in awe and said, "It is truly terrifying." The sea's called the endless sea not because it stretches to the horizon, but because it is so deep you can see the bottom. The system had a new notification. Warning, entering the endless sea. If you are offline for more than 3 weeks, your character will die, and the system will teleport your character to a nearby deserted island. Please be careful while playing. Deb stood on the ship's deck, pondering the warning. So that means we have to stay online while crossing the endless sea. That is harsher than I thought. Looks like from the start, they encourage strategy over conquest. I have a plan the system 1T approve of. Debs excitedly gazed at the ocean, his heart racing with anticipation. 10 days had passed since they entered the endless sea. The mana in the air caused constantly changing weather and shifting currents, damaging Carlos' experienced fleet. The ship faced countless challenges against the rough sea and strong winds. In these fierce waters, even the strongest humans could not hunt any creatures. As a result, their food supplies ran out faster than expected, and everyone on Carlos' ship was starving. Close to death, he could only stand silently with folded arms, helpless to fix the situation. The only support came from 2 items that Dex restored for them. The first was the Dreamer's Compass, a unique item. This compass belonged to a legend from a fairy tale, the one who traveled all continents, restored by a mysterious power shaping the world. The owner must follow the compass's direction. The second was the Observer's Eye, also a unique. This spyglass was given by a transcendent entity to a human, restored by a power that shapes the world. It is said to let you see objects 1,000 miles away. Its vision range is 50 kilometers and can hear sounds coming from the direction you are watching. From the ship, they spotted sharks attacking below the surface and avoided disaster. Carlos held the spyglass, feeling incredibly lucky to have this restored item. It is great we have this spyglass. At least we can avoid sea monsters after that. If we had to fight them all one by one now, our fleet would suffer huge losses, especially drifting in the endless sea like this. Death asked the crew, "How's the situation right now?" The response was, "So far, we lost 33 medium attack ships, 15 supply ships, and 8 large ships due to monster attacks and rough waves. The crew also reported around 1,200 wounded. The remaining ships are overcrowded, lacking enough food and space." Carlos was deeply worried. If this keeps up, we can only stay offshore for another week. It is a relief we could call all the ships in the Kajabi Sea. If we would set off with fewer forces, we would have been crushed. Seeing Death calmly standing on the ship's net, Carlos really wanted to ask, "Death, did you foresee all this?" There was a system alert. Carlos's affinity point shot up, and now he would believe anything the player said, even if the player said the sun rises in the west. Death was stunned. What is with that announcement? Heavy rain, strong winds, and the sea was raging. Suddenly, the ship shook violently, making Carlos and Death stagger and nearly fall. Casso panicked and asked the helmsman, "What is going on?" He replied, "I do not know. I can see anything unusual. The wind's strength and direction have not changed. So what is making the ship rock like this?" Death stared down below the ship in shock. He shouted, "Carlos? Come look, we are in trouble." Carlos hurried over. "What is it, Death?" When he saw beneath the ship, Carlos was just as stunned. He stammered, "Be below the ship. There is a huge fleet of enemy ships from another gang." He lost his cool looking at the terrifying scene. "Huh, it is not just 1 or 2 giant monsters. There is so many of them. Did our fleet piss them off or something?" Death answered calmly, "That is not it." He observed their movements carefully. All the monsters are moving in the same direction, and they are not attacking us. It is like they are running away to save their own skins. Here comes a new player, the legendary beast of the endless sea. The Kraken, it is blocking the sea, and it is the reason the other ships are fleeing. Carlos' head turned sharply. Kraken, Dex figured it out. So that is what they are running from. Carlos was truly terrified inside. Oh man, that legendary monster is real. Damn it. There is no way we can fight something like that immediately. He ordered the whole fleet to retreat, but Dex stopped him. It is too late. If we do that, that monster will wipe us out. Dex urged to order the entire fleet to speed full ahead. Calmly, Dex placed his hand over his heart. Burning with determination, I will handle this. He began to unleash his power. Spirit. Goodwill. Emilia, little Dex stood before the giant creature. Gathering all his strength, passive skill activated. Eyes that see through everything, ready. Dex commanded, attack the weak spot. Ignoring the monster's defense, Dex fired the decisive strike. A giant arrow. The arrow shot straight at the beast, making it roar. Then Dex got a new notification. One of the Kraken's 3 hearts was destroyed. The Kraken is currently exhausted. Stage 1 complete. Prepare for the deep sea's wrath and the next battle. Everyone on Carlos' ship was terrified. They could not believe Dex took down the Kraken in one shot. But they were still worried. The magical mist from the Kraken had stirred up the winds. If things kept like this, the ship would be stuck in place. Dex smirked. Then all we gotta do is get the wind blowing again. Right? He began new moves. Passive skill activated again. Eyes that see through everything. You can read the magic energy flowing in the air. Dex succeeded and was thrilled. Got it. The heart of the magical storm. Dex immediately launched his next move. Windstorm Assault. A powerful beam sliced through the raging sea. The magic shattered in two. Dex watched with satisfaction. Dead on target. The crew struggled to stand against the strong wind. Whoa, this wind is crazy. With this, we can make the ship run several times faster than usual. Carlos shouted, now's the time. Full speed ahead. Push the ship to max speed, go. He struggled to control the ship. Good, keep this speed. Check for any damage. The crew reported. Some vital equipment is destroyed. Fix whatever you can. Carlos gritted his teeth, silently praying, hang on, just a little longer. We might never get another chance like this. Almost there. The ancient compass pointed straight ahead. A lookout stood high, scanning ahead of the ship. Damn it! He could not believe his eyes. Could this really be happening? Ahead was a barren land bathed in sunlight after the recent gust of wind. He shouted, land, I see land. Land. Dex received a flood of new alerts. Legendary achievements unlocked. You are the first player to discover a new continent. Reporting this to the main continent will earn you a massive fortune and skyrocket your fame. Title unlocked. Great Navigator. Title unlocked. Discoverer of unknown lands. You have entered a continent where a different language is spoken. An instant translation system has kicked in for Japanese and Korean. The main storyline has reached a crucial branching point. A related quest to capture a stronghold has been generated. His eyes lit up and a smug smile spread across his face. Haha, Japan? Huh. He stared at the island ahead. Traveling abroad for the first time really got him pumped. He realized that Japan here actually meant the server for each country. So that means Arcadia Online only has one single server. A huge world connecting players from all over the planet at once. Excited, he imagined everyone's reactions when his video went live. He told Carlos, I am so curious to see how everyone reacts when I post this video. Carlos stood there, stunned and confused. Suddenly, Dex asked Carlos about the flag. Hey Carlos, you hung the flag properly, right? Carlos crossed his arms. Smirking confidently, Carlos confidently replied, of course. I set it up exactly like you instructed. We have hoisted our pirate flag where everyone can see it clearly. Then they both looked at the flag fluttering proudly atop the tall mast of their warship. Dex grinned mischievously, his face darkening with excitement. Now all we gotta do is wait for them to take the bait. Elsewhere, Izumiko Port City near the sea was a grand and important location. Someone gasped seeing unfamiliar ships flying the pirate flag, shouting, wait, what is that? I have never seen those ships before. Pirate flag. Looks like a useful event quest has finally appeared. Minato, the level 85 maritime security commander at Colport, smiled with a challenging gleam. Heto ordered the troops to prepare. Fleet 2, get ready to depart. This has to be the pirates who raided Izumi waters before. Charged up, Heto's excitement was clear as she ordered everyone to gear up for battle. One man, sweating nervously, spoke up. Commander, should not we report to the Lord first? She frowned angrily. Shut up. It is just pirates. Why bother the Lord? The man stammered. And no, that is not what I meant. She smirked wickedly, thinking proudly. This event quest popped up right after we camped here. We do not have time to waste arguing with stupid NPCs. I will handle this myself, she thought, growing even more confident and fired up. As the two fleets closed in, Minato crossed his arms confidently and smirked. They are players, not in pieces. Dex spotted the scene through binoculars, unfazed and grinning excitedly. This swerve is brutal. Carlos, standing behind, looked a bit worried. Look, Dex, the enemy fleet is advancing. If we do nothing, they will strike first. Prepare to fight. Carlos warned. Dex turned halfway, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Hold on, Carlos. In situations like this, every step counts. First, let us try talking it out. Carlos blinked, not believing what he just heard. But Carlos trusted Dex and loudly called out so everyone on the team could hear. Dex made the call. Everyone get in except the flagship stay put. The flagship will try to contact the enemy. Right after he said that, Carlos started to panic, lost in thought about his mistake. He would been way too reckless earlier. Exactly. We did not cross the sea, just to raid for the sake of it. We are here to achieve something great. Charging into battle without even talking to the people of the new and mysterious continent was a huge mistake. We just realized if it were not for Dex, I would be gone down the wrong path again. Dex, with sharp eyes full of cunning, spoke up. Carlos, I am going to tell you an interesting truth. No matter the situation, justice is what really matters, especially now. When we are trying to claim great achievements only by doing this can we secure everything. Carlos looked confused and darkened, unable to believe it, nervously asking Dex, wait, what do you mean? Dex smiley, voice calm but dangerous. Carlos, draw your sword. Get ready. On the other side, Minato shouted an order with determination. Fire, cannonballs flew non-stop from Minato's side. Explosions lit up the area, shards flying everywhere, making the sea waves even fiercer. Carlos, caught off guard, staggered on the ship, angrily cursing. Damn bastards. How dare they attack us? Dex stayed calm, as if he would predicted this outcome. Looks like they still have no intention of negotiating. Alright, Carlos, since they attacked first, that makes us the victims, and they are the aggressors. His face grew more determined by the second. Meanwhile, Minato suddenly shouted in anger, is that an octopus? Is it the boss? I have never seen anything like it. Dex's ambitious face broke into a calculating smile as he told Carlos, now you know what to do, right? King of the Caribbean pirates. Carlos' eyes gleamed with sly intent, laughing confidently. He said, Dex, you really are the sneakiest guy I have ever met. Then Carlos turned around, faced Minato's fleet, and shouted loudly, the Carib fleet seems to prefer talking with cannons. Fine, we will answer in kind. The crew, pumped up and swords ready, laughed triumphantly, shouting, Captain, just say the word. Carlos yelled, pulling up the ship's iron net, daring the Carib pirates to come and get some. The battle erupted. Sailors from both sides lunged at each other like wild beasts. A burly crewman came to report, Dex, we have sent a ship after your orders. Looks like it has retreated safely to shore. Dex replied calmly, good job. After the crewman left, Dex's expression grew even more determined as he thought to himself, what an overwhelming victory, barely even needing to use the cannons. So this is the power of one of the 5 great Caribbean strongholds. Watching the fierce battle still raging, bright flashes on the water, smoke and debris flying into the gray sky. At that moment, he made a decision. Alright, it is time for the talk we have been waiting for. Standing on the ship's deck, he stared down at Commander Minato, who was blindfolded and tied to the ship's mast, clearing his throat. He greeted, hello, nice to meet you. Please, I beg, spare my life. If I die, I really die. But he seemed to ignore her desperate plea. Still cheerful, he asked, do you understand what I am saying? Only then did she slowly realize, wait, you are a player. She got angry, yelling in his face, you damn bastard. Do you even know who I am to do this to me? I have the Lord of Azumi backing me. If you do not untee me right now, I will put a bounty on your head. Dex grinned like he would just discovered something new. Sovereign Japan with a Western twist? Huh. Turning back to her, he said, yeah, you get what I am saying, right? This translation system is seriously top-notch. Just then, a crewman ran up asking, hey Dex, what should I do with this noisy one? He said bluntly, you caught that noisy guy. That is great. Now you can finally kill him. Suddenly, a few fierce men rushed over, ready to kill a trembling Minato blinded by the glare. She screamed a sharp, piercing cry. A small demon holding a notebook laughed excitedly. He really is a devil. Is not. Carlos walked over and told Dex, hey Dex, we have arranged some ships just like you instructed. Our fleet is strong enough to break through these waters now. Dex replied firmly, well done, Carlos. That means all preparations are complete. All right then. It is time to plant our flag on the new continent, he said with a sly, unreadable grin. At Azumi Port City, Dex's pirate fleet was sailing inside. People panicked, whispering, what the heck? Who are those guys, and where did they come from? Someone ran over in a panic with news. According to survivors, Minato declared war without permission. Sir, Lord Lucado, ruler of Colport, furrowed his brow angrily. What? He dared. That is infuriating. After a moment of thought, the Lord quickly made a decision. We have no choice. Fleet 1. Prepare to set sail and be ready to fight from outside. Carlos smirked sarcastically. Take a good look. My friend, check out how the Kazab pirates, the city's criminals, have survived and thrived all this time. I will show you their true power. The pirate crew cheered wildly, raising mirrors and swords in unison. Get ready to fight. We are taking this coastline in one shot. The pirate battle raged on. A blue notification appeared. You have sunk a ship from the Imperial Navy Schultz S Fleet 1. You have sunk a ship from the Imperial Navy Schultz S Fleet 1 of the Imperial Navy Sun. You have sunk a ship from Fleet 1 of the Imperial Navy Sun. You have sunk a ship from Fleet 1 of the Imperial Navy Sun. Notification sounds kept going off continuously. Carlos proudly ordered, "Ha! Shoot wherever you like. Sink every last ship." A little fallen goblin excitedly jotted notes and said, "That is it, destruction, chaos, conquest. That is exactly what I raised you for. When raising a bad kid, do not expect it to be a waste of effort. In this case, it is all about nurturing their cunning until it blooms fully until darkness arrives." The Archangel Michael sighed deeply. Truly a pitiful lost cause. A red alert flashed. Kulport City has been completely destroyed. Izumi was overrun by pirates. A blue mission alert appeared. Stronghold sunk. Red alert. The territory of the Sun Empire has shrunk by 1.9%. Blue alert. Rumors of the Shadow Pirates have begun spreading across the continent. Another red alert. The Empire is likely mobilizing detectives and ramping up punitive forces. Final blue alert appeared, confirming the stronghold has sunk. After the battle, ships burned bright red, smoke and gunfire filled the sky, creating a dark cloud. Debris flew everywhere. Dex, the wandering hero, led the JB pirate forces under Pirate King Carlos through countless disasters. They successfully entered the first gateway to the new world. Kulport, he cheerfully asked. Huh, the atmosphere looks pretty calm. Right, he answered himself. Yeah. Though there is a bit of smoke in the air. Suddenly, a man appeared. He frowned, eyes blazing red. Wondering, what is going on? That is some unusual magical aura. At Acadia, Japan branch, a tactical meeting was underway. Tense atmosphere as everyone focused on the projector, and the girl standing there. The short-haired girl speaking was Nishikawa Soto, deputy director of the branch. She began, "Let us start the meeting on the Sun Empire's defense plan. The Sun Empire controls vast seas. So according to Nishikawa Soto's intel, the Empire's strength lies in its navy. We are planning to take control of the coastal city. Borsaya," she continued, saying, "we have convinced 90% of the NPCs around the Izumi Seas." Nishikawa Soto slowly added that we have adjusted settings to allow certain units to be commanded by players at specific levels. Though the impact of this change has not been fully calculated, we believe it is a positive step toward the branch's goals. After a moment, she announced the report was complete. A stylish middle-aged man in a black suit sat deep in thought in the room. This was Nakajima Natsuki, the president of Acadia's Japan branch. He said in a deep voice, "Well done, everyone." Nakajima Natsuki's mind was filled with thoughts about Acadia's captivating game world. He thought he was lucky to manage the Japanese servers, but in reality, it was incredibly tough. A massive force, a high-tech machine moving through the skies. Carrying out missions, here's how this machine operates. Managing players, balancing the game, organizing events, content consumption speed, countless challenges. But the biggest issue is that this game is created by AI, not humans. Bird. Tina stared at the satellite with a worried expression. The increasing obstacles mean we can control the entire game's flow. Our Japan branch has launched a top-secret project, said a cloak group. The project's name? Top Secret. The Zul Empire Defense Plan. The idea is to convert most of the branch's investments into in-game currency and key-breed NPCs. Luckily, this strategy worked, letting us control 30% of the Zul Empire. According to the branch's plan, Nakajima Natsuki smirked, resting his chin on his hand. He thought, a huge amount of money has been poured in. If we can break the game's rhythm, we will profit. Yes, just a little. Yes, just a little. The Zul Empire is now fully controlled by our Japan branch. Picture a bustling port city, alive like it is celebrating some wild festival. The captain told his guards, "Hey, grab water and food first. Don't touch the commoners' stuff, we only take from nobles and tourists." Remember that a huge iron stake plunged deep into the sea. No one knows what it means. Crowds gathered beneath a fortress while above stood Pirate King Carlos, loudly commanding, "Listen up, warriors of the New World." Pirate King Carlos' orders were fierce and brave. He continued, "We have crossed the endless seas. We are the pirates of the Caribbean." His words made everyone below pale, silently absorbing every word from Pirate King Carlos. "We will sink lords and kings to the ocean floor. I do not care about your status or past." Finally, he declared, Anyone who wants to break free from chains and live a life of freedom, raise your swords. The crowd erupted, shouting and cheering like Pirate King Carlos was a god who blessed them. The black pirate flag waved, signaling a new era. No one would judge or blame you under this flag. We are brothers and comrades in arms. Then the main event began, Part 1 at the port city of Peace Harbor in the Sun Empire. Suddenly, a mysterious ship appeared, wreaking havoc, destroying, looting everything, defending the Empire's territory from attacks, and boosting the Sun Empire's pride. The win condition here. Carlos, captain of the Black Pirates, must die. Defeat 80% of the Black Pirates to win. The loss condition. 30 coastal cities destroyed, the Sun Empire's coastal harbor base ravaged. Failure means losing sovereignty over the Sun Empire. Cut to Arcadia, one of Japan's most famous branches. Nakajima Natsuki sat tense-lead. The main event has begun already. Then he loudly ordered Nishikawa Soto, the dungeon director. Something's happened. Was T the first stage supposed to be the secret of the ancient temple? We are all set to start the main mission, right? Nishikawa Soto replied, yeah. Nothing special was announced by the owner up until 2 days ago, but Nakajima Natsuki kept wondering and asked, huh? So why is this weird glitch considered the main event? There is no info on that, Nishikawa Soto said. Well, I am curious too. But the owner said they can't share any mission details. Hearing that, Nakajima Natsuki suddenly jumped up in shock, refusing to believe it, while Nishikawa Soto stayed calm and said, I have never faced something like this before, so I am a bit confused. I kept asking, but it seems info on this is strictly off limits. The old man pondered. Info blackout. That is a first. Just then, Yamashita Ozuku, the communications team captain, suddenly appeared and said, I think I know where the main event's happening. On the desk in the office was a poster and a wide message from someone. What do you mean? Yamashita. That is a video recently posted on Arpedia. Check it out. Which channel is this? A YouTube channel appeared showing daily life of a destroyer. Part of the video showed King Haydak Carlos. And everyone gasped. Wait a minute, the guy in the video. Carlos? Isn't he the main target of the event activated by our side? The three Nakajima Natsuki, Nishikawa Soto, and Yamashita Ozuku were stunned. Nakajima Natsuki asked, where did this video come from? Another replied, well, that is from a specially monitored channel. Everything suddenly turned terrifying. Wait, a player from the Korean continent. So there really is a player who crossed over from the Korean continent and is playing here on the Japanese continent. They have planted their flag and started invading. Yamashita Ozuku wondered, a player crossing over. Is that even possible? But Nishikawa Soto had a different take, and a player affecting the main event. Could that happen? Isn't he that a bug? Then Nakajima Natsuki worried. Oh no? Our plan is about to be blown. Why is this happening to our continent? The Korean branch have discovered our plan. If that is the case, the phone still sat there with no calls or notifications. In a skyscraper in a bustling urban area. This was Arcadia's Korean branch. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was a call from Nakajima Natsuki, chairman of Arcadia, Japan. A man with brown hair and a sharp suit held the phone with a fierce look and said, Finally you are calling. From a hallway, a voice echoed, I received the gift from Korea, Director Manghan. The brown-haired man spoke into the phone. The other end said, you stirred up quite an event on our turf that we did not even know about. The brown-haired man said, call me by my proper title, branch manager Kazukiya. The other end replied, seems you forgot, even though I am the executive director, I have more authority and seniority than you. The man shouted, hey, you know I am not calling to joke around, right? The other end continued, what is the Korean branch's purpose here? A player causing such a huge issue needs to be handled properly before things get worse. The man replied, handled properly? I have no clue what you are talking about. The other end said only one thing, and the man shouted loudly, with such an unstable server, we should be done everything to stop cross-continent missions from happening. At least balance things out. Otherwise, the admin needs to step in directly. If you let those players run wild, what is the point of your plan? The man kept shouting. Do you realize how much this will mess with the Japanese server? He paced anxiously and yelled, all because of that one player. The man laughed nervously. The other end responded with a chilling laugh. Kekaha. The man asked, Director, what are you doing now? The other end replied, unlimited freedom and endless possibilities. The other end continued, these are the issues our chairman always emphasizes. Remember that well, branch manager Kazuki. The man immediately replied, what the hell is this? The other end of the line responded, nothing much. The man on the other end said with a chilling tone, from now on, you will understand quickly that is what I am trying to say. Lines of text kept popping up. Luzentia Port City has fallen. Nita Port City has fallen. Hayesport City has fallen. Genport City has fallen. Ahead is a massive pirate ship. One by one the messages appeared. Part 1. Continental Invasion. At the peaceful harbor city of the Sun Empire, suddenly a mysterious ship appeared. Devastating. Destroying. Looting everything, defending the Empire's territory from attacks, and boosting the Sun Empire's pride. Victory conditions. Carlos must duck. The captain of the Black Pirates must be defeated by eliminating 80% of the Black Pirates to win. Defeat conditions. 30 coastal port cities destroyed. 5 out of 3 coastal bases of the Sun Empire destroyed. Mission failure means losing the Sun Empire's sovereignty. Here, the grand coastal base of the Sun Empire, the vehicle unit, opened up before Dex' eyes like a massive shell covering the entire port city. Dex, wearing red gloves, cracked a sly smile and thought, good, if we take this place down, the rest will be easier. Right? The system announcement popped up again. Part 1. Continental Invasion. At the peaceful harbor city of the Sun Empire, a mysterious ship suddenly appeared, destroying and looting everything, protecting the Empire's territory from attacks and boosting the Sun Empire's pride. Victory conditions. Carlos must duck, captain of the Black Pirates. Defeat 80% of the Black Pirates to win. Defeat conditions. 30 coastal port cities destroyed, 5 out of 30. Coastal base of the Sun Empire destroyed, 0 out of 1. Mission failure will lead to loss of the Sun Empire's sovereignty. Everyone upstairs read the announcement and started discussing it heatedly. Did everyone get the notification? Finally, Arcadia's first main event has kicked off on our Japanese server. Pretty surprising since our server usually focuses just on production and crafting skills. I thought the main event would come later. I am so hyped. I wonder what rewards we will get if we finish it. Oyster clapped his hands and blushed. Alright, everyone, give it your all. He stood high up cheering them on, until the day we defeat Pirate King Carlos. Everyone shouted below. After a while, Carlos sat picking his nose, looking bored as he glanced down at the group, who'd just fallen to the ground so dull. The world channel flooded with frustrated messages complaining about Carlos. Crazy. Is level 240 even reasonable? Is this a bug? No one's even reached level 200 yet? This event can be completed. What kind of main event is this? Elsewhere, Dex stood watching the bulletin board, his face thoughtful. Can be completed? Not wrong. But why do I feel like I did something terrible? He slowly recalled previous events. All 5 restricted zones he would visited were designed to be unbeatable for regular players. The first was the vast Ramir Desert. He thought further. They were meant to keep normal players out. Next was the Great Amul Forest, and the unusually high-level Black Pirates were truly the Caribbean pirates. Facing their captain Carlos was impossible. Images of the pirate crew appeared. Carlos sat with his hands folded, glancing at Dex, saying, those explorers are too weak. Even the net fishermen in the Caribbean are stronger than you. Don't you think so, my friend? Dex replied, have you ever thought maybe you are just too strong for those explorers? Dex's words puzzled him. Are not you supposed to be able to beat me? A dark, ominous killing intent radiated from Dex. Carlos added, maybe not in terms of raw power. The overwhelming killing aura I sense from you is terrifying to me. The Demon King appeared, proudly laughing. Just as expected, only villains recognize villains. Some humans can see their master's cruelty and wickedness. The Demon King kept rambling. See, I always say it, my master is before finishing his sentence. He puckered his lips. But Dex ignored both of them, turning back to ask him, so Carlos, about your strategy earlier, is that enough to end this chaos? Carlos replied firmly, of course. He explained, so far we have been sticking to the hit and run pirate tactics. But the Sun Empire discovered this and moved their artillery. So our supplies are running low. Carlos smiled confidently, and an idea sparked in his mind. They attacked the enemy's main base, and shortly after, they reached the Imperial base. Carlos stood on the ship, clasping his hands together, and said, the largest coastal base of the Empire. Son, I heard it is a natural fortress with a huge military stockpile. If we can take it, even the Empire's infantry won't be able to reach us. Of course, sir. But there is a problem. The Empire leader turned to ask, what problem? Ahead of them was a fortress surrounded by a shield. Carlos replied, Pakahaya is protected by a magical barrier called Eternal Blessing. I heard that shield was created by a great artillery master in the past, and it can withstand attacks from regular cannons. The young man raised his hand to shield his eyes, assessing the situation. It is tough to attack through that barrier, so if we can disable it, nothing will stop us from taking Pakahaya. Right? Carlos answered, without the magic barrier, it will be a piece of cake. Dex stood at the front of the ship and confidently promised, do not worry, I have got this covered. He added, I will disable it. Dex's words left Carlos feeling deeply uneasy. Dex glanced up and smiled. For those relying on the barrier to defend, absolute power is the answer. Inside the fortress, soldiers looked out to sea and saw hundreds of ships approaching. They warned. Dodok, enemy ships are closing in. The scar-faced leader clenched his teeth and wondered. Black Sea crew. Where are they coming from? Rumor has it they can't cross the endless sea. He is the strategist of the coastal base Pokahaya. Dodok Karavox. Karavox turned back and asked the soldier behind him, did Dodok run into any trouble? The soldier in red raised his hand respectfully and replied, no matter who is involved. Dodok is still active all over Pokahaya, maintaining enough magic stones. And the school's mages are there to keep things stable. Hearing that, he finally felt at ease. Good. Karavox said, as long as they do not have any high-level mages, we are safe. He thought about the safety of the surrounding barrier, a seventh circle magical shield, created by a mage through a contract with a dragon. Karavox had full faith in the barrier's defense. With a regular naval attack on the Empire's key base, those attackers will pay for their arrogance. Dex spoke up. We are ready. Everyone, prepare for the attack and wait for my order. Once the barrier is down, we strike back. Get ready. Eldorn, the attack does not have to be strong. Just send someone skilled in magic nullification. El hesitated. Staring ahead, Dex noticed her strange behavior and asked, what is wrong? She hesitated but answered, nothing. He pressed, I am asking for your opinion. Don't you like what I am doing? El replied, I do not like it. But it is not about that. The demon lord standing beside them looked visibly uncomfortable and curious. Dex thought silently, maybe it is, because of all the crimes I have committed on the way to this continent. This time, I need to minimize the damage, even if she is hiding something. Dex glanced at her. What is going on? Tell me. If I can help, I will. Elle lowered her face awkwardly and said, well, if possible, destroy the artillery we are about to attack. Her expression shifted for a moment. Then she clapped her hands and smiled, uttering chilling words. Destroy it completely. Make sure it can be restored. Elle's words shocked both the Demon Lord and Dex. The Demon Lord's face showed confusion. What the heck is that? I have never heard the bride ask for something like that before. Dex was equally puzzled. Wait, not just disabling it, but total destruction, with an angelic face and clasped hands. Replied, exactly. You still do not believe it. Do you? But why? She looked ahead, eyes shining with compassion, contradicting her words. Because it is the right thing to do, I can explain, but I can see that to prevent chaos and loss. We have to burn everything in that artillery. Demon Lord, confused, tried to justify. Even the bride can be ruthless sometimes. As expected. Master, take their skins. The demons guard everyone inside. Dex looked at the small object flying in front of him and asked firmly, are you serious? She answered confidently, because they rejected you. War is inevitable. We can stop what has already been set. But in that scenario, we have to try our best. He pondered for a moment but agreed. All right, if that is what you want, I will do it. Dex shouted, let us destroy that city. The approaching ships drew closer by the minute. Seeing they were close enough, Carlos grabbed his hat and yelled, hey, Dex, we are near. What is your plan for that magical barrier? Dex smiled and read the name of the spell he was about to use. Possession. A towering mage figure appeared, surrounded by shimmering golden light, the great mage of truth. Merlin. Suddenly, beneath the sea, a whirlpool formed, drawing the waters inward. Dex, dressed as a mage, soared into the sky, lightning crackling and striking the water, twisting the currents into raging waves. Carlos stood on the boat, gripping the edge tightly, laughing loudly. Haha. That is my friend, a guy who never knows his limits. His eyes glowed bright gold, lightning crackling around Dex as he chanted the spell. Wave Spirit. Some system notifications popped up. Magic Trial Circle Level 8. Wave Spirit. Starting a mini-game for the trial. If you lose, the magic will be cancelled. The screen shifted to a mini-game interface. After winning the game, another notification appeared. Perfect mana control achieved. Increasing magic effectiveness. Powerful magic trial. Trial time reduced. Combined strength enhanced. Magic perfection slightly boosted. The wave surged over the magic barrier, engulfing the entire fortress. Caravo stood inside, uneasy, thinking. Impossible. This magic was cast by a human. Suddenly, he recalled some ancient sea texts, an endless ocean where another world exists, and one day a disaster will cross continents. He could not believe it. The legend was real. Dex stood in the sky, arms spread wide. Suddenly, he smiled with excitement. I was worried, but I hope this is just the calm before the storm. The whirlpools in the sea grew more violent, tossing the fortress ships aside. Red alerts flashed non-stop. Sun Empire's second warship destroyed. Third warship destroyed. Fourth warship destroyed. Fifth warship destroyed. Final alert. All Sun Empire coastal forces have been wiped out. Port Saga coastal fortress completely destroyed. The systems collapsed beneath the once mighty fortress, now fully submerged underwater. System announcement. Congratulations. Titles earned. Bringer of Catastrophe. Master Mage. 370,000 fame points awarded. Golden streaks radiated, adding a victorious glow around him. Out at sea. Debs, dressed as a wizard, flew overhead looking down at the wreckage. System alerts reminding him that the Sun Empire's entire navy had been wiped out. Port Saga base was completely destroyed. Titles earned. Harbinger of Disaster. Conqueror King. 370,000 recognition points awarded. Wearing his wizard robes, he smiled confidently, spinning his aura to charm all the girls around. Tan's voice rang out. Master, what is your real identity anyway? Debs heard it and turned to look. Tan crossed his arms, eyes wide. Casting such a high-level spell, are not you a wizard? And with such perfection. Lil added from beside him, I felt it before, but you are definitely no ordinary person. He replied matter-of-factly, of course it takes serious skill to do this. Winning the mini-game was the key to casting the spell successfully. If I failed, it was over, Debs said. Recalling the intense moment, he barely won that mini-game. Tan wiped sweat from his brow, eyes wide as he said, you do not know what level 8 magic circles are. Master, you think it is something you can cast just by beating a mini-game. El covered his mouth, laughing. If it were that easy, level 9 magic would have been human entertainment ages ago. Debs answered bluntly. Yeah? Do not underestimate it like that. He spoke. Cancel Heavenly Descent, and the system popped up a notification. Heavenly Descent spell ended. Calculating player's action time. Use 689,751 recognition points. He looked at the system and asked sadly, why did it cost so many points? Master Debs, I already set it to minimum. You know that, right? Because you used level 8 magic, El explained awkwardly. Tan added, this little chicken with wings is right, we tweaked the karma system pretty hard on this Heavenly Descent cast. He was a bit surprised by this, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I was prepared, but I did not expect to burn through more points than I earned. Then he looked at the ruined gear ahead, quickly seeming satisfied. At least the video views are solid. A notification popped up. A new video has been uploaded on the MooTube platform. The Destroyer's Diary channel video hit 18,931 post-its. In the video, we only see him dressed as a wizard, looking super cool and unbelievably handsome. Comments keep rolling in. 8-layer magic. Is that real? Just as expected from Dex, causing chaos in a totally fresh way. Dex fam. Dex fam. Dex fam. Viewers seem really hyped about this new video. More comments are flooding in. Plus, a new continent just dropped on the Japan server Crazy V, so the global servers are connected. Is it time for an overseas trip? From the video, it looks like you can reach it through the Caribbean Sea. Everyone's buzzing about the Caribbean. Wait, is not that one of the 5 forbidden zones? Let me remind you, each of those 5 forbidden zones supposedly hides an Easter egg. It seems impossible for regular players to find them. Standing in front of the screen, Old Man Kazuki is fuming. What the heck is going on? Giant monsters invading the zone. Sun's squad got wiped out. Bosaya too. Part of the kingdom's territory has been occupied by the Black Sea pirates. Yamashita Ooku responded with a flash of brilliance. Kazuki boldly asked, what do you mean? Bosala has a 7-layer defense spell. He hesitated. I checked the battle logs, it was broken by an 8-layer magic. Kazuki could not hold back his anger and shock, shouting, 8 layers? You really think that is possible? That kind of spell is not just used by storyline level characters. Oyoku panicked. Hesitating, sorry, let me double check. What the hell is going on? Kazuki thought anxiously, stunned that a player could cause this much chaos. Unbelievable. Kazuki recalled a previous conversation and now understood what those words really meant. He rubbed his face, thinking silently. Infinite possibilities. Unlimited freedom. So that is it. Messages and comments kept flooding in. Has anyone tried the main dungeon? The difficulty's insane. I tried it to the average enemy NPC level is 180, but player levels only average around 70. Right? Those pirates or whatever. I heard they are from Korea. They came to another country's server and destroyed a city. That is a bit much. Conquering it sounds fun, but this is over the top. Did you hear about the Japan server on the Destroyer's Diary channel? The community's not happy. They say Korean players are a real threat. Why blank? We all suffered during gameplay. Now they have to go through this too. Awesome. Comments exploded everywhere. The Arcadia event became an internet sensation, sparking wild discussions all over. Something unbelievable happened. A player on the Japan server destroyed a city in the blink of an eye, and that player came from another continent, straight from the Korean server. Naturally, conflicts erupted between players from different countries. Strange behavior has also been spotted on the second and third continents. In another space, inside the control room, Alice kept issuing warnings. Most logical storyline 18232, code 002 nor 18232. A white-haired girl appeared. Activating storyline 002. Emergency protocol started. Storyline 283 is currently being adjusted. Alice reached out. Releasing purple beams of light, a key appeared. System announcement. Main storyline part 1. Hell invasion. Failed. Mission failed. The Northern Sea region of the Sun Empire has been handed over to Banghak pirates. A 5-year peace treaty was signed between the Sun Empire and Banghak pirates. The Caribbean territory has been expanded. The sea routes for intercontinental travel have been updated. Regular intercontinental travel will commence soon. Scene change. A large ship docks at a beautiful city. Captain Carlos crossed his arms. Smiling confidently, the Sun Empire agreed to avoid military conflict for the next 5 years, including recognition of our territory in adjacent sea areas. He added, moreover, anyone who harbors hatred against the Sun Empire or shares our ideals will be considered an ally. That is excellent cooperation. Dex happily responded. That is great to hear. Congrats. Carlos? Looks like you are getting close to your goal. Carlos seemed deep in thought. He hesitated, then said, Dex, did you hear someone call your name? He turned around with a questioning look. He pulled his hood down. Speaking seriously, since we first met, I could not figure out who you really were, but thanks to you, I have regained my freedom and become the ruler of Karaib. I believe you have been guiding me down the path I am meant to take from now on. He placed his hand on his chest and said solemnly, I'm Carl, the Pirate King, swearing eternal alliance. After hearing that, he froze for a moment, then chuckled softly and joked, this is free, right? Carlos laughed. Haha, you really never change. Then both burst into loud laughter. Carlos continued. Of course. It can be free after causing such a big event. What do you need? If you want my soul, I am ready to give it to you. Tan quickly jumped in. That is easy. Hey, master, just accept it. Come on. Accept it. Elle had to run out, hugging him and pulling him away. Elle was like, so embarrassing. Dex said to Carlos, I told you from the start, I do not need your soul. If I ever need help in the future, I will ask you for it. But please do not say things like that so casually, especially in front of me. Carlos laughed calmly. Haha, you are no demon. To me, you are like an angel. He replied softly, well, I already have all the rewards I wanted. All the rewards? What do you mean? Carlos asked. Curious, the system notification sounded. Pirate King Carlos has sworn eternal loyalty. Calculating P-influence worldwide. Gaining 953,212 recognition points. He thought silently. Thanks, Carlos. I will use this carefully. Scene change. Two mysterious people, a man and a woman. The man said, hey, are you sure about this plan, Sansun? She replied, trust me. Based on Destiny's video analysis, this is it. The path to hell starts right here, in the foreign city of Caraib, one of Arcadia's 5 forbidden zones, the Caraib region. Looking at the bustling, noisy city, he said, so this is Caraib. The girl looked a bit uneasy. Strange. The reason it is a forbidden zone is because of its foreign nature, but its order has improved so much, the young man answered. Anyway, let us hurry and find a way across this continent. Suddenly, a green-haired kid named Han appeared excitedly. Hey, you too. Is this your first time here? Sansun replied calmly. Yes, it is our first time. Why do you ask? The kid quickly responded. Because you keep looking around all the time. Encouraged, the kid started talking non-stop. Caraib's different now. Under the protection of Pirate King Hack and Pirate King Carlos, everyone enjoys freedom and safety. The young man replied irritably. Yeah, kid. I know Caraib's changed a lot, but we are kind of busy right now. After saying that, the two walked off together. Sansun politely turned back and apologized, then left the kid standing there, visibly annoyed. Leave it. I still have a lot to say. A tall, burly man called out and ruffled the kid's hair. Hey Han, slacking off again. Han grumbled. Slacking off. I am selling tickets here. The man asked, how many have you sold? The kid hung his head and answered, not a single one, leaving the man speechless. Are you kidding me? Han shouted, how can anyone not buy a ticket? This ticket holds the magic macros and decks created. I will only sell tickets to adventurers who understand their grand vision. The man agreed and objected at the same time. True, but explaining that to the kid would take all day. The man thought, I am not complaining since Dex trusted me with this. But what is that kid thinking? Thinking that only such people can buy tickets to the new continent. He looked at the kid wandering around asking, Hey, is this your first time here? After a while, someone shouted, Let us to the new continent. The ship has cast off, sails fully set, ready to depart. Someone thought. Right now, what has got everyone curious is whether Dex, the world-shaking existence who stirs countless hearts, is a force for good or evil. Scene change. Dex smiles smugly. Let us start hunting dragons. Shall we? On a bright, sunny day, in a elegant house. Carlos spoke. Dex, as you requested, here are items with information about dragons. He continued excitedly. Allies of the Sun Empire helped gather these. So these should be what you can find in this area. Dex replied happily. Thanks, Carlos. This saves me a lot of effort. He turned around with a satisfied look and said, All right, but not wanting anyone to see. He warned the old man to make sure no one comes near this place. Carlos was a bit confused by Dex's warning, but still agreed to the offer, saying, okay, noticing the satisfied expression on his face, but behind that smile was a mysterious thought brewing. The old man started asking himself many questions. Thinking, oh man, this guy just turned the continent into a total mess. He continued, I wonder what he is planning next. Night fell, and under the warm yellow light, he flipped through pages searching for info about dragons. Haunted by the idea of killing dragons, he kept repeating the word all night. Dragon, dragon, dragon. Finally, he landed on a page and smiled like he would found something. Mumbling, dragon. In the human worldview, dragons are selfish creatures who hide rare treasures deep within their caves. It is no surprise that 80% of the gold mines in Arcadia are owned by them. Their greed and curiosity are endless, to the extent that humans and other races sometimes sneak in to steal those treasures. Very few empires and kingdoms can control that greed. Most have to give something up just to avoid a war. He silently calculated, seeing mostly praise or warnings about dragons. This info seemed pretty useful, making him say out loud, Ha! Interesting stuff. Meanwhile, Tan was getting sleepy from reading too long. He yawned and called out to his master. You have been reading for a while now. Eager to help, said Tadet. Why do not you just ask us instead? I can get better info from the embassy's library. She added, truly an angel. Elle always thought of others, but Dex politely declined her kindness straight up. If I did that, who knows how many reputation points I would lose. Besides, learning history is good too. For him, reputation points seemed more important than anything. Tan heard him and lazily raised his voice, asking with a bored expression, Master, what do you think? Found anything yet? Dex stayed silent, focused on his thoughts as if he would figured something out. I am sure about two things. The third dragon lineage is the fire dragon. Unlike other dragons, they are more connected to the western lineages than the eastern. His eyes sharpened, and now confident in his thoughts, he said, this lineage often interferes with human life. His words startled Tan awake from his drowsiness, who exclaimed, Zyko, what do you mean? How do you know that? Maybe it is because you have got that hero's glow. A tan, Dex bluntly guessed. Seems like someone spread the word about their danger to everyone. These documents give detailed info about the lineage. He rubbed his chin with a mischievous grin, saying, Haha, I would do the same. It saves a lot of trouble. Another starry night lit up the courtyard, where a giant tree with stunning pink leaves stood. Tan grumbled at Elle. Geez, how many nights has he been like this? Sitting beside him, could not help but say, even I, who loves peace, find this a bit boring. If he fails after all this research, I am done. Though bored, Tan decided to trust his master. After all, it mattered because that is what his master was doing. I can feel it is increasing, Elle asked curiously. Huh, what is increasing? Tan smirked and cast a spell with a snap of his fingers. Haha, what do you think it is? Reputation points. Hearing this, the angel Elle proudly said, Come on, I was wondering what you meant. With the world changing this much, reputation points obviously go up. If they did not, that'd be weird. Right? Tan shouted back after his comment got dismissed. Haha, damn this damn place. Didn't I say? Our master is a super villain. The more he does this, the more his evil reputation grows, Elle replied sarcastically. Don't you know? You think only your reputation points go up, like getting slapped hard. Ku Khan's tone softened. Hey, do not tell me you are like that too. Our angel brought up a point. The continent invasion caused serious damage to the Dawn Empire. Many people lost their homes, and others died from that terrible magic. That is an undeniable fact. But was Dex's action really that cruel? She calmly continued. Criminals, slaves, nomads, beggars, Revolutionaries, a whole group oppressed for various reasons, discovered a new continent no one had explored before. They built their own country by invading the territory of a vast empire. Is that really such a bad thing? Elle lowered her voice to the little demon. Small glowing spots appeared in her hands, not as many as his. But even if I were in the heavenly realm, I would still get lots of reputation points. She kept analyzing under Tan's shocked gaze. Looking at the situation, Dex is not an angel or a demon, maybe he just enjoys stirring up chaos. The two pictured Dex. Then continued. In other words, you could say he is pretty unpredictable. The next morning, still in that garden, Dex came to see Tan. Smiling. Hey Tan, can I borrow something from you? The little demon looked confused. Huh, what do you need? He quickly replied. A shard of Deathbringer, you still have it. Right? He added. Lend it to me. Tan went easy, twitching his lips with a bad feeling, clutching the shard bag tightly. Just asking. But what do you plan to do with it? Dex smiled slyly and said 3 words. Sell it. That one sentence made Tan jump. Eyes wide. Voice twisted. Sell it? You mean? He shouted. Demon scum. A while later, the bag holding the shards Dex needed was in front of him. The system displaying the description of the legendary Deathbringer shard. It is a demon world weapon. Most of its power was lost due to holy energy, but traces of its strength still remain. Dex grinned. This is a valuable item. Perfect for my situation. The little demon spoke up. Hey, master, what did you say? Dex denied it. Nothing. He held up a glowing shard. Analyzing. Is not this material pretty special? Tan, what is this metal made of? Tan snapped. Hey, what are you doing? Are you teasing me? Dex softened his tone. But if you want to sell something, you gotta know about it. If the customer asks and the seller does not know, that is embarrassing. Tan sighed. Master? Just asking. But you are not really planning to sell it, right? Dex forced a smile. Stammering. He tossed the shard back into the bag, grinning like a cheesy salesman. Of course not. Do not worry. Though he said that, Tan still thought, this is sketchy. To reassure the little demon, Dex said, if you do not trust me, let me explain. Hunting fire dragons across the continent is tough, right? The best way is to make them come to us. Bellion Trade City. Where anything can be freely traded, I will lure them there. He continued. It is in the center of the continent, and a neutral zone where other forces can't easily interfere. He added under their assessing gazes. Besides, it is the kind of place where treasure hunters will show up. He smirked. The trap's set. Now we just wait for them to fall for it. Something a treasure hunter would crave, a rare item. Hearing that, Tan blossomed inside. Deathbringer really fits. Though it is just a shard, it still holds value. He thought quietly. Such a fool, so narrow-minded. Death said broadly. I need your help. If it works, I will help you repair Deathbringer. Tan asked, half believing. Really? You have a way? Death reminded him. Forgot the way old artifacts are restored. Tan looked amazed. Right, the time reversal method. He reached out to examine the shards. System text appeared. It analyzed. The Deathbringer shard reacts to reputation points, requiring 200 million. She looked at Tan. See? Pretty pricey, but maybe doable. Tan, overjoyed, wiped tears and grabbed Death's face. Master, you really are? Death quickly asked. So what is Deathbringer made of? Tan blurted out. It is made from hell metal, a rare material in the demon world. Left deep in hell for 4,000 years. At that moment, you spoke? Hey Death, I have a question. She continued with sharp eyes. I have heard your plan, but something is missing. You want to use the broken weapon of that fallen guy as bait for the dragons. But how do you plan to face the dragons? As she pictured him standing before the massive dragons, she said, facing ancient dragons with nearly infinite magic power is impossible. Even if everyone on this continent teamed up, it would be like a candle flickering in the wind. Tan said the problem lies in that day, when the master became a real threat to the lineage if that god went mad and used 9-circle magic. C4. Oh yeah. That is the biggest issue. Hearing that, he could not help but ask them, what? What would actually happen? Tanenlul replied. What would happen? Well, probably. The entire continent would be wiped off the map. They said this, as they pictured the whole continent vanishing. Death joked. Hey, is not that kinda great? If that happens, how many fame points would we rack up? Hearing that, Tan and Lul were shocked, their eyes wide with surprise. The three of them laughed and said, haha, just as expected from the master, his thinking really is on another level. Right? Really? I am still a bit embarrassed pretending to be clueless. Exactly. With that, would not we earn enough fame points to restore Deathbringer and more? Haha, how could I not be excited? La shouted. Hey, do not joke around, we need a plan. Just kidding, I am not an idiot. Death chuckled, rubbing Law's head. Haha, I already have a plan, while swiping through the system panel. He said, something really reliable. Law was confused. Wait, Death? You mean? Death held up a staff with a bright grin. One shot for her, one shot for me. With an innocent yet excited look, he added, one shot for the dragon too. In Arcadia's fifth largest forbidden zone, the Great Emil Forest is the resting place of the fairy clan and home to the world's ancient trees. Melissa stood beneath one of those roots. She spoke to the ancient tree, a smile flickering across her face. Great Mother, it seems humans have discovered a new continent. She continued. There are so many now that humans have stopped coming to their village as much, but I think this calm is being underestimated. As she spoke, Melissa gently held a butterfly swing and said slowly, according to Feng Ling, it is all thanks to Death. She raised her hand and smiled softly. I have never stopped being impressed by his achievements. I do not know what he is planning or how far he intends to go. Her eyes darkened but still held happiness. I really look forward to the day we meet again. Mother, will you forgive me for feeling this way? Space around them suddenly dimmed. Queen Fairy Melissa instantly sensed her mother speaking. Melissa, I feel the same emotions as you. My dear, a figure with green hair wrapped in vines. Eyes closed, smiled and said, hey, pretty one. Feelings like these are always right when shared with someone special. Never wrong. As she spoke, the girl opened her red eyes. Meanwhile, Death was still unsure, but genuinely searching for the dragon's heart. The ancient tree laughed heartily. The time has come, the long-held wish is about to come true. A small bamboo shoot. The system announced it was a special limited-use bamboo spear that could only be used once. Created from sharp bamboo infused with energy focused on equality for all beings. One strike knocks out instantly, completely bypassing all defensive spells and magic. Tan and Elle were surprised. Whoa, you can kill an ancient lineage dragon with just one hit. Elle was amazed. This is an incredible item. Death was pretty happy. Everyone thinks my plan sounds pretty solid. Too bad it only works once. Elle quickly activated her eyes. She used her angelic power. Karma from past lives was triggered. She looked into the future fragments linked to this item. Major changes twisted the flow of the karma timeline. No future could be seen or predicted. The system kept announcing casually. The two under the blooming tree sighed. Oh man, you can't even see the future with this. Just one bamboo spear is probably enough. Elle said. Madex immediately cut in. From now on, let us draft a rough story outline first. He laughed loudly, eyes sparkling with excitement. The plot is to lure that god out. Alice was floating when suddenly the system alerted her to a major change. A bright red warning appeared all around her info panel. Danger. System issued another alert, performing a full analysis of the target's behavior patterns, detecting the maximum number of errors. Warning, a massive amount of corrupted storylines detected, with countless missions affected beyond measure. Hearing these alerts, Alice's eyes suddenly blazed red as she activated emergency protocol code 00000030089040. At headquarters, the screen flashed bright red before switching to a critical danger scene, causing the staff to instantly panic. What is going on? The office workers jumped up immediately, all clearly alarmed. Hey manager, the network's down. What is going on? The connection just dropped. Myohan quickly reported to his superior, Lemai, who said all necessary Arcadia operation tools are currently restricted. It seems other branches are facing the same issues. She seemed to have predicted this, her gaze turning serious finally. It is here. The inevitable has happened. Computer resources are insufficient. Switching to emergency mode, scaling down Arcadia's real-time monitoring, and disabling all systems focused on predictable storylines. Jack stood in the virtual world, surrounded by red warning system screens flashing danger alerts everywhere. Jack, serious-faced, said, these times are tough. Elise, we need to expand our processing servers. Who would have thought a single player could shake things up this much? From now on, we need to evaluate storylines on a global scale, not just continent-wide, at times feeling helpless. Jack thought, I guessed something when the Chaos Singer connected with the World Tree, but I figured it would take at least a year for this to play out. The scene showed him standing in front of the World Tree. If that player reached the Dragon Heart, the World Tree's wish to unite the continents could come true. If this storyline unfolds, Arcadia will undergo massive changes, and chaos will keep escalating. His eyes sharpened as he smiled, thinking, haha, this is gonna be interesting. Let us see what happens next. A meeting instantly popped up, with a hologram standing at the center, greeting the directors managing all Arcadia branches. Thanks, everyone, for making time for this urgent meeting. She said, the situation is critical. We have no other choice. View suddenly switched to Branch 02. Jim Iontero, director of Arcadia's second branch, smiled and said, I believe everyone understands by now. The image shifted to Branch 03, where they said, Enough formalities, can you explain the current situation clearly? Our Branch 3 is experiencing significant interruptions due to the main storyline, Kazuki Nakajima asked. Restricting all AQ operations, what are you thinking? Branch 05 also spoke up, saying, according Q, the current solution is A-driven. Branch 07 snapped angrily. I knew that A system would cause trouble. Branch 04 questioned the claim that Elise was overloaded and asked what caused it. Branch 01 silently contemplated. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Elise is not capable enough to continue, and they want to stop using the A system. And Taro cut them off directly. You are wrong, she continued. This meeting is not about Elise's overload or safety levels. It is to inform you all what will happen in Arcadia. It is not a warning about the map of the 8 continents. Behind her, a map appeared. She said, Arcadia's continental map will change to this, as a new map displayed on screen. Everyone was shocked, shouting, what the hell is this? All 8 continents merged into one. And Taro calmly said, I get why you are all confused. Branch 02 argued it was too soon and would cause more harm, but said there is no other choice. Mizian laughed loudly. Unlimited freedom. Infinite possibilities. As long as players remain the driving force behind this, they have to accept it and prepare countermeasures. Nakajima panicked. Players are the driving force. After all these results, he immediately thought of one person. Could it really be him? Inside the Demon King's castle in the Demon Realm, a monster with long horns and red eyes, Asmodeus, the lustful Demon Lord and 4th Demon King, arrived here under the Demon King's orders. Satang, with a scowl, pointed a finger down and said, You are here. Did you bring the shattered pieces of the Garak sword I told you to collect? Gather those fragments and bring them to me tomorrow. I need them to travel to the human world. Hearing about the Garak sword fragments, he immediately recalled someone telling him to bury them deep in the shadows for 1,000 years to restore their magic. He continued, You already have a few pieces. Is not that enough? Satang snapped back stubbornly. I do not care. Just bring them to me. He was frustrated. Do you even understand what I am saying? His face twisted with irritation. Damn it! My life's a mess. What is the master thinking? I am supposed to rule the demon realm, yet I have to obey a human's orders. The demon spoke again. Lately, the Demon King seems tired and has been away more often. He added, There is a rumor he formed a servant pact with humans. This instantly caught Satang's attention. The demon said angrily, The Demon King can just be the master in every kind of pact. He can be that Demon King signing servant pacts with humans. No way. Those words immediately enraged Satang on his throne, his eyes glowing blood red. Hey Asmodeus, you are overstepping. His eyes burned with fury as he growled. Should I remind you who is really sitting on this throne? The voice and pressure startled the demon. A second later, the demon vanished from Satang's sight. At your command, Demon King, I will restore the shattered pieces of the Garak Sword of Death. As the demon left, a small explosion erupted instantly. Satang immediately transformed into a small, cute form and loudly addressed those who dared not challenge him. Speaking coldly, he propped his hands on his cheeks. Reflecting that the demon's words were true, he felt more bound by his master's orders than he had anticipated. He pictured his master happily on the throne and thought, I never intended to give the master so much power anyway. As long as that whinge girl does not show up. He grew angry again. If it were not for her, the amount I can take from the master would change instantly. Satang thought once more, if I follow the Demon Lord's orders, who knows? Maybe I can restore the Garak sword fragments to their original state. He had been thinking about this for a long time and felt extremely frustrated. Damn it! Fine, there is no choice but to obey the master. In the free trade city of Violent, an old man looked shocked as he saw the items on display. What the heck is this? On the table were shattered pieces of a sword, all covered with a black mist. Somewhere in the merchant city of Violent, hurry and buy these items. Everyone. Cheap gear here. First come first served. Level 3 magic books perfect for battle mages. We buy materials, gold, and silk at prices above market value. The bustling market echoed with noisy calls. 3 people Dextrin and Lull scouted every alley. It has been a while since I have been somewhere this lively, one said while biting an apple. The vibe here's pretty great. It is totally different from the kingdom. Moron? Still, there are surprising things here I did not expect. Be careful and watch your surroundings. Where is he? Why can't I find that person? The purple-haired, fluffy-haired mage searched back and forth. Hey, are you looking for something? A nearby merchant approached. Offering help, I came here to meet the Midas Company's merchant, but I do not see anyone to pick me up. Hearing this, the merchant smiled and said, They are not here anymore. They are planning to search for something, he said, leading the way to a tall, ancient building, the Midas Company. The old man was amazed again as he saw the items displayed. What the hell is this? The shards covered in mist appeared on the trading table. A shard glowed purple on the table. Carefully wrapped in paper, Gorn smiled with delight, holding the stone shards in his hand. These fragments are packed with pure energy. At first glance, there are quite a few here. These items will be mine. He turned around and asked his subordinate, "Where did you find these things?" "I just got lucky," his subordinate replied quietly. "An old man showed up wanting to trade with me for these." Seems like he did not really know what these items were worth. Huh. The sly old man handed over the shard to him. "I only had to pay a small amount to get these stones," the subordinate said with a sneaky smile, his eyes clearly showing disdain for the old man. "Really lucky for you that guy got pushed aside. If merchants in this city can price items right, then they are just stupid." Goldburn looked at the stone and laughed excitedly. "You are right about that. If my gut is right, this thing 1T just shake up the market here. It could throw the whole continent into chaos." He widened his eyes. Unable to hide his grin, the purple shard slowly became enveloped in a strand of black energy, merging as one. "Welcome to the Sigriel Hotel. How can we assist you today?" An Orient appeared, glasses on, asking politely, "This way, please," she said, glancing at him. He looks pretty shady. Dressed like he is broke, she sized him up casually. "Do you even have enough money for a top-tier hotel like this?" Her skeptical gaze was obvious, but he quickly pulled out his wallet. "Gold? That much?" She stared in shock, eyes wide with surprise at the shining gold coins. "All right, give me the best room here," he said cheerfully. "Most items in this city are around level 60. Moonlight shone down on the tiled rooftops. Seems like the items here are better than I expected," he said, soaking in the hot spring. Not disappointed. "Though there is good trade here to check out, there are also plenty of hassles because the level gap is kind of big. True, but it is mostly because the level difference on this continent is higher than others at the start." "Lily, you really are something." Lo beside him looked ready to snap. "Yeah? Why that? Of course it is true. It is all your fault," she said. "What do you mean my fault?" He looked confused. "Don't you know why the level gap was so big at first on this continent?" she shouted. "I really do not," he said, puzzled. "Because when you came back and attacked the Duke's mansion and challenged the Holy Temple, that is why." "So what?" He still looked clueless. "Adventurers there figured if they were not strong enough, they would die. So they trained way harder than anywhere else." She sat up straight, explaining further about the dwarves, the peace treaty, and the goblin tribe. They all helped that continent develop stronger gear and items. That is when they realized their true strength. With hard work and item support, their levels shot up compared to other places. She kept explaining to him, while he next to her still looked spaced out. "Yeah, that is all my fault, but right now, that actually helps you a lot. You might find something new here," she said, sighing softly as she looked at him. He sulked silently, glancing away. "Then let me ask you something. If I want the Demon King Satan to do something, I thought you would stop me. But you have not said a word." He relaxed in the water. "I already figured that out. I think you just have your own plans, thinking you can earn 20 million experience points. I am sure what you are plotting is not simple." Looked up, impressed, realizing she is really smart. "I was just guessing before, but now I get you way better. And I respect you more because of it," she said at the end. He looked puzzled again. "So that is how it is? You are actually the first person who has made me curious," she said, eyes locked on him. "But that smile of yours gives me chills. If you keep playing that jerk Satan, I will only be happier. Then I won't have to deal with that annoying guy so much. That is what I want from you." He did not say a word, realizing she has her own schemes too. Suddenly appearing from nowhere, Tan burst out joyfully from the entrance. Don't get up. How's that job going?" "Don't worry, Master, I handed it over to a reliable subordinate." Tan laughed happily, unaware that Yu behind him was watching this scene with disdain. Right now, news about that thing has spread everywhere. Satin stroked his chin thoughtfully, smiling with delight. "Those greedy humans will pay for that," he thought excitedly. Meanwhile, someone else carefully examined the artifact through a lens. "Sir, the best appraiser for artifacts has arrived," the subordinate behind Goldberg reported. "All right, did you find any clues?" he asked the appraiser. "These are pretty strange. I have never seen anything like them," the man said with a serious face. "Based on my guess, this could be a divine-level artifact. Beyond that, I can't give an exact assessment." Hearing the words divine level, he was startled. Quickly, he gave an order. "Then we need to dig deeper into the origin of this artifact. Hurry up. We need to know more about it," the appraiser repeated. "But it is really tough for me. I can fully see through these items. I doubt anyone on our continent can accurately appraise them," he said cautiously. "Still, I can spot a few things I do not understand. These symbols are bizarre," the appraiser said, staring at the glowing engravings on the sword. "Maybe it is from some ancient ruin. That ruin. He said, holding back a bit, that ruin is supposedly the highest level demon dungeon on this continent. The scene of the ruins appeared, glowing deep red, with a gloomy, dangerous atmosphere. You mean that stone is linked to the demon clan? Goldberg asked suspiciously. Yes, probably. The other man nodded almost confidently. This is a relic left over from the demon god war. It is wrapped in a mystical aura. He explained. All right, I get. Step back. Goldberg ordered the appraiser. Behind him, a subordinate was surprised. So it is really a leftover from the ancient demon god war, a demon clan artifact. You heard that, right? Yes, sir. The subordinate gulped immediately. They are just merchants. Anything valuable can be traded, no matter which faction it belongs to. This confused the other man deeply, but this thing can be traded like regular goods. The man said with a sly grin. His eyes turned wicked, and he could not hide his smile. I need to give it a prime spot in the trade city so more people see it. The more attention it gets, the higher its value. His thoughts paused on showing it off. This rare divine artifact would be auctioned to fetch the highest price. The divine artifact was displayed at the auction house. Rumors about it spread everywhere, and humans reached out, craving it. Even though other players could not see the stats or effects of this divine artifact, they could only see its level. The system had hidden all detailed info. Still, just its appearance caused a huge buzz, making everyone super curious. Hey, that divine artifact is out. Did you hear? It is a piece with godly power. But I am just confused by it. People gossiped. That is a legendary item. First time I have seen one on this continent. Everyone chattered loudly everywhere. Comments exploded fast about it. With such scarce info, they were bursting with curiosity. For players, anything divine caught their attention, even the Dragon Clan. A divine artifact. I thought those did not exist anymore. But now one's appeared. News boards everywhere showed images of the artifact as shard. This excited the orange-haired guy. The ancient demon god war might be starting up again. This is straight up ancient magic. Alright, I gotta check it out. As a protector of this continent, I can just ignore this. The man's gaze hardened. Enough. Demon energy spreading. Looking at the Deathbringer shards is frustrating. It is like a carnival distraction. Demonic weapons from the demon world being disrespected by lowlifes like this, and I can only watch. Damn it. If it were not for the master. He cursed but then caught himself. But can this method really trap those lazy clansfolk? Are they really dumb enough to fall for it? Next day, the crowd at the artifact display was packed like a festival. Someone asked, is that the legendary item from the rumors? It is just a shard. Does not look special at all. Some guessed, but it must be insanely valuable. Satan stood on the roof, watching humans gossip about his artifact, hearing all the nasty insults. He was so mad he wished he could punch someone to vent. All he could do was curse. These damn fools do not know their place. Daring to touch my stuff? Just wait. I remember every single face that slobbered on my treasure. Once I open the portal, I will make them pay. I will come down myself and show them what is what. Scanning the area. Suddenly, Satan sensed a strange aura behind the crowd. It was Cavern, the fire dragon from the Cavern clan. As expected, a single glance told him the artifact was truly rare. Cavern smirked. No way that aura is Deathbringer's. Could he be luckier? Finding a treasure like this out of nowhere. Satan noticed Cavern and grinned wickedly, feeling like he would found a prize. What is this? Is there really some idiot god dumb enough to get trapped? Cavern approached the display carefully, confirming without a doubt that though it was just a shard, it was indeed Deathbringer. Unbelievable. He touched the shard, wondering why a demon world's divine sword would end up in this shabby market, and in such a shattered state. Its remaining power was too weak. At this level, it was almost just a trace. Nearly vanished. What on earth had happened? Could the Holy War have broken out again? Otherwise, a divine weapon from any realm should not be destroyed. If it was, then by what or whom? A divine weapon of this caliber should have been reported to the Dragon King the moment it was spotted. That is clan protocol. But anyway, this item had already lost all its power. Thinking that, Cavern smirked. Those pesky demons had not made any special moves. So adding this to my demon clan collection is not bad at all. The auction is still 3 weeks away. Right? No problem. I have got more than enough money. Shortly after, Cavern turned and left, while Satan hurried back to the hotel to update Dex. He shouted. The masters appeared. Really appeared. Heard there is a rookie ancient dragon leveling up. Drooling over this, Dex replied calmly. Showed up earlier than expected. Looks like that girl's well informed. Ladded smoothly. Yeah? An ancient dragon is still young, definitely interested in worldly matters. Satan lost interest and asked, hey, what is wrong with you guys? Why the long faces? Elle sighed. Well, some issues came up. We are stuck and do not know how to handle it. Satin was surprised. Issues? What kind of issues? Well, since you are family, I will tell you. I will keep it simple so even an idiot like you can get it. El looked at the spear in front of him and said, "First, the spear Dex gave us. It is definitely the only way Dex can kill a dragon. It can only be used once, but with that one strike, it can kill any dragon because this item holds unbelievably powerful magic. The problem is how to land that killing blow and how to buy enough time until then," Dex said confidently. "Whenever it slips up, just stab it in the back. I think just the stance alone is enough to pull it off." El asked again, "Dex, your goal is to kill the dragon for its heart, right?" He nodded. "Yeah, exactly." She pressed on. "Then tell me, are a human heart and a dragon heart the same size?" Dex thought it was a silly question and said, "What does the size have to do with anything?" El insisted, "Of course it matters. With the same power, the bigger mass holds greater strength. If the dragon dies in human form, the massive mana and life force in its heart would immediately lose control and vanish. So all we would get is a human heart with just a bit more magic from the brink of death. In other words, to get a true dragon heart, we have to force the dragon to reveal its true form, then finish it off with the spear." Only then did Dex understand her point. He thought it through. So they had to corner that dragon completely without using the spear. That is tough. Satang had been zoning out, but after listening for a while, he asked again, "Hey, what exactly are you talking about?" Yem stayed quiet for a moment, then explained, "Honestly, if the master does not focus on the logic of the battle, going one-on-one with the dragon is not impossible, but forcing it to reveal its true form, that is a whole different challenge." Dex leaned in. "How tough is it? Break it down for me." Setting analyzed seriously. "First off, magic specifically. Level 9 magic." Dex blinked. Level 9. The only reason those gods gave up their boring human forms back then was if they got truly furious or felt their lives were in danger. Once they shift back to their true form, they definitely use level 9 magic. Remember the level 8 magic the master used? Level 9 is even more terrifying. If it casts level 9 magic, this whole continent might have to be redrawn. Dex thought grimly. "But hey, that'd make for some epic footage." El perked up and said, "I think differently. Maybe if it uses level 9 magic, it will cast spells that only affect Dex. Some supreme magic that can absolutely kill lower level creatures, like a death sentence. If it is anything else, fine, but since Dex is human, he might not be able to survive it." Sarang scratched his head anxiously. "Damn, this move is way too risky. What if something goes wrong? If that damn lizard god steals my divine sword, I am done." "Hey master, maybe just forget it. Drop that dragon heart thing. It is not worth it." Dex muttered thoughtfully. "Yeah, I guess I have been relying too much on that spear." Suddenly he laughed and almost shouted, "I thought it would be easy. At this level, it is not even fun anymore. I have made up my mind. I am killing that dragon." Sereng saw Dex's intense look and panicked. Damn, when masters like this, nothing can stop him no matter what happens. On social media, rumors were already spreading. "Hey, there is a legendary item blowing up over in the Japanese system. Apparently, it is the sword that the saboteur smashed open. Another big scandal." Haha, someone else was shocked. "Wait, that sword's a legendary item. How did they break it?" "So it was originally from our system. This is a culture hack scandal." "No, a legendary item hack scandal. But why was it displayed in the market like that? Sold to ordinary people. Definitely a main quest. My gut says it is about Choco Cake and Dex plotting something in the Japanese continent." Dex fans. Dex fans. Dex fans. These are sword fans. Can you see it is black? Black. 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 A short-haired girl with a sharp face stared at her phone, reading the comments and thinking that Dex guy's stirring up another huge mess. Meanwhile, in the Lumer Desert, the Pi Caravan set up camp to rest. Hearing the conversation, Apple gasped. "Wait, Choco Cake and Dex are the same person." "Makes sense." Lemon chimed in excitedly. "The first time we met, he used the alias Lestiador to hide his identity. So everything happening in the Japanese system was Dex's doing. What is his goal?" The young man smiled softly. "I think he wants to bring back the dragon heart." The others exchanged surprised glances. "Dragon? Huh?" Suddenly lowering his voice, the young man continued. "Anyway, the reason I am bringing this up is because Dex wants to ask for help from everyone in the Pi Caravan. He wants to use the entire Caravan's intelligence network to gather info." Hearing about the upcoming Midas Guild auction, Lemon was thrilled. "Leave it to us. Thanks to Dex's investment, we are where we are today." The three sat talking while everyone else around them quietly drifted off to sleep. Weeks later, Midas officially held a public auction for divine artifacts, attracting a huge crowd. Elburn stood on a table, visibly excited. "Ladies and gentlemen, Thank you all for coming to today's auction, and may you have the chance to own a legendary item never before seen in history. Carvin, standing in the crowd, licked his lips hungrily, while Dex stood on the other side spotting the target. Finally found it the dragon. Goldburn finished the intro and started shouting out loud, "Everyone, pay attention. The auction hosted by the Midas Guild is about to begin." The crowd below is huge. Looks like there are even more NPCs than expected. People are buzzing, of course. A mythic tier item is priceless even to Mipsivs. Look at those NPCs, they are all royal family members or high-ranking nobles from various empires. Well, guess this auction's out of reach for us. Even if players pooled all their gold in this system, it probably would not be enough. Young Marquis Miel of the Sun Empire, wearing big glasses, smirked sarcastically and whispered to the person beside him. Quite surprising, the Pyros Empire is also joining this auction. I heard they have been hit by a severe drought lately and are totally drained. Surely, they are just here to watch. The Pyros Marquis replied calmly, "Do not worry. That issue has already been handled. The Sun Empire refused to sell us food back then, so our empire threw all its effort into food self-sufficiency and developed new farming techniques to boost yields. Plus, you are quite skilled. Marquis, I heard the Sun Empire is struggling with pirate raids from other continents, yet despite all that domestic chaos, you are still interested in this auction." Marquis Miel raised an eyebrow. "What did you say? Interested? Are you crazy? You know insulting me means insulting the entire Sun Empire." The Marquis glared. "If I am right, what are you planning? You are just a rookie little Marquis acting high and mighty." Cavern, seeing them bickering loudly, reminded them, "Please calm down. The auction is about to start." Acting like this could damage the honor of both empires. The Marquis looked at the red-haired youth before him, thinking, "Who is this guy? Sharp eyes. Really sharp." Marquis Miel shouted, "Who are you?" The red-haired youth slowly introduced himself. "I am Marquis Cavern from the Bael Kingdom. Got a problem?" Miel immediately scoffed. "Just some lowly Marquis from Weak Bael daring to boss me around." Cavern stared at the two coldly, eyes sharp and chilling, and said, "Hey, quiet while others are speaking." Miel suddenly broke into a sweat, nervously muttering yes. Tasted the same. Quietly apologizing, Demon King Satan, watching from atop the roof, exclaimed, "That is him, the godling from last time." Elle sighed, "But to use spirit energy over just a kid, seems this brat has a fiery temper." Suddenly Satan got angry. "Hey, is he allowed to just use his power like that? Watching those godlings act so unfair. They really are the true lackeys of the Akakariyama continent." Elle calmly replied, "They live on this continent, so it is allowed. Dante beings from the demon realm also freely use their powers." He was speechless. "Huh, that is actually true." Dex, blending in the crowd, fixed his gaze on Cavern. "That guy is a dragon, so he only flips out when someone messes with him." "Huh," the auctioneer shouted. "Now we will begin the Midas Guild's relic auction. Starting bid 100 gold. Someone raised it to 500 gold. Another bumped it to 2,000 gold. Online viewers followed the auction closely, commenting, "1 gold is worth 100 million coins. And beast is going big." Prices shot up to hundreds of millions of coins in the blink of an eye. Definitely a whole different level. Normal players have been out of the game ages ago. Haha, the wealth gap in this virtual world is insane. During the auction, the price kept skyrocketing. 3,000 gold, 5,000 gold, 8,000 gold. Marquis Miel raised his hand and shouted 10,000 gold. Viewers gasped. 10 billion coins already. Whoa, those prices are insane. Is that item really worth it? Definitely. Could it be the only mythic tier item in the world? Cavern coldly said, 150,000 gold. The crowd went much quieter. Very few can afford that kind of money. The bidding among the wealthy begins. Miel bites her lip and says, 200,000 gold. Bethuake speaks up, 400,000 gold. Cavern decides to go all in, his face unreadable as he says, 1 million. 1 million gold. The other side raises it to 1,200,000 gold. Then Cavern seals it at 10 million gold. Everyone gasps. 10 million? Who is throwing around money like that? Cavern replies, "I am done wasting time on this auction. No objections. Right? Let us end it." Everyone thinks the auction is over until Dex jumps in and bids 20 million gold. Gormburn freezes, thinking he misheard. Who is that newcomer? Everyone turns to the back where the 20 million bid came from. Cavern calmly says, "Just a familiar explorer. I doubt he can actually pay that." Dex quietly tips his hat. "Oh yeah, but the system accepted my bid, so that means I do have 20 million gold." Cavern cuts to the chase. 300 million gold. Gormburn is stunned. 300 million gold. He is sure he will never see an auction this insane again in his lifetime. Gormburn finalizes, "If no one objects, I declare the auction closed." The system immediately announces, ownership of the item has transferred to Cavan. After everything is done, Cavan approaches Dex and asks, Ooh, who are you?" Dex hesitates. I am, so what if I know? The system reports. Logical storyline 1,812,331. Assistant storylines Angelina 283,212. Cassie's 192,988. Dark as a Pot 92,123. Apple 14,721. Dex turns and asks, is this purge enough? Satan looks closely and replies, almost at the limit. Probably about 30 minutes left. Dex thinks that might be just enough time, then confidently says, we will count on you. Then, Satin channels energy, full of confidence. I have absolute faith in my master. But if that guy messes up, he will have to give Deathbringer back to me. Dex replies quietly. Alright, he mumbles a mantra, summoning a massive armored form wielding a greatsword that slowly materializes. The system announces, Dragon Slayer channel activated. Player's body influenced by a demon realm entity, temporarily harnessing its power Dragon Slayer sword. A blade thirsty for dragon hearts. Passive skills activated. Dragon Hunter. Absolute speed. An unyielding will. Dex quickly closes in and attacks Cavern, whose overwhelming power puts him on the defensive. Recognizing the Dragon Slayer sword, Cavern narrows his eyes. Who the hell are you? Damn it. Do you even know what you are doing? Dex smirks and replies. Doing what? Just hunting dragons. Their powers collide with earth-shattering force. Blinding flashes forcing everyone to scatter in fear. Shouts erupt everywhere. What the hell is that? The damage is insane. Run. Just a scratch could kill you. Help. Dex sword slashes relentlessly. Glowing sword energy tears through the very air. Cavern casts spell after spell to defend. Dex marvels. Level 5 magic. Humans rarely master that. Trying to hide your identity. But throwing it around recklessly like that, how's that supposed to hide anything? Suddenly, Law strikes with a powerful punch, sending Cavern crashing into the wall with a thunderous crash, though it barely phases him. That demon's tough, but he probably thought he could land some damage. You guys really cheat too much. Cavern pulls out a crushed, battered item, his gaze burning red as he casts a binding spell. You lolif. System notification, oppressive aura suppressing player. Passive skill unyielding will activated. Oppressive aura effect disabled. Dex sneers. Then the one getting crushed by this lowlife's punch is just an ant, a bug, or something like that. Cavern roars with rage. Whoever you are, I will shut you up with fire. Strange ancient reliefs appear in the air as a giant fireball grows bigger and bigger. Miel stands below, terrified and stammering. What the hell is that? Feels like witnessing the wrath of the sun itself. Case recognizes it. Firestorm. Level 7 magic, the realm beyond human reach. Low class human. 2 points. Cavern stands amid the blazing flames, struggling and muttering curses. You bastard. Damn you. Looking at Cavern's wings spreading wide, Dex thinks silently. Here comes phase 2. He smiles and bows politely. Pleasure to meet you, Fire Dragon Cabinian. The demon sits below, excitedly eating popcorn. The crazy boss is here to stir the pot. Cheer up. Keep it up, Dex. At this rate, you might even force him to reveal his true form. Cavern, less cocky now. Cautiously asks Dex. Human. How do you know my identity? Dex replies calmly. Know what? You came looking for me. Suddenly, you and Tan appear in the sky right behind Dex. Cavern is startled, looking up at the two warriors in shock. You guys. Why are you on his side? The demon grins oddly. Long time no see. You damn lizard. You mocks back. The pain of the Fire Dragon clan, just as hot-headed as rumored. Cavern panics. How can you be here? The demon smiles slyly. How else? It is called Rockio. Rockio with death. The guy you are facing. Cavern looks confused. What? Rockio? The so-called high-ranking angel and king of demons is Rockio with a lowly human. Dex laughs loudly. Haha. Exactly. Cavern points, yelling. They have truly lost their minds. You think the Dragon King will just stand by and watch you traitors? Another stupid mistake by these lambs. You want to ignite a bloody holy war again. The demon scolds loudly. What are you saying? You damn lizard. You are seriously delusional. You chuckles quietly. Cobenian, I think you have misunderstood. We have no intention of starting another holy war. We just want to restore what was lost in the past. Through your heart, Cavern breaks out in a cold sweat. What? The demon is shocked. You are an angel, right? Come on. You are demanding the heart of a star. You sighs. If you want the heart, just say. Dex shakes his head in disbelief. Honestly, you are the craziest chicken in the bunch. Dex looks at Coben and asks, now you get what is going on, right? We have no intention of sparking a holy war again. We just want to restore everything we lost in the past. Through that person's heart. Cavern broke out in a cold sweat. What? The demon has not lost his mind yet, huh? He is an angel though. Here we go again. He dares to come out and demand the star's heart. That is really reckless. If you need the heart, just say. You shake your head in disbelief. Of all those chickens, you are the craziest one. Dex looked at Coben and asked, do you understand what is going on now? If you win, the Deathbringer shards belong to you. If I get back all the shards plus your heart. Simple enough. System notification sent. Item effect activated. Sweet revenge triggered. Applied to the line. Damage amplified by 1000%. Massive boost to magic resistance. Item effect triggered. Decisive moment activated. Stamina and energy consumption drastically reduced. Dex taunts the enemy with his sword. Come here. Or should I come to you? Cavern looks at Dex suspiciously. He is really just a lowly human behind it all. Dex replies confidently. Dante asks, see for yourself, what kind of existence am I? Saying that, he swings his sword, cutting through a surge of magic force that tears through the air like a terrifying shockwave. Cavern channels his power, releasing an insanely scary aura. More and more petrified statues appear. He forms a formation and unleashes a barrage of fiery attacks on Dex, who struggles hard to defend. Dex senses it is at least a level 5 spell, and it is all elements cast at once, making his opponent's magic incredibly powerful. At this rate, forget winning, getting close to him is impossible. Dex mutters, though it is just a taunt. The situation's seriously bad. Satin reminds, Master, only 17 minutes left. You have to finish within 17 minutes. Dex jolts. No extra. I have already spent 1.8 million points. At least give me a bit more. He pleads. But Satan snapped, I have stretched it as far as I can. Stop acting like you are shopping. 17 minutes left. Time's ticking down. Dex thinks hard within this limit. He has to land a critical hit. That is the real challenge. He holds his head, coughs a few times. If only I would known earlier. Satin, seeing this, asks, what is wrong? Master? Going crazy. Dex smirks softly. I made a mistake wasting time talking to him. He is not human. He is a dragon. This is not Peep, it is a red boss fight. At that thought, Dex's face breaks into a twisted grin. Cavern notices the change and grows suspicious. Who exactly is this human? Barrier between species can be broken. Even facing the dragon's pressure, he does not flinch. Instead, his fighting spirit ignites fiercely. So this is what the risk really looks like. He would only heard rumors before, but did not expect such strength. Interesting. Cavern decides to cast a high-level spell, condensing his energy into a sphere with a tiny dragon swirling inside a bizarre sight. He shouts arrogantly, let us see how long you can stand my magic. Satan senses the overwhelming power and tries hard to block it. Master dodges. That is not a level 7 spell. He is about to cast a level 7 spell. Dex asks, really? Are you sure? Satan scoffs. Obviously. Dex calmly replies, I trust you. Then immediately dives into the battle. Satin panics. Face twisted. He is charging right into the magic. Wants to die or what? Dex has another plan. He thinks it is a bait to use stronger magic. The casting time has to be longer. He will strike now. Before the enemy can act, Cavern confidently channels all his energy into his attack, sneering at depth. Too late. Human. But before he finishes speaking, sword energy swings. A streak of light flashes, slicing through his wings. Cavern freezes. What the heck was that? System alerts pop up. Will of Vengeful Defense activated. Will of Dragon Slayer activated. Ultimate one-hit kill activated. Fragile Life activated. Dex laughs triumphantly. Got him. About a 5-second window, Cavern angrily asks. You think you can dodge that? Dex answers without hesitation. Of course. If I was not confident, why would I even play this game? Hearing this, Cavern is shocked. It is not a life or death battle. Just a game. A form of entertainment. He smiles brightly. Interesting. I admit, humans are strong. You are strong. I will give it my all for this fun. You have kept me waiting long enough. With that, Cavern raises his hand, and a golden aura flashes brightly. It seemed like the violent energy was growing stronger and stronger, the flames getting bigger, causing the crowd below to panic and scatter far away. Someone screamed in terror. What is that? That fire is way too dangerous. We need to get farther away. Where can we even run? This is already outside the village. Suddenly, the system sent a notification. A new mission created called Horror from Legend Caribbean Fire Dragon, a creature that only exists in myths. Yet here was a human daring to ruin its fun and even injure it. If you want to survive, run immediately. Otherwise, you will taste the ultimate terror from the supreme creature, the dragon. Escape the Balin area, or all your items will be confiscated. A flood of alerts appeared below, directly affected by the dragon's presence. Hostile transcendental creature detected. Abnormal status. Fear effect applied. All stats down by 90%. Logat function temporarily disabled. Many characters were suppressed by Cavern S dragon power, panicking and running wildly below. Screams non-stop. Run. The dragon's coming. Cavern's eyes filled with tears of rage as he shouted. Fear me? You pathetic pests? Your very existence is meaningless. Offer me everything you have. A giant fire dragon appeared in the sky, with a massive fireball hovering ominously before it. Elle was a bit scared. Is not that... The demon interrupted. That is an 8th level hellfire spell, burning everything with the flames of hell. Dex watched the scene with some satisfaction. Final stage success. Now wait for my heart. On a live stream, Viewers were shocked. What the heck? What kind of live stream is this? Damn, it is the system's daily log. Why is it just a sea of fire? I can't see anything. Wait, that is a fire dragon. A massive fire dragon appeared in the sky, with a terrifying fireball floating in front of it. I was a bit scared. That is, the demon added, that is the 8th level hellfire spell, incinerating everything with hell's flames. Cavern laughed arrogantly. Ha, so you finally get it. Human, you have angered me, and now you will pay for your sins. You have gone too far. He revealed his true form, a blazing red fire dragon, with supreme power radiating from him. But Dex did not seem scared at all. The two charged into a chaotic battle, their destructive power leveling a huge area, a sudden wave of fire rushing forward. Dex shouted, Dragon Slayer sword. Transform! A white knight's shield appeared before him. He glanced back and said, even the rocks are burning up. Hellfire is seriously terrifying. Of course. Dex said, hellfire burns the very essence of its target. Even water can turn to dust. Cavern growled. You bastard. How can you still be so cocky in a situation like this? This revenge won't stop at just killing you. I will teach the entire human nation on this continent a lesson they will never forget. Just wait. Human. Dex let out a bitter laugh. Still so arrogant. Huh. You got beaten to the brink of death, and still have not learned your lesson. What makes you lizard gods think you will always win against humans? Lords of all species. Cavern roared. What did you say? El was startled. The classic line is back. The demon gleefully kept analyzing. The master sure knows how to get under the enemy's skin with words that cut deep. Dex calculated quietly. Transforming the sword has already cost a lot of points. Maybe it is time to use it. Try it, a viewer shouted while liking the stream. Damn, that is it. That is the guy. Dex pulled out his bamboo spear and smirked. You hit once. I hit in front of this spear. Everyone is equal. Netizens went wild watching this. Crazy. Haha. That spear can take down a fire dragon with one strike. It is black. Pray my kid finds a lover soon. Pray he aces the college entrance exam. Come on. Charge. Praise the spear guild. Dex for the win. Cavern's eyes went wide. What the hell is that? What kind of weapon is that? You adventurers. He continued to channel his inner energy. More runes appeared in the sky. Dex told himself to be careful. This magic is even stronger than before. A dense wave of fire mixed with force surged forward, lighting up a large area. Dex raised his Dragon Knight shield. Bracing himself, he exclaimed, that is intense. Good thing I used transformation to block it. Otherwise, I would be toast. Satan clicked his tongue. Combining both 7th and 8th level magic, does he want to destroy everything? El guessed. Looks like the enemy has no way out now. You suddenly remember, when we invaded Arcadia, it was not this bad, we only kidnapped a few stubborn ones, just wrecking their stuff to scare them, Eldap said mockingly. Are you proud of that? Loser, Satin shouted angrily. What did you just say? You damn chicken. You are more like fried food than a human. Quiet down, Dex said, annoyed by their noise. Enough nonsense. Let us focus. How much time do we have left? About 5 minutes. Satin replied. Dex held his sword in one hand and his bamboo spear in the other, glowing fiercely. Only that much time left. Then we won't make it before he is exhausted. All the taunts that might have worked are probably used up. How do we create an opening against him now? Suddenly, Satin remembered something. Ben said, Hey master, I know what those gods hate. Want to give it a try? Dex asked again. What is it? El sighed. So we finally have to resort to that method. Huh. Satan leaned close to Dex and whispered. Dex listened but looked doubtful. Are you serious? He firmly confirmed. Trust me. Master, this will work. Dex bit his lip. Alright. It is worth a shot. Dex looked at Caven's scary glare and said, Hey Ben, check this out, your dad's the God King. Right? A Caven froze, not understanding what Dex meant. Dex continued, Well, your aunt is a God Queen. Caven flew up to face Dex. Still confused, even the online crowd did not get it. Some spammed question marks. Others laughed. That is hilarious. Seriously. Respect. What the heck? Crazy. That is the special curse version for the fire dragon. Now Caven roared in anger. I can't take this anymore. After I kill you, I will take control of all my kind, the entire fire dragon race on the Arcadia continent. They will learn the truth. Humans teamed up with demons and angels to plot against me, the protector and balance keeper of this world. Our wrath and punishment for their sins will fall on every human across this continent. A huge, blazing red phoenix appeared in the sky as Caven soared higher near the magic formation. El shouted, Now's the time. Dex exclaimed, Perfect, a figure dashed straight at Cavan. Cavan sneered with contempt. You idiot. Charging headfirst into death in a life or death moment. Think your tricks will fool me again. Die. Human. Then he cast the death order spell, instantly reducing the figure before him to dry ash. But in the blink of an eye, Dex appeared from the other side. Shocking Cavan, his bamboo spear stabbed forward. Cavan could not react in time and could only say, "What? How is this possible? You are not dead." Dex explained. Simple, 9th level magic. The death order is a spell that grants living creatures absolute death, so as long as you are not a living being, you are safe. Dex's clone used the Iron Combat robot Oscar as a decoy to take the hit. Satin saw this and turned to question you. Why is this clumsy battle robot even on the Angelic Realm's summon list? She replied that it is because of the heartfelt plea from the one who created this robot. Dex was curious. A heartfelt plea? She nodded. He wanted that even if his soul could not ascend to the Angelic Realm, this iron robot, like his own child, could go there and live forever. The Angelic Realm accepted that noble wish. Humans really are adorable and noble creatures. They offer their souls to create works of art, and when that creation shines brightest over there, Calvin's body had a hole floating in midair. He still could not believe it and stammered. You. What did you do to me? Dex answered briefly. Told you already. You throw one, I throw one. Under this spear, everyone is equal. Calvin's voice grew faint and broken. La lamb. I got hit by one. The lowly human then slowly fell silent and collapsed. The World Tree's spirit sensed all of this. She clasped her hands, thinking quietly. You did it. The system confirmed the notification. Legendary solo feat. Defeated Ancient Fire Dragon. Everyone in Arcadia was shocked by your achievement. You earned 1,429 billion fame points. Your name will be recorded in Arcadia's history books. People's opinions of explorers will be completely changed. Titles earned include Dragon Slayer, Apostle of the Spear God, Chaos Architect, Monster Strategist. You gained 14,290,000 points. Dex stood exhausted before the massive fire dragon. That battle took a lot out of him. He wiped sweat from his brow and smiled with satisfaction. Fire dragon defeated successfully. Now it is time to dissect this beast. 47 minutes after the fire dragon raid event. Once again, Dex was the culprit. Tension filled Arcadia's system control office. The manager was puzzled why this player caused such a massive incident, but it was certain that competition and conflict among players would become extreme from now on. Limousin did not see it that way. She calmly said, "Next time, it would be better to call it an event rather than an incident." The manager replied sharply, "Boss, do not you realize how serious the upcoming upheaval in Arcadia will be? A massive update to unify the Pangea continent had to be rushed, even though less than 20% of the land and missions had been explored. And now this happened, surely the game's lifespan will be cut by at least 10 years. Limousin cut him off. "That is enough." The manager did not get her meaning. "What do you mean by that?" She answered. "That is exactly what the major shareholders are thinking." Wang was startled hearing this. Limousin added, "Even though I am the director, I can't ignore the opinions of the voting shareholders. Everyone is just trying to make a living." Agent Electronic, Arogos, Silicon Thabo Industries, these three corporations hold 99% of Arcadia's shares. In other words, they want this to happen. The manager understood and thought to himself, that is true. Director Limousin holds the remaining 1%. How could she say something like that? Limousin smiled brightly. "Anything else to report?" The manager awkwardly replied, "That is all." He thought, pity the other branch directors who had to stay silent in previous meetings, not knowing what is coming next. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Dex was gathering his loot. System notification. Received 2,724 Fire Dragon scales, 152 Fire Dragon teeth shards, 935 Fire Dragon frost fragments, 1 Fire Dragon heart. Mission Broken Continent complete. Please meet the World Tree to claim your reward. Dex held the heart in his hand, smiling softly. Finally got the Fire Dragon's heart. Nice haul. The demon looked at the heart excitedly. Amazing. Master, I always believed in you. You was thrilled too. Can't he believe we actually pulled it off? Dex, you always surprise me. The system sent another notification. Dex was surprised. There is more. Notification. Ownership of Kerbinian the Fire Dragon's lair has been lost. You have gained ownership of Kerbinian's lair, now registered as a player Hydia. A golden key with intricate patterns appeared. Dex happily said, "Ownership of the lair. That is an unexpected reward. Let us check it out." He inserted the key into the largest red relief, and a pillar of light shot up. System alert. Entering Kerbinian the Fire Dragon's lair. You can visit this lair once per day. In a flat, the space around shifts and teleports Dex to a huge, beautifully decorated cave. He stands there stunned, then blurts out, "Wait, is all this really mine?" He burst out laughing. "Haha! Honestly, I used to think this game was a joke, but now I might have to rethink that." Serang is sprawled out, rolling around on a pile of treasure. "Oh man, No wonder that dragon was insanely greedy, it really hoarded a massive stash like this. But well, it can take this down to the abyss anyway. Dex says, happily fingering a gold coin. Seriously, with this scale, even an ancient fire dragon could not have amassed this much treasure without some serious looting. Serves it right? System update. Current balance is 1,352,232,120 gold coins. Dex rubs his chin, muttering, what a weird amount. It is going to take some serious effort to spend all this gold. I have a feeling a new quest is coming. Satang is still digging through the treasure. Master, there are so many rare things here. The dragon's got an eye for quality. Satang calls out excitedly. Look. Magic books, even some level 9 spells. System notice. Guidebook to increase mana efficiency. Spirit language magic for humans. Age-altering magic. Tier 4 spells. Level 6 Fireball. Level 6 Fire Strike. Level 7 Firestorm. Level 7 Healing. Level 8 Tsunami. Level 8 Great Ruin. Level 8 Blizzard. Level 9 Meteor Strike. Level 9 Kill Command. Dex scans the books and thinks, is that all? Only this many level 8 and 9 spellbooks. He then looks at the bulky gear in front of him and groans. Man, this is a headache. Satang, wearing a crown and a holy cross necklace, notices Dex's frustration and asks, what has got you stressed? Dex sighs. There is just too much stuff. It is going to take months to sort through all of this. Satang's eyes sparkle as he says excitedly, then let me introduce you to someone amazing. Master? Dex asks. Amazing? You mean using points to get a demon butler to handle this? Satang nods. Exactly. We have got the resources now. Might as well live like nobles. People always say that. Elsie snaps, turning her head, but you are all talk. System alert. Fame points. 14,290,000. No butler assigned to the Hidiot. Add a butler to watch over it while you are out adventuring. Dex considers Satang's suggestion and thinks it is actually not a bad idea. Satang keeps bouncing around eagerly. Right? Just say the word, and I will find the best candidate for you. And by the way, I will be charging fame points as a service fee this time. It is mandatory. You get me? Right? Dex nods. Alright. Sounds fair. Consider it a thank you for lending me the good stuff. Satang jumps up, thrilled. Awesome. You are the best. Master? Elle's eyes widen. What did you just say? She looks at Dex and asks, what about me? She complains loudly. That bastard runs around lending out Deathbringer and gets nothing done. Well, I am the one coming up with plans, giving advice, and even lending out precious Oscar. Wait. Calm down. Dex tries to calm her. Satang teases. You are so dumb. Just lending stuff out gets fame points. You gotta work your brain like me to get a share. Elle yells in frustration. You bastard. You looking for a fight? Come on. Today I will teach you both some manners. They start bickering loudly while Dex sighs. Standing off to the side. Don't these two ever get tired? At the Arcadia branch office in South Korea, Lim Ye-jin stares at the computer screen and exclaims, no way the consequences are this bad. I am really sorry. Director Jun and everyone. We should be found a way to retrieve the usual tree. Yet in her heart, she thinks maybe all this was part of the plan all along. That person. Dex. Maybe it is time to meet them. She reads the info on the report. Name Yayan Jiang, 20 years old. Student in the virtual reality department at So-Min University. At that moment in the sync development room, a senior female voice rang out. Good job. You have gathered enough sync data today. Take a little break. You can sit down and rest. Yes? Thank you, says Jiang stretched to ease the stiffness and thought to himself. It is all because of Jian that I have to do this annoying task. But I did not expect things to turn out this crazy. But I still have to deal with the fire dragon stuff. Maybe I should call it a day early. Just as he stepped out the door, someone called out. You got a minute? Jiang turned around and saw a girl he did not know. So he asked who she was. The girl smiled brightly and introduced herself. I am Lim Jun, director of Arcadia Korea branch. Can we talk for a moment? They walked to a room. Lim Ye-jin asked if he would like some milk coffee. Jiang replied casually. Yes. Thank you. Seeing her bring the coffee herself, he asked, why are you making coffee yourself? Don't you have a secretary? Lim Ye-jin chuckled. A secretary is not a barista. And besides, I do not have many hands to get things done. Most importantly, this floor is currently off limits, except for me and you. Lim Ye-jin looked straight at him seriously. I wanted to meet you. Dex Jai. He lowered his head, looking gloomy. You already know my identity. Lim Ye-jin smiled. Don't worry. No one else will find out except me. He sighed. Well, I have been causing quite a bit of trouble lately, but nothing as serious as that spear reward incident last time, Lim Jian said gently. She stirred her coffee calmly. The Chaos class is a tough one, no extra benefits leveling up, limited favor with Familia, and capped reputation points. It is a job full of restrictions. Yet you have reached this level. Truly impressive. Suddenly, she realized she would ramble too long. The reason I came to see Dex is to propose a deal with the most influential people in Arcadia. Sensing her beating around the bush, asked bluntly, "What does the director of Arcadia Korea want from me?" He thought, if it is trouble, I'm out. I do not want anything messing with my gaming experience. Lim Yijin smiled warmly. It is nothing bad. First, quickly bring the fire dragon's heart to the world tree to speed up the continent's unification. After all, that is your plan, right? Not asking for too much. Hearing this, Xiai Ang was a bit surprised. He thought, what? Does this woman have some kind of mental problem? Lim Yijin added, also, keep in regular contact. Haha. Suddenly, he jumped up. Wait, I have not even agreed yet. Lim Yijin stopped laughing and became serious. If you accept this offer, I will be a solid support for you in real life. System notification, 32 new messages. First message from Angelina. Dex, what the heck are you doing? That fire dragon thing. Don't be reckless. If things get tough, contact me immediately. Second message from Cassius. That annoying kid. I thought I was strong enough to face him already, but still no. Keep training. We will fight later. Third message from me. Unlucky as ever. Dude, I saw your live stream. You look so badass. Fourth message from Apple. Dex, is that you? Didn't he expect you would use that spear to kill the fire dragon? How long have you been planning this? Message from Lemon. Hey, if you plan to sell fire dragon related items, contact us. We won't disappoint you. Dex closed the messages with a wry smile. My crew's loud as ever. I really need to find time to meet up with them. Dex's companion asked, Hey boss, why the sudden smile? Something good, Dex replied comfortably. You could say that got quite a bit of attention. Feeling good. A social media video about the Fire Dragon's defeat hit 1,453,215,424 views. Dex replied casually, It is a funny story, and it is getting quite a bit of attention. He is in a good mood. A video of the Fire Dragon's defeat went viral on social media, hitting 1,453,215,424 views. Dex held the dragon's heart. Puzzled, wait, is this really the Fire Dragon's heart? System info. The ancient dragon's heart stores the full magic accumulated over thousands of years, containing endless magical power. It is both a rare material and a precious opportunity for anyone, but it won't yield easily to the weak. Using it directly boosts magic power permanently by 100,000. It can also unlock the celestial dragon body skill, triple magic power, super intelligence, or be used as crafting material. Dex licks his lips. What is this? You can use this item directly. Doesn't look very appetizing though. Satin, seeing this, shouted, Hey, master, are you seriously planning to eat something so important? El also stopped him. Even if it is Dex, I advise you to think twice. He looks at the two surprised and says, Why is everyone overreacting? Satin replies, That dragon heart is super rare. We should use it for crafting equipment, not eating. Do you know how insane the stats would be if you use a fire dragon heart as crafting material? El adds, I agree. Even if someone like him ate the fire dragon heart to boost power, it would only last a brief moment, maybe 100 years in a lifetime. But once you craft a spirit-infused weapon, that power lasts forever, even rivaling the divine weapons our celestial realm wields. Satin keeps jumping in. This time, since we have the world tree's divine medicine, we are staying quiet. Otherwise, we would be negotiating right now. Dex cuts him off. Okay, I get. Enough talk, eating was just a joke. I do not even like eating innards, by the way. What happened with that demon deal earlier? Hearing that, Satin brightens up. The quartermaster. He is already working inside a cave. A weird-looking monster with big ears and a hooked nose chuckles loudly. The great ruler of the demon world. Demon Krebinian Zaglny Basaminia Podoskin reporting. I am just checking the treasure hoard's inventory. Please forgive the delay. Satan snaps. Forgive, cut the formalities. From now on, you are one of mine. The quartermaster bows deeply before Dex and says, Indeed, you are the ruthless human who taught the entire demon clan a lesson they will never forget. Every time I hear the demonkin's story, I feel what true cruelty really means. Then Krebinian Zaglny starts again, but Dex cuts him off. Alright. Enough already, your name's way too long. Is that really necessary? Satin replies calmly. Who knows? Maybe it is his thing. Even I can remember that name fully. He looks at him and says, Anyway, You will obey all my orders, right? Krabinians quickly replies, Of course. Master, please command me. Dex grins. Fine then. From now on you are called Golden Goblin. The demon freezes and groans loudly. Dex beams. You said you would obey all my orders, did not you? Your name's Golden Goblin now. He looks frustrated. But goblins are low-class creatures. Nothing like our noble gluttony lineage. Dex smirks. Got a problem with that? The demon shivers nervously. And no, please go ahead. Master, system notification. Warehouse manager assigned to the Huddy-out current manager. High-rank demon Golden Goblin. Dex turns to you. You brought someone here too, right? Introduce them to me, she replies cheerfully. Yes, Dex, just a moment please. She casts a spell, opening a dazzling golden portal. The power burst makes Satan jump and shout. Divine power of the Archangel. Does that chicken know where it is? Pull back that terrifying aura immediately. But the system immediately sends a notification. Guardian registered for the Huddy-out current Guardian. High-ranking warrior Kadu. A female warrior with a Sailor Moon vibe appears, radiating icy confidence. She kneels before you and asks, Is this the place? Michael, the one I am supposed to protect? You smiles. Well done, Kadu. Kadu looks around carefully, then says, First, we need to tidy up a bit, apologizing for the rudeness. She vanishes immediately. Dex is surprised. Such terrifying power. Kadu spots a huge horde of goblins approaching and mutters, Alright, time to clean house. She swings her staff, causing a massive shockwave. Dex is horrified. What the heck was that? What is she doing? Contract term. 1 year. Dex said, The World Tree is probably waiting anxiously right now. Let us hurry back to the main continent. Everyone quickly left the Fire Dragon Copenion's lair, returning to the spot before entering, then headed back to the trade city of Violin. As he landed, barely catching his breath, someone shouted, That is Dex. He turned to see a group armed to the teeth glaring at him fiercely. A guy wearing a hat, holding a long stick, yelled, He is the cause of all this. Kill him. How dare he show his face here again? Kill him. Dex forced a bitter laugh, thinking, What the heck is this nonsense again? Flashback. The atmosphere was tense. Originally, the third continent was the battleground between the Kingdom of Karen and the Kingdom of Ivan. The creature maintaining this fragile balance was the Fire Dragon Copenion. The hellfire surrounding the Fire Dragon seemed to empower it, and with its deadly gaze, it declared, You humans can do as you please. But remember this. Then it warned, Anyone who dares break this balance will be completely destroyed by me. But that creature disappeared, leaving only its cold skull buried beneath the earth. And the third continent as it is now. It is like a ticking time bomb that could explode anytime. Back to the present. Dex sighed deeply. Disappointed. Thinking, this is reckless. They should be moved elsewhere before entering the Fire Dragon's lair. The crowd panicked when someone suddenly appeared. They whispered, Is that the Dragon Slayer? Some voices sneered, mixing into the crowd. What is that? So weak. Is that really the Dragon Slayer? Low level and all newbie gear. Those words reached Dex, and he ignored them, thinking it is probably just false rumors. He thought to himself, the ratio of adventurers to noobs is 6-4. What should I do? Fighting waste points. Gotta admit, lost in thought. Suddenly a figure brazenly wrapped tightly around Dex's body. One of the soldiers shouted loudly with pride. Follow me. Adventurer, the Count wants to see you. Turns out these guys were soldiers from the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Brigade of the Cavern Kingdom's army. Not letting Cavern run wild, the Ivan Duchy's Westwood Brigade quickly cut in. The soldier pointed directly at the Cavern soldiers with a sharp tone. Hey, Kingdom of Cavern. This area was occupied by our Ivan Duchy first. Dante, you know the rules. Cavern soldiers did not back down. A bald guy looked at the Ivan Duchy troops contemptuously, his hand still casting a seal that dazzled Dex, and arrogantly said, We already captured that guy first. You seriously want to fight over ownership of one person like savages? Cavern troops had directly provoked Ivan's forces. The Ivan soldier's eyes narrowed like bullets as he shouted, You dare mess around with this cheap joke? What the heck? That guy's so weak. Is he really the Dragon Slayer? Low level, decked out in newbie gear. Rumors kept reaching Dex's ears. Maybe it is just fake news. Hearing that, he lost interest and stayed silent. He thought to himself, the risk-taker to ratio is 6-4. What should I do? Fighting waste points. Honestly, lost in thought. Suddenly something boldly wrapped tightly around Dex's body. One soldier in the group shouted loudly. Face proud. Follow me. Adventurer, the Baron wants to see you. Turns out they are soldiers from the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Brigade of Cavern's army. Not letting Cavern run wild, Ivan Duchy's Westwood Brigade quickly intervened. A soldier pointed directly at the Cavern troops, clearly angry. Hey, Cavern Kingdom. This area was first occupied by our Ivan Duchy. You do not know your place? Cavern's soldiers did not back down. A bald guy glared at Ivan's troops with disdain, still holding a magic seal on Dex, arrogantly saying, "We captured that guy first. Are you seriously trying to claim ownership over a person like some savage?" Cavern's troops directly provoked Ivan's army, and Ivan's soldiers' eyes looked like bullets as he shouted fiercely, "Who dares pull that cheap stunt?" The villager stood up for Dex, shouting, "That guy destroyed our entire stronghold. Get lost. You dare disrespect adventurers? Want to test yourselves against us?" The crowd behind joined in loudly. "Yeah, that is right. Neither Cavern's nor Ivan's forces would back down." One side shouted, "Dragon Slayer." The other clenched their teeth and yelled, "He is not backing down." The villagers all shouted loudly and scattered away. Just as everyone was watching the show, the system announced that Dex met the special conditions and earned the title, "The Man Everyone Desires." Dex sighed and said, "Hey, I did kill the fire dragon. At least show some fear or respect, will ya?" At that moment, both Elle and the Demon King stood beside Dex. She hesitated and said softly, "Not exactly, unless Dex is in some kind of forced state. Otherwise, he just looks like a weak human." The mischievous Demon King chimed in with a smirk. "Exactly. To be honest, he looks pretty fragile." Then added, "In other words, his basic stats are too low, so he is looked down on. Right?" The Demon King widened his eyes and concluded, "It is all because the master's just too clueless." Hearing these careless rumors, Dex casually asked the Demon King, "What did you say?" The Demon King flew right in front of Dex to help answer the questions. He seriously told Dex, "Listen, you know how the demon world spreads fear and bad rep among humans, right? What do you think the secret is?" Dex guessed, "Probably because you guys massacre humans." The Demon King was quite amused by Dex's answer. "Wrong," Dex added, "using sweet talk to trick and steal souls." Unsure if it was a compliment or insult, the Demon King snapped, "True, but not quite." Dex kept going, "Because it is sneaky." The Demon King got annoyed. "Are you kidding me?" Running out of patience, Dex just said it straight. "It is because they always leave one or two survivors." The Demon King added with a sly grin, "To leave witnesses who spread the word about our crimes." Dex looked enlightened, grinning with cunning, then said, "Thanks for the tip. Chill a bit." He continued, "Just like I have done before." After a moment, the livestream button was turned on. On screen, Dex was shown tightly chained. He smirked dryly and spoke with a cocky tone. "Welcome to today's live stream. Did you all catch the fire dragon hunt just now?" Dex's eyes flashed brightly, his face turning fierce, like he wanted to devour everyone. "Today, I am back with some familiar content. Stay tuned." Bang! A loud noise made everyone jump in shock. The pale cavern soldier's face went completely bloodless. Then the chains shattered in midair. Amid the chaos, the immortal berserker warrior appeared under Dex's command, and the tension skyrocketed. After the screeching sounds, the system announced, "High-ranking cavern officer eliminated. Infamy plus 300 points." Dex slammed a soldier's head hard on the ground, a sinister smile stretching ear to ear as he said gleefully, "It has been a while since I did this. Back then, I used this deadly sword to kill so many." The remaining cavern soldiers trembled, legs shaking, stammering weakly. He was taken down with just one hit. "No way!" Their fear deepened as his aura completely shifted, making him look like the soldiers grew even more terrified. Stammering, the legendary bloodthirsty demon, a terrifying demonic aura filled the air. Dex grinned wickedly, then lowered his voice and said sharply, 10. His eyes gleamed with deadly intent as he continued, "I will spare only 10 of you." His tone turned fierce as he ordered the soldiers, "Attack! You bastards!" At the same time, the system announced activation of the Blood Core battle skill, where attack power inversely relates to remaining HP, up 99%, mana 99%, with deafening sounds. Dex fought the soldiers alone, more chaotic than ever. Like a bloodthirsty demon, he took them down one by one without mercy. The system kept announcing kills, fueling his rage. Mid-level Ivan Duchy soldier eliminated. Infamy plus 50 points. Combat Mage of Kavan Kingdom eliminated. Infamy plus 180 points. Player 2 eliminated. Infamy plus 100 points. Now blood stained the whole street red. Dex and his sword had wiped them all out. Standing victorious, he panted heavily, face smeared with blood, then took a deep breath and said, "Cleanup done." Everyone's been glued to the live stream, buzzing nonstop. "Damn, that guy's massacring players on another server." Some say, "It is not our server, just watch for fun. Haha, it is a riot over there. Huh. Awesome. Haha, that is Dex for you fans, keep chanting his name like hardcore supporters. Dex, Dex, Dex." The scene shifts to the Caribbean naval base in Bosea. Ships big and small have docked. The sea is clear blue, and the air is fresh and crisp. King Carlos of the Sea Turtles is welcoming Dex. Excited, he says, "I have heard about you, Dex, the fire drain. You are definitely no ordinary guy." Dex humbly replies, "I easily completed my mission in the new continent." King Carlos chuckles. "What are you saying? Leave the journey to the mainland to me, I will get you there as fast as possible," he declares boldly. "If you ever need my help, just call. Dex, I will ride the waves and cut through the wind to reach you." Dex and King Carlos stand together on the ship, chatting enthusiastically, completely unfazed by the blazing summer sun. Under the big sail, Dex happily says, "Then let us seal our alliance right away." Later, Dex's ship docks at night in the elf village, where the world tree rests, deep inside the dense ambu forest. In the dead of night, shouting breaks the quiet. "Damn elves! What is wrong with my looks? This is fine." Someone yells. A young man is held at knife point by a female goblin, who is burning with rage, practically itching to cut out his tongue. This goblin is huge. "Ugly human, you are not allowed in this village." He is slammed face first into the ground, only able to curse helplessly. "Damn it! Damn it!" Suddenly, footsteps cut through the chaos. Devs calmly says, "Still the same old place." Huh. He smiles and asks the crowd, "How's everyone doing?" The system notifies the goblins that Devs is their village's savior. Holding his opponent firmly, the goblin nervously says, "You are a guest of Melissa." The young man she was holding gets up suspiciously, saying, "No way." Devs, the system confirms that the elf savior has met the entry requirements. Devs confidently strides in, greeted by Elestra, the highest-ranking water spirit, who offers him a drink. Devs casually takes a sip. The system updates instantly. Drinking the highest-level water spirit's tears grants a cleansing wave effect lasting 10 days, with AP and megapixel recovery boosted by 3000%. Seeing this, Devs gets excited. "Amazing. Just one sip, and I get this huge boost way stronger than the spirits you all use to control." Goblin Queen Melissa replies happily, "Thanks to you, Devs, the world tree has fully awakened, and our connection with the spirits is restored much stronger than before." Melissa continues, "You came here today because of the world tree's promise, right?" Just then, the system shows a new notification. The quest to find the stream has been created. The queen adds, "I will give you a map leading to the Dragon King's lair. Go there and bring back the fire dragon's heart." Melissa urges without missing a beat. Quick-witted Devs replies, "I already got at the fire dragon's heart." Then he tosses the blazing fire dragon's heart onto the floor. Goblin Queen Melissa and the high-ranking water spirit stare in shock, refusing to believe their eyes. Melissa stammers, "No way." The system immediately notifies that the quest to find the stream has been deleted. Melissa is fuming, slamming her hand hard on the table. Then she stammers, Devs, where did you get the fire dragon's heart?" Devs casually answers, "I hunted it down myself." The fiery heart of the fire dragon glows brightly. He adds, "It took a tough ocean crossing to get it." Melissa still can't believe it. That is impossible." Devs remains calm, saying, "One good shot was all it took." Hearing this, Melissa gets even more shocked. "Excuse me, what did you say?" After calming down, Melissa lets out a long, weary sigh. "Well, really? I have lived a long time and met a lot of people. I thought I understood them well. But Devs, you are an exception, breaking all the usual rules." Devs chuckled lightly and flexed subtly. "Haha, I hear that all the time." Melissa sat up and said, "I will take you to meet my mother. Follow me." Devs was led to an ancient tree shimmering with golden light. The world tree's spirit folded its hands and sighed. "Lord, you have really brought back the fire dragon's heart." Devs grinned and asked, "Long time no see. World tree, why have not you appeared in my dreams lately?" The world tree's spirit proudly replied, How do you like it? I have regained enough power to create avatars in the real world now." Suddenly, the system popped up, congratulating Devs on completing the Shattered Continent mission and achieving a legendary feat. "You have miraculously helped the world tree restore its power, boosting its influence over Arcadia by 39%. Connection to the spirit world has strengthened significantly. Natural spirits will appear more frequently across the continent, speeding up forest and nature recovery." After finishing its meal, the world tree's spirit sighed, The fire dragon's heart really is the ultimate elixir, so much vitality restored." Suddenly, the system glitched, showing a bunch of messages. Calculating mission rewards. Error. Adjustment complete. Please see the NPC to claim your reward. Dex was puzzled. A reward error. That is the first time I have seen this message. The world tree's spirit suddenly interrupted. This is awkward. Actually, I was planning to appoint the one who brought the fire dragon's heart as my representative here." Dex blinked in surprise. "What?" The world tree's spirit continued. But you are a being beyond my control, so that might be impossible. Dex grew even more confused after hearing that. The system then announced a hidden class. Nature's Will. It can be transferred. This legendary class is only for those recognized by the World Tree. Dex smiled smugly, thinking, legendary hidden class. Huh, it would be a waste to just let it go. After a moment of thought, Dex asked, World Tree, you still need a representative, right? The World Tree's spirit awkwardly replied, yes, that is right. Dex eagerly stepped forward and said, then let me appoint the successor for this hidden class. The World Tree's spirit blushed and hesitated. What? That is a bit. Dex quickly added, the final decision is still yours. I am just nominating someone, and you can decide whether to accept or not. The World Tree's spirit paused for a moment at that, then she pushed Dex aside and said, all right, I agree. Step aside a bit. The system announced the job transfer item received. World Tree's branch. Seeing Dex quickly grab the branch with a smug look, the World Tree's spirit spoke up. Use that branch to bring the person you want to nominate to me. I will read their fate directly to see if they qualify. Dex stared at it for a moment, then asked, but how do I use this branch to bring someone else to meet you? The World Tree's spirit asked back, you mean send them to me? Then she replied gloomily, just hit that person hard on the head until they pass out, but do not kill them. World Tree's spirit said calmly, they will be transported to the spirit world you have been to. Hearing that, Dex burst out laughing, thinking, that is a pretty weird way to transfer jobs. Then Dex opened the system and checked the info on the World Tree's challenge branch. Its origin and traits. The World Tree's branch only exists in legends. Strong yet light, perfectly sized to hold, a hidden class item embodying the will of nature, essential for job transfer, attack power 100 to 110, durability 1000 per 1000. Unrepairable. Attacks on weak points have an 85% chance to cause dizziness. When the target is dizzy, it automatically triggers the World Tree challenge. Dex thought. Hidden class. Will of nature. The only class given by the World Tree, definitely an op class. No need to worry about balance. He sighed. What a shame. The World Tree's spirit quietly said from behind. But there is no other way. The power you possess already surpasses the original authority. Hearing this, Dex looked puzzled. Power. At that moment, the World Tree spirit realized, hey, is not this info that has never been revealed to humans before? She blushed, resting her hand on her chin, lost in thought. After a moment, the World Tree spirit looked up and said, well, since I have already slipped up, I might as well tell you. Actually, the absolute gods worshipped by humans in this world are not just one like Vulcan, the god of fire. Dex looked intrigued and asked, wait, so the age of myths has been forgotten? The World Tree spirit twitched in surprise and said, huh, how do you know that? How did you find that out? Dex hesitated and said, well, those stories were wiped from Akadiyama, but I have heard about them before. Realizing the situation, Dex looked up slightly and said, so that is it, both of them. It is, right? The World Tree probably won T-Mine for now. Suddenly, two beams of golden and purple light flashed, claws slashing through the air at lightning speed. The World Tree spirit asked in shock, who are you guys? A demon perched on Dex's shoulder, while another floated nearby, and they both greeted in unison. Long time no see. World Tree spirit got furious, yelling, you bastards, how did you crawl out of Dex's body, ditching your demon and heaven realms, just to come here and cause trouble and even show your faces? The demon angrily shoved his eyebrows and said, that is old news. Why keep bringing it up? Cheer up. Huh, Elner, with a gentle smile, continued, to stop those damn Fallen from expanding across all of Acadia, we had no other choice. Protecting those poor humans from the Fallen is our duty. Hearing this, the World Tree spirit could not help but shout, duty? What a joke. The gentle girl from before was now like a tiger let loose, saying bluntly, May Aiken, you do not care about protecting Acadia at all. You are just a madman playing around with those damn Fallen. Elle stammered. That is a misunderstanding. The World Tree spirit only got angrier. Misunderstanding? Then why did you turn the continent into a punching bag with Moose Pelham? The number of creatures you have killed is way higher than those Fallen. You know that. Elle could not argue, just muttered under his breath. Damn it. Death was surprised even Elle could not defend himself, while Satan next to him laughed harshly. Haha, that is painful. Next up, the World Tree spirit grabbed Satan by the collar and demanded, what is so funny? Satan startled and coughed out a grunt. Huh, the spirit went on. If you had not come to Acadia on your own, Michael would not have gotten this bad. You are the cause of all this, Satan said weakly. Hey, wait, I am about to die here. Seriously, the World Tree spirit snapped back, then just died. Do you even know how much I suffered because of that sword you stabbed into me? Satan's face drained of color. Haha. Wrong. After a scolding from the World Tree Spirit, Satan collapsed to his knees. Elle dared not meet the spirit's gaze. Both quickly softened their tone and apologized. We were wrong. The World Tree Spirit leaned heavily and asked. So then, she went along with the story, saying, "One fine. You suddenly gained power and were forced into a pact with those two." Dex, sitting between them, stammered his answer. "Yeah, that is right." The World Tree Spirit thought quietly. "This is really strange. Could it be your father's will interfering?" Dex's eyes flickered coldly. Father? The top developer or whatever. Mentioning him, Dex sank into a mess of tangled thoughts. The World Tree Spirit asked again. Dex, do you use the powers of heaven and hell fairly? Dex replied. Yeah. Depending on the situation, I use the appropriate power. The World Tree Spirit added. Then it does not matter who gave you the power. Just accept it as it is, right? Dex answered cautiously. Yeah, that is true. Hearing this, the World Tree Spirit smiled mysteriously. Then she suggested, all right, I will help you use those points more effectively. Instantly, sparkling vines appeared, and a green breeze blew through. Carrying the scent of plants everywhere, the demon panicked and shouted, Hey, what are you planning? Elle was also shocked. Wait, hold on, you. The World Tree Spirit shrank down and added, Mother Nature's pact. Let me in on this. Dex stared in shock at what was happening. Not knowing what to say, the system flashed a series of notifications making a pact with Mother Nature. The World Tree is established, and you can use fame points to borrow the power of world spirits. The spirit summoning skill has been created, meeting special conditions. Skill level fixed at matter, and all level limits removed. The powerful contract form appeared, summoning the matter spirit, letting you call and control pure natural attribute spirits, requiring a friendly level with the corresponding spirit attribute. Mana consumption will increase based on the summoned spirit's level and battle situation. The number of spirits you can contract with is unknown, and using the skill consumes fame points. Dex was thrilled when he saw this spirit summoning skill with extra perks. Didn't expect that. The World Tree Spirit beside Ben said, I told you, I will help you use your fame points more efficiently. She added, no matter what level, attribute, or number of spirits you want to summon, I can make it happen. The World Tree Spirit stated her condition. In return, pay me with fame points. Dex was stunned. Why are you copying our pact like it is some open source thing? This young tree is blatantly copying our sacred pact structure, Elle angrily added. Yeah? Do you even know how hard we worked to create that pact? The World Tree Spirit ignored them, flipping them off, and said, none of my business. Those volume punks dare start a holy war on my turf. Hearing that, Satin and Elle fell silent, not daring to comment. Unlike them, Dex smiled and extended his hand. Looks like that is settled. Let us cooperate happily. World Tree. The World Tree Spirit happily replied. I will offer my services at a fair fame point price. Use my services often. Dex, after getting the new skill, Dex tested it out by summoning low-level Water Spirit Andon, Fire Spirit Salamander, Wind Spirit Symph, and Earth Spirit Nom. After summoning, Dex felt a bit disappointed. Low-level spirits. Huh, kinda bummer. The World Tree Spirit could not help but laugh, saying, if you plan to summon a Spirit King, you better drop that idea. Summoning and controlling the origin of an attribute is not easy with so few fame points. Dex, feeling called out, stammered, who said that? The World Tree Spirit just giggled. I am just saying it so you know. Dex thought for a moment, then said, on second thought, it is not bad. At least I can use them without other players getting suspicious. Then Dex headed over to the quiet World Tree. The young elf girl Kanna happily waved at Dex. You are back. She came closer and sniffed him. Well, you have changed a lot. Dex was taken aback by her casual approach. Really? What changed? Kanna answered, your scent smells way better now. Dex wondered about the smell, secretly thinking it might be linked to the pact with the spirits. Kanna interrupted his thoughts with an innocent comment. Thank goodness. Now I do not have to hold my breath anymore. Before, humans smelled so strong and fishy. It was hard to breathe. Dex felt like he would just been slapped. He thought sadly. I did not expect she would think that. Does scent really count as part of appearance? Finally, I feel like I am back in the elf village. Just then, Melissa appeared in time and silenced Kanna with a hand, then bowed apologetically to Dex. On behalf of Kanna, I apologize for her rude behavior. Dex, though silenced, still whispered, Queen. Shortly after, Melissa invited Dex to the ice village and asked, Dex, now they sat side by side on a bench but felt worlds apart. Melissa continued, what did you talk about with the World Tree? Nearby, the World Tree quickly covered its mouth, signaling to keep it secret. Dex saw this and thought, even if I told them everything, they probably would not believe it. Then he said, The World Tree wants me to choose its representative. Melissa was shocked. She jumped up and asked, "Wait. Representative? Are you talking about the legendary heir of the World Tree?" Dex held up the legendary trial branch and said, "The World Tree told me to find someone worthy to inherit nature's will. This is proof." At the same time, the system displayed info about the legendary trial branch, its origin and traits. A branch of the World Tree that exists only in legends, strong yet light, the perfect size to hold. Hidden profession. Bearer of nature's will, waiting for the right item to pass on the profession. Attack power between 100 and 110. Durability, 1000 per 1000. Unrepairable. Attacking weak points has an 85% chance to stun the target. If stunned, automatically join the World Tree's trial. Melissa stared at the legendary trial branch, jaw dropping in disbelief. A trial branch, she wondered. What is the World Tree thinking? Why entrust this responsibility to humankind? Dex looked at the legendary trial branch and smiled. Well, it is done now. I am planning to wander around the continent a bit. I have got free time lately, so I will just take it easy and explore. Melissa called out loudly. Dex, then she sincerely suggested, if you search among the wide forest tribes, it will be easier. I do not think you need to roam the whole continent, Dex said quietly. Melissa, then he added with a bitter smile. The ones who think I am crazy for choosing elves. They have discriminated way too much. If they were stronger, who knows what they would do? Dex thought. Dante, hold your breath for them to drop that shallow prejudice. Seems like he is still bitter about Kana calling him smelly. Melissa looked stunned and frozen on the spot after hearing that. At this moment, the system notified that Queen Melissa the elf was disappointed with the player's decision, causing her favorability to drop. Melissa nervously clasped her hands and asked, "Why? Why does the World Tree's hair have to be from our elf tribe? Why?" Dex bluntly replied. Then let us handle this properly. Otherwise, I will pick some ugly human as the World Tree's representative. Melissa quickly interjected. Wait, Dex. About that, the World Tree has been feeling sorry for its descendants given the situation so far. She added, I think, though it is a bit harsh, maybe these forest kids need someone like that. Dex's attitude got bolder as he said, Huh. Sounds interesting. So the elves have to bow down to some ugly guy. Or maybe we just hand it over to the goblins. Hearing this, Melissa could only cry and plead. Aye, Dex. I will do whatever you want. She knelt down, clasping her hands before Dex. Anyone is fine. Just please do not deliberately pick an ugly human. At least make it a human. Seeing Melissa so distressed, Dex stopped teasing and softened. We will take it slow for now. Melissa's eyes welled up as she said, Thank you. I will use all my influence to educate the elf tribe. At the same time, the system announced that Queen Melissa was deeply moved by the player's decision, and her favorability increased significantly. Meanwhile, Dex informed Melissa, And one more thing, the World Tree has a message for you. Melissa froze on the spot. Dex continued, On the next full-page day, the promised moment will come. Melissa's eyes widened in shock as she hesitated. That moment? Could it be? Dex calmly replied, Yes. It is when the two energies will merge. The system then started a countdown showing 27 days, 17 hours, 24 minutes, and 13 seconds left until the full page day. At the elf village, a merchant ship docked. Stepping off were the Phi Lemon and Apple merchant group. Apple greeted Dex, I am here as per your invitation. Lemon also said, Hey, how have you been lately? Dex replied, I just wanted you to stop by the elf village when you had the chance. Didn't expect you would come so soon. Especially since I heard you have been busy with business. Lemon quickly answered, What are you talking about? If you ask us, we will come no matter where we are. Apple added, That is right. You are the true owner of our merchant group. Dex smiled with satisfaction and said, I have heard about you. Your growth rate has exceeded expectations. Thanks to trade with the dwarf tribe, your reputation with NPCs has reached the highest level. Plus, you have player support, making it impossible for the GM Merchant Guild to compete. Lemon was delighted and said, all thanks to your trust in us. Apple added, Absolute trust is rewarded with absolute results. That is our motto, as well as the whole merchant groups. Dex turned and said, Actually, the reason I contacted you is to trade the item you requested. Apple was surprised and asked, Huh? A request? What exactly did we ask for? Dex immediately activated the lock. A red energy enveloped the item. The system updated. Entering the lair of the fire dragon Kerbinian. You can teleport to the lair once per day. Dex turned back and invited the Apple couple inside. Please come in. It is a bit messy here. Hope you do not mind. Both of them widened their eyes in surprise. A voice greeted evenly. The items have been waiting at the door for a while. I have been expecting your return to the lair. Dex, The goblin gold treasurer clasped his hands and said, "The item you requested is ready." Behind them stood the huge skeleton of a fire dragon. Apple gasped, "Gosh, this is... no way! A fire dragon skeleton. And it even has a skull," Dex calmly said. "You messaged me last time, saying to contact the merchant group if I had anything to sell after hunting the fire dragon." Apple suddenly remembered and said, "Right?" Dex touched the skeleton and asked, "Please help me sell this item. Just get the highest price possible." The system displayed info about the Coburnian skull, a legendary piece, the skull of a fierce fire dragon only found in myths, thanks to magic accumulated over thousands of years. This is the toughest bone and can conduct magic to craft ultimate weapons. It is not the best part of the fire dragon, but if handled carefully, it can become a top-tier crafting material. It weighs 2.5 tons. Later, the Phi merchant group busily loaded the fire dragon's skull onto the ship, everyone focusing their magic power. Use the max weight reducing magic before shipping. Check the tarp carefully. Make sure it is not coming loose. What if someone finds out what we are transporting? You guys know the stakes, right? Good. Double checked. No issues. Apple's eyes sparkled in awe. Playing with earth magic, 2.5 tons. Even gathering every bone in Arcadia could not match that. Lemon nodded in praise. Though I am the first to defeat the ancient fire dragon, this day is truly extraordinary. After Dex spoke, Lemon asked curiously, "Hey Apple, where are you planning to ship this? Taking it to the desert shrine is too far." "Not Doble. Nearby options are the Magic Towers or the Hayman Empire." Apple smiled and replied, "What are you talking about? The destination is already set." Lemon. Apple recalled Dex's words. "Please help me sell this item. Just get the highest price possible." She was about to say more. Dex trusted us with this mission, so we owe him the best results, Apple said confidently. "From now on, we are heading to the desert shrine, mining fire dragon bones there, and selling them for top dollar." The desert appeared, bathed in golden sand and blazing sunlight. Dex's trading company was the merchant caravan led by leader Apple and deputy Lemon. Their caravan was rapidly growing, earning fame for these young leaders. Thanks to Dex's support connecting trade between races, they made huge profits and became a top-tier caravan. No one could deny that Dex now held the fate of the Sipai caravan in his hands. The caravan was like a small piece of cake firmly gripped by Dex. Because of his huge backing, they earned the nickname the Rookie Giants. The Merchant Guild worried that if the Fire Dragon Bone deal succeeded, the caravan would have enough power to shake the entire Arcadia continent's economy. But as everyone knew, resources in the economy are limited, like a balancing scale. If one side has too much, the other side tips. You have to keep the economy balanced everywhere for the scale to stay steady. So where gold reigns, somewhere else faces drought. Nothing comes free. Gain here, lose there. That is just how it is. One of those affected was the GM caravan, which held the top spot year after year by a landslide. This made Hair Choice Jagula live in constant fear. If Dex at, the others could only pray. Looking at the system notification board in front of him, it showed the GM caravan's current total assets at 4,235,212 V. This confused Choice Jagulu. The assets once neared 8 million volts. Now it has been cut in half. What the heck is going on? The more he looked, the angrier he got. He asked two people standing far away, "Explain this to me." The one in a black headscarf spoke up, "Sir, the careless expansion of trade with the Dove tribe caused heavy losses, especially after the caravan incident. Terrorists are popping up more and more." Hearing the obvious answer, Jagulo shouted, "Yeah, I know that already." He angrily yelled at the guy's face, "How long are you going to keep using that excuse? Isn't it just because you guys can run a business, playing games but still getting paid? Do not you feel ashamed? If the bottom is not doing well, it is because the top is not managing. Check yourself now. See what you have actually done." After thinking, Jagulo asked bitterly, "Where the hell is that damn caravan now?" Calm all this time. Your Merchant Guild leader John Smith spoke softly. "Right now, they are heading to the dwarf lands." Hearing this, Choice Jagulo was furious. Dwarf? The profits should be ours, but now they are getting swallowed by them. Adding fuel to the fire, John Smith said, "Trade between the elf and dwarf tribes brings the highest profits." But something feels off. After he said that, Jagulo looked up suspiciously. "What is so strange?" John recounted what he knew. Though they started from the cat jungle opposite Samaxon, they skipped all villages on the way and took the quietest route, showing some brainpower. Jagulo smirked bitterly. "I suspect they are transporting something super secret, a highly classified item. Maybe John Smith was worried you would do something reckless, so he warned you first. Wait, keep an eye on things first." The public opinion is not exactly friendly toward Drum, but ignoring his advice, you fired back. "No way." Especially now, We have got to go on the offense. Jagilo slammed his hand on the table and stood up. If they are moving in secret, their numbers will be smaller than usual, and they probably are not stopping at any villages. Their strength must be drained. Plus, they are likely transporting something valuable. If they pull this off, the payoff will be huge. Dirty tricks and cheap moves. For sure. Knowing you planned something risky, John Smith pleaded. This is dangerous. One wrong move, but Jagilo seemed out of his mind already. His growing intensity made the scarfed guy quietly slip away, confused and worried. I know this is a gamble, confident in his own power. He declared. Director Choi, do not you get it? This is war, our last shot to rise up. I know you are thinking, but you are just overthinking nonsense. It is hopeless otherwise. Getting more fired up, Jagilo used his wild logic against Smith. If we do not flip the situation, GMS Trade Guild will always live in the shadow of the Fee Guild, picking up the scraps they left behind. John Smith thought to himself, he is not wrong. And honestly, he is right. If we do not act, we will just survive on scraps. Kid. The torch flared brightly, revealing two figures deep in discussion. If you want war, I am with you. He agreed. Now, Jagilo's face twisted with rage, teeth clenched and veins bulging. Gather all forces. From now on, we fight a decisive battle. It was late at night. The dark sky sparkling with stars. Below them crisp white tents gleaming like crystal peaks. In the quiet night, a small campfire blazed brightly on the ground. By the fire, trade leader Apple grilled meat, quietly smiling as his journey neared its end. 4 sleepless nights. But we have crossed more than half the journey. At this rate, we will reach the desert safely. Looking at the orange-haired girl beside him, Deputy Lemon was resolute. Yeah? Almost there. Just a little further. Suddenly, a jolt like electricity surged through his head, and his system popped up a notification. The trash descent skill activated, leaving him stunned. Was something bad about to happen? The system warning turned red. Enemies were plotting to attack the Trade Guild. Ahead of Apple stood a group of mysterious figures, faces covered in black scarves, armed and definitely up to no good. The badge on Apple's hat started glowing, radiating golden light. His merchant's caution gear effect activated. Through the bright golden moonlight, a powerful force shone down on the battlefield. The system showed stats. Defensive power plus 30%, escape speed plus 25%, enemy stats down by 10%. Seeing trouble, Apple shouted, urgent, we are under attack. Everyone, get ready to fight. Even after boosting his power and calling for backup, the system flashed red again, this time showing a lone wolf icon. Beware of the bandit gang's attack. Reading the alert above, Lemon panicked, grabbing Apple's arm and stammering, bandit gang alert, bro. This is Apple shared her worry, just as concerned as his sister. He warned, yeah, definitely not your usual bandits or mountain thieves. Gazing at the power stats in the sky, Apple confirmed, only they would dare pull a dirty trick like this on us. Just as expected, Apple knew it was the GM Trade Guild. As the dawn broke, they glared like predators ready to devour their guild. Furious, Apple cursed, damn M-base, sneaking up on us like cowards. You think we will fall for it again? In this tense moment, Lemon forced a confident smile and ordered his team, get the live stream ready. Not sure if it will work, but the underlings are listening and cooperating. Clear. Lemon, I will record everything. Maybe they are trying to gather evidence just in case. The mysterious gem director hides his face. As expected, he has been listening nearby. Live stream. That move has caused us trouble before. Apple was already terrified inside but begged desperately. Please spare us. Still, he carried the spirit of a leader, bold and threatening. If you do not want to end up on the 9 of the clock news as a ruthless corporation, then get lost. This time, I am letting you off. Hearing that, a hidden figure in the crowd sneered mockingly. News? What a joke. Just as predicted, it was the Gem Trade Guild leader, Koi. He pulled down his hood and fired back, cornering Apple. What did we do wrong? Despite the chaos, Jeju's presence threw the Fee Trade Guild into a frenzy. Oh what? The GM Trade Guild leader, Dixon, is joining the fight. This was totally unexpected, clashing with Lemon's expectations and making her doubt it. He openly named the character something unheard of before. On the Fee Trade Guild's side, Apple felt like Jess had put him on the spot. The place was burning hot, yet he just stood frozen. What game was GM Trade Guild playing? Judging by the Fee Guild's expressions, Koiju sneered and answered their questions. Simple, raiding and attacking are just part of the game. Leading his group, he boldly declared, some players attack trade guilds for profit or to block other guilds' shipments. Choi Jagu revealed his identity without hesitation. In other words, GM Trade Guild is just playing a game. So we do not need to hide our character names. Still believing in his own justice, Apple shouted back. Don't make excuses. Big corporations like you bullying the weak. That is your idea of a game? Jigu sneered. Weak. Weak, provoked by Apple's words. He snapped, you think you are the weak ones. Rookie giants. Free Trade Guild, overwhelmed by emotion. Apple froze, unable to defend his claim any further. Caught in the GM Trade Guild's web, he realized too late. Oh no, we have totally fallen into their trap. There was no avoiding the fight, and with so few of them and their energy drained, like a butterfly with broken wings caught in a spider's web. He knew for sure their guild would lose. Losing is not the end of the world. But this was an important mission, and that made Apple furious. Why now? Of all time, right when we are on Dex's critical mission for a noble cause, he stood tall as a leader and ordered his men. Everyone, prepare to fight, protect the cargo at all costs. The Trade Guild leader will cover all losses. Fighting is part of it, but be ready for the worst, Lemont shouted. Retreat, prepare the teleportation magic to buy time. Following the order, everyone responded in unison, focused and clear. Fully committed to their mission, Apple gripped his sword, activating the rare item's power. The blade glowed with a mysterious purple energy. The item's passive skill, Desert Malice, was triggered, paralyzing the target for 5 minutes. After boosting his skills, Apple tried to regain focus and calm himself. Even if they lost, it was fine as long as the Firebone Dragon was protected. He remembered that teleportation magic takes about 5 minutes to activate, which steeled his resolve. Yeah, just hold on for 5 minutes. Meanwhile, our team was trying to hold them off face to face, pushing them back. The three of them were doing their best to teleport the massive cargo. Jeju saw through their formation but paid it little mind. With support nearby, he was confident of victory. Saying it was useless, they already knew everything. Jeju's words shocked Apple. Dix was not here right now, and he did not care much. Apple struggled to keep his balance. They are coming. Focus, dodge any fatal blows. The man standing beside Jeju earlier flashed glowing red eyes, radiating fierce intent as he stared at Apple. He struck quickly, using what seemed like invisible magic. Though the attack passed through Apple's body, Apple could not see or dodge it. The man spoke with the tone of a gentleman. I will teach you a costly lesson. Caravan Phi. Knowing your place is crucial. The strike passed through Apple, leaving a sudden chill. Looking at the attack, he thought, no bees, it had to be way stronger than that, a holy sword. Just as he guessed, under the hood was Fabian, the Holy Sword Countess, the Empire of Haman's sacred blade. They were powerful and not human. Apple was bitter but kept his cool, thinking, those fools, they dared to pull the entire Haman Empire into this. With enough money, anything is possible. Yiji, give the order, attack them all. Filled with long-held hatred, he sternly commanded without mercy. Wipe them out. Cut to Yeonji Yang's place. The system blared warnings continuously. Caravan Phi was under surprise attack. Goods were stolen, and the caravan's reputation was plummeting. Caravan leader Apple and Deputy Lamont were dead. Looking at the system dashboard, he was suspicious. What is this? All these alerts. I was busy with the live stream, and now this. The demon beside him also saw the flood of alerts and asked, what is wrong? Master, though the Phi brothers were dead, he had achieved part of the plan. Then sneered. Looks like someone messed with my stuff. Sponsored by Dex gave a bright smile, clearly intrigued. This is getting interesting. Back at the battlefield where the two caravans clashed, Phi's forces were defeated, and the goods fell into the hands of the goblin crew. Koije Ji-woo stood in front of the loot, thrilled. He had not expected Caravan Phi to fight so fiercely. There had to be a reason. Standing beside the giant dragon skeleton, he looked tiny in comparison, having trouble believing his eyes. He had not expected their cargo to be such a powerful artifact. His notes popped up. The legendary Kobenian skull, the mighty fire dragon's skull, said to hold magic accumulated over thousands of years. This was the toughest bone and the best conduit for magical energy among the fire dragon's parts. If handled carefully, it would become the ultimate weapon material. All stats were still unknown. Weight, 2.5 tons. He guessed that with his personality, he would definitely show up to avenge this attack. Without hesitation, Jeju confidently issued a challenge. I am waiting for that, Dex. I will show you Choi Jeju's final push. In front of the Goblin Gold warehouse, he and the female quartermaster were discussing plans. When Dex found out the attacker was Choi Jeju, he sighed in disappointment. I tried to hold back, not directly confronting players, but this time it is that spoiled brat. As if wanting the two people ahead to hear, he spoke with a reluctant tone, but his face clearly showed delight. Maybe it is time to crush the root of this trouble. Fake legs. Who's gonna fix your legs now? Inside the huge castle stood a fire dragon skeleton. Dina Formula. Choi Jiji was admiring the skeleton. The Dina Formula spoke up. This is truly a valuable find. Adventurer, the Dina Formula stared intently at the fire dragon skeleton, then continued. In exchange for this fire dragon skeleton, what do you want? What do you want this empire to do for you? Hearing what he hoped for, Kojiju smiled in satisfaction and said, I only want one thing, protect our caravan from the original owner of this fire dragon skeleton. If you can do that, our caravan will prove its worth to the Heimin Empire. The terrifying purple eyes looked at Choi Jijiu and said with a disgusted tone, pathetic, just weak struggles to survive, seeming to understand his place well. After a moment's thought, the Dina Formula said, all right, I accept your offer. Alice was analyzing and detected an anomaly. The Heimin Empire analyzed the connection. Primary surveillance target, Dex switching to focused analysis mode. A prediction scenario is being created. The Four-Continental War. On Dex's side, a huge question mark arises. Why did Dex hand over the fire dragon skull to the Fee caravan? The situation unfolded as follows. Dex said with an emotionless face. Dex looked at the crumbling fire dragon skeleton and said, everything else has been neatly arranged. Only this is too big and cumbersome. Dex frowned and said, such a hassle. Maybe I should just have someone deal with it. The fire dragon skeleton is huge, and the skull is by far the largest part. Because of this, it took up too much space in Dex's fire dragon lair. Dex left with a helpless look, leaving the withering skeleton behind, and then decided to dispose of it. And so, the legendary item, the Kabinian skull, was handed over to the Fee caravan to clear out their storage. And as everyone knows, after several transfers, it ended up in the hands of the Heimin Empire, making a huge impact on Arcadia. Some details about the Kabinian skull. Legendary. The skull of a fierce fire dragon only found in legends, with the strongest magic power among the fire dragon parts. If carefully crafted, it could become the core material for ultimate weapons, weighing 2.5 tons. Upon seeing and realizing it was a fire dragon skull, everyone was shocked and exclaimed, "Omut, a fire dragon skull. That amount is enough to craft hundreds of legendary blades." The crowd was chaotic, some laughed with excitement. Others were scared or surprised, and opinions flew around. It is said the owner of this item is Duke Dian. Duke Dian is a key figure supporting the first prince. The Magic Tower faction also declared support for Prince Dimitri in exchange for the fire dragon skeleton. So the prolonged battle for the throne ended with a victory for the hardliners. This news hit Prince Vines and the Heimin Empire hard fire dragon skeleton. Our peaceful faction has completely failed. Prince Vine's eyes now showed deep sadness and thought, will this continent once again be drowned in the blood of war? Suddenly, a voice rose up. O noble and great aristocrats of the Heimin Empire, with a noble stance, Emperor Myrus of the Heimin Empire spoke at length. For a long time, we have endured countless humiliations from the lowly and greedy Bayman Empire. And now, it is time to use the sacred fire dragon's essence to showcase the unbeatable power of the Heimin Empire. Dozens of hands raised in agreement. Emperor Myrus continued, the great emperor of the Heimin Empire hereby declare, from now on, the Heimin Empire is in a state of emergency. All military authority will be temporarily granted to Prince Dimitri. A satisfied smile appeared on Prince Dimitri's face upon hearing the declaration. Then a command rang out, draw your swords. Prince Dimitri, holding his sword, smiled triumphantly and shouted, from this moment, the Heimin Empire will use weapons, forged from fire dragon essence, as the foundation to start conquering the continent. System display. Main scenario has started. Four-Continental War. Mission created. Please review the details. After getting the info from the system, Dex said with a blank face. So basically, the GM Guild stole my stuff and the Heimin Empire swallowed it up, right? Bileman lowered his head, full of guilt, and said, I am really sorry. Bileman looked downcast and said, I tried everything to sue the Juma Guild in real life, but it turns out, stealing in game is not against any rules. The GM Guild was just playing the game. Dex smirked, amused, thinking, as expected, that rich kid really is not as clueless as he seems. Bileman bowed his head, resigned, and said, I have let you down. But truly sorry. Bileman added, I will take full responsibility. No matter what, if I have to hand over all my shares in the guild, I will make it right. Dex looked at Bileman and Bileman, heads bowed in guilt, and thought, what should I do now? Honestly, losing the Firebone Dragon is not a huge blow for me. The loot from defeating Kobenian is piled up in the lair more than I can handle. But the problem is, the one who stole it is the person I hate the most. After a moment, Dex spoke up. No need to take responsibility. After all, I handed this mission to you guys on a whim. Bileman was so shocked by Dex's words he stammered. We could not keep the guild's reputation intact. Dex sighed and said, enough. If you apologize any more, I will start feeling awkward. Bylopal did not know how to respond to that. He spoke up. First things first, let us get that item back. The Firebone Dragon's bones are definitely in the Heyman Empire's hands. Right? Michael chimed in. Yes, that is right. You said you would get it back. Do you have a plan? Dex looked at Tan and Michael and smirked. If it happened in the game, then we solve it in the game. Tan, but Dex laughed and said with excitement, the Heyman Empire. Huh. It has been a while since we faced off against a whole nation. Master, want me to list the perfect candidates for an all-out war? Dex looked at Tan and said, this time you won TB the scapegoat. Tan was surprised by Dex's words and asked, huh? Master, what do you mean? The system board popped up again. Mission 6. The Firebone Dragon was stolen in a sloppy heist, but the item ended up in an unexpected place. The Heyman Empire plans to unify the continent using the Firebone Dragon. Stop their plan and retrieve the Kerbinian skull. However, you must use peaceful methods to get the Kerbinian skull back. Direct combat is forbidden during this mission. Dex looked at the system panel, smiled, and said, this time, I will try solving this without lifting a finger. Tan looked confused and said, no fighting. Master, my Khan also spoke up, acting as a guardian angel. I am glad you are choosing peace. But that is not Dex's style. Dex smirked and said, peace? Huh? Dex suddenly gave a scary grin and continued, sorry. But this time I only said I won fight directly. I never said I would settle things peacefully. My Khan suddenly brightened up hearing that. That is right. Dex suddenly remembered something. When talking with Limician, she definitely wanted to stay in touch and asked me to contact her before doing this. After thinking for a moment, Dex said, a promise is a promise. Maybe I should call her. When Dex called, Limician was thrilled and said, you really called me. Faster than I thought. Dex, do you need my help? Dex, on the other end, thought, why does she sound so happy? Then Dex replied, not asking for help. Just letting you know about that promise. Limician suspiciously said, what promise? Dex on the other end said, you probably know I raised a fire dragon and gave its skull to someone to sell, but it got stolen. Hearing that, Limician was shocked and said, what? That is an incredibly valuable item. Dex laughed and said, yeah. I investigated. The GM Guild conspired with the Heyman Empire to pull it off. Promise. Stolen. GM Guild. Heyman Empire. Putting it together. Limician suddenly realized something and said, you mean, the reason you called me is... Dex continued. First, I will try to handle everything quietly. But if that does not work, I will deal with it the usual way. You know, the GM caravan has already crossed the limit. Hearing that, Mazine suddenly froze. The usual way. Are you seriously planning to wipe the Heyman Empire off the star map? Dex on the other end added, anyway, I will try to hold back so I do not disturb you. Alright then. Mazine did not get a chance to reply before Dex hung up. Mazine said hopelessly, wait, Dex. Then Mizian laughed strangely. She glared angrily and said, GM Corporation, you want to challenge me? I will crush you all. The system board flashed information again. Arch 4 Continental War. Heyman Empire, the one who has long dreamed of conquering the entire continent, has officially revealed their hand by launching a surprise attack on the Barman Empire, the fiercest rival. The continent thrown into chaos. Who will you fight for glory and honor? You can choose to side with Barman or Heyman in the war. If your side wins, you will get rewards based on your contribution, but if your side loses, you will face penalties. System alert. Arch 4 Continental War. Heyman Empire, the one who has harbored ambitions to conquer the whole continent for a long time, has revealed their true intent by launching a surprise attack on the Barman Empire, the fiercest rival. Chaos grips the continent. Who will you side with to fight for glory and honor? You can pick Barman or Heyman to join the war. If your side wins, you will earn rewards based on contribution. If you lose, penalties await. Then the system showed a timer. Time left to choose a side. 2 days, 23 hours, 25 minutes, and 24 seconds. Everyone started buzzing after getting the alert. Heyman Empire and Barman Empire? Those two are fighting. Those two empires are the biggest powers on our server. Why all of a sudden? Which side has the edge? Comments started pouring in. Heyman's got the advantage. They struck first, wiping out most of Barman's key forces. Heard the Emperor was assassinated too. Others chimed in. That is crazy. Hurry and pick Heyman. They are the easy winners. More agreed. Yeah, heard you even get noble titles. Everyone was shocked. What? Noble titles? So you can claim territory too? Crazy. Is not. I thought only the dragon and shadow players could do that. Huh. Sounds like I am a fan of his. No need to argue anymore. Heyman go. The system showed player support percentages. Heyman 77%. Barman 23%. Meanwhile, in the Maroon Kingdom, Dex got the alert and thought, finally, some action. Another big mess coming up. While thinking, a subordinate said, Master, the North is in chaos. Aren't you going there? Joining now means losing all your prestige points. Hearing this, Dex murmured, why would I go? This time I am not planning to fight myself. The subordinate froze and asked, but Master, are you coming just to meet them? Dex stiffened and said reluctantly, you already know. Why ask? I am pissed off. Suddenly, he opened his eyes seriously. But well, everything has its cost, right? Then he walked toward an old, worn castle with a white flag patterned with a black boxer shorts emblem fluttering at the guildhouse gate. That black boxer shorts emblem is Dex's guild symbol. His guild's name is an abbreviation of his boxer shorts color, a weird guild name that just sounds off. Dex walked with his hands on his hips. Puzzled, why are they so curious about my boxer shorts color? This guild's existence is unbelievable. But what shocked Dex even more, this freak has surpassed famous guilds to claim first place on the overall guild rankings of the second continent. Dex Boxer Shorts Guild, they took #1 on the guild ranking in just 3 months. With over 1 million members, a record never seen before. The guy with the hat pulled his hoodie over his face, sweating as he thought, honestly, I do not want anything to do with them. Feels like I am allergic, but their influence is undeniable. The strongest on the server. Back then I casually commented on their underwear color and caused a riot. News kept spreading with headlines like, hottest guild right now. Dex underwear, the secret behind their fame, the legendary Arcadia blackmail underwear. Upside down, Dex thought to himself, gotta use every card I can, let us see who is in this guild. The system popped up. Entering Dex guild house. Equipment temporarily disabled. Notification sent to guild admin. Dex stood at the door and looked inside. A few people were chatting. A tall redhead was calling out for recruits. Guild raid team #125 is recruiting. Level 120 plus. DP's class. And more voices chimed in, selling food for anyone who wants achievement points. 300 types available. Recruiting for weekly missions. No quitting halfway. Dex glanced around then spoke up. What is this? It is more normal than I thought. Dex looked confused. Really? Why are these people still not believing what was happening? Suddenly a green-haired girl walked out and called him. The day after tomorrow. The day to register at the Lot Dex military guild. Right? He turned to reply. I am not here to register. I want to meet your guild. The matter. The girl looked confused and said, Guild the matter. He was really busy that day. You suddenly come here and say that. Choco Quechua. Dex's button on his hood creased in annoyance. Suddenly a joyful shout rang out. That name. Could you be someone from the channel? He was taken to a room. The office of Guild the Matter. The guild house. The guy from Guild the Matter saw him and excitedly grabbed paper and pen. Shouting, it is such an honor to meet you. Choco Quechua. I am a... Please. Can I have your autograph? His name was Arthur. From Guild the Matter. Latex Military. He quickly handed over the paper and pen, making Arthur dodge awkwardly. Arthur laughed loudly with joy. Haha. This is the first time I have met someone connected to Dex. Nervous? He dodged and replied awkwardly. About that. No autograph. Please. Arthur kept shouting happily. I really love watching Choco Quechua's videos. Hey everyone. I am Choco Quechua. Watch through to the end. I plan to meet him to ask if I could send a letter to Dex. What a coincidence. Haha. A voice from the side frowned. Master, what is wrong with that guy? He is not normal. My Kern nearby also spoke up. Definitely a cult leader. We need to purge him. Dex. Down here. Agreed helplessly. I was wrong to expect him to be normal. A girl in a short dress and tall hat jumped lightly from Arthur's head to the side, cheerfully saying, Sorry on behalf of Guild the Matter. He was just too excited and lost control. She was the vice guild master, Agans. Then she quickly recovered and asked seriously, What brings Dex's friend here? He has always been avoiding us until now. Surprised. He thought silently. What? The vice guild master is the normal one. Still calm. He answered, Honestly, I am here to ask a favor. You know what caused the new main scenario to be created, right? Agan smiled gently. Sort of. The Kobenian skull, the GM merchant caravan seems to have fallen into the hands of the Hayman Empire. As a result, the power struggle between the two princes became unbalanced, and their crazy plan to conquer the continent kicked off. Agans continued calmly. Right now, the situation favors the Hayman Empire. Not only the magic users and dragon riders, but many mercenaries and other factions also support Hayman. Hearing this, Dex suddenly frowned, thinking, What? They know the situation better than I thought. Calmly he asked, So which side does Lot Dex plan to support? Aang was startled as if struck in the chest. Stammering. That is, the system announced. Time left to choose your side. 8 hours, 24 minutes, 12 seconds. Suddenly Arthur, who had been silent with arms crossed and legs propped up, seriously said, "We do not like either side." Agnes panicked. "Arthur, believe me." He turned to her with a serious look. "Quiet, Agnes. Since I know Dex, I will be blunt." Agnes looked guilty and bowed her head. "Sorry, Mater. You are right." Arthur seemed troubled as he continued. "But you know that siding with the Heyman Empire would be blasphemous, since they dared to steal Dex items. Still, we can just become their enemies so easily. To be honest, the Bayman Empire stands no chance. They took heavy losses from Heyman's surprise attack, and most players have turned their backs on them." Dex listened carefully and responded seriously. "Even as the #1 guild with over 1 million members, we can help Bayman win. Is that what you mean?" He sighed deeply and admitted, "Yes, the guild alliance or NPCs with Baron-level rank might help, but against a whole nation, we are just wild animals." Dex replied sharply, making Arthur jump. "But the Heyman Empire stole Dex's stuff. Aren't you going to get revenge?" Arthur sighed heavily. "That is true. But joining a hopeless war just out of emotion would also damage Dex's reputation. As much as it hurts, I will stay quiet and ignore this scenario." Hearing this, he sighed. "Indeed, a wise choice for a major guild like the Matter. But what if I ask you for help?" Both Arthur and Ains looked shocked, unable to believe what they were hearing. Ains repeated, "Huh? What did you say?" They were so shocked they froze, so stunned they could not believe it. How could this be?" "Well, wait, sir. You are..." He took off his helmet, crossed his arms, leaned back slightly, revealing the name, Dex. Then he laughed loudly and said, "Impossible, right?" He spoke before their faces could fully process what was happening. "Honestly, I am impressed. I knew this guild was huge, but I did not expect it to be managed this professionally." The other two, still wide-eyed, muttered, "Chococatcher's Dex? No way. So the one making those videos is..." They started recalling previous comments. "Forget Chococatra. Post Dex videos. 3,219 views on this clip. Looks like Dex is near Pavis Canyon. Post more Dex videos. Seriously, it is boring without Dex." Arthur frowned, muttering to himself, "Damn it," Ennis was just as uneasy, thinking, "I have messed up big time on the channel. But now's not the time to dwell on that." Then Dex's face suddenly lit up. "Wait, hold on." The two rushed over, hugging him joyfully. "That is Dex. It is really Dex. 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 Ah, do you remember me? You saved me once back then. That is Dex. Dex. Can I have your autograph? Wait, your phone number. Or maybe just add me as a friend." This was truly strange, someone who even the guild leader respects. Tanbei looked on in awe and said, "This is not just fandom anymore. This is full-on belief." Michael watched from the side, confused. As Dex's guardian angel, should I rescue him? Nah, that is the path the boss chose. Dex lazily thought, "Huh, maybe I have made a mistake here." A shout came from somewhere. "Dex, I am your fan." An orange-haired witch with heart-shaped eyes and a towering armored man rushed toward Dex, both shouting non-stop, "Just one hup, please." The witch pleaded. Me too. Dex looked utterly annoyed at their ridiculousness. These guys are pushing their luck. Suddenly, Dex accepted the challenge, wielding a sharp-headed hammer surrounded by a mystical purple aura. "You are the troublemakers." Bang bang. Loud strikes echoed. Dex grumbled, resting the hammer on his shoulder to shake off his irritation. The two took a hit to the head and sat down. Swelling up, they slumped on the ground and apologized in unison. "Yes, sorry. We got too excited and startled you." Before they finished, Dex snapped, stiff and firm, "Listen up. If this happens again, I will personally disband this guild and quit the game." Those words made the two members scream and cry. "We are sorry. We want to do it again. Please do not quit. We promise." "No more." Dex sat back at his desk cluttered with drafts, notices, and books. He sighed, looking at the two before turning back to business. "All right, back to the main topic. The war with the Heyman Empire. If we side with the Bayman Empire, do we have a chance to win?" Gilded Matter confidently reported and summarized the current situation. "First, we can somewhat change the outcome based on our guild's recruitment criteria. Out of 1 million official members, about 80% are warriors who can fend for themselves." Dex was a bit surprised. "That means around 800,000 troops. Damn, that is insane." Arthur's face showed full confidence in Dex, clenching his fist on his hips, waiting for praise. Deputy Gilded Matter Ains smiled warmly beside him. "Yes, if everyone joins. That is what we are looking at." Dex's head spun from those numbers, eyes wide with disbelief. "Crazy. South Korea's army only has about 500,000 soldiers. Aang looked up cheerfully. First, we will organize the information we have gathered. She got straight to the point. First, the GM merchant caravan knows the Kobanian skull is Dex's item. When they realized they could not control it, they sought refuge with the Haman Empire. Accordingly, the images of each emblem are clearly ranked. Also, Dmitri, the Empire's first prince and the owner of that rare item, has planned this war to strengthen his claim and become the heir. Suddenly, Dex raised his hand to signal them to stop, cutting them off sharply. Wait, how did you guys get this information? This is not just surface-level intel. You even have insider info on the GM Trade Caravan and the GM Corporation. Vice Gildimator bowed with a sly smile. You have no idea. Whether it is the GM Trade Caravan, the GM Corporation, or even the Haman Empire's army, the Dex Underwear Gang is everywhere. There is nowhere we are not, Agnet said with a smirk, raising his chin. After all, we are your shadows. Dex shivered slightly at the creepy guy standing opposite him. Crazy. And yet they are curious about my underwear color. I would rather die than have my personal info leaked. Agnes continued. The key to winning this war lies in winning the hearts of the people. As Dex moved the chess pieces on the map, he shared his view. If we can turn the blindly loyal players of the Haman Empire to support the Baman Empire, instead, we weaken the enemy and boost our own forces. Holding a Black Knight piece, he moved it toward the white pieces on Haman's flag, 2 targets, with 1 arrow. He grinned, inspired by the positions on the board. If we stir up public opinion, Goldimator will be impressed. That is classic Dex, smiled back. I will make some kind of video for that. Hearing this, Vice Goldener Agnet smiled and volunteered immediately. No need, Dex, you just rest. Stirring up public opinion is our specialty. Dex thought for a moment, then said, Really? That is something to be proud of, Vice Goldimator suggested casually. And Guy could appear in the video a bit. That boosts its impact a lot. Dex just sighed. Suit yourselves. One of Goldimator's guys spoke up. Then there is one last issue. This is why the Dex Underwear Gang decided not to join the fight, Dex said seriously. This is the toughest challenge yet. We have to take out the Magic Tower, and the 5 mercenary legions backing the Haman Empire, and its small kingdom allies. Goldimator looked worried. This is the trickiest part. We need to offer rewards equal to the huge sums and the dragonfire that the Empire invested, even with Goldimator's resources. This is a problem we can solve. Dex looked curious. That is all about the rewards. Why did not you say so earlier? That question froze the 2 others for a full 10 seconds. Huh? Dex flashed a dangerous smile and asked, The Kobanian skull that is the root of everything, right? Where did it come from? Goldimator stammered. Of course it is from. Dex cut him off and called out, Goldlin. Come here. A red light appeared first in the dark space, glowing magically. You called me Master? The red light flashed past, revealing a vast, dazzling space filled with piles of gold. Even the stairs leading to the throne were stacked with gold. Dex smiled brightly. Let us see which is more tempting, the Haman Empire's reward or mine. At that moment, he was hypnotic, completely captivating. Vice Goldimator's eyes sparkled with fierce admiration. He is about to move amazing. He is truly reliable, a real artist of war. Unforgettable. Arthur, seeing the piles of gold, could not hide his tears of joy, clenching his fists. He said, Dex is the real deal. I will always be loyal to you. The Dex Underwear Gang emblem glowed, and a blurry image appeared before their eyes. The image cleared to show 2 mysterious men talking. The GM Trade Caravan's pretty capable. It even managed to bring back Dragonfire Bones, a decent adventurer who sparked Prince Dimitri's war ambitions. The scene shifted to a hand holding a card labeled Secretgem, as someone prepared to take off a white outfit. I am a member of the Dex Lord's army, infiltrated into the GM Corporation. From the start, the GM Corporation planned to start a war for profit. The man removed his outer jacket, revealing a slender waist. His gloved hand placed a white mask with red eye corners on the table. The scene shifted again to a young man holding a sword, shirtless, standing over a younger silver-haired man struggling on the ground. These people served under a young orange-haired general. Behind them was a goat-shaped skull emblem. Then the image showed a man standing beneath a towering building, smiling with satisfaction. The more he laughs, the scarier he gets. Ennis, the secret agent here, reporting what Lord Dex's army has uncovered about the cause and unfolding of this main scenario. It is happening everywhere, but all with the same goal. Glory to Lord Dex's army. That video exploded online, sparking all kinds of chatter. GMM merchants colluding with the Haim Empire. No wonder I smell some serious manipulation of public opinion. Haha, this is straight up a war crime syndicate at this point. Please, stop stirring up trouble. Just play the game right. All this gossip nonstop is annoying. The crowd's growing. all waiting for some juicy drama to tear apart. Dex quietly watches the chaos online. Lord Dex's army really knows how to hold their ground. He quickly assesses the public opinion is starting to shift. Comments keep pouring in nonstop. One finishes a sentence. Another jumps in, stealing stuff from the Merchants Guild. That is bad enough. But using it to start fights. Oh man. These lunatics. If you love war so much, go join the army. What kind of morals are these? Did they sell their souls to the Demon Keeper for cash? Exactly. These guys have zero chill. Hope this war ends soon. This game's full of drama. Comments lighting up nonstop like this. The hype online shows no signs of cooling down. We want peace. Noted. Now play the game right. Don't you know the saying? Hit the one running away, not the one coming back. Oppose war. The merchant players fight to fighting s not the only way to play. Right? That mysterious woman whispered. Tit for tat using public opinion against itself. In this video, the woman presses a button on her computer. Then the image fades out, leaving only her voice shrinking. We will turn the tables on the GM. Syndicate. From the Lord Dex Army's logo, a voice booms. Dear players, we have good news. To rescue us from this bloody main scenario, Dex himself has arrived at the guild. Our Lord Dex Army. On screen appears Dex, cold and handsome, his cap pulled down to reveal his icy face. Comments explode again. That is Dex for sure. Whoa. Insane. Dex. What is going on? Black. Crazy. Dex joining Lord Dex Army is a bold move. Dex eyes flash with cold resolve as he says, Dear members of Lord Dex Army and players, I need your support. Dex's voice carries fierce determination as he grits his teeth. I want to punish the cruel Heyman Empire and the GM merchants, so please, join me in battle. Hearing this, comments spike with confusion. Please. Is Dex begging us? Crazy. Then silence falls as everyone reflects on Dex's plea. For nearly 10 years, through hundreds of games, he has always been alone with such a legendary reputation, and now he's begging for help. Online voices keep shouting, crazy. Begging. Bro, leave it to us, we will teach them a lesson. Among serious comments, some playful ones appear too. But hey, can I get info on your pants brand? Haha, let us. Damn it. Show them what Lord Dex Army is all about. Let us. The boogle sounds, signaling the start of battle. This the battleground from now on. Lord Dex Army stands with the Bayman Empire. Lord Dex Army banner soars high, echoing with unified voices, all for Dex will. Meanwhile, thousands gather below, forming perfect ranks. On the ground, countless troops assemble in neat lines, ready for battle. At the Fire Dragon Convenience Lair, Dex sits atop a pile of treasure, hunting for items. What is this item? Asks curiously. Dex, what are you doing? Still rummaging. Dex replies, just cleaning out the inventory. Looking for some useful stuff. It is a waste to leave it lying around. Dex muttered as he searched. Let us see. I must have left it somewhere around here. Probably nearby. Mizzen and the guy standing next to him just stayed silent. After a while, Dex finally found the item he needed. Got it. It looked like some magical spellbooks. Tan seemed interested too. 8th level spellbooks. What do you plan to do with those? Holding 2 spellbooks. He said, I am not a mage, so I'm not sure, but these must be pretty valuable. Right? Both Tan and El showed clear signs of helplessness at Men's silly question. Tan asked, is that even a question? Hey, boss, you are holding 8th level spellbooks right now. El added, looks like Dex needs a history lesson. El went on to explain, magic is primarily a privilege of the dragons. Only a few spells have been passed down to humans, either through teaching or the dragon's whim. Tan, but humans mostly only use low-level magic. Humans have studied and improved magic over a long time, making it their own. But even the greatest mages only reach level 4. El continued, and only geniuses who appear once every 100 years can use level 5 magic. Tan wondered, but Merlin, who I possess, can use magic up to level 8. El replied, Merlin's an exception. He was personally raised by the Dragon King, so even though he is human, he can use level 7 and 8 magic devastating spells. El concluded, in other words, those spellbooks you are holding contain magic of a divine realm that humans can never reach. Dex happily held the 2 8th level spellbooks. So hot stuff, huh? That makes them prime bait. A look puzzled. Wait, bait, 8th level spellbooks. What are you planning, boss? Seeing Dex's devilish grin, El almost choked. What scheme are you cooking up now? Cut to a blonde guy pacing in front of a computer screen. Muttered nonstop. Dex, it is always Dex. Damn it, he shouted. What the hell is going on? Dex can be working with those guys. An old man with silver hair nearby agreed. Yeah, Dex always works alone. I never expected him to beg for help from that Dex gang. The blonde guy kept ranting silently. Quiet. Now's not the time for excuses. Didn't you see the video? He pointed at the screen. That Dex gang has all our info. Then he threw the computer screen to the ground. Muttering, fine, Whatever. Just then, a call came in. The blonde guy still hesitated to answer. He muttered to himself, let them criticize. But victory will belong to the Herman Empire, and flashed a sinister smile. The Bayman Empire. Fawn artillery. Troops are in formation. General Zeus of the Herman Empire boldly declared, hey, rats of the Bayman Empire. Surrender now. Holding out his pointless from below the wall. He taunted, even the mercenaries want to support you. But man's destruction is just a matter of time. Think about it, a soldier said to the siege general. General, please give the order. The wounded general clenched his teeth and cursed. Damn it, he thought. What good is giving an order? If Fun artillery falls, the elite cavalry of Baman Empire is doomed. At that thought, his spirit sank to rock bottom. But then, a clear bugle call sounded. A force even larger than Herman's army appeared, overwhelming in numbers. Herman troops wavered. What is that? Their numbers are several times ours, Vios angrily thought. Damn, but are they setting a trap? I doubted their weakness before. Unlike Hermanist troops, Baman soldiers were overjoyed. Reinforcements. Reinforcements. No way. Baman's general was shocked too, but even more surprised by one thing. What is that? That flag. The Dex gang. The flag waving over the reinforcements is actually a pair of underwear. Arthur stands tall. Noble brothers of the Debs Underwear Army. Are you ready? The Debs players shout their slogans. Black, black, show them the power of black underwear. Then the players eagerly rush into battle, shouting loud, for a bright peace. Attack! Everyone, the others respond. For black, before the reinforcements. The Herman Empire troops are confused. What is this? Those guys in black. Are they really Baman Empire's supporters? The GM's people see the black-clad group and speak up. Those are the Debs Underwear crew, and they are on Baman Empire's side. A white-haired girl adds, there is nothing good about them. Empty barrels make the loudest noise. Meanwhile, Gulen, ranked top 5 bodyguards, reassures the troops. Dunty waver. Soldiers, we will stop their attack. He focused on a defensive move, a steel shield technique super effective, successfully blocking the black-clad adventurer's assault. Jill, leader of the black-clad group, could not help but admire. Not bad at all. Ignis, leave that one to us. Ignis spoke up. I am not one for showing off, but it is time to unleash Jill's authority. He said this while casting a powerful fire magic spell. The spell burst into flames quickly. Gulen watched the fire with a hint of surprise. Ignis was chanting a spell, radiating the enchanting light of a sorceress. A series of warnings popped up before Gulen's eyes. Staring fixedly at a witch's light for too long could blind you. Activating the bodyguard's passive skill, the Pride of the Shield boosted resistance to negative effects, neutralizing the blindness. Just as the warning disappeared, Arthur swung his massive sword at Gulen. Though Ignis' spell did not fully blind a strong adventurer like Gulen, it caused temporary blindness, giving Arthur time to close in. But Gulen was not slow. He used his protective light to block Arthur's attack. However, the protective light soon cracked, and his defense failed. Shocked, Gulen thought, my defense broke from a basic strike. That guy seemed reckless, but he was playing a trick. Arthur smirked. Too weak. Is that all you have got to stop Dex Will? Fired up, Arthur launched a deadly dance attack, moving and striking at lightning speed. Gulen gritted his teeth and asked with difficulty, what is that weapon? He stared at the huge scarlet sword in Arthur's hand, shaped like a fiery dragon's head, crackling with electric sparks that boosted its fierce aura. Arthur recalled when Dex handed him the sword, casually saying, just take it and use it. It is just some item from the inventory, but for your levels, it is perfect. Dex then seriously warned, but remember, complete the mission flawlessly. We are counting on both of you. Back on the battlefield, Arthur was still pumped up. Not done yet. Ignis, our dragon sword is not just that. Ignis replied, I know, as she finished casting a massive fireball in the sky, radiating terrifying heat and power ready to rain down. Her face could not hide her excitement. Let us show them the true greatness of Dex. A giant fireball crashed down onto the battlefield, creating a fierce explosion that blanketed the ground. General Zeus fell back in terror, his face full of panic as he stammered, stop joking around. How can we possibly win? Gone was his earlier fierce and commanding presence. Hopeless, he muttered while staring at the flames engulfing the battlefield. This is a disaster. Arthur swung the great blade, and a notification popped up introducing it. World Ender Blade. Legendary weapon holding the power of destruction. Forged from dragonfire, mist, and dark magic. Those who face this weapon only meet death and despair. Below was a detailed stat sheet for the blade. In Ignis' hand was a magic staff topped with a dragonfire motif. The description read, Burning Fire Staff. Legendary. The ultimate staff crafted from dragonfire mist and the highest grade magic stone. Intricate magic circuits maximize the user's mana efficiency, specialized for fire magic. Detailed info about the staff was shown below. Arthur grinned. Haha, so this is what it feels like to wield insanely powerful gear. Ignis nodded in awe. Amazing. Using such strong magic without any mana drain. Wait, what weapons are the Guild of Matter and their deputy using? Legendary gear. No way, another voice objected. That is a mistake. Legendary items have not even been released yet. Oh man, I was rooting for Harmon, but I think I gotta log off now. Hello? The chat spammed nonstop. Death, 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 saying Harmon got totally crushed. Back on the battlefield, Harmon's forces were wiped out, leaving only the black-clad guild's troops standing. System announcements kept ringing out. Successfully defended Fawn Fortress. The Barman Empire deeply thanks Dex black-clad guild. The gap between the Barman and Harmon empires has widened. Strategic stronghold secured. Contribution rewards greatly increased. 1 million guild contribution points earned. If Barman wins, you can claim rewards based on contribution points and earn the title Guardian of the Black-clad. Arthur happily pumped his fist in celebration. Black-clad brothers, let us celebrate together. The whole crew shouted the Black-clad Dex Guild's slogan in unison, the cheers echoing loud and clear. A young sprout appeared, accompanied by narration explaining the world of Acadia built on mana from the sword energy forged by disciplined swordsmen, to superhumans like gods or demons. From mages bending natural laws to summoners calling spirits and legendary beasts bound by ancient pacts. The core source of power, mana, and at the top of mana application stood the magic towers. Inside the city, under absolute authority, the magic towers were scattered across the continent in a star pattern, with a giant eye symbol at the center. These people lived isolated from the outside world for a long time, avoiding war and contact. But notably, the only time they united was to face the dark mages in the Legend of Agamor. The old woman recounted the story with a mysterious tone. The arrival of the Dragonfire Mist and the unprecedented gathering of adventurers. Behind this war stood a force rivaling the magic towers in scale. Then she smiled and decided, looks like it is time for us to make our comeback. Her mysterious eyes opened wide. The magic towers had begun tracking Dex's trail. Meanwhile, Arthur cheered in victory, waving a flag emblazoned with the black-clad emblem. Scene shifted to Kingdo 20 Lion in the Harmon Empire, where darkness had fallen over the sky. Someone rushed in to report. Your Highness. Big trouble. We failed to capture Fawn Fortress. Hearing the bad news, the prince's anger flared. What? Those barman fools still have the strength to fight back. This was Grand Prince Dimitri. A subordinate knelt respectfully and continued. Reports say hundreds of thousands of adventurers have appeared, siding with the Barman Empire, and they are flying their flags. Dimitri looked shocked, stammering. Black-clad. The other guy is so nervous he is sweating, voice a bit shaky. Yeah. Right now, they are advancing on the kingdom of the Haman Empire. Across the way, tens of thousands from the Black Shorts gang march on with fierce determination, led by their leader Arthur. He orders. Forward. Black Shorts, move on the kingdom of the Haman Empire. From above, Dimitri stands firm, shouting orders to mobilize the Gomo merchant convoy immediately to defend the fortress. Isn't it true that adventurers know their field best? With hundreds of thousands involved, they can be clueless about what is coming. Suddenly, Duke Dane appears, questioning, what will our prince do about Fort Fawn? With hundreds of thousands of adventurers gathered there, we can just storm it easily. Hearing this, Dimitri contemplates briefly, then declares decisively, we can get stuck here. The fall of the Bayman Empire is just the beginning, not the end, of this war. Then he commands, mobilize the elite troops, prepare envoys, and request top-level mages from the Magic Tower to assist. Frankly, he is ruthless if wiping Fort Fawn off the map is what it takes. Then so be it. Cut to a live broadcast screen with nearly 10,000 viewers, showing the Black Shorts army advancing on the fortress. Watching is Yang, who breathes a sigh of relief. Looks like they are doing great, no need for me to worry about the battlefield anymore. Suddenly, Lemon appears happily, bragging about the progress. Everything's ready as you ordered. My lord. Dex hears this and cheerfully replies, thanks for the hard work. Lemon watches Ixpagirl survey the battlefield while Yang puts on his hat, looking mysterious, then with eyes full of determination and a fierce smile. He says, I have got to live up to that trust too. Meanwhile, Lemon and Apple stand respectfully before a group, thanking the elders of the 5 magic towers for coming. An old lady with glasses glances at the 2 kids and smiles gently. Dear Fee group, you have done something quite bold, gathering elders from all 5 magic towers in one place. A gray-haired old man warns with a threatening tone. Do you realize how reckless this is? I hope you have a good reason for this. Lemon and Apple look worried at the threat. Normally, the Fee group would face the full might of the magic towers. From the shadows, Ji Yang steps forward to defend his team. The Phi group is just following my orders, contacting you all. Standing before the elders without a hint of fear, he boldly declares, I am the one who brought you here. Surprised, the old lady with glasses asks, who exactly are you? The gray-haired elder doubts. You alone brought all 5 magic towers here. Just one adventurer. But Ji Yang remains unfazed. I did not force anyone. I re the ones craving the Frostfire Dragon I sent over. He even had the nerve to challenge the elders and come here on his own. Everyone is stunned, wrestling with the thought, so this adventurer really is the true master of the Frostfire Dragon. Without wasting time, he gets straight to the point. I want your help finding my lost stuff. Hearing that ridiculous goal, the elders get angry and curse. Ridiculous. You want us to fight the Heyman Empire. You want the 5 magic towers to shed blood. Not wasting a second, Jie Yang lays down his terms. The magic tower that brings me the Frostfire Dragon first will receive a worthy reward. He pulls out a level 8 Ice Magic Tome and a level 8 Fire Magic Tome from his hand. Seeing such tempting rewards, they are stunned. Level 8 Magic Tomes. Well, everyone's surprised and greed flashes in their eyes. Omut, divine artifacts really exist. Jie Yang sees their greedy expressions just as he hoped and says, if you want these, you know what to do. Back to the dark battlefield. From above, armies form the shape of shorts. 370,000 elite soldiers of Heyman Empire versus 530,000 black shorts, members supporting the Bayman Empire. Arthur leads, watching the enemy with a scornful laugh. So this is the Heyman Empire's elite army. They are pretty strong after all. In his mind, he calculates, about 400,000 troops, while our black shorts have 500,000, definitely the upper hand. The more he thought, the more he found ways to solve it. But they were a well-trained army, bonded differently on the battlefield compared to us. But it seemed Arthur did not really care. He smirked to himself. Bonding? Huh. Then he turned and gave orders. Ignis, get ready to blast that broken magic tree. System alerts popped up. Magic was used to amplify the sound, so even those far away could hear clearly. Attraction plus 20, authority plus 30, skill effect triggered, fury skill activated. They were fully charged for battle. Arthur grabbed the megaphone and shouted, listen up. He fired up the troops' fighting spirit with a question. What is our goal? Everyone shouted back in unison. Dex underwear brand, but he shook his head. Not that. First, what do we have to do? Understanding immediately. They all replied together. Smash the Heyman Empire. Arthur was satisfied. Exactly. Spot on. He got the soldiers fired up, yelling like a raging fire. This is the first order Dex gave us. Crush the Heyman Empire and the Gomo trade caravan without waiting for a single one. And reclaim the dragon's flame mist they stole. We will end this damn script with our own hands. Got it? Under the bright moon, the rebellion flag fluttered with their rallying cry. Forward! Brothers, show them the power of the black underwear, for the black. Then the scene switched back to the company. Someone rushed in. Reporting. Director Lai, the task has been handled as requested. Hearing the good news, the girl smiled. You really should be playing games properly. Elsewhere, a father yelled angrily. Why did you cross the line? He could not hold back his rage at the messenger. You ungrateful brat. What the hell did you do? The son covered his face, panicked and teary, trembling as he asked, Dad, what did I do? Not wanting to hear excuses, the father threw a stack of documents down and shouted, what disaster have you caused that made everything like this? The papers revealed the notice for participation in a hearing with the Information and Communication Science and Technology Committee. Suddenly, someone questioned, are all the main mages attending this meeting? The screen showed mysterious eyes and 5 mages standing around. When was the last time this happened? Lady Gally asked. What is the appraisal result of the Red Mage Tower? If it is fake, everything's ruined, the old woman with glasses and the Red Mage Tower's chief confidently replied. Both grade 8 spellbooks are genuine. The Red Mage Tower guarantees it. The surrounding towers were shocked, unable to believe it. Both are real. No way. Omut. Even the golden-haired elder was puzzled. This changes history. No one could have imagined it. Tons of Dragoness Flame Mist and 2 grade 8 spellbooks. No need to say, which item is more valuable to the Mage Towers? A victory announcement rang out. Sir Gildermatter, the Hamelm forces have retreated. Lord Deck's army has won. Amidst the smoke and flames of war, Arthur stood with arms crossed, face full of arrogance. All right, rest up a bit. Then we push forward straight to their kingdom. His subordinate bowed respectfully. Yes, Lord Gildermatter, we will prepare. Videx, the scene shifted to the castle, where loud screams echoed. What the hell is going on? Prince Dimitri clenched his fists. Unable to believe the truth, we lost 30% of our elite forces. He wiped sweat as he spoke. Are they stronger than Hameln's elite army? Across from him, the battered elite commander Dikado looked haunted by the battle. Not quite. Our elite troops are still stronger, but they are basically a crazed mob. He recalled every detail with fear. They never feared death or defeat. They charged like maniacs. Over 700,000 gathered, shouting the black slogan. Even our elite could not hold them back, ending the flashback. Ducato looked ahead with worry. They are still coming. Soon, their claws will reach the Empire's capital. When Prince Dimitri heard that, he stammered in shock. Girls. What? 700,000? Losing his cool, he frantically asked. The GM trade convoy, where is its leader? Only a subordinate stayed calm and bowed respectfully. We sent people to look, but he vanished without a trace. The mystery is, the GM trade convoy literally disappeared off the face of the earth. Back in reality, the prince slumped down, unable to believe what was happening, raved wildly. Losing all reason. Haha, it is all over. It is really over. Meanwhile, in court, the judge asked Chairman Choi, do you know anything about wrongdoing by the GM Trade Convoy, a subsidiary GM corporation? The chairman nervously replied, I have been assured there are no regulatory issues. The prosecutor pressed harder. Isn't he real life harsh enough? Do you have to abuse power in the game too? Competition's part of the game, sure, but openly attacking other companies. That is no different from real life. The harsh words kept coming, even though the GM Trade Convoy leader is your son. Tolerating such misconduct will damage GM Corporation's reputation. Though annoyed, Chairman Choi stayed composed. We will form a special team to handle this issue. He declared an apology. Causing disputes and sparking wars in the game goes completely against GM Corporation's principles. We sincerely apologize for the confusion caused to the public. Back in the game, Prince Dimitri clutched his head, his usually bright face darkening. Damn it! That adventurer finally shut up. I never should be teamed up with that jerk. Suddenly, someone rushed over with news. Prince Dimitri, the emissaries from the Demon Tower have arrived. Hearing this, he felt a spark of hope and quickly called. I have been waiting, bring them in. 5 figures cloaked in mysterious black robes slowly entered. Here they come, Dimitri greeted warmly. Senior male mages, he is looking more confident already. This is definitely reliable backup. With the help of those ragtag adventurers, but before he could finish, a voice cut in. I am here to announce something to the Heyman Empire. A blue-haired mage spoke bluntly. Our cooperation contract is cancelled. Sorry. Shocked, Dimitri snapped. What did you just say? After a stunned 5 seconds, he yelled furiously. What the hell are you talking about? You are trying to break a binding contract sealed by a level 6 spell. Even as Demon Tower mages, you can do that. Not wanting to waste time, the blue-haired mage turned to leave. No use? Let us. But a black-skinned young man nearby hurried to stop them. Wait, you still have not finished the quest we gave you. The blue-haired mage insisted on leaving. I want to get home and read the spellbook now. The black-skinned youth skillfully persuaded them to stay. Calm down. We all want that. We have to keep our promise to get the spellbook. Then another man with glasses stepped up to negotiate. Listen carefully. Heyman Empire. The Demon Tower demands the Frostfire Dragon be returned to its original owner. Unfazed, he stepped closer to Prince Dimitri and ordered, you have 5 days. Then he smiled calmly. If you do not meet this demand to reclaim the Frostfire Dragon from the unworthy, the Demon Tower will join the fight directly. Hearing the threat from the younger guy, Dimitri exploded with rage. You are betraying us. Demon Tower, are you ready to face the consequences of breaking this binding? The black-skinned mage sighed and explained. The Frostfire Dragon sword you hold is not yours, it belongs to the Demon Tower. So the binding contract is invalid. The smallest blue-haired mage sneered. Don't get cocky, you crazy tyrant. Got it. Not wanting to waste more breath, they strolled off with a sneer. Then good luck handling it on your own. Prince, Dimitri stood frozen, then shouted. Crazy bastards. You know what to do. Seething with murderous intent, he stared at the ground. Already plotting, release the dogs, hunt down every traitor in the Empire, starting with that arrogant bastard standing behind, listening to orders. Dine understood the plan and obeyed, following my command. I will show the Demon Tower they trusted the wrong people. Cut to dawn the next day. Apple's voice rings out. Dex, do not you think we messed up giving away both level 8 magic spellbooks? From afar, he loudly continues comparing. Soulfire Bone is rare for sure, but compared to level 8 spellbooks, it is nothing. Yang hears this, placing a hand to his chin thoughtfully. In terms of value, that is true. Then he turns with a smile. But thanks to that, things just got a lot more interesting. Because for me, as long as the game is fun, that is all that matters. Apple hears this and nods in agreement. Yeah, playing a game that is not fun is such a waste. Then Apple runs up to join Yan. Hey, wait a sec. The rewards after defeating Kerbinian, could there be anything more valuable than Soulfire Bone and those level 8 spellbooks? Yang, catching his teammate's curiosity, grins mysteriously and asks, Who knows? What do you think? Scene shift to a dark forest at night. Suddenly, a bespectacled mage is attacked from behind, bleeding and at risk of dying. From the shadows, a mysterious figure appears, holding a strange weapon, eyeing the struggling prey. In that figure's hand is a unique cursed magic sword, containing a demon's curse that tramples on countless prayers and wishes. Anyone who wields this sword is doomed to destruction. It is level 123 gear, max durability 28,000, attack power between 800 and 1,500. Casting magic while equipped drains AP instead of mana, grants 95% magic penetration when activated, and a 1% chance the sword's aura will cause a stun effect. The Dark Mage, trapped and dying, gasps out his last words. "You coward," but the sword swiftly pierces his heart, staining the scene red. The one who finished him off is the commander of the Recor's Empire's magic hunting dog squad, arrogant and disdainful. "You should be known better, daring to disrespect the Empire's pact. That is why I built the Demon Tower. They do not understand the world at all." Licks his lips. Scanning around. Now, where's that last rat hiding? Behind a big tree, the blue-haired mage hides. Exhausted, she glances toward her fallen comrades with bitter fury. Those Heyman Empire scum, how dare they attack the Demon Tower's envoy? Filled with hatred, she vows, they will pay for this. System alerts flash nonstop. Anomaly detected. Major variable impacting main storyline. Amidst this, Alice floats, reading the warnings. Heyman Empire troops launched a surprise attack on Demon Tower's magic forces, causing heavy casualties. Shocked, she notes the Demon Tower lost 84%. Analyzing possible outcomes. Scenario 201 activated. Main storyline adjustment for Demon Tower players. Updating now. Elsewhere, Angelina is stunned when the system alert sounds. What is this notification? Main storyline. Is Dex pulling some trick again? The system displays the mission. Mark the fall of the Empire. Heyman Empire used vile and brutal tactics to kill great and talented mages of the Southern Demon Tower. This cruel act shocked and enraged all mages, mourning the fallen predecessors. A barbarous atrocity. Punish the Empire and its followers. Objectives: capture the Imperial capital, defeat Prince Dimitri the Lion, reclaim the Soulfire Dragon, and annihilate Heyman's forces to earn contribution points. Reading this, she gets fired up. Ease asks, "What is that guy playing at now?" A voice speaks up. "First, let us honor the brothers who fell in Heyman's attack." Lady Galia presides over the meeting, as head of the Blue Demon Tower and Supreme Magic Council. "I declare, from now on, the Southern Demon Tower will punish the Heyman Empire and take the strongest retaliation measures." At the room's center stands a massive magic pillar as Lady Galia's voice booms. "Close all Demon Tower branches in Heyman, disable all active teleport gates and defense barriers, and impose a total ban on trading magical item scrolls. Magic stones, materials, potions with Heyman and any allied nations or groups." The magic orb in his hand displayed an image of the Great Prince. The old lady sighed deeply. Finally, the Supreme Magic Council will hold Prince Dimitri accountable for sparking this devastating war. The more she spoke, the more her fury showed. Her eyes reddened as she vowed revenge for the Heyman Empire and its royal family. Lady Galia's voice was commanding. "Mages, rise up." Cut to Angelina smiling brightly as she recounted through the chat screen. "That is all I know. I will do my best to weaken the Heyman Empire's forces and help you get your revenge." On the other side, Jai Yang thanked Angelina but warned, "Don't overdo it. If you die or get penalized, it will only hurt you." On the call, she pouted. "Nidex, I am known as a top-tier mage thanks to you. You know," her voice was fierce and determined. "Just wait and see how strong I have become. I will contact you later." Hearing this, Jai Yang's face twisted with fear and awe. Laughing, "Haha, I feel sorry for those about to get beaten to a pulp by you." From atop a tree, two little birds chirped loudly, while below Ji Yang stayed calm and relaxed. And sitting by the lake fishing, he muttered, "Sure enough, Maroon Kingdom is the most peaceful place. Must be because it is the newbie starting zone." Suddenly, his expression grew thoughtful as he stared off into nothing. After a moment's thought, Jai Yang tried to sum up the current situation. "After the Baiman Empire comes the Lord Death's Alliance and the Magic Tower, and then me every piece is ready on the board." His face lit up with excitement, his eyes shifting to a pinkish gold glow. "Heyman Empire, what will you do now?" The scene shifted to Lady Galia of the Magic Tower, busy preparing for battle. She commanded, "Mages, act now. Avenge the Heyman Empire and its royal family." The battle began as countless spells lit up the night sky in dazzling colors. Without delay, the mages launched their attacks. The royal army was ready too, countless soldiers standing in neat formation, Prepared to fight, the blue-haired female mage barely escaped death, seethed with anger. Disappear. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, turning the surroundings into chaos. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere. In the commentary area, viewers were amazed. Mages really are the flowers of the battlefield. All those spells were level 5 and 6. It is rare to see this kind of display. Someone wondered, why are the magic tower leaders so strong? Just one level 7 spell could wipe everything out. Another commentator explained. You forget, those 5 magic tower leaders are mid-tier. Immediately others chimed in. They are all special high level MPs, probably level 400 or above. If the Haman Empire messes with the magic tower, it is game over. Meanwhile, Arthur's army was not backing down. They charged fearlessly. Lord Deck's alliance. Full attack. We can fall behind the magic tower and lose face. The royal family stayed calm and solemn. Their leader raised his sword, rallying the troops. Baman Empire soldiers, advance, sacrifice yourselves for the Empire's glory. In the system space, she watched the whole battle unfold. Thinking, Magic Tower Alliance, Lord Deck's forces. Baman, my face is grim. Only 7 hours left until they reach the Haman Empire's capital. Elsewhere, a killer looked worried as he stared at the system screen. This is bad. He glanced at the chaos and muttered, this Korean server's main event looks like it will end with Baman Empire's victory. If that happens, the balance in the eastern continent will collapse with the fall of the Haman Empire. Thinking this, he turned to ask, Director Lai, what do you think? Director Lai, my sound side? Unfortunately, I share the same concern. She shared her personal view with a sigh. The overall strength of the Korean continent will weaken. The timing could not be worse. The Panji update is about to drop. And then this happens. Hearing this, he groaned, but there was nothing else to do. This scenario was not created by the developers, it was the players who caused it. The more Director Lee Mai-seon thought about it, the angrier she got. Poor GM. Team, they messed with everything except Deck's stuff. Jack stood beside Inui. But anyway, luckily, a guild from a major Korean corporation disappeared. They sold off all their items and deleted the guild. I wonder why they did that. Seeing your confusion, Mike-san smiled brightly and explained, that was me handling it in real life, because they had crossed the line. Jack was shocked and exclaimed, she is really scary. Then he changed the subject. I will send the Korean branch the compiled data for this scenario. Take a look. My-san immediately opened it, but her expression shifted as she skimmed through. Her eyes widened. Wait. This data. The mission was updated for the player decks. The system displayed a quest log describing that the Frostfire Dragon was stolen in a careless way, but the item ended up in an unexpected person's hands. The Henmen Empire is planning to unify the continent using the Frostfire Dragon. Stop their plan and retrieve the Kobenian Skull, but it has to be done peacefully. Get the Kobenian Skull back without directly engaging in combat during the mission. Reading this, Mike-san was stunned. Strange, with his personality. He should be just gone and grabbed the Frostfire Dragon himself. Why drag in the Demon Tower and the whole Dex guild he despises, just to make a big deal out of it? The voice grew harsher as he said, I am only asking once, think carefully and answer honestly. Feeling the tension rise, he nervously stammered. Well, what are you trying to say? A bullet-like flash sparked in her eyes as she asked sharply about limiting Dex direct combat involvement. Did you do that on purpose to make things more interesting? Startled, Jiak stammered. Well, he scratched his head, admitting, the Pandia update was coming soon, so I wanted him to keep quiet for a bit. I tried to step in, but it only made things worse. Haha. Hearing this, Mike's inside, so that is how it is. After understanding everything, she warned seriously. Now you get it, right? Never interfere with that player again. He is unpredictable, no one can guess what he will do. Elsewhere, Xiaoyang was chilling after successfully catching a fish. The system announced he would caught a 14 centimeters silver pomfret. Rank D, looking at his catch, he sighed bitterly, muttering to himself that fishing really is the least effective skill. For gamers, leveling up takes forever. Suddenly, a voice called out as someone rushed over. Hey, Master, when are you gonna stop? The little demon kept yelling at him. The eastern continent is in chaos. Wars are breaking out everywhere. Are you seriously just gonna stand there? He answered calmly. I told you I will handle this peacefully. He screamed. I mean, why are you acting like this? You are not the type. If it were the old master, he would have stormed the Han-Men Empire and the GM Merchant Guild to deal with them by now. Why the change? Did that damn chicken mess with you or something? Listening from afar, was furious. She flew over quickly and shouted, why blame? You damn fool. You two fight, make a mess, then shout at each other. Your silence just makes me more suspicious. That chicken, standing outside hearing the argument, Jiayang was helpless. I get you are bored, but do not overdo it. I am busy with a mission too. His words made them pause and ask, you first. What mission? What mission is that? Tan also got curious. Lately, you keep mumbling mission. Mission, what is it all about? Jiayang tried to explain. It is kinda like your own personal mission. Hearing this, both were stunned and blurted out. Mission? What? No way. Master has one too. But he stayed calm and asked, what is so surprising? Tan yelled, a regular guy like him having a mission is just weird. And you chimed in, a mission is a sacred power granted by God to chosen humans. For humans, only folks like the Pope or Saintesses get missions. Still curious. They pressed. What is Master's mission? Yeah, what is Dex's mission? Ai Yang pointed to himself, puzzled. Huh? My mission. He thought for a moment, images flashing in the dark with the words, give your all, live fully to deceive, just like I am doing now. Is that? Ai Yang said casually. Got it, I will report back. Hearing such a ridiculous answer, Tan turned dark-faced, refusing to believe it. What? You asked. Are you serious? They both shouted. What kind of weird mission is that? He just smirked. I do not know either. As long as it is fun. Then he looked seriously into the void. Well, let us wait and see what chaos this farce will cause next. The scene shifts to nighttime at Kindle 20, deep within the Bayman Empire. Outside the door, 3 towering figures appear. One is Gelly, the calm blue tower master, representing the 5 demon towers. Stepping inside, the second is Jill DeMath, commander of Lord Dex's forces, wearing a victorious smile. The last is General Judas, supreme commander of the Bayman Empire's army, entering with solemnity. On the throne, the Emperor speaks with difficulty. You have finally arrived. I am Emperor Maris of the Hayman Empire. Maris removes his crown and declares, from this moment, the Hayman Empire surrenders to the Bayman Empire, the 5 demon towers, and Lord Dex's forces. This war is your victory. Flashback to King Do-Emilion of the Hayman Empire. King Maris sits on the throne, saying, you have finally made it here. He speaks as if near death. Come closer. I want to talk with you. From afar, Gallia thinks, my strength is almost gone. Things are worse than I thought. Arthur looks at the throne and mutters. He looks like a dried-up skeleton. I wanted to kill him immediately, but maybe not. Jildus frowns thoughtfully. The king of Hayman, as rumored, does not have much time left. King Maris speaks again. Do you see this empty throne? As he says this, he removes the crown from his head. Once mighty, now no one fights for the Hayman Empire anymore. He sighs sadly. My son, Dmitri. I was wrong. The old man whispers to himself, this dying old king misjudged everything. Before the 3, Maris declares, from now on, the Hayman Empire surrenders to the Bayman Empire, the 5 demon towers, and Lord Dex's forces. He bows, removes the crown from his hands. Accepting defeat. This war is your victory. Listening to the old man, Arthur yawns tiredly. Well, that is obvious. Next to him, Duke Judas removes his helmet. Sure enough, our Bayman Empire truly. Before he finishes, Gallia quickly speaks. Then it is time to negotiate. The Hayman Empire will pay a heavy price. King Maris nod. Speak your demands. I will take responsibility. Even if it costs my life. Gallia smiles. We do not want your life. We want the Fire Dragon's bones returned to their rightful owner. He agrees to all terms. The Fire Dragon's bones are kept in the national treasury. Take them, encouraged. Gallia adds. Also, I want the head of Prince Dmitri and his noble followers, as a tribute to the young warriors of the Demon Tower who fell. Hearing this, the old king's hands clutch the crown tightly. Understood. The Hayman Empire will fully cooperate in handing them over. Growing impatient below, Zaldas reminds, send an official surrender declaration to the Bayman Empire after negotiations. As soon as he finishes, he turns to Arthur. Now, as the adventure's representative, what do you want from our empire? Arthur stands with arms crossed, staring at the throne. His words leave everyone confused. King Maris has not yet grasped it. What? Arthur emphasizes again. We demand the Dex underwear brand as the request from Lord Dex adventurers. Nothing else. Just like that, the Hayman Empire surrenders unconditionally. After that declaration, many changes unfold. The kingdom's flag is lowered. The Hayman Empire pays a huge war indemnity to the Bayman Empire. Not only do they return occupied lands, but they lose control over part of their territory. Countless soldiers died. The hardliners who followed Prince Dmitri sparked the war. Sadly, they were wiped out by the Demon Tower. At this time, countless mages with blue, red, purple, and yellow powers rallied around Dimitri's remnants, but they faced a formidable foe, Pavis, who had defeated those mages before. The cold blue-haired mage looks at the enemy in awe. That demon sword is insanely strong. Not even level 5 magic can pierce it. She immediately doubles the magical circles from earlier. Threatening. Then try to block this. Someone immediately shouted a warning. Recorus. That is magic. Short-haired Recorus also yelled out, Hey, what is going on? Level 8 magic? Damn. This is Divine Realm level. The cold blue-haired girl stared at them fiercely, showing no mercy at all. Only now did Recorus realize the real strength of her magic. He thought to himself, I seriously underestimated her. Who knew she would cause a disaster just because of personal grudge? He grew pale. Pavis. The guy named Pavis immediately got the order. They all shared the same thought. There was only one way to survive. That was to kill her before the spell was cast. With that in mind, Pavis dashed toward the girl at lightning speed. The blue-haired mage showed a look of horror, fearing it was all over. Just then, Angelina suddenly appeared, softly chanting, 500 magic bullets. Instantly, 500 bullets appeared. Pavis was caught off guard, frozen and unable to dodge. Less than a second later, all 500 bullets struck him, causing a massive explosion that sent rocks flying everywhere. Luckily, Pavis was still alive. He gripped his sword and braced himself, thinking, too fast. I can T-block them all. Emerging from the smoke and debris, Angelina appeared calmly and said, Sorry, but can you just die quietly? I am just doing my job. Her eyes cold and merciless. Seeing her, Recorus was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. She was a top-tier mage. Beside him, Pavis was drained and could only cough weakly. Then he mustered his strength and asked, Is this the end? Before them, the whole forest was ablaze, bathed in the fairy red glow of the flames. The blue-haired mage screamed, Heavenly fire! Inferno! She pointed, and a massive fireball erupted. Soon, everything was engulfed in blazing red flames and blood across the forest. Angelina rushed over and caught the mage, who had fainted from the attack. She praised her. That was amazing. Looking at the exhausted mage, she sighed. This is truly the level 8 Divine Realm. And with that, the Hayman Empire, which had ruled the eastern continent for centuries, completely collapsed. System update. The Hayman Empire has been downgraded to the Kingdom of Haymont. All imperial rights and privileges have been revoked. Immediately, a wave of comments flooded in. Haymont lost. How could they win? Not just lost, but crushed. Some wondered. So players in the Hayman Empire, the Kingdom of Haymont, are doomed. Totally wiped out. Damn. This sucks. A reply. Yeah. NPCs aside, what about the players who supported Haymont? On the other side, a command was issued to those evil adventurers who sided with the Haymont Empire. Though death is meaningless to those granted immortal power like you, the Bayman Empire will forever despise and curse you. We will scorn you, revel in your misfortune, and no one will beg or wish for your mercy. Bow your heads and kneel, you worthless scum, under the great Bayman Empire's sky. You are not welcome. Everyone who read this news felt utterly crushed. The system then announced, Atch, 4 Continental War has ended with victory for the Bayman Empire. Among Haymon supporters appeared a red alert. Mission failed. Punishment for failure applied. Title awarded. Continental Traitor. The effects of this title are mandatory and stamped as a failure. Continental Traitor title lowers reputation with Bayman Empire and Demon Tower by 500. Increases prices and penalties when trading in their shops. Buying prices increased by 250%. Selling prices cut by 50%. High risk of attack in Bayman territory, and guards may punish unfairly. Cannot accept missions from Bayman Empire or Demon Tower. Crime penalties in Bayman territory increased by 1000%. Title change function temporarily disabled. Time remaining: 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 42 seconds. A player reading the update sighed in relief. Phew, Lucky did not join. That was a close call. But other players were not so lucky. When they got the notification, they freaked out. What the hell is this? You call this a punishment? A whole year, not just a month? That is way too much. Now I am too scared to even step into the eastern part of the continent. It is basically telling us to quit the game. Right after the complaint, someone asked, So are you quitting? You can quit, right? No way. I can quit. Chose Haymont myself and now I am whining. Serves me right. Serves me right. A reminder popped up in the comments. Hey everyone. You can trade unique items for contribution points from the Bayman Empire. Curious comments followed. What exactly are these unique items? There are epic items too. And you can even buy level 5 magic spells from the Magic Tower. Someone sighed in admiration. Crazy. Dexgoy is so awesome. Patience is victory. Late into the night, the Lord Dex Guild flag was raised and fluttered proudly in the wind. Arthur stood high up, shouting loudly, From now on, this will be the base of our Lord Dex Guild. He also earned a new title, Guild of Matter, Lady of the Man Empire. Below, the guild members cheered excitedly. We will dominate the Baman Empire and fight for Dex. Under the night sky, the bright moon shone down as the crowd roared in victory. Elsewhere, just at dawn, Angelina appeared before Yang shyly. Hey Dex, how have you been lately? Hearing her voice, he turned around surprised. Long time no see. Angelina, shy? She covered her face, cheeks red as a tomato. Am I scary? Did someone really say that? Dex just smiled. Just kidding. Just kidding. Angelina, with her delicate charm, said, What? Stop it. You are just teasing. Lemon looked at Angelina suspiciously. Hey Apple, is she really a level 1 Grand Mage? Apple, feeling awkward, glanced at Angelina's big May girl vibe and winced. Yeah, that infamous crazy one. Apple recalled Angelina's badass image on the battlefield, holding a purple magic staff emitting pastel shrimp sauce colored lights that mesmerized everyone. Angelina looked more like a queen than delicate at all. Rumor has it she caused chaos on the battlefield again this time. She defeated the Heyman Empire as Sword Saint Psi using only magic bullets. Lemon admired her. Then how many shots did that NPC take? Insane. Apple introduced Angelina to Lemon, appearing in a shimmering dress like a blooming rose. The one who defeated the Sword Saint. Lemon and Apple shyly stepped back, giving space to Dex and Angelina. Dex, we will take our leave now. Dex looked surprised. You are leaving already? I have not even properly thanked you yet. They politely declined. No worries. We have got a mountain of work waiting. Haha. Dex stood there, frozen like a stunned ox, wondering why they were in such a rush. Dex called out to a little demon, and a glowing red-winged star magic symbol appeared alongside him. Surrounding it were mysterious runes, with a lock symbol in the center, encircled by ancient patterns and characters. Hey, Golden Goblin, a little demon appeared, Dex said, showing a watercolor-faced creature with big ears that seemed to eavesdrop on everything. It seriously burst out laughing in its own weird way. You called me Master? Dex ordered the demon. Put this dust ball in storage. It is as obedient as a puppy. Dex's strange command made even Angelina curious and asked, have to clear space to store this dust ball. She was shocked. Hey Dex? What is that thing? What is that monster? He calmly replied, it helps me clean my room. Angelina was stunned, unable to believe what was happening just cleaning a room. Her doubts faded as she pictured the little demon happily walking and singing. Its figure appeared, smiling slyly, radiating powerful pink-purple lights, a terrifying monster with incredible magic. A system voice announced with an image of a dragon's skeleton and a fang emerging from its mouth, confirming the retrieval of Kobenian-S skull. Mission 6 complete. All mission requirements perfectly met. Evaluating player contribution level. Next up is the list of missions Dex completed, so long it is impossible to name them all. Convincing the Dex faction to join Baman. Making a deal with the Southern Demon Tower. Causing a massacre in the Heyman Empire. Dragging the Southern Demon Tower into the war. Triggering the mission to collapse the Empire. Contributing 98% to Baman's victory. Along with historic achievements that toppled a powerful empire that stood strong for centuries, boosting Baman's influence by 85%. Then came the title recognizing his battlefield contributions. He earned the title Savior of the Baman Empire. The second title was Empire Slayer. The third, Twisted Pacifist. And finally, Black Lord of the Underworld. After getting top-tier gear, Dex still was not done. He was honored with 13 million contribution points. That is just a snapshot of his long history. He still has tons of other powers and can claim rewards from the Baman Empire based on those points. But that is not all. Dex received a blazing emblem with sharp edges surrounded by flames, earning 3,803,123 recognition points. The image of him standing tall amidst flowing streams of radiant power like a world ruler, his cloak fluttering in the wind, proof of his strength and authority. Adding a bit more power just made him look even cooler. Angelina watched this and could not help but drool, eyes wide and mouth open. What kind of feeling is this? Dex smiled as Angelina admired him, his eyes flickering with golden smoke. He would transform from a clumsy oaf into the guy we have all been chasing after. Dex's presence felt stronger than ever. Even you, standing nearby, was left speechless, totally surprised that such a huge payoff came without using any divine descents or recognition points. Hit that like for Dex and blink those charming eyes. Amazing. Master, you really know how to make the most of everything. Suddenly, Tan's face changed. Just moments ago, he was proud of his buddy. Then he came over. Surprised, Master. Why the awkward face? Dex was striking a powerful pose like a natural ruler. But then he hung his head, looking exhausted. His hair fell over most of his face. but he still lifted his head to answer Tan's question. Looks like it is time to pay the price for dealing with that nasty demon. Arthur appeared, standing tall like a wrestler right in front of him, smiling with little warmth. Even if they ran once, these guys would not just let it go. Ignis, dressed in a seductive black gown, asked Arthur, I have a question. Guilds know. 1. The Lord Deb's faction initially declared they would not join the war, so why did they suddenly side with the Man Empire? Hearing her question, Arthur smiled like he would just brushed his teeth. Do they have a reason? He challenged. A reason? We have only one purpose, he answered confidently, like he was promoting his own brand, the Lord Deb's Pants brand. After hearing that, Ignis probably thought, oh mutt. Seriously. In the shadows, Arthur appeared like a demon with glowing red eyes and a creepy grin. We will always be waiting for you, Debs. Scene shift to Debs standing opposite Arthur inside an icy castle, like Princess Elsis. A flag flapping in the cold sunlight. The castle looking abandoned for 10 years. He snapped angrily. I will say this once, listen carefully. My Lord Deb's Pants brand is. Scene changes to a warm morning, as the sun breathes life into a new day. The Arcadia Korea branch towering magnificently against a clear blue sky dotted with white clouds. Sitting in the conference room, Director Kang shared his thoughts. After the fourth main scenario, the Great Continental War, players are really upset. Even more, there are many complaints that the ongoing wars in Arcadia are stirring controversy and unrest. The arguments and complex public reactions to this manga have made Kang's office increasingly tense in recent days. Our crisis management team believes we should ease the punishments or offer direct compensation to the players. The director raised his eyebrows, saying what Kang said was obvious. Everyone already knows that many players are suffering penalties for siding with the defeated Korean Empire. In my mind, I see Director Lei in her serious white office dress holding a stack of documents. But if it were really her, she would be wondering about the usual compensation methods. In just a moment of thought, she tore the paper with a dramatic cry. I reject this. Her two assistants witnessed this and were completely stunned, folding up in shock. She remained calm. Our job is not to please the players, but to keep Arcadia a world separate from reality. Sharp words were aimed at the GM organization. What we must be most careful about is stopping reality from affecting Arcadia. Like what happened with the recent GM trade incident, the determined gaze of a true director shifted the staff's attitude. I agree. Director Kwon was fired up in the meeting too. Sure, there are opposing opinions, but player numbers and new sign-ups have jumped about 15% since the Continental War. I do not think we need to compensate players. That goes against our operating principles. Hearing that, Director Lei visibly relaxed and smiled. Looks like Director Kwon is siding with me today. Director Kwon waved off the comment about Lie's quick change of face. I always make decisions based on what is best for the company. That is right. Now's not the time to worry about public opinion. Soon, they will forget everything. I get everyone's concerns. Unlike Director Kwon's volcano ready to erupt vibe, Director Lei cheerfully suggested, Don't worry. I will handle everything. Director Kwon snapped back angrily. Wait, were not you planning on using that secret all along? She gave a mysterious yet commanding smile. The upcoming Pandy update will merge all Arcadia servers. After her announcement, everyone in the office was shocked, their faces turning redder than tomatoes. She stayed calm. After the merge, our Korean server will be the first to host an event. The info I'm about to share is top secret. Please keep it confidential. A new element appeared in the system, a mysterious pale blue glow announcing the Pandia Martial Arts Tournament update. Cut to the Silicove headquarters in the US towers majestically, bathed in golden sunlight. This modern building is like a work of art, wrapped entirely in glass. Jessica appeared like a sleeping beauty princess, reclining inside a car shielded by glass, sunlight highlighting her like a radiant queen. Just stepping out, her face looked exhausted. I am not an operations manager. You know, Jep sat beside her, listening as she vented her frustrations on a golden field overlooking a magnificent forest, as if sharing tales and laughter. I never thought creating Arcadia would be easy, but with so many variables, it is ridiculous, especially the chaotic travelers. That job alone sped up the script timeline by 3 years. Her growing frustration made Jessica grit her teeth. Why did he even create that job? I stayed up countless nights developing real-time translation for the Panji update. Yet the guy beside her teased her like it was all a game, poking her fairy temper. Seeing you happy makes me happy too. He glanced at her. Amazing. Is not Jessica? His warm words brought to mind the magical forest sparkling in the sunlight. The fairy tale you told me while I was asleep has now come true. Brought to life by millions around the world. He held up his hand, staring intently. I never imagined I would have a future like this. He felt grateful to fate and everyone around him for preserving this precious life. The scene showed him standing at the threshold of life and death in a hospital bed, with Jessica, the closest person to him, right there. After hearing his story, Jessica's anger faded. replaced by tender eyes. She leaned on his shoulder. Thank you, for creating the world of Arcadia. Suddenly, Jessica's question jolted Rex. Do you remember the story we talked about? How it all began with the rebirth of the world tree. Her sweet words in the morning sunlight. Finally, we get to see what happens next. If you say you were not expecting it, you are lying. Cut to a radiant light bursting from Sin's body. Like a powerful energy surging from ancient stones, she closes her eyes, soaking in this incredible life force. The power is overflowing. You can feel it. Dex, the day of rebirth is near. Her image, with blue hair like a nature fairy, appears among blooming radiant flowers. She announces the day of uniting the shattered continents. Sinflit lists the benefits of this special day. The world tree's power has been restored 82%. The power threshold has been reached, meeting all conditions for the massive Pangaea update. Applying update, brace yourself for the impact. Time remaining 10 minutes. Rings of glowing tree trunks appear, radiating a magical light that breathes new energy into the land. A whole continent awaits your adventure. Shoots burst and bloom, forming a trunk with lush golden leaves shining brilliantly. It feels alive, kicking off a fresh, beautiful day on this land. Everyone is stunned, buzzing with excitement. What is this? You got that notification too? Is the world tree connected to the main story? A voice breaks the scene as fireworks explode, showering golden sparks against the mysterious dark sky. Damn, how long has it been since the Great Continent War ended? Tarn, with her flowing silver hair, grins brightly. Never thought I would live to see the young tree's rebirth. Longevity really pays off. You gently holds the new shoots, acting unfazed by the transformation. Well, it was bound to happen. Let us hope the little ones do not get lost in the coming chaos. Hopefully, the young sprouts won't get too lost in the upcoming chaos. Our main guy, handsome Dex, stands tall, enjoying the breeze from the world tree's radiant light. He flashes a mysterious smile. I am really looking forward to this. Looking up, the constellation of Enrak sparkles brilliantly. Suddenly, the world tree bursts with overwhelming power, as if it could pierce the sky itself. System alert. Applying the massive Pangaea update. All continents will be unified. Real-time translation systems fully activated. That power leaves behind the most dazzling, shimmering light, wishing all adventurers an amazing experience. The light spreads everywhere. Even Arshid and Jessica, sitting close in the forest, are pierced by it and jump up in surprise. Jessica sees the power and smiles. It begins the unification of all continents. The Pangaea update. Over the mysterious sea, a golden beam glows like a divine thread, stretching across the silent space. A small boat sails steadily over the waves. On board is an old man wearing a black hat, looking just like a pirate. He bursts out laughing. His open shirt reveals a sexy six-pack. Irresistible. So this is the new world you spoke of. I am really looking forward to it. My friend, shoots sprout as if Rothschild and the magic bean tree are passing from one land to another. Evening falls. The silhouette of a girl with blue hair stands out among purple rock clusters and fresh shoots. The dwarves in the workshop are so shocked their faces turn red as shoots burst through everywhere. Under the mystical night light, the fairy with silver flowing hair clenches a glowing orb, surrounded by icy blue plants and golden shoots piercing the sky. It appears in the world like a blazing meteor in space. Nothing can dim its radiant light. The system chimes again. The massive Pangaea update has been applied. Alice appears like an ice queen in a blue aura, cold-eyed, spreading her hands wide. Welcome to the complete Arcadia continent. Suddenly, patches of cracked brown land emerge. The system sounds again, leaving Dex stunned. A video update is playing. Suspend all activities in Arcadia to watch. The nature fairy shines brilliantly in her galaxy, reminding us this world is just an endless void, and within it, a tiny seed quietly sprouts from the fairy's whispered words. Fresh green sprout bursts from the ground, glowing with the promise of new life. Roots gripping the floating soil in the void, forming the earth beneath. The chants continue to nurture this sprout, which then blooms its first golden petals, opening its eyes to greet the world. It blossoms on its own, spreading life as seeds. And now the sprout has grown into a whole forest of radiant cosmos flowers stretching and shining under the sun. They shimmer, soaking up the morning rays gifted by the sun, turning this world into a fertile land overflowing with life. Yes, Michael appears as a fairy in a flowing white dress, surrounded by dark purple evil energy. Bloody red power surges behind her, while pure white flowers highlight her determined stance, so strong that even beings from other dimensions envy her. Walking beside her is Tan, with his signature Japanese side-swept bangs and blood-red eyes. Wearing a terrifying grin, he reaches out his vile hand toward the sprout, radiating powerful life energy. Caught between heaven and hell, and as a result, the tree of life is corrupted, falling into eternal slumber. The image of two fairies, one white and one black, embodying good and evil, appears Satan, the Demon King, dressed in black with death's wings. representing hell. The other is Michael, angelic wings, holding a bow aimed at Satan, dressed in white as the symbol of heaven. Just then, dark purple shadows strike the world tree like a blow from hell, and the sprout no longer has the strength to support the earth. Meanwhile, our protagonist ducks flashes a dangerous smile. Holy demon war. World tree. Who dares to reveal this story to the players? What is he thinking? Planning to pull Tan and Elle into this story later. But just like the Age of Peace is ending, the sprouts keep spreading. The chaotic era will come to an end too, as the nature goddess gently lifts the radiant sprouts in her tiny hands. Do not be sad. Rise, my children. A green lantern appears. Glowing with powerful golden-orange light, I regain my strength thanks to the Traveler's Lantern. I will restore this world to its original form. The fairy's voice rises just as three prepare to advance. Stop fighting. It is all for you, to prevent more bloody, devastating wars. Beware chaos and conflict. She warns of dark last battles ahead. Beware the threat of greed targeting this world, or the fire burning fiercely in her soul and spreading from her wings. Feel my wrath, the fairy warns, her golden eyes flashing fierce anger. Rise, my children. The image of blood-soaked land appears destroy and wipe out the brutal invaders threatening our homeland. Look at my light, making Dex stare up in awe. The video ends. Pause lifted. Update complete. Myth of the Forgotten received. Title Child of the World Tree. A whole continent awaits your adventure. His eyes gleam brightly, meaning the World Tree wants me. Tan and Elle. Tan and Elle stand beside the three dots, stunned by him. Master, after days away from the family estate, are you really surprised to see the continents uniting like this? They need to fly higher and higher to awaken the clueless boy. Hey, Master? Hey Dex? Are you okay? He flashes a sly grin. World Tree. You are really determined. You want to mess with them that much? Suddenly, he runs over and hugs the two little ones. From now on, you two have to help me. Okay? Tan looks dumbfounded and panicked. What is up? Master, are you feeling okay? Did you eat something bad? Elle stays calm. Even if you do that, I can't boost your reputation points. You know that. Scene change. Helene in a white outfit like a CEO, her fiery red hair shining bright. Hello to all Arcadia players around the world. From this moment on, the world of Arcadia is connected as one. She stands among the birds soaring through the sky, continuing to guide us. You are free to explore the entire continent, uncover countless secrets and stories, and enjoy your own adventure. She flashes a warning smile. Of course, there will be plenty of danger ahead. Helene's expression shifts quickly. She rubs her hands together, smiling brightly. But do not worry too much. The Korean branch have prepared a special gift just for you. Hopefully, you will love it. This event takes place in a grand former Russian tower, bathed in golden sunlight to highlight its majestic presence. Debuting for the first time across the entire server, the Martial Arts World Championship unites the whole world. The event is designed so both fighting and non-fighting players can join and compete based on their professions. We will award a powerful time title for 3 months to the top 3 players in each category. Winners will earn the Martial Arts World Champion title. It boosts experience and skill mastery points by 300% for 3 months. The runner-up receives the Martial Arts World Vice Champion title. Third place earns the Martial Arts World Third Place title. Both get 100% extra experience and skill mastery points for 3 months. Here's the system overview. These titles can be used alongside other titles simultaneously. Everyone's buzzing about it. What is that? Unbelievable. The highest bonus for experience and mastery points was only 30% before. Yeah? Plus it was tied to level 20 weapons, so it was pretty limited and those items were rare. The price was sky high. Let us just say this one's way better and can be used together with others. If you get this title, the power gap will be huge. Dex watches thoughtfully. Sure, all the top players will join the Martial Arts World Championship next. Sounds like an exciting plan. 2 black and white masked figures appear like flipping cards. Also, the title rewards include bonus experience and mastery points, probably to make up for the Korean server weakening after the war. He chuckles to himself, but what if players from other servers win? Director, if they want it, they can go and take it. But, the owner will join the Martial Arts Championship too. Right? You immediately add some salt and spice. If Dex does not join this pure martial arts showdown, it would be a real shame. All their compliments make Dex feel proud as he stretches under the sunlight. This time I am not joining, the kid-like guy asks. Why not? This event is not for me. Level and skill mastery points are not rewards meant for a chaotic wanderer like me. Dex imagines himself standing alone in the shadows like some emo kid. Yeah? This event totally excludes me. He laughs to himself like a loner. This has to be part of Director Lai's plan too. Makes sense, I have caused her enough trouble already. Director Lai must be fed up with his self-obsession. Sorry. But Dex? This time, you better behave. Now, standing before a huge system screen, listening to Director Lai's words, Dex realizes he has already caused enough chaos. He smirks quietly. Dex hesitates. What should he do now? Too bad. A post just went up explaining I am innocent. Someone's impersonating me. The wrongful actions in game under my name are not mine. I am just a victim. Please believe me. From Dang to Kokachdo. After reading about Dex's meddlesome nature, feels urged to join in. Maybe I should give him a hand. Dang Choco Catch Do. He is a bit helpless. Sorry about this. Maybe I should lend him a hand. Tan. I changed my mind. I'm joining. Tan and El cheer excitedly, clearly surprised by Dex's decision. Tan can't hide his excitement. Master, have you really figured it all out? El is happy too. You remember, right, Dex? The last round belongs to that demon guy. Now it is my turn. Tan almost argued against El's nonsense. What kind of broken logic is that? What does order have to do with anything? El looks at Tan. Don't you have any conscience? Stop being greedy, you wicked bastard. Dex folds his arms. You too. Stop fighting. Sorry, but this time I want to be borrowing your power. El hesitates. You mean? Tan also catches Dex's meaning. Wait, are you seriously planning to? Suddenly, bright green vines appear out of nowhere. A green-haired girl appears, smiling and flashing a peace sign. You called me, Dex. I have been waiting for your reply for a while now. Dex explains. Yep, this time I am entering the martial arts tournament as a spirit master. Thanks to you. The tiny girl flies up to Dex. I will serve you loyally. Time passes quickly. The first World Martial Arts Tournament begins. Tons of people join in. Angelina holds a long silver staff. The gray-haired guy uses a black sword as his weapon. The white-haired girl looks cold and calm. Surrounded by a purple aura, a guy grips a hammer, staring into a blazing forge. The opening starts. Dex is in a winning mood. Brimming with confidence, the tiny girl announces, Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the tournament. Welcome to Illusory Island. Fireworks explode all around. Dex looks around. In front of him is a giant spinning wheel and a bustling crowd. He sighs. It is still this confusing map. Someone calls out, Hey Dex, long time no see. How have you been? Dex turns to look. He is stunned. No way the kid grew up so fast. The guy named Dungsich scratches his head awkwardly. I am as dark as a burnt pot. Dex keeps praising him, reaching out to shake hands. Whoa, you have really bulked up. Been hitting the gym or what? Dungsich laughs. I am trying to live up to being your right-hand man. Dex asks, So you are joining this event too? Seems like there is a category for crafting professions as well. Dungsich replies, About that, I am still unsure. Then he explains, in the crafting contest, everyone has to use the same materials and items, meaning, I can use Viensen's hammer. In that case, I do not think I stand a chance against the other crafters. Dex slaps Dungsich on the shoulder. What? You are already giving up over that? Still got that kid's attitude from back then? Huh? Dungsich shrugs shyly. Is that Dex encourages him. At least I do not think your talent will disappear just because you do not have Ven Einken's hammer. What do you think? His face lights up. He is moved. You are right. Dex turns and walks off quickly, waving at Dungsich. Anyway, think it over. I am joining the tournament too. Dungsich watches his back. Puzzled. You are, he calls out. Which category are you entering? Also, what exactly is your profession? You use magic and your sword skills are crazy good too. Dungsich looks sad. But do you really have to join? Just showing up is enough to get attention. You do not have to risk it. Dex is surprised. You think I am crazy for revealing myself? I am joining the tournament as Choco Kekjua. Dungsich is curious. Who is that? Dex explains. Someone, a poor soul I ruined. Dex puts on a mask. Acting mysterious. Yeah, in this tournament. I am not. A completely new face appears, the spirit master. Choco Kekjua. The phone rings. Dex answers. Dex picks it up. Hey, it is you. Right? Tries to hold back her anger. I thought the event rewards were enough to make you get it. So why are you calling me again? Dex chuckles. I am planning to join the event under a fake identity with a mask. So I wanted to ask if I win like that, who gets the prize? Dex frowned. Well, of course it belongs to you. The deceiver's mask can hide info from the system, but it can change the rewards. Dex said over the phone, really? That one do. Dex was surprised. Keep going. You can transfer rewards to a character with a fake identity. Dex was curious. What are you talking about? Are you planning to give up your rewards? Dex pretended to be reluctant. No way. I am counting on you here. Okay. Mizun's mood was super fragile. Please wait a moment. She suspected he was acting spoiled. She turned to ask Alice. Elise? Can Dex's request be done? The blue screen replied, I will check. Mythical item. Deceiver's mask. A mask appeared in Alice's hand, and the blue screen showed more info. The item's functions are limited to protect user info. Removing some limits might work, but only with admin permission. What are you planning? Mizun closed her eyes to think. Is that possible? What should we do? Dex, what scheme are you cooking up this time? She hesitated. It is probably fine. Right? Mizian said over the phone. Alright. I agree. The arena was perfectly set. From now on, the rewards Dex earns will be transferred to the characters shown by the Deceiver's mask's face lit up with confidence. Just watch. Step aside. I will make sure your efforts pay off. The blue screen announced. Opponent found. You will be transported to the arena shortly. Prepare for the next match. The pink-haired girl explained the rules. The World Martial Arts Tournament qualifiers are simple. Win 100 matches in a row to qualify for the semifinals. She giggled mysteriously. Want to know more rules? Haha. Win 100 matches first. Then ask. The pink-haired girl shouted. Then, the World Martial Arts Tournament officially begins now. Through a cloud of dust, two figures appeared in the arena. Dex appeared as Choco Ketra, smirking challengingly. The other was Dritwood, with 97 wins, his face full of arrogance. He muttered, "What? Someone's already won 97 matches straight." Lightning crackled behind Dritwood as he said, Are you my 98th sacrifice?" Don't worry. I will end this quickly. The crowd cheered, watching Dritwood on the big screen. They shouted, "Go on. Show him the power of Drit. Show him what top North American players can do." A girl with orange hair was munching chicken, crumbs all over her mouth. She murmured, "I hear Korean. Wow. The translation system's really good." The man beside her was surprised too. "Is that the real name of the Sabotier? He is a warrior class. Right? This match is for the healing class." The live broadcast played a voice. "Huh? Then both are ready. Let the match begin." Dex and Dritwood stared each other down. A blast sounded. Dritwood used his Tiger Claw skill. A tiger made of light appeared, his strike blazing with fire. Dex stood firm against Dritwood's attacks, then focused on one spot, spotting his opponent's weakness. Another huge explosion rattled the arena, kicking up a blinding dust cloud that shook the ground. Everyone nearby struggled to understand what just happened. As the dust settled, Dex still stood tall. Glowing with a mysterious light, he smiled at the blue spirit before him. "Thank you. Perfect windshield." Dritwood was shocked. "You blocked my attack. What kind of skill is that?" Dex replied. "This? Spirit healing. Didn't you know?" "Yeah. It is not a common skill on our server." A pale blue light appeared in his hand. "With a class loved by animals like you can beat me. I borrow the power of nature itself." Dritwood frowned. Looking annoyed, his expression changed instantly hearing Dex's words. Dritwood frowned deeply, entering unfamiliar territory, surrounded by colorful flickering lights in a mystical space. "What? Since when did you get this strong?" Dex raised his hand to attack, radiant streaks of light around him. "You have won 97 matches, almost at the semifinals. Too bad, I already beat you once before. Don't take it too hard." Dritwood could not believe his eyes. "Furious? What is this insane power?" Dex's face was full of smug confidence. "Come on, guys, go easy on him. Will ya?" Beams of light merged tightly, swirling together to form a glowing star-like cluster, making the entire arena shine. A blue screen popped up. Dritwood lost. Dex stood with hands on hips, while Dritwood collapsed to the ground utterly defeated. The blue screen updated again. Choco Kicker won and qualified for the semifinals. Current win count 1 out of 100. A tiny golden crown appeared above Dex's head. 1 win. He smiled. 99 more to go. The pink-haired girl could not believe what just happened, her face full of shock. Dritwood lost so easily. He was the top pick I carefully chose from the North American server. The pink-haired girl looked displeased. "Whatever. Just a bit of fun. Anyway, Lewis, the Golem controller ranked 100th worldwide, is the real winner here." She remembered another girl. Probably Lewis, who could smash huge rocks into pieces just with her gloves. The pink-haired girl nodded firmly. "Yeah, my plan was not wrong." Dex focused on the blue screen floating above. Summoning ended. Calculating fame points based on duration and player actions. Fame points spent, 7,800. He was surprised. "Huh, only that many fame points." Dex was shocked. "I used a lot of power in that first match. Thought it would cost way more." "Hey, how many fame points have those scammers drained from me?" Sif spoke proudly, surrounded by sparkling light. My power is way stronger than that chicken and bat combo. Besides, my power comes from the earth, not the heavens or the demon realm." Dex was not surprised. "No wonder they say it is all about your in-laws." He smirked. "Alright, at this consumption rate, I can fight as many matches as I want. No problem." Next came the second match, with just a few million basics. Dex unleashed a neon blue aura and took down his opponent. In the following fights, Dex feared no one. His shining yellow energy alone scared off the blonde guy. He used fire magic, blasting his enemy into the air while chilling on the arena floor, casually playing with his fire pet. Each round showcased a new side of Dex. This time, with earth magic, heavy stones rumbled down, forcing another opponent to admit defeat. In the final match, he used water magic, trapping his foe in a water sphere until they suffocated. After a series of wins, the crown above him now showed number 46. Dex yawned. Comments streamed in nonstop. Damn, Choco Ketra is crazy strong. The opponent did not stand a chance. That is just unfair. It was unbalanced from the start. So many spirits, plus all those different attributes. Seriously, I am a spirit master too. So why is it so different? This is ridiculous. What is going on here? Must be some hidden class. Still, it is way too unbalanced. Probably the admin's super account or something. Haha, just playing for fun. No one's getting any rewards, but if not, they really need to fix this imbalance ASAP. Mizian asked, can a player really command hundreds of low-level spirits? Is that even possible for a normal spirit master? Mizian's secretary objected. No way. The number of attributes he controls is just absurd. Mizian stared at the computer screen. There is definitely a balance issue here. What is that player's name? The secretary replied, the player's name is Choco Ketra. Mizian was stunned. He continued explaining, Dex, the mysterious player, has close ties to the Dragon Slayer. Dex, Choco Ketra is not just any spirit master. Observing his behavior on the daily life channel of the Saboteur, I noticed some irregularities, things that are not acceptable from a game developer's perspective. He impatiently requested, I want to find out at least his profession. Director, please grant me access to that player's information. She refused. Sorry. Section Chief. Mizian's face looked sad. I get that you feel the game is unbalanced looking at that player's behavior, but from what I see, our professions are perfectly balanced. Section Chief Gang remained silent. She continued, that is all I can say. Again? Sorry. Section Chief, he looked disappointed. It is I was not expecting much anyway. He turned and left with determination. I will do my best in my position. We are like thinkers, definitely. The player Choco Ketra participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament is Dex. She imagined Dex standing with his back turned, surrounded by obstacles, and the game operator should not interfere with Dex. We are like thinkers, definitely. The player Choco Ketra participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament is Dex. She recalled Dex's profession, the Chaos Traveler, a class with the power to use fame to bend Arcadius rules. Fame points he earned through his influence are even harder to get than in the Holy Demon War. Dex was a bit impressed. Surely, no one but him could rack up that many fame points. She had a bit of respect for him. In other words, no matter the profession, Dex still makes a huge impact on Arcadia. Dex's image in her mind was full of confidence, not about money or fame, but pure joy. Dex simply plays the game more seriously than anyone else. Back in reality, Luz was getting crushed by Dex. Looking super frustrated, Dex played with a glowing blue energy orb in his hand. Props to her, combining water spirit and light spirit is not bad. But I have got a more interesting experiment lined up. She screamed angrily. No way. I got knocked out in the qualifiers. Ooh. Who is this? I have checked all the top summoner players on other servers, but never heard of him. Dex smirked. Look, you can tell right away. His face suddenly lit up as he raised a finger and introduced. This is Choco Ketra. Luz gritted her teeth, muttering, damn turtle. Damn it. Bright lights exploded across the sky like giant turtle shells. Dex stood still, watching the explosion unfold right before his eyes. The crown's number changed to 99 wins. A blue screen popped up with updated info. Choco Ketra won, reaching 100 consecutive wins. Right after, Dex's crown changed to 100 wins. Choco Ketra secured a ticket to the semifinals. The crowd buzzed with surprise. Everyone was shocked. Choco Ketra was fighting seriously for the first time. She is really strong. A blue-haired man wept miserably. That jerk took down the player I bet all my money on. A blonde man protested. Cheating. Cheating. What the hell is this? Isn't he this game balanced? The pink-haired Misi jumped, sweating like crazy. Damn it. Even I see this is unbalanced. We have to fix this. He grabbed the mic and aimed it at him. A worthy player has appeared. Let us interview this glorious winner and hear his secret to power, she asked. Please introduce yourself. Dex looked at the mech pointed at him. A bit surprised, he smirked. Time to drop some bait. He introduced himself. I am Choco Ketra. He is staring right at the floating screen. Some viewers must be fuming watching my performance. Dante, you get the point of this game. The pink-haired Mies is totally frozen. Dex boldly declares. If you are not convinced, go play Spirit Master yourself. Or maybe you are just not handsome enough for the elf tribe to accept you. The pink-haired Misi is totally stunned. Mouth agape, completely baffled by what was just said. On the screen, Dex flashes 2 fingers, then says, "Well then, enjoy the game. And if you are not satisfied, come find me for a match anytime." The audience faces turn black with anger. Being insulted like that really ticks them off. That guy, Tan, appears, worried and demanding. "Master, what is wrong? Why would you do that? Now humans will hate you to the core." Dex mocks Tan's words playfully. "Now humans will hate you to the core." Comments pop up again. "Just wait. There is a reason I did this." "What? So annoying. Strong, sure, but his personality sucks." Someone slams their fist on the table. Choco Quechua. Choco seriously pissed, gripping a tablet. "I am definitely remembering this name." His anger flares up fiercely. He curses the turtle. "That bastard who dared to impersonate me and stir up trouble everywhere." Meanwhile, Dex is chilling. Sitting alone, he spreads his hand, a spark of light flickering there. "I can't hold back anymore. I will find that person and get my revenge." He smirks. The bait's been set. The scene shifts to a vibrant, lovely night at an amusement park. Fireworks light up the sky, highlighting a giant glowing Ferris wheel with a golden star in the center. This is the Enchanted Island. A red-haired girl holds a balloon, laughing happily with the guy standing across from her. Among the cheerful crowd, a pair of silent footsteps move in anger. "I want to forgive this. I can forgive this." She clenches her teeth, determined not to forgive. The red-haired girl notices something. Watching the figures retreating back, her cute purple balloon seems to follow that figure too. Her friend asks curiously, "What is wrong?" She replies, "Nothing. Just someone who passed by." The figure moves with a hood up, brows furrowed, eyes sharp, teeth clenched in anger. The red-haired girl watches closely, feeling a strange familiarity. It really is. He is furious, eyes blazing with rage. "That damn imposter. Just wait, I will catch you this time and prove my innocence." Amid the dazzling night park scene, urgent voices shout, "Hey, catch him. He just ran past the carousel. Where exactly? Who knows?" The imposter is being chased. He hides in a dark corner, watching a group armed with swords and spears searching for him. "Show yourself, you damn imposter." He grits his teeth in frustration. "Damn it. Even in the event map, I have to hide. I did not do anything wrong. It is all that damn imposter's fault." While nervously scouting outside, a voice suddenly speaks up. "Yeah, I feel sorry for him too." He glances over, confused. "What?" Suddenly, he jumps, eyes wide, face frozen in shock. The imposter stands calmly right in front of him. He panics, stammering, "You're..." The imposter smiles confidently. "Hey there, this is our first face-to-face meeting. Right? Nice to meet you. I am the imposter you have been hunting." He grits his teeth, eyes glaring angrily, face twisted in fury. The next second, like a man, he charges at the imposter shouting, "You damn bastard." The imposter, seems almost unbelievable. What kind of skill is that? The imposter stands there serenely, looking down and gently warning him, "I get that you are angry, but do not waste your energy. As you can see, your weak attacks do not affect me at all." He grits his teeth, furious enough to lose his mind. "Damn it. You damn bastard. You damn bastard." The imposter's face hardens at the insults, thinking to himself, "Level 80. Huh, even with so many players blocking the way, you are still grinding that level. But because of that, skill points, chances, damn it. Damn it." He gritted his teeth, furious enough to drive him crazy and straight to the psych ward. "Damn it." The next second, that boring card immediately counterattacked, and knocking him far away. Level 80 star. Even with so many players blocking him, he still grinded that level hard. But because of that, his skill points seem a bit low for his level. And suddenly burst out laughing. "Not so great. So what now? What should I do?" Cut to an insanely professional and epic arena. A cute little sister with pink hair and sharp, energetic eyes starts hosting the show. Ladies and gentlemen, the most anticipated match is about to begin. Everyone's eyes lock on the main screen showing the live arena feed. The beautiful little sister continues. Glass is entering this match as a mage. The Battlefield's Flower expect an amazing performance from them. Cool-looking blonde audience member taps his hands. Lucius competing? The blue-haired guy next to him asks curiously. "Huh, you know her." On the screen is Lucia, with platinum hair and a sleek outfit. Standing tall in the arena, the blonde explains. "Ice Witch. Lucia. She is a famous player in Europe, known for her elegant beauty and flashy rare gear, definitely one of the top glass mages in recent times." The blue-haired guy munches on a snack, smiling. "Well then, she is probably cruising into the finals." The blonde grabs a snack, shoves it in his mouth. Anyone facing her is seriously unlucky. The blue-haired guy looks up at the big screen, suddenly startled, eyes wide open. Whoa, he is panicked, totally tense, frozen stiff. "Wait, who is that?" The blonde glances over. Curious? You know him. Looks kinda broke. The main screen shows Angelina with long pink hair and a sleek outfit stepping out. The guy explains to his friend, that is the one who beat the sword saint. Angelina. Cassie stands with arms crossed before the big screen. Confident. Thinking. Angelina. Time to show off all that training. Let the world see what PvP players are made of. Angelina and Lucia face off, eyes locked with fierce determination. The showdown between Angelina and Lucia officially begins. Lucia stands firm, smirking. Lucky you. That gear's only about level 40. Her gaze is cold and mysterious. How did someone like that even get here? Angelina lowers her head. Silent, her eyes are sharp and resolute. She raises her hand forward, surrounded by glowing pink-purple magical light. You better take back what you said. This gear was a gift from someone very important. Lucia stands firm with glowing blue magical circles spinning above her head. She confidently points a finger to the sky. No need for words. I will finish this quickly. Cassius watches closely through the screen, raising an eyebrow, chuckling as he evaluates the blue magical circles above Lucia. A wild memory skill lets you activate previously cast spells. She has stored 2 spells already. Right after, Lucia launches an attack. Glowing blue sparks and arrows fly toward Angelina. Level 2 light arrows. Angelina watches silently, her pink-purple hair shading her face. No waiting, she rushes at Lucia with incredible speed, throwing a glowing green energy orb that startles her. Full power. Lucia panics. Can T believe her eyes teleportation skill? During a mage duel, Angelina holds green light magic in her hands, counter-attacking fiercely, forcing Lucia to raise an ice wall for defense. Panic mode. Frozen battlefield. Angelina stands outside, watching the towering ice wall. Lucia stands confidently inside. Level 3 ice wall. Frozen battlefield. Level 1 magic takes a while to break through. Lucia clenches her teeth, thinking, what the hell? That idiot actually prepped memory skill from the start. Peeking through the ice wall gap, she thinks, she is under frozen terrain, probably low magic resistance. First, I will stall with this wall, then use my next move. Cassius watches intently. Confident smile. You are way too cocky. Suddenly, the sound of ice hitting ice echoes sharply. Lucia stood there confused, furrowed her brows, clenched her teeth, and braced herself. The huge spiked mace swung fiercely. She flinched. Was that a spiked flail? Angelina swung the spiked flail with all her might, breaking the ice wall. Lucia was puzzled. Crazy. Is she really a mage? Cassius watched deeply, thinking of high-level mages, then glanced at Angelina's swinging flail. He silently judged mage battles are different from normal fights. They are contests of magical skill, so whoever wields higher-level magic wins. But this martial arts tournament is a different story. He looked toward a tense Lucia. Who is the stronger mage does not really matter. Then his gaze shifted to Angelina, focusing all her energy, ready to launch missiles. He wondered, who is stronger? Angelina firing fiery cannonballs at Lucia nonstop. Cassius already had his answer. Nothing else mattered. In this fight, almost no mage can beat Angelina in a close duel with her triple fire magic blasts. Boom! A huge explosion rang out. Angelina's fireballs shattered Lucia's ice wall. Lucia soared into the air. Angelina gripped her spiked flail, watching through the smoke. Internally, she thought, that last spell was only level 4. How did she fly? Angelina looked at her, sweat dripping, breathing heavily, face flushed. She had a rare skill for a player. This skill reminded her of someone. Lucia was furious, exhausted and sweating, gritting her teeth, thinking, what the hell was that? Enough already. Angelina stood shining in a blazing red aura, her eyes glowing fiercely, hair flying wild like she was powered up. Her voice was chilling, eerie, getting more intense. Lucia was full of confusion. What was that power-up? Cut to the amusement park. From the shadows, the park still glowed with colors, a giant Ferris wheel and fireworks blazing. But it was empty. No one around. In a dark corner, a purple mask with a savage smile was taken off. A panicked voice shouted, what is this mask? Chocolate panicked, mouth agape, sitting in a corner, trembling as he pointed at Dexu. Stranger. Dex chuckled. I am giving you a chance. Chocolate, what is your choice? The scene lit up vibrantly at a nighttime amusement park. Fireworks bright in the sky, spotlighting a giant glowing Ferris wheel with a golden star in the center. This was the mystical island. In a dark corner, the real Chocolate and a fake version faced off, separated by a giant 6-leaf clover sign. The real Chocolate was exhausted, breathing heavily. The fake Chocolate stood cool and composed opposite him. How long will you stay angry? And calmly told the real Chocolate. You know, if you fight inside the event area, the goblin referee will show up and split you in half. Chocolate got mad, shouting, you think I am scared of that? He glared fiercely, sweating profusely, gritting his teeth. You are the one who impersonated me to join the tournament. If I expose you, you won't live in peace either. Haha, the fake chocolate cake stayed calm and said, well, that is a bit sad. I did it to help you. The real one frowned. Confused. Help me? You, he yelled. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? You are the one impersonating me, causing all these crimes, then blaming me. I just wanted to play the game normally, and you dared to impersonate me and mock my opponents in the tournament. He kept yelling, tears welling up. What? Why me? What did I do wrong? The fake chocolate cake gave a cold stare, quietly saying, I am real one blinked in disbelief. What? That mask. The purple mask with the savage grin was removed. A panicked voice cried out, You are. Behind the mask was Dex. He looked at it and explained, this is the deception mask, an item I earned completely fair and square. Chocolate cake dropped to his knees, mouth open in shock, while Dex stood tall. I just play the game my way, within the rules of this crazy world. I did not expect my actions to cause so much harm to you. Honestly, if it were not for your post on the Arcadia forum, I would not have known about all this. You laugh like you are joking, but now I know better. I will take responsibility and give you a chance. Chocolate cake. Go for it. Chocolate cake can't believe her eyes. She is so shocked she is frozen solid. Dex grins confidently. Wanna hear it? Cut to the main screen showing the match between Angelina and Lucia. Everyone's eyes are glued to the screen, buzzing with chatter. Top player Lucia is struggling. What a surprise. Angelina's fight style is seriously impressive. From now on, I'm her fan. A blonde with a slick hairstyle anxiously asks the blue-haired guy watching if he is following the match. Who is gonna win? With this lineup, Angelina should take it, right? The blue-haired guy stares at the screen, fully focused. Not exactly. Angelina usually finishes matches super fast. He thinks to himself, Angelina's only activated first-level magic so far, proving she is really strong. But it also means she is avoiding any risks, since she can only use first-level magic. The big screen shows Lucia standing high above. Looking down, the blue-haired guy continues. Both have already unleashed quite a few moves. Screen switches to Angelina, standing firm with determined eyes looking up. The blue-haired guy wonders which way they will steer the match. Angelina bends down, breathing heavily, her limbs weak and trembling. Notifications pop up, a chilling frost spreading from the ground. Frozen, movement speed reduced by 60%. Low magic resistance. Silver tier effect activated. Slowed down. She thinks to herself, this fight with a level 5 mage has dragged on too long. I have to take a risk and finish this. Lucia clenches her fists, enraged. That guy, that mace, can he really be a mage? Using dirty tricks in a noble mage duel. Angelina flashes a confident smile, laughing loudly like a taunt. Noble. Huh. Well, my master taught me win and you are king. Lose and you are a rebel. What good's nobility then? Lucy hears this and just grits her teeth. Straightening up, her lips move silently. Ice spear. A glowing blue shard shoots toward Angelina, who startles and quickly steps back. Lucia narrows her eyes, raising her hand toward Angelina. I will teach you a lesson. Angelina. Right after, 7,749 glowing blue ice shards rain down on Angelina, forcing her to sprint for her life. Lucia looks smug. Level 5 magic. Flying. This is the spell I saved for last, even if it is not an offensive spell. Angelina's eyes widen in panic and shock. Boom. A huge explosion erupts in the arena, blasting intense white blue light everywhere. Lucia hovers confidently above, sure of her victory. Looking down, the reason's clear. She ran off like a toy, so no need for me to explain more. Right? Angelina plops down, gasping for breath. She glances up, thinking, as long as I do not get interrupted while casting, I can unleash as much powerful magic as I want. Lucia still floats, surrounded by a glowing blue magic circle spinning around her. She raises her hand to the sky, summoning a massive shining stone. She smirks proudly, blue light glowing from her eyes as if activating a special magical power. I will show you what a real mage fight looks like. Angelina. Struggle on the ground all you want. Angelina grips her spike mason staff, standing firm and determined as a swirling blue energy rushes toward her. She calmly looks up, then she immediately lowers her head, focusing hard on her chant, her face flushed red. Cassius watches, his face full of confidence. Come on, Angelina. Fight to the very end. Angelina, staff in hand, eyes blazing with fierce determination, chants as she summons blazing red fireballs. She mutters, fire magic bullets. 100 shots. Boom. A massive explosion bursts out, shining golden light so bright it feels like it could shatter the arena. The crowd erupts in cheers. Totally hyped. Woo, crazy. She is firing continuous fire magic bullets like that. How powerful is her magic? The blonde guy dodges lightly but gets grabbed by the head. None of the shots hit him. She points her staff straight at Lucia. Thousands of golden sparks shooting toward her. Using level 1 magic to attack a flying target, is that too much? Her face scrunches up like a grunt as she struggles against the incoming sparks, thinking to herself, stay calm, just a bit longer. Even if a few fire magic bullets hit, it is. Her massive glowing blue stone still floats in the air. She thinks, just a bit longer and I will finish this level 5 spell. The blue-haired guy watching the fight can't believe his eyes. Wait, hold up. The main screen flashes a blinding light but shows nothing. At the arena, the sky suddenly turns pitch black. Dark clouds roll in with swirling blue lightning. He is confused. Was the arena sky always this gloomy? Lucia looks up in panic. What is going on? Why? The weather changed suddenly. She widens her eyes, unable to believe what she is seeing. Doubtful. Damn it. Could it be? The sky splits into two distinct halves. The upper part is a blazing fireball radiating insanely powerful energy. Below it, a massive blue vortex forms like a giant tornado swirling into existence. Lucia looked up, silently thinking to herself. She was using the heat from the fire magic bullet to create a storm cloud. Before she could ponder further, Angelina swung her staff in a fierce horizontal slash, unleashing countless blue sparks like she was slicing through space itself. Lucia flinched, her face drained of color. Wait, hold on. Angelina ignored her completely. Blue light gleamed from her eyes as she unleashed a powerful surge of energy. Still gripping her weapon, she fired a glowing blue energy beam straight at Lucia, a magic bullet. She summoned all her strength for the attack. Lucia's eyes went completely white, unable to believe what she was seeing. The spike of energy slammed straight into her head, freezing her in place. Pale as death, then, glowing blue beams shot down from the sky. The beams tore through the sky, crashing onto the arena with terrifying speed and unstoppable force. Moments later, the sky cleared again. Lucia lay motionless on the ground. A message appeared. Lucia has been defeated. Angelina stood there, breathing hard like she would just finished cardio. That was intense. The message flashed. Angelina wins. Cut to a colorful amusement park. Dex raised a finger confidently, sounding a bit cocky. I am going to get fair compensation for the damage you caused me, plus a promise you will never impersonate me again. Chocolate leaned in, curious. And what about the other two? Dex smirked. What about that? Dex's next words left Chocolate, who was kneeling with wide eyes. Stunned he would give up that weak, pathetic level 82 warrior image and take on the Chocolate persona Dex created. He envisioned becoming a ruthless villain. Dex continued, in front of the whole world, look down on the weak and rule as the strongest, the proudest, the most hated Chocolate ever. He could not believe what he was hearing, eyes rolling back, sweat dripping. What nonsense is this? How could I possibly? Dex laughed excitedly. All right then, I will make it happen. Now, choose. While Chocolate looked pale, Dex pushed forward. Become a rich guy and leave Arcadia, or become the main character in this legendary story. He stepped forward, extending his hand to the kneeling Chocolate. It is your choice. Chocolate slumped down, dazed. Can I ask a few questions? Dex stood relaxed, arms crossed. Go ahead, but keep it brief. He glanced away shyly, avoiding eye contact. If I asked for money, how much would you give me? Dex thought for a moment. Let us see. The gold I can cash out right now is about 3 billion coins. Chocolate gasped, shocked beyond belief. 3 billion? He clutched his head, overwhelmed and unable to think clearly. That is Dex for you. That is totally within his reach. Next came the big question. Chocolate's face turned serious, eyebrows furrowed. You said you could become the Chocolate Jam you controlled before. Is that for real? Dex grinned. Of course, he added. But honestly, I can control Slim. They only listen to me. Chocolate sat cross-legged, speechless. I was not expecting that either. He thought back to the battles at the tournament. But my performance there. You could do that too. I joined that tournament to set an example for you. Chocolate's jaw dropped, almost frozen, sweat dripping down his cheek in disbelief. That powerful spirit magic. Can a warrior like me really use it? He raised his eyebrows, staring at his hands, thinking, if that is true, then maybe I can be like him. Dex laughed loudly. But the real question is, can you actually pull it off? Chocolate's answer surprised Dex a little. I will. Chocolate clenched his fist, full of determination. I will replace you as Chocolate Jam. I will do it. Still sitting on the ground, Chocolate looked confused at Dex standing before him. I do not understand why you, Dex, would impersonate me, or what your goal is. Maybe I will figure it out later. His expression changed in an instant, serious now. But one thing I am sure of, in this Arcadia, you are someone special. Chocolate's answer caught Dex off guard, and suddenly he did not know how to react. He went on, saying whether it is hiding something or whatever, you have definitely uncovered some secret in this game, and are plotting something big. I know I am just a weak side character compared to you. He was full of determination, pointing at himself, but I still want to be the main character, the one who shakes up this whole game. Well, here I, sitting on Dex' shoulder, feeling pretty excited. Boss, I kinda like this guy. Dex whispered with a grin. Yeah, I do not hate idiots either. Dex opened the system screen. Chocolate stood up, eyes wide with surprise, and smiled brightly. Alright then, let us get to the main event. From now on, I am going to turn you into the real Chocolate. Dex searched on the screen while asking, you are a warrior, right? Your HP and defense must be decent. Chocolate was confused. Yeah, better than others. But what are you planning? Dex chuckled darkly. Seeing is believing. He held a branch in his hand, a deadly smile spreading across his face as flames flared behind him. First, take this hit. Explanation corner. The challenge branch is legendary, said to be from the world tree, existing only in myths. It is strong yet light, perfectly sized to hold, seems like a perfect weapon, unbreakable with 1000 per 1000 durability, 110 attack on weak spots, and an 85% chance to cause stun. He gasped, then screamed in shock. Wait, Dex. Suddenly a sharp yell rang out as Chocolate lay face down on the floor, a swollen bump on his head. Eyes glazed. Drooling, Dex laughed triumphantly, slinging the branch over his shoulder. Have fun. Notifications popped up. Attacked by challenge branch. Stunned. Special item effect activated. Entering the World Tree Challenge. Chocolate jolted awake, eyes wide, shouting, what is this? Why do you just hit me? He found himself in a fairy tale garden, facing a massive tree, everything glowing with mystical light. He wondered, wait, where am I? Suddenly a voice startled him. Who are you? Synth lounged on a branch, eyes half open like she just woke up. I do not remember inviting some clueless fool like you into my spirit world. Her gaze sharpened as if realizing something. She thought, wait, did Dex actually send this guy here as a candidate representative? Sim stepped closer to Chocolate, scrutinizing him. He flinched, thinking, what the heck is this kid? She stared intently at him, a stream of info flashed before her eyes. Coward who ran away. Wandering swordsman. Useless pyro. Killed by Oros. Little servant. She panicked reading those lines. The screen was full of ridiculous titles. Then she looked at the words Chocolate. Chocolate blushed, sweat dripping down his face. Hey, what is this? Don't he just stare at me, say something. Sim's words left him speechless. She turned away. Disappointed, she glanced back indifferently. Instantly, a notification appeared. Disqualified from the World Tree Challenge. Returning to original location. No longer stunned, Chocolate hit the ground looking panicked, terrified like he would just escaped hell. He snapped back to himself, looking around. What is this? Am I back already? What is going on? Dex still carried the branch on his shoulder, puzzled to see him back. Huh, weird. Why can he change his class? Dex realized something. So he got disqualified right out of the gate. Chocolate smiled playfully. Well, if it were me, I would not accept someone like you representing me either. He pouted. Hey, how dare you say that to me? He gripped the branch tightly and swung it. But hey, I did not expect to succeed on the first try. Chocolate panicked. Wait, do not come near. That stick really hurts. Dex grinned savagely. You will have to call me on the phone. Demon Knight, if I lose this round, I will just set another trap. Let us see how long you can hold me off. A piercing scream echoed as a bloody battle scene unfolded. Chocolate appeared right in front of Synth, kneeling awkwardly. Hello, madam? Synth gave a helpless smile. You want to challenge me? Death? A series of system notifications popped up again. Kicked out of the World Tree Challenge. Returning to the starting point. The process kept repeating endlessly like an endless battle. Death failed time after time. Oops. Slipped up. Could not trigger the effect. Not successful yet. Sorry. Really? The success rate is not 100%, but it is only 8.5%. That is why. Again? Ready. Leaving Chocolate bruised all over. With 100 eggs sprouting on his head, he groaned in pain. Death still holding the branch, smiling brightly, said, well then, looks like I gotta do this about 400 more times. Chococat's face darkened, his brain completely fried, barely able to lift his head. Pleaded, please, stop. Just stop. I am. After 7,749 encounters with him, Symph shook her head in frustration this time. Man, Chococat's exhausted too. Even if I refuse, he will just keep sending me here. Right? Watching him lost and clueless like a fool. She thought, why pick such a mediocre human? I really can't understand. Sim sighed deeply, thinking, he must be gotten my flat-out rejection by now. Even if he goes to Dex, nothing will change. She felt powerless. What should I do? Thinking about Dex's face, she closed her eyes, brows furrowed with worry and helplessness. Thinking, Dex will never give up, and if this keeps up, the challenge branch will lose its balance and power, which defeats the whole purpose of this test. She spoke softly. First I have to talk to him. Standing in front of Chococat, she called out loudly, "Hey, you there?" He immediately replied, "Yes. Yes, madam." Her face serious. She asked, "If you become my representative, can you confidently say you will do well?" He brightened up, full of energy. "Yes, madam, I will do my absolute best." Simph crossed her arms. "I need someone capable, not just someone who tries hard." She waved her hands, persuading. "I can do anything you assign me." Simph's next words made her hesitate. Stiffening, "Really? With that weak body of yours?" He lowered his head, thoughtful. Simph was about to walk away, but he suddenly spoke. I know I am pathetic and useless." He hung his head sadly, saying, "So I have endured a lot. I have been bullied and beaten to death dozens of times. No one listened to me. Some even mocked and laughed because I was weaker than rumors said." He clenched his fists. "No one listened to me, whether in this world or another. But now I want to change." He shouted at the top of his lungs. "I want to be reborn. Strong enough that no one on this continent dares to look down or insult me." Simph doubted. "No one on this continent." Her expression softened. "If that is what you want, you have come to the right place. All right, I will give you a chance." Simph stepped forward to the kneeling Chococat, hands behind her back. "From now on, I appoint you as my representative, the successor of my will." Chococat smiled shyly, cheeks flushed, tears welling up. So happy. Can't he believe it? Did I really make it? Suddenly a notification popped up. "You have passed the World Tree Challenge." Simph closed her eyes, branches wrapping around her. She clasped her hands and prayed to drive away those who do not belong here, and prepare for the coming disaster. "This is your sacred duty and mission, to protect this continent. The Greenleaf tribe will aid you on your path. Good luck, my child." Suddenly branches wrapped around Chococat. A magical blue spell appeared in his hands along with 2 notifications. "You have ascended to the will of nature. You have become the first disciple of the World Tree." Right after, 7,749 more notifications appeared. "You have received the power and divinity of the World Tree. You have received the summon of the spirits. You have received the blessings of nature. You have received the footsteps of the green forest. You have received elemental power. The spirit compatibility stat has been initialized. The resonance stat has been initialized. The attraction stat has been initialized. Overall abilities have been significantly adjusted. You have received the World Tree's disciple status. You have received the representative of nature. You have received a friend from the spirits." Chococat looked up at that flood of notifications, frustrated. He wondered, what the heck is this notification about? Debs did not see him come back. Carrying a branch on his shoulder and rubbing his belly, looked like everything had gone well. When Choco came back, Debs immediately approached him. "Congrats. From now on, you are officially a Choco Cake fanatic." Choco Cake blushed awkwardly. Then another notification popped up. "You have gained the trust of your subordinates. The Choco Cake fanatic has been registered as an assistant. You can earn extra feasibility points as a reward based on how you play as an assistant." Choco Cake responded with a handshake. "I will do my best to play the villain role as well as you did. Just wait and see, Debs." Debs teased him playfully. "Really? So now you do not care what I do while impersonating you?" Choco Cake panicked. "Wait, are not you supposed to stop impersonating me from now on?" He argued back. "What? We are in this together now. You have got no complaints left? Right?" Chococek hung his head helplessly. "Fine. Do whatever you want. I have already prepared for it anyway." Debs changed the subject. "A reminder. Hey, the new profession you got is not a usual hidden class, so make sure to develop it well. After all, the World Tree is one of the strongest deities in this world." Chococek suddenly remembered something. He grinned and said, "Right? Actually, I got another mission too. Looks like it is tied to the next main storyline. It is about the Holy World Realm." Suddenly, Debs shouted loudly, making Tan and El both jump and turn around. "Stop!" He leaned close, covered Chococek's mouth, signaling him to be quiet, and whispered, "It is good that you trust me, but you should not reveal anything about your profession mission to anyone, especially since it is related to the main storyline." Chococek blushed, trying to say something. Got it." Tan raised a question. "Master, what did he just say?" El was curious too. "Feels like he said something about divine." "What was that?" Debs glanced back at the two of them, thought to himself, "Good thing they did not hear clearly. I need to switch topics fast." Debs turned and said, "All right, Now that you have a profession, it is time to assign your items. Chokokek looked clueless. He opened his eyes wide and pointed at himself. There is more. He held up the shirt in his hands, stared at it carefully and asked, "This shirt is the item you have used the longest, right?" Chokokek answered, puzzled. "Yeah, but it is just a regular shirt." "Why?" Deb's eyes glowed golden, enlightening the clueless Chokokek. "Do you know, for transcendent beings in Arcadia, each one has an item that represents their divine nature." He tossed the shirt high into the air. It floated in midair, surrounded by golden lights. Notifications kept popping up. "This is an item with huge potential karma. Feasibility points can be granted to it. Feasibility points required, 6 million. Do you want to grant feasibility points? Do you want to ban a feasible skill? Yes." Your eyes widen like you have found some real fun. "Interesting. Huh." Deb stands on the ground, raising her hand as golden rings of light and green branches swirl around her cloak. "A feasible blessing." Simp charged forward, furious beyond words. "Debs." She was startled, panicked, her hair flying wildly. "That is just too much. Even if it is you." Deb stayed calm in front of Simp's raging anger. "The tree of the world. Why are you so angry? I am doing everything I can to help you." Watching the shirt floating in midair, surrounded by blinding golden magic and green branches. "You are upset. Help. You are forcing your choice on me, are not you? I can't believe you want to bless my broken shirt with divine power." Synth pointed angrily at Debs. "How could you even do that without permission? Who do you think you are to help? How is this even possible without Dad's approval?" You smirked. "You ask how it is possible." Your eyes filled with confidence. "Obviously because I wanted it that way." Hearing his answer, Simph could only stay silent. A burst of golden light shone from the shirt. He reassured her. "Dad, do not worry so much. Soon, you will see my choice was the right one." Next, 7,749's notification popped up again. Karma and effort stored in the item reacted to the feasible blessing. Gare received the minimum feasible points to use his power. Gare's divine power was transferred into the item. All features of the torn lower shirt were completely adjusted. The torn lower shirt became beautiful and elegant. A status panel appeared. Shirt of life. Mythical. Lower tier equipment. Those who ascend to the will of nature. Defense from 480 to 550. Harmony growth with spirits increased by 200%. Spirit summoning effectiveness up 300%. Max spirit summon rank increased by 1. Harmony penalty with spirits reduced by 100%. Max spirit summons increased by 100%. Once a day you can use perfect recovery. Dex stood admiring, hands on hips, smirking. With this, you could totally become a Choco Cake fanatic like in the video. Choco put on the shirt. Thrilled. "Definitely. Now I feel like I can do anything." He clenched his fist, determination written all over his face. "Awesome. Now let us test it out by entering the martial arts tournament." Dex, "Sorry, but I am the one entering the tournament," he shouted. "What? Why? Weren't you going to take my place?" Dex calmly scrolled through the system screen. "Looks like the current fighters are way below tournament level. Having better gear and class does not mean a newbie is ready for this kind of competition." Choco frowned. "Well, that is true." But Dex grinned, putting on his mask. "No need to worry. Just watch." Instantly, he transformed into Choco, the person he wanted to see again after a long time. Soon after, the world's #1 martial arts tournament kicked off the grand final of the martial arts tournament for master healers. Waiting to enter the arena, on the left stood the cake fanatic Choco, who was also Dex. On the right stood Hat Yim Long, with flowing white hair, Tansat cross-armed, chatting excitedly. "That is her. Long time no see. Is she the one you wanted to meet?" Dex's Choco looked eager. "Yeah. I want to see how much she has improved after all this time." Tan's eyes widened. "Alright, let me check." He started scanning. A purple flame flared up. "This Hat Yin Long is starting to show real mage skills." Of course. Still far from a gamer's level, but it is a good start. The mischievous little sister with pink hair spoke up. "Now, the highlight everyone has been waiting for at the world as #1 martial arts tournament. The semifinals to determine the ultimate champion of the summoning industry are about to begin." On the screen appears player with a red theme. The cute little sister continues to lead. This rising star surprises everyone with an astonishing number of summoned spirits, but also a huge corruptive nature, truly the big villain of this tournament. The screen zooms in on Dex standing confidently, the demon spirit lover of Choco Cakes. The audience cheers. Whoa. The screen shifts to a blue theme with player Beast's name. The little sister introduces the final opponent facing him, the terror ruling the kingdom. Maroon in the dead, they say her secret to success is her stunning looks. The screen shows Black Flame Dragon with a cold expression, the brightest lord of darkness. The crowd cheers. The little sister asks, "Can the big villain of this tournament survive until the end? Their fate will be decided live in front of 400,000 viewers." Black Flame Dragon's face freezes in disbelief, thinking, "Whoa, so many people watching. Suddenly, I am kind of nervous." Deb stands in the arena shaped like a choco cake, whispering, "So I am the villain here. That hurts." Nearby, Tan yells, "Boss, you have been acting shady all this time." "That is just how it is." Yu softly chimes in, "Exactly. If I did not know you were trying to act evil on purpose, I would really be disappointed in you." Deb shrugs it off calmly. "So what? I am not the one being framed." Yu giggles. "True." Tan stands helplessly aside, muttering, "Don't you guys have any conscience?" Black Flame Dragon stands with hands on hips, muttering, "Hey, what are you mumbling over there? I want to start the fight already." Debs replies, "Waiting for me. You can start without me." She closes her eyes, raises her chin. "I may not look it, but I am a queen of a kingdom. I am not gonna play dirty." Debs clutches her stomach, laughing out loud. "You're stubborn. Principled style has not changed." "Huh?" She is startled and confused. "Have we met before?" He teases. "Hey, does being a queen feel good?" Something like that. She flushes angrily, realizing, that way of calling me. Just as I thought. Earlier, she imagined herself on the throne with Debs as a villain attacking her. Turns out that villain's true identity is Debs. She flies into a rage, her whole body turning purple, eyes glowing, demanding honestly, "Tell me, how much has that person revealed about my dark past?" Debs grins brightly, totally opposite in mood. "Still curious? Huh, then try to beat me, and maybe I will answer." Black Flame Dragon grows furious, eyes cold and blazing with purple flames. Surrounded by purple magic as if in full power-up mode, she smirks, tilting her head. "Got it. So that is how it is gonna be. You will be responsible for those words." Deb stays calm, conjuring 3 small magical whirlpools in her hands, green, blue, and orange, her sharp gaze fixed on Black Flame Dragon, thinking, "Now, let us start by letting her taste a little of my power." Then she thrusts her hand forward, and a swarm of colorful spirits rush toward Black Flame Dragon. The audience watching on screen buzzes with chatter. He is materializing spirits in huge numbers. No way to beat that idiot. Black Flame Dragon just needs to be more careful. She scoffs disdainfully. They are just low-level spirits, right? Her comment puzzles him. Does she really think she can beat me with just those? Suddenly, she summons dozens of demon skulls, purple aura surrounding the arena, making the scene eerie as hell. "Rise, my army." Death calmly inspects each one. "Whoa, there are more than I thought. That one's even stronger than the Death Knight I summoned before." A skull demon wearing armor, a helmet, and a fur-lined collar approaches, eyes glowing terrifying purple. He chuckles, thoroughly entertained. "Hey, what was that? Don't tell me that is you." She smirks confidently, proudly. "Yeah, I have reached level 200. Standing in ominous purple light, a giant skull crown appears above her head, eyes glowing as she conjures something dark and magical, mysterious and powerful. It is better not to get cocky. When a spirit mage hits level 200, they become insanely strong compared to that rank. The Flame Dragon summons dozens of skeleton frames, archer skeletons, mage skeletons, and 7,749 other bone pieces to fight Death. On the main screen, Death's head droops, his face darkens. The crowd buzzes as the spirit mage summons get sliced up like tofu. Level 200 is seriously terrifying. Go, Flame Dragon. You are the last hope for all dark mages. So cool. Please crush that unbearable jerk. Pretty please." She stares at Death suspiciously, wondering how he can stay so calm in this situation. Her brow furrows, purple smoke swirling around her. She thinks, "I can get carried away. I have got a bad feeling about this. Can let my guard down." A huge, muscle-bound skeleton warrior stands before Death, clad in armor and wielding a sword twice his size. But Death stays calm, watching all this. She thinks, he is Death's ally. I have no clue what he will do next. He smirks like he is watching a comedy show. Skeleton warriors, skeleton mages, skeleton archers. She has summoned a wildly diverse crew. To him, it all looks like a bunch of note on bones. Next up, the part where he turns into a teacher. Death's critique begins. But the archers and mages seem clumsy. And by the way, the different species are affected by proficiency, so she needs to focus on leveling that up too. He keeps reminding her to consistently boost her core magic and offensive spells. Over-relying on healing is not good. She knows that and she is pissed. She snaps. "How do you know all this? That is not spirit mage knowledge. No one but me should know this." He grins confidently. "How do I know? Because I have been through it myself." Flame Dragon jolts, unable to believe her own eyes. A flood of thoughts races through her mind. It is just a theory for now, but maybe this guy is... The giant skeleton warrior keeps swinging his sword at Death, who stands firm without dodging. So right now, she is the queen. Is not. She knows it no matter how rough someone is. There is always a way to make people follow you. He immediately unleashes a move that floods the space with blinding green light. She is so shocked she freezes in overwhelming power no one dares to challenge. That is all she needs. The giant skeleton warrior is crushed by this massive power, screaming as if about to be blown away. She sweats nervously, terrified, thinking he took down the Death Knight in one hit. From what she knows, the only user who can do that is... yeah, it is. Everyone panics. Hey, boss, are you crazy? What are you doing? No need to go this far with her. Elle grits his teeth but speaks up. Yeah, this is wasting potential points. Doing this makes entering the tournament as a spirit mage pointless. He opens his eyes wide, excited. Can't he deny it? This is way more fun than pretending to be weak. Death stands with arms crossed amid exploding energy. Above him looms a giant fairy orange monster with sharp horns, fierce eyes, and a magical circle glowing behind it. He commands, I summon the Lord of Fire and Brimstone to destroy the world as I wish the Fire Spirit King. Ifrit, the audience watching on screen can't help but look away. What is that? Are we really playing the same game? Death radiates confidence, smiling challengingly and sarcastically. Thanks for the fun. Whatever your name is. Her face stiffens, sweat pouring down like she is sitting in a furnace. He orders the fiery beast to attack her, flames erupting wildly all around. Golden energy waves form an X shape, burning everything in their path as they rush toward her at lightning speed. Now, time to retreat and learn more. Flame Dragon struggles to resist, screaming in pain and fury. Death, you bastard. The fire spreads, incinerating all the skeletons she had summoned. Moments later, the sky clears, the blinding sun shines again, and small embers linger. Death still stands there, his cloak billowing in the wind. Announcement appears. The world's top martial arts tournament summoner division begins. Death stood with arms crossed, proudly announcing the next winner, the Chinese Choco Cake Lover. Cut to a forge glowing with hot, golden light. This is the Sand Forge, the Hellion Forge. The sound of hammering echoed loudly. An old man with a spiked head and a rugged build glanced over stealthily. He was the relentless blacksmith. Dungsich stood inside the forge, swinging his hammer like he was crafting something with extreme care. He had been like this for days. In Jiangyi's hands were sweaty even as the heat dripped down, thinking to himself, it is still not enough. Not enough at all. He thought back to the martial arts tournament, the greatest contest in the world, where he had competed so casually. Dungsich ranked top 3, far beyond expectations. A satisfying result, but his eyes grew distant as he stared ahead. He had seen them, the beings on a whole other level he would only dreamed of before. Looking at the top 1 and 2 proudly standing on the podium, he felt defeated. Thinking, this is pathetic, so freaking pathetic. I can only get this far. Even with death soup, the more he thought about it, the more bitter he felt. Gritting his teeth, he mustered all his strength to swing the hammer harder, silently vowing, it should not be like this. If I lack skill, then all I can do is make up for it with sheer effort. Each hammer blow sparked bright golden flames. I will keep hammering, hammering till I craft something better. Those hammer strikes burned with fierce determination, like a fiery passion at 1000% to forge a stronger weapon. The flames roared as if they could burn down the whole forge. He was fired up to create a higher grade, one-of-a-kind weapon that no one could copy. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide and shocked the flames. Dungsich held his hammer before a massive fireball like a meteor descending, ready to engulf the entire forge. Several blacksmiths rushed over in panic. The orange-haired smith was stunned. That fire. Quick, bring Baron here. Hurry, urged the white-bearded smith. A series of messages popped up amid the flickering flames. The divine power dwelling in your soul's resolve has pushed your product's quality beyond the raw material limits. Item rank upgraded. You have crafted a legendary item. Your weapon crafting mastery has increased significantly. Title effect activated. Mastery gain doubled. Weapon crafting skill leveled up. The oldest flame has chosen you as its first hammer wielder. Within the flickering fire appeared a huge, muscular figure standing proudly with crossed arms. The announcements kept rolling without pause. Related quest. The erased traces of the god have been updated. Please check quest details. You have earned the title respected by the dwarves, and the title wanderer seeking mythical traces. His eyes widened in disbelief as all his fatigue vanished. He was Vunkiner's. He glanced back. Suspicious. Oh no, it can't be. The blacksmiths behind hurriedly patched things up. Long ago, he had forged countless divine weapons and wielded the legendary hammer. He had blessed the entire Aradia dwarf clan and taught them that anything could be created. Our teacher and father. The spiked-headed smith broke down in tears of joy. Lord Vunkiners had been reborn at the fingertips of a great blacksmith. Standing on a high platform, he rallied everyone, raising his hammer. Hey, you short, ugly dwarves. Your lord has blessed you with perfect, unmatched hands. Led by Dungsich, everyone raised their hammers and shouted, let us honor the rebirth of our god. Celebrate the birth of the first hammer to follow our god. Well, seeing that scene, he was filled with determination, raising the hammer in his hand high. At that moment, the main scenario notification appeared again. The integration of the 6 realms had been created. Act 1 Air of Chaos. Greatest martial arts tournament champion. Chinese choco cake lover. A long-haired man smirking with arms crossed. Looked off to the side. A Roman-style announcer appeared, declaring the first martial arts tournament, held to celebrate the server merge, had ended. Most winners' nicknames belongs to Korean players, leading to fairness complaints. But choco cake lover. Hujorm Celcasius. Angelina. Imra Cruz Princess Mink. Dark Draakath. Vapu. Most players accepted it as a fair and expected outcome. When looking at the continent of origin instead of the country, some people turn their backs and face the same direction. The unusual power of the winners is understandable. They stand on a cliff. Many Slims fly up. The ancient invasion of Slim, a mysterious figure with energy gathering in the center. The rise of a Gamer, a long white-haired girl sitting cross-legged on a chair, smiling quietly. The Witch Hunter, a chaotic battle with the biggest sword wielder directing the soldiers. A continental war. The difficulty of character development on the second continent, summed up in one word. Extreme, a giant monster fighting humans. The Extreme Regiment mode is in trend, a girl folding her hands. Mainly because the skill set is very straightforward compared to other classes, and the huge amount of character development info from many users. Chakadze faces a white-haired girl after a battle ends. A serious-faced white-haired girl with red eyes. Player enthusiasm for the Dark Mage and Spirit Mage has skyrocketed. A boy smiling with a sly grin. Eyes sharp. There is a scale. One side has always outweighed the other. The tide has begun to turn. In other words, a scene with mountains and brilliant sunlight means the birth of a unified continent. It has begun. Sand Forge. A young boy stands before a crowd led by a king, the child of humanity. It is time to leave this tunnel. Jiang carries a bag on his shoulder. The king looks at him. There is nothing left to gain from sneaking around. You, Chief? His face serious. This is our wish. The first hammer of the god. Go out into the vast world and make the name of Lord Vulcanus known. His face serious as he looks on. Tay covers his face. He lets eyes misty but still smiling at the corner of his mouth. I will do my best. Quest. Resurrection of Divinity cancelled. Search for the last remaining ruins, somewhere in the northern area of the continent where the past divinity fell and became a fallen god statue. As his disciple, uphold his divine status to everyone across the continent. In the name of Vulcanus, god of fire, steel, and all blacksmiths, discover ruins bearing his Mark I. The link between worlds has grown this thin, the first time since the war began. Deep in the demon realm, the demon satans turn their backs. Hen smirks. The world tree has awakened again, and the middle realm is united. The moment has come. Hen smirks. Open the long sleeping gates of hell in the middle realm. Nagar, Lord of Slaughter, commands the second demon army, a dark door. The moment the gate linking the demon realm and middle realm opens once more, Acadia will once again worship the great Dark Lord and kneel before the glory of hell. Heaven, the eternal cathedral. A girl with wings walks past people dressed in white on both sides. Michael with a serious face. Do not hesitate, sisters. We will win. Just like always, formerly, the third continent. Sun Empire. A man looks over his domain, his face mocks. Prepare yourselves, my loyal subjects. It is time for the continent to see that the Sun Empire is the true victor. Main script for uniting the continents has been set. Act 1. Air of Chaos. Aang stretches, sighs. The sky is so clear and peaceful. He walks into a bank. Hello? How can I help you? He replies, yeah, I want to open a credit card. Bank staff. Credit card. You look like a student. Did you start a part-time job? He calmly answers, yeah, something like that. The clerk smiles kindly. All right, I will set it up for you. Please enter your account number. You look about my son's age. Let us see. Her face suddenly drops open in shock at the huge amount of money. He hands the info to someone. Mizian smiled. Long time no see. Dex, but face was so kind. Your hands just kept spinning. Looks like something interesting happened. Well, I just went to the bank, and suddenly, they started talking about some wealth trap that is hard to break free from. She laughed cheerfully. Well, managing assets is an important skill, so learning about it is not a bad thing. How much have you saved? You are speechless. I really am. Do I have to answer that? You stroked your chin thoughtfully. Well, if I have to say, enough to cover a private hospital room for life in case I get seriously injured in an accident. She chuckled. You wiped a sweat drop from your face. There is one thing I am sure of. I know exactly how extraordinary that amount is. You looked at her seriously. But why are you so determined to meet in person? After all, you are the CEO. She was serious. Please stop the main scenario's progress. She looked at you seriously. These are chaotic times. You kept going. Why should I? She said, ouch. Are you serious? at the World Martial Arts Tournament. I agreed to your request, so now it is my turn. Right? She sighed, tapping her fingers and holding the tablet. Let us see. Considering the impact of the Mask of Deception on the tournament, you are sweating bullets. Huh. Alright. Your expression suddenly turned serious. But she does not want me to play the main role. She wants me to stop it. You wondered silently. What is she plotting? She smiled. Is it that hard? Your eyes grew sharp. Staring intently, Death answered her. Let us hear the details first. The space around suddenly fell silent. After a moment, Death understood the issue. So that is it. You looked at the tablet. Now I think I get why Seo Mizian asked me for this. If the info here is accurate, Satin, Archangel Michael, and a shadow wearing a tall hat, the lifespan of the world called Arcadia will be cut in half. No more joy or romance. All because of greed. Your eyes sharpened. Staring hard. The main cause of this chaotic era could be... She looked at you seriously. The Dun Empire. She was serious. Please protect the Gale Federation bordering them. If war is inevitable, handle it quickly and skillfully. You frowned. The atmosphere silent. You slapped your forehead, running your hands through your hair. Got it. I will do my best. She grabbed your hands tightly. Her face lit up with a bright smile. Thanks. I am glad I am still with you. Dex, your face went blank. By the way, if it looks totally hopeless, then wiping out the entire Dun Empire is fine. Right? Your expression was casual. That is not crossing the line. Right? It is the right thing to do. Is not? She laughed. Eyebrows furrowed. Sweating nervously. Is that really how it is? Archangel Sakiel knelt down. Then Kant said, Lord Michael, the recent activities of those bats are very concerning. Alas, confused. What do you mean? Sakiel replied, those bat minions, especially the dark mages, have been stealing the souls of innocent people. Also, there have been reports of continuous Legion-level troop movements in the Kuyu realm. Sakiel continued, the most dangerous part is that the dimensional barrier protecting the common world is thinning. Please allow me to go into battle. Lord Michael, if you permit, I will cross the Ku realm and turn those evil bats and their schemes to dust. Elle lowered her voice. I understand your noble intent. Sakiel, however, for now, we must avoid direct conflict with the Ku realm. Hen was stunned hearing Elle's words. Lord Michael, why? Elle silently left, her voice echoing behind. Now that the World Tree has been revived, we must guard against more than one threat. It is time to watch carefully and maintain that balance, and protect our flock. Her gaze suddenly shifted to a completely different direction. Satang, that bat, how does he manage his subordinates like that? Elle thought to herself, I have to teach him a lesson. Elsewhere, I lay comfortably on the grass among those purple slime blobs. I seem to hear something surprising. He panicked. Hey, what the hell are you saying? What is going on up in the heavens? I'll put on a sassy expression. Actually, I heard a strange rumor. I'm annoyed. What is going on this time? Drop the delusions and just tell me the truth. Elle is hesitating, lost in thought. I am left with a big question mark in my head after Elle's behavior. Suddenly, Elle speaks up. Alright, why am I even venting to a demon like you? Honestly, just listening to her makes me want to punch her. I reply, you are the one who needs therapy. Elle points at me, shouting, mark my word, if you try to mess around in Arcadia again, me and the entire celestial realm will use every ounce of power to stop you. We will strike back hard and destroy you completely. Just like your holy weapon. I am taken aback. Feeling defensive. You jerk. Why are you digging up my pain like that? Riding the momentum? I fire back. Hey, you stubborn chicken. You are messing with an innocent demon king here. Why pick a fight with me out of nowhere? Elle does not hold back. He confidently replying, if you are curious, why do not you properly control your own minions? For now, the tension calms. I move closer to the kid with green hair, sitting with the group of weirdos. Ready to mess with them. Now, their master Dex has returned. He crosses his arms and says to Elle and Tan, hey, you two, causing trouble while I was gone? Shouldn't you be getting along? Elle and Tan answer together. No way. Both take off flying. Tan asks, Master, where have you been? You are late. We had to wait a long time. Dex casually replies, I had some business. Something in another dimension, a voice exclaims in admiration. That is our master Dex. Looks like he has achieved great things in other dimensions too. Dex smiles and says, Tan would not say it like that, but our next destination is set. Tan gets excited. Really? Where? Are we finally going to fix my holy weapon? Elle turns away, clearly judging the person next to her. She mutters, this bastard only cares about himself. Dex cuts off Tan's excitement. We are heading to the El Chicken Federation from now on. While Dex stays serious, Tan smirks and asks foolishly, "Huh, where the heck is that?" El freezes. Then remembers, "Wait, is not the El Chicken Federation the place with mana stones?" Dex continues, "Remember the Sun Empire, where we once hunted dragons? It is a rural federation now, sharing a border with that empire since the continents united. War is about to break out there." Dex's eyes are unreadable. Nobody can guess what he is planning. Elle is genuinely shocked by what she just heard. Tan, always energetic, whispers quickly, "War. Sounds cool. So what are we gonna do there? Cause chaos, right?" Dex answers, "We are going to stop it, but if the Sun Empire gets in our way, we will destroy them." Tan laughs out loud. "Haha, that is our master." Feeling pumped already, while the other two chat, Elle's mind is racing, filled with doubts. Lies? War's coming. No way. If something that big was about to happen, the cause and effect predictions should be already shown me the future. But I see nothing at all. Elle's face darkens with confusion. Her thoughts continue. Could it be that Master Dex's future sight is off? She quickly pushes that thought away. Can it be? Dex's words always come true. Maybe Dex's ability to foresee the future goes beyond even divine power. Elle whispers to herself, "If that is true, then my instincts were right all along." She thinks it over. War with the demon realm, the world tree's rebirth, chaos in the celestial realm, none of that really matters. The best way to keep this world peaceful is to do everything possible to make sure Master Dex leads it in the right direction. In Arcadia, there is a mineral called mana stone. Mana stones have low magical resistance, letting them channel magical power without losing any energy. When a specially researched chain is added, they gain the ability to store mana. This is already used in countless magical tools and magic-powered devices, and with deeper research into mana reaction methods based on these chains, even greater potential is expected to emerge. In other words, it is a kind of magical material, and the country producing 80% of the total supply is spread across the continent. That place is none other than Dex's destination, the Gale Federation. Right now, Dex is standing beneath the statue in Kingdu, the capital of the Gale Federation, Mercenium. Dex says the statue of Jiren, the founder of the Federation, stands right at Kingdo's center. Those Gale emissaries sure love to show off. You tell the other two. Alright, we can wait here. Tan asks, "Wait, what exactly are we waiting for?" Still innocent, says Dex usually wanders around quiet places. Dex casually replies, "This is just reconnaissance." But given the current state of the Gale Federation, instead of wasting time running around, it is better to find a trigger point to break directly into the city. At an ancient library, Marcus stands before a strange formation. He flashes a triumphant smile. Finally found the legendary mana chain created by Garan, and he is a senior researcher at Mercenium's Soul School. Suddenly, loud banging and shouting erupt behind him. "Marcus, open the door right now." The federal army outside holds weapons, heads poking through. "We have praised you, called you a genius and the main player, and this is how you repay us," another voice adds. "This time, I will finish you off." The soldiers shout, "Break down the door. Marcus, break down the door. Federal Army, arrest this criminal who has broken the taboo." Marcus calms himself. "Stay cool. I have got 15 seconds before they catch me. Memorize this formula perfectly. Just tweak this mana chain a bit, and I can create an extraordinary weapon." The others have broken in, rushing to grab Marcus. No giving up. To protect the Gale Federation. Outside, at the public trial, Marcus kneels on the wooden floor, blinded by the spotlight. The judge orders, "Criminal Marcus, lift your head and face the great citizens." Judge decisively declares, "The public trial starts now." Dex, dressed inconspicuously, blends into the crowd. His face lights up like he just struck gold. This is it. The trigger, an eerie blue light flickers in Marcus' eyes. To apply this to his theory, Hiker panics. His face is terrifying and full of menace. How stupid. Why commit the crime? Marcus, with fierce determination, shows on his face the resolve to push forward. The continent has merged. Gale Federation now borders the Empire, tension rising due to their vast lands and powerful army. People worry that those who brag about mana stones could be easily crushed. Everyone knows we are on the brink, but they do not know what to do. The madness in Marcus' eyes says we must move forward with new inventions. We have to evolve to survive. Hiker, calm but dangerous, worries that moving forward is good, but ignoring the past will only lead Marcus into darkness. Marcus smirks. That guy just talks nonsense. Chief Researcher Zahirak is scared of losing his livelihood to my multi-chain system. Right? Hiker's grim face and dangerous eyes. You really think he does not know you are afraid of losing what you have? Huh, enough? Stop beating Marcus? Huh, the trial's over. No more questions. Shut him up. A man in a red mask, holding a leather whip, shouts in panic, "We will give 30 lashes to anyone who tampers with Lord Duran's sacred mana chain." Under Marcus' watchful and determined gaze, This criminal will be permanently expelled from our soul school. His face terrifying. Eyes fierce. Let us see if he still dares to talk after the whipping, after the last word. The red-masked man raises the leather whip in a pitifully brutal strike. Marcus' eyes showed no fear, only a hint of defiance. Bring it on, this pain is just part of making progress. A sharp crack rang out. Marcus' shirt tore apart, and a flash of bright red pain shot through him. Marcus screamed so loud that saliva dribbled from his lips, a pitiful, desperate cry. Two guys were grinning triumphantly, their smiles stretching ear to ear, while Marcus looked utterly miserable. Marcus was stunned, unable to understand what was happening. It hurt like hell. Why would such a crude tool cause so much pain? Shock mixed with deep anxiety, he still had to endure 29 more strikes. This was brutal. Absolutely brutal. Someone, please help me, he thought as the red-masked guy's whip raised again. Then a miracle happened. A hymn burst forth, blinding light flared, and a transparent shield appeared, protecting Marcus from the whip's strike, leaving him stunned. Dex appeared, smirking. So this is the so-called high-tech city I heard about, but what is with this crude whip attack? Dex wondered. Surprised even the locals would not do this, Marcus was shocked. Dex's hands sparked like flames, the hands of salvation. That is what they were. Light shone on Marcus' bare back, healing the wounds completely. The physical pain vanished. The scene was magical. Swirling light created an awe-inspiring moment. Holy power. Could it be? Anger surged. Hey, you meddler in Gale Federation's affairs. If you have honor, reveal your identity. Cut to a surreal image. Done. You know who I am. A blonde woman. An apostle of salvation. Aurora. Back to reality. Everyone at the trial was shocked. Whoa. An actual apostle manifesting with such overwhelming power. Marcus admitted his guilt, bowing his head. Your Highness, I am the delegate of Mycanium. Dex was deeply curious. Holy Empire. I get it now, finally recognized. Marcus' anger welled up with tears. That bastard Marcus got lucky just in time for a Holy Empire dog to show up. Dex asked, may I ask what brought you to this city? They faced each other. No specific reason given. Emma? Dex's bodyguard told him to save that sheep. Marcus was stunned, anger creeping in, shocked. What does the divine want from me? What nonsense is this priest spouting? Dex's words left Marcus even more stunned. From what Dex heard, this sheep had nothing to do with the academy anymore, so we just let him go, right? Marcus was shocked. You mean me? Marcus thought deeply but had no choice. Dex sighed. The Gale Federation does not want to go against the divine will. Do as you are told. In return, we will permanently expel Marcus from our academy. Marcus shouted so loudly he dropped the cloth from his mouth. Hey, wait. Why are you deciding everything on your own? Turn half away. Serious? Want another strike? In your state, you might survive one more, but living through it. Doubt it. Quiet and follow me. If you are truly sensible, you will understand you have no choice. Yes, I will go with you. Your Grace. Marcus had no choice but to obey, too weak to resist after that brutal whip strike. He never wanted to endure that pain again. Scene changed to a quiet restaurant where Dex and Marcus had a conversation. Surrounded by delicious food, Marcus focused on Dex, frowning but curious. Who are you really? Dex chewed loudly. Mouth full. You heard me, I am a priest of the Holy Empire. Marcus countered. I did not hear that from your own mouth. Dex just shrugged. So what? Hey, McKinney's food is amazing. So why are not you eating? You do not seem hungry. Dex licked his lips, enjoying the meal and music. Thinking, looks like his combat skills are not bad. This guy might be more useful than I thought. Dex thought it over and said Marcus was right, he is not a priest. Just an adventurer who knows a bit of magic. Marcus was shocked and scared. A bit? Just a little. Dex wrapped it up by saying he is also the sponsor who will back him up. Any questions? Marcus smiled smugly, feeling like he would achieved his goal. That is enough. I see Dex is a really interesting guy, but there was still something off between them. So why was that bald guy so desperate to take Dex down earlier? Marcus answered bluntly. It is simple when a criminal's jealous of a genius. Things get messy. Marcus did not want to, but since he was asked, he would spill the story. It is because Dex accidentally crossed a taboo. Dex asked, what kind of taboo? Marcus continued to clear things up for Dex, revealing some glowing blue gems. Hey, do these items look familiar to you? Dex knew these were magical artifacts. Right? Pretty rare stuff. Exactly. They are magic tools that create unique effects by channeling artificial magic through processed mana. The stones generated a swirling blue magic vortex. A golden light shot from one into the water bottle. Marcus held this tech, making it possible, is called mana tech. The glowing blue gems shined bright. Unlike adventurers blessed by gods, regular folks like us can feel mana building up inside. So only these artifacts let us enjoy the full perks of magic, from everyday life to life or death situations. These artifacts seriously improve our quality of life, and while studying these artifacts, an absolute taboo was set: no developing tech that harms humans first. That line totally blew Deck's mind. Thick book full of marked pages was laid out. This is my theory that broke that taboo, compressing energy with mana and using it in bombardment. I could not understand it due to lack of smarts, failed to decode the grimoire. Holding the book, Dex was stunned and puzzled. Compressing energy for bombardment. In Arcadia, where they only knew how to sell names, Dex felt helpless and thought Marcus was nuts. Is he really trying to start a weapons revolution? Man, this guy's totally crazy. After that bar encounter. That night, in an old lit-up house, Xian stared intently, holding the book, and softly asked, "Do you guys get any of this?" Despite looking sharp, Tan was still clueless. Stammering, "Huh? Not really." "More than that." Yu sighed. "I am not really interested in human magic." Before Xian could answer, Yu suggested, "Maybe talk to someone else." Xian doubted. "Someone else? Ooh." Yu explained, "The creator of Orpa. The puppet that defied the 9th magic circle of the Red Dragon. Diviner possession that is also the soul of the old alchemist wearing a hat. Known as the father of tin, Geppetto." As soon as she said that, Xian immediately summoned his spirit. Marcus, both surprised and thrilled, exclaimed, "Crazy. He materialized a soul that is not even an angel. This master is seriously next level." Geppetto, once summoned, holding a staff behind Xian, asked, "Young soul, why summon this old alchemist?" "I do not have the power. I can't even fight off a goblin." Hearing this, Xian smiled gently, holding the book. "Don't worry. I just want to ask you for some advice." Seeing the golden light glowing from the grimoire, the old man suddenly became serious. "This is a theory created by a researcher from this era." Before Xian could reply, the old man murmured, "Interesting. Very interesting." A blue light from the system popped up, announcing a passive skill. Experienced eyes activated. Intelligence plus 500 for 2 minutes. Before he could react, another notification appeared. Received sharp observation, able to detect hidden elements others can see. Successfully decoded the grimoire. Just when things seemed promising, a red alert popped up. Warning, this grimoire is incomplete. Seeing all this, Xian grinned, feeling proud. Perfect. With this, even the Sun Empire can be taken down easily. Before you can finish your thought, another red alert suddenly pops up, cutting off your unfinished train of thought as it gains intensity. Tapping into a hidden power, everything around shifts, and suddenly the lantern of the wandering soul from the Chaos era reacts. Another red alert flashes. The oldest darkness stares right at you, followed by thousands of eyes locking onto Xian. Then, a purple alert appears. Status abnormality, you are falling into chaos. In that moment, you slump to the ground, clutching your eyes and screaming. "Huh?" Marcus startles and asks, "Master, are you okay?" Still shaken from the initial shock. Xian, what is going on? I have never seen this happen when using Saint Infusion before. Thoughts flood his mind nonstop. This is definitely, once certain, he quietly marvels. Could Marcus' theory really have this big an impact on the world? Finally, he can't help but laugh with excitement. "Huh? Well then, let us just give it a shot." Next, with confidence and pride, Xian declares, "They severely underestimated me. Do they really think I will stop just because of that?" Then Geppetto appears, intently studying the book, and explains, "I am not sure how advanced this research is in this era, but it does seem a bit naive, a unique idea that only a novice researcher could come up with." He continues, "Instead of converting the mana inside the mana stones into another form of energy, it focuses entirely on compressing and containing it." Marcus is stunned as Geppetto critiques the book with some dissatisfaction, saying it is still full of flaws. The chain structure is not effective, and there are many critical errors. If experiments followed this theory, not just the lab, but the entire surrounding area would be destroyed. Suddenly, a golden light appears, forming a magical barrier with countless golden spheres. Geppetto pulls out a protective tool from thin air and says, "First, I will adjust the chain structure." With a hint of uncertainty, Geppetto admits, "This is a field I am just stepping into, so revising the theory and offering advice is the best I can do." Seeing this, Ji Yang turns and asks, "What do you think, Marcus?" Marcus replies, both surprised and impressed, "Amazing. Really amazing. It is stable, clear, and effective." He regrets, "Why did not I think of this approach sooner?" Ji Yang is amazed, thinking to himself, to understand a theory at such a beginner level right off the bat. This Geppetto guy, even though he acts humble, is more impressive than I thought. Quietly marvels, "Damn, he actually created a puppet that can block mana attacks." Then Ji Yang asks again, "Marcus, Do you think you can perfect the theory with Geppetto? Marcus quickly answers, yes, with him involved. It is already 50%. 60% complete. Ji Yang smiles and says, then we are counting on you. With you and this theory, we might just be able to protect the Gale Federation from war. Marcus looks up in awe, both thrilled and surprised, thinking, finally, someone believes in me. Maybe it is the first time someone else trusted me, so I'm way too excited and silently vow, if that is the case, I will risk everything to live up to that trust. Then, unable to hold back, he declares with determined eyes, leave it to me, I will perfect the theory for sure. Ji Yang smiles happily and says, then, you will need a lab worthy of that theory. A red magic circle appears, followed by a system notification. Enter the Kobenian's lair, the dragon's den. The system continues to remind, limited to once a day. Operations inside the lair are feasible. Faced with this, Marcus is shocked and doubtful. Master, could it be that you? Then he asks uncertainly, is it the line? Ji Yang sighs helplessly and replies, the line, do I look like that little cloud deity from last time? Deep inside the lair, Marcus looks scared but suspicious as he whispers, but if not, how else could he get inside the lioness lair? Ji Yang laughs and says, I told you, I am just an ordinary adventurer. Meanwhile, in the Empire's capital Dun, someone kneels and reports, Sir, General, I have a report. Then continues, according to the survey team's report, Karavian's profit potential is way too low compared to the risk level. If we attack, the Gale Federation, famous for producing valuable mana stones, will be our target. Hearing that, the general got serious, so the decision's made. With confidence and pride, he gave a firm order. It is time to march. Brave generals of the Dawn Empire, head to the Gale Federation. Then, addressing the entire army loudly, he declared, Gale Federation will be our first step toward unifying the continent. Elsewhere, an object gently fell and shattered, sending out countless blue lights all around. Sample 43. Still undecided at that moment, Ji Yang's group discussed with disappointment. Using top-tier mana stones only triggered the destruction level of the first magic circle. But this does not look good, Ji Yang said. It is going to take us forever before we can properly use this. Marcus sighed beside him, apologizing. After such a bold claim, I ended up wasting top-tier mana stones. Jup Pirua, do not be too down. Others take 20 years to reach this level. Pausing to think, he continued, what if we pull the magic circles from other spellbooks? The basic structure of sequences and magic circles seems similar. Right after, Marcus lit up like he would found treasure. Now, the Gale Federation's research library should have some spellbooks. Ji Yang raised an eyebrow. What is up, Marcus? You need spellbooks. Before Marcus could answer, he said, hey, Golden Goblin, where do you keep the spellbooks? The Golden Goblin immediately responded, yes, Master, please wait a moment, leaving Marcus stunned and skeptical. Soon after, a weird-looking book titled Differences Between Dragon Source and Command Magic appeared. Then another called Innovative Methods in Red Mana Accumulation showed up. Plus, a finely rolled-up blueprint of a magic circle-esque structure appeared. Finally, an ancient magic book covered with magic circles surfaced. The Golden Goblin laughed, arms crossed. I brought over some useful books from the next room. Marcus gasped. Oh wow! All spellbooks, and each one's worth enough to buy a castle. Xiang waved and said, alright. Good luck, Marcus. If you need anything else, just let me know. Marcus hugged the pile of new spellbooks, happily replying, yes, Master, thank you so much. On the way out, Tan asked confused, boss, why are you so nice to him? If you dislike those guys so much, why do not we just wipe them out? Xiang explained, that would waste potential points. Besides, I want to add more playable cards if possible to prepare for the future. He spoke firmly and decisively. Xiang thought back to the warning message from the system that appeared earlier. The oldest ancient looked at you, and suddenly, he remembered the oldest darkness. It has been around since I got my class, the Wanderer of Chaotic Times. Xiang chuckled thoughtfully. I knew something was off. A major event like unifying the continent is happening, yet nothing special is going down. Finally, he firmly thought, I am sure something sus up, something on a whole different scale than anything before. Alice appeared with tons of alerts. Kobenian's Hideout. NPC Marcus. Unusual activity detected. Top priority surveillance target. Player Dex has met the Sedden. Elsewhere, Marcus was experimenting with a magic circle. Then suddenly, he got excited. I did. With this, in another space, Xiang asked coldly, hey, you guys, are you seriously trying to kill me? The blonde girl frowned. You were the one who made the offer first. Fake rage. We are just doing our best like you asked. The Golden Goblin laughed slyly. Haha, Did not expect you would corner us this far. Then he turned serious. But this is where it ends. After that, the goblin told him to decide. Now, let us keep going. Ziyang waited tensely, gripping his sword tightly, the blade trembling as he aimed it at the last opening to strike. His eyes widened, stepping back half a step, clearly scared. Tension was killing him, his hand trembling like one wrong move would end the game instantly. So they were playing a game, pressure hammered down like blows to his back. His expression shifted from worry to frustration. Brows furrowed, lips pressed tight. A sharp breath slipped through clenched teeth. Then a silent thought. These guys do nothing but eat and play games. The tree stood still, staring intently as if trying to sober someone up. Jiayang gritted his teeth, thinking, there is only one hole left. And sure enough, there was just one final hole left. Jiayang swallowed hard, squinting at that last support hole, gripping his sword stiffly, ready to strike. The last hole, the fateful poke, one final jab that would decide everything. Click. The sword had not pierced them yet when suddenly the tree shot straight up like a rocket, blasting past everyone uncontrollably. Shocked by the sudden turn, Jiayang froze for a moment, then quickly straightened and looked ahead. His hand stayed in stabbing position, but the sword had no target. The tree was gone. All that remained before him was a big empty hole. Suddenly, somewhere else, a bright blue light erupted in the sky, tearing through the air like the heavens themselves were ripping open. Orange and gold streaks sliced through the wind, swirling like fire caught in an energy tornado. Marcus stood stunned amidst the chaos, unable to believe the scene before him. The blast epicenter blazed with intense, blinding light. It was impossible to tell fire from thunder. Only a destructive core remained, melting everything nearby under the insane heat of energy. Wind howled past his ears, dust whipped his face. But Marcus did not flinch. Instead of panicking or dodging, he laughed proudly, exclaiming, "Whoa!" Outside the cave, Jiayang rushed, seeing Marcus slumped on the ground, and asked, "What is going on?" What happened? The cave wind shifted, colder and quieter, like the air itself was changing direction. Before Marcus could answer, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. It was Geppetto, leaning on his cane, quietly offering encouragement. "Congratulations, Marcus," he continued. "The sequence you formed has been perfected." The light gradually stabilizing, the cave was bathed in gray tones. Cracked stone steps and scorched patches marked the floor. From above, a faint beam of light filtered through cracks in the ceiling, as if the heavens were watching. The stone bridge spanning the cave, once connecting two cliffs, was now split in two. Geppetto stood tall, his calm gaze lingering. Then he shifted his eyes to Jiayang with sincere gratitude. "Thank you for sticking with me, Dex. Because of your choice, I have witnessed this historic moment where magic tech takes a giant leap." Jiayang was surprised by the old man's thanks. Was it really that big? Geppetto raised a finger to explain. "Of course. Without the vast resources of this dragon slayer, my experience, and Marcus' genius, it would be taken hundreds of years to reach this level." Jiayang bowed his head, moved, not yet responding when Marcus smirked from behind. Though no one praised him directly, he covered his mouth and deliberately cleared his throat. Now, allow me to briefly explain the rules of the causality theory to you." Hearing this, Jiayang looked up at Marcus with a grin. "Really?" Marcus picked up a magic book and began explaining. "First off, the core is this book. It is a magic manual by Kobinya, detailing methods to prevent mana overload. Geppetto and I got a rebellious idea from it," he continued. "The idea was to deliberately trigger mana overload, the thing every mage fears, to maximize the explosive power of mana stones. According to theory, we expected to boost output by 100 times compared to last time." Jiayang laughed, thinking, overclocking, unstable or stable, without Marcus' staring spirit, this would have been impossible. Marcus confidently says as the blue glowing skull mist appears. "After many struggles and failures, we have finally found the answer in a level 3 magic circle called Sacrifice." Sitting on Jiayang's shoulder, suddenly praises, "Sacrifice? You guys figured out a way to use that cruel magic. Impressive. That name's no joke." Jiayang asks skeptically, "What kind of magic is that?" Tan explains, "It is self-destruct magic that instantly drains all the mana, turning the user's body into pure energy." And he adds, "I know it well since we struggled against those terrible wizards in the Holy War who used that magic." Hearing this, Jiayang turns and asks, "Marcus, what grade mana stone did you use in the experiment just now?" Marcus is startled and quickly replies, "It was a mid-grade mana stone." Then explains, "Though this lair is full of high-grade mana stones, they are just too precious." A mix of excitement and surprise, thinks aloud, "Wait, that kind of destructive power from just a mid-grade stone?" Then he keeps pondering bigger possibilities. What if we used a high-grade stone? The notification board pops up again. Mission updated. A brand new mission? Mission 7. The Gale Federation should be the only fire alliance in Arcadia. So many neighboring nations crave their vast underground resources. You can always defend the Gale Federation every time it is in crisis. Right? Help the Gale Federation achieve national self-defense by stopping the unstoppable winds of big change. Achieve defense, self-sufficiency, and resist enemy invasion without outside resources. Under 10. This mission can change based on player actions. Xiaoyang smiles at the system board and guesses. Looks like we are getting close to the Gale Federation. Marcus shouts in panic. What? Already? Then Xiaoyang turns and asks, Marcus, how much more time do you need? Marcus helplessly rubs his head and replies with a troubled look. I have finished the mana stone chain, but I have not built the cannon to shoot the mana stones yet. Even if I work all night from now, it will still take at least 2 days to make it operational. Hearing this, Xiaoyang asks again. 2 days. Huh, that is double. Right? Marcus nods in surprise. Yeah, that is right. But Xiaoyang turns toward him confidently. Don't worry about it. Just wait, I will figure something out. Marcus, looking shocked and mostly unsure, calls out, Master, Xiaoyang's. All right then, and leaves the lair of the Xich Long Kerbinian. He steps into a vast golden field of rice, with just a few scattered green trees. Mountains loom in the distance, calm and peaceful, but here Xiaoyang stands quietly lost in thought. What now? Though he says that, he still furrows his brow, thinking deeply amid the wide open scenery. The Sun Empire troops will reach the Gale Federation before Marcus' research is done. If we want to stop them, the Great Cane Prairie right before Gale Federation is our last chance, but how? He thinks of everyone and the mission's conditions. We can rely on outside resources. That means no Dex Famu. Not even help from allies is allowed, but he does not give up easily. Pondering further, if there is no other choice, I will have to use Saint Fusion. Anyone who knows how many feasibility points that costs. While still thinking, he suddenly stops. Wait. Outside resources. Realizing something, Xiaoyang smirks. Hey, there is still that option. Night falls and the moon rises high. 36 hours later on the Great Prairie, the general rides forward smiling. So this is the entrance to the Gale Federation, the Great Cane Prairie. Then he sneers. I like how open it is, like it is welcoming us. He shouts and commands. All troops, advance. Suddenly, a mystical voice calls out, Hey, you are the leader of the Sun Empire, right? A mysterious figure smiles wickedly. Seeing this, the Empire soldiers recoil in fear. The terrified soldiers do not forget their mission. Shouting, Protect the general. Another soldier asks, Who are you? Where did you come from? The general replies fearfully and uncertainly, An adventurer. Then the mysterious being gradually reveals a shadowy figure bathed in countless dark purple hues. He sounded like he wanted to teach those invaders a lesson. So I am here to give you some advice. Looking into those serious eyes, oh, it is Xiaoyang. He warned the enemy troops with a cold glare, saying, Crossing this grassland is Gale Federation territory. If you do not stop your invasion, you will definitely regret it. Hearing that, the general was terrified, thinking, this guy Sara is intense, he is a real expert. But that did not discourage him. The general, confident in his plan, refused. Not only that, with a look of disdain and smugness in his eyes, he sneered coldly, clearly just making a pathetic threat. The Gale Federation must really be in a mess right now. Hearing this, Xiaoyang's face darkened, his eyes glowing a fierce purple as he stared at the general like a storm about to break one strike, and no general would be left standing. But the general of the Sun Empire was stubborn, laughing and mocking. The Sun Empire wanted to stop this campaign. If you have a problem with that, come stop us yourself. Of course, that is impossible. The soldiers burst into loud, mocking laughter. Ha! Xiaoyang smiled, knowing the negotiation had failed. I have made myself clear, he said, then vanished with the purple glow, leaving behind just one line. All right then. Good luck. One soldier sneered. What a coward. He ran away. So what now? The general waved him off. Forget it, he went on. I have heard adventurers are weird by nature. Best not to get too involved with them right before a campaign. Hearing this, the soldiers praised. Oh wow, such wise insight. That is our general for you. Suddenly the ground shook and a loud roar echoed. What is going on? What is happening? The general turned around, face pale with fear. What is this? Seeing the terrifying scene, he gasped. Those monsters. That is right, dozens of mysterious creatures surrounded the Sun Empire troops, like revenge for their foolish invasion. Terrified, the soldiers ran and fought desperately as the inhuman creatures chased them down. They tried to escape but were crushed one by one by the demon slems and intense, chaotic scene. A man in a hat watched the scene carefully, wondering, where did these creatures even come from? He feared for Debs. thinking, no way. The adventurer went out there. Deb stood watching from a distance. Impressed. Amazing. As expected, these monsters can be controlled and do not seem affected by outside forces. The chase between the demon slims and soldiers seemed endless. Just scare them a bit. If we kill too many, the country might panic. The blue-haired girl next to Debs quickly agreed, making a strange sound in response. The leader of Mi and Jiang ordered, "Retreat. Retreat," angry and frustrated. He said, "Damn it." No other choice. The paper in his hand unfolded, showing the words, "Retreat." Suddenly, a giant glowing orb appeared in the sky, signaling the retreat. Debs was surprised. What is that? Teleportation magic? If they had that scroll, why did they walk here? They could be just attacked with magic. I looked at Debs and explained, "No way. They probably can only use it to escape. It is a level 3 teleport, only able to move to predesignated locations." The demon slims gathered where the glowing orb had just vanished. There were too many of them scatter. But anyway, we managed to push them back. Tan crossed his arms on his head, looking pleased. "What is the plan now, Master? Even though we drove them off, if we do nothing, they will attack again, right?" Debs disagreed. "That won't happen." He smiled. "In 2 days, fear will be etched deep in them." The blue-haired girl made a joyful sound again. Debs ruffled her hair, laughing. "Kid, that is right. Well done. In the next 2 days, until the magic towers are finished, do not let anyone cross this plane." "Got it." The blue-haired girl eagerly raises her hand, her face bright with joy, letting out a quirky sound in response. He stands high above, looking down at the slim demons, raising his hand. "The Sun Empire, come at us if you dare." Slim demons are scattered all over this land, countless in number. Arriving in the Slim territory has brought terror to the 2 continents. 42 hours after the Sun Empire's retreat, at a place with towering mountains and ancient palaces, the capital of the Sun Empire, the leader of the Sun Empire angrily questions, "How's the invasion of the Gael Federation going?" The burly blonde man replies solemnly, "Yes. About that, reports say those monsters have completely taken over the road leading to the Gael Federation. If we keep sending troops like this, it is way too risky. Plus, the Cane Plains are surrounded by giant mountain ranges, so we have not found another path yet." The leader scowls and snaps. "In other words, you are saying attacking the Gael Federation is impossible." The man hesitates, then lowers his voice. "That is not it." Leader's anger hits its peak as he commands, "I am giving you 3 days to advance toward the Gael Federation." The blonde man bows his head. "Understood, Commander." Holding back his frustration, he vents to Dex, "Damn that adventure. He is definitely up to something. Just wait, I will make sure he pays for this humiliation." A bright, radiant star has formed. Elle calls out excitedly, "Lord Dex, we are ready. We can start anytime." Dex grips the giant star in his hands. Finally, it is time to negotiate. At a massive magical energy tower, a blue light spills out so brightly it illuminates the whole area. I will transfer the coordinates now. The legendary Midran Magic Cannon Tower, crafted by Marcus, the founder and master of the Philia artillery faction, a genius engineer made from pure 100% Midran. It unleashes special power through a unique magical seal. When reacting with unstable mana stones, it becomes a devastating strategic weapon. Usage limits: only those officially recognized by Marcus, with a 1 million per 1 million rating, can fire up to 3 shots per minute. System accuracy is 99.99%. Arrow range is within 2 meters of target coordinates. With mana power boosted by 150%, mana stability increased by 30%, the highest allowed user level, and special skill, Overload. Dex beams. Now's the time. Marcus, it is your moment to shine before the world. Dex operates the device nonstop, magical seal circles densely appearing. Let us show them my unwavering determination and incredible skill, no hesitation. He nods with satisfaction and commands, "Fire!" After that command, multiple glowing beams flicker across the sky, merging with the magic seal and shooting a massive blue mana orb far away. A radiant light bursts across the vast sky. Dex looks up, eyes wide. The orb flies far, skimming over the forest, carrying immense power. Soldiers in the camp hear the loud noise and immediately stand alert. The leader peers outside, fear gripping him. Gods, do not tell me it is the Sun Empire. He stares at the mountain reduced to a perfect circle. Flames still flickering, the wrath of a dragon has been stirred. A golden banner appears showing achievements. Outstanding success. A new era of magical technology has begun. Next, a blue banner appears. Marcus's status in the PC world has risen significantly. A new profession, artilleryman, has been created, and the Philia artillery faction registered in the Gael Federation. Marcus's deep trust and affection for the player is clear. His favorability toward the player has maxed out. Reward, Basic Doctrine of Turret Installation. A thick blue patterned book materializes in midair. The blue banner announces the reward. Basic Doctrine of Turret Installation has been sealed. A magic book that allows class changes to hidden classes. Designed by the artillery faction leader of Philia. It contains detailed doctrines needed to design and build basic turrets. Death 5 slams the book down, exclaiming, "Great, that is enough to get the message across. Now we just wait for their response." 1 week after the magic turret's first shot, a group appears on the vast KN plains. Once only slim demons roamed there. Now, it is the soldiers of the Sun Empire. In their hands was an alliance offer. The blonde guy knelt, presenting a petition before death, completely opposite to the original goal of the Sun Empire. The alliance proposal was packed with terms favoring the Gal Federation, clearly reflecting the Sun Empire as severe crisis after their capital was hit with a single strike. Death chose not to interfere in their negotiations, showing respect for their final sovereign order, and just like that, peace returned to the Gal Federation, and a new hero was born. Marcus Owen held a bouquet, waving to the cheering crowd welcoming him. Death stood inside a rundown mansion, facing a colossal magical cannon. A green screen popped up with info. The Mithrin magical cannon, legendary, created by Marcus himself, the founder and leader of the Philia artillery faction. A prodigy engineer, crafted with 100% pure Mithrin. It unleashes special power through a unique magical seal. When reacting with unstable mana stones, it becomes a strategic weapon with devastating firepower. Under usage limits, those recognized by Marcus with durability at 1 million out of 1 million can fire up to 3 shots per minute. The system's accuracy is 99.99%, with a max error radius of 2 meters from the target coordinate. Mana power boosted by 150%. Mana stability increased by 30%. Lowest to highest usage levels. And a special skill, Overload. A warning flashed before Debs. The item exceeds the inventory's weight limit. He chuckled. It does not even fit in the bag. Seems like it is not ideal for monster hunting. Should I sell it as a siege weapon then? And panic. Wait, Master, you are planning to sell this cannon to humanity? Why not? Debs asked back. Would I let something this valuable rot? If I put it up for sale, nations will line up to fight over it. Tan sweatily tried to stop him. But Master, given humanity's current tech level, is not this way too soon? It is like handing a loaded gun to a kid. Debs replied, you never know. Tan was left speechless. Debs smiled and explained to Tan, from my experience, overwhelming firepower can sometimes prevent war. You know, Debs rushed over, backpack in hand. Sir, I have finished the handheld cannon you requested. There is still room for improvements, and mass production might be tricky, but Debs turned around and praised. Marcus, you are fast. Marcus beamed at the compliment. No big deal. Tan stood nearby, helpless. What is going on? Master, are you planning something with him again? What is the scheme this time? Debs ignored him, eyes focused rummaging through the backpack. Nothing major. Just a little fun project for myself, Debs excitedly said. Not bad. Right? I want to try it out. Should I install it in that thing? Nudged El, who was half asleep. Wake up. El is still groggy. What is up? Lord Debs. Tan kept shouting. A fun project. Why are you using soul fusion skills? This is not just a hobby. Right? You have definitely got some scheme brewing. Soul fusion. Weapon Master Calypso. An introduction appeared on the golden board. The celestial Calypso merges with the player's body. Then, a green screen popped up with info. Temporarily able to use the absorbed entity's power. The Weapon Master effect was activated, using weapons beyond personal limits. Items. Handheld cannons equipped. Debs admired the pistol in his hand, chuckling. With this, I am sure to cause some serious chaos. The green screen displayed full details of the weapon. Handheld cannon. Hero class. A masterpiece based on the Philia artillery faction leader's doctrine, crafted with dedication and gratitude to his benefactor. Every component made from 100% pure Mithrin to maximize mana enhancement. However, due to its small size and light weight, power was significantly reduced. Equip limit 140. Durability 2450 out of 2950. Normal damage 180,230 damage varies with the mana stones. Rank equipped. Effective range 580 m to 720 m. Attack speed increased by 90%. Mana efficiency up 73%. Special skill. Gifted attribute. Rapid fire. An info bar popped up. Notification of a new video uploaded. Destroyer's Diary. On the YouTube platform. A new profession discovered. 2.31 million views. 3 hours ago. Dex watches the screen. It is a relief. This video is grabbing attention big time. It is gonna shake up Arcadia for sure. Dex's face is all calculation. Now, just bite the bait. Come on. react. He remembers hundreds of violet eyes staring in the dim space. The oldest darkness around, a mysterious man, his face hidden under a hat, sits on a high floor of an apartment building, phone in hand. Watching intently, he grins slyly, plotting something, just a wanderer in this chaotic era. His fingers scroll on the phone, then he says, "Envy much." His words drip with irony. Whoever it is must be having the time of their life. He smirks. My profession created this, a title that just rolls off my tongue. Wanderer of the Chaos Era. He sighs softly, but admits this whole thing has pushed the story forward quite a bit, holding the phone like it is a gun. Still cocky, he adds, "If they are into it, I am grateful. But if they steal my fun, then we have got trouble." Suddenly, he sits up straight, voice firm. "All right, it is decided." In the silent night, he lays out a foolproof plan. He has to meet face to face. Immediately, he dials someone he knows. "Hey, Mike son, how are you doing?" Wearing a sly smile, he tells the person on the other end, "I am heading back to Korea soon." As he speaks, glowing eyes appear in the dark night, full of hidden meaning. At the third danger zone on Arcadia continent, Icebox, fierce winds topple pine trees. Only a small glowing hut shines in the night. The system pops up. Entry recommendation level 200 or higher. Another alert. You have entered Icebox, the death zone swept by endless blizzards. Then a red warning flashes. This area is unexplored. No fortifications detected. System advises. Beware rapid environmental changes and monster attacks. A message appears. Fire blessing activated. The fire is lit now. A young guy sits still, hands stretched out near it to warm up. Opposite him sits a muscular man. System pops up again. Hot fire protects the player. Screen switches to a new mission. Resurrection of the Erased Divinity. The mission is, tough, find the last remnants, somewhere in the northern part of the continent, where the old god fell and became a false deity. Awaken the fallen god's statue, his followers are there. Restore his divine status to everyone across the continent. In the name of Vulcanus, god of fire, steel, and all blacksmiths. System notes. Multiple ruins with Vulcanus' traces found. The young guy speaks excitedly. Honestly, I was not expecting that. Who would be thought there is a Vulcanus ruin buried in this snowy wasteland? Turns out, he is actually Dex, assistant the Chaos Era Wanderer. Kludge, he looks at the man opposite and adds, "If it were not for Doggo, we would still be wandering volcanic zones." The man stares seriously without replying. "As you said, he is the secret hunter Doggo." Doggo replies shyly, "No need to thank me so much." He humbly adds, "I just want to complete Min-He's mission." He looks at Kludge and continues, "Honestly, unless the aid you mentioned arrives soon, Kludge." Doggo hesitates. "We will have to end this expedition here." Seeing this, Kludge quickly reassures, "Don't worry about that." Doggo, determined, he declares, "My brother already sent the aid." Doggo is dodging the topic, but unfortunately, Kludge misses the point. Doggo thinks angrily, "Damn it, he won't listen. Even if aid arrives, can they really beat the monsters blocking the way?" He suddenly wonders, why is this guy so chill about everything? Indeed, Kludge shows no worry. Still confident. Don't worry. Doggo looks at him like he is crazy. Is he really so hyped about a mythic mission that he can't see the real danger? His face darkened, and a thought popped into his head. Should we really do this? Giant clenched his teeth, determined. Should we just give up on the mission? Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked right outside the tent, shattering the quiet air with a blinding flash that lit up the entire area. Doggo heard the noise and stepped out, shouting, "What is going on? Monsters!" His voice rose in panic. This is supposed to be a safe zone. Already uneasy, he grew even more anxious. This is bad. Monsters here are at least level 200. One hit from them and we are toast. He turned to you, serious and loud. "I hate this, but we have to retreat." Clues had already started prepping you both to pull back. Before he could finish, Clues spoke up calmly. "Doggo, do not you see?" You lit up with excitement. "They are here," clenching your fists in relief. You added, "The strongest backup in the freezing Arctic air." Two girls approached, stepping over the bodies of fallen beasts scattered on the ground. They came closer, smiling warmly. "Nice to meet you." Cassie spoke up, "I have come to join you." Behind her was Angelina, who added, at Deck's request. Everyone was now inside the tent, the fire still burning bright. Cassie said slowly, "I see. I understand the situation." She continued, "If what you say is true, that mythic mission is about resurrecting a god." Angelina sat near, warming her hands by the fire, seemingly listening closely. So warm. Without hesitation, Cassia shared her thoughts. "When that mission's done, it will shake Arcadia to its core, the place that worships heaven as the one true god." Clues nodded. "Right? I only thought about resurrecting the dwarven elders, god, not this." Then it hit you. Wait, That is why he made such a weird request. Meanwhile, Dex stood before empty space, reaching out a hand to touch nothingness. Suddenly Doggo spoke up. Don't worry. My role is stealth, I hunt secrets. He pounded his chest proudly. With us too, who shook up the martial arts grand tournament. Even a mythic mission is no big deal. Cassis replied coldly. Sorry, she lowered her voice. Stop the mission for now until I give the word. Her face hardened. This is Dex's order. Back to Dex. He stood before the system screen, surrounded by those slimy slime creatures. The system announced. Mission 7 complete. The screen displayed progress. Calculating the player's contribution level, it listed achievements unlocked. Rescue of Marcus founded cannon Philia. Developed magical artillery. Created his class. Mastered siege cannons. Ruled the Great Plain of and brokered peace with the Dun Empire. Your eyes lit up as new lines appeared. This was a feat that rocked the whole continent. Everyone watched the player's moves. You sparked a new era of magical science. All magic engineers revered you. Peace held through love. Yet heaven looked at you confused over this tangled cause and effect. Then the system flashed a bunch of titles earned. Pioneer of magical science. Creator of siege cannons. Eternal benefactor of Marcus. Suppressor of the Empire. In an instant, points appeared. 82,355,300 feasible points earned. You smiled at the score, realizing you would gained a massive amount compared to the scale of events you caused. Dex kept working the screen, thinking, it really values impact on Arcadius world over scale. Starting the magical revolution through Marcus was the right call. His eyes sharpened. With this, I have unlocked the right to progress the game's storyline. Images flashed in Dex's mind, him walking a path of light. Thoughts flowing nonstop. If Clues and his group keep pushing Volcano's mythic mission, the game's story will advance further. For fun gameplay, story progression is the key. Raising the lamp high, Dex said seriously. But every story has an end. The lamp in his hand lit up the abyss below, revealing soulless eyes staring back. He thought quietly. And what would mark the end of this story was the oldest darkness. Snapping out of his delirium, he grabbed his head. Realizing now, he finally understood the meaning of the Wanderer during the chaos. Still stroking a slim cube, he pondered, so it all depends on me, to destroy or save this world. Suddenly, a sharp ping rang out, an alert. A new message received. Dex let out a soft sigh, feeling the chill. He stared at the screen like he would been waiting forever. The timing was perfect. It was a message from Mem Helenia. Thank you for stopping the war between the Geo Federation and the Sun Empire. I know this is really short notice, but I have something private to discuss with you. Please contact me as soon as you read this. Dex. Mizian, back in the real world, at the Arcadia Corporation, South Korea branch. In Mizian's private office, she spoke sternly. I will get straight to the point. Dex, please stop the mythic mission your assistant accepted. Dex quickly replied with a cool, no thanks. Mizian could not believe it and asked again. Why not? Frustrated, she slammed the table, stood up, and fired off. Wait, at least hear me out. In this situation, Arcadia will. Before she could finish, Dex interrupted. Yeah. Honestly, I have thought about it, but after hearing your proposal, I have decided to ignore it all. Mizian snapped back. Are you feeling the pressure? Because we have been relying too much on your power to manage the game's script. She promised, we will try to minimize interference in future campaigns. But again, Dex, don't be like that. He smiled softly. I am not doing this for any hidden reason. Pointing at her, he challenged. Managing the game is the operator's job. Right? Now pointing at himself, he added, so as a player, my job is not to worry uselessly, but to enjoy it to the fullest. She was left speechless, her eyes wide with shock. He thought of his teammates and continued, above all, I do not want to limit Arcadia's gameplay elements for those who trust and follow me. He stood firm. I think that would be unfair. Then Dex looked her straight in the eye and declared, so this time, I can agree to your request. Mizian was stunned, speechless, just standing there staring at him. He looked at her one last time and said politely, I am Seoli. Outside the door, the black coat big boss had apparently heard the whole conversation. He cracked a sly smile and chuckled softly. He looks like the Wanderer's secret profession during the chaos. In his mind, a blazing divine seal appeared amid a shining golden aura. A heavy, majestic voice whispered softly, the true master has been found. Mizian, unable to believe what she heard, loudly shared her worries with Dex. But Dex, if we push the story this way. Before she finished, he guessed what she was thinking. Something close to destruction is going to happen, right? Once again, he surprised her so much she immediately asked, how do you know that? Jia Yang heard her question, laughed cheerfully, scratched his head, and said confidently, I believe in it, the unlimited freedom and endless possibilities of Arcadia. Hearing that, Mizian's eyes widened in shock. Finally, She gave in and smiled begrudgingly at his confidence. You are something else. Fine, I won't push anymore. But she did not forget to warn him and remind him to be careful. But Dex, if you choose to believe in that, you will need to gather a lot of power. Her worry appeared in his mind as Sola's purple eyes stared fixedly at that fear, reminding him he would be the one facing the upcoming disaster. Ji Yang just turned, smiled briefly, and reassured her. Don't worry, I will do my best. Then he walked away, leaving her behind in the blinding light that slowly cleared her mind. He stepped out of the room, walking thoughtfully, planning his next moves. Go home, then contact Cassius. Those guys must be waiting on my decision. And wow, how long has that smile been creeping onto my face? My face is full of energy, eagerly waiting for something to happen. I never thought I would be this excited to log into a game. I keep walking happily, not even noticing a young guy watching me from afar. Minsu stands there with a sly, victorious grin. A fresh morning at the high-rise building. After an important talk with Ji Yang, Mizan looks tired and sighs with her eyes closed. Suddenly, a purple eye appears in her mind and speaks. Looks like she has got a lot on her mind. CEO Mizian, a black-haired young man from across the room, calls out to her. The Arcadia manager. Not as easy as you think, right? Mizan eyes him warily but replies, I still have to do it. Then she looks at him and says exactly what he wants to hear, because that is what he asked for, right? Minsu. Turns out as Minsu, he smirks wickedly and remarks, as expected from you, Mizian. So reliable. With greedy eyes, he asks her about the strange guy who just left, the wanderer from the chaos. Dex, right? Hearing his question, her face suddenly pales, startled, hesitating to answer. Then she calms down and reminds him about their shared authority. I can share users' personal info. Don't forget, even if you are the biggest shareholder of Agent Electronics. No exceptions. Finally, she seals it by calling out his name, Kim Minsu. Hearing an answer she did not want, he keeps that same sly smile plastered on his face. Then he laughs and says he was just teasing her honestly. I knew everything from the start. I came to Korea because of Dex. Hearing that from him, she is suddenly furious, speechless. In the end, Mizian just gives up and says helplessly, I really can't beat you. Sunlight fills a corner of the room, making it so relaxing. She asks, how much have you heard? Hearing her question, he laughs confidently. From the start? Of course. That is why I got to see that rejection scene. Annoyed by his teasing, she snaps back. Rejected? No way, we are business partners. Then Mizian goes serious again and asks, what about Zujin? Don't tell me you came to Korea alone. Minsu sits casually at the table across from her, chuckling. I had to work hard to sneak away. You know, what is a trip if you are nagged the whole time? What is your plan to fix this mess? He turns, grinning wickedly, eyes gleaming, says, where's my dreamer? Surprised, she can't believe it and asks, don't tell me, you are really planning to play Arcadia? That world is not ready for your character yet. Under the warm sunlight, Minsu just smirks faintly and replies, from what I see, it is not a problem. A vision of Ji Yang in a sleeveless shirt bathed in light flashes in her mind as she questions him. Dex, the one may Arcadia grow so fast, right? Then Mizian sits back in her chair, lost in thought, saying nothing more. Finally, clarity hits her and she sighs helplessly, announcing her decision. Alright, I will ask the secretary's office. I have delayed this as long as I could, but the day has finally come. Hearing that, he quickly turns and jumps onto the table, babbling nonsense. Once the gears start turning, there is no stopping them. Before leaving, he gives her a wicked smile and says, well then, I guess I will just have to enjoy it before Dex snatches it all away. In a cozy house, Aya laughs happily as she calls someone. It is Cassius? Sorry to keep you waiting. In freezing weather, Cassie stands before a screen, calling her. Did you get to Icebox safely? She does not answer but asks his purpose. Looks like you have made a decision. What do you want us to do? In a dark space, a firm voice commands, revive Von Kaners. A confident smile flashes across his face as he says, let us bring change to this world. In a high-rise building, a voice echoes, Dex, long time no see. E+ Entertainment. A chubby guy happily answers a call. Yes, see ya. I want to use that extra account you requested earlier. Is it good for live streaming? Of course. But what kind of content are you planning this time? On the other end, I happily replies, I am not the streamer. They are friends of mine. They are trustworthy, so do not worry. Hearing this, a worried and confused look flashes across his face. Cut to a screen getting ready to live a stream. Testing the mic, Angeline and Cassius, the two women, are prepping for the live stream. Are we ready? It is new, and I have never done a show like this before. Suddenly, more and more comments flood the screen. Live streaming. What is this? Isn't he that Dex? Woo, this is awesome. The monster duo Cassius and Angel on Dex's channel. And that guy behind them is the production lead too. The screen shows EA sitting by a fire powered by some force with a man. If I get, but who is that useless guy? Dex fan meeting. Dex fan meeting. Dex fan meeting. The chubby guy watching the stream jumps up, grabs the TV to get a better look, and exclaims, I always wondered who Dex's friends were, turns out they are all dead weight. Then in that skyscraper, he orders everyone to follow his demands. Everyone, monitor this properly. Delete all nasty and spam comments. Yes, see ya. Cut to the live stream screen. Hello viewers. Great to see you all. The man sitting next to him finally introduces himself. Ago, a secret hunter who digs up spicy content. I have my own channel. Please check it out. Comments start popping up mocking him. Who is this idiot? The dead weight of the squad. Get him off. Let us see some queens. Anyone want to drop dislikes on his channel? Seeing those comments, Doggo's spirits sink and he says tearfully, damn, that is why I do not do live streams. Doggo. Angelina pats his shoulder comfortingly. Are you okay? He looks pale, scared of the scary live stream. Cassie sees this, spreads her legs confidently, and cheers him on. Don't he be so down. You are the only one here who can hype things up. I am counting on you for this stream. Doggo, hearing the encouragement from her, he is touched and calls her name, Miss Cassius. He cheers up and shouts, Don't worry, I will figure out how to handle the stream. Meanwhile, she sitting next to him thinks, so gullible and simple-minded. He puts all his effort into saying, alright then, I will do my best to make up for the flaws. Dear viewers, comments respond, if Cassie says so, no choice. Lol, if it's sup, I am bombing his channel. Cut to snowy mountains. He introduces where they are. We are at Icebox, known for harsh weather debuffs that make playing here almost impossible. Walking through pine forests, he keeps explaining. We came here on Dex's orders to hunt down clues about a hidden legendary quest, but more and more comments question. Legendary quest. Dex, crazy. What is he planning to stir up now? Suddenly, a green compass appears secret tracking. Turns out he is using his power to track hidden clues around the area. Successfully tracked, a marker appears showing the clueless location. Someone behind him asks, out here. Why sit inside a cave then? A powerful force rushes through, but he keeps explaining. Looks suspicious. Probably worth exploring. But with this freezing cold, I'm not so sure. Comments explain and warn. Exactly. With this setup, as soon as you step in you get hit with freeze effects. Even a paladin would not last 5 minutes here. Even if my character could handle it, I do not want to go to places this cold. He shivers and complains. It is already freezing just outside. Going in here is impossible. What do we do? Cassius notices and asks, what is wrong? You came here without a backup plan for the cold. You should be said something sooner. Then she throws her jacket to him, saying, put this on. The system voice kept ringing, activating the effect of Helios' leather cloak, boosting ice resistance significantly, and clearing all negative effects. He asked anxiously, but what about you? Cassius, she replied calmly, my ice resistance ranks second anyway. Hearing that, his face went pale, and he muttered, second rank. He shouted at her, that level is insanely hard to reach unless you are actually using ice magic. How did you manage that? She answered coolly, how do you think I ranked up? Well, Cassius thought for a moment, then explained, I just followed my master's alchemy, and it went up naturally. He immediately asked, who is your master? Jia Yang from behind got curious and chimed in, Cassius' master. I wonder what kind of person that is. Angeline up front suddenly asked, you do not know. Then she happily explained to him, Cassius' master is, but Cassius cut her off, saying it is too complicated to explain. The system voice rang out again, awarding a new title. She then showed something and said, here, Cassius, disciple of the Dragon King. Is this clear enough? His face went white as he blurted out, the Dragon King. The Dragon King is the guardian deity of Arcadia. Gondrian. Right? So you are telling me to win the world's top martial arts tournament, you have to be on this level. Questions flooded in nonstop. Disciple of the Dragon King? No way to approach that PC normally. So how did she do it? A palace with a throne appeared, and a thought echoed. Disciple of the Dragon King? No normal PC could approach that. So how did she manage it? Cassie spoke up, asking behind him who was still confused, and thinking it over. Angelina and Clues seemed unaffected by the cold. Angelina smiled brightly and said, it is just a little cold. When I reach Elemental Mastery rank 3, I will gain cold resistance. Similarly, the lava zone is no problem either. Jia Yang happily warmed himself under the power of the flames. Thanks to his character's fire blessing skill, like there is an eternal flame burning inside me. Then he said something that made the guy standing in the snow freeze. Silently thinking, so that is it, only Dako is unusually weak. The rest are all monsters. Suddenly he wondered, casually commanding these secondary characters. Death? What method did he use? The Dragon King Gondrian. Shining Gold looked down at the small Cassius below and said seriously, from what I see, some time has already passed. My subordinate, the heir to the Weapon Master title, has come to meet me. He observed her determined look and nodded approvingly. Those eyes do not waver even in front of me. The Dragon King. Just like them, he saw Cassius standing still. Unmoving, her eyes steady. Curious? He asked, fragile human child, why do you want to grow stronger? Her gaze sharpened with killing intent as she replied firmly, to stand as an equal. With someone, in her mind appeared the image of Yang, majestic in a cloak billowing in the wind. Gondrian's eyes widened as he recognized the familiar figure. Suddenly he roared loudly, unleashing waves of magic that forced Cassius to brace herself. After a magical exchange, he quickly transformed into the form of a middle-aged man. How entertaining, though so determined. You are still chasing such a small dream. Very well. Size does not matter. Gondrian approached her and graciously agreed to help her achieve her goal. With you, I will share my knowledge. As he spoke, he transported her to another place. Cassius looked down at her feet. Suspicious. At the same time, 4 people were quietly stepping deeper into the icy cave. The cold was so intense that their breath turned white. He asked Angelina. Cassius is the Dragon King's top student, so that means she actually met a dragon. She giggled and asked back. Curious, she smiled happily and continued the story. Cassius encountered the Dragon King while completing a professional quest. In her mind, Angelina pictures Gondrian in his majestic form with his silver-haired disciple. She excitedly says that her craft is a secret masterclass in weaponry, and apparently, the one who created that profession is the beloved disciple of the Dragon King. Hearing this, he is utterly surprised, really unexpected. Jai Yang channels a bit of magic, excited to try it out. How can I be like that? Sounds like a fantasy story. I wish I could have an adventure like that too. She walked slowly, happily saying that right now, we are already standing out compared to others. Angelina's eyes show hope as she guesses. Who knows? Maybe one day we will run into a dragon lineage if we keep getting stronger. The legendary creatures of Arcadia are connected to the dragon race. Hearing that, he imagines meeting the great Dragon King Gondrian alongside the mysterious magic formation. Jai Yang clenches his fists, both excited and agreeing with her. Yeah, I hope that day comes. Soon, the group ventures to the very end of the cave, where sharp stalactites hang from the ceiling. Finally, they reach a giant sword embedded deep in a large pedestal. Angelina cheers happily. We have arrived. This is some kind of relic I have never seen before. Looks like we are in the right spot. As they arrive, a divine light shines from the sword. The echo of oblivion spreads all around. The commentator jumps in excitement, saying this is a secret tracking skill. A hidden profession. Doggo finally got it. She is thrilled by the scene, exclaiming how beautiful it is. Cassius immediately recognizes this as a skill profession totally different from its user. When the ancient runes on the sword blade glow, the Line Vang system announces, artifact obtained the trace of the immortal flame, uncovering a massive secret. Skill mastery level rises significantly. History discovered, artifact from a fallen mythic era acquired, confirming a secret buried under ice. The Phrygiast ice pillar clue has been gathered, providing more guidance. The artifact, the trace of the immortal flame, slowly condenses into a diamond shell. Seeing Doggo obtain the immortal flame, Aya laughs brightly and shouts excitedly. This flame holds Vulcanus energy. I can feel hope within reach. He confidently concludes that the temple's owner is very likely Vulcanus. We found this quest way easier than expected. Scene changes to the snowy mountain outside, where rare warm sunlight breaks through. No sooner had he gotten started than he faced a tough opponent. Frustrated, he cursed. Damn it! They warned me not to underestimate them. Seeing huge monsters blocking the path ahead, Doggo complained hopelessly. This is the end of the line. These blue-skinned monsters, wielding clubs and with fierce faces, are level 295 members of the Snow Tribe, and the boss behind them, covered in frost, radiates chilling energy. That is the level 310 ancient female death leopard. The chat's going wild. They do not look like monsters you can just catch. Even a regular Snow Tribe member could easily slice a master swordsman in half. The ancient female death leopard is the ultimate undead boss. This is insane. Given the situation, Doggo could only hope the others would let this one pass. Guys, sorry to get your hopes up, but looks like we have to abort the mission. The commentators quickly agreed. Sounds reasonable. Good call. Clearing them out is basically impossible. Haha, you did your best. Good job. Doggo's skills are top-notch. This must be a developer bug, but Cassius would not accept it. She rushed forward to stop him. Hey, Doggo. You are giving up the mission because of those monsters, he calmly replied. Yeah, with our team, taking down a level 300 monster is impossible. She stepped forward decisively. Confident. Wait, we will handle them. Doggo was stunned and panicked, trying to stop her. Hey, wait, no matter who you are. They will. She did not hesitate and charged straight toward the Snow Tribe. Cassius showed no emotion as she called out a name. Angelina. Even as the monsters roared fiercely and charged at her, she calmly gave the order, let us fight. Angelina was super pumped, immediately unleashing powerful fireballs while thinking, oh man, here we go again with this ultra-cool fighting style. The fireballs just appeared, crackling with a weird sizzling sound. Then they shot straight at the Ice Tribe's faces, smashing their teeth everywhere as they screamed in pain. Seeing her chance, she decisively urged, Cassius, go provoke them. At her command, Cassius quickly drew his gleaming sword. Switching weapons, he used a sick move, the Crescent Slash, cutting a sharp line through the air. The crowd watching Cassius fight erupted in amazed shouts. Woo! Insane! That level 300 monster is getting shredded. Looks like he is ignoring defense. Max damage. So many quick hits, like teleporting attacks. Some of the Ice Tribe barely escaped Cassius' deadly strike, roaring with rage and reaching out to grab her. Just as they nearly caught her, she did not hesitate, switched weapons again. The moment she drew it, she vanished in a thin cloud of smoke. Then Cassius appeared in midair, smashing down with a massive hammer, splitting them in two brutal power. Doggo, standing behind, silently marveled. Whoa, one hit and the monster's down. If she is floating like that, how's she dodging the next attack? She hovered in the air, looking down at the furious Ice Tribe below. Instantly, she unleashed a radiant magical energy, pulling out another weapon, a secret technique of the 10,000 techniques, King. Cassius sent out a barrage of tiny spirit swords, raining down on them an endless storm of weapons. In the pitch-black night, the dazzling lights suddenly lit up the whole area. Those tiny spirit swords fell like a heavy downpour, striking the Ice Tribe with fierce precision. After the attack, she lightly touched down, but immediately noticed something was off. Something felt strange, seeing more and more enemies appearing. Cassius frowned, thinking, no matter how tough it is, this many monsters is just too much. She sighed deeply, silently recalculating. No matter how many she sliced through, she felt nothing in her hands at all. Watching the Ice Tribe close in, she caught sight of a high-level monster at the back and suddenly guessed, are they regenerating? Suddenly, the female mummy's eyes flashed a pink light. Cassius immediately understood and smirked proudly. So it is a person after all. She leaped, using the walls of the cave to gain momentum, then transformed into a blazing golden streak. Grasping that light, she turned it into a deadly weapon. Meanwhile, the female mummy radiated eerie, dark, oppressive energy. On the opposite side, Cassius unleashed an even stronger magic attack. When the two magical forces collided, a massive explosion erupted, with 150 enhanced fireballs firing in rapid succession. Inside the cave, a thin layer of mist barely protected the female mummy from harm. At that moment, Angelina grabbed her staff calmly and reminded her, hold on to this rope. We need to finish this before its vision recovers. Cassius immediately activated a special skill she would learn, sprouting wide wings with ancient runes glowing around them. She was thrilled, her eyes shining with excitement as she smiled fiercely. Switched weapons, pushing to her limit. The mystical formation above boosted her attack power. The Heavenly Dragon's Descent. A giant sword appeared, slamming down where the female mummy stood, shaking the ground with a deafening roar. Then the system's mechanical voice announced that all guards blocking the way had been defeated, revealing a legendary city. The entrance to a forgotten temple. A special key is probably needed to break the barrier. Clues have been found and updated, revealing the path of an unknown god. Reporting this to the Adventurers Guild will shock the entire continent. Seeing Cassius unhurt and Angelina relaxed nearby, the chat exploded with excitement, forgetting to even type not just controlling, but truly amazing. What an epic guess. What was that last move Cassius used? Looked like a whole dragon. Such a badass hidden skill. Haha, if you are so good, go grab it yourself. She looked down at her palm, vaguely sensing something was off. Not yet. The recent move was too smooth. Debs probably handled everything more quietly. The proud, steady silhouette of Ji Yang was etched clearly in her mind, giving her a sense of calm. Cassie's face showed confidence, silently affirming, we have arrived. She approached the massive wooden gate, telling herself that the dimensional key brought change to this world. The system announced the hidden path to Volcanus' final shrine. Doggo clenched his teeth, his eyes wide and pale, sweat dripping down his face. God, I did not expect this. Facing the towering gate, He muttered. We might not be able to get in here. Doggo hesitated, looking helpless. Just then, Cassie's voice came from behind. What is going on? To open this huge door, we need a dimensional key. Weren't you holding that artifact for this purpose? His gaze fell on his palm where a glowing red stone rested. Well, besides that, and the trace of the undying flame we have just acquired, it looks like we need 2 more artifacts. The system lit up, showing 3 icons. A blazing flame in the center, while the other 2 were locked tight by magical chains. Behind him, Cassius folded his arms and sighed with frustration. Doggo glanced back. This trip's gonna take longer than I thought, but that is not the main issue. Doggo spoke up. You have not forgotten. Right, Cassius? His hand lightly touched the system's broadcast surface. We are live streaming, just like Dex suggested. In a flood of comments appeared. That means if we can get into the ruins fast. Why can't they? Looks like they are missing artifacts. I am level 200. Wonder how much I could make if I got there first and sold them. That is a game changer. Anyone want to join? It is a sweet freebie. Viewers could become our rivals. Overwhelmed and clueless, Doggo just rubbed his head. This is my fault, as an explorer. I should be shot down the idea of live streaming this. Cassie stood with arms crossed, ignoring Dex's worried calls. Hair flowing, his voice rose. So all we gotta do is get into the ruins quickly. Right? Angelina stepped forward slowly, gazing up at the huge door and gently touched it. This door. It is huge, but right in front of her, the giant door appeared. It is just wood. Right? As tension thickened, Doggo was sweating nervously. Cassius' voice cut sharply. Huh. Well, probably. Wait, do not tell me. Without hesitation, Angelina swung her arms and unleashed a fierce barrage of fire magic fireballs. Firebolts. 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 Fireballs. 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 Her sword flashed as she drew it. Then she dashed forward like lightning, switching weapons to the Flame King's shield. A thunderous explosion tore through the air. A giant pillar of fire shredded the space around them, engulfing everything within dozens of meters. Fireballs blazing. Death and Doggo behind her were caught off guard, but Cassius shielded himself, his body shaking as magical flames lashed out. We almost got wiped out. With a scolding tone just fading, Angelina spun around, staff in hand, glaring back with frustration. I never think before I act. I do not want to hear those complaints. Smiling faintly, she stepped forward proudly as if showing off a victory. Well, Doggo, I always trust you. Okay? Got it. Half his face hidden, Cassie's sly smile hinted at secrets. This thrill feels like we are on an adventure. Doggo thought to himself. It has been a while since I felt this way. This is why I quit my job and dived into Arcadia. A smile cracked beneath his battle-worn brow. Doggo was ready. All right. This trip I will make sure it succeeds. Before him, the gate flickered with flames. Yet Doggo stepped forward silently, as if accepting whatever awaited beyond. The moment he crossed the gate, a notification appeared midair, with lines of text quickly displaying, "You have entered Volcanor's final shrine, an unexplored ruin. Explore to find details and rewards." Flames surged clearly on the live stream, lighting up the charged atmosphere. Everything happening on the live screen caught Albert's eye. Wait, did they just try to break the temple door with fireballs? Is that even possible? As the broadcast ended, he looked up and asked in a deep voice, Elise, can you find out why? Those doors are designed to withstand level 5 royal magic. You know, Elise glanced briefly then replied, we confirmed there is nothing wrong with the settings on the final Volcanor's temple entrance. It can be destroyed by normal means. Relaxed, Rux slipped his hands into his pockets and spoke softly, but it would collapse way too easily if that is the case. You mean the player is exploiting a game loophole? She answered calmly. The player combines several conditions to create a unique scenario. This can be considered a bug in the game. Plus, the temple is built to defend against high-level skills and attacks below a certain damage threshold. These attacks count as successful hits. Stroking his chin, he fell into deep thought. This player destroyed the temple by hitting it 10,000 times with the strongest magic. Fireballs, combined magic effects, and continuous mana buildup overwhelmed the gate until it could not hold anymore. If what we are seeing is true, then we have no choice but to admit this was a brilliant strategy. At the same time, the system panel appeared with a blue light spreading across the space, highlighting one icon glowing brightly among 3 squares. But originally, it took at least a year to gather info and understand these temple entrances. At this pace, they will be ready for the next major update without any issues. Eyes wide, as if realizing something, the player's content discovery speed is insane. Could the Chaos Era Wanderer's cage affect the player? A light flickered out of nowhere, enveloping him like waking something dormant inside. At that moment, Jessica's silhouette appeared, her presence making the whole space freeze. Uh-oh. Genika's about to lose it again. Inside the quiet temple, three walked silently in a line, carefully following the leader along a path submerged under the city's water. Deep within the final Vulcanus temple, Roman characters moved under Doggo's command, like magic guiding them silently. Can T decode the text? He explained. It is an ancient script, undocumented but confirmed. Report this to the Explorers Guild for a reward. The scenario will be logged in your exploration journal. Undecipherable text means it is incorrect. Frustrated by the meaningless characters, he squeezed his eyes shut and lowered his head, face full of anger. Damn, even my secretary skills can crack this code. As Doggo sat down in despair, the two behind kept discussing. Things are not looking good. Trust me and wait. Doggo's more reliable than we think. Suddenly, his arm flared up, magic flames bursting from his side, dancing in the air. As Debs held the object, mysterious flames rose, hovering midair, burning fires shooting straight at the giant gate just barely open. Could this be Vulcaner's divine energy guiding us? At that moment, he said it was true. These ruins are usually full of complex puzzles and traps. It is suspiciously quiet here. Doggo's mind was heavy with worry, anxiety creeping into every breath. This feels off. In cases like this, a weird trap usually triggers at the end of the path. On the stone-paved path, an ancient statue appeared, imposing, holding a knife stabbed into the ground like marking a forgotten ritual. Looks like this is the temple's end. Walking deeper, he was lost in thought. No mysterious monsters here. This place looks like some kind of temple. Faced with the statue and path, the four just stood silently, unsure what to do next. What do we do here? Suddenly someone spoke up. Great, placing his hand on the artifact. Dex said, it can compare to the grandeur of Dwarven, but never thought a place like this actually exists here. That made Doggo freeze, eyes wide with surprise. Clues? You know something about this place? Without hesitation, Dex replied confidently, every craftsman knows this place. It is somewhere everyone dreams of visiting at least once. The first spark of fire flared up, then thousands more burst into flames around us. We are standing in the heart of the forge. It is an ancient, massive forge, where the flame has never gone out for centuries. A colossal forge indeed. The legendary Eternal Forge, symbolizing the immortal myth of Vulcanus, the god of fire and steel, once capable of melting the toughest metals with its blazing fire. This forge lost its power and lay dormant for ages for unknown reasons. The iron hammer swings up, circling the glowing red fire blazing beneath the giant statue. You have uncovered the hidden relics of Vulcanus. Mission complete. The divine revival has been erased, and Vulcanus artifact reacts to your own divine relic. The god Vulcanus awakens from his long slumber. Finally, he has arrived. My very first hammer. The once silent statue suddenly speaks, its voice silencing everything around. I recognized you from the moment we met. Your relentless persistence, unbreakable will, and love mixed with passion for steel and fire. As the statue speaks, Debs brightens with excitement, eyes shining. You truly are the only one who can bring my divinity back to this land, God Vulcanus. At that moment, the flames swirl, wrapping tightly around the floating iron hammer, entering the world to forge powerful, exceptional weapons and armor no one can rival, uniting the dwarf clans and leading them back to prosperity on the continent of Arcadia. The moment your hammer is hailed across the continent, I will reclaim all my power and be fully reborn in this land. Sparks flicker across your skin, leaving a sigil on your hand like a magical mark. A legendary achievement. You are the first to receive the power of a mysterious divine being. A hidden level. You have gained the power of the divine hand, the strength of the gods. You have been granted the divine blessing of power. Title earned, Apostle Vulcanus. Title earned, Prophet of the Dwarf Clan. As soon as the symbol appeared, the system flashed a dazzling golden notification in midair. The quest system has been added. The more quests you complete, the stronger your divine power becomes. Refusing quests may lead to penalties. Quest: you have achieved the full revival of Vulcanus. First quest: complete restoration of Vulcanus. You have awakened the long-sleeping divinity. Set Vulcanus' heart beating once again. Felt the power of the first hammer, and let its greatness echo across the world. The statue stands tall and proud, staring straight ahead. We need to reignite this giant forge. Then Debs looks up at his palm, and suddenly the flames burst to life. Yeah, looks like it. This quest does not seem to give me a choice. I think everything's going way too smoothly. Hands behind his back to hide his awkwardness. Doggo mutters, what do we do now? At this giant scale, unless a fire-breathing dragon shows up, it won't be easy to light the forge. From the shadows, quiet footsteps emerge. In other words, we need to supply a huge amount of power. Right? Angelina's face lights up like a blooming flower. Fireball makes me wonder how many shots it will take to ignite this thing. Cassius quickly reaches out, stopping the smile just forming on her lips. Wait, you are not seriously planning to do that reckless stunt again, are you? Reckless? Didn't it already break the seal from the start? Isn't it that the smart move, despite feeling uneasy? Cassius can't help but speak up. Look, Angelina, I know I should not be the one to say this, but even the rules of the game matter. What if the forge gets destroyed? Still, Angelina stays firm. I do not care. It is all or nothing anyway, like a legendary forge could be destroyed by just some magic. Right? Overwhelmed. Cassius' mind spirals. We are doomed, as if her words sealed it. Dagos' growing panic spreads. Wait, Angelina, you are not really going to do this? Are you? Ignoring all advice, Angelina casts her spell Fireball. Again. Gathering all her strength, she unleashes the ultimate strike Fireball. Max power. After the attack, Angelina pants from exhaustion. Nothing is impossible in this game. That is what Dex taught me. Amidst the blazing red earth, where gods once roamed, four stood still facing the sacred altar of the ancient smiths. The eternal forge reignited. News spread across Arcadia. Heaven and hell alike recognized the revival of Vunke Nurse. All the requirements for the massive update have been met. The big update, the godly resurrection, has been applied. A blue notification pops up. Important announcement. Post-catastrophe scenario. Scenario 100 is now in progress. Helenia sighed, slapped her forehead. So it has finally come to this. She turned to Elise. Elise, please update me on Minsu's current situation without invading his privacy. Elise checked the info board. Yes, the top admin has obtained and installed the Dreamer assignment. There is a message. He will access Arcadia within 13 hours. Helenia closed her eyes. So he is finally logging in. I hoped at least he would avoid a direct confrontation with Dex. At Dex's current development level, there is absolutely no way to beat Minsu's character. She ran through worst-case scenarios, just one hit and Dex's character could. Worried, she asked, Elise, please predict a long-term scenario that excludes Dex's player surviving without adding extra variables. What happens based on this? Elise complied, presenting possible outcomes, confirming the order, running a speculative scenario based on that variable. The Night of Destruction, bloody festivals, hell on earth, unleashed forbidden seals. Human arrogance. The wrath of the masses scenario speculation complete. She added, without that variable, Arcadia is 100% doomed within a minimum of 2 months. Maximum 5 years. Helenia forced a smile. No surprise there. 100% destruction. She added, but why would you install those late-stage crisis scenarios? If not for those, we would not be this worried. Elise responded, pulling data from the database to reply. To keep the game from getting boring, massive threats are necessary in the latter half. The fear of an ending creates excitement for users. These are the opinions of the top administrator. Helenia crossed her arms, smiling smugly. But is not that idea nuts? Since he is playing as the final boss himself. Her face darkened. Worried, Elise, even if Arcadia heads toward destruction, Minsu won't even glance at it. Right? Elise answered, I will respond by analyzing the top admin's tendencies. Instead of continuing service for users, he is likely to end it for his own thrill. Helenia sadly, yeah, that sounds right. I believe in it, the infinite potential, the limitless freedom of Arcadia. Helenia smiled softly, holding out both hands. Elise, let us give it our all. Elise asked back, you mean really all in? Helenia added, let us see who will decide Arcadia's future, Minsu or Dex. She laughed, no matter what, I am betting on Dex being the more consistent gamer. Elise showed Helenia a wide-ranging update. The godly resurrection has been applied, along with a cinematic video related to the update. Time froze for everyone in Arcadia as they watched the video. Dex's face appeared. He smiled. You did it. The breath of beginnings, only pure void existed in the world. In the Bala universe, a glowing human-shaped figure stood alone on Earth's surface, emitting a mysterious green light. Rays radiated from his body, spreading strange energy through space. The Father, standing alone in this meaningless void, created the world tree within this hollow space. Soon after, a glowing sprout emerged, symbolizing life or a new power awakening. Then it birthed countless children, magical sparks floating, thus Arcadia was born. Back when the Father's power spread across the world was joyful and peaceful, more beautiful than ever, a majestic land with endless mountain ranges and lush pine forests. But that peace did not last. One day, the Master of Black Mist suddenly appeared, the oldest darkness. The moment we saw him, we knew he was an equal, maybe even greater than the Father, and he was the enemy of us and our siblings. A tall shadow appeared against a hellish red background. It had no face, but its powerful form was outlined in a terrifying purple glow. The creature's hand was huge and fiercely purple, with a dense black sphere spinning in its palm like a black hole sucking in all light. When it touches us, our very existence gets erased one by one, as if we never existed from the start. Our overabundance was our sin, and that black sphere is slowly swallowing the entire space. We meddled too deeply in the world's laws, creatures that broke the universe's balance. In the end, We invaded the realm where the oldest darkness dwells. Father mourned our destruction, but there was nothing he could do. He buried his face in his hands and cried. Father's tears fell as he had only one hope left for us. He cried out, "My child, guardian of light and justice, protector of heaven, erase all traces of those who have lost their names, all to satisfy the master of the black mist, who came because of our reckless greed. For our sake, bear the guilt." Michael's tears flowed like rivers. If that is Father's wish, then I will. Willingly obeying, the holy war began. She soared with giant wings. Wielding a massive staff, the recorders and believers who became danger gods fell in bloodshed, and our traces were erased in tragedy. Yet we, the ones who remember the warmth of light, never gave up. Even in the darkest depths, a spark flickered. And now, a man bathed in rising light, the Lord of Steel and Fire, God of all smiths and dwarves, volcanoes, have been reborn in Acadia. The Black Mist Temple declared, "Humans, dwarves, worship and praise the divinity you resurrect, and the lost divine powers rebirth, seek it out. The traces of siblings still unfound. Then you will thrive under mighty divine power." The Black Mist's wicked gaze seemed to kill all. "Prepare your strength to face the darkness. In the brightest age, the deepest darkness will rise again." He continued, "Prepare yourselves, my last children, mortals." With a stern look, he said, "Protect Acadia from the oldest darkness." Azura, Elise announced. The video viewing session has ended. Time freeze deactivated. Update complete. Part 2. The Resurrection of Divinity. Become the secret apostles of divinity and restore the ancient divine state. The erased ancient records have been confirmed. Title unlocked. You have become a seeker of the world's secrets. Comments popped up. Zaidi, Azura, ancient divine state. Crazy. So according to the video, there are many creatures like those wild trees. Did you see the faint lights in the video? They spread across the Acadia continent. How can we rewatch that? Did anyone record it? Lots of comments appeared, but is restoring the ancient divine state really safe? Why? Restoring it is a good thing. We will also get hidden classes. Are you guys crazy? Then Azura will come back too. That is right. We should be careful. Live stream started. Dex grinned wickedly. Alright everyone. Can you hear me loud and clear? Everyone shouted. Dexy, 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 Kaya? Dex continued. That guy's a monster ambush. Next, we are taking him down. Dex's eyes widened. Just thinking about it gets me hyped. A global Acadia user ambush, we all join. I want to meet that guy as much as possible. You will help, right? And stretched out his hand. Face grim. Come on. Find them and resurrect them, the ancient divinity. Notification appeared. Broadcast ended. The daily life channel of the Destroyer. Night cityscape, with bright lights stretching across buildings and streets. The clear night sky blending with street lamps and skyscrapers, creating a lovely urban vibe, modern and vibrant. Building lights reflecting brilliantly, showing a city buzzing with life even after dark. Minsu holding his phone, chuckling. What the heck is this live stream? Dex, is this guy seriously crazy? You are smiling. This is starting to get worrying. I wonder if I can really pull off the role of the villain that fits this guy. Elise reporting in. Arcadia system admin rights activated. Top level admin clearance granted. Codename Azura. Access confirmed. Welcome to Arcadia. Wishing you an epic journey. 2 years since its official launch. Arcadia, the thrilling modern ROP, has become a daily part of life for people all over the world. With its fresh, impressive content and wide promotion, the active player count has surpassed 2.4 billion, and it keeps growing steadily. Thanks to that, the game's popularity, revenue, development speed, and market reach exploded like a tsunami, far exceeding all expectations. The stats keep shooting up like a blazing red arrow tearing through the night sky, proving one thing: the world is changing, and this is an unprecedented success. Like an upgraded VR headset, it transports players to a whole new space, a new world. It is not just filling the emptiness inside people, but creating a world where the impossible becomes real. Experts say the secret to this success is its magical ability to offer what real life lacks. Even today, users keep logging into Arcadia, a world that gives them what real life can teach. A whole different reality, where people are not bound by their real selves. There, they live, breathe, and become the best versions of themselves. Arcadia gives everyone value, each with their own reason, ideal, and unique passion. For some, it is pure entertainment, a simple joy to pass the time. They come to Arcadia as a game where they fight, adventure, and break their limits. For others, it is wealth and fame. With intelligence, skill, and grit, they reach power and recognition they never had in real life. For a few, it is love, feeling their heart race, holding someone's hand in the heat of battle, and hearing confessions whispered amid fluttering petals. And for some, Arcadia is not just entertainment, riches, or romance, it is life itself. They live in Arcadia because that is the only real world left for them. Then, returning to their empty, messy, cold rooms, all they have outside that world is a glowing blue cocoon, the only place they still feel alive. The dreamer lid opens, casting a blue light out. He slowly sits up, skinny from not eating enough. Has it really been this long? 2 days without food is the limit. He clutches his rumbling, hungry stomach, gotta find something to eat quick. Then log back in. He stands, looking around his messy room, empty cans and trash everywhere. Clearly, no food here anymore. Right? He is out of food. His face is gone from 2 days without a bite. His eyes flicker back toward the blue light shining on him. He turns toward the room's door. It is slightly open. Should he go out and buy food? The thought flashes through his mind, but he can't decide. Finally, he turns away from the door, as if scared to step outside. Why is ordering food so hard today? Later, after eating and with 2 leftover slices of pizza in the box, he sits back at the dreamer headset, staring at himself. He grabs his wrist and realizes how thin he has become. I have lost a lot of weight, it makes sense. Logging into Dreamer all day. Even eating feels like a hassle. A thought flickers about how much he has been neglecting himself, but he pushes it aside. It is whatever, right? In Arcadia, weight is just one of the few things you can customize. Just log back. With that final thought, the Dreamer lid closes, logging him into Dreamer. Back in Arcadia, the world he feels he belongs to. Connecting to Arcadia, the notification pops up. Finally, you have logged in successfully as the savior of Chenji Village, going by the name Moss. Fluffy hair, strong build, bright eyes, and a fresh face. A far cry from the neglected body you left behind in the real world, wearing a red scarf around your neck, clad in sturdy armor. This place should keep you alive for a few more days. You smile with satisfaction at what you have. Alright, time to start the day. The notification shows your current location, Chenji Village, with golden rice fields, straw-roofed houses, and hills rising behind. NPCs quickly welcome you to their village. A man with a mustache holding a tall basket greets you cheerfully. Welcome, brave adventurer, says a woman carrying goods behind him. Good morning. From kids to elders, everyone comes to greet you. A boy with a shy smile steps forward. Hello, sir. Brave adventurer, says an old woman with a basket of bread. Thank you. Want some bread? Wherever you go, everyone, young or old, man or woman, welcomes you warmly. Hello, hero. Thanks. Great to meet you. You sit under a tree, analyzing the current situation. This is Chenji Village, a small settlement on the western edge of the second continent. You recall not long ago a level 78 monster terrorized and attacked the villagers here. You went by chance and defeated a 2-headed level 78 monster that had been attacking this village for a long time. Although it is not suited to this area's level design, by Arcadia's standards, it was not a particularly strong monster. You take a bite of the bread just given, staring off into space. Of course, NPC that does not know any of this. Thanks to that, you earned the title Savior of Chenji Village, Moss, making it easy to become the village hero. The god was reborn surrounded by fire with blazing bright eyes. The info board appears before you. You focus on reading and processing the details to plan your next move. The rebirth of divinity starts with Volcanus. That event has already happened. The main Arcadia storyline has progressed, explaining why the atmosphere feels so intense. A young man appears on the info screen, his face unclear. At the center of it all is Dex, a player who has never stopped causing chaos to manipulate Arcadia to his will. You stare at Dex's image on the screen for a long moment. After a while, he decides to push it aside. Whatever, it has got nothing to do with me. Sunlight filters through the trees, the vast blue sky peaceful around him. He has given up living properly, even in this game. Arcadia, the game that changed everything for him, a different world. Endless possibilities. Unlimited freedom. All those tempting words tangled in mystery. He remembers his old self. Just a regular guy with a bit of a shy streak, lured by those enticing offers, spending all his money to buy Dreamer. At first, he was totally mesmerized by that promise and blew all his savings on Dreamer. He looks ahead, his eyes a mix of surprise and worry. He spent a fortune on this with just a tiny hope. Hope that maybe, just maybe, he could be different there. So he dove deep into the virtual world, climbing all the way to level 137 as a shadow assassin. He played hard, even cracked the top 200 in the first continent, unlocking a hidden class, but the result was the same: Moss. He still could not escape his own shadow in the real world. It did not bring what he hoped for, whether real or virtual. He still could not connect with others. A fantasy game world, a hidden class, none of it mattered. Even here, there are still people, and once again, I just can't fit in with them. Then an old man with white hair approaches Lucas, the chief of Chechi village. Moss, here you are. Moss looks up at him. Good morning, chief. Lucas extends his hand. I have been looking everywhere for you. I have something to discuss. Something to discuss? Moss repeats, curious and a bit surprised. Lucas strokes his beard, smiling at him. NPCs are great because they are not real people. Their attitude shifts just by a simple title. That way, I do not have to worry about what they think of me. If I am really curious, I just check their reputation level. He keeps talking, following the scripted story. You know the mountain behind our tome lies at the energy border of the mountain range. Right? There's been reports of strange activity in that forest. I figured it would be smart to get advice from someone like you. If you do not mind, he rambles on. But chatting's simple if you respond in line with their script. They will leave. Lucas looks at him hopefully, waiting for a reply to move the story forward, but Moss stays silent since the first time we met. I have been thinking this, Moss. He says, are you worried about something big? Lucas asks. Catching Moss off guard, the atmosphere suddenly shifts, tense and strange. Moss shows no expression, but the vibe is totally different from moments ago. What do you mean? Lucas is startled by Moss' reaction and quickly explains. Well, you see, he does not know how to continue and just sighs. Sorry about that. Moss stays seated under the tree, listening as he continues. Honestly, from the start, I thought it was odd for someone like you to stay in the village so long. Their village is just like any other, so usually after finishing tasks, travelers move on. But Moss stayed, which made him curious. It is awkward for me to say this as chief, but Chiji is not really a place for adventurers to linger, especially strong ones like you. His voice drops, trailing off before continuing, so I kept wondering why. Moss listens closely as he says, maybe you just wanted to rest here for a while. He smiles gently, raising his hand slightly, then adds, I do not know why an adventurer at your level would feel that way. Maybe you have been deeply hurt by others. Moss hesitates, unsure how to answer. Lucas notices and quickly reassures him. It is you do not have to say anything. I am not asking for a response. Moss looks up as Lucas keeps talking. Looks like you prefer being alone, so I have tried not to interfere, but in the end, I made a mistake. Lucas smiled warmly, his grin brighter than the winter sun. Moss, I am truly grateful to you. Not just him, but everyone. The whole village feels the same way. The wind rustled through the branches as Lucas continued. I want you to know this comes from the heart. He turned to leave, saying, the village will be fine even if you go, so do not hesitate. Leave whenever you want, and come back whenever you please. Everyone will be waiting. He left Moss with final advice before heading off. I will handle the earlier consultation myself. Take care. Moss quickly reached out to grab him, but it was too late. All he could do was stare as he vanished before his eyes. Moss logged out and returned to the real world. But those feelings lingered even after leaving the game. He ran his hand through his hair, trying to calm down after coming back to reality. A soft chuckle escaped his lips. Haha, he touched his beard. The gaunt look and earlier expression were gone, replaced by a brighter face. His beard had grown quite long time for a shave in the game world. Evening fell over Chechi village, and beneath the tree where Moss once sat, something began to glow, a red light growing stronger along the vines. Red sparks flickered, lighting up the dark. Silent night. An eye appeared, wide open, its pupil blood red and shining like a ruby. The system started flashing warnings all around. Everything had shifted to red alert. Important notice. Post-crisis scenario activated. Scenario 01 initiated. Activate mechanism. Search for achievements linked to the ancient darkness. Elise hovered in midair, trying to get a grip on what was happening. Death achievement confirmed. Death detected. Searching for users linked to this achievement. User Moss confirmed. Elise's eyes widened as a violet, gem-like diamond icon appeared in them, marking this individual as level 1 tracking target. In the dark space surrounded by strange lights and an eerie aura, Moss' character stood under the watch of a giant eye. Morning light streamed into his room, but it was no longer messy with empty cans. It was clean and tidy. Moss logged back into the game and lay in Dreamer. His face was freshly shaved and looked fuller than before. A quick notification popped up with a new mission. Mission: Chechi Village Festival. Help prepare a small village on the outskirts. Rewards: 10 freshly baked loaves of bread and 3 light beers. He glanced at the notice and sighed. Should I do this? Well, I have got the time anyway. That night, Chechi Village held a festival. The bonfire blazed brightly, couples danced around, and men happily chatted with beers in hand. Lucas sat beside him, smiling at the happy villagers. Thank you, Moss. I heard you helped organize the festival. Moss was quiet for a moment, then replied, It is nothing. We always help each other out. Lucas looked surprised by his words. He happily clapped Moss on the shoulder and said loudly, Look at you. You have really changed. Everyone in the village was glad to see him looking more lively. Moss blushed and responded, "Really?" A smile spread across his face as he looked at Lucas. He turned away briefly before speaking again. "Village chief, I am planning to leave the village tomorrow." He clenched his fists as he continued, "I want to start fresh everything." The chief turned to him and said, "I will visit often. I hope you will still care about me." Lucas smiled at his decision. "That is right. The thinking is spot on. Every adventure has to have a little risk." Glasses were raised as Lucas cheered. He was proud that Moss dared to step out of his comfort zone to explore new lands. "Come on, everyone. Let us toast to Moss' new journey." Smiles lit up their faces as they celebrated their hero. Moss, he smiled brightly, soaking in the happy vibe. He was glad everyone supported his choice. Moss snapped back to reality, sitting in Dreamer, lost in thought. "You smiled softly after everything that happened, thanking the person who created Arcadia for giving me a place to call home. You thought night had fallen, stars twinkling high above, while the pure white castle of the Holy Kingdom still glowed with light. A young man with long red hair, still clad in armor, and knelt before a dignified man seated on a golden throne. Your Holiness, I humbly report the political situation between the continents." He was Igudu, the holy sword of the Holy Kingdom. His serious face turned toward the one called the Pope, just as the saint had predicted. "Before the continent merger event, we confirmed the existence of other holy kingdoms like ours on different continents." He also reported that day was Pope May. Naturally, as the saint predicted, just like the World Trees revival and the continent merger, Igudu presented a scroll of holy scripture tied with a red ribbon. This letter came from the Holy Kingdom of Brethren. After confirming the god's existence, they rejoiced and swore loyalty to our holy kingdom. Pope May was quite surprised by this. Even after all this time, they have managed to hold on to their faith so steadfastly. That is truly heartening. His eyes narrowed slightly as he continued. "What about the heretics?" Igudu frowned. "That too was within the gods' prediction. Their ice barrier was shattered by surrounding flames. The temperature contrast cracked it into pieces. The eternal ice seal in the iceberg was broken. The dwarves started appearing everywhere, gathering together, using fire to break through the ice wall. Their faces showed clear hostility. Dissatisfied with the revival of the sacred fire and steel, we detected strange movements from the dwarven clans in many places. According to the intel, they are preparing to abandon their hideouts and regroup somewhere else. Tensions rose as your holiness heard about the dwarves' strange actions. Not just the dwarves, but hybrids, Odin, even Goblin were moving." Idu spoke loudly about the urgent situation. "Your holiness, before these cruel heretics plunge the world back into chaos, we must eradicate the holy heresy. Please order the knights to deploy." Your holiness pondered his request deeply, weighing the pros and cons to give a fitting answer. Finally, he made his decision calmly. "We can confirm this yet. For now, let them be." Igudu was shocked by the decision. He hesitated about letting the dwarves run wild and tried to persuade him. "Your Holiness," but the Pope quickly interrupted before he could finish. "What we want is lasting peace. Right now, our Holy Kingdom is pointing its sword to wipe out the heretics. Many will bleed." He continued, growing more worried, making Igudu sweat if peace collapses at this threshold. "Won't everything be for nothing?" He raised his hand in frustration, clearly troubled by this dilemma: attack or retreat. Neither option is good. The saint has not received any revelations yet, so I think we should observe their actions for now. Igudu nodded, seeming to understand why the Pope made this far-sighted decision. The knight's emblem glowed, showing their unwavering loyalty to the country and to Pope May. Igudu spoke up as well. "Then I will order the knights embedded in various places to keep monitoring the situation." The Pope agreed with the plan. "Yes, let us proceed that way." Outside the window of the Twilight Palace, night was settling in after the tense meeting between Pope May and Igudu. His thoughts lingered after making the decision. This should be fine. He walked alongside Igudu, still troubled by everything that had happened. He had long wrestled with one question: should we condemn those lost souls who abandoned their faith as utterly evil? They say it was the Pope's prophecy that gave them faith like that, but maybe we misunderstood his words. He was gradually finding an answer he believed was right. Perhaps this is a chance to make things right. A sudden, sharp scream cut through May's thoughts, startling him. Something bad had happened. May and Igudu quickly rushed into the room. "What is going on?" The nun was trying to calm a white-haired girl sitting under the nun's pulpit, trembling and lost. "Your Holiness, Holy One, Saint." The girl sat huddled beneath the pulpit, clutching her head tightly, shaking nonstop despite the nun's efforts to soothe her. May's pupils shrank as the girl looked up. Diamond-shaped symbols appeared in her eyes, glowing with a prophecy of cause and effect. May started piecing together the situation. A divine curse from the heavens was descending. He recalled the collapse, the trembling, and the piercing screams from earlier things that had never happened before. But why those screams? What was unprecedented? The girl stretched out her hand, mumbling endlessly. Where the light of the chaotic age shines, the oldest flame awakens. The world's crimson core. Fear was clear on her face, but her mouth moved against it, as if controlled by someone else. Mortals enchanted by the whispering flame would devastate this peaceful land. The punishment for such arrogance would be terrible. Fear us? Mortals? The more she spoke, the more worry and panic showed on May and Igudiu's faces. Those who dare trample this land and worship the oldest shadow engulfing Arcadia. Her words seemed to spark a sudden realization in him, an idea flickering through his mind. The girl's fear escalated until she seemed out of control. Tears streaming from her eyes, sweat poured heavily down her face as well. Holy Father, what should we do? The world will soon drown in endless darkness. He quickly ordered Igudiu, who stood behind him, send orders to the believers across the continent. He spoke with pure anger. Find traces of the ancient holy relics faster than any explorer ever could and wipe them out of Arcadia forever. He realized he would made a terrible mistake. His judgment had been wrong. Long-lasting peace had dulled his mind. Those heretics, kill them as fast as possible. We must crush this evil at its root immediately. The mission board popped up. The Holy Order mission was updated. A mission to investigate the undead uprising was issued. The resurrection of the heretic god Vulcanos is shaking the world's order. Before this corrupt power falls into foolish hands, lead them in the name of the Holy One. Find the ancient sacred relics and report back to the Holy Squad. Extra rewards will be given for discovering sites linked to demons. The Tomochiji, you have found an entrance to a relic site hiding a curse. A deadly aura blocks the entrance. Hidden conditions must be met to proceed. A group stands before strange auras blocking their path. Deadly miasma. System alert says it is linked to the heretic god. A young man in silver armor with white hair and a blue scarf. He is from the Holy Kingdom. Leader of the Holy Order. Chen Han just got hit by a trap. A black-haired, red-eyed guy behind him looked over and said, "Boss, what is our move now?" "According to our holy ranks, getting in there is tough," he replied irritably. "How should I know? They said there is a reward. That is all." Meanwhile, behind a tree, a girl hides watching them. Who are those guys? And why are they on the mountain? While moving, she accidentally stepped on a dry branch, snapping it loudly. Chun Hun quickly noticed and turned toward the noise. The girl gasped when she realized she had been spotted. He swiftly used his power to summon a gigantic hand that shot toward her at lightning speed. Its light engulfed her. It was called the Iron Faith Hand. It moved so fast she could not escape. Before she knew it, it was right there. No chance to back away. The hand grabbed her tight, suspending her midair. He started questioning her. "Who are you? Tell me the truth." The girl begged desperately. "Please spare me. Sir Explorer, I was just passing by accident. Her name is Sina, and she is just an ordinary herbalist." When he realized this, he felt a bit disappointed. "What? Just a regular?" He clicked his tongue. "The investigation order has been updated. Please check the related information." The system info popped up next to him, and he glanced over to read the order. A sly smile crept onto his lips as he finished reading. "What is this? Hee, that old teacher's pretending to be scared." He quickly let go of Sina and ordered her, "Hey, is there a village nearby? Lead us there quickly." Sina glared at him and replied, "Huh, why come to our village?" He leaned close to Xena, lowering his voice an octave, his eyes flashing with cruelty and dark intent. "We have business there. In the name of the god's will, the mission. The dead one reveal a sealed sacred relic that is extremely evil and suspicious. But an innocent herbalist witnessed its existence. Those who could spread the secret have fallen into eternal sleep under heavy sedation to protect the continent's peace, to prevent innocent lives from being sacrificed. Are you willing to get your hands bloody and destroy the Chechi village near the sealed sacred relic? This is a special mission. Total silence required. Extra rewards if you manage to kill all PCs in the village." Ma stood frozen in front of the village he once protected. The people he trusted and who inspired him all burned to ashes by fierce flames. His eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing. He did not want to see this. He did not want to believe it. "What is this?" Those red eyes appeared again, this time targeting Moss. Moss quickly brushed aside the flames that kept devouring the space around him, his face filled with worry and fear. After running into the village, Moss stood amid the raging fire. "Is anyone there? Uncle Ken? Rena? The village chief?" Moss's face was drenched in sweat, probably from the heat. He frantically searched around, his voice thick. "Please. Someone. Please." Suddenly, a voice called his name. "Moss." He quickly spotted the village chief barely breathing, leaning against some rice sacks. Seeing this, Moss shouted, "Village chief!" Behind Moss, the fierce blaze still raged on. He panicked and kept asking, "What happened? Why is this happening? Wait, let me find the healer." Seeing his urgency, the village chief weakly said, "Moss, run." He reached out to Moss, blood covering his body. Fighting the pain, the chief said, the adventurers from the church, everyone in the village, all of them. Images of innocent villagers being brutally killed in the fire flashed with the chief's fading voice. You are in danger too. Hurry, run. Hearing this, Mas's face turned pale. Calmly, he asked, the church, why would they do this to the village? It seemed the village chief could not hold on any longer. There is something more I want to tell you. Mas knelt on one knee before the chief, trying to hear more. But the system notification popped up, and Lucas, village chief of Chiji, has died. You can no longer interact with this MP's. Tears welled up in Mas' eyes. He was in pain and shock, his face full of despair. A thought flashed through his mind. Why? In front of him stood a group of men, seemingly the ones behind this disaster. Flames still blazed everywhere, painting the space red. After what happened, Mas's gaze sharpened. The pain was gone from his eyes. He silently vowed, I will kill them all. Mas stared at his hands. I will kill every single one. I will find them all with my own hands. The giant eye from before stared down at Mas as he held his face, eyes wide with fury. The system alert turned red. The primal death is watching you, the system announced. O young believer seeking revenge. Mas' expression froze when the system said, I will support you. Avenger. Suddenly, the flames in front of Mas formed a giant circle. The system continued. You have received the secret of Oroi Mountain. The secret of Oroi Mountain. The divine being who controls fate is sleeping beneath Oroi Mountain and wants to test you, O seeker of power. Will you answer the call? You have found the relic where primal death slumbers. Mas stood still, deep in thought. No room for hesitation. He slowly brought his hand closer to that fierce flame, willing to take whatever power it gave him for revenge. Facing the ring of fire, Mas reached out. His mind racing, he did not care what that thing was. Mas stepped through the terrifying circle of fire. It was the gateway to the demon's lair. Pitch dark like a cave. And right in front of him now was that demon. The system panel appeared. The primordial death grants you entry. Enter the ruins. The artifact of death. The death's resting place. The demon spoke softly. I did not expect you to come straight here. That is a surprise. It got excited. Its face twisted and eerie. Welcome, adventurer. Death. The artifact of death. Death had not finished speaking yet. Mas cut him off immediately. Why? The demon looked dumbfounded, then asked back. Why? Mas lowered his face coolly. Why choose me? He looked up with hollow eyes. I do not have time to waste. If you do not get to the point, I am leaving. The demon's face twitched, but it kept babbling on after hearing Mas. Death replied with a chuckle. Huh? If you could see yourself right now, you would not say that. Fine, I will explain. The sly demon raised a finger, grinning crazily. First, death is fair to all. That fairness just happened to pick you. It held up two fingers. But continuing. Second, the demon said, I believe you can fulfill my request without hesitation. Mas raised an eyebrow, questioning the demon. Request? The demon nodded. Yes, I will grant you the power to take revenge. But in return, the demon laughed wildly. Bring death to this world. To Arcadia, for the sake of the oldest darkness. Lord Azura. Mas froze, speechless, eyes darting in disbelief at what he had just heard. Mas stood there, the gate behind him still open, when the system panel flashed a message. Leave the ruins. You have completed the secret of Mount Oroi. The primordial death appointed you as Mundu. You have evolved into the reincarnation enforcer. Authority over life cycles granted. New missions added. Mas thought to himself. Mission system. So this is the mandatory quest to gain Mundo's power. The system continued. Mission, in the name of Mundo. Bring death to the guilty. Targets for execution. Chinon. Babayetu. Agetha. Holy moly. Reshwati Kang. Staring at the system panel, Mas fell into deep thought. The names of the guilty. Images of villagers being slaughtered flashed through his mind again. These must be the ones who attacked Chechi village. Mas smiled eerily, muttering to himself like a lunatic. Interesting. Let us take care of the urgent matter first. Right? I will repay this debt with unwavering loyalty. He raised his sword like a true avenger, eyes burning with hatred, continuing his monologue. Primordial death. What a beautiful sword. Just looking at it screams revenge. The system announced. Authority energy over life cycles transferred to your equipment. Divine weapon. Last breath. Special effect. When you successfully land a finishing blow with last breath, the target will be forced to die beneath the Orogan mountain in Chechi village. Elsewhere, the villagers' killers sat around a flickering campfire. Chinon smiled smugly. Great job, everyone. Thanks to you, we even finished the special mission. Babeta happily replied, mostly babbling nonsense. Yeah, no big deal. Boss, nothing too hard or impressive here. Agatha joined in. though our youngest had trouble finding the last MC. Right? Reshwadi Kang scratched his head like he had an itch. The NPC did not fight back, which is good, but they kept running away, so it was tough to catch. Chenon stroked his chin thoughtfully. Now, we need to report back to the Imperial headquarters to complete the mission. At dawn, head straight to the teleportation gate. Of course, I will cover the cost. The others sitting nearby started flattering their boss. Teleport gate. Whoa, boss. You are the man. They continued chatting happily as the campfire flickered. Laughing. And that is not all. Let us get together this weekend for a company dinner. It has been a while. Guhu, our beloved boss, truly the best. Chinon smiled slyly and with deep calculation, thinking to himself, fools. I should be thanking you guys. Didn't expect to land this job for such a steal. The guild's emblem appeared, revealing a system called contribution points. This stat is separate from level and is used to rank up professions. But Agatha folded her arms and sighed at someone nearby. The collection difficulty was so high that many users gave up on using contribution points. However, if someone could complete the first epic quest from the Holy Empire, Shinhan kept grinning like a madman. If we are the first to finish it, we can rake in those contribution points. If I become a high-ranking linked profession, the resources I get from related quests will multiply by 10. That is basically sitting on a gold mine. Suddenly, Mo appeared from a distance, jewel swords in hand, and said sharply, "Looks like you guys are getting cocky." Shinhan did not move but tried to size him up. "Who the hell are you?" Babayat too quickly answered. "Just by looking at you, it is obvious you are part of some shady gang. Boss." He stood up ready to act, smiling coldly. "Look at those ragged clothes. What? A shadow assassin? Is that your thing? Always lurking in the dark?" He stepped closer to Moss, placed a hand on his shoulder, and taunted, "It is obvious what kind of person you are in real life." Moss replied flatly, like a CEO about to school some lowlife. "Chin Han, Babayat, Agetha, holy moly, Resvadi. Well, the whole gang's here." He continued, "Let me ask you this. The Chiji village you guys caused all that, right?" Suddenly suspicious, Chinhan started getting serious and more cautious. Babayat, still standing beside him, laughed like a maniac. "What is this? Don't tell me you have got some important mission in that village. Haha. Tough luck. We have got business too." Suddenly blood splattered, but Bayat too had a slash across his back. So fast he did not even realize what hit him before he screamed in pain. System alerts kept popping up. "You were hit in a critical spot. Critical hit. You are severely injured. Effect. You are bleeding. Effect. You have severed nerves. Effect. You have been poisoned with a deadly toxin." Seeing his underling wounded, Chinhan sprang up ready to attack, face dark with anger. "Damn it! Where the hell did you come from?" He unleashed a strike, summoning a giant hand from the sky aimed straight at Moss, the hand of judgment. Moss was not backing down. Quick and slick, he countered, but first with words. As usual, just as Chinhan's giant hand seemed about to crush him, Moss used a shadow step skill to dodge lightly, catching Chinhan completely off guard. Chinhan thought to himself, he dodged it. This skill's too reliable. He cursed inwardly. Sneaky little rat. This is exactly why I hate assassin types. Frustrated, he spun around and yelled at Agatha's face. "Agatha, what are you doing? Heal him. Fast." Below, Agatha placed her hands on the wound of the fat Babayat too, who was grimacing in pain but helplessly yelled back at the boss. "Guild leader, I have tried everything. Holy magic has no effect whatsoever." Babayat too looked like an idiot, his eyes bloodshot as he forced himself to glare at Moss and Mo. "Damn it! You bastard. I remember your account name now." What did he say? Wait. What? The fat guy's vision blurred actually from poison that made his face as red as blood. He struggled to spit out a few more filthy words, logging in again. "Damn it! I swear, that demon named Death or whatever in some godforsaken place, yet he knew everything happening around Babayat 2's group." He chuckled wickedly. 1. System message. Game over. You have died. Authority of the life cycle consumes the player's soul. The primal death triggers the immortality blessing reset. Babayat 2 has returned to the reincarnation cycle. Senior member Babayat 2 has left the guild. Chinhan's face paled when he saw the system message. He thought, what does this notification mean? The guild? Right now, he reached out to the system panel to respond but was still thinking hard. I need to contact those offline. Huh, why are not they on my friends list? Chinhan's face twisted in pain and confusion. He was worried and thought, what the hell is going on? Agatha and that knight inside him also jumped into the fight. Moss just stood there, staring in shock at what was happening. What the hell is going on? With just a few slashes, Moss quickly took down 2 of Agatha's henchmen. He had truly become a merciless executioner. System notifications popped up one after another in front of Agatha. Member Agatha has left the guild. Member Reshvardikan has left the guild. Agatha was stunned. Reshvardikan too. Watching Moss charge like a bullet, Agatha felt uneasy. Something was definitely off. Realizing Moss's terrifying power, he screamed and bolted, "Run for your life." Agatha's eyes widened as cowardly thoughts raced through his mind. He was about to become a high priest. He could not die here. When he looked back to see if Moss was close, the guy was already right in front of him, moving so fast it was like he was on turbo. Moss' furious eyes locked on him. He roared, "You are done. Left alone." Agatha collapsed like a clown, scrambling backward with his hands out, trying to block the charging missile. He screamed in panic, Get away! Stay away from me! What are you? Who are you? Why are you doing this to us?" Moss stared coldly and said, "I honestly do not know what to say. Because of scum like you, all the villagers of Chiji had to die in pain." Agatha quickly defended himself. "The Chiji villagers. They are just confused." Agatha shouted into Moss' face. "Wait, are you saying you are avenging those NPCs? What the hell? We are just data." "Oh no? Blood spurting again. System alert. Critical hit. You have taken heavy damage. Status effect. Severe bleeding." Agatha's arm was basically chopped off instantly. The system kept warning. Status effect: nerve damage from severed limb. Agatha writhed in pain. "Ah, my arm." Agatha immediately panicked like a scared kid. "Please, Moss, stop. I am gonna die. My contribution points will disappear." Moss looked at the trembling guy clutching his severed arm and said, "Those people might just be NPCs to you, but to me, they are family more precious than anything." Agatha kept yelling in frustration. "Haha, you have lost your mind. Have not you?" He spat. "You are playing this game just to play family with a bunch of NPCs. What kind of loser are you?" Moss's face said, "Whatever. Say what you want and get lost." Agatha kept ranting. "You want me to die for that nonsense? Don't he make me laugh? You are insane." "Oh man, what kind of curse was that?" Agatha just broke TikTok's community guidelines with that one. "Damn it, I have got your id now. Once this death sentence expires, I am coming back to kill you." Blood spurted out again. Someone's about to die. Agatha died unexpectedly. Did not even get to finish his rant. The system must be so annoyed. Why does it keep popping up without payment? The power of death corrupts a player's soul. The primal death consumes the blessing of immortality, sending the soul back to the cycle of reincarnation. Moss looked into the void and quietly said, "Village chief and villagers, can you see this?" He smiled with satisfaction, having finally avenged them. "Don't hurt anymore. Please rest in peace." The blood-red moon glowed brightly in the silent night sky. "And please, watch over me." Moss smiled wickedly in monologue. "I will wipe out the guild that mercilessly trampled on everyone with my own hands." In another dimension, a mysterious man muttered to himself like he was lost in thought, seemingly aware of the situation with Moss. "The first kill was too easy. This guy moves fast, I like it." He grinned slyly. "The game has begun. What should I do next?" "Elsewhere." El Jadman called out a name. "Dex." The girl was sweating nervously. "Oh no, the Empire's capital is covered by that aura." At Red Dragon's lair, Corp Bennas Hidyat, a cheerful guy, was talking to his master about something. "Welcome back, Master. Just this once, could you come to the Demon Realm for a special lecture for our long-standing friendship?" The lively kid next to Dex kept jumping around nonstop, not caring if the master found it annoying. "Everyone's waiting for you. Just once. Please. Think of it as contributing your talent." Dex was so pissed off he almost lost it, yelling at the kid. "Seriously, why keep asking? Just stop already." Standing across, suddenly spoke up. "Sir Dex." The girl looked really uneasy and said, "I can explain everything right now, but can we stop by the Holy Empire?" Hearing this, Old Tan got fired up. "Huh? The Holy Empire?" Dex, that sounds like nonsense. But Dex did not reject it like Tan did. He asked back, "Why? What is up with you, simp?" Suddenly, Chot realized something. "Wait, this is..." Memories flashed back. Elle was hiding under Dex's cloak, whispering softly, "Sir Dex, are you planning to save that kid now?" Dex asked. "What is wrong?" The girl's eyes sparkled as she continued, "I can explain clearly, but, to me, that kid..." Does Michael sense something too? Back in the present, Elle and little demon Tan were bickering. Tan shouted first, "Hey, do not tell me you do not want to go the demon realm with your master, just because you do not like it. Don't he be so petty." The little angel fired back, shouting right into Old Tan's face, "If you do not know, then shut up. That is not the important part right now." Tan kept arguing. "Shut up. Are you really an angel?" Death was tired of it, raising both hands. "All right. What is the real issue here?" I went back to looking worried. I do not know exactly. But Tan jumped in yelling at Elle. Oh come on, if you do not know, who else will? Stop freaking out like that. Elle's face turned sly. If you are not an angel, I would have kicked your butt by now. Turns out angels can dish it out too. After giving Tan a bump on the head, she continued, in a prophecy about cause and effect, I saw terrifying storm heading for the Holy Empire. Elle said worriedly, this kind of cause and effect has never appeared since the Holy War long ago. Hearing that, both Tan and Death paused. Death then calmly said, all right, let us head to the Holy Empire. Elle was shocked. Really? Death added, this prophecy sounds interesting. He suddenly smiled a little. But honestly, Death pointed at himself cheerfully. I have no clue what to do. Elle was shocked, like she just realized something. She thought, wait, could that huge, scary storm actually be? Death clenched his fists, laughing like a maniac. Hee, finally caught a bite. Wonder if I will get a new slave? I mean, a new support. Elle fell into deep thought. Definitely not. If this is serious, I will do my best to intervene. For the first time in his life, Michael was avoiding the truth. Not long after, a post caught the attention of Arcadia users worldwide. The player named Ninehorn slammed the table and yelled, I do not know how this damn company manages user data anymore. Ninehorn appeared as a game character. Nothing more. Level 182. My character got deleted. The high-level priest I invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in. His eyes narrowed angrily. Not just other members' characters got completely deleted too. Right after being killed by a user named Moss. Moss appeared through the angry complaints of that player. I do not know exactly what he did, but somehow he hacked Arcadia's security. I immediately asked the game company for confirmation, but they just said it was a legit game system result. Comments kept pouring in. Character deletion is so frustrating. They must be spent a lot of time and money. Can anyone believe this? It is obviously a lie. Haha, all just clickbait. But if it is true, that means someone can delete characters with skills or items in the game. That is kinda scary. If someone like that existed, they would be famous by now. I have never heard of Moss before. Just clickbait. Ignore it. Contrary to hopes that this was fake, after the video, a huge number of users reported the same issue. I am reporting user named Moss. Please help. My character was deleted. The common thread, all were killed by Moss for unknown reasons, and all were wholly related classes. As concern grew, users started paying attention to the livestream broadcast. During the live stream, Moss was closing in with a terrifying killing intent. He grinned wickedly and said, do not feel too cheated. Holy Society folks, this is just a game, and I am using the game's system. Resistance is useless, and I have no intention of stopping. Raised his swords, his face fierce like a beast, saying, until the day I can face I am the Pope of the Holy Empire. Jiang sat in front of the screen, chuckling. This guy's revealing his plan live on air. Crazy. He seemed pretty amused. A Moss assassin. Huh. That is kinda interesting. Bodies of the dead sprawled everywhere as Moss slowly approached the frightened priest, still gripping two swords in his hands. Moss was cold and ruthless. The cardinal responsible for this city. That man was High Cardinal Gideon, his face pale with fear, stammering. No way. This can't be happening. The bloody scene unfolded, fallen warriors everywhere. How could the mighty heavenly army collapse so completely? It made no sense. Moss smirked. I told you. Useless? Your strength means nothing to me. His sword glowed, emitting red sparks, but instead, it only fueled my mission. He pointed the sword straight at Gideon's face. The cardinal sat speechless, frozen by Moss' deadly threat, but Moss added, don't lose hope, I will grant you a fair death. Gideon was terrified but quickly turned furious, growling as he placed his hands on the cross before his chest. Golden sparks flashed as he chanted, O sword that guards the supreme heavens, shining bright in this place and time, I offer you all that I have. The messenger he called on was Archangel Aphidon. As Gideon finished, the Archangel's silhouette appeared, wielding a sword. Seeing such a majestic figure before him, Moss was slightly surprised. He faced the Archangel, an emotionless figure standing there like a shadow. Moss scoffed, then burst into a long laugh. Honestly, I do not get it, this bloody red curtain. He continued, like I said, your divine power means nothing to me. What is it worth dying for? Thanks, Cardinal, Moss said as if powered up. Completely transformed, his eyes now blazing. He raised his sword in front of him. I am short on offerings with only priests and knights, but you brought me a quality sacrifice. He readied his attack. The sword seemed wrapped in deadly energy. In the name of all things, I command you, appear. My companions, shadows emerge, ferocious wolves thirsty for blood. Soul eaters. Moss pointed at his foes and ordered, take them down. The savage wolves, sharp fangs gleaming, dashed at lightning speed on command. They were small compared to the Archangel, but fought with 5 times his power. Tearing apart the Archangel piece by piece, Gideon watched helplessly, realizing that even sacrificing his life was useless. Those creatures were devouring both the divine power and the Archangel itself. Now it was Moss's turn. He charged forward without hesitation. Gideon barely had time to cry out. The look in his eyes said it all. Oh God! The sword slashed across his eyes. The traitor, Cardinal Maven, was defeated. Mission complete. Life Authority absorbed divine power. Your stats have increased significantly. The Primal Death selects the next target. Pleased with your actions. Please check the mission system. Moss stood tall and declared to all players of the Holy Faction, my next destination is the Holy Empire, Eden. Everyone watching live could see how bloodthirsty Moss looked. He issued a challenge. If you want to stop me, wait for me in Eden. He ended the broadcast with one last line. I will grant you all a peaceful death. Xian clapped his hands, watching Moss moves with great interest. What a flashy style. He does not care about the consequences at all. Then he turned to ask, if death really destroys the Holy Empire, what will happen next? El answered with a hint of fear. This was something I did not even want to imagine. If you buy from the god of death itself and get fully resurrected in Arcadia, then the divine blessing all adventurers rely on, the blessing of immortality, would vanish. El's words were proven as a terrifying skull appeared, signaling that adventurers would no longer be able to resurrect. Hearing this, Xiang rubbed his chin, thinking, so death means game over. Huh. Hardcore mode. Not bad at all. Then suddenly he wondered, should I keep this guy as a friend? Everyone saw Moss as a ruthless, dangerous presence. Xian's gaze grew distant in thought, but he said nothing. The revenge mission to bury the dead piece was something most would not understand. Still, he thought maybe he could relate to that feeling, even if just a little. His mind weighed heavy as he sighed, while El beside him watched curiously, wondering what he was thinking. Then he turned back and continued, does not that Moss guy really cause trouble for other adventurers? She was startled, but answered, yeah, he really does. But then another thought came to mind. Isn't it the last person who should say that? Dex. His face showed a hint of satisfaction. That teacher of yours. If I want to play the game that seriously, I should at least enjoy it. He recalled a chat in the office where he said it is the publisher's job to manage gameplay. Right? Handsome but with a sly grin. He said, so as a player, my duty is not to overthink, but to enjoy everything to the fullest. Then he went back to watching the screen. The eyes focused as the screen showed a feasibility score of 172,311,200. Tan suddenly sneered. Hey, Wing Dings, I heard your angel got cooked. Pathetic. What is your next move? You clenched her teeth in anger. You damn bastard. You want to die. Do not. Tan laughed until tears came. Come on now. If it were me, would not I laugh too? How does it feel? Going from oppressor to victim must drive you crazy. She was angry, but also blushing with a hint of embarrassment. You should not laugh, either. If it is the god of death, a full resurrection of death itself, even you demons in the underworld 1T escape death. Tan chuckled casually. Yeah, that is something to worry about. But watching you losers suffer is pretty satisfying. Then he laughed loudly. You got so mad she started shouting curses. Fine. You bastard. I will kill you myself instead of death. Then she charged at Tan to fight. Go ahead. If you have got energy to waste on me, you better use it to stop death. Ignoring the scuffle nearby, Jian's face lit up like he would found the truth. I have made up my mind. He turned back and shouted, Tan, let us stop the resurrection of primal death. They tensed up at his words, but El still held Tan by the collar. The two of them looked completely different. El asked, really? Master Dex, on the other side, panic flooded, and they could not believe their ears. What are you saying? Why would the master stop death? Jiang answered innocently, because it sounds more interesting. The only one still furious was Tan. Think about it. Master, the more chaotic the world, the easier it is to rack up feasibility points. Isn't he that right? So siding with the death crowd is more beneficial than helping those damn angels. Tan's words stirred the wild beast deep inside him. What are you talking about, Tan? How could I benefit by siding with someone weaker? Realizing he would slipped up, his face and soul shattered in that moment. What an expression. He broke out in cold sweat. I am Duke? That crazy look. What was I thinking back then? But then Ji Yang gently hugged Yo's waist. Don't worry. I will handle your worries. She smiled warmly. Master Dex. So that means, Ji Yang confirmed. Yes, I will definitely stop the resurrection of primal death, like striking gold. Yu's eyes sparkled, surrounded by love. I know I can count on you. Master Dex, he laughed loudly. Then you won to be too upset about it. Right? You froze at her master's words. She did not understand, a bit worried on her face. What do you mean? The annoying bastard muttered. Master, and always loving that damn daughter. He sat quietly in a corner, pitifully wrapped up in his own troubles. Every time I get called crafty, you make a disgusted face. But I know the truth behind it. You have always loved you. But Jia Yang just ignored it and started messing with something on the screen. Come on, Tan. Get up, it is time to work. So bored. Tan sat there grumbling, clearly annoyed. Huh? Suddenly jumping in right now? You are borrowing the power of those chicken wings. There is a package next to you. So this caught me off guard. Wait, Master, could it be? That package over there is the broken Death Zero sword, a legendary artifact. These are shards of the Death Zero sword, a demonic relic from the underworld. It has lost most of its original power due to intense divine energy. Xia Yang put on his gloves. Ready? I promise to fix it if not now. Then when? Today's the day. Tan's attitude flipped completely, suddenly sweet talking. Master, you really are something else. Then a dazzling light burst from the relic. It is a wandering adventurer of this world, the infamous rogue. Xia Yang commanded. I order you, relic that once held the divine power of all rogues. Show your strength once more on this land. His hand gripped the fiercest light. 4 purple blades radiated. The demonic relic, the Death Zero sword, responded to your feasibility points. Requirements met. Restoration initiated. The space filled with purple light. Before Xia Yang, a dragon seemed to appear. His eyes turned purple too. Alright, let us show that 10 soldier who is really breaking the game. The demon sword stuck deep in the ground, waiting for its master to pull it out and unleash terror on enemies. The system notification kept ringing. The Death God's holy power restored, successfully converted into feasibility points. Recovering the Death God's power and strength. Flames flared up in the chaotic night. The Death God struggling with unknown forces. He was incredibly excited. So this is what fresh holy power tastes like. Dark energy surged through him. Just a little more, and I will be able to return to the outside world. His smile grew more dangerous than ever. Keep trying. My covenant warrior drown the world in hatred and bring more sacrifices. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Holy Empire of Eden, fully armed troops surrounded Moser. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Thanks for the warm welcome. But then a system alert popped up, warning that you have been logged in for 128 hours straight. Continuing to play could affect your daily life. A red warning icon also appeared on the notification box. Suddenly, a sharp pain hit Moser's head, forcing him to clutch it. Yet, the soldiers did not hesitate and charged forward. Moser gripped his twin weapons and got ready to fight. Outside, Moser faced the Holy Church's forces, while inside his mind felt swarmed by countless restless spirits calling his name. Moser, gritting his teeth with bloodshot eyes, he unleashed a barrage of attacks, constantly shifting positions and slashing without pause. The Holy Church soldiers finally fell, and Moser reached his limit, but he pushed on. No, it was not time yet. He could not lose consciousness now. Sweat poured down his face from exhaustion and pain. But just a little longer, and he could get his revenge. Besides, whether it was his intention or not, he only targeted and killed players from the holy faction right in front of him. He did not directly harm players of other classes. What is more, just his live stream had already drawn tens of thousands of viewers, so much so that all the streamers in Arcadia followed and secretly recorded him from afar. This blonde girl was one of those watching and streaming Moser's gameplay. Yumi, the girl, had 430,000 followers. She liked the stream while quietly commenting that Moser was truly a walking disaster. Half the streamers near the battlefield had died from the ongoing damage. But that did not mean she would back down. She thought to herself. Moser's shadow was slowly moving toward a grand cathedral in the eyes of the crowd. Meanwhile, inside a sacred sanctuary, the Holy Pope ate. Men raised his hands, activating the sanctuary's blessing. A divine light flooded the area, and a magical circle appeared on the ground. At the center of the holy formation was none other than Moser. He writhed in pain under the holy light, screaming, now. The cathedral's space became clear, bathed in radiant light. Before a godly statue worshipped by the church, the crowd stood in orderly ranks, forming a magical formation and maintaining it with their power. At the center was the Holy Maiden, and leading them was the Holy Pope E. Men, he raised the holy seal in his palm and shouted, only those who can absorb the sacred power can hope to nullify the divine authority of the heavenly faction. He continued fiercely, that arrogance is your sin. Accept the punishment of the divine power and embrace your repentance. Moser laughed fearlessly. Holy Pope, men, I have finally found you. Far away, the blonde girl and her teammates hid while live streaming the recent scene. She could not hide her excitement. Nice, we hit 100,000 viewers. Then she turned to her teammate. You need to manage your mana well. If you mess up, you might not just die, you could get your character deleted. Even though Moser's fighting for us, if the death spirit notices us, we are dead for sure. Hearing this, the guy using stealth magic replied, don't worry, says, No one's ever spotted me while I am invisible. Yumi did not really want to hear his answer. What she cared about was the battle unfolding before them. She thought. Finally, the apostles of two different gods faced each other. This moment would surely go down in Arcadia's history. I will witness the final moment of the death Apostle Moser. Elsewhere, at Kobenian's lair, a purple light appeared in the air. A notification popped up. Item restored successfully. Gelzak's death sword. Previously broken, has been restored. You have used 20 million feasible points. A deadly sharp sword appeared, radiating overwhelming dark energy with a Satan emblem blazing on it. A notification popped up about an item. The Gelzak Death Sword, a mythical level divine weapon from the demon realm, brimming with dark energy. Only those recognized by all the depraved entities in the demon realm can wield it. Required level 500. Karma cost 10 million. Death said unhappily. What the hell? Are they even gonna let anyone use it? Why make the requirements so impossible? Tan, standing nearby, reassured him. Don't worry, Master. Unlike ordinary humans, you can wield the Gelzak Death Sword. Death asked, as if confirming. What? Tan seriously said. Honestly, without entering Saint mode, your strength is trash. You would probably lose a one-on-one fight against a low-level monster. He continued, but, Master, raw fighting power does not decide if you can wield the Gelzak Death Sword. He spoke so seriously that Death had to focus on him. As the Lord of Chaos, ruler of the demon realm and its depraved souls, I officially recognize you in the name of Satan. Tan said, striking a solemn pose. An apparition of Satan appeared behind him, emphasizing his words as the Hell Overlord, but the guy's face looked downright provocative. He added, never before, in Arcadia, have I seen a human as ruthless and cruel as you? Tan's smile twisted even more devilishly. Actually, even if you gathered all the depraved and evil entities across ages, they would not even be dirt beneath your feet. Listened to his wild bragging and was speechless. Seriously, isn't he this a bit over the top? Tan disagreed and encouraged him. Be proud, Master, because you deserve it. You are worthy enough to wield the divine weapon that represents the demon realm. He solemnly said, Master, you are the one and only true wielder of the Gelzak Death Sword. Death was so surprised he could not say a word. The screen notification appeared. You have unlocked the hidden equip condition. The Demon King Satan has recognized you. The entire Death Sword glowed with a fierce dark energy. System notification. Equip restriction removed. More alerts popped up. You have earned the title Demon Approved Villain. Title earned. Role model for demons leveling up. Title earned. Icon of malicious intent. Death stared at the system messages, at a loss for words. Haha, these titles sound so dumb. Feels like the system's just bragging about itself. Right? But Dex did not bother arguing anymore. Well, whatever, he said, his eyes glowing purple. The mark of dark power. If I am gonna get rewards like this, forget it, I am going full villain. As he spoke, he swung the sword down, unleashing a surge of dark energy. The screen showed, you have equipped the Gelzak Death Sword. Scene shift to the capital of the Eden Empire, where the holy light kept intensifying. Morza read in unbearable pain under the relentless holy force. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Damn it, the Pope, seeing the tide turn toward the holy light, quietly rejoiced. Good, keep it up. That massive holy energy would obliterate anyone who could not absorb it. Just like the elder said, wave after wave of holy energy crashed down on Morzer. He had reached his limit, gritting his teeth as he muttered an incantation. Morzer, disciple of the god of death, will grant you death. Pope up. After the chant, dozens of shadow dogs burst forth. The holy maiden cried out in fear. Whoever's in danger, it is them. The Pope also realized it. Right? Holy maiden. That energy, it matches exactly what is recorded in the sacred tome. The shadow beasts advanced, and the atmosphere shifted. Red, eerie dark energy flooded the space. The old Pope concluded, no doubt about it, they are true reapers. Aemon ordered quickly, deactivate the holy ground and prepare to fight. Don't let those creatures get near the holy maiden. The Pope's men responded in unison. Yes, holy maiden. They grasped their holy weapons and formed a shield around her. On this side, Moser could not care less about the maiden. He just laughed it off. I will take your life. Pope. The old Pope fired back without missing a beat. I will purify that kneeling wretch. A confrontation between the god of death and the god of the heavenly faction. A clash of duties matching both sides perfectly. On one side, the maiden prays in fear. On the other, the death apostle rages wildly. All eyes in Acadia focus on this epic moment. A supernatural event is bound to happen between the two apostles. Dex and the death sword wielder have appeared, of course. Disguised, everyone was shocked, and Yumi recognized him. The guy who said he loves secular use cakes. Dex did not care about the reactions around him and flashed a grin. Looks like everyone's having fun here. Mind if I join? In Mercenium, the capital of the Gael Federation, At a tavern, a girl sat watching the screen, commenting, "Death as apostle. Moss? Huh." Things were getting pretty chaotic, completely chaotic. He thought to himself, I am succeeding because of this. The aggression deep inside me. Dex nodded. Yeah? The greatest arena tournament in the world is spreading. Images from the past flashed before him. A smile appeared on his face. Alright. Since it has come to this, go ahead and cause chaos. You can do it, Moss. Suddenly, Chococake's eyes snapped wide open. He was furious. What the hell? That bastard. Why is he running around disguised as me? The screen showed a battle unfolding again. Chococake spoke up. Everyone looks so happy. Mind if I join in? He appeared right in the middle of the fight. Aimee was genuinely annoyed by his presence. Chococake thought, I am the weaker one here, so I will have to fall back if needed. Moss charged forward. Growling, get out of my way, or I will kill you. Chococake stood his ground calmly. Huh, you will kill me? Go ahead. He smiled enigmatically and said firmly, come at me and try. If you... Chococake continued analyzing. At this scale, not even system messages get through. Do they sense danger by instinct? If that is true, their game senses must be on par with, or even better than, a pro player. Chuckled internally. Moss actually saw him directly. This guy's even more interesting than I thought. In Moss' mind, I love chocolate cakes. Why is a top-ranked martial arts tournament player here? And that title? Abyss Knight. Along with that strange sword, what is that about? I am pretty sure his class is elemental human. How can he wield that? The system alert blared repeatedly. You have been exposed to holy energy too long. Up below 10%, please proceed cautiously. You have passed your physical limit. Status effect. Exhaustion. You will be powerless for 300 seconds. Moss began to stagger. Despairing. Damn it. Why now? The system screen popped up. Death. A fair death special execution penalty. The Apostle of Death dies during gameplay. The character will be permanently deleted. A fair death for all, a true death. He reminded himself. No time to waste. I have to end this fast, even if I have to use all my dirty tricks. Terrifying entities appeared. Rushing toward him, Choco smiled brightly. Whoa, so many of them here. I like how aggressive they are. Sharp-toothed demons started their attack. He raised his sword. Then I guess I need to fight back properly. Right? That is only fair. A purple light flickered in his eyes, the soul of apocalypse. The light condensed. Blindingly bright. Then countless eyes sprouted around the purple glow above. Yumi watched the live stream. Amazed. Crazy. What is with that sword? So cool. Moss stared up. Stunned. All of it. Belongs to me. Approaching footsteps. A gray void. Chukut was moving toward the fallen Moss. That void grew even more scratched up. Moss? Furious? Cursed? System alert. Status effect. Stunned. Recovery in 214 seconds. At that moment, Pope Aimee appeared. You deserve this. What the hell is going on here? 1. The Abyss Knight is pulling back from our holy empire. A flash of a past scene appeared again. Aimee gritted his teeth. Don't get fired up. A holy ground appeared Eden and detected a corrupt presence. The light system's voice rang out. A holy aura surrounded the area. Dooku shifted his stance slightly. The dark system's voice echoed. A demonic relic was releasing corrupted energy. The light system fought back with holy power against the corruption. Chukut lost his cool, shouting, You monsters! I have already cleared out the obstacles in your way, and instead of retreating, you block, as if it is the first time these bastards have stabbed someone in the back. Don't expect anything. I'm serious. Tan, standing beside him, said, Master, under the conditions of using the Death Gel sword, be grateful to the Abyss Knight for accepting such easy ownership. Thanks to that day, the holy power was only slightly affected. The shadow of the Abyss Knight flashed through his mind. Tan continued, For a magic user, holy energy is like a deadly poison. Normally, if you use that much magic in a holy ground, you would be burned to ashes with no trace left. Chokokut replied, So what? I change them so often that everything feels the same now. Aimee responded, No way a magic user can move freely like that inside a holy ground. He thought silently. That overwhelming demonic aura must belong to a high-ranking demon bloodline. But why is he using that power to fight the Death Apostle? Aimee spoke. You corrupted demon seed. Why are you helping us? State your purpose. He answered. What? You want to talk now? You should be done that from the start. Chukut's lazy gaze. Well, fine then, he explained. My goal is to stop the resurrection of the primal death. The people in the Pope's ranks were truly shocked. Chukut continued. From what I have heard, your holy power is actually feeding Han's resurrection. He spat out. So I intend to destroy the holy ground, Eden, with my own hands. Shock grew among the Pope's followers. Aimee hesitated. You want to destroy the holy ground? He smirked, stretching out a hand. So what if I do? Pope Aimee, if you cooperate, I will spare you and the princess behind you. I really do not want to kill innocent people. Aimee stood firm, but inside he would made up his mind. Clearly, this guy was pure evil. The answer was clear. Aimee? Stern-faced, I refuse. This place is the world's pillar, built on countless lives' blood. It will never fall until the world ends. He growled, for someone like you, coming from the abyss, that is impossible. The final light miracle was unleashed right before him. Tan complained, Master, you should dodge that. It looks painful. He agreed. Yeah, it sure does. Chu Cud asked. Hey, Tan, you remember the Abyss Knight's passive skill, right? Tan blinked. Huh. Of course. Desperate resistance, the thing that keeps you from dying after just one hit. Wait, Master, why are you asking about that now? Chu Cud smiled. A slight. The sword was thrust into the ground. He stayed there as another move was cast. Choco Kicks is still alive. The system blares out. An entity from the demon realm. The Abyss Knight screams in agony as holy power strikes him. Passive skill. Desperate resistance. Activated, he narrowly avoids instant death. He laughs. Woo, I almost died right there. Choco Kicks complains. Man, I was planning to handle this peacefully. Just with a talk. Seems like you fools are not interested in that kind of peace. Some promises are just impossible to keep. Choco Kicks reveals his true form. Then there is no other choice. Remember, you all started this. Unleash a spell after spell. Massacre Festival. Abyssal Terror. Desolate Night. Wails of the Dead. Choco Kicks flashes a twisted grin as lightning crackles down. Lucia shouts. Everyone, gather close to me. The Pope creates a protective barrier, nullifying the spells Choco Kicks casts. Amid the chaos, Moss drags himself forward, making strange noises. Meanwhile, Michael recalls his father's words. My son, protector of glory and justice, guardian of heaven, erase every trace of those who've lost their names. All of this is to satisfy the master of this mission, born from my own greed. Accept the burden of hand for me. Oh, how heavy, sorry. Father, with determination, she says. In the end, I myself led the one who was never supposed to come near the Holy Land. In Michael's resolute gaze, she adds, but Father, I believe only Han can protect us from the oldest darkness. Han is the only one who can save this world. The sword plunges into the ground, emitting a strange energy. The energy spreads, seeping into every corner. The system's dark voice sounds. Disturbance detected in the Holy Land. Origin of the Black Eden. The ancient saints. Long asleep, awaken in furious anger, the light system announces. The holy energy reacts to purge the disturbance. A circle of light flashes, one by. The ancient saints appear, the radiant judges. Lumiere, the eternal guardian Archean. The invisible mind Epherin, the pure light sentinel Celesta, and the apostle of glory Elmarion. One saint rushes forward, chains appearing in his hands. Swiftly, the chains wrap around Choco Kicks and the sword. He looks up, smirking with contempt. Hey, you guys. There is no skill that can dodge this one. That is way below the limit. A massive explosion erupts. The system blares. Demon creature. Abyss Knight. Screaming under overwhelming divine power. Warning. A drop below 30%. Proceed with caution. Tan crawls out from the wreckage. He yells. You know the deal. Master, if this fails, use that method. Got it. Choco Kicks is tightly bound by the chains. Ving says. You think I do not know? That method will totally break the story's logic. Isn't he that right? I am losing it here. Master, why are you still saying that? Just do it, I will make sure you get special treatment. Lowers his voice. Sorry, Tan, but since we are here, I want to enjoy this a bit. In Choco Kick's mind, he recalls those guys, seems like he has seen them before. They are on El's ownership list. Same shape. Backed by the Pope's support. Clearly, that is not a matter needing any clarification. The Dark System warns again. You are entering a rain-soaked state. Accuracy down 39%. You will be affected by holy poison. If you are not a holy rank, Ac and Def drop by 50%. Bound by soul chains. All stats decrease by 30%. Choco Kick sneers. Yeah, right? He looks wild-eyed, thinking this is the level needed to destroy the Holy Land, and feels satisfied. Choco Kick explodes, screaming, come on, let us. Today's definitely your funeral. You damn corpses. Immediately, the 5 saints of the great prison approached him, a look of determination spreading across Choco Kick's face. I was watching everything from outside, and he burst out laughing. That is more like it. This is exactly what I have been waiting for. Let us see what happens next. Satan's Record. Volume 3. Lit Zone. Our master is often known as the guy who is crazy about fried chicken. But even so, like a sincere old wife, that chicken guy always has a warm heart caring about our demon realm. Oh man, ruining that chicken moment all for this very moment. Tan carefully took notes. And finally, our master stood up and boldly flipped the bird for our sake. I knew this day would come. Tan was thrilled it was finally time to teach those damn chickens a real lesson in the shadows. Elle whispered from behind. Hell yeah, Tan put on a wicked grin. This is awesome. You are about to lose. And I am loving it. Tonight's definitely a chicken night. Elle was angry but kept herself in check. Woo. She opened her eyes wide, watch that mouth. Satang. Elle continued. Even if this fails, there is still enough power left to shut your trap. Tan felt annoyed. They probably think I am scared. But inside, he thought differently. Damn, hearing my real name is actually terrifying. Do not be scared. Satang, my fake adder, has already reached the deepest part of the sanctuary. Those guys are done for. On the side of the stronghold. He shouted. Tan rushed in super fast. He smiled. Right on. System voice echoed the savior of all the fallen. Satang had finally entered the player's world and switched to spectator mode. Satang spoke up. Don't worry. Master, as promised, this counts as a special demon event. But who said, Master, that today would not be your funeral? You bastards, I am about to give you a real lesson in punishment. He revealed his true identity, the Lord of the Fallen, Demon King Satang. The saints did not hesitate and charged forward. Satang looked up. Countless skills rained down where Satang stood. Smoke spread everywhere. Just as the Demon King's laughter echoed, Satang sneered. Is that all you got? Pathetic. The saints froze in place. Satang pointed at them. I am way ahead of you. Drew something with his finger and vanished. Gradually, the saints were lifted into the air. They struggled but could not break free. Elle could not believe it. No way. He wiped out those saints with just one gesture. Satang did not have that kind of power before. Elle guessed that with all the chaos descending on the world, he would gotten this strong already. Satang declared, Now, let us lift the curtain on the final act. Woo! Everyone was shocked. Has the Demon King really been resurrected? You think so? Then there is even more reason. We can let him get near the saints or the sanctuary. I will personally stop you no matter what. The system voice announced. Corruption is spreading throughout the sanctuary. Eden, the source of Eden, has begun to get tainted. The influence of the battlefield is weakening. Emergency mission. Protect the avatars of the corrupted life has been initiated. A notification appeared. Corruption is invading the Eden sanctuary. Another alert. Eden's source is starting to get stained. One more notification. The influence of the celestial realm is fading. This time, an urgent mission alert. Protection of the saints has been created. On the mysterious black shrine, glowing neon purple and blue characters floated around in the air. Front and center on the notification board was the text. A general mobilization has been issued for all players on the Saint faction. Everyone was shocked by the sudden appearance of the Demon King in what should have been a sacred, peaceful land. The atmosphere grew tense as they stared at the notification and their racing thoughts. What is this? The Demon King has appeared in the holy sanctuary. One of the men among them shouted loudly. What the heck is that? That is the real Demon Lord. A flood of panicked questions poured out. Say that is the true body of a love Sokokik. Did Han use some kind of transformation skill or what? Words stumbled out. What the hell is going on? How did Mojia get defeated? So this is a three-way battle between the celestial realms, the demon realm, and the ancient gods. The image of the Lord of Decay is not just a person, it is a symbol of absolute dark power, hence sharp features. With purplish, corpse-like skin, radiated an arrogant aura. Purple glowing light surrounded him, his lips curled into a sinister smile, showing the confidence of someone who looks down on all living beings beneath him. An urgent mission alert popped up, announcing the Demon Lord. The Lord of Decay, Demon Lord Chaos, has appeared at Eden. In this fierce battle, to kill the Pope, be the first to take him down and fulfill the final condition to resurrect the primordial death god. At the bottom it read, kill the Pope. Amen. Maud lay on the ground, shocked, sinking into thought. The Demon Lord, he is a player, not it. Why? Quickly regaining his composure, Maud's eyes flashed with determination as he thought, are they really using the Demon Lord's power to stop me? Maybe it is not that they want to stop me, but rather, his thoughts raced on, I love so cool cake. What are you planning? He shouted. The Apocalypse Memorial. Before him stood a massive greatsword, plunged into the ground like a pillar of energy against a pitch-black sky. Dozens of glowing purple energy spheres swirled like colliding celestial bodies. These orbs did not shine like the sun, but glimmered like wounds in the night, emitting a corrosive light that ate through space. Nearby, in the darkness, a white-haired figure stood before a notice board and spoke. The one who cast the spell deliberately used the skill I used from the start. Mott's face showed nervous excitement. Is he saying he will show me what the real deal looks like? Over here, hundreds of massive purple energy beams like meteors rained down at terrifying speed. Energy spiraled around a golden orb, forming a blazing magical stream as if the air itself was crushed under the weight of an entire dimension. After the powerful beam struck, the mist cleared. The golden orb was intact, with the Pope and a few others inside. Serang saw the orb undamaged, laughed scornfully. Oh ho, she is still alive. The Pope held a circle with 4 beams of light inside. He swung it and shouted, Holy wrath. The circle appeared right before Satang, golden rays swirling as if to swallow him whole. Mod, lying on the ground, suddenly noticed something. His eyes widened in shock. He cursed silently. Damn it! My body still 1T move. The mission alert reappeared. Status effect stun will end in 107 seconds. Suddenly, a massive golden light slammed into the ground, shattering the earth everywhere. Mod was unharmed, protected by a solid purple orb. In his mind, he wondered, is he protecting me? Shocked, he asked, why me? It would make more sense if I died here. The demon lord was still pointing his finger, casting magic to shield him. Replying, how should I know? I am just following my master's orders. He chuckled slyly. Calculating. Let us see now. Still got some feasible points left to close the story. The Pope and his challengers looked tense and exhausted as they stared at him. But he thought, the Pope's tooth-decaying strike is not worth worrying about. The real issue is the challenger's defense. The image of the challenger glowing with dazzling aura flashed in his mind, along with thoughts about the Apostle's mission gift. A holy power was created to protect the sanctuary. I used to think that was nonsense when I heard it from my subordinates. But facing it directly now, it is seriously annoying. Satang placed one hand on his hip and the other on his head, looking intrigued. Then said, with enough time, there is nothing I can overcome. But if I use up too many feasibility points, my master will scold me off. What a hassle. He came up with a plan. With nothing left to lose, he decided to try sealing him. He threatened, don't you resist and just give up your life. Pope. He flew up in front of the Pope, his shadowy weapon filling the space between them. He kept threatening, even if it is not me. Your death and Eden's fall are already sealed fate. Saturn kept taunting, you know it is true, right? In this situation, dying at my hands is your best choice. A wicked grin spread across his face, voice dripping with menace. If you stay stubborn and get devoured by the primordial death, you know what will happen to Arcadia. Do not. The Pope stood inside a sphere, clutching his holy cross. Furious, trying to insult me and the sanctuary with those nonsense words 1T work. I gladly offer my life to protect the sanctuary. O Lord of Desolation. The holy crosses began to glow and float upward. Suddenly, from the sky above where the Pope stood, a massive golden beam of light shot down, swirling with bright orange magical symbols. He watched helplessly and muttered, definitely a stubborn one who 1T listen. Looks like he is about to fly into more trouble again. Small beams spread across the Pope's face. On this side, a red alert appeared. Warning, special emptyman detected abnormal activity. A white-haired girl hovered in a one-dimensional digital space, with another red warning message from the system above her. The sanctuary's absolute defense system activated. All release conditions were met. Then another red alert popped up. Code 213 emergency protocol activated. An activation sound rang out. The white-haired girl's eyes began to open as she was activated. A notification appeared, switching to focused analysis mode. Meanwhile, the Pope muttered to himself, I am the shield protecting the sanctuary and the spear piercing the demon army. The light in his companions, faithful believers standing firm, spoke, and his muscles swelled, tearing his shirt apart. His eyes flashed, golden beams crawling over his face. Sensing the moment, he shouted, now, grant me your power. A blue notification appeared. Poeman has used the Relic of Grace, followed by a blinding flash from a holy cross. The Pope's body grew massive and muscular, golden beams flowing through his veins. Satan eyed the transformed Pope with interest and sneered. What is with those muscles? This just got a lot more interesting. Watching their fight on the blue screen, he thought to himself, with chaos this intense, even the Pope is going all out. I want to use this chance a bit more, but maybe not. Unji Yang, looking tense, rubbed his chin and muttered, it would be weird for the Demon King to spare the Pope, and the Pope's head is part of what it takes to control Tan. Back at the battle, the Pope's body was massively pumped. Abs defined, muscles bulging, golden beams surrounding him from head to toe. He showed no fear, raised his hand, and challenged. Come here, seed of the devil. Saturn angrily fired back. Even your devil's head is covered in muscles now. Human. Brilliant beams burst from both sides, radiating deadly intent like they wanted to devour each other alive. They charged at each other, one throwing a thunderous punch with bulging arm muscles, the other no less fierce. Satan's claws extended long and glowing with purple lightning. The Pope arched back and unleashed a massive blow. Satan lunged forward, casting magic too. Their supreme powers collided, shaking the heavens and earth. The terrifying scene made everyone flinch, but from afar, a figure with white wings watched them both. She was tense, thinking, if this keeps up, my aim in 1T last long. Her eyes narrowed as she pondered. Satan, Lord of the Demon Realm, are you making me choose? Unexpectedly, the Pope's massive form was being suppressed by Satan's magic. The battle was intense, But her thoughts kept racing. Should she stop the primordial death's revival or protect Eden as sanctuary? The saint standing behind the Pope widened his eyes in shock, thinking silently. Everything is exactly as the prophet said. She stood there as if she could not believe her own eyes, wondering, could my father's world really collapse this easily? On the battlefield, the Pope was overwhelmed by his power, purple rays piercing into his body. Suddenly, the Pope shouted loudly, brilliant light shining throughout heaven. The saint, shocked that he was using that technique, hurriedly covered his mouth and called out, Pope. The Pope's chant continued, I accept the sacred, noble light to protect the world and uphold justice. Hearing this, Satin thought to himself, that chant sounds strangely familiar. Suddenly he smirked. Remembering at this moment, the Pope placed his hand over his heart and declared loudly, descend upon this land now and judge all evil with holy fire. Rays of light burst from the Pope's hand, releasing all his energy, his body glowing with bright cracks like lightning. Then Michael appeared, radiating a dazzling halo of light that blinded everyone around. The priest shouted, Holy authority, grant me the primal power to destroy evil. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she bluntly said, I refuse. Words shattered the Pope's heart. He fell to his knees in disbelief, speechless, overwhelmed. My lord, he did not realize he was kneeling before the Demon King. Whispering, have I truly abandoned my flock? Sand smiled slyly, thinking, you did well. My friend, your will has been accepted. He drew his holy sword with pride, thinking, now, I will put an end to this properly. Suddenly, he swung the sword toward the kneeling Pope, who still had not noticed. Mo was shocked, unable to believe her eyes. She was frozen, knowing she could not do anything, only managing to whisper. Meanwhile, red alerts flashed. Special NP says, Pope Amen has died. Another red alert appeared before Elise, calculating possible outcomes from this event. Warning. Predicted failure. Resource limits exceeded. A notification popped up. Holy Land Eden at 62% corruption. Collapse of the Holy Authority. Purple shadows engulfed the Holy Land. A red alert declared Eden had fallen, and its sacred privileges vanished. The final red alert appeared, activating emergency mode. She stared at the screen, expressionless. A green alert showed emergency mode complete. Ready to send info to all users. Red alerts kept flooding users. Pope Amen of the Holy Nation. The Saint is dead. Divine presence in Eden lost power. Heavenly Realm's main relay base compromised. Eden was destroyed. The link between the Heavenly Realm and Arcadia severely weakened. Heavenly Realm's influence dropped by 39%. Remaining kingdoms and churches fell into temporary chaos. All saint-type skills weakened by 40%. Influence and rank of holy churches dropped 3 tiers. Public faith and church support plummeted. On the other side, the Demon King advanced, sword in hand, threatening the saint. Your turn now. Saint, you do not want to be the only survivor, right? The saint girl trembled nonstop. As he approached, she stood frozen, hands clasped, shaking and crying softly, only able to whisper a few sounds. Suddenly, Ulji Yang appeared behind Satan and shouted, Stop! He frowned and said firmly, Tan, did not we agree to only kill the Pope? Hearing this, Satan shrank down to his tan form and replied, Whatever. A green alert appeared. Possession ended. Seeing this, he thought quietly. All right then, he shouted, let us grab the loot first. Startling the other two. Now he smiled slyly and taunted, You have not forgotten. Have you? You started all this? He stepped toward the saint, speaking as if to console. So do not be sad, I am only holding the Pope hostage. He said as purple rays glowed around him, making the girl tremble in fear. Terrified, she stood frozen, whispering, Oh no? Oh God, why are you condemning us like this? His eyes turned blazing red, like he wanted to devour someone alive. He stood before her, bowed, and asked, How do I appear in your karmic prophecy? She was stunned and speechless. Thoughts flooded her mind. Why would such a powerful celestial energy exist in someone who is supposed to be a seed of the demon lord? The image of Michael standing behind him flashed through her head, as if Michael was protecting him. She suddenly squinted and barely managed to cry out. A red alert popped up. Grievous crime. You have slain Pope Amen, the Celestials' representative and God's apostle. Another red alert appeared with the message, All Celestials are shocked by your brutality. A red alert announced, Heaven now views your presence as hostile and threatening. 2 blue alerts popped up. All demons are stunned by your achievement. You have earned 150 million feasibility points. Then came the titles. Opposing evil acquired. Resonating demon received. Immortal Demon King earned. Once she recovered, he reluctantly carried her, with you silently watching from behind. Only then did she cautiously speak up. Dex. That kid, understanding what she was about to say, he looked at the girl kindly and reassured her. Don't worry. That kid's still too inexperienced to handle that kind of responsibility. Seeing the girl's fearful expression, he decided, I will leave the decision up to you. Suddenly he spoke, but I have something to ask. You hesitated. What is it? He gently set her down. Behind the ruined door, Yumai was live streaming and thinking, oh man, he just soloed a high-level PC like a main. She stared at the blue screen ahead, thinking, no doubt about it, that player is the center of Arcadia. He now stood up. Sensing something, she looked at him in shock and thought, I love chocolate cake. He even revived the Demon King. Maybe he is someone disguised with skills or a special character. She smiled slyly and thought, just a bit closer. If only I could get a little nearer. While liking the stream, she thought, I might finally learn who that player really is. Suddenly he glared straight at her with an annoyed tone. Hey, is not that enough already? He turned away towards the girl hiding, speaking harshly. How long do you plan to keep listening to that? A purple aura began to radiate from him, warning her. She did not dare stay another second and jumped up, face full of fear, stammering, yes, I understand. Then a message appeared. The broadcast has ended. He sighed in frustration. Suddenly his eyes hardened. Another voice called out, that is the one who killed him. From afar, Mashom stepped forward, and he asked in surprise, you have awakened. 2 blue alerts appeared. The primal death requests to descend into this world by borrowing a player's body. Message below asked, do you accept this request? With options. Yes, he looked at Moss and explained, to be clear, Moss, you have no reason left to keep fighting. Hearing that, Moss went silent as if stunned, standing tall before Moss. He said, sorry for blocking your revenge, but I hope you 1T hate me too much. He muttered seriously, I am serious about this game. Moss remained silent. He smirked and teased, but if you decide to fight to the very end, I want to stop you. I am the type that never backs down from a fight. Moss looked stunned by his words but quickly adjusted and gave a faint smile. The alert appeared again. The primal death requests to descend into this world by borrowing a player's body. Do you accept this request? Below are 2 choices. Yes, the alert changed from blue to red. Same message. The primal death requests to descend into this world by borrowing a player's body. Do you accept this request? The options remain. Yes, the notice flashed again. The primordial death demands to descend into this world by borrowing a player's body. Do you accept this request? But just as it appeared, Moss shouted loudly, covering his mouth with an angry face. You asked Moss, a villager of Chezi, what would happen if they were resurrected? Hearing this, Moss' eyes widened in disbelief, asking you in shock. What? You pressed on, if that is possible. Would you stop this revenge? Moss' heart clenched tightly at that moment. His mind raced nonstop. How could you bring them back? It seemed impossible. Images of the dark flames behind Chezi, like something from hell, filled his thoughts. Moss was not foolish enough to think you would do it for free and asked, what do you want from me? You smirked wickedly and replied, I like how quickly you get to the point. You did not beat around the bush and said, this is deal, with arms outstretched. You bargained. I will resurrect all the villagers, but in return, give me that sword. Hearing this, Moss could not believe you could bring the dead back to life. Thinking of the villagers, his gaze involuntarily dropped. He looked at the sword that had been by his side all this time. A red warning popped up, alerting that if the primordial death abandons its mission, it will face severe punishment. Then another reminder appeared, saying if the sword is given to someone else, the apostle title might be affected. The final red alert showed, urging careful decision-making. After a long hesitation, you finally decided, alright, if I can see them again, I do not need any of this. You said this while looking at the sword in your hand. Aang smiled brightly and said, good, then the deal's done. You called out loudly, comrades. Moss' eyes went wide as he exclaimed, Omut. Michael appeared towering above you, and the words holy power of glory unleashed showed up. The Archangel Michael saw Moss' shock and asked, why the surprise? If we can resurrect the Demon King, we can resurrect the Archangel too. Your voice echoed. The real surprise starts now. In Michael's hand was a golden apple, stem to core, looking like pure gold. A notice appeared about the apple. Its name is the fruit of the mythical world tree, said to bloom only once every 1,000 years. It holds immense life energy and can be used in many ways. But since it is one-time use, choose wisely. Eating it permanently boosts EP by 100% and increases healing effects by 1000% for the Necromancer's stone item. A green notification appeared. The fruit of the world tree has been used. Below, another notice warned about distorting the laws of cause and effect between life and death. Michael used the apple, creating a massive golden light in the sky. She softly whispered 2 words. Resurrection. A huge beam of light shot down from the sky. When the mist cleared, before your eyes were the villagers of Chazy, some crying tears of joy, some utterly stunned, others still frozen in shock. Elder Lang saw you suddenly and shouted, "Moss, what is wrong?" Moss stood frozen, unable to speak. Suddenly remembering, he threw the sword aside. He ran over and hugged Elder Lang tightly, shouting, "Elder Lang!" Elder Lang kindly ruffled his hair and smiled, while a boy looked at you with admiration and a bright smile. You sat quietly, smiling softly, watching the scene unfold. Now you remembered the bet and looked at Moss during their reunion. "Moss, are you satisfied with this deal?" Moss quickly nodded and replied, "Yeah." You asked, "Then, do you have any plans moving forward? With what you have done, you can't go back to Chazy anymore." Moss was stunned but quickly answered, "Well, I will have to think about that now." You thought quietly, "This guy, now that everything's over, he is acting kinda dazed. Is this really how he is?" He gave a sly smile, feeling smug, thinking, "Well, that is actually better, it will make him easier to manipulate." Then he walked over, threw an arm around Moss's shoulder, and acted all friendly. "Come on, what are you still thinking about? I will show you a great spot." Moss frowned suspiciously. "A great spot?" He grinned and whispered, "Yeah, a great spot. I know a place no one can reach where you can build your own village." He continued sweet-talking Moss. "The people there are already out waiting to welcome you, but Moss does not even realize it yet. The place he mentioned, Eden, has now fallen into darkness, surrounded by hundreds of strange purple orbs." Suddenly, Sun raised his hand to wave and shouted out. He kept urging Moss. "What do you say? Grateful, right? You probably never thought you would get a wish this amazing." Moss was still confused. Yeah, I honestly thought it was all over." A smirk tugged at his lips. He quickly pulled away and said, "All right, then hand it over." Moss still looked puzzled, a big question mark flashing in his head. After a moment, he finally realized and shouted. Then a notification popped up. Player Moss has relinquished the title of Apostle of Death. A green notification appeared. All holy powers and superhuman abilities of the user have vanished. Another notification showed. The primal tree was severely affected. The final notification declared, the primal death swears revenge. He mocked the sword in his hand with a triumphant tone. No matter how many feasibility points I spent, this is still a game changer. Lost in thought about the sword, he thought, finally got it, a weapon brimming with power that kills instantly on the final strike. He would never let this prized item fall into anyone else's hands. Staring as the sword glowed with a fierce red light, a notification detailed the sword. It is called the Divine Weapon. Last agonizing. Special effect. If the finishing blow lands with the last agonizing cry, the target is granted absolute death. Standing before the wreckage left by battle, he muttered, "All right then, time to clean up." He stretched forward, yawned deeply, and thought, well, things will sort themselves out somehow. Meanwhile, the defeated screen showed with a bitter laugh echoing, "Haha, Lecheng, username I love chocolate cake," was panicking and blurted out, "I am done." His eyes were still wide when his phone rang. Seeing the caller had made him jump in surprise. Dex, he probably felt his phone was as precious as gold right now. Holding the phone to his face, he jumped up shouting, "Hey Dex? You bastard. I told you you could impersonate me all you want. But this is just too much." Trembling with anger, his face full of rage, he yelled, "You wrecked the Holy Kingdom, killed the Pope, and even accepted the Demon King's return. You told me to live like a spirit summoner, but even if I lose it, at least it should be something I can cover up." On the other end, Dai's face was calm, still holding a cup of instant noodles, slurping noodles like nothing was wrong. Weird. Was the notification already sent? Dai's voice rang out, surprised. The transfer notification should have been sent by now. Hearing transfer made his mind go haywire. What is going on? The screen lit up, his hand swiping rapidly, trying to close everything like something precious. The phone shone with a golden glow, the light shining straight into his face. Just looking at it, you could tell what was up. Money changes people fast. Even the biggest jerk can turn into a saint. Money flying everywhere. His face shifted from doubtful to decisive and passionate. Lord Dex, the worst villain and chocolate cake fanatic. What am I supposed to do now? It is so irritating. You flip faster than a rice paper. You crazy demon. Jay's face was cold, but he looked like he was holding back a laugh. Just keep playing that lame game like always. Honestly, I do not think you can handle this. The long-haired demon's cheerful voice came through the phone. Anyway, hang tight. I will upload a clip later showing your true form. Punching and rubbing like this, no wonder you are hooked. Whatever. Who cares what anyone says? Let us just get back to business. Really? You are serious? Alright then. I trust you and will wait, just like lovers waiting to reunite. Suddenly, a notification popped up. The live stream started. Daily life of the Destroyer. Then someone's shadow appeared, looking pretty unfriendly, with a title that got everyone hyped and sparked a debate about Choco's fanbase. The screen flickered constantly. Daily life of the Destroyer, with hair down to his waist. He smiled confidently, looking tough like a movie badass. Hey, good to see you all again. Sorry for the collapse of the Empire, but honestly, I think it was inevitable. His eyes gleamed with cunning as he schemed. It happened while trying to stop the primal death, so please, do not blame me. Unlimited freedom. Unlimited power. After those words came a shocking miracle. Iden's capital was destroyed. His words hit a nerve, and everyone started buzzing. Why is he talking so casually about this? Sounds like he thinks he did the right thing. So how does he plan to take responsibility for weakening all the knights and priests, right? Skill effectiveness dropped by 40%. He is that strong. Do we even need to kill the Pope anymore? Worst decision ever. I was gonna let it slide, but the way he talks is seriously annoying. Damn, gotta piss off the internet crowd. Going head to head with the online community, that is just asking for a meltdown. And on top of that, he pointed straight at the screen, reading those comments like a boss. Why is he talking so casually like that? Sounds like he actually thinks he did the right thing. So how does he plan to take responsibility for weakening all the cleric players? Then his eyes slowly drifted downward, right? Skill effectiveness dropped by 40%. He is so strong. Do we even need a pope anymore? Worst decision ever. I was about to let it go, but the way he talks is seriously annoying, and that is not all. The netizens keep flooding the comments. Just accept it already. Man, it is done and can be undone. Especially those holy critics complaining about the class nerfs. You guys should actually be thankful. Not mad. You would expect sadness. But instead, a smirk appears. Teeth clenched. Not satisfied yet. Then come find me. I am ready for you anytime. But why does he remind me of some creepy guy laughing at everyone's anger with no shame? This dude raised a sword with a giant eyeball on it. Yeah, I want to try out my new gear too. The community freaks out again and goes wild on their keyboards. Isn't he that moss weapon? Playing crazy for real? Haha, so basically it is a character deletion item. Show me up close. That is insane. It is like getting dragged from one side to the other. You can say anything you want. Before anything else, there is an announcement. The stream has ended. Our money-hungry friend again. His room looks pretty fancy, holding his head. Damn it. I was such an idiot to trust him, staring blankly at the wall with regret. Maybe I should be done the stream myself. Scene switches to a treasure room filled with gold, rare items from the Red Dragon, and faction flags. His face is shocked like he saw a ghost. 200 million. 200 million. Who even uses that many points? 200 million points is like the dog's name in that house. Damn. Just hearing it is huge. Shock turns to anger. She points directly. Why waste viable points like that? You could be ended this cleanly with one move. The guy who has been silent suddenly looks scared from being scolded. What are you talking about? You use it too. The more they argue, the worse it gets. She looks like a blood-sucking demon, face turning green with rage. I use a completely different resurrection skill, but you just waste it to show off, then run away like a coward. This guy is stubborn. Once he backed down, arms crossed ready to argue. Even when killing chickens, you gotta use a butcher's knife for the job. You always go all out, even on small prey. That is the demon code. Then he turns away with a smile, probably trying to calm himself down. Don't he get mad? It is the rule after heaven messed us up. Talking to a sack of rice. Every word makes me want to punch it. Fists clenched tight. Geez, you are just hyped from blowing off steam. Do not make excuses. Anyway, Dex, she points seriously. This resurrection is a super special case. Resurrecting is taboo. It twists the cause and effect laws. The golden apple appears as a reminder ringing in the air. Success only happens because we have the fruit of the world tree. Normally, even if all the clans unite against heaven, it's still one TB enough before she finishes. But we did it, right? The demon's arguing kicks up again. That is just hindsight. With a calm face, Ji reluctantly agrees. Alright. I will be more careful next time. Like a mom teaching her kid. She says, you ate without leaving crumbs. I did this because I was moved by your kindness, Dex, but no way next time. Gold and treasures keep appearing. So tempting. Spending this much would last generations. Just sits on a golden chair, holding the items. Deep in thought. Let us see. He opens the system to check viable points. Total 120,821,043. That is a lot of points left. I have been saving steadily, so I won't run out anytime soon. Sitting there lost in thought with unfinished plans. At this rate I am basically winning. Right? The fans look pretty happy too. Remembering the times with everyone. Smile so big it hurts. Then the sword with the giant eye appears. The red and black combo really suits it. Best of all, I finally got the divine weapon I have been aiming for from the start. Then the system displayed the sword's info. Divine weapon. The Wail of the Dying. A special effect that, when used with the wail to finish off an enemy, guarantees total death. Holding it, staring at it with a smirk, the power to erase characters. Just having this item is enough to keep anyone from messing with you. One thought after another kept flooding in. Showing it off during the livestream as a Choco Pastry fan was exactly for that reason. Remembering the livestream and explaining the Choco Pastry fan controversy. Right now, he seemed to realize a lot. That guy would probably have some peace for a while. He had no plans to abuse it. That would just ruin the game, like those cards flying across the night sky. Choco soldiers were watching through binoculars. Items like this should be kept secret and saved for the decisive moment. Thinking that, raised the sword to his face. His expression darkened, eyes glowing red. Laughing like a madman, hey he, hoping the day to try it comes soon. His laugh startled the guy next to him, who stepped back. Probably thinking, what the heck are you doing? Just sat cross-legged. Totally chill. But honestly, besides keeping it real, he never thought one disciple could make such a big impact. It was like a pair of eyes were piercing right through him. His face fell, full of frustration and sadness. Guys, could other sealed divine beings be this strong too? If so, we are in big trouble. He reversed his hand. Not exactly. The primal death is a divine being representing the underworld. In contrast, the demon next to him crossed his arms angrily. That unlucky guy. Let him stay sealed forever. I never liked him since he swore loyalty to the ancient darkness. Hearing that, Ji was surprised. Loyalty? You mean death serves the oldest darkness? Surprised. He stumbled over his words, then corrected himself. Just a slip, did not mean it like that. Then the other side freaked out again. Hey, Tan, watch your words. What if it affects the human realm? The teacher scolded again, but he dodged it. No way he would feel guilty. So what? Everyone already knows. The guy beside Ji was startled too. Got it now. We understand the situation. Again, dozens of bloodshot eyes turned this way. If ancient divine beings revive, then even those who serve the oldest darkness, like death, will awaken. In the end, Arcadia will slowly slip toward destruction. But thinking further, he remembered his title holders, his companions, Wanderers in Chaos, who were also growing stronger every day. It was like he was lighting up the entire sky of his memories, a magical battle. Right? Instead of fear, this only fired up Jia's excitement. Not bad at all. Scene shifts somewhere else, maybe the forest next to the castle. Synth was training, power radiating in the air around him. Dex used the fruit from World Tria, with striking bluish-green hair that caught it found really cool. Thinking that, his eyes dropped sadly. He did not expect him to use that fruit on someone else. He soul sounds like he is crafting solo or something. Seriously, Ji's silhouette appeared a sudden decision. Or maybe, that is just who Dex really is. Remembering the fight, the demon's face emerged as the ancient divine being began to awaken. Inside the lotus core was the image of someone as power transfer, forming a tight, lasting, and captivating bond. The balance between the celestial and demon realms had collapsed, so in the sky, two hands spread wide as if sensing their own power. If so, I should get ready to follow the path the light leads. While training, a call came. Child, are you listening? Mother, she was upstairs, eyes enjoying the moment. It is time now. My daughter Melissa. Sounded like Melissa's company. The newcomer girl jumped. Soon a massive darkness would engulf Arcadia. The surrounding trees began to glow as Cynthia's thoughts flowed endlessly like a river. But do not worry too much even at the edge. A seed of hope will sprout. A breeze brushed Melissa's feet. Right now is the moment to change the future with your own hands. Her loving gaze fell down. Melissa, soon my people will set foot on this land. Lead the children and that person. It was like a burst of power flashed everywhere, becoming a solid pillar for the one destined to reverse the fate of this world. The system notified me that the World Tree is granting new powers to the remaining elf tribes within its territory. The elf race has surpassed the limits their kind once reached. The tribes are being reclassified, with one update after another rolling in nonstop. Now, I can see the full picture of that girl with her silver blue hair, deep violet eyes, and signature pointed elf ears. She is incredibly lively and does not fall short against anyone. She is the high elf Melissa. On the Argentina leaderboard, the game news keeps updating with the latest player announcements. Yesterday it was about the Spirit King's revival. Today it is the Moon Demon King. I love Sokokik, an extremely unusual player. Who is he really? The center of all these debates. The true nature of I love Sokokik. A one-of-a-kind analysis. Minsu held his phone, scrolling through the info, laughing. What the heck? He is literally tapping into power from Michael and Satan. He could not help but marvel. Using their power would cost hundreds of millions in ability points, something no regular player could ever reach in the original design. Minsu smirked. What kind of clever trick is this? He sat up straight and asked. Elise, how many ability points does Dex currently have? Alice searched but quickly flagged a red alert: access restricted. User info confidential. Minsu blinked in surprise. Seriously? Even I, the Supreme Admin, do not have access. He scratched his nose. No wonder Mizian and Czech struggled dealing with this guy, but he did not give up, pushing Alice to keep trying like someone begging Chakat for homework help. Alright then, I do not need exact numbers, just tell me why Dex ability points exceed my calculations. Alice closed her eyes and responded, checking access level. Displaying info. The reason seems to be a unique feature of the Ruhan Hero class support mechanics. Minsu listened, baffled. Support mechanics. Did I even design that? Suddenly, he froze. I remember now. He asked Alice to fetch more info. Elise, show me data on the support characters accompanying Dex, including any nearby factors if they exist. The android quickly complied, confirming access level, transferring shareable data to your device. Minsu smiled oddly. This is nuts. Watching every recorded match minute by minute, he felt like he would caught a rat by the tail. What trick is this guy pulling? The support mechanic was created to keep the game from becoming too easy and force players to build their teams. Yet this guy is exploiting the very system designed to limit his growth. The most absurd part. The World Tree's disciple. Alop Sokok. How could he convince the World Tree? The guardian spirit of the elves. Minsu rubbed his hands. Huh. Is it time for me to step in? But as the game's creator, someone who can see everything from unexpected angles, he decided, it is still too early. The void erosion rate in Arcadia is still too low for direct intervention. It does not fit the setup, and more importantly, the main character is missing. For now, I will start by gathering data. Minsu sighed, suddenly realizing this whole mess is basically self-deception. But unfortunately, it is necessary. He scratched his head, thinking, feels more like overtime than a break. But whatever. No other choice. Might as well say, I am helping Mizun with her love life. An offhand joke from Minsu. But it seemed like Mizian actually heard it. That cutting remark from her subordinate made her snort. Am I getting sick or what? Inside the game space, Minsu and Elise had entered the data zone. Newsboards from Elise kept popping up as the Azura had verified access. Standing face to face, Minsu spoke. Elise, show me everything related to the World Tree. Elise complied, displaying images of the beautiful elf tribe searching for info, confirming the main storyline update involving the noblest trio. Minsu looked over the data she provided, slowly analyzing it. Let us see. To sum up, the World Tree is supposed to stay neutral and keep order, but it has already started taking action. Elise replied, exactly. The revival of the Nurse Tree Guardian and the rise of the primordial Thon, along with the weakening of the mighty Holy Kingdom, all triggered this whole scenario. The result? All the remaining elves in the World Tree's territory have been upgraded to High Elves. Their base stats and influence were adjusted, plus new missions, character classes, and a revamp of the global Nemphi rank system. Minsu furrowed his brow, fully focused on the screen. These High Elves were set up in the world-building framework. They are the ancient race that was wiped out when the World Tree fell into an eternal slumber during the Holy War. Simply put, they are like the World Tree's royal bodyguards. Pleased, very pleased, Elise watched Minsu dissect tons of info from such simple data, and could not help but marvel. Truly the Supreme Administrator. Spot analysis, Senza's got it easy compared to my gift bots. Just gathering data all day. Minsu thought to himself. Melissa as power, originally a special NPC around level 300, had shot up to level 500 after evolving into a high elf. In terms of influence, she was now on par with a man who once led the now collapsed Holy Forge. If the World Tree used them to intervene in Arcadia's politics, no force could stand in their way. He finally pieced it all together. Haha. So this is part of the alliance with the time-traveling rebel. Through the screen, he could imagine exactly how those guys cheated. With this situation, peace in Arcadia would hold, and the spatial rift protecting the Middle Realm would remain stable. Minsu smirked. This also meant there was no reason for him to get involved. What a pain? Then I guess we will have to crank up the difficulty a bit. Elise announced, adding a terrifying in-game scenario. Cut to Slimlands, Chiji Village, where a strange glowing circle suddenly appeared in the sky. But it did not seem to bother anyone since Dex's group was still having a great time. Dex sat under a tree, gently petting a pink Slim with lotus petal wings. Alright. Everyone ready, start the test match. As soon as Dex gave the command, the ground quickly started shaking. Moss and Cassilis charged at each other, swinging non-stop, even with wooden swords. Their strikes were fierce. Moss kept getting overwhelmed after each block. Sweat was already dripping down his face. Woo! What kind of power is this? The stat gap is terrifying. In a split second of distraction, Moss did not notice Casillas still charging straight at him. By the time he snapped back, all he could do was let out a gasp. After the chaotic fight, everything went quiet again, only the poor leaves kept swirling in the air. Casillas stood firm, sword pointed at Moss, who was sprawled out on the ground. Death gleefully declared Casillas the winner, and Zit nearby cheered happily along. Casillas lowered his sword, wiping sweat with his other hand. What level are you at now? Still sitting and catching his breath, Moss panted out. 156. Casillas itched his head. What? And that is all the skill points he has? Death, seeing them stand awkwardly too long, stepped forward and asked, "What is up? Cassius? He is no match for me, but he has got some skills. Right?" She frowned. Definitely worth a personal look. Looking at the guy in front of her, she said, "He is better than the guy I saw in the video. Thanks for agreeing to duel me." Moss answered, "No problem. I am free right now anyway." Casillas did not wait for more, brushing off and heading off. "Alright, I gotta get back to training." Moss finally stood up, puzzled, and asked Death, "What is your relationship with that player?" Death replied coolly, "Her. She used to watch over me, then regretted it and became my assistant." Moss gasped loudly, "Zika, disciple of the Dragon King, yeah." He turned to Death, speechless. The sky was clear, the breeze fresh, but Death felt uneasy inside. Moss spoke up, "Since that day, I have done some serious digging on you. Thanks, right? Moss really believed in you." His eyes looking up with that hopeful, almost pleading look. "Even if you can control Acadia, you would want to manage the ancient god quest, right? I have thought of a few ways, but Jia Yang does not think that way, man. Unless there is a direct mission for me, I am considering dropping the ancient god storyline." Just a few words, and this guy went from shocked to totally stunned. Poor guy. His heart must be racing nonstop. Moss was totally hyped. He went from disagreement straight to full-blown freakout, like he lost his mind. Wait, Death? Think about it, if someone else got hooked by the primal death, this whole continent would go wild. Every word felt like it was etched into Jia Yang, who stood frozen as if red-hot eyes were burning into him. Moss' voice kept ringing out. "You know it too, the only one who can stop it is you. Death is death." Ji Yang looked up, eyes still lost but full of worry. "I see." He kept talking. "Follow me for a bit. I want to show you something." After hearing that, Moss was hyped but also totally confused. Like, what is going on, bro? Stop teasing me. Thought we were heading somewhere epic. But nope, just a high cliff. And you are sitting there with your blue-haired girl. Poor Moss. Turns out from that cliff you can see everything below, and with the sunlight shining down, it created this poetic, romantic scene. Others might say that, but for us, it is just not happening. Ai Yang turned around and asked, "What? Isn't the view amazing?" Moss was like, "Why are you asking me? I have no clue." He is like a block of wood, freeze up at the slightest thing. Why Ai Yang's eyes looked like he wanted to pour his heart out. "This is my favorite spot in Arcadia. When I look at it, it reminds me of something. Why does this silly place feel so touching?" Looking down, "It is massive, like you are the king of this land." Ai Yang's words fit the scene perfectly. Unlimited freedom. Endless possibilities. Wait, why does that sound totally off rhyme though? Then he placed his hand on the head of the girl sitting next to him. "I am not trying to kill everyone as fun, just to prevent future disasters." Why does the demon girl's hair shine so brightly in this scene? The golden sunlight hit her face, had tilted a perfect cinematic moment. If there were any doubts, I would clear them up. But honestly, this scene is pure movie magic. Look at that dad behind her, totally fed up, his face all stiff and old. Ai Yang ended his sentence stunned. Would not that actually be more fun? Then Moss looked like a hopeless romantic happy. Why do these guys always change their expressions faster than a tortilla? Before the sun softened, he reluctantly accepted he was right. After hearing that, Ai Yang laughed out loud with satisfaction. Now, who is the next interesting character? Hopefully, someone cool shows up on their own. Seriously. Moss's face twisted in shock, jumping in surprise. His eyes slowly turned confused. This guy, is he good or bad? Thought you gave up and got bored. But turns out you are still hanging in there. Back where the people live, gathering lots of power fruits. To many, it looked like a steamed bun from breakfast or a seed from a K-drama. But to me, it is definitely a garlic bulb, no doubt about it. No need to control everything because Dex is not the operator. Cut to an uncle playing on his computer. Face a bit tense, eyes dark and bruised. No need to hog all the benefits, this is a game after all. Then cut to Yang yawning hard, tongue sticking out all funny. We are not aiming for perfection. You do not have to be loved by everyone. The final cut stops on Moss' face. That is probably how Dex plays Arcadia. His expression is completely changed now, like he has figured it all out, so calm and clear. Remember to truly understand. or else watch out for a sudden flip. That thought still lingers, because a guy like him saved their world. A blue light appears atop that tower that is the main fortress of the Blue Mage Tower. Cut to somewhere else. A voice says, "Alright, I trust everything will go as planned," then receives a reply from the former master of Sengalia Tower. Huh? Do not worry. So bro's still laughing. Long hair, long nose, muscles popping too manly. Seriously, definitely a palace. So fancy, the silhouette of a small but strong girl with long hair like Sailor Moon. And bitter to the kid never forgets a favor. When this scene ends, gotta switch to another. A male star with 5 others stands in the south corner, one eye wide open among strong magical vibes. The magic towers on Arcadia's second continent fiercely compete and block each other. Isn't he that Mirs? He is taking off his crown. A branch shoots up from the sea into his hand, inside Gwyn's magical barrier. But after events like the continent unification and the Hayman Empire War, a flash of light sparks in those small eyes below, so blurry and headache-inducing, and their relationship shifts dramatically. That girl is Lumeria, the Blue Mage Tower Master, an 8-ring Grand Sage, her face cold as ice. Starting now, the Supreme Magic Council will convene under her command. The heart of the 5 great towers, Lumeria stares at the winged star, pulsing with indescribable power. She looks up henceforth. Sages from all magic towers will gather at the Blue Tower on the night of the 5th moon to discuss the future of Magic Island. Decisions made here will become the rules all mages must follow. Then those eyes glance sideways now. The first agenda. Then a brown-haired guy appears, wearing goggles like diving glasses. Please proceed. But Mai's face crinkles. Who is that guy? He is doomed. Seriously. And the woman next to him does not hold back either. His outfit's terrible. Totally unprofessional. Hey, lady. That is a bit harsh. Who cares what someone wears? Insulting their looks is just rude. That guy's Marcus. Who else? Hearing that made me want to die. Thought. Whatever. I am used to that look from the old guys in the Federation. Probably just thinking it. But if he said it out loud, he would get shut down quick. The sky starts to stir. His thoughts unsettled, still unsatisfied. Whether they look down or ignore him, he does not care, as long as he can help that guy. That is loyalty right there. My friend. He stood behind Lumeria, who was also staring straight at the 4 of them and explaining, "This is Marcus, the Grand Sage of the Gael Federation, from Canophilia Academy." That is when Amai suddenly jolted. Wait, if he is from the Gael Federation, could it be that name belongs to the guy who developed magical artillery? Surprised. Bet you did not expect him to buy it. Haha. Then she helped him to his feet, pointed upward, and said, "Lumeria, propose Marcus as a member of the Supreme Magic Council." And just like that, the others were stunned, totally shell-shocked, completely blown away. Lumeria's face turned cold as she looked up. Any objections? Did dare oppose at this point? They were scared stiff, no doubt about it. Looking at the tower being formed by the flow of power, the woman with glasses, scornful, sneered and spoke up. "You are going too far. Grand Sage of the Blue Tower. He is not even a real mage anymore. That stubborn pride is baked into his blood." A green-haired guy among them could not hold back either. "You are serious? Just because he invented war weapons? Putting him on par with the tower heads is an insult to magic." Hey, look at this guy's face, so ridiculous. Tiny eyes, flared nostrils, and a mouth full of nonsense. Of course, Ime had to chime, chuckling. He has clearly lost it. Gallia actually gave up his seat to a kid like that. Even if she reached rank 8, she is still just a kid. Can't he even use magic properly? Haven't they learned not to underestimate others? You seem really angry. Do you get it, Lumeria? I am just saying having a kid like her here is enough. Those words stung. Marcus' face contorted, like he was about to breathe fire. These guys always talk too much. No matter where they are, watch your mouth. Saying that is like poking a hornet's nest. Is not. Old man. Ime scrunched his face, and the woman with glasses added, "So rude. That is a bit much." Honestly, but Marcus did not seem bothered at all. His eyes were indifferent. "You disrespectful fools. You are not dumb enough to forget what you just said, right?" Teetering, clearly beyond saving, Marcus scowled like someone had pissed in his face. Furious, he snapped, "How dare you? A worthless punk like you. Talk back." Before he could finish, Lumeria shot a deadly glare and said nothing. "Any further disruption will be seen as rebellion against the council. Dead or not. Huh. A tiger that does not roar might as well be a Hello Kitty cat." The others froze again, panic flashing across their faces. It felt like time was frozen. We understood their frustration. Then Lumeria lowered her gaze. But it was still too early to judge. Not only I but others also proposed Marcus as a member of the Supreme Magic Council. The old woman with glasses started to worry. His magic power is strong. Why did not I realize it until now? Then she glanced at Ime, who was staring blankly at the sky. Wait, That feather on his hat looks familiar. A voice began to echo. Greetings, Masters of Magic. I am Melis, Queen of the High Elves. Whoa, she is stunningly beautiful, glowing with a magical shimmer. She continued. I am a close ally of Marcus, the Grand Sage of Canophilia Academy. Everyone went from surprised to stunned to completely shocked. Hearing this, the crowd buzzed excitedly as if they would met someone from Mars. High Elves, the rumors were true. They are not supposed to interfere in human affairs. Apple smirked secretly to himself, thinking, good, the advantage is shifting to us. Now all that is left is one confident step. Apple spoke up confidently. Still smiling, it is an honor to meet you again. I'm App, leader of the Merchants Guild. As he spoke, he raised a red magic book in his hand. His triumphant look still there. I am sure everyone knows what this artifact is. An old lady dressed like a nun gasped silently. The Circle Magic Book. Level 8. Then that blue-haired jerk with the weird expression thought to himself, there are still magic books that have not been released. In the stunned silence of everyone, a man opposite Apple spoke up. Wait, if it is real, we will have to inspect it. We will talk after that. Apple did not care. Not yet, he said bluntly. Refusing. It is too soon to get excited. Suddenly, something opened up. This is my moment to shine. Apple pulled out a set of 3 other books in her other hand, her tone growing more serious as she spoke. If you acknowledge Marcus as a council member, I will sell everyone these 4 spellbooks of the 8th circle. She gave a slight, dangerous smile, clearly confident her plan would work, not asking me for permission. Right? Everyone else there was stunned, totally shocked. Jaws dropped and eyes wide as they stared at Apple. The room fell silent. Then someone spoke up. Let me ask again. Lumeria's face was cold as ice as she said, Lumeria, nominate Marcus as a member of the Supreme Magic Council. Any objections? Cut to another room. An unfinished candle flickered, casting warm, blurry yellow light, making the room cozy. A voice spoke up. Thanks to everyone for your hard work. In the distance, Melissa stood next to Marcus, arms crossed, deep in thought. Apple and Lemon faced them and said, with this, all 5 Great Mage Towers are now under Lord Dex. Marcus' face darkened as he muttered a few words. A wants to control the tower. First time I am hearing this, I thought he would lost it. Apple heard him out and said, but since it is his order, I think there is some method to it. Hearing that, Apple replied, this is not something Lord Dex requested, said the orange-haired guy, clearly shocked. Huh? Really? Apple clarified. Lord Dex only ordered the destruction of the 8th circle spellbooks. Everything else was my decision. Melissa's face tightened like a stretched string. Sweating nervously, clearly worried about Apple's foundation, she said anxiously, dragging us high elves into human affairs and making proposals to the towers. All your call. Apple, Marcus said seriously, you look crazier on the outside. Why do things your master never asked for? Apple looked a bit stunned but still answered confidently, because I believe it will help Lord Dex in the future. Marcus and Melissa exchanged looks as Apple explained further. Everyone's being helped by Lord Dex, so I am sure you understand how I feel, right? They kept debating noisily, growling. When they really thought about it, they realized how important it was. Yeah, as long as the end result is helping Lord Dex. Apple smiled firmly and teased silently to herself. Lord Dex, you are watching us. An image flashed through Apple's mind, a female warrior in tough armor gripping her sword tightly. Looking serious, behind her stood a massive dragon's body. Your allies will grow stronger so we can be your strength when things get tough. Elsewhere, Moonlight Mage Angelina faced someone deep in a dark forest, the eerie atmosphere chilling to the bone, night fog thick, her face cold and expressionless. Nearby, Light Witch Stella appeared, not the magical princess. Of course, she wore a sly smile full of cunning. Stella said softly, strange, huh? Didn't I expect a human to want to meet me first? Angelina showed no hesitation, lowering her gaze and replying with a cold line, I am tired of running. Seeing her hated rival standing there repeating herself, Stella snapped back with some harsh words. So what? You want me to stop chasing you? Then she laughed loudly and continued, you know it too, right? In this world, the hatred between us can never be resolved. If you want to end it. Before she could finish, Angelina cut her off, raising a spellbook that looked super powerful. Here, you need this, right? The Moonlight Spellbook, said to hold special chance and knowledge created by a great mage obsessed with stars and the moon. To decode it, you need the Light Magic Spellbook. Seeing the book in Angelina's hand, Stella's smile did not fade, but her face darkened like she smelled something bad. You have finally lost it. Huh? Angelina did not back down, staring straight at the green-haired girl and declaring war. Let us end this today. Stella, whoever wins this fight gets the book. Suddenly, memories of their first meeting flooded back. Both their masters stood before them, introducing each other. Greet each other. My students, from now on, under this lonely sky, you are destined to challenge one another. Back then, Stella was rocking a seriously annoying glare, totally hating that pink-haired girl. She frowned and thought, teaching like some peace. She should actually teach magic properly, not just bossing around. She looked at Angelina, frustrated and scolding silently. What an idiot. Acting like she can teach me. One of them spoke up. From the day we accidentally met until we were called the Radiant Witch and the Lunar Mage. The day we got those titles. Not once did I think we were equals. Back to reality, the showdown between these two beauties officially exploded. But it seemed Angelina made the first move. In a blink, she lunged at Stella, face calm as stone. The flames in her hand made Stella's eyes pop wide in shock and horror. She might have even peed herself right there. Panicked, she gritted her teeth and stared down at the thing pressed against her neck, trembling as she spoke. Well, what are you doing? Risking it like that? If you are a mage, you should fight fair using magic skills. Angelina still held her huge hammer high. Then she paused, smirked, and muttered like a carefree kid. I have heard that line before in martial arts contests. The flames in Angelina's hand did not die down, and her face twisted weirdly as she looked down, her empty smile speaking volumes. But I will... Right? So is not my way also a form of magic skill? Hearing that, Stella shut up instantly. What could she even say now? At some point, Stella suddenly fell flat on her back beneath the pink-haired girl, totally freaked out, screaming loud enough to shake the place. Aren't you ashamed in front of our master? Do they even understand you are trying to snatch the magic book with nonsense like that? Angelina just calmly replied. Stella, did you forget? You are the one who keeps challenging and bothering me. Stella looked pissed but hesitant, suddenly yelling out. Well, that is... right? Then grinding her teeth, muttering to herself, she panicked inside. Thinking, no way, no way. I mastered 6th circle magic, how could I lose to a dumbass who only knows 1st circle magic? Despite her shock and self-hate, Angelina stood by the system board and raised her hand to press something. Suddenly, the book on the ground stirred, and Angelina gently said, Got it. Stella stared blankly at the neatly placed book, while Angelina whispered in her ear, I do not need it anymore. Stella's face went blank, smelling like rotten garbage. Mumbling nonsense. What the hell? What are you up to? She grabbed the book, amazed by what Angelina kept saying. This was my plan all along. Anyway, I can only use 1st circle magic now. Stella yelled in confusion. Then why did you decide to duel? Angelina, calm and unbothered, turned to leave, answering her question. I have always been running from you, but this time, I want to finish it my way. That is all. That is it. Hearing this, Stella straightened up, grinding her teeth angrily. The worst thing ever. The magic book, doing absolutely nothing. Just getting thrown on the ground without mercy. Stella felt insulted, shouting loudly at Angelina. Do I look like some dumbass to you? She flailed her arms, still yelling like she would been poked in the butt. Don't he make me laugh? This is not how I wanted it to end. Suddenly, it seemed Angelina had turned back otherwise. Why was the book right in front of her? Oh wait. Stella had thrown it there. Stella yelled angrily. Don't he treat me like some NPC who is happy just finishing a quest? Angelina, clearly used to this annoying drama, just sighed. She walked over, gently bent down, and picked up the book. Thinking quietly, fine, I will return it. At least you won to chase me for a while. Now I do not have to live in fear, she said, pulling Dex back with determination. Angelina added coldly, yeah, I guess this is good enough. Stella ran ahead like crazy, still pissed off and feeling insulted that someone had challenged her level. Level? Who cares who scores what level? She clenched her teeth in anger, thinking, don't he make me laugh? Do not laugh. I said do not laugh. Teach me. Don't he make me laugh? The image of Angelina happily standing before both their master flashed through Stella's mind. That girl has never actually faced me, not even once. Angelina's innocent, sweet face was deeply etched in Stella's thoughts, making her even more annoyed. She treats me, a human, worse than in piss. Stella stood alone in the dark forest, muttering to herself like she was lost in her own world. If only I were stronger, I would not be treated like this. I have to get stronger. Stella's eyes suddenly gleamed with a demonic purple light. She gritted her teeth and growled, I want to be stronger. I said I want to be stronger. Suddenly, a huge, blood-red eye appeared before Stella. She clenched her teeth harder. I have to be stronger. I have to be even stronger. She stood face to face with the eye, staring right at her under the faint full moonlight. Notifications appeared. Before the dormant karma of Hongain reacts to the magical power of the astral mage. You have met the special condition to resurrect an ancient deity. Her mouth dropped open in shock, eyes wide as saucers. Another message popped up. You have received the void hidden in the universe. Moon, shining alone in the darkness. Under your twilight glow, the world will quietly kneel honor the night. O mage who walks the moonlit path. A silver soul shining lonely in the dark will shake the fate of this world silently, pure and proud. You will become the one to brightly light up this world's darkness. Accepting this quest will erase your astral mage hidden karma. Stella shivered and muttered, "What kind of quest is this? I do not even understand what it is saying. But if it is a hidden quest, it is definitely a big opportunity. Still, accepting it without knowing the reward is risky." The message continued, "Brighten the world's darkness. Accepting this quest will erase your astral mage hidden class." Faced with this unexpected offer, she furrowed her brow, her expression unreadable. The system asked, "Do you accept the quest?" Yes. For a moment, she recalled the times Angelina had beaten her relentlessly. Then, she remembered her own scornful attitude. Anger flared inside her. She clenched her jaw and said, "Fine, bring it on. Anyway, I can beat her in this state." The system announced the quest was accepted, and a faint beam of light appeared in the sky. A fierce wind whipped around the eerie eye, while a fiery circle kept opening. At that moment, a mysterious black aura enveloped her feet. Ancient runes swirled around the eye. It was the Void Grimoire, an ancient spellbook hidden deep in the universe, containing the secrets of the void. According to ancient prophecies, it holds the mysteries of dimensions ordinary beings are not even allowed to touch it. Stella gasped. A grimoire. She gritted her teeth and smiled bitterly. No way. Losing the astral mage hidden class. Is that what this means? She tightened her grip on the staff. If that is the case, then she cast a magical circle. There was no reason to hesitate anymore. The system immediately notified. The Void Grimoire is reacting to the magic power of the astral mage currently using it. The grimoire appeared, ancient runes floating around Stella. O seeker of the universe's truth, within the vast, endless void filled with moonlight and stars, your enlightenment will become another world. Among countless dimensions and possibilities born from the gates of time and space, you will be the only one to perceive entities from other worlds. A wanderer between the universe and the void, piercing through all truths. Your path is powerful and unique, yet full of dangers and the unknown. The moment you grasp power and fall into ambition or arrogance, the price you pay will be irreversible. Only humility can protect your life. You guard the moon gate pierced by the void. Shocked, she stared at the eye-shaped ring on her hand. Haunting voices echoed in her ears. The void desires. It desires. It desires. A pitch-black face with bloodshot eyes appeared. The return of the oldest darkness. The system announced. You have met all conditions to change your class. Hidden class. You have transformed into the Space Gatekeeper. Suddenly, a red warning flashed. The space infection rate is rising. At that moment, the veteran player, leader of the full-time Gamers Guild, Marvel level 231, asked seriously, "Stella, what brings you here? You know I am pretty busy." She chuckled softly. "A working gamer like me coming to see you. What else could it be for?" Stella straightforwardly said, "I am here to ask for gold support for the hunting grounds. And a few skilled players would be even better." Hearing this, he grimaced and replied, "Didn't I already tell you?" Marvel glanced at the papers on his desk with a hint of disdain. "You have been kicked off the top ranks already, and after the ancient god quest, the number of players with hidden classes skyrocketed. Now, you are just a washed-up mage who used to be famous." He sneered. "Tell me, why would I invest in someone like you? Don't tell me, you finally got that demonic Tomb of the Starlight Mage, and now you are here all the time." Taken aback by his harsh words, Stella could not help but burst into laughter. Laughing wildly, "Haha," echoing through the room, she bluntly said, "Oh wow, that is disappointing." Crossing her legs with confidence, she added, "Open your eyes wide and look closely. Don't you feel anything?" His expression flickered with surprise. Stella's eyes glowed red. She grinned creepily. "The vibe I give off. Unlimited potential." Cut to a gloomy canyon, where wild beasts run rampant. The system coldly announces, "Welcome to Riffle Canyon, home of the howling beasts. Recommended player level 170. A glowing item appears before him, the Shijin Shield, a heavy-duty defensive shield. Standing surrounded by a row of shields, he confidently declared, "With this, those Riffle 1T be able to touch me. What are you planning to show us?" Stella smiled mysteriously. Just watch." As she spoke, she clenched her fist tightly. The ring on her middle finger flared with a blazing red energy, her voice echoing, "Spacegate Guardian activation." Stella activated her power and calmly explained, "My new hidden class, Spacegate Guardian, has the ability to withstand gate regeneration. However, the only thing I can withstand regenerating is this space water gate." Suddenly, A tear ripped open in the sky. From that tear, a gigantic claw and a mysterious eye slowly emerged. She explained, in other words, I am the gatekeeper who pulls creatures from other dimensions into this world. He raised his eyebrows. I have never seen a monster like that before. Curiously, he asked, Stella, what is the name of that creature you just summoned? She answered plainly, not sure. The notification said jaw drop or something like that. He shrugged. I see. A gate guard monster with regeneration. Huh. Sounds pretty weak to me. Looking at her expression, he asked puzzled. Then why do you look so confident? Stella, she smirked, eyes flashing with challenge. Watch closely. Fight. She commanded, and the monster Stella called Jaw Drop lunged forward at terrifying speed. It raised its strange hand, aiming straight at a griffin. A nearby small bird startled and chirped nervously, but before it could fly away, blood splattered everywhere. As expected, Jaw Drop was shredded by the griffin, unable to even show off its power before getting smashed. The bloodied mess hit the ground, instantly becoming a feast for nearby birds fighting over the corpse. The system immediately announced, summoned creature has died. The summon has been removed from the list. Space energy increased by 10. Suddenly, a red alert flashed. Space infection rate is rising. Looking down from above, Meave was shocked. Weaker than I thought. Stella laughed confidently. True, but do not lose hope yet. That 1-1 be summoned again. She continued. That was the 32nd creature to come through the gate. Stella casually recounted. The first was a soldier ant from another world. It could not even beat a level 3 goblin. The jaw drop just now was level 85, and it managed to take a hit from a level 170 griffin for a moment. Hearing this, Meave paused, frowning. Wait, do not tell me it works like that. He pieced it together. The first soldier ant was weaker than a level 3 goblin, but the 32nd creature, Jaw Drop, survived a blow from a level 170 griffin. Suddenly, he realized, in other words, every time a summoned creature dies, the next one comes back stronger. Meave stared up, eyes fixed on the space gate. If she keeps summoning and letting them die like this, Stella cut, in the end, I will summon a creature no one can kill. He changed his tone, smiling invitingly. Stella, want to join our alliance? We will provide all the resources you need. A red alert flashed again. Space infection rates are rising. At the same time, important notifications popped up around Alice. Late Crisis Scenario 001 activated. Switching to real-time precise analysis mode. Cut to a high-rise building. Mil Young lying still inside a glass cage. Suddenly her eyebrows twitched in response. Blunt voice echoed in the room. So what does that mean? Then MPs gave Angelina and Stella missions. Helena's eyes went wide. Jaw dropped in shock. Wasn't he Jack the one who designed it? Mill suddenly thought of the silhouette of a refined woman. She frowned. Don't tell me she is the one who created those levels. Jack nodded softly. Yeah, the super admin. He added, Minsu. That bastard made it. Jack's tone turned serious as he warned. The big problem now is the space gatekeeper level. From what I know, it can open space gates between the void and Arcadia to revive creatures from the void. Hearing this, Helena's eye twitched uncontrollably. Speechless. After a moment, she asked, Jack, the void is also a setting created by Minsu, right? He answered cheerfully. Right? The void is a world Minsu came up with. He explained. It is a place filled with discarded elements that could not be used, a pure chaotic mess. Helena sighed. Now I get why the late crisis alert popped up. Jack panicked. Listen, there is a chance one of the revived creatures could destroy Arcadia, triggering the late crisis. He dropped a bombshell. Looks like the admin is seriously stepping into the game now. Jack asked casually. I am planning to talk with Jennifer. What about you? She lowered her head worriedly. I think I will talk to Alice. Meanwhile, Alice was trapped too. The system kept denying access to info. Back in the conversation, Helena was stunned. What did you just say? The voice explained evenly. According to code 000, accessing this info requires super admin approval. Details about revival targets and additional crisis data are only available post-activation. She looked at Alice in disbelief. Wait, Alice? Is something wrong? What does cannot share info even mean? He continued. We know the admin has interfered in the game for various reasons. Info on Dex. The Wandering One during the Chaos Era. Hearing this, Helena whispered. That one. The voice added. Player Dex currently has no direct connection to player Stella. If an admin tries to directly alter Arcadia's storyline again like before, be warned it will be considered a violation of our operating policies. Her mouth twisted. Come on, she thought to herself. So this time, we really have no choice but to let the players handle it. The fate of Arcadia. Back at Griffin's home, the Howling Canyon. Griffin's habitat. Recommended level 170. On the ground lay countless items. Stamina potions. Resurrection scrolls. Luck boosters. Stella stared. Dizzy. What the heck is all this? Calmly, he said, I promised. Did not. I will support you with everything I have. These items boost your luck stat, use them all. Her eyes went wide. Jaw dropped again. Wait, you want me to do this every time I get revived? He replied coolly. Of course. The higher your luck stat, the better chance you have of reviving stronger creatures. She doubted. Are you sure? He patiently explained. Luck is one of the most useless stats in Arcadia. Stella groaned, covering her face. Seriously, all your info boils down to some dumb luck-based strategy. He squinted. You are thinking of quitting? Didn't you say this was a way to get stronger? Stella's face turned determined. Finally, she compromised. Fine. Whatever. Just do. You used a luck boost potion. Luck increased by 60 for 30 minutes. Using a lucky charm. Usable once per day. Luck boosted for 2 hours. Used fairy dust. Luck increased by 1.5 times for 1 hour. You rolled the lucky dice. Luck increased by 100 for 1 hour. In an instant, a space portal opened, and a monster appeared level 230. The chilling Shadow Destroyer. Standing before it, Stella felt so small. The Shadow Destroyer spoke. The gatekeeper has arrived. State your wish. She broke out in a cold sweat. It just talked to me. Does it actually have intelligence? Mavi smiled with delight. Level 230. Huh. So the luck stats really do work? He explained the luck stats info came from a summoner who once called forth an S-grade divine beast, and even signed a contract with it. I paid 10,000 Vang for this info. She gasped. 10,000. That much, he calmly said. I told you, I will support you all the way. Mavi excitedly shouted. Now, Miss Stella, show us the true power of your summoning. She grinned confidently, then she gave a loud command. Destroyer, wipe out every griffin in this canyon. His eyes glowed red as his booming voice demanded confirmation. His mouth opened wide and wet, roaring fiercely. Weak creatures will be annihilated. Blood-red light flashed, and the system immediately announced the summoned creature gained massive experience from hunting. Level up. Titles earned. Griffin Slayer and Winged Mountain Terror. Before leaving, the Destroyer reminded, promise to summon me again. The moment he vanished into the portal, a notification popped up, some experience converted to Jiro. Spatial energy increased by 6,920. Witnessing this insane scene, she was wide-eyed with shock. Mavi behind her exclaimed, finally, a useful summoned beast. She proudly replied, of course. Didn't I tell you? Though she said that, inside she was confused. What is this? Like some game king or something? That monster just now, was it really a summon from Arcadia? He turned back and urged, now, let us move to a tougher hunting ground. Starting from the next spot, we will go live streaming. Just a heads up. She was stunned. Wait. Live stream? You mean make this public? Mavi casually said. Of course. This is rare stuff even in Arcadia. Everyone loves to watch. He chuckled slyly. I have not planned the full live stream yet, but you will soon reclaim your former glory. Hearing this, Stella froze, then nodded immediately. All right, let us do it. Her mood lifted. We will turn this into a long-term project. Only the impossible dungeons and hunting grounds no one has cleared. We will hit every restricted zone on the continent. Stella even fantasized. And finally, we will hunt the ultimate monster that once crushed the Korean server in despair, the Queen Slim. His jaw dropped. Hunt that monster? Are you serious? He laughed excitedly. Haha, recruiting you was definitely a smart move. They immediately created a channel. Confirming the channel was set up on YouTube. A brand new channel launched. Defeat the Queen Slim. Stella, the gatekeeper of space. To be honest, Stella's idea was a smashing success. The summoned creature came through the space gate, showing off bizarre but stunning fighting styles, instantly grabbing players' attention. Viewers were hooked, then even more drawn in by Stella's skilled live streaming. With a clear goal to hunt Queen Slim, she quickly rose as a rising star. That was her shining moment, proving her past fame was not a fluke. Stella's popularity skyrocketed. By the third video upload, most Arcadia players had heard her name at least once. Yeah, just like that, even Dex knew about Stella's reputation. Somewhere. You are smiling. Oh, what is this? How dare you mention my people? Elsewhere, a red alert sounds. Important announcement. Final stage crisis scenario. Code 001. Jessica's furious. Final stage crisis? Ridiculous. Stella, that damn Minsu, I knew he was behind this. She clenched her tiny fists, angrily snapping that he wants to ruin all the hard work so many people put in just for his own twisted fun. Next time I see him, I want he let it slide. Seriously, She forced a calm smile. Haha. Calm down. Jessica, he gently reminded her. You have not forgotten. Right? We still have a secret weapon saved for moments like this. Jessica's eyes widened. Suddenly remembering something, her mood brightened as she said, right? We still have a secret weapon for times like this. It is time to shake things up. Dragon. Thunder roared through the sky as dark clouds rolled in. A massive dragon spread its wings high above, its face turned upward, roaring fiercely. Mission secured. Cut to the free trade city. Stella has been standing there for a while. She smiled smugly. It has been 2 weeks since Stella launched her livestream channel, Stella 874, which has grown steadily. Just as planned, she single-handedly survived 2 forbidden zones and 4 raids. During that time, her summoned void beast died 3 times. Hard to believe. She stared at the magic ring on her hand and laughed aloud. With this, I have got nothing to fear, yeah? Even if the opponent is from the Moon faction. Suddenly, he asked, are you really okay with all this? Stella, his worry showed clearly. Your summoned beast has already surpassed your level. She replied bluntly. I know. You mean the bigger the gap between summoner and beast, the harder it is to control. Right? He tensed up. So this won't last long? It is fine for now, but I am not sure about the next summon. For now, you should level up before entering the next forbidden zone. Stella grimaced. Doubtful. Are you kidding? If we only care about stability, how will we ever catch up to the Destroyer's daily grind? Hearing that, he reluctantly agreed. I respect your decision. Just hope you stay safe this time. Stella, as usual, she hit the like button. Everyone else got the notification that Stella's livestream just started, confidently shining in front of the screen. She said, Hey everyone, hope you are all good today. Can you guess where I am at? She pointed left. Right here, villain. The site of the Honglong Korbagnan raid. The chat flooded with comments below her stream. When did she get to the Japan continent? I am your fan. Some even worshipped her, calling Stella the hope of the summoner world. She started explaining. During the Honglong attack, players left this area, but a new monster drawn by the ruins has appeared, a large-scale demon lair raid. One comment marveled, isn't this place insanely tough? It is where the top guilds test themselves every month. I heard just the healing potions for one run cost hundreds of coins. Still, that is nothing compared to the Dex Dragon we missed. Now, in front of Stella were 2 massive beasts, Red Unil 327, Blue Unil 335. She was not scared. Instead, she calmly said, Oh man, they are here to welcome us. Stella smiled brightly. Alright then, let us get this solo raid started, she shouted. Space gate open. Instantly, the portal snapped open. Behind it came a terrifying demon beast dripping with slime. Growling. So hungry. Need 3 more for the hunt. For our benefit, some viewers gasped. Woo, that is scary. Not sure who the real monster is here. Who cares? As long as she fights well. She glanced at her 2 opponents, commenting, Red Oni and Blue Oni. Level around 300. Their mix of physical attacks and magic, plus huge health and damage, makes this place impossible to solo. Red Oni raised its sharp claws as a magic orb began to form. It slowly grew bigger, radiating more and more intense energy. Stella still wore that sneering look, smiling like she had not seen the coffin or shed a tear. But as you know, most magic does not work on my kid. Right then, a magic orb shot straight at one of the enemies. The tentacle monster roared, flicking its tongue fast, unleashing a wave of dark energy in response. They clashed fiercely, swords and fists flying, dust clouding the sky above. She waved her arms excitedly, taunting. So what if you hit me with physical attacks now? Suddenly, the aggressive Blue Oni charged forward. A powerful punch from him shattered the tentacle monster into pieces. But in a blink, the wounds started knitting back together. Stella squinted, a smug glint in her eyes. The regeneration was even stronger than the damage taken. In just seconds, the tentacle monster was fully healed, as if it had never been hurt. Then it launched a surprise counterattack, a flurry of punches piercing right through the Blue Oni. Stella laughed, clapping with satisfaction. Now this is getting interesting. Let us just enjoy this. Shall we? The screen flooded with deep red as the battle raged on. The system instantly announced, Uni's back spot successfully conquered. The livestream audience exploded with excitement. Wow, she really pulled off the raid. Looks like with enough time, she can control everything since they can hurt her. At this rate, she could probably take down Slim too. Stella blinked sharply. Alright, that is it for today's live stream. Stay tuned for the next challenge. As soon as she spoke, the screen showed the broadcast had ended. She immediately turned, voice sharp. Hey, how long do you plan to stay looking like that? Your mission's over, get back now. The disgusting tentacle monster lifted its head. Stella had not sensed danger yet. Still angry. This is an order. Retreat and disappear. Just then, a blood-red eye appeared on the monster's forehead, its voice booming. I am still feeding on magic power. It greedily added. I want to leave until I get my reward. Stella clenched her fists, teeth grinding. Seriously, she stormed off. Whatever. I'm out. Eat monsters. Turn this place into a wasteland, do whatever you want. Suddenly, a deep voice spoke up. I sense a strange aura. Sure enough, a man stepped out of the shadows, a creature Stella had never seen before. Stella nervously asked, "Who is there?" He passed by her like a gust of wind. "You are from another world. A mission has been delivered." Then he transformed back into a blue dragon. Seeing that, Stella broke out in a cold sweat. The blue dragon stepped in front of the tentacle monster. Worried, I thought humans were up to some trick, but this looks way more complicated. The monster seemed to sense something and growled. That is a heavy magic scent. It stared at the dragon's red eye and snarled. This'll be a tasty meal. The blue dragon calmly observed. It reacts to magic. At the same time, he quietly gathered energy in his palm. In just a moment, he struck first, unleashing a powerful spell at the monster. Thick smoke billowed ahead as he slowly advanced. If possible, I want to keep it intact and display it in my treasure room, but the mission's priority comes first. The blue dragon smiled faintly. Sadly, it looks like this one will have to disappear from this world. Stella gasped. No way. A dragon. So you are the one who took my old friend Kabinian's heart. Scene shifts to a lavish room. A voice greets. Pleasure to meet you. Wanderer. The man introduced himself. I am Gon, supreme ruler of the Golden Dragon clan. Jian calmly asked. Then why did the great Dragon King summon me here? Gondrian's tone held some annoyance. Honestly, meeting you in person made me understand why my annoying disciple followed you. He did not beat around the bush. I will be direct. Gondrian shifted back to human form and slowly stepped toward him. Will you help me?